Looking at this kid's physique, you would never think he was just a 10th grader. Only 2 months ago, Sejun was still a 300-pound heavyweight. Just because he accidentally offended some bullies, his girlfriend was brutally attacked and ended up in the hospital. But little did they know, they had just unintentionally awakened a monster. It all started that morning, when some random punk dared to collect fees from Sejun's classmate. When the kid couldn't pay, he beat him down without mercy. Seeing this really ticked off our main character, who threw the half-eaten bread in his hand right into the guy's face. You might think when Sejun's girlfriend Hajin arrived, she'd stop him. Wrong. She went full-on beast mode, twisting the punk's arm and choking him out. Mess with her boyfriend, and you've signed your own death warrant. This lucky guy really hit the jackpot with his girlfriend. Meanwhile, the gang leader Kisok was absolutely furious his guy got manhandled by a girl. So he ordered his cronies to play dirty, splashing ink all over Hajin's uniform. The classmates were too afraid of retaliation to stand as witnesses. Just then, Sejun appeared, took off his jacket to cover Hajin, and gently led her away to change. The bullies peeked out from the classroom, wondering why that pig didn't even get angry. They told their boss it didn't work, but he just said to wait. Sejun would come to them soon enough. And sure enough, Sejun walked right into their hangout. Surrounded by his crew, the lead bully felt incredibly bold. "What's the matter, Piggy? You look pretty upset. You gonna try and hit me?" Sejun ignored them and spoke directly to Kisok. "Apologize to Hajin and pay for a new uniform. Then this is over." But Kisok just put on a mocking face. "I don't know what you're talking about. You're bullying us. I'm so scared." Then his expression turned cold as he stood up. "Let's just say I did do it. You think I'm gonna do what you tell me?" As he spoke, he poked Sejun's stomach. His underling Runsok lost his patience and stepped forward. "You fat pig, what have you been rambling about this whole time?" But he never got the chance to touch him. With one punch, his face was completely rearranged. Sejun just sighed. "Why is there a mosquito buzzing in the classroom?" He then looked at the remaining guys and said, "Looks like I have to exterminate all of this mosquito's friends, too." With a loud bang, the whole school seemed to shake. Runsok was bleeding, but he still couldn't shut his screaming mouth. "What are you all just standing there for? Get him for me." Seeing this, his friend rushed forward, but Sejun just casually lifted his leg and kicked him right off his feet. Before the guy could recover, he followed up with an elbow strike right to the face. Another one saw his friends getting beaten so badly and couldn't stand by, but he was just walking into a trap. Sejun rushed him, threw him over his shoulder, and slammed him to the ground. The outcome was no different from his three friends before him, but Sejun had used up a lot of energy and began to pant. Witnessing this scene, even Runsok started to look a little scared. Kisok, who had been watching the whole time, suddenly started clapping. "You handled 3 guys perfectly. You'd be amazing at wrestling." Then he saw Sejun's exhausted state and looked surprised. Kisok stepped closer. "Done warming up? Now it's my turn. Let's see what you can really do. You look so weak. This isn't fun at all." Sejun's dodges were getting slower, as Kisok taunted. "I could dodge you with both hands tied behind my back." Sejun thought to himself, "This bastard is fast. Just one punch. All I need is one punch and I can win this." Suddenly, Kisok got closer and asked, "Are you aiming to land one punch on me?" Seizing the opportunity, Sejun threw a punch but couldn't hit him. Kisok mocked him. "Why do you look so desperate? Trying to be some kind of hero? If you kneel and beg right now, I'll pay your tuition fees and make your life at school a whole lot easier. After all, it's been a while since I've had this much fun. You have a kind heart. Just like your girlfriend, right?" But Sejun refused to submit, saying, "This is really getting on my nerves." Kisok glared at Sejun, continuing his taunts. "What's that buzzing sound? It's really annoying. You're just a toxic insect that lives by sucking other people's blood, and I thought you were all talk." Kisok was furious. "Are you provoking me so you can land a punch, you think?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sejun charged. He wrapped his arms around Kisok's waist, planning to wrestle him to the ground and restrain him. But when this happened, Kisok showed no fear at all, just a wicked smile, as if everything was going according to his plan. As he got his arms around Kisok, Sejun thought he had succeeded, and he began to use all his strength. All he had to do was use his weight to pin him down and then land one punch. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. Kisok lifted his legs, locking Sejun tightly. Suddenly, Sejun was the one being restrained. Kisok laughed like a madman. "Haha, what a savage fighting ability. What's wrong, Piggy? Can you hear me? Don't struggle too much, you might get hurt." Sejun's face turned beet red, with no idea how to escape. He felt the air leaving his lungs, unable to breathe. And at that exact moment, Hajin appeared. Seeing this, she exploded. Hajin charged forward in a rage, slamming a brutal kick right into Ki-suk's head and caving his face in. Ki-suk scrambled up, totally dazed and confused, with no idea what just happened. Once he got his bearings, he screamed, "You crazy witch, you think I won't hit a girl?" before pausing. Then again, getting beat up by girls is kinda my life story. His buddy Runsuk quickly tried to intervene. "Wait, Ki-suk. I heard from some kids that she's trained in martial arts since she was a kid. She's supposed to be really good," but Ki-suk just scoffed. "What are you talking about? A girl who can fight? How tough could she possibly be?" He then turned and grabbed Ha-chin's hair, snarling, "Hey, psycho. Have you ever actually fought a guy before? Today, I'm gonna teach you how terrifying a man can be." But then he noticed Sejun's strange expression, and Ki-suk suddenly felt a wave of confusion. "What's with that look on your face?" Sejun, fresh off his own beatdown, was now trying to warn the very guy who'd just been his opponent. He tried to mouth 3 simple words, "Just run away," but Ki-suk totally missed the memo and just smirked. "What, you want me to spare her? It's all about gender equality. I just want one punch back." Ha-chin looked up and asked quietly, "You've never hit a girl before, have you?" Ki-suk fumed. "I guess I have to teach you some manners. I'm going to use my full power to put you in your place." But his punch didn't even make Ha-chin flinch. She dodged it effortlessly, closed the distance, and with what looked like minimal effort, hoisted him into the air and slammed him onto the ground. Ki-suk took a critical hit, lying motionless. Ha-chin glanced down, clearly not finished yet. She twisted his arm into a lock, causing him immense pain. She then applied more pressure, making Ki-suk scream, "Let me go, I surrender." But Ha-chin's voice was ice. "A punk like you doesn't get to surrender." She growled, "Fine, I'll just break your arm and we can be done with this." The pain was so intense that Ki-suk began to beg, "No, please, let me go. I think my arm's broken. It hurts so much. I give up. I was wrong. I won't do it again." But Ha-chin's face only darkened. "What were you wrong about?" Ki-suk stammered in fear. "Everything. When I messed around with the ink." Hearing that, Ha-chin twisted his arm even harder. "So, that was you? And you also bully kids weaker than you?" Ki-suk just cried out, "I know I was wrong. I'll never bully anyone again." Finally, Ha-chin released her grip. She turned to his friends with a stern warning. "Listen up, you thugs. If I ever see you bullying anyone again, I will personally cripple every single one of you. Understand?" Then she turned to Sejun, her tone instantly softening. "Come on, let's get you to the nurse's office." But he refused. "No, it's fine. I just need a minute." Runsuk watched them leave and started to panic. "What are we supposed to do now? We didn't even get all their money yet. If our senior, Sundown, finds out." Before Runsuk could finish, Ki-suk cut him off. "I know, okay? Just shut up and let me think. But still, how could that girl be so strong?" Later, as they were getting ready to go home, Ha-chin asked with concern, "Are you really okay? You're not dizzy? You don't look good at all. You look like you're about to pass out any second." Zichun's face flushed as he argued back, "It's nothing. Why'd you have to show up right when I was about to counterattack?" Ha-chin just smirked and leaned on him. "What counterattack? Do you even know what that technique is? You're a big guy, but you fight like a little kid. I told you to come train jujitsu with me, but you refused." Annoyed, Zichun turned away. "I already said no. Seriously, who's going to bully me anyway?" "You?" Seeing his attitude, Ha-chin frowned. "What's with you? Are you actually mad at me right now?" "You're the one who's mad," Zichun shot back. Ha-chin followed him, retorting, "Me? Mad? Fine. I just won't worry about you anymore then." Zichun spun around. "Who asked you to worry about me? You think I'm still that chubby little kid or something?" He then gave Ha-chin a strange, unreadable look. "All right, let's just drop it." But Ha-chin was furious now. "No, I'm not just going to let this go." Hearing that, Zichun just kept walking. He headed straight home, claiming he had something to do and couldn't walk Ha-chin to the dojo. Ha-chin was heartbroken. She just wanted to walk with him a little longer. As soon as he got home, Zichun pulled out his phone to text Ha-chin, but deleted the message. He collapsed onto his bed, totally exhausted. His mind was a mess, and he was just angry with himself. So pathetic. He tried to reason that he had nothing to be ashamed of, but the more he replayed it, the worse he felt. He pulled the covers over his head, trying to tell himself, "It'll be fine. Everything will be better tomorrow." As night fell, his bedroom door suddenly burst open. His dad walked in shouting, "Sejun." Already on edge, Sejun snapped back. "You scared me. What is it? Why are you always shouting?" his dad asked. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Zichun glanced at his phone screen and said, "I was asleep." What was so important? He looked up blankly at his dad, who was panting too hard to even speak. It's Ha-chin. Instantly, the scene shifts to Ha-chin, lying in a hospital bed, covered in bruises and breathing through an oxygen mask. Outside her room, her parents are completely broken down. Ha-chin's father looked up, his voice filled with worry. Zae-chun, you're here. Exi-chun had obviously run the entire way there. His shirt was soaked with sweat, he was out of breath, and his legs were stained with blood as he asked, "Sir, where is Ha-chin?" The father's head hung low, his voice heavy with grief, still no news. Ha-chin's mother, her hands shaking, turned to Se-chun, pleading, "Se-chun, what is going on?" Se-chun just stood there, stunned. "What happened to her?" he asked. "Is she badly hurt? Tell me." Se-chun's father finally caught up, holding out the slippers his son had forgotten. But Se-chun kept asking, "She's going to be okay, right? She just needs surgery. And she'll be fine, won't she?" His dad walked over, holding out the footwear. "Calm down, son. Put your slippers on." Se-chun's hands wouldn't stop shaking. He explained that they left school together. Since he didn't go with her to the gym today, Ha-chin had to walk alone. Just then, a man approached, cutting Se-chun off. "Excuse me for a moment," he said. "You're Ha-chin's friend, aren't you?" Startled, Se-chun turned around. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" The man pulled out his badge to introduce himself. "I'm with the Criminal Investigation Division at the police department," Se-chun replied. "Oh, okay. What's this about?" Seeing Ha-chin's devastated family, the officer spoke quietly to Se-chun. "Let's go talk over there for a moment." He began his questioning. "When and where was the last time you saw Ha-chin?" Se-chun answered. "Right after school let out." "But why is a detective here?" The officer laid out the grim truth. "This incident is being investigated as a potential group assault. We're the ones in charge of this case." Se-chun was horrified. "A group assault? Who would do that to her? Who?" The detective started taking notes. "We're looking for suspects now. Does she have issues with anyone? Anyone who might hold a grudge against her?" Se-chun's mind flashed back, remembering all the times Ha-chin stood up to bullies for her friends. He saw her, fearless, putting thugs in their place. Se-chun finally spoke up. "Actually, I think there might be. Yesterday and today, she had a run-in with some delinquents from our school." The officer continued his questions. "So Ha-chin was also a victim of school violence?" Se-chun shook his head. "No, not at all. It was the other way around. She was the one who put those thugs in their place." The officer kept writing. "I see. So there's a good chance this was a revenge attack from those same delinquents." Se-chun gave him the names. They're second-year students, Lai Kisk and Choi Junk. "But is Ha-chin's condition really that serious? How bad are her injuries if she needs surgery?" The detective looked him dead in the eyes, his voice grave. Ha-chin was discovered in an alley next to an office building. It appears she was attacked somewhere else, then dragged to that alley while she was unconscious. The wounds on her face suggest she was beaten with fists, and the right side of her face is severely injured. The worst damage is to her left knee. We need to investigate more, but we suspect the attacker used a joint lock to deliberately break her knee. Se-chun ran his hands through his hair, completely unable to process how this could have happened so suddenly. Then something clicked. He looked at the detective and said, "Was it Lai Kisk? That bastard. I think he studies judo." "Judo, you say?" "I understand," the officer replied. "I'll use this information in the investigation." Just then, Ha-chin's hospital room door opened. Seeing the doctor emerge, her parents rushed over. "Doctor, how is our daughter?" The doctor replied. "Thankfully, the surgery was a complete success." Ha-chin's mother burst into tears of relief. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much." The doctor continued. Her left cruciate ligament was torn, but with diligent physical therapy, it shouldn't affect her daily life. However, in cases like these, the mental trauma is often far worse than the physical. The family should have her undergo physical and psychological therapy at the same time for the best results. Her father could only hug his wife in silence. "A nurse will guide you through the rest." Se-chun, who had been hiding behind a wall, covered his face, trying to contain the overwhelming emotions. Night fell at the hospital as everyone gathered around Ha-chin's bed. Her face was beaten almost beyond recognition, and no one knew what to say. Se-chun just stood there, frozen, his heart aching as he stared at his friend's battered face. He clenched his jaw, fighting back tears. But then, his expression shifted, his eyes burning with a murderous rage. Days later, at the police station, a voice echoed, "How can there be any other suspects? I already told you those guys are the culprits." The detective looked up, surprised to see Se-chun. Se-chun was still shouting. "Those alibis are obviously fake. You guys investigate all day and that's all you've found? What about the security cameras?" The officer snapped back, losing his patience. Hey, kid, watch your mouth. You think your case is the only one we're working on? Another detective stepped in to calm him down. Officer Kang, take it easy. He was about to say more, but Officer Na cut him off. About the surveillance footage, the camera on the office building next to the alley where Ha Chin was found was already broken and waiting for repairs. Officer Na told Sejun, "We were planning to investigate that building further and collect data from surrounding cameras." Suddenly, Sejun's gaze darted to something, confusing Officer Na. He followed the boy's line of sight and realized he was staring at the case file for the gold office building. He immediately closed the folder. "If we find anything else, we'll contact Ha Chin's family. Stop coming here on your own." Sejun breaks the silence. The teachers said it happened off campus, so they told him he had to see the police. But the cops claimed there wasn't any proof, so the scum who did it just walks free. Officer Jung boils over, thinking this kid's pushing it, right? Officer Na, however, remains silent. Sejun turns away, disgusted, probably blaming the broken system once again. He spins back around, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Fine, I'll handle this myself," Officer Jiang shouts after him. Before Jiang can finish his sentence, Officer Na stops him without a word. "When you have time, you should find out what that kid is planning." Officer Jiang is stunned. "Huh? Why?" "Because I have a really bad feeling about him." Meanwhile, Sejun is waiting at the gold building. Night has fallen, but he waits patiently. Soon enough, Ki Seok and his girlfriend emerge, fresh off some dirty business. "Wasn't I on fire today?" she gushes. "Haha, more than on fire. You made my heart pound like crazy." Right behind them, Run Suk appears with another girl. "Ki Seok, man, you were something else today. How'd you get so good lately?" "I told you, I just believe in myself." "Haha, today was incredible. Let's hit the alley for a smoke." Then, "Huh? What's this?" "Look, it's that pig." Sejun turns to them. "I wasn't sure if my guess was right, but seeing you all here confirms everything." He advances slowly, his voice pure ice. "You filthy animals. Which one of you bastards did that to Han In?" The two guys are taken aback. "What the hell? He looks like a total psycho. Who is this guy? Do you know him?" Ki Seok sneers at Run Sok. "Whoa, I'm so scared." And the fact that he's fat makes him even more terrifying. Ki Seok smothers a laugh, closing the distance to Se-chun. "Were you waiting for me? How'd you know I'd even be here?" Se-chun shoots back, his voice thick with rage. "You're the one who should be explaining. Why are you here?" Ki Seok tries to hold it in, but fails, bursting into loud laughter. The instant he does, Se-chun lands a brutal punch, sending him flying. Ki Seok's girlfriend screams, "That crazy pig just hit him." Run Sok is equally stunned. Se-chun stalks towards him. "What are you gonna do? Don't come any closer." But before he can even finish, a hard slap sends his head spinning. His eyes go wide with terror as Se-chun charges in again. Bam! Another punch lands clean. He spits out a curse, "You pig!" But from behind, Ki Seok is already back on his feet. He's got a rock, and he's charging. Se-chun spins around, locking eyes with him mid-rush. As he closes in, Se-chun unleashes a massive punch. But to his shock, Ki Seok ducks right under it, dodging cleanly. He uses the dodge to grab Se-chun's legs in a tight lock. Se-chun stumbles, losing his balance and fighting not to fall. But Ki Seok's strength is overwhelming, and he slams Se-chun to the ground. He struggles to break free, but the moment he hits the pavement, a fist smashes into his face. Ki Seok pins him down, one hand clamped over his mouth. "Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never, ever forget. Your crippled little girlfriend can't save you now." But Se-chun continues to struggle against the hold. He thrashes, trying to escape the pin, but Ki Seok's grip is iron. Ki Seok just smirks, raising his fist high in the air. "You don't know what I'm gonna do you? If you don't..." Se-chun panics, but it's too late. Then you'll just have to take the beating. Punch after punch rains down on Se-chun's face. Ki Seok pants heavily, his knuckles already dripping with the other boy's blood. He begins to twist Se-chun's arm. "Let me help you end up crippled, just like your girlfriend." Se-chun still resists, a desperate, hopeless struggle. Coughing, Se-chun spits out, "I'll kill you." Ki Seok just laughs. "Yeah? Let's see you talk big after I snap this arm." Just then, a strange voice calls out Ki Seok's name. He looks back, annoyed, and sees a shirtless man with long white hair approaching them. Ki Seok stares blankly. "Mister, why are you shirtless? You need something." The man's reply is, ice cold, "Let him go, now." In the alley near the gold office building, his sudden appearance completely throws Ki Seok off. "What did you just say?" The man doesn't answer, simply quickening his pace towards him. Kisok's face goes pale, finally sensing the danger. The man's voice is heavy, each word like a stone. I said, "Let him go." Kisuk immediately lets go. All right, I'm letting go. But he still tries to act tough. Still. What's it to you, old man? He's the one who started it. The man completely ignores him, looking down at Sejun before ordering the others to scram. He asks gently, "You all right, kid?" Kisok's friends and the girls just stare at the scene, completely stunned by this turn of events. Kisok feels humiliated, being shown up like this in front of everyone. In a fit of rage, he shoves the man's shoulder. "I asked you, what's it to you? Stay out of this." The man slowly glances at him, his voice as cold as ice. "Are you curious about what I can do?" Kisok panics as the man settles into a stance. "Did you train somewhere or something?" The man leans down, speaking word by word. "Then let me. Open your eyes." Kisok is terrified but tries his best to look tough. "Open my eyes to what?" But unexpectedly, the man just pulls out his phone. "Hello? Police?" "Yes." In the alley near the office building, a group of drunk high schoolers are beating up another student. A panicked Kisok turns on Sejun with a threat. "You fat pig. You're dead at school tomorrow," he screams, his voice crackling over the phone. The man on the other end of the line speaks calmly. "Gentlemen, did you hear that? He's actively threatening the victim as we speak." Kisok frantically tells his friends to leave. "Come on, that old geezer called the cops. Let's get out of here." One of his lackeys is still curious, asking who the man was. Kisok just snaps in frustration. "How the hell should I know? Just hurry up. This will be a huge mess if the police actually show up." After they scramble away, Sejun barely manages to whisper a thank you. The man seemingly didn't hear him, turning back with a confused expression. Through his tears, Sejun says it again. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for helping me." Hearing that, the man offers a slight smile, slowly walking over and sitting down beside Sejun. "You pig." The completely unexpected insult leaves Sejun utterly stunned. He just stares at the man, stammering, "Why would you say that?" The man clarifies, "You're the pig, Ha-chin's best friend." Even with his swollen eyes, Sejun's widen in total disbelief. "You know Ha-chin?" "Yeah, we're training partners." The man stares straight ahead as he replies. Jae-chun keeps asking, "You do jujitsu too, but how do you even know what I look like?" The man responds, "Ha-chin showed me pictures every single day, even pictures of that fat pig of yours. You're even bigger in person though. Guess you really can't trust photos." Hearing the brutally honest words, Sejun just sits there, face burning with shame. The man's tone then changes as he asks about Ha-chin. "She's still in a coma, right?" Sejun lowers his head, his eyes filling with sadness. "Yes, that's right." Then the man adds something shocking. "It wasn't that punk from earlier." The statement makes Sejun look up in surprise. He continues, "The one who did that to Ha-chin wasn't him. It was a different group." Sejun gets agitated. "A different group? How do you know that? Do you have proof?" But the man just gives a frustratingly simple answer. "It's a hunch." "A hunch?" Sejun is completely speechless. Then, the man shoves a flyer right into his face. He looks closer and sees it's a registration form for jujitsu. "If you fight that kid 100 times, the man says, you'll lose 100 times. To beat a chess player, you have to learn how to play chess first." And with those words, something finally clicks for Sejun. The very next day, Sejun stands outside the jujitsu gym, lost in thought. His allowance isn't nearly enough, but he decides to at least check it out. It looks like there are some scary people inside, but he figures it'll probably be fine. Ha-chin did say everyone there was kind. As he's mumbling, two guys walk up behind him. "They're all nice people here, no one's scary." Sejun jumps out of his skin, quickly agreeing, "Oh, yeah, that's right." Then reality hits him, and his heart nearly pounds out of his chest. But the two strangers just laugh. "Man, you're tall. We're so jealous. And you've got a solid build too." Terrified, Sejun asks, Who are you?" They answer cheerfully, "We're members here. But you look really familiar." Before Sejun can even process that, they're already pulling him inside. "Come on, let's go in and figure it out." "To the elevator, let's go." Sejun tries to resist. "Wait, hold on, I'm not mentally prepared for this." But it's no use. They drag him right into the gym. The second they step inside, they start shouting, "Master, we're here, and we brought a new member with us. Everybody, give him a hand." Looking at the scene, Sejun already feels exhausted. A whole room of people with Ha-chin's energy? He was already feeling drained. As he scans the gym, his eyes land on a person lying motionless on the floor. Just then, another student walks over to the body. Aeon, hey, we have a new member. Wake up. I told you not to sleep on the mats during the day. Hearing the call, the shirtless man who'd helped Zi-chun groggily sits up. What's going on? Zi-chun just stares, wondering why someone would sleep in the middle of a gym. Seeing these three strange guys, he feels like he's definitely in the wrong place. When asked who he is, Aeon simply answers, that's the pig. Ha-chin's best friend, the pig. Hearing that, the other two are completely stunned, their jaws on the floor. Wait, the Ha-chin? See? I told you I'd seen him somewhere before. It's like meeting a celebrity that you've only ever seen in pictures. Zi-chun scratches his head in embarrassment. I think I should probably just come back another time. He forces a smile while slowly backing toward the exit. To be honest, I don't have enough money. But before he finishes, a voice from the doorway cuts in. How much are you short? Zi-chun looks over, completely baffled. The man at the door asks again, how much money do you need? He glances around the gym. Man, these people are unbelievably weird. For students, it's 80,000 won a month if you pay in cash. Zi-chun quickly refuses. Oh, no sir, I'm short by way more than that. I'll just come back some other time. As the man starts trying to lower the price, the student behind them suddenly interrupts with a cold voice. Zi-chun and the man who just walked in turn to look at him, confused. I've just thought of an idea that could benefit everyone. After all, he's Ha-chin's friend. So his character is pretty much guaranteed. Hearing her name, the owner's interest is piqued. You're a friend of Ha-chin's? Is Ha-chin really not awake yet? How on earth could that girl? But before he can even finish his thought, the student cuts him off with a single proposition. For free. The word makes the owner immediately whip his head around. What's he talking about? This crazy kid. But free classes are tempting. But the young man shot back. Sir, you're working deliveries day and night, even driving for hire, just to pay the rent. How long can you keep that up? The old man was confused. What did that have to do with free tuition? This lunatic. But the strategist smirked. The second I saw that guy, a whole advertising plan just clicked in my head. He walks over, patting Zi-chun's stomach. The plan is based on the one thing people today are obsessed with, but no one has marketed properly: weight loss. He explains that Zi-chun is tall, with a perfect bone structure. Once he slims down, this guy will become a top-class model, shining bright. He pitches it like this. Jiu-jitsu is a sport where anyone, young or old, can train together like family. Not only does it teach self-defense, but it's incredible for weight loss, making you stronger both physically and mentally. Hearing this wild plan, everyone else in the room was completely stunned. You'd expect nothing less from the ad team's ace player. Even the old man who'd just called him crazy had to nod along. That actually sounds pretty reasonable, the guy pressed on excitedly. So, what do you think? Isn't this the perfect plan? Don't you want to see this gym buzzing with energy again? The old man grinned and agreed. All right, let's go big just this once. The other guy was just as pumped. Oh yeah, that is a brilliant decision, sir. But seeing them plan without him, Zi-chun finally spoke up. I'm sorry, but I don't remember agreeing to any of this. Of course, the two of them just continued their intense discussion anyway. So, how long will this take? 3 months. For a rapid transformation, it has to be 3 months. The old man just laughed. Zi-chun tried to protest again. Hey, I don't plan on losing weight. But his words fell on deaf ears as they kept planning. So it was decided he'd train 3 times a day, just like a pro athlete. Aeon, you're the physical trainer, so you'll handle 1 aerobics session and 1 weight training session. As for his diet, 5 pieces of chicken breast, 5 cucumbers, and 2 liters of water a day. Chae-sung, since this was your idea, you're in charge of advertising. Aeon asked when they would start. The old man was fired up. Right now, we've got a long road ahead of us. Realizing things were not going his way, Zi-chun decided it was time to quietly make his escape. But he didn't get far before Aeon snatched him. Let's go, little piglet member, time to change. In moments like these, he truly felt like his life was over. And just like that, 3 months flew by. After a killer workout, the coach finally called it a day. Chae-sung, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor. Jae-chun, you've really improved a ton. You're so tall, it's exhausting to fight you. Another guy, wiping the sweat from his brow, chimed in. Just looking at you makes me feel like I've already lost. That's right. Isn't that day coming up soon? That 3-month weight loss project they planned. Now that he mentioned it, everyone suddenly realized. Whoa, you're right. Looking closely, you've really slimmed down a lot. Your jiu-jitsu keeps getting better, and your body looks amazing. It's perfect. Zi-chun just smiled humbly. You guys are exaggerating. I still have a long way to go. This is just the beginning. But it was true, Sejun looked completely different from 3 months ago. With a physique like this, nobody could ever call him a pig again. Over at the jujitsu gym, two of the older students were gossiping about an interesting rumor. It's insane. He went up 2 ranks in just 3 months, one of them said. I bet we're gonna lose next Thursday. The other fretted. The coach must have really pushed him hard. That's because you two are terrible. Everyone, gather up. After everyone assembled in one spot, the class finally came to a close. As Sejun was about to leave, Aeon called out to him, let's go measure your muscle strength. The other guys were horrified. Oh my god, for real? What should he do? Sejun was getting a little scared himself. He tensed up. What's wrong, are we going today? Aeon put on an exhausted face. I'm so tired. I think I'll just head to bed early. Can't you take a day off if you're tired? Aeon leaned in and whispered, in that case, we'll just add today's workout to tomorrow's schedule. Sejun's spirit was instantly revived. Procrastination is a terrible habit. Let's go now. With that, the two packed their bags and left. Before leaving, Sejun made sure to look back. Hey, Chae-sung, getting ice cream after this? You ever tried the mint choco flavor? After exchanging a few more words, Sejun followed Aeon to the park, where he was now hanging from a bar, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Let's go! Pull up together! Aeon yelled. Sejun used every ounce of his strength, cursing 1,000 times in his head. He trembled for another second before dropping to the ground with a thud. Aeon came over and asked, what's wrong, kid? Not using your strength today? Right after jujitsu, Sejun panted, still trying to catch his breath. Aeon effortlessly pulled himself up again, leaving Sejun speechless. Not all of us are monsters like you. They kept at it until sunset finally ended their training session. Sejun sat beside him, absolutely devouring a tub of ice cream. Aeon just sighed. Keep eating like that and you're going to turn into a piglet. Sejun just laughed it off. If I don't eat well, I won't have any strength. Have you even tasted this? Aeon shook his head. That has to be 1,000,000 calories. Anyway, how is that girl doing? Sejun's good mood vanished in an instant. I don't know. We haven't been in contact since then. His expression darkened as he got lost in thought. After the incident, Ha-chin had only been awake for 12 days. Her parents, completely heartbroken, never left her side at the hospital. The moment Sejun heard that Ha-chin was awake, he rushed to the hospital only to be met with a look that clearly told him to go away. He had no choice but to leave. Her eyes screamed a message he couldn't ignore. I know you want to talk, but please, stay away from me. Her uncle later explained that due to the severe trauma, she didn't want to speak to anyone. During her psychiatric counseling, she refused to see anyone at all besides her family. A few weeks later, Ha-chin and her family left the neighborhood to focus on her recovery elsewhere. After hearing this, Aeon asked, did the police say anything? Sejun's eyes went cold. They said they're investigating, but it seems like there's been no progress. Watching him stare off, Aeon had to ask, are you really going to do it? Ha-chin would surely ask him one day. Did you find the guys who did this? Was he really supposed to do nothing just to protect himself? Using martial arts to hurt someone is a disgraceful act. Sejun said nothing, as 3 words echoed in his heart. I'm sorry. Aeon stood up, ready to leave. This is all I can tell you. In the end, he was the one who had to decide how to live his life. But in reality, Sejun had already made his decision 3 months ago. The break was over, and the new school year began. On the first day, Ki-sok was already ordering Jun-sok around. It's the first day of school. Make sure you collect the money carefully. They raised the price again? Unbelievable. Jun-sok just nodded. He replied, all right, I'll focus on shaking down the kids in the bathroom. Ki-sok then asked about their old errand boy. What about Se-chun? I haven't been to school in a while. I don't even know if he'll show up. The two of them had no idea their target was walking right behind them. In the classroom, Ki-sok sat with his feet kicked up on a desk, making calls to check on the protection money collections. A classmate hurried over to him. Someone wants to see you on the roof. It's urgent. Who is it? Ki-sok asked. The girl blushed. I don't know, but he's tall, has a great body, and is super handsome, totally different from you. From the description, Ki-sok figured it had to be his senior, Down, but she wasn't so sure. I don't know if it was him, but I asked if he had a girlfriend, and he said no. Whatever. Just head up there. In the boys' bathroom, the usual bullies were cornering another group of students. Come on, guys, you gotta make this look a little more convincing. We're just trying to win your hearts here. Why won't you accept our kind offer? As Jun-sok was yelling at them, his phone suddenly rang. You're not coming? If Senior Down was there, he had to go. Jun-sok replied, it's fine. I can handle things by myself. After hanging up, He turned back to the others. All right, pay attention. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open. Go use another restroom, this one's. But before he could finish his sentence, Sejun's voice cut him off. It's been a while. Hello. He turned around, not recognizing the person at all. Who the hell are you? A transfer student? You must not know who we are. Sejun pushed past him. All you good students in the back can leave now. I'm on cleaning duty, and there's a lot of trash in here today. One of the thugs stepped forward. What nonsense are you spouting? Hey punk, you got a death wish? You think you can act all high and mighty because you're a little taller? Sejun grabbed his hair, answered softly. I do. Then without hesitation, he smashed a fist into the guy's face. The guy dropped like a sack of bricks, out cold and foaming at the mouth. The others just stared in absolute shock, unable to process what just happened. Get out of here, now, Sejun yelled. The students, frozen in fear, finally snapped out of it and scrambled out of the bathroom. As they all ran, Jun-sok tried to stop them. Hey, where do you think you're going? But before he could grab anyone, Sejun sent him flying into the wall with a vicious kick and a loud crack. His cronies, now furious, all charged forward at once. But Sejun simply dodged and buried his fist into one of their stomachs, making him scream in agony. A guy with blue hair made a desperate lunge, but his fate was no different. Sejun grabbed his collar, yanked him backwards, and slammed him onto the hard floor. But Sejun wasn't finished. The bully's eyes widened in terror as a final punch came hurtling down toward his face. Jun-sok watched in horror as this monster appeared out of nowhere. He could only stammer, "What the hell are you? What's your business with us?" Sejun didn't answer. He just lunged, slamming Jun-sok against the wall by his throat as the bully trembled, begging for his life. Sejun's voice was ice. Go and tell Ki-sok. His face turning purple, Jun-sok barely managed to choke out a single word. What? Chun replies, I'm all warmed up. Let's go again. That afternoon, Ki-sok hits the school rooftop, but it's completely empty. He mutters, what the hell? He said it was urgent. So where is everybody? Just as he's pulling out his phone, a call comes in from Runshok. A panicked voice shouts, Ki-sok, where are you right now? Ki-sok answers, a senior called me up here, but there's no one around. Wait, what'd you say? Who was it? It was Runshok on the line. His face smeared with blood, he struggles to say, that guy Chun. He's on his way to you now. Ki-sok is stunned. What happened to your voice? And who is that guy anyway? Before he can finish, the door in front of him bursts open, slamming right into his nose. Ki-sok stumbles backward and crashes to the ground, clutching his bleeding nose and cursing, what crazy bastard was that? Chun stands there, looking down calmly. Sorry, he says. Didn't know you were standing there. Ki-sok scowls. You're the one who called me to the rooftop? Chun asks with an ice-cold voice. Doing well? To be honest, I was hoping your life was miserable. He challenges back. So what? What are you going to do about it? Trying to get a kiss, you punk? With that, he gets up and marches toward Chun. But before Ki-sok can spit another word, a fist comes flying straight at his face. Ki-sok is caught by surprise, but years of fighting instinct kick in, and he manages to dodge. Chun thinks, he actually dodged that one? Though his face is already a mess, Ki-sok flashes a smug smile. You lost a little weight, learned a few new tricks, and think you can beat me? While he's still gloating, Chun lets another punch fly. Ki-sok yells in fury, hey, I was in the middle of talking. Then he charges forward to fight back. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Chun carefully observes his opponent's movements, realizing his stand-up fighting technique isn't actually that refined. Immediately, he raises an elbow and slams it down hard on Ki-sok's head. But even with the advantage, Chun stays on his guard. He realizes Ki-sok just has good reflexes, not any real skill. Now, completely enraged, Ki-sok screams and dives for Chun's leg, a move Chun saw coming a mile away. Waiting for the perfect opening, Chun raises his knee and smashes it right into his head. The powerful strike sends Ki-sok flying several feet away, the impact of his fall shaking the entire rooftop. After ending the fight, Chun adjusts his tie and says sarcastically, not bad, you took a lot of punishment, but your two front teeth are gone now. Ki-sok grinds his teeth in fury. You bastard. If you've got the guts, come at me. Chun silently looks down at the injured man on the ground, who's still trying to act tough. His mind flashes back to his grueling training days, to the memory of Aeon locking him in a chokehold, forcing him to submit as he fought to escape. After breaking free, a panting Chun coughed and asked, is this really going to help me? Shouldn't I be learning arm bars or submission techniques? Aeon explained that these are all techniques designed to get him into an advantageous position to break through an opponent's defense. Everything he had practiced until now was just the absolute basics of the defensive system. He needed to understand this system inside and out, so that from any position, he could read more moves and apply more techniques. Only then could he decide the perfect moment to execute a devastating submission hold on his opponent. Aeon rolls over once and says, "Again, let's keep training." But would a situation like this ever happen in a real fight? Wouldn't we just counterattack first? Aeon lies back down and replies, "Of course we have to practice how to counter. But in reality, when an opponent is still fresh, it's hard to read their movements perfectly." Chun asks eagerly, "So what do I do?" Aeon explains, "You need a strategy that works not just for jujutsu, but for mixed martial arts. An opponent can use their weight advantage to push you back with a strike. And if they know you've studied jujutsu, they'll try to drag you to the ground. When they try to stop you, use your knee as a warning. Your opponent will have no choice but to block and counterattack. This defensive system is the very essence of jujutsu. The defensive guard position is basically a trap for anyone who hasn't studied jujutsu. That's why he had to hide it." Chun nods, finally getting it. "Right. So after I get the opponent on the ground, I just execute the defensive system we've practiced, correct?" But Aeon shakes his head. "You're missing one critical part." Chun asks in surprise, "What part is that?" Aeon answers calmly, "The thigh." Recalling these words, Chun's eyes now lock onto Kisok's thigh. He closes the distance and, remembering Aeon's lesson, drives a brutal kick right into Kisok's thigh. Kisok screams in agony as the kick connects. Chun doesn't stop, instantly moving in and grabbing his opponent's heel. Kisok watches this next move in a complete panic. Chun kicks his leg to the side, targets the thigh again, and lands another vicious kick, making him scream. He pins one leg against Kisok's chest and gets a firm grip on his waist. Kisok groans. "Where the hell did you learn jujutsu?" Chun looks down thoughtfully at the man on the ground. He realizes that compared to Aeon, this guy has way too many openings. Kisok's voice cuts through his thoughts. "Ha-chin? That wannabe who learned a little jujitsu?" Hearing his friend's name, Sejun flinched. "What was that?" "Say it again." Kisok taunted from the cold ground, his voice dripping with malice. He tried to act tough at first, but after a few hits, he was whimpering like a lost dog. Hearing the details of the beatdown, Sejun's rage finally snapped. He drew back his fist, but Kisok kept talking. "Oh, right. You didn't answer his call that day, did you? I told him if he got you here, I'd stop. But you didn't pick up. So irresponsible." Those words hit Sejun like a ton of bricks. He remembered Ha-chin's cold face, acting like he didn't even want to see him. While Sejun was lost in that memory, completely off guard, Kisok launched him into the air, throwing him off balance. Kisok followed up with a brutal kick to his thigh, then slammed him to the ground. Sejun cried out, realizing he'd been careless and had to get on defense. Kisok leaped into the air, aiming to stomp on Sejun's chest, but he paused when he saw his defensive stance. Still, he pushed forward with the attack, cursing the whole way. "You think you can block this? You worthless punk." He rained down blow after blow on Sejun. "Let's see you block this one. Why make things so difficult?" Kisok screamed. "Why not just take your beating and live quietly? Unless you want to be a cripple." But mid-scream, a powerful kick smashed right into his face. Kisok howled in pain, still spewing curses as he looked at Sejun's strange posture. "Is that the spider's web guard?" He tried to figure out a counter, but Sejun's strength was overwhelming. He couldn't escape. Sejun's voice was ice. "Live quietly, you say? Everything you say makes me sick. You're a disgusting piece of trash." Kisok struggled. "Shut up and let me go." But Sejun held firm, his voice a low warning. "It's not just you. Everyone who did this to Ha-chin. I'm coming for all of you." Sejun landed a hard kick that sent Kisok stumbling before quickly pinning him to the ground. Every nerve in Kisok's body screamed to counter, but he couldn't even move the leg that had been kicked. Sejun straddled him, his eyes cold. Kisok started to panic. "Wait, stop for a second. Something's wrong with where you hit me." But Sejun wasn't giving him a break. A terrifying punch landed square on Kisok's face. Sejun growled. "Ha-chin was weak. He didn't deserve what you did. I'll make scum like you pay it all back 100 times over." Down on the quiet campus, no one had any idea a life-or-death battle was happening on the roof. Sejun kept swinging, blow after relentless blow, until his own hands were stained red. Kisok had reached his breaking point. He shielded his face, begging, "Please, I think there's something wrong with my left eye." But Sejun didn't stop. He snarled, "Talk. Who else was there?" Kisok still tried to deny it. "What are you talking about? How would I know something like that?" Kisok whimpered. "Let me go. I told you I don't know anything." Sejun was unmoved, his eyes filled with pure killing intent. He applied a joint lock, pinning Kisok down hard. Kisok screamed in agony. "You're going to break my arm, you bastard." Sejun's reply was cold. "You seem a little slow, so I'll make this simple. You have two choices. 1. You name everyone involved, and I let you walk. Or 2. I permanently dislocate your shoulder. I'll give you 3 seconds. No answer means you've picked option 2. Kisok yelled in a panic. "Are you made of money or something? Can you even handle the consequences?" Sejun scoffed. "Did any of you think about the consequences when you did that to Ha-chin?" Kisok realized with sheer terror that Sejun wasn't bluffing. The countdown started, and his grip tightened. Kisok finally broke, naming Sun Do-hun. Sejun was suspicious. "Who's Sun Do-hun?" Kisok explained he's a third-year senior who was with them. He pleaded. "Let go of my arm. It hurts so much." Sejun asked again. "Was Sun Do-hun the ringleader?" Kisok nodded. "Yes, I told you, so let me go." But Sejun just gave a cold smile. "There's more, isn't there?" He tightened his grip again. Kisok cried out in pain. "I get it. I'll talk. There were a few guys from other schools there too. We called him out to a big inter-school meetup. I'm just a nobody. The senior probably knows more." Just then, the rooftop door flew open, and an angry teacher stormed out yelling, "What are you kids doing up here? Have you lost your minds?" He pointed right at Sejun. "Hey you, are you crazy? Let him go now." Seeing his chance, Kisok sneered. "What are you going to do now? You're done for. Anyone can see I'm the victim here. You think you won? You lost. Your life is over." But to everyone's shock, Sejun didn't just let go. He drove his foot into him one last time. He looked down at Kisok, declaring they'd only see whose life was truly over at the very end. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a man was losing his mind. "You call that a student? He's a common thug." The principal was sweating buckets, trying his best to calm the man down. "Sir, please, just calm down for a moment. The disciplinary committee will look into this." But the man had zero patience, cutting the principal short. "Look, I don't care about a committee. Expel that kid, right now." Standing in the corner, Chun's mind was somewhere else on that run-in with students from another school. They were a whole gang. He realized he needed to recover before he could investigate Sun Doon-gun. Just then, the enraged father pointed a finger in his face. Criminal thugs like this need to be removed from society before they hurt anyone else. At that moment, his wife rushed in. "Honey, how is our boy?" she asked, before storming right past him, not even waiting for an answer. Her husband scoffed, completely annoyed. "Hey, why are you ignoring me when I'm in the middle of talking?" She marched right up to Chun, her hand raised to strike him as she screamed, "You piece of trash, how dare you!" But just as the slap was about to connect, his martial arts training kicked in. Chun blocked her arm instantly. The move sent her stumbling backwards, losing her balance completely. The principal and her husband could only stare in shock. Her arm, still trembling from the block, throbbed with pain. She screeched, "What was that, you little punk? Do you know who I am?" Chun simply replied, "Aren't you Lai Qi's parent?" Just then, as if on cue, Chun's own father arrived. He rushed to his son's side, asking, "Are you all right? Are any bones broken? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, Dad. Just a few scrapes," Chun said quietly. But his father was frantic. "If you were hurt, I'd lose my mind." "I was terrified." Lai Qi's father sneered from the side. What kind of man looks so sloppy and unkempt? With a father like that, it's no surprise the son's a delinquent, right, principal? His wife then turned her glare on Chun's dad. "Hey, you! Are you trying to act tough with us right now? My son is in the emergency room because of your kid." Hearing this, Chun's father turned back to her and said politely, "Oh, my apologies. I was in such a rush I forgot to ask." But Lai Qi's mother was having none of it. "Save it. We're not negotiating. Just prepare for your son to be expelled." Chun's father looked shocked. "What are you talking about? Principal, what is this?" The principal, sweating bullets, explained, "The difference in the severity of their injuries is just too great, and since Chun was identified as the sole aggressor, a disciplinary hearing will be held. But honestly, I wouldn't get your hopes up." Chun's father bowed his head sincerely. "I am truly sorry that your son was hurt so badly. Please, accept my apology. However," he continued, "before we discuss punishment or settlements, can we at least hear the full story of how this fight started?" Before he could finish, the woman jabbed a finger at him, her voice filled with rage. "A settlement? Don't make me laugh. That worthless brat should be thrown in jail immediately." She was getting more and more worked up. "How dare a low-life punk like him lay a hand on my son?" At that word punk, Chun's father finally snapped. He lifted his head, his eyes burning with anger. Stop throwing words like that around. Have some decency. My patience is wearing thin. Seeing his wife rendered speechless, her husband finally stepped forward to intervene. Hey, what's with the attitude? You could get on your knees and beg and it still wouldn't change anything, so don't you dare raise your voice. You look like a jobless bum. Do you even know who I am? Hearing his father insulted, Sejun couldn't stay still any longer. He took a step forward, but his father stopped him. The man kept yelling, "Do you have any idea how close I am with this principal? We don't need a committee for that punk. Just take my word for it and expel him on the spot." The principal stood by, muttering to himself. Seriously, what is this guy even thinking? Why would he say all that out loud? Zichun's father asked, surprised. So you're trying to use your connections? Then he pulled out his phone and made a call. The other parents were furious. Hey, we are talking to you, acting just like some uneducated lout. Then a voice came through the phone. Author Lim, is something wrong? You never call me first. The principal's face went pale with absolute terror. Zichun's father spoke into the phone. Yes, are you well? I've been quite busy preparing for the upcoming exhibition. It's nothing serious. I just needed to ask a small favor. Mr. Chairman. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One moment. He then held the phone out to the principal. The chairman wants to speak with you. The other father, still completely oblivious to what was happening, kept going. He shouted, So an uneducated nobody like you is trying to pull strings, is that it? But when he glanced at the principal, he saw the man's face was ghost white, trembling as he held the phone. The room fell silent. On the ride home, Zichun apologized from the back seat. I'm sorry, Dad. You had to do that because of me, and I know you can't stand that chairman. His father waved it off. He only asked one thing. Is the training you've been doing lately related to any of this? And about Ha-Chi? Seeing him hesitate, his father continued. It's okay. You can tell me when you're ready. Then he turned back with a smile. But remember, son, violence is never the right answer. Do you understand? Zichun lowered his head. Yes, I know. But why aren't you mad at me? His father paused to think. Because I trust that you had a good reason for your actions. Besides, I promised your mother I'd never scold you without a cause. The next day, when Zichun entered the gym, everyone gasped at the bruises on his face. They were completely stunned. Where have you been these past few days? Who did this to you? Zichun lied. I fell off my dad's motorcycle. My apologies. A few guys in the group started whispering. We were supposed to take before and after photos for the flyer. Guess that's postponed now. Well, he can just run a few more night deliveries to make up for it. Are you hurt anywhere else? Look at you, you've lost your handsome face. Another member stepped forward to check on him. Are you okay? Is your father injured? Zichun forced a smile. Luckily, my dad only has a few bruises. Sorry for making everyone worry. Finally, the instructor standing nearby spoke up. Zichun, I'm not sure if I've told you this yet. Zichun looked up, completely baffled. What was he talking about? The teacher looked at him, his voice serious. Anyone who uses our martial arts outside of this gym is a failure for life. The only exceptions are for self-defense or to protect someone else. Yes, I understand. The others around them were impressed by the teacher's firm stance. So cool, he's so charismatic. The teacher looked back at them and asked, You think that's cool, huh? They all gave him a thumbs up. Even as a failure, you'd still be the best. Then they started imitating his pose. Or to protect someone else. The teacher shook his head, unable to suppress a laugh. All right, that's enough. Now, let's learn the next technique. Everyone grab a drink, then it's 6 rounds, 5 minutes each. He walked over to check on Zichun. Are you all right? Need to take a break? Zichun shook his head. I'm fine, sir. I'm not hurt that badly. The teacher nodded. Okay, then I'll go a little easy on you. Better to be safe. Zichun smiled. Sir, there's no need to go easy. Just fight me like you always do. The teacher agreed. All right, as you wish. With that, he lunged straight at Zichun, controlling both his hands and twisting his wrist backward. He then applied a chokehold to cut off oxygen to the brain, followed by an armbar, using his hips as leverage to bend the arm. Zichun struggled with everything he had. Feeling the raw power in his student's fist, the teacher was genuinely surprised. You're strong. Maybe strength really is the only truth. But then, Zichun's thumb went up. He tapped out. Just as he submitted, the round ended. Exhausted, Zichun lay on the floor and asked, How come I'm the only one this tired? His partner laughed. My motor skills aren't great, you'll probably catch up to me soon. That's when Zichun realized something. Hey, why isn't Aeon here today? Meanwhile, Aeon was busy handing out flyers, working hard to advertise for the gym. Sejun continued. I've been wondering for a while. Why are there only 3 students? You advertise a lot. This place is great, the teacher's good, and the atmosphere is friendly. His friend thought for a moment before replying. Actually, when I first came here, there were a lot of students. He turned and smiled at Sejun. I'm not sure what happened. The numbers just dropped. Oh. And how's Hain doing these days? Have you contacted her yet? Sejun lowered his head. No. I don't dare to contact her. I don't feel like I have the right. His friend looked at him knowingly. So, he's still blaming himself for what happened that day. He continued. I don't know if I should be telling you this. Do you know when Hain used to talk about you? It was from the moment she entered the gym, while changing, during breaks, after class, right up until she left and said goodbye. If there's one single person Hain is waiting for, that person is definitely you. Hearing these words, Sejun looked up, his eyes filled with thought. His friend continued. Don't you see? Hain is probably waiting for you to reach out to her first. Meanwhile, in a deserted, abandoned building, Ki-sok was on his knees before a man sitting in a chair, looking very displeased. So, you didn't collect enough money? Ki-sok tried to explain. It's because I couldn't go to school for a few days. Some troublemaker just showed up. He continued. You remember that girl, Hain, from before? The one who's good at fighting. This guy is her boyfriend. He trained, lost weight, and came back. He said he's going to get revenge on us. The other man stood up and walked forward. Is that so? Is that what you're saying? But how many training sessions have you attended this month? As he spoke, he started taking off his jacket. Ki-sok sensed something was wrong and asked, Wait, why are you suddenly taking off your jacket? The man smirked. You take yours off too. It's been a while since we trained together. Let's see what your skills are like. A moment later, Ki-sok was on the floor, bleeding from the mouth. Ki-sok covered his bloody mouth, but the senior kept advancing. He pleaded, I lose, senior. Can you please just stop now? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? This doesn't end until one of us is finished for good. He then threw a devastating punch into Ki-sok's side, making his eyes bulge as he cried out in pain. The senior glared down at him. Your technique has gotten sloppy. He brought a fist down from above, slamming Ki-sok's face into the ground where he lay unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Taking off his gloves, the senior called out, Hey, Jun-sok. A startled Jun-sok immediately answered him. Yes, senior. Did you call for me? He slowly wiped his gloves, his voice laced with menace. Be smart and bring me the money tomorrow. Or, you can drag that coffin Ki-sok was talking about over here. Got it? Jun-sok nodded, his voice trembling. Yes, sir, I understand. He slung his jacket over his shoulder, turning to leave, but added one last thing. If you can't do either, you and I are going to have a little sparring session. Sweat dripped down Jun-sok's face as he muttered, I'm a dead man. It's really over for me this time. At the hospital, a figure stood in front of the gate. It was Sejun. He suddenly noticed Ha-jin walking on crutches with her mother. Ha-jin's mother asked worriedly, Are you sure you're okay? Maybe I should wait here. She was surprised to see Sejun and quickly greeted him. Sejun, is that you? Sejun scratched his head shyly and bowed. Yes, hello ma'am, it's been a while. Ha-jin's mother waved her hand with a gentle smile. Oh my, if I hadn't seen the photos your father sent, I might not have recognized you. You're so early. Have you eaten yet? Ha-jin glanced over at Sejun. He quickly replied, Yes, I just had some chicken breast. It really has been a long time. Ha-jin walked past Sejun quietly saying, If you want coffee, follow me. Both Sejun and her mother were stunned by her attitude. Wow, just speechless. Sejun was confused. What's wrong? Ha-jin's mother just smiled. She spent all morning getting ready when she heard you were coming, trying to act all natural, just like the leading actress in a movie, trying to look elegant even while she's sick. Ah, that's our Ha-jin for you. The scene changes to a coffee shop, where Sejun asks, How have you been? Physical therapy must be tough, right? Ha-jin crossed her arms indifferently. It's not so bad, she frowned. But what's with the weather? And on top of that, you getting lost on your own. Sejun broke into a sweat. Sorry. I'm really sorry for not contacting you for so long. I had a lot to deal with, and I've been learning jujitsu at the dojo you used to go to. Ha-jin remained cool. Yeah, I know. All the guys there miss you. She turned her head away, whispering, Of course they do. Their one and only vitamins stopped showing up. Sejun asked another question. Are you still going to school? Ha-jin replied, No. It's a shame about my amazing grades. But I don't want to be held back, so I'm just going to graduate. Sejun smirked. What's so amazing about your grades? Jin got angry and pointed right at him. I know. I can agree with the first part of what you just said, but I can't agree with that pig part. Suddenly, Jin's face turned red, and she looked away shyly. Yeah, whatever. Sejun was lost in thought, relieved that she seemed to be doing better than he had imagined. According to the police officer, Jin barely remembered anything from that day. The intense shock had caused partial memory loss, but there was a chance it would gradually return. Sejun wondered if she had managed to remember anything yet. His thoughts were cut short when Jin turned to him and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He hesitated, unsure if he should ask her about what happened. Before he could speak, a loud bang made them both jump. What was that? Who slammed the door so hard? It turned out a guy had just slammed the bathroom door by accident. Sorry, my hand slipped. It's all right. Sejun turned back to look at Jin. That made you jump too, huh? He grew concerned when he saw her expression. Jin was trembling, clutching her head and hunched over the table. Jin, what's wrong? She could only mumble a few words as Sejun rushed to her side. It's okay. It was just the sound of a door. He held the trembling Jin. It's okay. But before he could finish, Jin suddenly screamed, "Don't touch me!" Startled, he pulled his hand back. I'm sorry. She continued to tremble, holding her head and calling for her mom. Sejun replied, I know. He realized that while Jin had seemed fine to him, that was just what he wanted to believe. Back at school, Jun-seok was frantically looking for someone. He angrily yelled at another student, "Are you messing with me? I told you to give me the money, or you're dead." He scowled. I've let you off easy too many times. Don't make me go through your pockets. As he was talking, a tall figure appeared behind him. It was Sejun. He called out, Hey, you know Sun-hun, the third year, right? The kid's face went pale as he turned around. Yeah, of course I know him. Sejun leaned in close to his face. Take me to him, right now. In a classroom, Do-hun was busy writing something when another student approached him. We're planning to hang out with some girls today, and with you, we'll have a perfect set. You in? Do-hun refused. No, I have to train after school. The entrance exams are coming up soon, and your grades are terrible. What's the point of trying now? Do-hun kept his focus on his work. It's better than not studying at all. While they were talking, the classroom door was kicked open. Everyone froze, staring as Runsok was kicked to the ground. The kid who brought him quickly spoke up. Senior, I've brought him. But before he could even finish, Zi-chun strode into the room. Hello, seniors. Is a piece of trash named Sun Do-hun here? The upperclassmen were stunned by his audacity. What did you just say? Aren't you just a sophomore? Do-hun slowly looked up, his eyes locking onto Zi-chun, who walked right up to him. It's you, isn't it? Sun Gi-hun, standing beside him, exploded. You disrespectful punk. You think you can just ignore your seniors? Do-hun finally spoke up. All right, that's enough. But the other guy wouldn't let it go, insisting, we can't just let a kid like this run his mouth. He finished his rant and turned to Zi-chun. You're the one who beat Kisok, right? So tell me, why did you come looking for me? Zi-chun spoke slowly and clearly. Tell me everything that happened to Ha-chin that day. Do-hun looked genuinely confused. Ha-chin? Who's that? You need to start making sense. In response, Zi-chun simply raised his phone. Don't even think about playing dumb. I have a recording of Kisok saying your name. What was that meeting about? At this, Do-hun's expression soured. So what? You're going to the cops? You really think that little recording is proof? He didn't seem to care about the other details. All that matters is your name being mentioned at a police station. Your situation would get very complicated, very fast. Zi-chun continued. But I really don't like getting the police involved in my business. You want to know why? He stared daggers at Do-hun. Because I'm going to find every last one of you and tear you apart with my own two hands. Hearing this, Do-hun's shocked face slowly morphed into a huge grin, then a loud laugh. Ha ha, listen to this guy. You know what? I'm starting to like you. All right, fine. I'll tell you everything I know, I swear. But nothing in this world comes for free. You know it's true. Because you've been getting in the way, the second year's business has gone to hell. Therefore, the job Kisok was in charge of, I'm going to need you to finish it for him. I don't care how you do it. Just collect all the money and bring it to me. Then, I'll give you the answer that you want. There was no way Zi-chun would do something like that. He leaned in close. You're insane. You really think I'd do dirty work only thugs like you are capable of? But Do-hun remained completely calm. If you don't like the offer, then just try to fight me like you threatened. That is, if you're confident enough. As he finished the sentence, he suddenly launched a kick. Zi-chun was too stunned to react, but the blow stopped just an inch from his face, barely grazing his cheek. Du-hun laid out the challenge. If you win a fight against me, I'll tell you everything. How about it? He saw the fury in Sejun's eyes. Judging by that look, you've already chosen the second option. He then stood up straight. But what can we do? Now's not exactly the right time for this. And right on cue, a teacher walked into the room. Du-hun casually slung an arm around Sejun, leading him out. Anyway, I'm busy. Give me your answer tomorrow. You understand, my dear junior? On the way home after school, one of Du-hun's buddies put an arm around him. Hey Du-hun, are you really not coming with us? There's a girl who said she wants to meet you. Du-hun, however, refused flatly. I already told you I'm not going. But his friend just wouldn't give up. It's just one day. Besides, you should buy some new clothes. What do you even spend all your money on anyway? Du-hun shot back. Clothes? All I do every day is train. What do I possibly need new clothes for? Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a text from his mother, telling him to sleep at a friend's house because the debt collectors were back. Du-hun stared down at the message, while his friend continued to ramble on. This guy is seriously obsessed with training. But at that moment, Du-hun's expression completely changed. I'm sorry, he said, his voice now cold. But it looks like you guys will have to cancel today's meeting. Meanwhile, Sejun was also on his way home, replaying the confrontation with Du-hun in his mind. He knew that guy was no ordinary punk. His punch had been so fast that Sejun only registered it an instant before it would have made contact. A speed like that. He couldn't even sense the wind-up or feel the pressure from the attack. He wondered to himself, does this guy practice boxing? He'd always trusted his eyes, but that speed was on another level. He figured he'd be knocked out cold before he could even use a technique. Sejun wondered, if he asked Mr. An for help, would he agree to train him? As his mind raced, his phone began to ring. It was the dojo. He answered the call, but his path was suddenly blocked by a group of thugs. Hey, you little punk. We were waiting for you. We thought you'd taken another route. Sejun stared intently at the men in front of him and calmly asked, and who are you supposed to be? His question only made them angrier. You don't remember me? Sejun simply asked, what business do you have with me? Just then, Du-hun appeared from behind them. That would be my business. Sejun flinched, immediately taking a step back. Seeing this, Du-hun smirked. Don't look so scared. I don't do sneak attacks. This is nothing big. I just need to hear your answer a little earlier than we planned. If you want to fight, we can settle it right here. I'll finish you today, and you can get started on collecting that money for me tomorrow. Du-hun's calm demeanor left Second completely baffled. What was this? How could he say those words with such a straight face? He finally shot back. Are you afraid people won't know you're a thug? Why are you going back on your word so fast? Second just smirked. The outcome was already set in stone, so it didn't really matter when they had this conversation. Don't tell me you're planning a 3-on-1 ambush. But Du-hun simply sat down and started rummaging through his bag, saying, Nah, don't worry, just wait a second. What are you doing now? Du-hun slipped on a pair of gloves and said with total confidence, This? Don't worry about it, just fight like you normally would. He added, I'm just afraid if I use my bare hands on you, you might actually die. With that, he immediately snapped into a fighting stance. Down the alley, Soon heard those words and was utterly bewildered. Do people like this really exist in the world? Du-hun then asked. So, are you ready? If you are, let's start. The instant he finished speaking, he charged forward with incredible speed, almost a blur to the naked eye, and threw a straight punch right at Sejun. Sejun grit his teeth in pure shock, unable to comprehend how someone with Du-hun's build could move that fast. Before he could even adjust to that speed, Du-hun spun around and slammed a punch into his side, making Sejun's face pale from the sheer pain. With no time to counter or even think about defending, Sejun saw an elbow flying straight for his face. Luckily, his quick reflexes allowed him to dodge the attack. Du-hun looked slightly surprised, not expecting Sejun to be able to block his strike. Sejun successfully dodging the blow only seemed to fuel Du-hun's aggression even more. He launched a relentless flurry of attacks, giving his opponent no room to fight back. Seeing his chance, Du-hun decided to end the fight with one heavy punch. He focused intently on Sejun's every move, patiently waiting for the perfect opening. Just as Sejun attempted a counterattack, Du-hun quickly threw a punch straight into his face, leaving him dazed and nearly unconscious. Du-hun looked down, thinking he'd already won, but then decided against it. This wasn't the way to end it. Sejun staggered forward, almost completely out of strength. He fell against Du-hun and whispered in his ear, "You're really fast." Then, suddenly, Sejun locked him in a tight embrace. Du-hun was stunned. "Why are you hugging me? What is this?" Seiken was thinking fast. Du-hun was a pro striker, and he was wearing gloves. If he attacked now, he might gain an advantage, but he never expected Du-hun to slam a shoulder hard into his side, stunning him. Du-hun spoke coldly. Lately, a lot of kids think that jujitsu or wrestling are the strongest martial arts for a real fight. Do you know why? He repeatedly slammed his shoulder into Sechun's head, forcing him to crumble to the ground. Looking down at him, Du-hun explained, "It's because they've never been properly beaten up by someone who can actually fight." By now, Seiken had no strength left to resist, blood filling his mouth. Du-hun continued, "It's simple. The stronger one wins. I won't bother you again," he said. "So you stay out of our business. And about what happened with Ha-chin, I feel bad. I heard he'll be fine with some rehab, so just consider it his bad luck. Like stepping in crap." Sechun growled, his eyes blazing with fury. "Don't you dare speak Ha-chin's name with that filthy mouth of yours. If this was enough to make me give up, I never would have started in the first place." As he spoke, he lunged forward, slamming his head into Du-hun. The powerful headbutt sent Du-hun stumbling back a few steps, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "After taking that beating, you still have this much power left? Is this your last resort?" Du-hun instantly dropped his center of gravity, planting his back foot to counter. Seeing that move, Seiken couldn't help but panic. Du-hun gripped his shoulder tightly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Being stubborn like this won't solve anything. The strong eat the weak. If you don't get it, then just memorize it. Even if the world changes and pretends to be better, that basic nature never will. The fact you couldn't get a single piece of information from me is the clearest proof. Now, take a few days off." With all his strength, Du-hun threw the final blow. But right at that moment, something unexpected happened that left even his friends completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Du-hun was confused when Aeson suddenly appeared, taking the hit meant for Seiken. The powerful punch contorted Aeson's face. The two students on the side laughed out loud. "What are you doing? Why's your face all red?" After taking the full force of the blow, Aeson simply remarked, "That kid's punch is fast." Du-hun stood there, stunned. "How is this possible? My hit was clean. How is he still perfectly fine?" Du-hun's buddies immediately rushed in. "Who are you people? Why are you interfering in our business? Don't you know how scary kids can be these days?" Asan gave the goon holding his shoulder a death glare, making his heart skip a beat. "Oh crap, someone is about to die." The goon quickly let go. "Hey, I didn't do anything to you. Hey everyone, come look. These little punks are beating up an adult." Passersby began to gather and whisper among themselves. Aeson approached Du-hun, who stared him down and asked, "What the hell are you?" "Human," Aeson replied calmly. "Then why did my punch do nothing to you?" Asan glanced at him, his voice full of contempt. "Because it was no different from a punch from my 7-year-old nephew." Du-hun realized people were recording the fight. To avoid any more trouble, he decided to leave, promising to meet his opponent again soon. But Aeon called him back. Du-hun wondered what was up. Another round? Before he could finish his thought, 2 police officers appeared. Aeon announced from behind that it wasn't about another fight, someone was here to pick him up. Soon, the whole group was at the station. After hearing the report, the police officer asked again, "So you weren't fighting, just sparring with each other?" Their expressions told the officer everything he needed to know. Du-hun quickly tried to defend himself. "You saw me wearing gloves earlier." "I've heard the aggressor's statement," the cop said, "but the victim's testimony is far more important. I'll hear what he has to say, then decide whether to contact your school." Hearing those words, Du-hun started to panic. This was huge trouble. If this case went on record, it wouldn't just be about the money, it would seriously mess with his chances to compete. No, it couldn't be that bad. That kid wouldn't want to get involved with the police either. Besides, he needed something from him, so he definitely wouldn't talk. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Sejun's voice cut through the air. "That's not it at all, sir. I'm the victim of a one-sided assault." Hearing this, everyone in the room whipped their heads around to look at him. The whole affair ended quickly, with Du-hun getting suspended from school. Afterwards, Aeon walked Sejun home, stopping at a convenience store along the way. Aeon turned to him and asked, "Are you going to keep pursuing that case? That guy from earlier, he's connected to Hain's situation, isn't he? You went digging into the past, and that's why this fight happened, right?" Hitting a nerve, Sejun stammered, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Aeon's temper flared. "Why do you always get into a fight every time you track down one of those guys? Looking at him, I can tell he's not some kid who's only trained for a few months. Even with your natural talent, that guy is a pro. Are you really trying to take on someone like that by yourself? Based on just 2 or 3 months of learning jujitsu? I really hope you stop this before you get beaten even worse than you already are. Besides, I heard that detective is still investigating. If you just wait patiently, you'll definitely hear something. But Sejun cut him off. That wasn't the point. This has nothing to do with the investigation. Hain is still suffering. I'm going to protect Hain my own way. I will find every single clue and make them pay for everything they did, so they can't just walk around laughing anymore. Aeon glanced at him and sighed. We got no training done today, and you just ate instant noodles. Get up, let's go for a 20-kilometer run. At those words, Sejun choked, spitting out a mouthful of noodles. He cried out, right now? But I was eating a meal. Meanwhile, at Do-hun's house, he stared intently at a new notification on his phone. The message stated he had been disqualified from the upcoming competition for failing to pay the fees, and the police had officially taken up his case. Suddenly, a tattooed man smacked the phone right out of his hand, yelling, You little punk! An adult is talking and you're just staring at your phone? Do-hun glared back at him, but that defiant look only made the man even angrier. There you go again, you little brat. I told you once before, don't you dare glare at me like that. Wipe that look off your face. But Do-hun was stubborn. He wasn't about to back down. The man just laughed. This kid is just as hard-headed as we are. He then sat down and said, Listen, Do-hun, just work for us. You can learn the trade and pay off your debt. Isn't that better? Why choose the hard way? If you join me, you'll get employee benefits, and I'll even stop charging you interest. You should think about your own situation. Your father died and left his family behind. Your life is already at rock bottom. What else do you have to lose? Just use your strengths to get by. What you do, shaking down students, isn't that different from what we do here. Besides, what I do is actually legal. This time, you didn't get a single cent, and your mom got fired. So what are you going to do now? Work with me? Or maybe you want me to find a good job for your mother? After he finished, Do-hun grit his teeth and replied, Next month, I'll pay this month's debt too. The man was skeptical. You'll pay for 2 months at once? What if you can't? Do-hun finally gave in. Then I'll do as you ask. The man was satisfied. Okay, deal. A little later, Do-hun gathered his crew on a street corner. Ki-sok timidly said, I'm sorry, Hyung. It was my fault for doing useless things. But before he could finish, Do-hun shouted, Shut up. If you want to join next month's competition, you better start collecting money properly this time. As for that Sejun kid, I'll deal with him when he gets back to school. But before that, I'm going to take care of that tall, long-haired guy who trains at the same dojo as him. Meanwhile, back at the dojo, Aeon was dressed up, surprising everyone. It's the first time I've seen Aeon wear a shirt. What's going on? You have an important date or something? He's definitely meeting a girl, right? Everyone swarmed him with questions. Aeon, exasperated, finally explained, Yeah, I'm meeting an old colleague. I'll probably be back late. You guys start warming up, the master will be here soon. Hearing Aeon would be late, everyone was thrilled. If you don't come back at all, we'll understand. Aeon then left for his appointment, getting a call from the person he was meeting, urging him to hurry up. While on the phone, a sweaty man suddenly ran up to him, trembling, and said, Sir, please help me. My friend's being assaulted in that alley. Please help. Seeing the dire situation, Aeon couldn't just ignore it. Lead the way, he said. The guy's sinister plan was now in motion. Here, go into this alley and turn left. He's down there. At the very end, he said, pointing toward a dark corner. The moment Aeon saw the thugs waiting, he understood the whole setup. Do-hun was sitting there, a smug grin on his face. Hey there, told you we'd meet again, didn't I? Thanks to you calling the police. I'm completely cornered. This time, I've got no choice but to play dirty. One of the goons crept up from behind, raising a bat, ready to land a cheap shot on Aeon. Just then, a woman appeared and blocked the bat with her bare hand, leaving everyone stunned. Even Aeon didn't have time to react. With a cigarette dangling from her lips, the woman looked impossibly cool. Hey, you can't have all this fun by yourself, she said. The thug tried to wrench his bat free but couldn't. He scowled. What are you doing, old lady? Let go. Old lady had nothing to do with this. That phrase lit a fuse in her. I'll give you one chance, she said. Call me Big Sis. The punk just sneered back. What's with this old hag? The words barely left his mouth before a fist slammed into his jaw, silencing him completely. The woman now held the bat, her voice dripping with contempt. What a disrespectful little brat. Didn't they teach you in school what happens when you smash this into the back of someone's head? The guy, crying from the pain, stammered, Who are you? Are you a teacher or something? He grumbled, then swore under his breath. She cracked the bat against his side. How's that? She asked with a grin. Sounds good, right? Your big sis here is a natural with these things. As she spoke, she hit him again, making him scream out loud, "My knee." At that, the woman slowly lowered her glasses, her voice filled with authority. "Do you have any idea who I am? Until just last year, I was a big shot running a crew of delinquents just like you guys, you little punks." She then raised the bat, pointing at each of them one by one. Seeing this, Duhan's goons were sweating bullets. She stood there confidently. "Taking you on one by one is no fun. All of you, come at me at once." Right then, Aeon stepped forward and grabbed her bat. "Stop it. You could actually kill someone with that. It's not a joke. Besides, if you just go around beating people up like this in Korea, you'll get into serious trouble." Hearing that, she bit her cigarette clean in half, shooting him a look of pure disgust. "What's this? Did you go find religion since we last met? Besides, there aren't any security cameras here." She then abruptly changed the subject. "Anyway, why is your hair so long?" Aeon replied, "I was just too lazy to get it cut." The words were barely out when an object came flying right at him. One of the thugs gritted his teeth. "Stop messing around. Just a couple of meddling busybodies. You think you're some kind of heroes?" Before he finished, a bat cracked across his face. The woman sneered. "Yeah, we are." Kisok, his hands trembling, tried to act tough. "You crazy witch, I've got a bat too." But she moved like lightning. In an instant, Kisok's bat was on the ground, his arm feeling like it had been shattered. She followed it up with a heavy crack to his shin. Duhan screamed, throwing his head back in agony. The woman calmly spat the cigarette from her mouth. She spoke in a calm, even tone. "All right, now there's just one left." As she turned her cold eyes toward Duhan. "See that body over there? You scared yet? You probably don't know who I am." Duhan, who'd been watching her moves, was now just terrified. Who the hell was this woman? Her fighting style was unlike any martial art he had ever seen. He knew if he didn't give this everything he had, he would die. Before he could even react, she suddenly appeared right in front of him. Duhan's eyes widened in shock as he threw his strongest punch. But it wasn't going to be that simple. The woman simply leaped into the air, gracefully dodging his attack. She landed behind him, her voice mocking. "As a boxer, where's the best place to land a fatal blow? I'm the type of person who thinks physical recovery is much easier than mental recovery." Seeing her total contempt, Duhan's anger boiled over. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a storm of punches, but none of them connected. She dodged with ease, as if it were all just a game. When he finally backed her against a wall, Duhan thought, "Okay, I've got her cornered. Now's the time to strike." He threw a powerful right hook at her, but instead of her face, he hit the bat. She had dodged it effortlessly. He was horrified. How is that even possible? Before he could think, the woman countered with a move so swift it put Duhan flat on the ground. She laughed. "Your fist seemed pretty hard, so I decided I'd just have to break your hand." "Pinned down," Duhan cried out in agony. "Wait a second, don't break my arm." The woman just smiled cheerfully. "Why not? Do you know what I find so fun about guys like you? Because you're a monster in human skin, just like a zombie from the movies. I can beat you to a pulp without feeling any guilt. Plus, it's a great stress reliever." Seeing the woman about to make her move, Duhan shouts in a panic, "No, hold on. Just hear me out. I had my reasons for doing what I did, I swear." The woman's voice is ice. "I couldn't care less about your sob story, you scumbag. Now I'm going to finish you." "No," Duhan yells, "I have to keep boxing." But just then, Aeon knocks him clean out. The woman turns, looking less than pleased. "What's this? He's out? Aeon? What the hell?" It was just starting to get interesting and now he's unconscious. She stands and bows her head slightly. "I was having fun. A monster is a monster, no matter the age. You know that." Aeon picks himself up, saying, I know. Let's just get out of here first." Sohun immediately brightens up. "Let's go get some food. I'm starving to death over here." Aeon turns to her. "So, you prefer dinner with drinks? Or drinks with a side of food?" Then he adds, "Oh, and that file, did you find it yet?" Sohun replies, "You mean the investigation report on the high school girl's assault case? Getting those files was a piece of cake. But honestly, the report itself seemed pretty empty to me. However," she smirks, "stopping there just isn't my style. Let me tell you something interesting. There are two different reports related to this case. One report is from an ongoing police investigation, while the other case seems to have been closed, almost like it was prearranged. I'm 100% sure," she declares, "that some powerful people are trying to bury the truth. Clearly, something dark is going on behind the scenes." In a dark corner, a blood-covered young man with a grim face asks, "What's this? He's already out?" This isn't good. This won't work at all. He looks down at the unconscious man on the floor and says coldly, "Passed out already? Get up, you piece of trash." Then, he turns toward the camera. "Hey, what's the reaction?" The cameraman replies, it's whatever. We haven't had any fresh faces lately. And the famous Du Hun from Du Seonghai can't participate this time either." The man continues, "How about we plan a new event? That fight with the girl got an amazing response. That match had so many insane highlights." The young man wipes the blood from his face with a towel. "What girl?" The cameraman reminds him. "You don't remember? A few months back, a sophomore from Du Seong introduced us to some girl who was great at jujitsu." "Right. You're the one who completely wrecked her knee." The man replies casually, "Like I'd remember. I'd have to see her face to know. How am I supposed to remember every little detail? She's not the only person whose knee I've destroyed." At a street-side food stall, Sohoon and Aeon are happily drinking. Sohoon downs her entire glass in one go. Aeon, looking a bit tipsy, says, "Hey Sohoon, I think we can get up now." Sohoon slams the table. "What? We've only had 10 bottles. Where are you going?" Aeon laughs. "Aren't you counting the 10 bottles we already drank on the first floor?" Sohoon points to the sky. "I don't care, ma'am. 2 more bottles of soju, please." "What? And some cartilage too." When the food arrives, Sohoon asks, "So, bottom line, this kid named Sejun is now on a one-man mission to avenge that girl, Hain?" Aeon nods. "That's right. If we're this angry about it, I can't even imagine how he must feel. You know how it is, the police have no evidence, so they can't do a thing." Sohoon, her face flushed, holds her cheeks. "That kid, he's so romantic. Wow. Totally my type." Aeon says sarcastically, "Is that really your final conclusion here?" Sohoon raises her glass happily. "Yep, just like you used to be." Aeon picks up his glass. "Don't even compare us. I'm not the type to act without a plan." He adds, "Besides, that's not a good way to handle things. Revenge plots like that always end in tragedy." Suddenly, Sohoon clutches her chest and covers her mouth. "Ugh. It's from the sweet potatoes I ate earlier. But if he just sits back and does nothing, every single moment that kid lives through will feel like hell." She flashes back to her own past. Even if revenge ultimately leads to hell, should she really tell that kid to just stay put? Or is it better to escape the hell you're living in every single second, even knowing that the end result will just be a different kind of hell? She keeps thinking, maybe, just maybe, there's a small chance of a good outcome. If you just sit still and do nothing, that chance is exactly 0%. If you were that kid, what do you think would be the most important thing right now? Think about it carefully. Without waiting for Aeon to answer, Sohoon turns away. "Ma'am, can I pay with a bank transfer?" "The food was amazing." Aeon just laughs. "So, you're finally letting me go home now?" Sohoon replies, "What are you talking about? We have to go to round 3. And you're treating." At a shooting range, Officer Na is practicing his aim on a series of fast-moving targets. A young man watching nearby exclaims, as expected of Officer Na, a true sniper. Officer Na turns to him. "Did you look into what I asked you?" The young man replies, "Ah, right. That kid, Se-chun. He was the victim in the assault case your father handled a while back." Detective Na pressed on, asking if the victim was seriously injured. The young man shook his head, "No, just minor wounds." Because of that, the student who threw the punch got suspended. Detective Na mused that the kid must be hunting down those involved in Haynes' case. He knew if they just let this go, something big was bound to happen. In another park, 2 men were exchanging information. One asked if there was any new intel on the residents of the Gold Office building. The other shook his head. "Nope. The building's cameras were all conveniently broken that day, so there was no record of anyone coming or going." He continued, asking if the higher-ups hadn't already ordered Detective Na to just rush through the case and close it. So why was he so obsessed with it? With a cigarette in his mouth, Detective Na shot back a question of his own. "Hi, Ung-shik. Why'd you become a cop?" "Hi," Ung-shik just laughed. "For the paycheck, of course. And that sweet retirement pension down the road." Detective Na nodded. "That made sense, but why choose to be a detective? This line of work is absolutely brutal." Hi Ung-shik grinned, saying it looked cool. Even if it was tough, it beat the heck out of other jobs. Detective Na chuckled, saying his daughter thought it was cool too. He told him she bragged about how her dad catches the real bad guys, making them pay for their crimes. But he continued, admitting that everyone knows things in this world don't always play by the rules. "If an order from my superiors contradicts one of mine, what will you do?" Hai Ung-shik answered instantly. "But Detective Na, you're my superior, too." A few days later, at another location, a gang leader was panting heavily, yelling at someone to stay down. Lying on the ground beside him was Sejun, clutching his stomach with a mouthful of blood. The leader told him to stay put, to just accept that it was over and give up. It would be easier that way. This was the only warning he was going to get. If he got in his way one more time, he swore he'd use the hand of Chen to fight him. Kneeling on the ground, Sejun wondered why he couldn't block a single hit. He tried to stand, glaring up at the gang leader. Even if he wanted to use you to win, it was pointless if he couldn't even touch the guy. The leader lunged forward, smashing a fist right into Sejun's face. "I told you to stay down," he roared. Sejun collapsed again, sighing. It felt like he was talking to a brick wall. "How many times do I have to say it?" As night fell at the gym, two of his friends rushed over, worried. "Sejun, what happened to your face? Was there trouble at school again?" Sejun forced a smile, lying that he just took a hard hit playing soccer. One friend joked, "What, is your dad playing Shaolin soccer or something? This is rough." Sejun just laughed, saying he was a bit of a Stephen Chow fan. His friends seemed to buy it. Just then, their teacher's voice boomed from behind them. "Sejun." He turned. "Yes, sir." The teacher's expression was dead serious. "Follow me, we need to talk for a minute." Sejun followed the teacher into a room as Aeon watched them go, looking completely unfazed. Inside, the teacher got right to the point. "How many times has this been this month? Did you learn jujitsu just to get into street fights with people? If that's the case, then don't bother coming back to my class. If it's not, you better explain yourself right now." All Sejun could do was bow his head in silence. The teacher's temper flared and he yelled, "If you need help, then say what the problem is so I can get the school and the police involved." "I'm sorry, sir," Sejun mumbled. "I'll be more careful." As he bowed his head, Sejun thought, "Thank you for worrying, but this is my fight to handle." The teacher seemed to calm down, saying, "All right, but if you ever need my help, you just have to ask." It was time for the dojo to close for the night. The teacher announced that everyone had worked hard that day. His two friends said their goodbyes. "See you tomorrow, Sejun. Sleep well, and don't push yourself too hard." Sejun waved back, telling them to get home safe. After they left, he was lost in thought. His jujitsu skills were nowhere near top tier. Before he could even think about using a neck hold, he knew he'd have to take a serious beating from that guy. What was he supposed to do? Deep in thought, he was startled by Aeon's voice. "Are you really planning to see this through to the end?" Sejun was confused. "What are you talking about?" Aeon clarified. "That fight. Are you going to finish it, even if it's completely beyond your abilities?" Sejun finally understood. "Yeah, of course," he replied. "Once I decide on something, I see it through. If you want me to stop coming to the dojo, I understand." Before he could finish his sentence, Aeon suddenly slapped a sparring helmet on his head. Nechun was baffled. "Why did you just put this on me?" In the next instant, Aeon threw a punch straight at his face. Sejun blocked it, demanding to know what he was doing. Aeon stayed in his fighting stance. "What does it look like? We're sparring." Outside the dojo, the sharp sound of fists connecting echoed. Sejun was still completely lost. "What did you just say?" His face went pale. "You're telling me not to throw any punches?" Aeon simply nodded. "That's right." Sejun adjusted his gear. "But what's the reason?" Aeon explained that throwing 100 punches at that guy would be nothing more than a complete waste of energy. Sejun shot back. "Then how am I supposed to fight him?" Aeon kept up his barrage of attacks. "Obviously, you have to take him down." Sejun was completely flustered, just trying to defend. "If I could do that, I would have done it ages ago. That guy knows how to defend against everything," Aeon replied. "And that is the problem. You're always overwhelmed because you're too focused on landing a hit." Another punch flies in. Aeon cuts him off. "Wrong. In a real fight, the most important thing is the threat your weapon poses." That guy's fists were fast and strong, and with his monster stamina, he could maintain that power for a long time. That's what makes him a huge threat. Aeon presses on. "And your weapon? Does it threaten your opponent at all?" Sejun gets blocked a few times and he's already gassed, throwing useless punches before getting totally wrecked. Another hook sinks into his side. "So what should I do?" Sejun asks. Aeon replies, "Do you know?" While getting pummeled, Sejun yells, "I don't know, just tell me already." Aeon uses his leg to push Sejun's, throwing him off balance. "Hey," Sejun sputters, "I thought you were only using your fists." Aeon smirks. "Yeah, I just wanted you to feel it once." Sejun tries to regain his balance, but Aeon just pushes even harder. Aeon explains that no matter what, a fight always comes down to stamina. The attacker needs power, but the defender burns a ton of energy too. He continues, "The stamina for grappling is different from the stamina for striking. You need to pay attention to that. Aeon grabs Zichun's other leg and says his piece. Finally, Zichun can't fight it anymore and collapses, groaning with his eyes shut. Why are you being so rough? Aeon lets him go and stands up. If your opponent only defends grappling and attacks with fists, you do the opposite. Defend against his punches and attack with grappling. Just focus on that. His opponent's one-track style proves he's only focused on boxing. Aeon adds that, honestly, he can't guarantee a win, but if he succeeds just once, the entire battle will change dramatically. He takes off his gear and says, "So, every night after the master leaves, you'll be training and taking my punches." "How many a day?" Zichun asks. Aeon scoffs. "What's the plan? To take a beating until you just can't handle it anymore?" Because he knows just enough boxing to beat Zichun to a pulp. Time flew by, days bleeding into nights, but for Zichun it was an eternity. He was constantly getting pummeled by Aeon. No matter how many times he fell, Aeon forced him back up. Duhun had kept his promise not to touch Zichun, since he hadn't started any trouble. However, seeing them laugh and joke around at school every day made Zichun's heart clench. The feeling of helplessness only made him more frustrated, but the more frustrated he got, the harder he pushed himself. Every day after class, Zichun kept training with Aeon and could feel himself making real progress. During one session, Aeon warns him, "Watch the knee." Instantly, Aeon's knee comes flying right at Zichun's face. He reacts in a flash, dodging and twisting away from the blow. Aeon looks genuinely surprised. Zichun seizes the opportunity to lock Aeon's ankle. Aeon looks back and asks, "What was that sloppy move?" "You've been watching weird stuff on YouTube again, haven't you?" Drenched in sweat, still holding the leg lock, Zichun replies, "As long as it gets the opponent to the mat, it works, right?" He presses on. "So what now? Start over standing or keep fighting like this?" Feigning helplessness, Zichun is suddenly shocked as a powerful force yanks him over. From the locked position, Aeon has completely reversed him, trapping Zichun instead. He says, "Today is Sunday. Let's go get some teokbokki." "Yes, sir." Outside the dojo, it had started to rain. Zichun gets ready to leave. "Man, it's really coming down." Suddenly, someone calls him. His expression changes instantly as he answers, "Ha-Chin, is something wrong?" On the other end of the line, Ha-Chin is smiling. "Hey, why'd you answer in such a rush?" she asks. "It's nothing. I just saw the rain and thought of you, so I called." "You always forget your umbrella, you idiot." Even though Zichun actually has his umbrella, he decides to play along with Ha-Chin. "How did you know?" he replies. "I forgot my umbrella at the gym today, so I was just about to run back for it." She laughs. "Ha ha, you pig. I knew it would be like that. I told you, you're not okay without me." Zichun answers, "Huh, you're right, I'm definitely not okay." Suddenly, they both start blushing, not knowing what to say. Ha-Chin speaks first. "See, you made me forget what I was going to say. Hey, I'm sorry for getting so angry the other day. About the cafe. You came all the way to my neighborhood. I've been meaning to apologize." Zichun's voice gets quiet. "What for? You have nothing to apologize for. I'll come visit again in a few days." Ha-Chin waves it off. "No, you don't have to. This time, I'll come to you. I can even visit the old guys at the gym." Zichun looks up at the sky, still pouring rain. "Yeah? Are you sure? Or maybe I should come and get you." Ha-Chin giggles. "What are you talking about? Hey, I'm not that helpless. I'll text you the day and time later. I'm hanging up now. Bye." Zichun replies, "Got it. You get some rest, too. Don't push yourself so hard." After Ha-Chin removes her headset, her expression turns sad. She picks up a pen and crosses items off her to-do list. 1. Call Zichun. 2. Go outside alone. 3. Go outside alone at night. 4. Go to a crowded public place. 5. Start training jujutsu again. She sighs deeply. They say starting is half the battle. Rubbing her head, she thinks, "I've already done half of it. I guess I really am strong." Back at the gym, Zichun is panting, completely breathless. Aeon sees this and speaks up. "At this level, it's worth a shot." The moment the words leave his mouth, he punches Zichun squarely in the face. "But to be honest," he says, "I can't guarantee you'll win against that guy. All we can do is hope luck smiles on you." Sejun took off his helmet, still holding onto a shred of hope. "So there's a chance, right?" he asked Aeon. But Aeon was brutally honest. "If I were a betting man, my money would be on the other guy." Sejun was left completely speechless. "Why are you being so harsh?" Aeon tried to comfort him, saying that at least the plan had some chance of success. Sejun's resolve hardened. "No matter what, I have to try." He felt like the longer he waited, the more he was losing something important. Aeon looked to the sky, deep in thought for a moment. Hey, I just remembered. Are you any good at rock, paper, scissors? Sejun was completely caught off guard by the question. Why are you asking that now? Ion just held out his hand. Play around with me. He didn't stop there, even calling his shot. I'm throwing rock. Meanwhile, in a boxing gym, the steady rhythm of fists hitting a heavy bag echoed. Du-hun was training relentlessly, having clearly spent a massive amount of time on this. After his 10,000th punch, he finally paused to rest. Just then, his coach walked in and called his name. Hearing that voice, Du-hun knew exactly what this was about. Yes, coach, time to clean up, right? I'll finish up fast and head home early. You can go ahead and leave. But before he could finish, his coach cut in. It's not that. Your fees have been late since last month. Du-hun bowed his head in apology. I'll definitely pay it all by this weekend. I'm so sorry. The coach just sighed. That's not even the important thing. The truth is, someone came here looking for you. With so many students quitting lately, the coach had taken a pretty big loss. You get what I'm saying? He asked bluntly. Don't worry about the fees, but I don't want you coming here starting tomorrow. That night, after practice, Du-hun bowed to his coach and left, his face etched with sadness. He hadn't gotten far when a voice called out from behind. Hey, isn't it a bit late to be heading home? Du-hun turned to see Sejun. Sejun continued his taunts. Wandering around at this hour is going to startle people. You look like a criminal. Du-hun looked up. So it's you. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around lately. But tonight, just go on your way, he warned, his eyes darkening. Because if we fight, someone might actually get killed. Sejun stepped closer. Stop posturing. I have something to say before we fight. This time, I'm not throwing any punches. I'm only using tackles. Du-hun was confused. What kind of trick are you pulling? The words barely left his mouth before Sejun charged. Du-hun was stunned. The guy attacked instantly. He reacted instantly, throwing his bag right into Sejun's face. Sejun cried out from the impact. You dirty, rotten scumbag. Du-hun shot back. Remember what I said last time? Start something again, and I'll use my bare hands on you. Sejun blocked Du-hun's incoming fist. Of course I remember. And you remember my promise, don't you? That I was going to tear all of you bastards into pieces. Seeing Sejun's determined eyes, Du-hun had no idea what he was planning. He'd probably yank his arm hard, baiting him into throwing a left hook. Then, once he was off balance, he would shoot in for a tackle. Or maybe he was just pretending to only use tackles like he declared, waiting for Du-hun to spread his legs in defense before striking. Du-hun kept his distance, deciding it was safer to fight from afar. Seeing his caution, Sejun just mocked him. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly making this so complicated? Du-hun shot back. You're acting tough after getting smacked at the very start? Sejun kept provoking him. Don't overthink it. I told you, I'm only going to use tackles. With that, he began wildly dodging Du-hun's blows, slipping under his guard during an opening. Du-hun admitted to himself, the guy was still shady, but he had gotten braver. He was no longer afraid of his fists. More than that, Sejun was narrowly avoiding every single one of Du-hun's critical blows. This constant pressure forced Du-hun on the defensive, unable to launch a proper attack. They fought in a tight corner of the street. Then Sejun did something insane, charging straight at him. Something Du-hun never saw coming. Sejun analyzed the situation on the ground, realizing Du-hun had immediately used his legs to block him after falling. Sejun was suspicious. Could he know jujitsu? Even so, he felt he still had the advantage when he was on the offensive. Du-hun also felt the situation was getting desperate. This wasn't good. Even if he could block the hits, there was a limit to his defense. He frowned, thinking he had to push Sejun away, make some space, and try to stand up. But Sejun had already clamped down on his thighs. Du-hun was starting to panic. Sejun unleashed a spinning kick, pressing him down and pinning him to the ground. Enraged that his attack was stolen, Du-hun could feel the danger closing in. Sejun looked down at him, whispering, Now, let's see how you're going to escape this. But then Du-hun suddenly slammed a kick straight into Sejun's head, following it up with a non-stop barrage of punches. Sejun gritted his teeth in pain. His fists were like rocks. He knew he'd have to use his own head to deal with them. Thinking this, he drove his knee into Du-hun's stomach to control him, while pulling his opponent's neck towards his pelvis and pressing down hard. Du-hun couldn't fight back, struggling desperately to get up. It was a perfect trap. To escape, Du-hun had to drop his hands, leaving him wide open for Sejun to lock in a choke on his carotid artery. Du-hun gritted his teeth, tracking every single move. Then Sejun began to shift, and Du-hun's eyes widened in absolute terror. With Du-hun pinned, Sejun raised his elbow high, the thought in his mind simple and brutal. He was going to smash his face to a pulp. Du-hun's face was a bloody mess, unable to even form words. Sejun kept shifting his weight, pressing down with so much force he couldn't even scream. Sejun locked his hands for a chokehold, gripping tight like he was holding a baseball bat. Deep down, Sejun felt it. This was victory. He just had to keep the pressure up and not let his guard down for a single second. With his throat crushed, Du-hun's eyes bulged. A silent groan escaped his lips as he felt his life slipping away. In that moment, his life flashed before his eyes, a memory of his happy childhood, a family of 3. But just as he was lost in that memory, a loan shark appeared. Suddenly, Du-hun roared back to life, slamming a desperate fist into Sejun's stomach. The impact was brutal. Feeling like his ribs were about to shatter, he groaned, rolling away in pure agony. Panic set in for Sejun. How was that even possible? The guy was on the verge of passing out. Where did that monstrous strength come from? Du-hun gasped for air, a newfound respect dawning on him. He thought Sejun would be easy, but he'd almost lost his life. He cracked his neck, his eyes turning cold. From now on, I'm going all out, Junior. They charged, and Sejun threw a punch, but Du-hun dodged it with ease. He followed up with several more strikes, but every single one of them missed their mark. Du-hun countered with a powerful punch to Sejun's hip, followed by another to his cheek. A relentless barrage of fists rained down, fueled by all of Du-hun's remaining strength. In the middle of the exchange, Du-hun suddenly asked, "You have to tell me something. Why are you taking it this far?" "This is enough," he said. "No matter how hard you try, is anything really going to change? I told you to treat it like you stepped in crap and just walk away. If you keep digging into this filth, you're just going to get dirty too. No matter what you want to change, this world doesn't care about you. You get that?" Sejun just lowered his head, determination flashing in his eyes. "Who says?" he shot back. "I couldn't care less what this world is like. I just want to crush the trash that's blocking my friend's future. And you're one of them." Du-hun stared at him, then nodded. "So that's how it is. I get it." And with that, he threw all his strength into a punch straight to Sejun's face. The blow sent him stumbling back, dazed, before he collapsed to the ground. Du-hun looked down at him and sighed. "I'm sorry, but I have things I need to protect too. Aren't we all just fighting our own battles? I have no intention of going easy on you." But before he could finish, a voice cut in from the side. What day was that day? Du-hun snapped his head around as a man sat down in front of Sejun with a mocking tone. "You bastard. You're really something else. You beat this kid into a pulp. Don't tell me he's dead, is he?" Du-hun stood up, trying to stay calm. "I already paid you for this month. I kept my promise, so why are you here?" The man looked down, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You're a pretty good actor. We've known each other for a while now. And you're asking me what's wrong? I was running the numbers yesterday. And no matter how I calculated it, there's no way you could get that much cash just by shaking down students at your school. Not to mention you plan on paying for 2 months at once. So, I came to a conclusion." He leaned in close to Du-hun, his voice a low threat. "I have a very attractive business opportunity. If you cooperate, you'll have more money than you know what to do with, and I can finally enjoy the smell of cash. What do you say? Let me teach you how to make real money, from A to Z." Hearing this, Du-hun's face filled with horror. "What are you doing? Stop." That response did not please the loan shark. "What did you say? Are you talking down to me, you punk?" But before he could finish his sentence, a whisper came from right behind him. "Stop it." The man whipped around, completely stunned. "What was that? What did you just say?" Sejun's hand was wrapped around his throat. "I said, stop interfering in my business." Elsewhere, at Ha-chin's house, her physical therapist was visiting. "How's your knee?" the therapist asked. "I heard you've been doing great with your rehab." Ha-chin smiled brightly. "I can handle my daily life without any problems now." "How am I doing? Where do I rank among your patients?" The woman laughed. "Rehabilitation isn't really my specialty, so I can't say for sure. But your spirit? It's definitely number 1. Hearing that, Ha-chin laughed happily. "Actually, I used to be a huge crybaby when I was little, really sensitive, but whenever I would squat down and cry, Sejun would always just stand next to me, not doing anything. 'Hey, Sejun, why are you just standing there?' And he'd reply, 'I have to stand still so it's easier for you to grab my hand and get up.' After saying something like that, he would give Ha-chin a confused look. Back then, through her tears, she would call him a pig. Every time, Sejun would just wait patiently until she had cried it all out and stood up on her own. But the very next day, trouble started. He went all by himself to find the bullies and demand they apologize to her. And for his courage, he came back completely beaten up. It was then she decided she had to get stronger, so Sejun would never get hurt again. From that day forward, She stopped crying and started training. Hearing this, the teacher just smiled. She really wanted to meet this Sejun kid, but just for asking for an apology, why did he get beaten so badly? Looking back on it, Ha Trin found it a little funny. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. This is where the real trouble began. She saw him as unpredictable, but he definitely had his own set of rules. If things didn't go his way, or something got in his path, he'd blow the whole situation up, just like what was happening right now. Rohan watched, stunned, as Zichun choked the life out of the gang leader. "Don't touch him. You need to let go right now, you crazy bastard." But Zichun wouldn't listen, squeezing the guy's neck until his face turned a deep shade of purple. Jo-hun tried to de-escalate too. "Do you have any idea what you're doing right now? Just let him go first." Seeing the leader's pathetic expression, Jo-hun couldn't help but crack a smile. The boss saw it and exploded with rage. "Are you laughing?" he roared. Just then, the rest of the gang arrived. Seeing their boss in a chokehold, they immediately charged forward. "You little punks, you got a death wish? Get them for me," the leader screamed. Only then did Zichun realize how critical the situation was. With no other option, he threw the leader towards the mob, not forgetting to yell a few curses. A bunch of brainless thugs. His goons immediately swarmed him, asking, "Boss, are you okay?" The leader, now beyond furious, shrieked, "That son of a bitch, get him here alive. I'm gonna skin him and teach him some manners." And with that, the entire group rushed them. Zichun squared up to fight. "Bring it on, you psychos." But before he could even throw a punch, Rohan yanked him aside. "Get out of the way, you idiot." Then he stepped forward to face the entire crew alone. Rohan landed a heavy blow to one guy's stomach, then another straight to the face. Seeing this, the thugs behind them all surged forward, but Rohan didn't even flinch, taking them down one after another with brutal efficiency. No matter who stepped up, they were no match for Rohan. The gang was terrified. What the hell is he? Is he a pro athlete or something? I'm not even gonna get close. You psychos. You think you're some kind of professional fighters? The leader then grabbed a steel pipe and advanced. "Come on, use your brains. Use your tools, you useless punks." Jo-hun's eyes widened in panic when he saw the weapon. He brought the pipe crashing down on Rohan, yelling at his crew. "Start acting like the gangsters you are, you empty-headed fools." Rohan gritted his teeth in pain, knowing he had to keep his distance from that guy. But the leader didn't stop his assault. "Rohan, you son of a bitch, is this how you repay me? You can just die right here. And as for your mother, suddenly, a brick smashed him right in the mouth. The one who threw it, Zichun, scowled at him. "Is your mouth full of garbage or something? Can't you say one decent thing? That was a pretty good throw." Seeing this, Jo-hun glanced back. Zichun just gave him a look and turned away. "What are you looking at? I'm getting out of here first. You can follow me if you want." Watching him take off, Rohan cursed under his breath. That cowardly bastard. The leader collapsed on the ground, pointed a finger at the two of them. "Fine, run away for now. I'll get some proper weapons and then I'll deal with both of you. I'm so screwed because of that coward." He decided to just run first and figure it out later, chasing after Zichun. "Where are you even going? To the police station?" Zichun yelled back, still running. "I don't know, I'm just running." Jo-hun just smiled to himself. What a shame. I should have made my move earlier. The two of them ran a long way, ending up right across from the police station, but a couple of thugs were still hot on their trail. Rohan yelled, "Why'd you lose it back there without thinking about the consequences? Do you even know who those guys are?" Zichun whipped around, his eyes burning with hatred for him. "Those scumbags use school violence to extort money from people, and you're asking me who's not thinking straight. You're really starting to get on my nerves." But as he turned his head, Zichun saw his martial arts gym. He turned to Rohan. "Quick, let's hide over there." As they ducked into an alley, their pursuers finally vanished. The gangsters stood on the corner, looking around. "Where'd they go?" the leader asked. A lackey pointed down the street. "They disappeared somewhere around here, boss. We'll search every inch of this block." Just then, the leader's eyes landed on the martial arts gym. He looked up, then turned to his men. "Call everyone. Tell them to bring weapons and gather right here. I think I've found our two little rats." Meanwhile, Zichun and Rohan were quietly creeping up the stairs. Rohan asked, "Is the gym really still open this late?" Zichun just nodded. "Yep, open 24 hours. Hearing this, Hun thinks to himself maybe he should find a gym that never closes too, but the second he steps inside, he's totally freaked out. "What is this place?" Zichun just smirks, explaining, "Want to know why our gym stays open all night? It's because a few restless souls just refuse to ever leave." A little later, the gang's boss gathers his crew. A lackey reports. Boss, someone's inside? The boss just nods. Are the boys all here? Today, we're snapping that punk's neck for good. When the gym members spot the thugs approaching, they ask, "Hey, can we help you? Are you guys here to sign up?" But the leader acts like a total punk. "Listen up. I'm looking for someone. Two tall dudes came in here earlier, right?" And it just occurred to him, maybe one of them actually trains at this dump. Yeah, I can already tell what's going on here. But while I'm still being nice before he can finish, Jason lets out a massive scream, making the boss jump. What the hell was that? You scared me. Why are you screaming like that? Jason just stares him down. Shoes. You take them off before you step in here. Scuff marks on the mat are a real pain to clean. The leader frowns. Are you talking to me right now? If you're not here to sign up, then get out. I dial the cops fast, Jason warns. I said, get out of here. A thug steps up. You got a death wish, punk? Then he spits right on the mat. After spitting, he adds a sarcastic oops. Jason's eyes lock onto the mat. The leader sees this and grinds it in with his foot. My bad, let me wipe it up. This should make your little mat nice and shiny. You got a death wish or something, kid? That guy has it rough cleaning? Let me show you what rough really is. He glares at Aeon. You the teacher here? What are you gonna do? Want me to shut this whole place down? Don't act tough just cause you lift weights. Working out and a real street fight are two different things. But Aeon ignores him, picking up his phone to call the police. The second he sees this, the gang leader swings his bat, sending the phone flying from Aeon's hand. Aeon glances at a new scratch on his hand. The boss scoffs. Calling the cops, you psycho? So what now? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over those two brats. Or I'll tear this whole gym down. As he's talking, the boss suddenly notices the scars covering Aeon's body. He leans in for a closer look. Cigarette burns? Whoa, and a blade scar too. What the hell is this guy? Where'd you come from? You got backup making you this cocky? Aeon just glares. You will regret this. The leader takes a long drag from his cigarette. What? Can you speak in a full sentence? Why all the dramatic pauses? Aeon looks up, his eyes cold. I said, you stopped me from calling the cops, and I'm gonna make you regret that. You're not a minor, right? The gang leader just scoffs at the question. A minor? Me? This guy's nuts. Even if my face does look a little young. Before he finishes, Aeon snuffs out the cigarette on his own hand. No, that's not it. It's my personal standard. To me, anyone 20 or older is an adult, and adults have to take full responsibility for what they do, which means I don't give second chances to people like you. And that line about regret? I'm gonna make you say it. The gang leader is absolutely furious. Keep up this tough guy act and you're dead. I've seen plenty of guys like you. They all act tough and regret it when it's too late. I told you, just hand over the two kids and I'll walk away quietly. You still won't do it? They're just strangers to you, right? They're not your family. In this world, people even sell out their own family. Aeon whispers, all right, I'll show you. The boss is caught off guard. Show me what? But then Aeon pulls that strange move again. But are you any good at rock, paper, scissors? If you win, I'll tell you anything you want. 1 round. Let's settle this like real men. Seeing Aeon's bizarre behavior, the gang leader is getting seriously ticked off. Rock, paper, scissors? Are you messing with me? He screams at him. But in the end, he plays along, thinking to himself, I gotta throw rock. A man's gotta throw rock. And he does, throwing a fist. But Aeon just slaps him hard across the face. Meanwhile, Sejun and Dohun are just hiding in the back. Dohun just stares at his phone, a worried text from his mom. He leans back against the wall with a sigh. Seeing this, Sejun couldn't believe his eyes. Are you seriously on your phone right now? With those thugs outside? Dohun shot back. I'm texting my mom. If those guys find my house, she's gonna be in real danger. The thought of killing them was on Dohun's mind, but even so, he couldn't shake the fear gripping him right now. Those bastards are vicious. Who knows what they'll do? Mr. An told us to hide, so let's just wait and see what happens. Besides, finish what you were saying before. What happened that day? Dohun paused for a moment, then decided to tell him everything. From what I know, there's a secret fighting tournament between the schools. The rules are simple. It's a knockout-style competition. Everyone pays an entry fee, and the higher your rank, the bigger your cut of the total prize pool. It was basically a reward. After a match, you earned an income based on how strong you were. But then, a strange new kind of match appeared, a forced fight. It was basically an abduction. It didn't matter if the person wanted to join or not. If someone seemed interesting, they'd get dragged in. Whoever brought them got a finder's fee. And on that day, I don't know what Kiwook said, but he managed to drag in a kid named Hachin. This might sound like an excuse, but I was never, ever interested in fights like that. I didn't even want to watch, so I left the crowd right then. That's honestly all I know about it. Do-hun finished his story, only to be met with Sejun's fist. You weren't interested? Then you should have done something. If you knew it was wrong, you should have called the cops. Why did you just stand there? You just wanted to play innocent so you wouldn't lose what you have? Sejun's voice rose to a furious shout. You listen to me. I don't care what your excuse is. You're just as much of a piece of trash as they are. Got it? But Do-hun didn't get angry. He knew Sejun wasn't wrong. He knew he had chosen the wrong path, and he had to walk it. In the middle of the chaos, as the two men were about to come to blows, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from outside. Ju-hong whipped his head around, a gut feeling telling him the enemy had arrived. Outside, the gang leader he'd just beaten was absolutely seething. It's been a long time since I've actually wanted to end someone. His men scrambled around him asking, Boss, are you okay? He spun on them, fury in his eyes. Stop asking stupid questions, you useless trash. Get him and kill him. You idiots, go take that bastard's life. I don't care if you kill him, just get in there and crush him now. An stood opposite, staring him down coldly before letting out a little taunt. You're getting really bad at rock, paper, scissors. I already won. Just then, the goons started to charge. One of them rushed at An, but he casually blocked the punch with a single hand. An's eyes were like ice as he swung a powerful kick straight into the thug's body. The kick was so brutal it shattered the man's kneecap with a sickening crack. The rest of the gang, seeing their buddy go down, roared and charged forward. But An didn't flinch. A straight punch to the mouth sent another thug sprawling to the ground, his fight ending right there. The gang leader just got angrier, screaming, You brainless idiots, don't go in one by one. All of you, rush him at once. And grab the two guys behind him too. The two in the back panicked, whispering, You got a phone? Call 911. But their phone had been thrown out of reach. An picked up a belt from the floor, readying himself for the next wave. As the gang closed in, the two guys in the back yelled out in terror. Stay away from us! He's got a weapon. How are we supposed to fight that? One of the thugs snarled and charged in, only to meet An's belt whipping across his face. Another strike sent the thug flying backward onto the ground. An wrapped the belt tightly around his hand and spoke. Didn't I tell you? I absolutely hate gangsters and thugs. In the dojo, I got used to dealing with this kind of trash. An grabbed one of them in a chokehold, warning the others. From now on, anyone holding a weapon is guaranteed to break something. And if you're really unlucky, that something might just be your neck or your spine. He then squeezed hard, forcing a choked gasp from the thug before dropping him to the ground. An stared at the rest of the gang. Don't bother dropping your weapons. Come at me with everything you've got. Quit your damn bluffing, one of them yelled to his buddies. Everyone, rush him at once. Let's see how long you last. The moment he finished speaking, the entire group surged forward. An delivered a slap that nearly twisted a guy's jaw off, then locked his arm behind his back. One sharp twist and the man's arm snapped. As he screamed, another goon with a club charged in, but An's reaction was lightning fast. He used the guy he was holding as a human shield, blocking the blow while simultaneously whipping the belt around the club. In one fluid motion, he snatched the weapon. The thug stood there stunned as An, now holding the club, blurred right in front of him. The goon threw his hands up in fear, but An's target wasn't him, it was the shelf standing right behind him. An throws a vicious side blow, sending his opponent reeling. The goon next to him freezes in absolute terror, unable to believe his eyes. What? What the hell are you? He stammers. But before he can finish, An snaps his arm back in a flash. An tilts his head, his gaze ice cold. You're asking me what I am? His voice, laced with menace, makes the thug tremble. Wait, just wait, he begs. But An's reply is chilling. I'm the Grim Reaper for scumbags just like you. With a final word, a sickening crack echoes as the man's shoulder joint is dislocated. His blood-curdling scream fills the entire building. Outside, Chun-hun is keeping watch when he suddenly spots a thug trying to sneak up on An from behind. An, watch your back. There's a pig trying to ambush you, he yells out. But before the fat goon can even move, An snatches his arm and twists it forward. One swift move using a belt to choke him out, and the hefty thug collapses to the ground, motionless. An brushes his hair back, a look of pure contempt on his face. All right, who's next? Anyone else want a broken bone? Step right up. I've still got to go eat some tteokbokki. The gang leader, standing nearby, finally speaks up, his voice dripping with challenge. Not bad, kid. You ex-special forces or something? You've got some serious skills. Let me ask you this, what would you do if your family was taken hostage? The best fighters always end up sacrificing themselves. Aeon turns to see Chun-hun and Jo-hun being held by the remaining thugs. The boss steps closer, his voice low and threatening. In the real world, the side with more numbers wins. A knife in his hand gives off a cold, deadly glint. Damn it, I haven't had to use this thing in ages. Just one cut, and you'll be out cold. Aeon calmly replies, you shouldn't cross a river you know you can't cross back. The moment you pull a knife, you're betting your life. Seeing Aeon's majestic aura, the gang leader is shaken. What the hell is this? How did this bastard suddenly become so terrifying? Aeon glances over, his voice filled with confidence. My little brothers have never lost a one-on-one fight. Not once. Just then, the other two thugs make their move. The boss can't take it anymore, screaming in fury. You useless fools, eat this. Aeon remains unfazed. So, you've chosen to cross that river. But in that instant, a powerful fist smashes into the boss's face, sending his knife clattering to the floor. Witnessing the scene, Aeon can't help but exclaim, now that was a nice hit. After taking down the boss, Jo-hun lets out a sigh of relief, leans down, and tells him, hey, no smoking indoors. The gang leader is in utter disbelief. You little brat, are you insane? He turns to a nearby subordinate and barks out an order. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say anymore. Pick up that knife and bring it to me. But Chun-hun appears in a flash, kicking the knife even further away. He stares the boss down and says calmly, sorry, buddy, but we've got company coming. Maybe play with knives some other time. The gang leader's face turns purple with rage as he lets out a furious scream. You brain-dead idiots! Anyone with a knife, pull it out now. The other thugs, seeing two more opponents, start murmuring amongst themselves. Hiding, were you? Decided to finally crawl out? Get over here, you little rats, while I'm still being nice. Right on cue, a knock echoes from the door. Two police officers step inside, announcing, we received a report and came to check on the situation. The moment they look inside, they see a room full of thugs holding knives. Both officers jump back, yelling, drop the knives and put your hands on your heads. One of the thugs panics. Boss, we should get out of here. The situation is getting messy, but the boss remains stubborn. Since when are gangsters so afraid of dying? Besides, what can these cops even do to us? An officer raises his taser, warning, don't make any sudden moves. This is your last warning. Drop the knives now. But the boss, completely unafraid, turns and taunts them. Aren't those things just for show? Don't you know you could kill someone if you use that taser recklessly? If something happens but before he could finish his sentence, another person appears and fires a taser right at him. The newcomer mutters in annoyance. This damn lunatic is trying to act all smart. So irritating. In a situation like this, you just shoot. What are you hesitating for? The gang leader collapses to the ground, twitching from the electric shock. Seeing this, his underlings become enraged. Are you crazy? What if you killed him? The man steps forward, shouting, you disrespectful little punks. He then lunges forward, planting a solid punch in a goon's face. Another idiot who doesn't know his place rushes in, only to receive a hard slap. As he hits them, he growls, your pathetic boss. Didn't he tell you to memorize my face? Besides, do you have any idea how many laws you're breaking right now? I'm about to show you just how terrifying the power of the state can be. Police cars are already parked outside the gym, and the gang leader is being arrested. As an officer leads him away, he turns back, yelling, who called the cops? You dare lay a hand on me? Do you have any idea who I am? The man standing nearby simply lifts his leg. Fine, no more hands. I'll use my feet then. With that, he kicks the gang leader right in the shin, forcing the man to collapse to the ground. You said it, you little punk, the other man screams. You dare open your mouth again and you're dead, you hear me? I'm going to use this chance to crush the gang you're protecting. But the leader, completely unfazed, just sneers back. What nonsense are you talking about? So what if I get arrested? You're just some worthless, salaried cop. Even if I committed a crime, I'm innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Don't you know about the presumption of innocence? So stop accusing me. The police officer just stares him down. Presumption of innocence? What kind of principle is that, Duco? Then, he slams his forehead into the gang leader before turning to his colleague. Did you see that? This Duco guy just assaulted a police officer. The other man nods. Yes, I saw it clearly. It was nearly a homicide. You're lucky you weren't seriously injured. Chun-hun points to his own face. The right side of my face is a little sore, and my shoulder is aching a bit. Jae-sun adds, we're not too badly hurt either. But officer, could you take off your shoes? Someone asks, pointing to his feet. The officer quickly apologizes. Sorry, I was in such a rush I forgot. It's late, but we need to take your statements. can you all come with me? That gangster is definitely going to call his lawyer, so it's better if we handle this situation as quickly as possible. I'll go with you. This is all my fault. Where are we giving our statements? The police are investigating Haynes' case. It'll get complicated if they find out. After everyone is taken to the police station, the gang leader still won't stop screaming his head off. Seriously, ask those guys. I was just having a normal conversation, and he choked me out from behind. He shows the bruises on his body to the cops. Look at this, I'm the real victim here. We're innocent. Shouldn't we be the ones getting medical treatment? You can't just lock us up like this. An officer walks over and smacks the gang leader. Be quiet, you talk too much. The hospital is busy with traffic accident emergencies. You'll have to endure it for now, it's not our problem. Thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt. Officer Jiang had passed by and seen the patrol car, saying a major incident was narrowly avoided. The kid looks at the officer. It was me, I called the police. Hearing this, the officer hands him a business card. If anything like today happens again or you need help, contact me at this number. But how did you kids get involved with the mob? They're all a bunch of dirty, low-life thugs. Rohan hears the question and answers. They suddenly just cut in on me. But Chunhun throws an arm over his shoulder. That's not it, sir. My senior here owed them money, and they were threatening him. Then he turns back to the officer. I'm not really sure either. Please calm down. Hearing this, the cop lets it go and asks his next question. Oh right, does this incident have anything to do with the student Ha Trin? If you tell us what you know, even the smallest detail would help the investigation. But Jo Hun shakes his head. No, it's not related at all. I've already told you everything I know. Hearing this answer, the other Jo Hun stares at him, wondering, is he planning to investigate this without telling the police? What can he possibly do alone? Just then, the officer turns to Jo Hun and asks, Are you sure you have nothing else to report besides what you've told us? If there's anything we need to know, now is the time to say it. Jo Hun looks up and gives a calm reply. No sir, nothing. It's just like my friend said, and you already know the rest. If I find out more or need help, I'll contact you right away. After giving his final instructions, the officer turns his attention to the next person, Aeon. By now, Aeon and his juniors are all dozing off in the waiting chairs. The whole interrogation doesn't wrap up until the next morning. A police officer escorts everyone to the door and says, You've all had a tough night, go get some rest. We'll contact you if anything else comes up. The group walks out of the building, exhausted and starving. Aeon suddenly remembers giving his statement and not getting to order bibimbap. Such a waste, I really wanted to eat that. Chunhun, sitting nearby, enthusiastically suggests, Let's get Tupaki. Raise your hand if you're hungry. Aeon turns to him. Aren't you going to work? The man immediately replies, Of course I am. I've got bills to pay every month. Aeon grumbles. Seriously, I'm so tempted to just kick you out. Du-hun, walking behind, feels a wave of sadness watching everyone joking around. After a moment, he speaks up. I'm sorry for dragging the gym into this. If you need any cleaning done, just call me. After saying this, he bows his head and turns to leave, but Aeon calls him back. Hey, boxing bear. Du-hun looks up, confused. Yes, are you calling me? Aeon lets out a small laugh. Who else here is a bear? He then turns and asks him if he likes tukbaki. Du-hun is stunned but quickly replies, Yes, I like it. And with that, the entire group heads to a restaurant, eating and laughing together. Seeing Du-hun's eyes water from the spicy food makes everyone laugh even harder. Chunhun points at him. This is hilarious. He's drooling from the spiciness. Du-hun tries to defend himself. This is just sweat. I've always been a sweaty person. Aeon, sitting beside him, asks gently, So how much do you owe that guy? Du-hun sighs. These days, the interest alone is about 500,000 won a month. I signed a contract, so there's nothing I can do. Before, he had to use his mom's construction site wages and his own part-time cash just to make the payments. But they didn't just refuse to lower the debt, they hiked up the interest. He knew this was all wrong, but he had no choice but to make money the only way he was good at. Hearing his story, everyone looked over at Du-hun with new, sympathetic eyes. Aeon spoke up. Recycling, huh? Du-hun was completely lost. Sir, what do you mean? Aeon explained. I'm talking about recyclable trash. If someone helps you get a fresh start, then bit by bit, you can make up for all the mistakes of your past. Aeon told him if he truly felt that way, he would wipe his debt clean. Du-hun just stood there, tears silently streaming down his face. But Aeon added, I do have one condition, if you're interested. Meanwhile, Ki-suk and Hoon-suk were just strolling through the school campus. When Hoon-suk saw the bizarre scene, he smacked Ki-suk on the shoulder. Ki-suk looked completely stunned. Are those two together? What in the world is wrong with them? Hoon-suk had questions. Du-hun asked him. You heading straight to the gym after school? Du-hun just answered, yeah, what's it to you? You're coming along too. We both made this mess, so we're gonna be the ones to clean it up together. He added that there was a lot to hear, and even more to do. But before leaving, Du-hun told him to just focus on his own responsibilities first. Ki-suk and Jun-suk were hiding just below, eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Ki-suk bit down, fuming. What the hell are they even talking about? What are they planning to do? And what's this about a gym? Hoon-suk started sweating bullets. Weren't you planning on getting rid of that second-year rep, Du-hun? What if he ends up stealing your position from you? Ki-suk snapped back. Shut your mouth, you psycho. I just let my guard down that one time, that's all it was. If I fought him again, I guarantee you I'd win. Meanwhile, on the school rooftop, Du-hun was examining the notebook Ki-suk had given him. Are you sure this is the collection list for all the second years? There's almost nothing recorded here lately. Ki-suk quickly answered. Yes, my apologies, senior. But don't you worry. I'm training hard again. It won't be long before I stomp that guy into the ground for you. Du-hun just scoffed. You think you can stomp him? Anyway, about the second years we've been collecting from, Ki-suk, totally missing the point, asked, yes, should I round them all up for you, boss? Du-hun immediately rejected the idea. No need. I have to go and see each of them myself. In person. When the break starts, you'll take me to them. Ki-suk just nodded. Yes, I understand. On the outside, Ki-suk was obedient, but inside his mind was racing. Is he really going to deal with every single second year himself? This guy is nothing short of a demon. Once the bell rang for break, Ki-suk led Du-hun from one class to the next. There's a guy in this one. He's been acting tough lately because he thinks Sejun has his back. Du-hun stepped inside the classroom and called out, John Hoon-so. Are you the second-year John Hoon-so? The boy looked up, absolutely terrified. Yes, senior, that's me. Inside, the kid was panicking. What is this? Is he here to shake me down personally now? He was just thinking about how, thanks to Sejun, he didn't have to give up his money anymore, how his school life was finally getting easier. But before that thought could even finish, he watched the school's #1 tough guy drop to his knees right in front of him. Ki-suk just stood there, completely dumbfounded. The student's jaw was on the floor. Every other kid in the class just stared, frozen in fear and confusion. They were witnessing the most infamous fighter in school on his knees before a weak and helpless student. On that day, Aeon's words from before echoed in Du-hun's mind. Let me give you some advice. Who do you think an apology is for? Du-hun had answered the obvious. For the person who deserves to receive it, isn't that right? Aeon had praised him, saying that was a very accurate assessment. However, sometimes, people apologize just to feel a little lighter, while the person on the other end never even expected an apology in the first place. Being forgiven works the exact same way. That's why, when you're the one apologizing, you can't expect anything back. Even if it takes a very long time. The most important thing is that you show your sincerity and send a clear message, one that makes the person who was hurt feel like they did absolutely nothing wrong. That is the meaning of a true apology. And right now, Du-hun was following Aeon's advice to the letter. He knelt before the student and said, I'm sorry. I want to apologize for all the suffering you've had to endure because of me. Ki-suk stood there in absolute shock, unable to process what was happening. He yelled out, What is this? Why are you doing that? Why are you on your knees in front of this idiot? This is a huge blow to my pride. Du-hun shot Ki-suk an ice-cold glare and said, If you don't want to do this with me, then shut up. You should be begging for forgiveness too. Ki-suk was furious. Are you insane? What are you even saying? Why are you suddenly pretending to be a good guy? You're making me look like a fool. What the hell is this? Du-hun's expression changed, his voice now dead serious. If you don't want to do this, then get out. But from this moment on, there will be no more collecting money or violence in this school. And I'm not joining that competition either, just so you know. Ki-suk gritted his teeth. Why do you get to decide that all by yourself? Why do you just do whatever you want, senior? Du-hun looked down, his voice cold as ice. What's wrong with me doing what I want? If you've got a problem with it, then let's fight. Ki-suk was suddenly terrified, starting to stammer. That's not what he meant. It was just so sudden. Besides, he could never do something that embarrassing. After saying that, he rushed off, muttering to himself, What a complete psycho. But right outside, Ki-suk ran smack into Sejun waiting by the classroom door. In a burst of anger, he turned back and blamed him. You damn bastard. What the hell did you do to make him act like this? Or did you find some kind of weakness to use against him? Sejun glanced at him and said mockingly, He's finally started thinking for himself, getting a few wrinkles in that brain. Totally different from a thing like you. Then he continued, Cut the crap. Your time is almost up. I'm going to beat you like a stray dog. Ki-suk, terrified, quickly ran away. Not today, you can't. You just wait, you bastard. You're going to regret this. Inside the classroom, the frightened student looked at Do-hoon. Can you please sit down and talk? But Do-hoon was determined, insisting, no, it's fine. I'll just kneel. The student tried to persuade him, saying, it's because I feel uncomfortable that I'm asking you to sit. Hearing those words, Do-hoon finally relented and sat down. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I am truly sorry for using my family's situation as an excuse to bully you. I'm not asking you to forgive me, but I want to say that you shouldn't blame yourself or have negative thoughts because of this. Because the ones who were wrong here were me, Ki-suk, and the whole group that bullied you. This was never your fault. I hope you don't hate yourself because of toxic words like mine. I will spend the rest of my life atoning for this. I am truly sorry. Also, there's one more thing. The money I took from you, I will pay it back as soon as I can. Could you please confirm if the amount written in this notebook is correct? With that, he handed the notebook to the student. He took it and nodded. Yes, sir. But senior, does this mean I won't have my money stolen, I won't be beaten, and I can come to school normally now? Hearing those words, Do-hoon couldn't help but feel flustered, wondering what kind of horrible things he had done. He confirmed it. That's right. I will ensure your school life goes back to how it was before. Sejun, who had heard everything from outside the door, lowered his head in deep thought. The next day, Sejun met up with Ha-jin for their day out. She immediately jumped on him, wrapping her arms around his neck. I told you not to space out like that. And I told you to check your messages more often. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Not caring that his face was slowly turning pale, Ha-jin continued. It's freezing out here. This fat pig I'm talking to, am I right? Seeing him cough violently, Ha-jin finally let go. Did you lose weight? Are your defenses weaker now? Sejun replied. Whatever you say. That armor of human fat is gone now. I'm sorry, did you send me a text? Seeing his strange behavior, Ha-jin was confused. What's with you today? Are you looking better than usual or something? Today is a special day, so I put in a lot of effort. He immediately poured cold water on her. Are you wearing your dad's clothes out in public? Ha-jin screamed. This is called style. Don't you know anything? A fashion disaster. Sejun grinned. I'm just teasing you a bit. Just kidding. Hey, I prepared a nice warm heat pack just for you. Ha-jin blushed as she took it. Well, if you're giving it to me, so what are we eating now? Sejun turned and asked. What do you want to eat? Ha-jin answered. Anything's fine. Whatever you like, I'll eat that. Sejun smiled. Oh, is that so? Actually, I've already made a list of my favorite foods. Can you guess which one is at the top? Ha-jin frowned in thought. Pasta? Hearing that, he cheerfully turned and started walking. Bullseye. Let's go eat that. Ha-jin felt that something wasn't quite right. Why did she have a feeling she had just been completely tricked? As they walked, Ha-jin said, Your dad is worried because he sometimes sees bruises on you that look like you've been fighting. Is something happening at school, or is it because of that day? Sejun laughed to reassure her. What are you talking about? They're just some scratches from training. Stop thinking such silly things and start thinking about what you're going to order. Ha-jin, relieved, lightly punched his waist. If that's the case, then that's a relief, but you should still be careful during training. Kids who only know how to use force are bound to get hurt. He fell silent, thinking to himself that things were about to come to a head. If Ha-jin found out, she would definitely not stop nagging him. But for today, he wanted to cast aside all his worries and enjoy this happy moment. Because today was Christmas. During their time after school, Sejun walked beside him and asked, What's your upcoming plan? How does that competition work? Are there many schools participating? Tell me the details. Do-hoon answered, About 10 schools, and sometimes new ones join. I arrived halfway through that day, so I don't know who did what to Ha-jin. Where the event happened, only school representatives were allowed, so it's very exclusive. The competition is divided into several categories. I participated in the MMA rules category to minimize the risks. Besides the no-rules matches, there's also a category that allows you to use objects from your surroundings to fight, just like a real battle. The more dangerous the category, the bigger the reward. That's why so many school representatives participate. But the thing is, no one knows about the organizers. One day, they just suddenly appeared and invited everyone to join. Most of the participants don't even care who they are. The important thing is that at our age, earning a huge amount of money is what's most appealing. His friend asks, So if I joined, would it be hard to figure them out? Do-hun just nods. Of course. It's not easy. There's always someone watching, looking for anyone who questions the competition or has other intentions. He's one of the organizers, responsible for planning everything and managing all contact with the contestants. They call him Manager Kim, and just the sight of him is enough to send shivers down your spine. Elsewhere, Manager Kim is about to step into an elevator when a voice shouts from behind, "Hold it!" He turns, surprised as another man rushes in. "Thanks for waiting for me. This guy is a cop." He asks, "You live here? What floor are you on?" Before Manager Kim can answer, the cop hits the button for floor 20. Kim pauses for a second, then presses 19. "I live just below." "You new here? I've never seen you before." Manager Kim smiles. "This building is great, isn't it? Clean and totally soundproof." The two stand there in the elevator, their conversation seeming friendly, but really, they're just sizing each other up. The elevator stops at the 19th floor, and Manager Kim steps out. "Well, see you around then," he says politely. The cop gives a civil reply. "Yeah, you take care now." But as the doors close, the cop's mind is already racing. On that day, only the cameras in the lobby and on the rooftop were broken. He comes here to observe whenever he has the time. There's only one apartment that's always empty, its owner never seen with the others on the roof. And just a moment ago, it was obvious that man was about to press a different button before he suddenly stopped and changed his mind. Or am I just being paranoid? He asks himself. The cop heads for the fire escape. No, of course I have to be. I'm positive this guy is involved in the case. If he really lives on this floor, he'll open his door, but even then, I can't rule him out. Even though I have to rely on hard evidence, sometimes you just have to go with your gut feeling. He decides to find out which apartment it is. The cop spots Manager Kim standing right in front of a door. The moment he fails to open that door, my knee is going straight into the side of his head. Just as he thinks that, his phone rings. He quickly pulls it out to silence it. Across the hall, Manager Kim offers a knowing smile. The cop answers his phone, and when he looks back up, Manager Kim is gone. He memorizes the apartment number, knowing he has to pull the resident info. He gets back on the call. Hearing that the police released the thugs, he explodes. "Why did you let those bastards go? They were all armed at the scene. Yet you're investigating without detaining them? Who the hell gave that order?" The person on the other end explains that the victim wasn't injured, but the thugs themselves were seriously hurt. If we just let them sit there, it becomes a human rights issue. Hearing that, the cop gets even angrier. "Human rights? I'll be right there." With that, he hangs up and leaves. The moment he's gone, Manager Kim makes a call of his own. He's gone. I'm not sure what it's about, but it's probably connected to that girl's case. I heard they filed it as unsolved. Anyway, we need to clear out this building. We can always find another waiting room. On a street corner, the thugs are free. A subordinate wonders. The lawyer said this case would be tough, so how are we out in under 48 hours? The boss doesn't know either. I guess someone took care of it for us. Get the injured guys treated first. Anyone who can still walk needs to get to the office right now. We'll save the long-haired guy for last. The rest of them, we'll deal with one by one. I'll make sure they can never train again. While he's talking, one of his men runs in frantic. The boss is immediately annoyed. What is it now? You useless fools, can you please stop making that panicked face all the time? But when he sees who's sitting in the office, his own face goes pale, and he immediately rushes over. "Boss Junuk, what are you doing here?" The man sitting there smoking slowly looks up. "So, Jang-O is here? It's been a while, hasn't it?" He bows respectfully. "Yes, boss. I hope you've been well." The man sitting there replies, "Well, I've been waiting for you so long I had to grab a little something to eat." "Of course, sir. No problem. But what brings you all the way out here? I thought you were in Busan." The boss exhales a puff of smoke, cutting right to it. "I'm going to ask you straight. Are you still doing that dirty work?" Jang-O lets out a nervous laugh. "What? No, we only do legit stuff now. You know how it is these days." But the big boss doesn't buy it, asking again, "Are you still doing that dirty work?" Jang-O just stares, thinking, did this guy just get back from a war zone? How does it look like he has even more scars than before? He finally answers slowly, "Well, that really depends on your point of view. You know how our line of work is." He doesn't even finish the sentence before the boss grabs a nearby ashtray and smashes it across his head. The surrounding thugs start to move in, but Boss Junuk's men are already there to stop them. "All right, just stay put and turn around. Head out to the hallway. Do it, or I'll fold you clean in half." Trango lets out a groan as an ashtray smashes right into him. "It's been 10 years, and this is how you suddenly show up?" The boss lectures him about his predatory contracts and bleeding people dry for a living. "I told you to knock it off already, didn't I? Bring me the contract for that kid, the one named Do Hun." Hearing the name, he panics. "How? How do you know about him?" The boss simply replies, The person sitting in your chair will explain everything to you. That's when his eyes finally land on the figure in his seat. Too funny. The voice mocks him, and he whips his head around to the source. She continues, "To be honest, I can do whatever I want, can't I? And after that call I made for you, you owe me another favor." Then, she turns to Trango. "It was a huge pain dragging you out of the police station. And now, let's begin the physical training." Back at the office, one of the goons tells another, "I'm gonna go in and see if they need help. You just stay here." As one of them enters, Trongo's lackeys start to panic. "Wait a second, what's going on in there?" But the other man blocks his path. "I really think you should just stay put. I'm only saying this for your own good, but obviously, you're not getting through this door either way." The guy goes inside and locks the door tight. Trango's blood runs cold. "What is this? Why did you lock the door?" He stammers. The red-haired subordinate suggests, "Boss, should I just take him now?" But the girl shakes her head. "No, not yet. Let's have a little chat first." Trango glares back with suspicious eyes. "A chat about what? Who are you? Do you know me? What's your connection to Du-hun?" The girl replies calmly, "Oh, I don't know the kid very well. But that long-haired guy with Asen's eyes, I heard he paid off your entire principal debt. Where's the contract? Let me see it now." Trango roars with pure rage. This is unbelievable. Storming into someone's business and causing a scene, and that long-haired bastard too. Who the hell is he to meddle in my affairs? The red-haired lackey just smirks. He's a feisty one. This is gonna be fun. Trango keeps screaming at his old boss. "Who is this crazy woman? Why are you treating me this way? I'm the leader of my own organization now." Without another word, the girl grabs a nearby vase and smashes it over Trango's head. He screams in pain, but the boss and his men just watch, enjoying the show. "Hit the left side before, now the right. Gotta keep it balanced," one of them comments idly. But Trango is far from broken, still shouting curses. "You crazy bitch, are you asking to die? You think I'll go easy on you just because you're a girl?" With that, he charges straight for her. She swiftly throws her jacket over his head to blind him, then lands a vicious kick to his face, sending him reeling. She doesn't stop, following up with a brutal knee to his chest. Trango's mouth is still spitting curses, but the girl just wears an amused smile. "That's it. That's what I like. Don't give up. Keep resisting. It makes hitting you so much more satisfying." On the floor, Trango thrashes around wildly. He manages to get the jacket off his face, but in that instant, the girl grabs his hand, twisting it hard behind his back. Trango cries out in pure terror. "What is this? Let go of my hand right now." The girl smiles. "Now, we can officially begin our research on personality changes based on the number of dislocated joints." And with that, she starts breaking his arm. Trango howls in agony. "You think you'll get away with doing this to me? I'll find your family and friends and pickle them all in chili salt," Trango shrieks. The girl just gives him an ice-cold stare. "Scum like you is always so resilient. I guess once isn't enough, huh?" She calls out, "Hey Chunho, his vocal cords are working too well. My hand is starting to hurt. Find something to stuff in his mouth." Hearing this, Dihun proudly holds up his socks. "I've been wearing these for 2 days now. How about them?" "Hey boss, how many days have you been wearing yours?" The boss holds up his own stinking socks. 5 days. The girl's smile is one of pure delight. "Perfect. Approved." Shove them both in. The filthy socks are immediately jammed into Trango's mouth as he protests. Don't do it." But it's too late. They're already in. The onlookers erupt in laughter. "Man, your victims really should have been here to see this." Then the girl takes his hand. "All right, let's start over, shall we?" she says, before snapping his first finger. The sheer pain brings tears to Trango's eyes. She looks down on him with utter contempt. "What? Crying over just one finger? I was planning on breaking all 5 before we even continued our chat." Then she breaks the second. One by one, all 5 of his fingers are completely shattered. At this point, Trango doesn't even have the strength left to scream. She looks down at him. "So? How do you feel? Are you ready to have our little chat now? Or should we move on to the fingers on your right hand?" His face turns sheet white with terror. "No, that's not necessary. I'll talk to you. A moment ago, you said you wanted me to bring you something, right?" "Oh, that's right. Du-hun's contract. Yes, I will bring it to you right now." The girl sneered, seeing that for trash like him, a bit of physical training was surprisingly effective. "Oh, right," she purred, leaning in close to his face. "There's something else you can help me with. How much do you know about the web?" Meanwhile, over at the dojo, Aeon was just nodding off when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Du-hun. Aeon listened for a moment, then said, "Put that guy on the phone for me." Once it was passed over, a voice growled, I told you this would happen, didn't I? I said you'd regret it, Trango snarled. Do you finally get it? Or do I need to spell it out for you? The man on the other end panicked. No, I get it. I'm so sorry, I really am. I'll never go near those kids again, I swear, Aeon continued. And I'm sure you heard him. You better do exactly what my friend said, down to the last detail. Because this isn't over yet, Aeon warned him. After hanging up, he called over to Du-hun who was standing nearby. Hey, you thug. Hearing Aeon, Du-hun turned around and asked, Yeah? You need me for something else? I'm almost finished wiping down all the mats, Aeon replied. It's not about that. As of right now, your family's debt is completely cleared. Du-hun just stared back, completely stunned. Aeon went on. Tomorrow, I'll give you the official legal receipt confirming it's been paid in full. You can take that home to your mother. Du-hun bowed his head. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I mean it. All right then, Aeon said. Let's call it a day on the cleaning. We're going to get some hot food. Du-hun immediately replied, Yes, sir. I'll just go wash these rags in the restroom and be right back. Aeon called after him. Don't just rinse them. Take your time and wash them properly so they don't stink. Inside the restroom, Du-hun immediately texted his mother. He told her that the debt the family had been carrying for so many years had finally been paid off. After sending the message, his phone slipped from his hand. Du-hun slid down in the corner, buried his head in his hands, and began sobbing uncontrollably. After they finished cleaning, the group went to a restaurant for dinner. As the meal ended, Aeon declared, Man, nothing beats a hot meal. With that, he quickly said his goodbyes. You guys worked hard today, go get some rest. I have an appointment, so I've got to run. With Aeon gone, Sejun and Du-hun started walking in the same direction. Sejun turned to him. You know which schools are participating in that competition, right? Du-hun nodded. Yeah, I know all of them except the organizers. Why? What are you planning? Sejun's answer was cold. If I can't get in normally, I'll just have to force my way in. Even if that means crushing every last soldier ant. Du-hun was shocked. So you already have a strategy? Sejun calmly replied. I just told you. Find every participant and take them out. Du-hun shook his head. No, I mean, how are you going to fight? Sejun didn't even blink. How? I'll go to the schools you know and I'll handle them. Du-hun's head was spinning from the sheer recklessness. Okay, first I'll compile some data from the info I have. We'll start with the easiest ones to beat. Sejun glanced over. Why? Are you planning to join in? Du-hun sighed. This is my fault too. What happened with Ha-in? If there's anything I can do to help, I want to. Sejun looked at him. If you're just doing this to ease your guilt, don't. Just give me the intel. But Du-hun shook his head. No. From now on, I'm done pretending I don't know. I want to fix things. Besides, 2 people are better than 1, aren't they? Sejun finally nodded. All right. For taking out the grunts, 2 is more efficient. But on one condition. Anyone even remotely involved with Ha-in, I handle them myself. Deal. Du-hun agreed. Meanwhile, in Kim's office building, he was in the middle of giving a report to another man. I looked into that cop from before. Just as we thought, he's still running all over the place investigating Ha-in's case. The other man simply leaned back, hand on his forehead. Well now, a truly righteous cop. How rare. Do you think he's any different from the rest? After a few useless encounters, I found they're all just the same breed of dog. Kim then asked, You know about the situation with Du-hun and his creditor, right? Do you know who's involved? The man turned back. Is there someone else? Kim replied, You may not remember him. Ha-in's friend, the kid named Jae-chun. At the time, we had a plan to film a little school movie, where a righteous messenger comes to save his friend. But since Sejun never answered his phone, the plan was never finished. The other man's memory sparked. Right, we even made that girl call him, didn't we? Seriously, all he had to do was pick up the phone and we would have let it go. What reason did he have not to answer? So what does this Jae-chun have to do with Du-hun? Kim reported grimly. It seems he's looking for us. I believe he started with Du-hun and is now hunting down the representative of each school one by one. We should strike first before the tournament. But the other man sat up straight. No, just let him be. Kim was confused. But that will reduce the number of participants. We'll take a loss. The man just smiled. On the contrary, this is better. It's the event we couldn't make happen back then. To make this whole thing bigger, let's go all out. A high school kid getting revenge for his girlfriend. Has a nice ring to it, right? Beating down the pawns and calling out the bosses by name. Thinking out loud, the man continued his train of thought. Besides, he wanted to know more about the main character, Se-chun. As for Ha-chun, he'd figure out what that guy was up to later. The scene shifts to a park. where a terrified young boy is kneeling on the ground. I was wrong, master. I won't buy underwear anymore. Please forgive me. The bully just sneered back. Humans are the ones who get to be merciful. What the hell are you to be asking for forgiveness? Suddenly, I'm craving a gamble. Hey, you little brat, you were supposed to bring me that clothing money. This kid is seriously getting on my nerves. The kid trembled in fear. My mom bought it for me. It wasn't my idea. I swear. Before he could finish, a slap cut him off. Then another, and another. Not your idea? You know why? Because you haven't been beaten enough. After a while, the bully stopped. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? You blocked it? Put your hands down now. The boy lowered his arms. I'm sorry. It was just instinct. The bully's voice turned menacing. You know what happens when you block, don't you? You get the fist. And you blocked me, you bastard. He punched the kid so hard he collapsed onto the pavement, then stepped closer. Your mom bought you clothes? I didn't ask for clothes, did I? You idiot. Where does an unruly punk like you get off wearing underwear without your master's permission? It's not even cold out. He then started tormenting the kid. Hey, repeat after me. I am a loyal slave and will only accept cash from my mother. The boy repeated the words, sobbing, praying silently in his heart. Please, someone just come and end these scumbags. The thugs in the back started laughing. Look at how obedient he is. That's how a slave should be. Now stop blubbering and say it properly. Just then, a voice cut in from the side. Cold weather clothes. Funny, isn't it? One of the thugs glanced over, annoyed. What was that? Mind your own business, but before he could finish his sentence, a fist connected squarely with his face. The other thug scrambled forward in shock. The one who got hit couldn't even speak, his eyes widening in horror at the figure walking towards him. A second later, a heavy blow landed right in his gut. The punch made his face twist in pure agony. The other guys just stared, dumbfounded. The leader spoke up, his voice laced with suspicion. Du-hun, what are you doing here? What's going on? Showing up out of nowhere like this. You got business with us? Du-hun replied calmly. Not really, just someone I need to introduce you to. So sudden? Is she pretty? How old? Seeing the thug's expression, a wave of disgust washed over Du-hun. But while the bully was getting excited, he had no idea Sejun had already appeared silently behind him. Flashing back a few minutes, while the two were still looking for Kim Jong-gu, Sejun asked, You sure you're going the right way? Du-hun was confident. We're almost there. I swear I've seen that playground around here somewhere. Just as he said it, they arrived. Sejun asked again, Are you sure Kim Jong-gu is going to be there? Du-hun answered, Not 100%. But he's there every single day. They only operate at night. Sejun was curious. What martial art does he do? Is he a grappler? Du-hun shook his head. Nope. Out of all the guys we'll have to fight, 2 of them have never learned any martial arts. One of them is Kim Jong-gu, who we're about to meet. They're basically just puppies. They can't fight for crap. Sejun smirked. If they're just puppies, I bet they're about to bark really loud. Du-hun continued. One of them is him. Sejun pressed. So who's the other one? He can't fight either? Is he our target? With your current strength, he'd take you out in one shot. Du-hun replied, his voice full of determination. If you want to see this through to the end, you have to think about yourself first. Then you can fight properly. Don't rush in. The most important thing in a fight is not getting hurt. You have to fight smart, with a clear strategy. Back in the present, Sejun stood silently behind Kim Jong-gu and landed a swift slap. With a loud thud, the guy was flat on the ground. Sejun looked surprised. What? It's over already? See? I told you. He's weak. Passed out from one hit. Not everyone in the tournament is actually skilled. Let's hurry up and deal with these useless extras. Sejun then turned back to the boy who had been bullied. Are you okay? Are you badly hurt? The boy spoke quietly. Me? I'm fine. I'm used to it. Sejun's voice became serious. Don't get used to it. This is not your fault. This shouldn't happen. But in reality, it happens a lot. He handed the clothes back to the boy. So you need to ask for help more often. Keep fighting to get out of this situation and find a way to protect yourself. I can spend a few weeks helping you, but I can't help you forever. You have to fight for yourself, the boy asked, completely bewildered. But how? Please tell me what to do. Sejun looked him straight in the eye. I already told you. You did nothing wrong. The kid stared at Sejun without blinking, then quickly took back his clothes. With business handled, Sejun approached Kim Jong-gu. He stared the guy down, then reached for his nose ring. Sejun yanked it so hard the unconscious punk jolted awake from the pain. The second he was conscious, Sejun grabbed his collar, his voice like ice. I'm going to ask you a few things. Just answer what you know. Let's find somewhere quiet, shall we? The bully was terrified, his voice trembling. What are you talking about? Who are you? Let me go and we'll talk. This shirt is expensive. Sejun didn't let go, turning to Do-hun. Hey, Do-hun. Who is this guy? And what are you all doing? While the bully was still sputtering, Sejun lifted his leg and kicked, ripping the shirt wide open. He screamed, Are you crazy? What do you want? Do you know how much this cost? Before he could finish, Sejun grabbed him by the hair. The guy tried to cry out, but Sejun just sneered. You're pathetic. It's so obvious. You treasure this shirt so much, but why do you treat other people like trash? You isolate others. What kind of person are you? The bully, writhing in pain, tried to justify himself. This is just how the world works. You're using violence on me right now, so how are you any different? Sejun stared at him coldly. You're right. I guess I'm just talking nonsense again. Then he twisted the punk's arm back. I'd rather act than talk. Kim Jong-gu groaned. My arm. It hurts so bad. Why don't you just ask me? I'll tell you everything, just let me go first. Sejun's brow furrowed. Ha-chin, do you know that name? A few months ago, a female student joined your program, right? The guy answered quickly. I know her. The jujutsu girl. She's pale and really pretty. I remember all the students. The moment he finished speaking, a fist slammed into his face. Sejun yelled, Cut the crap. Tell me what happened that day. What happened to Ha-chin? The bully started talking. That day, someone had their eye on Ha-chin. They contacted Manager Kim. If you're asking about Manager Kim, Sejun clamped his hand over the bully's mouth. Tell me what happened after the school representatives entered that room. Kim Jong-gu panicked. Damn it. Does he already know everything? He continued. In that room, the jujutsu students introduced themselves, then they raised their hands to compete. It was filmed that day. I think it was a live stream. That girl participated either for a mission or for the prize money. I'm not really sure. A man stood up to introduce the event. Greetings, everyone. You've probably heard a lot about this. Jujutsu is the only martial art where a woman can defeat a man. With my years of experience, I agree with that. However, this is only true against men who have never learned jujutsu themselves. A huge skill gap is exhausting, isn't it? We'll have a normal match instead of following the rules, okay? I've never seen it before, so I'm very curious. Aren't you curious too? The student you see here is a master of jujutsu. Some of you might not know. A purple belt isn't a rank that just anyone can achieve, especially since she's only 18 years old, he announced with excitement. We will begin now. We will select 4 people to compete against her. For the first match, we will choose a contestant who has never studied jujutsu. At that moment, Kim Jong-gu raised his hand, eager to participate. Give me a chance to join. Oh, contestant Kim Jong-gu. This young man has never learned fighting techniques. Can you satisfy the audience's curiosity? You look quite small. Very well, then get ready. After that, the signal to start the match rang out. Kim Jong-gu thought to himself, this was his chance to make an impression on everyone. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, determined he could do it. She's just a girl, after all. The moment he thought that, he got hit with another blow from Sejun. Kim Jong-gu's eyes widened. Why'd you hit me? Sejun replied nonchalantly. Because you were asking for it. Why else? What happened next? Kim Jong-gu spat out a mouthful of blood, muttering, I was getting to it. What was bound to happen, happened. As soon as he charged in to fight, he was caught in a chokehold by Ha-chin. The scene shifts to a large building, where Ha-chin was talking to a group of men. I don't care what this match is about. I just want to know where Sejun is, she demanded. One of the men replied, Ah, that chubby boy? Your friend really isn't here. Ha-chin turned and swore at the guy next to him. This bastard. He dodged, muttering, What's with this girl? After failing to find Sejun, Ha-chin turned to leave. If that's the case, I have no business with you people anymore. I'm leaving. A man in the group called out, I'll make you a good offer. Ha-chin looked completely uninterested. Yeah, I'm not buying it. A huge man blocked her path, refusing to let her pass. Ha-chin turned around and asked, Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? You know this is a serious crime, right? The man replied, For security reasons, you can't leave alone. We'll play exactly 4 matches, 1 round each. All you have to do is participate. He put his arm around the man who brought her there, adding, And your friend, Sejun, will no longer have any trouble at school. I don't know who you people are, I don't know what you're doing, and I don't care. I have no intention of participating, so can you just let me out of here? So there's no way you'll accept? He sighed. We don't have to force you. All right then, please escort this student to Building G. Suddenly, Ha-chin's expression changed. Understanding her, the man called out, Bring the student named Kim Jung-gu here, as originally planned. In the ring, Ha-chin stands ready to face off against Kim Jung-gu. The fight begins, and Kim Jung-gu charges straight for Ha-chin. She instantly reads him as a jujitsu player. He'll defend before he attacks. Ha-chin's eyes turn razor sharp. She glides forward, slamming a heavy blow into Kim Jung-gu's stomach. He mutters, "Damn, if that was any lower, I'd be finished." Kim Jung-gu starts to panic. How can someone so small be this strong? But in the end, he thinks, he'll win with brute force. While Kim Jung-gu is lost in thought, Ha-chin is already in the air, preparing to kick her opponent right in the face. However, Kim Jung-gu is no amateur. He quickly throws his hands up to block the strike. He avoided the finishing blow, but his arm is badly damaged. He grits his teeth and immediately throws a punch back at Ha-chin. From now on, no more going easy. But Ha-chin quickly dodges the blow, slipping right underneath his guard. With incredible speed, she moves in and locks him up tight. Her movements are simply too fast for him to even react. Kim Jung-gu loses his balance. After one powerful throw, he's slammed flat onto the floor. Ha-chin doesn't let her guard down. She quickly mounts Kim Jung-gu, ready to rain down a flurry of punches on his face. Kim Jung-gu panics, but Ha-chin is relentless. She hammers his head with blow after blow, forcing him to just cover up in vain. Ha-chin has him in a chokehold. He struggles to escape her control, but it's completely useless. Only one question echoes in his mind. Who is this girl to be so unbelievably strong? Beautiful, sure, but this kind of fighting is just insane. While he's still processing it, Ha-chin tightens the choke and throws him backward. She has him under complete control. Kim Jung-gu's eyes roll back as he starts losing consciousness. His last thought before blacking out, "Damn it." Ha-chin releases him. She gets up and asks, "So, who's next?" Sejun immediately calls out, "You planning on faking it? If you pass out and miss what happens next, I'll smash your head in." Kim Jung-gu is absolutely terrified. No, don't do that. I'm really passing out. We'll figure it out later." When Kim Jung-gu finally wakes up, the second match is already over. Sejun is quiet for a moment, then asks, "So what happened?" Kim Jung-gu continues his story. She looked exhausted. The second opponent was Jun-hoon, a kickboxer. While I was out, he just went berserk and unloaded on that poor girl. Has he lost his mind? He just kept kicking the same spot. It was like he didn't care about winning. He just wanted to hurt her. Her leg must have been in agony. Because he was only using kicks for offense and defense against a girl as small as her, it looked like she didn't stand a chance. But somehow, a blessing in disguise, the match ended. The real tragedy, however, hadn't even started yet. Meanwhile, Ha-chin is resting on a chair. Suddenly, a man appears and asks her, "Are you okay? There are still 2 weeks left. Will you be able to fight in the next match?" Turns out, it's that same guy. He continues, "I'll give you plenty of time to rest. You fight better than I thought. Your reactions are truly amazing." Ha-chin fires back, "You don't seem to remember what you said before, do you? So just keep your promise." He just smiles. "Of course, don't you worry about it." He stands up. "Well then, let's choose the fighter for the third match. This time, the fighter will be in a slightly higher weight class," Manager Kim says, looking directly at Ha-chin. "Haha, this is going to be an interesting sight." Everyone is shocked when they find out who Ha-chin's third opponent will be. That guy tells the third match's participant, "Anyway, the other contestants aren't here. So for this match, the fighter will be Lion." Back in the room with Ha-chin, someone asks her, "Are you really not going to talk to anyone? You remember everything that happened that day, don't you?" Ha-chin stays silent, refusing to answer. She tells the woman across from her, "Ma'am, you absolutely have to keep this a secret." The woman replies, "Because I promised you, I won't tell anyone about this. But you shouldn't carry all of this by yourself. You should talk to your family, or at least to Sejun, right?" Ha-chin replies, "Isn't it less painful for the people I love if I just pretend not to remember? If I act like nothing happened?" The woman continues, "They have already suffered so much because of you. Your family might be one thing, but if Sejun ever finds out the truth, he'll probably blame himself for everything. This could become a serious psychological trauma for Sejun, something really bad for him." Ha-chin smiles. "That's exactly why you have to keep this a secret. There's just one more thing. If Sejun finds out what happened that day, I have no idea what terrible things he might do." Cut back to Sejun, his face a mask of pure fury, a brick clutched in his hand. He grabs the blonde guy by the hair and raises the brick. The worst-case scenario had to be stopped before it could ever happen. Hain adds, "It's just me." The scene cuts back to her third match, where Vengon had his opponent by the hair, covered in blood. Asen asks Du-hun, "So where's Sejun?" Du-hun replies that he forgot his bag and went back for it. Asen then suggests, right, if you want, why not try the punching bag? I actually used to do some kickboxing back in the day. Du-hun's eyes widened. Really? You think I could do it too? Asen nods. I'll ask the manager, Kang Pan, when I have time. He's got a fighting background, so I think you'll like him. Du-hun thinks for a moment before saying, come to think of it, I've never really managed anything before. I had to work 23 jobs just to pay rent. Oh, could you do me a favor? Asen asks. What's up? Du-hun explains, it's about Sejun. You've got the general idea of him, but he's not the calm or meticulous type. If something goes wrong, he just loses it, screams for money, and there's no telling what he'll do next. I need a level-headed guy like you to stick close to Sejun, to stop him from destroying himself. Elsewhere, Sejun's eyes have turned terrifying. He has a blonde man by the hair, a brick in his other hand, ready to smash his skull, but just in time, Du-hun manages to stop him. Have you even thought about the consequences? Du-hun yells. Sejun turns, eyes filled with killing intent. Don't get in my way. In a flash, he throws a lightning-fast punch straight at Du-hun. Du-hun dodges back, pleading, Sejun, snap out of it. I'll help you see this through. But if you kill him with that brick, what happens then? But Sejun is still lost in his rage. These monsters deserve to die. He lunges at Du-hun again, roaring, don't stop me. Du-hun evades the punch, realizing Sejun is completely out of his mind. Reason won't work here. He slips inside and lands a hard punch to Sejun's gut. Sejun gasps, clutching his stomach as he drops to his knees. Are you calm now? Sejun pants, enough. Did you have to hit me that hard? Du-hun shoots back. All right. Then get a grip if you don't want to end up in jail. Stop letting your emotions run wild. Think about your goal, or you'll never make it to the end. Sejun stands up, holding his stomach. I get it. Did you go all out on me? He then turns to the blonde man with a question. So, is the final match next? The battered man answers, yeah. As I recall, no one had been knocked out until then. He thinks to himself, damn it. Why am I the only one taking a beating like this? It wasn't even me who did it. Sejun snaps, these guys are insane. So who's the final opponent? The blonde man mentions the last fighter. I think it's Representative Han. I don't remember his name clearly. The final match was decided by jujitsu alone. Representative Han has some crazy jujitsu skills. That's how he was able to pull it off. Sejun turns to Du-hun. Is Representative Han one of the sponsors you mentioned before? Du-hun simply nods. That's right, he's a competitor in the matches, too. Sejun continues. So we just have to find that last bastard and this is all over? Do you know what he does for a living? Du-hun shakes his head. Unfortunately, we have zero information on the guy. Just then, the blonde man remembers something. Wait a second, I just recalled a pretty interesting rumor. There's a story going around among the fighters. But before he can finish, another man walks up to them. Representative Han, he says, used to be called Jujutsu. He then drives a brutal knee straight into the blonde man's face. He stands there, hand in his pocket, looking down with pure contempt. The sudden violence stuns Sejun and Du-hun, leaving them clueless. Another man steps out from the shadows behind him and starts talking. You shouldn't have revealed yourself like that. We signed a confidentiality agreement, remember? The man in glasses just scoffs. Isn't that right? Fighter Du-hun. The area falls silent. After a tense moment, a worried Du-hun asks, Manager Kim, what are you doing here? Manager Kim just keeps smiling. My job is to manage the fighters. A contract violation is involved, so I have to pay attention. Sejun cuts in. Your Manager Kim? How did you know about this? Were you following us? Manager Kim coolly replies. No honorifics on our first meeting? You're just as impolite as I heard. Sejun's brow furrows. As you heard? You talk like you already know me. Manager Kim nods. Of course I do. Aren't you one of Hain's subordinates? I heard you lost some weight and became quite the looker. In an instant, Sejun grabs Manager Kim by the collar, his face a mask of rage. What the hell are you guys doing? What did you do to Ha-chin? Manager Kim avoids the question, speaking cryptically. It's all right, Captain. We were just having a little conversation. At that moment, a hand pulls Sejun back from behind. He turns to see Du-hun, who looks completely confused. Du-hun warns him, you should back off. This is a threat. The captain steps back with a nod. Of course it is. Sejun wonders what is wrong with that huge guy. Manager Kim finally begins to answer his question. You asked what we did to Ha-chin. First off, she volunteered for the match herself. Betting her smile was a mistake, sure, but the real goal was money. What else could it be? He continued, explaining how keywords like high school girl and real-life fight were perfect for drumming up curiosity. The more hype they built, the more cash rolled in besides. People have a soft spot for things that are a little illegal. Ji-chun glared at him with pure fury. Manager Kim just kept smiling. They weren't moral people, and they were enjoying the show. Ji-chun's face tightened. You'd turn a person into this just for money? Manager Kim shot back. It's just money, even a kid gets that. In this world, money is everything. Ji-chun raised a fist. What? What are you smiling at? But the man wasn't the least bit scared by his threat. He talked about how money was like a superpower, helping talented people change their lives. At that exact moment, the team captain landed a heavy punch on Do-hun's face. Manager Kim continued. With money, you can live. The sound of the punch made Ji-chun whip around in shock. The captain looked at Do-hun, impressed. A real boxer, all right, taking a hit like that and still standing. Do-hun raised his hands into a defensive stance. He was a heavyweight, he felt the pain, but he could take it. The guy was massive, but moved like a slug. Do-hun threw a quick combo at the captain, landing his hits. He realized he could win this with pure speed. The captain just scratched his face. Player Do-hun, your punches are weaker than I thought. Any more surprises? The guy was completely unfazed. Suddenly, he closed the distance on Do-hun, a classic showdown between a villain and a good guy. He trapped Do-hun in a hold and drove a vicious punch into his stomach. Do-hun buckled in pain. What was this? This ridiculous strength. Ji-chun let Manager Kim go and turned back to his friend, asking, Do-hun, what are you doing? Behind him, the manager wore a strange, unreadable smile. Nice, isn't it? Very interesting, he said. But this is all fine, right, Ji-chun? Ji-chun was completely baffled. Hold on, I'll deal with you later, you little anchovy. But the manager just adjusted his glasses. No, that's not what I mean. I'm asking if being here right now is really okay. Ji-chun's confusion only grew. What is this psycho talking about, he thought. The manager let out a huge laugh. Just like player Kim from Go said, there was a player who was mad at little Ha-chin for personal reasons. A look of pure dread washed over Ji-chun's face as he listened to the manager's words. So, as a little surprise gift, I told him where young Ha-chin lives, he added with a smirk. Meanwhile, Ha-chin was walking alone when she noticed a huge guy trailing her, his eyes filled with malice. Sejun began to panic. What do I do? Manager Kim sneered. Luckily for you, Ha-chin's neighborhood isn't far from here. You should probably get going, right? While you're gone, the captain and I will have a little chat with Do-hun about contract violations. All while Do-hun was being choked, unable to speak. Sejun, what are you waiting for? Do-hun yelled. Don't worry about me, just go. Get to Ha-chin now. Ji-chun hesitated for a moment, then broke into a sprint toward Ha-chin's place. Manager Kim just laughed, mocking him for running off without a second glance. Over in her neighborhood, Ha-chin walked down the street, completely unaware that someone was following her. She was smiling at her phone, laughing to herself. This is hilarious. I have to send this to Ji-chun. She thought the guy was just walking the same way, never realizing he was tailing her. He muttered to himself, what's this? She's perfectly fine. She shouldn't be so happy when I'm this angry. This crazy girl, I'm the type who always pays back what I'm owed. Just as he moved to approach her from behind, Ha-chin's father suddenly ran out onto the street. His voice made her jump. Her dad was bent over, panting heavily. Seeing him in such a rush, she asked, Dad, what's wrong? Why are you running so fast? You're not even dressed properly. What if you catch a cold? Her dad glanced at the suspicious man following his daughter before answering, I saw you and thought we could go to the supermarket together. Ha-chin replied, You could have just called me. Do you want my jacket? Aren't you cold? She asked. But her father just shook his head, refusing. No, I'm fine. I'm warm from the run, it's okay. You wear it. Ha-chin giggled. Well, I wasn't really going to give it to you. I was just asking to be a good daughter. After sharing a laugh, the two began walking home together. Her father couldn't help but look back at the suspicious man one more time, but the man had already hidden himself around a corner. Just then, Ha-chin's phone rang. It was Ji-chun calling. She answered cheerfully, Hey Ji-chun, what's up? I'm with my dad right now. Hearing how strange Sejun sounded, she asked, You said it's okay. What's okay? Why are you being so vague? Where are you? Ji-chun gasped for air as he replied, Me? I'm just working out. He slumped down against a wall and continued, It's fine. Of course I remember next week. I'll text you when I get home. Hearing she was safe, Ji-chun let out a massive sigh of relief. He thought he could rest, but then a new worry struck him. The stalker could still be lurking near her house. Something could still happen. He knew he had to get there immediately. Back at the house, Ha-chin and her father had made it home safely. Her dad casually mentions that if she sees Sejun, she should tell him to come over for dinner. He still hasn't visited since they moved in. Ha-chin nods in agreement. Of course, she'll tell him. And when he comes, they should have beef. Her dad turns to Ha-chin with a little smile, saying he'll pay for it if she goes to buy it. Ha-chin teases her father back. What's with that? What kind of dad tries to scam beef off a teenager? Meanwhile, the suspicious man is still lurking below her building. He scans the windows, his eyes fixed on the one apartment where a light just flickered on. After a quick count, he finally pinpoints Ha-chin's location, the first unit on the 13th floor. He immediately calls his manager. I've found what floor the girl lives on. Today's probably a no-go, but I'll handle it soon. On the other end, Manager Kim replies, Isn't this exactly what Im Dong-hoon wanted? Don't worry about the cleanup, and make sure you're not seen at the scene. As long as they fabricate a few things, the victim's side will be completely powerless to do anything. The man nods. Got it, call me if anything comes up. Manager Kim thinks to himself, so it seems he didn't run into Se-chun, and that's after he even gave him a description of Im Dong-hun. After hanging up, he turns to look at Hun-do. So, player Hun-do must be ready to have a little conversation now. He crouches down and says, Let's have a little chat, shall we? Back in Ha-chin's neighborhood, the man named Im Dong-hoon is still lingering around the area. He mutters to himself, What a shame. I thought today was going to be simple. He lights a cigarette and keeps thinking. Im Dong-hoon wonders why Manager Kim would suddenly give him this location out of the blue. After all, he's already a suspect anyway. This whole mess has nothing to do with him, he just needs to get the job done and get out. Just then, Sejun walks past and bumps into him, knocking the cigarette from his hand. The man instantly gets furious. Not watching where you're going? Are your eyes just for decoration? Hearing that, Sejun turns back and gives a casual apology. But Im Dong-hoon isn't having it. You made me drop my cigarette. Pick it up. Sejun bends down to get it, but the thug is clearly looking for trouble. The problem here is you don't look where you're going. Sejun glances at the man's legs, then asks, Hey, do you play sports? Your body looks pretty solid. What do you train in? Im Dong-hoon finds the question weird but answers anyway. Yeah. Is it that obvious? Sejun flashes a cool grin. What do you do to get a body like that? The gym? At that, the man scoffs. My body isn't for show. This is practical muscle, lean and powerful. Kickboxing is a real man's sport. But before he can even finish his sentence, a fist smashes right into his face. Im Dong-hoon goes sprawling onto the pavement. What the hell is with this kid? Sejun drops the act, leaning over him to ask directly, You're the lowlife Manager Kim sent, right? You've got the personality of trash and the face of a criminal. They really do match. Im Dong-hun's mind reels. Who is this kid? And what kind of trap has Manager Kim secretly sprung on him? He scrambles to his feet. I don't know what you're talking about. Have you lost your mind? You're dead today, you little punk. The moment he says it, he lunges forward. But seeing the move, Sejun instantly calculates a low kick aimed at the outside of his leg. If he shatters that stance, the fight is over. He has to instill fear from the very beginning. The most effective way? One solid kick to the groin. A piercing scream rips through the air as Im Dong-hoon collapses to his knees, his face pale, crying out in pure agony. Sejun sneers at him. You criminal scumbag. Ha-chin lives here now, so what exactly were you planning? But the man still tries to play dumb. What are you talking about, psycho? What would I do to a random person? Im Dong-hoon thinks to himself that Ha-chin probably doesn't know his face, so he can just play dumb to buy some time. He tries to threaten him. I'm going to sue you, but before he finishes, Sejun slams his head into the ground, crushing his nose with enough force to nearly break it. Stop pretending. You're Im Dong-hun, right? Everything points straight to you. Sejun screams at him. The man clutches his nose, his voice filled with rage. What do you mean everything? Are you insane? Why would you think that? Who the hell is Im Dong-hun? I already told you it's not me. You psycho. We just met and you're already swearing at me. I can tell you're younger than I am. So what does any of this have to do with me? Sejun pauses for a moment, then asks, It's not you? So you're really not the one who arranged the meeting between Manager Kim and that representative? The man immediately denies everything. What meeting? I just train for fun. I'm not involved in anything. You keep bringing up some Manager Kim or Representative Han. I have no idea who those people are. You stay right there. I'm calling the police. Don't think for a second I'm going to negotiate. He silently thinks to himself, if he pretends to call the cops, the kid will definitely feel cornered and run. But he knows if he turns his back now, this kid will absolutely come for revenge. He's betting the kid won't dare break their unspoken standoff. Sejun's voice suddenly softens. It seems I made a mistake. I'm just a fool who talks informally with everyone. My apologies. Just when it seems like the situation has calmed down, Sejun suddenly throws another punch straight into the man's face. The thug is completely stunned. What the hell? Do you actually want to go to prison? Sejun's expression is his answer. Damn right, Sejun says. Because you can't report me. The man is completely baffled. Why not? Of course I can, he stammers. But Sejun just continues. And why's that? Because he only said he was a representative, not Korea's representative. Enough with the act, psycho. Let's go. The opponent doesn't even bother denying it. Sejun planned a surprise hook from behind, but it seems he was spotted. But who are you, really? Is this about that girl? He lifts a finger, taunting him. Sejun fires back, his voice a low threat. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is your workout days are over. Hearing this, the guy just laughs. What is he? Some kind of delusional, cringeworthy kid? You threw one cheap shot and landed one kick, and now you think you can fight? You're getting cocky over a single bruise. You've never learned to fight properly, have you? It's written all over your face. Sejun had the clear advantage, but this time his opponent skillfully dodges. Well, would you look at that? A genuine surprise from this punk. The opponent unleashes a sudden counter, landing a solid punch right in Sejun's face. He raises his leg for a kick but then stops, seemingly lost in thought. Sejun watches the strange pause, completely baffled. The guy almost threw a kick out of pure habit. Sejun smirks and taunts him. What's wrong, you can't do it? So kicks really are better, huh? Enraged, the opponent screams. A punk like you only needs one punch to go down. He then rushes Sejun with a flurry of fists, shouting, How do you like this, you mutt? You're talking nonsense again. But Sejun is just testing him. His opponent's punches are trained, sure, but they've got nothing on Hundo's speed or raw power. If that's all he's got, Sejun knows he can block him. Just as the punch flies, Sejun prepares to parry and take him down with jujitsu. But out of nowhere, his opponent throws a kick. Sejun can't react in time and hits the dirt. He never saw that kick coming. His opponent stares down with pure contempt. Just give up, you idiot. You look pathetic. Meanwhile, Tronghun, the guy Sejun kicked in the family jewels, is still suffering from the aftermath. He turns and growls. You really don't get it. There are some lines you just don't cross. All right, class is in session. He raises his leg to finish Sejun, but just then the cops show up. Seeing his fun get ruined, the opponent grinds his teeth. The officer shoves him to the ground as Tronghun yells out, Seriously, what do you want now? The officer stands tall and declares, I'm a police officer of the Republic of Korea. The second he hears that, the punk breaks into a cold sweat. He's totally screwed. He tries to straighten up and bolt, but the officer easily stops him. The cop turns to Sejun. Are you all right? Just hang on a second. Taking a closer look at the face of the guy on the ground, he realizes it's Sejun. The two sit down to talk it over. The officer says, I was shocked. I thought you were seriously hurt. You're sure you don't need a hospital? Sejun just shakes his head. I'm fine, just need a minute to rest. But what's a detective doing out here? Hane's father called me earlier. He said some suspicious guy has been following her around. I had the local police start patrolling, but I had a bad feeling, so I came by on my way home. Good thing I did. He almost had you. Sejun bows his head in thanks. The officer asks, that guy from before, he's connected to what's happening with Hane, isn't he? Is that why you ended up fighting him? Sejun stays silent, so the officer continues. Look, Sejun, I get it. But if you keep this up, you're going to destroy yourself. I know you don't trust us cops, but investigating criminals is our job, not yours. If you keep taking the law into your own hands like this, eventually you and I will be on opposite sides. So please, just listen. Sejun finally cuts in. Officer, you're a good man. Thank you for caring about Hane. I'll tell you everything I know. Hopefully, it can help your investigation. Because nothing I'm doing is against the law. But if a day comes when you have to stop me, then you do your job, and I'll do mine. A few days later at the mall, Sejun is checking his reflection in his phone. He notes how fast the wound is healing, it's barely noticeable. He got lucky the police arrived when they did. He'd thought the guy's kicks were weak, but the speed was insane. This guy was a pro, and Sejun had underestimated him. He needs a new plan. This can't go on. As he's replaying that night in his head, Hane suddenly pops up behind him, making him jump. She teases him. It's not a selfie. So what are you doing? Trying to get a better look at me? Or maybe we should take a picture together? We haven't taken one since you lost all that weight. Xi-chun makes an excuse. I was just checking my face for something. A picture? Hane grabs his arm. Stop playing hard to get. Pictures last forever. Come on, just one. Sit down for a second. And in the end, Hain gets her way, forcing Zi-chun into a photo. Can't your expression get any better? Ha-chun complained. Do you even know why we're taking this picture? Let me explain it to you. Sejun, sensing trouble, quickly jumped in. Okay, I think I get it now. Ha-chun lit up. Great, let's take it then, hold it up high. But Sechun's expression was still painfully awkward. Knowing Ha-chun wouldn't be satisfied and would just make him retake it, Sechun turned to leave. It's movie time, let's go. But of course, he couldn't escape. In the theater, Ha-chun clutched the popcorn. So, you're not going to eat any? Sechun shook his head. No, you can have it all. You were so much better when you were chubby. Why did you have to lose weight? Ha-chun asked him. Sechun answered. It was for a flyer, a past and present theme. Besides, being that big was inconvenient for training. Ha-chun scoffed. Only weaklings say that because their strength isn't enough. It's ridiculous to gain weight and become slower. Sechun chuckled. A weakling, huh? Right. With the current gap in our weight and skill, I'm pretty sure I'd beat you. What did you just say? You're really making a lot of mistakes today. Or maybe I should just stuff this popcorn in your mouth for you? Ha-chun could now walk through crowds, though she was still a bit shy at times. She had changed so much that a stranger would never even recognize her. Of all the people he knew, Ha-chun was the most resilient. So in this battle with herself, he knew she would never be defeated. On top of that, she had a clearer idea of what she needed to do to recover in a safe place. And for that to happen, every external threat had to be eliminated. That meant he had to get much better and keep a level head. If this was a game, he was currently in a zone with monsters far above his own level. If he didn't want to lose, he had to take out all the enemies at his own level first. This was his time to level up. At the martial arts gym, everyone was howling with laughter. Do-hun looked completely bewildered, having no idea why. The reason they were laughing so hard was the text on Do-hun's back. Boxing is number 1. Absolutely adorable. It was probably because of his intense love for the sport. Do-hun turned to them. What's so funny? Are you looking down on boxing? That, of course, just made everyone laugh even harder. They couldn't understand how he didn't find it funny at all. But I've obviously gotten funnier. Do-hun protested. I can be funny, but no one believes me. Accepting the truth is the first step toward growth. Suddenly, Sechun appeared. Asen was surprised. Didn't you ask for the day off? Sechun smirked slightly, because someone said they missed me. As he spoke, Ha-chun peeked out from behind him. The one and only flower of this rundown gym is here. Ha-chun has arrived. Seeing her recover so well, everyone was overjoyed. Your face is looking a lot brighter, huh? Less ugly than before. When were you coming? You know I missed you, right? Ha-chun smiled. Have you been well all this time? Or are you still rocking that lonely vibe? Asan, it's been so long. How are you? Asan replied. I'm the same as always. Ha-chun grinned. Shouldn't I give my big brother a hug? It's been ages. Asen, drenched in sweat, quickly put up a hand to stop her. Don't come close, I smell awful. But she charged in and hugged him tightly. Why would you say that? Even if you were the Bermuda Triangle, I'd still come. Who's this? A new face? Do-hun stammered. Sechun quickly spoke up. Ha-chun, let me introduce you to this guy, he chuckled. Boxing is best, a true boxer through and through. Ha ha. Seeing the words on his back, everyone cracked up all over again. Someone tried to stop them. Don't tease him anymore, Ha-chun asked. What's that about? Are you learning to kick too? How'd you suddenly become a boxer? Asan replied. Not yet. We're having him hit the punching bag first. Then he turned back to Ha-chun. So, have you eaten anything? Ha-chun shook her head. Not yet. I came here to freeload. You're treating me, right? Across the room, Sechun approached Do-hun and asked quietly, Are you trying to mess with me too? But Sechun only wanted to know if he was okay after getting hit before. Do-hun shook his head. I'm fine. I'm used to getting hit, so I'm recovering well. Your strange question just scared me half to death. Sechun smiled naturally. Isn't it what they say? You should ask how someone's doing before you ask them for a favor. Cut the crap and just say it. What do you need? You know I don't have any money. It's not about that. I want you to do this for me. Your standing kicks. Everything you know about them. I'll do whatever you say. Don't leave a single thing out. Just teach me everything. In the gym, the manager returned from a delivery and got emotional seeing Ha-chun. The two ran to each other, hugging and spinning around. The manager laughed. How long has it been? Did you gain weight on your break? You're heavy. Then he looked at Ha-chun more closely. Our Ha-chun looks so much brighter now that she's back. Is it because your face got chubbier or something? Ha-chun got serious. You didn't have to add that last part, you know. Not funny. But she hugged him again. I'm kidding. I missed you so much, manager. I'm sorry I came back so late. Do-hun stood to the side, completely lost. The manager finally spotted him and asked, "Who's this? A new guy?" Asen introduced him. "This is the friend I was telling you about yesterday." The kid recognized him instantly. "You're Gwang Do-hee, the famous fighter." The manager asks in shock, "Wait, you know me?" Do-hun replied honestly, "Of course. You're the professional boxer I admire most in all of Korea." It seems nobody else in the gym knew about this. Hearing Do-hun, they were all stunned. "What? A professional boxer? For real?" The manager turned to the others, shaking his head. "I've told you guys this so many times. So you just weren't listening, huh?" But everyone was still completely shocked by the reveal. "We thought our manager was just an amateur boxer, not a legit pro." The manager then asks Do-hun, "So, what's my boxing reputation like? You mean as a fighter?" "What were the highlights?" Do-hun replied. "He's the legend who hit a 20-fight win streak and retired that same year. He is the absolute legend of Korean boxing. Gwang Do-hee." The manager finally removed his headgear to face them. "Look, guys, I don't like to brag, but yeah, that's me. So do I look that different now?" The room fell silent, and the manager got confused. "Why isn't anyone saying anything? Don't I look like him?" Suddenly, the room exploded with noise. "You're so cool. Buy us spicy rice cakes." The manager's face darkened. Are these kids seriously over it already? Only Do-hun sat there with stars in his eyes. "It's a true honor to meet you like this. It feels like fate. You're my role model." The manager was stunned by Do-hun's sincerity. "All right, Aeon already told me a little about you. I don't have a problem with your situation, but you need to understand, this is a judo gym. We don't teach boxing here." Do-hun quickly shot back. "That's okay. I'll do anything. I'll even clean the gym. Just having you. I mean, the manager here is enough for me. You can speak freely. I'm only 19. The manager started sweating. This kid was too much. "All right, fine. Go help Aeon. Feel free to use the bags or the gym, then take everyone for rice cakes on Aeon." After the get-together, Sejun walked Ha-in home. On the way, Ha-in complained, "My stomach's gonna burst. We've been walking for a while, and I'm still stuffed." Sejun laughed. "That's 'cause you ate rice cakes, noodles, and kimbap." Sejun turned to ask Ha-in, "So do you normally hug your close guy friends like that?" "I'm only asking 'cause I really don't know." Hearing his question, Ha-in suddenly got flustered, her face turning red as she pointed at him. "Wait a second. Are you jealous?" Sejun immediately denied it. "No way. I already told you, I was just curious." But Ha-in wasn't buying it for a second. "Look at Si-chun, all grown up and getting jealous. So what, am I not allowed to hug other guys?" Flustered, Si-chun quickly said, "What are you talking about? Come on, let's go home, it's late." But Ha-in lingered, saying it felt like a waste to go inside. "Let's just walk one more lap." Si-chun shook his head, refusing. "No way. We've already done 10. The next morning at school, Se-chun asked Do-hun, "So how much longer is this going to take? We need to deal with this fast. Who knows what that guy will do? But the thing you're preparing for isn't some official martial arts competition. It's just a street fight, so it's not entirely impossible. But that doesn't mean you can skip practicing your punches. You get me?" Se-chun replied. I know, just tell me what to do first," Do-hun said. "From today on, you're sticking with me pretty much 24/7. Then it's a crash course in throwing punches. You'll gain experience by beating all the lower-ranked fighters in the hub first. By the way, do you know what the most fundamental part of boxing is?" Se-chun answered. "A knockout punch, right? First one to land a hit controls the fight." Do-hun shook his head. "Wrong. It's jumping rope." Se-chun held the rope doubtfully. "Jumping rope? To build stamina? We don't have time for this." Do-hun pointed at him seriously. "Shut up. I'm not asking for your opinion. Stamina is part of it, but what's more important is the rhythm. The single biggest difference between someone who's learned to fight and someone who hasn't is rhythm. One has it, the other doesn't. And when it comes to training for that, there's nothing better than jumping rope. For example, you read your opponent's rhythm, bait them into throwing a big punch, dodge it like you expected it, and then land your own shot." Suddenly, Do-hun threw a punch straight at Si-chun's face. He flinched away, grimacing. "Hey, why'd you just hit me?" Do-hun looked surprised and quickly apologized. "Ah, my bad. I honestly didn't expect you to not block that. You're worse than I thought." Do-hun decided then and there. "All right, that settles it. Your training starts today. You'll jump rope during breaks." With that, Do-hun walked off, and the special training officially began. They started with long-distance running, then moved on to jumping rope and throwing medicine balls. Throughout the entire training session, Do-hun relentlessly pointed out every one of Se-chun's flaws. Don't just punch hard, punch with accuracy. And for now, only use one hand. Your mind is all over the place and you're not focused. After school, the two returned to the gym, continuing their non-stop training. Time dragged on with the same repetitive training, day after day, but they gave it their all. The two of them sparred relentlessly, collapsing to the ground only when exhaustion completely took over. Sejun gasped for air. Is this really what we're going to do every single day? Do-hoon simply nodded. We have to, he explained. Even if we're on the wrong path right now, I have to be ready to grab an opportunity when it shows up. Is there anything you want to do? Sejun shook his head. I don't know. I can only think about the present. Do-hoon stood up, nodding in approval. Right. That works for you. Enough chatter, let's move on to the next phase. Sejun looked up, surprised. Huh? The next phase? Meanwhile, in a back alley, a group of thugs was talking trash. A bigger guy spoke up. If you ask me, guys like that can't achieve anything, no matter how hard they try. It's all just jealousy, right? They're young, it's not impossible to make money. The ones who don't even try, then complain they have no money, it's just pathetic. Just as he was running his mouth, Sejun appeared. Hey, pork soup. The guy turned around, a scowl on his face. What? You talking to me? Sejun just smirked. Is there anyone else here who looks like pork soup? The guy gritted his teeth. Damn you. What did you just say, you little punk? Today, I'm gonna make your pretty face look just like mine. But Do-hun stepped in beside him. No need. And sorry about this. If you've equipped a new skill, you have to level it up, right? The moment he finished speaking, Sejun threw a lightning-fast punch straight into his opponent's face. The alley, once filled with chatter, fell completely silent. After the punch, the guy cradled his face, groaning. That hurt, you little brat. Normally, in a situation like this, people would be curious about who they're fighting. But I'm not going to ask you. You know why? His face turned beet red as he looked up at Sejun. Sejun couldn't care less. He threw another punch and coldly replied, No, you bastard. The thug winced. You have no manners. Usually, you're supposed to wait for the other person to finish talking. Shut up and fight. Your pants are disgusting. Sejun snapped. The guy just screamed back. Do you have any idea how expensive these are? Do you even understand fashion? Sejun rushed forward, landing a flurry of punches on his face. If those monstrous things are fashion, then I don't want to know a thing about it. The guy couldn't take it anymore and finally started to fight back. I'll teach you some respect. Sejun carefully watched his opponent's movements. Judo. He remembered Do-hun's warning if he got thrown to the floor, it would be incredibly dangerous. A bad takedown could be fatal. He couldn't let himself get grabbed. He'd asked, Do-hun, so I have to practice backstepping? Do-hun had nodded. Exactly. You have to maintain distance, especially against guys who know judo or jujitsu. A one-armed shoulder throw can come out of nowhere, so you need to be ready to pivot and strike. After explaining, Do-hun saw Sejun was still distracted and just shook his head. The key point is to use your long arms to hit him without getting caught. If you do that, the other guy will get frustrated and start aiming for your lower body. Even if he charges with his whole body, you block, back up fast, and go for the knockout. But Sejun's collar was already grabbed. You're a real rat. You think this is over? The thug roared. You're finished. Playtime's over, kid. Especially with a guy this huge. It wasn't a martial arts match anymore, it was a fight for survival. His hand gripped Sejun's collar, but in an instant, Sejun snapped his fingers. My finger! The bone's sticking out. It hurts, the thug wailed. But before he could even process the pain, another fist smashed into his face. Knockout. The thug crashed backwards onto the pavement. With one down, Sejun immediately started hunting for the others involved. His combat skills were improving with every fight. The result? The rest of the crew went down, one after another. Back at the gym, Sejun's face was covered in bruises, his bandaged hands trembling. Do-hun watched him with concern. Take a break. No matter how weak they are, you still need time to recover. But Sejun shook his head. No, let's keep going. I'm out of time. I told you. I don't know when Lim Trong-hun will come back to stalk Hain. Do-hun tried to reason with him. Even with your skills improving so much, it's not enough to win. You need to build your strength steadily. But Sejun was stubborn. I'm going after him this week. I can't wait any longer. I can't just stand by and watch Hain suffer like this. Defeated, Do-hun sighed. All right. If you're that determined, I'll show you a few tricks to deal with Lim Trong-hun's fighting style. But as they talked in the gym, someone outside heard every single word. That evening, Hain was surprised to see both her parents waiting for her. What's going on? Why are you both here to pick me up? Her father announced. The family hasn't gone out together in a while, and today is our anniversary. Your 20th wedding anniversary? Hane's jaw dropped in disbelief. Is that even allowed? This generation finally got romantic, huh? So, what's for dinner tonight? Her dad turned to her mom. Let's eat out after she's done with school. I'm craving a good steak. Hearing that, Hane immediately got angry. No way. Why didn't you guys call me? Am I not even part of this family? Why am I always the one getting bullied? I like steak, too. Watching this scene from afar, Lim Trong-hun seethed with anger. Seriously? It's like I don't even have parents at home. Every time I'm with you, it's just one problem after another. I was right about you. He swore to himself that they'd be together till the bitter end. He wasn't giving up. He would show them all how terrifying he could be. Just as he went to light a cigarette, a voice stopped him cold. It was an officer from the police department, and he was not happy. The cop pointed out this was a no-smoking zone, but the punk just mouthed off. Are even passers-by this nosy now? You got a problem, old man? You own this street or something? What are you, a cop? The moment he said it, the officer flashed his badge. Seeing the badge, the guy's attitude changed fast. But he still tried to challenge him. You look way too young for this. Let me see your ID to check. The kid tried to weasel his way out. My apologies, sir. I don't have it on me. Sorry for the trouble. But as he turned to leave, the cop called him back. What did I just say? I said I want to see your identification. Now. He turned back, pleading desperately. I am so sorry. Please, just let me go this one time. I swear I'll never smoke in a restricted area again. I didn't even get to light it. He tried to slip away again, but that's when the officer called him out by his full name. In Chung-hoon. 1.7 meters tall, red hair, and those unlucky black eyes. I've been watching you for nights, the officer said, but the kid kept denying it. That's not me. You've got the wrong guy. The cop was having none of it. We'll see about that when I check your ID. Because of you, you little punk, I haven't been home in days. Seeing he was cornered, In Chung-hoon made a run for it. The officer behind him roared in anger. You dare mess with a detective? They call me the mad dog of the violent crimes unit. And with that, he gave chase. The detective's speed was shocking. The kid glanced back, his eyes wide. A real mad dog. How is he so fast? But just then, a car came screeching out of nowhere. The detective stared at the car in disbelief, and in that split second of distraction, he tripped and hit the pavement hard. What the hell was that? He yelled. A voice came from the car. If I wasn't in a hurry, you'd be dead. Then the driver called out, in Chung-hoon's name. While the kid was still confused, the driver clarified, Chief Kim sent me. Now get in the car. If you're not in within 5 seconds, I'm leaving. Seeing the cop getting back up, In Chung-hoon scrambled into the vehicle without a second thought. The car peeled out. From the back seat, he yelled, Faster! That old psycho is chasing us like a real mad dog. As the car sped off, the detective was left standing there, memorizing the license plate. Once they were safe, the kid let out a sigh of relief. How did Chief Kim know where to send you? He's better than I thought. The driver's voice was ice cold. Shut up. In Chung-hoon was taken aback. What? You just told me to get in so we could talk. The driver took off his hat, and only 2 thoughts remained in the kid's mind. First, you're young enough that the law should punish you and give you a chance to reform. Hearing this, the kid was baffled. What are you talking about? Weren't you sent by Chief Kim? The man in the car was Aeon, and he wasn't finished. And second, scum like you should be torn to pieces and burned alive. Now, in a parking garage, In Chung-hoon stared in disbelief. Who are you? What's your problem? He scrambled for the door handle. Get out of the car. Aeon turned back. I'm not the easygoing type. What makes you this way? Do you have any idea how people like you end up? The kid gritted his teeth. What are you babbling about? Do you know me? Open the door right now or I'm calling the cops. Aeon just stared at him. One day you'll meet someone stronger, and your life will be over. But you just brought that moment a whole lot closer. To be precise, right now. The kid was furious. What did you say? Stop talking nonsense and open this door. He threw a punch at Aeon but failed, instead getting slammed back into his seat so hard he ground his teeth in pain. While struggling, his eyes widened in horror at the massive axe in Aeon's hand. Wait, he stammered. This isn't happening, right? Aeon swung the axe, and the kid let out a blood-curdling scream. A loud thud echoed in the car as In Chung-hoon cried, paralyzed by fear. Aeon looked right at him, his voice chillingly calm. Stop squirming. Stay still. It'll be a pain to wash the car. As the axe blade came down right in front of his face, he thought, what is this? Am I going to die? Aeon held his head with one hand. His voice was dripping with mockery. Don't worry. You've had a tough life. It'd be a shame to send you to hell just like that. I'll let you feel it before you go. Now, hold out your hand for me to chop. With his life on the line, he panicked. He summoned all his courage and kicked Aeon with all his might. Struck by the sudden blow, Aeon glared at him with cold, empty eyes. In Chung-hoon scrambled to the back of the car, his only thought being to escape, to get out of there as fast as possible. If Aeon wouldn't open the door, he'd have to break it himself. To do that, he realized, he'd need a hard head. He clenched his jaw, thinking a broken skull was 1,000,000 times better than dying by this monster's hand. He then slammed his head against the car window with all his strength, but the glass didn't shatter. Instead, a massive lump just swelled up on his forehead. Aeon looked at him with utter disgust. It's bulletproof glass, you idiot. But if you want out that badly, be my guest. It's getting hot in here anyway. And with that, Aeon simply opened the car window for him. Seeing the open glass door, he knew what to do. Run. Get to a place with cars and cameras, where Aeson couldn't do anything reckless. But before bolting, he turns back, flips Aeson off, and screams with fake confidence. I'm calling the cops, you bastard. It's all on camera, on the memory card. This is a digital age. Your hat won't hide you. With that, he spins around and sprints. Aeson just watches him go, his eyes cold as ice. This guy is calling him a kidnapper? Fine. He decided to leave a little something on the guy's leg. But hitting a moving target would be tricky. So Aeson hurls the axe straight at In-hun. And just as expected, the blade sinks right into him. In-hun screams, collapsing in a heap, trembling and wailing in agony. Help me. Somebody, help me. Aeson walks over and plants his foot right on the guy's face. Listen to me carefully. Never wander around that street again, and get any thought of Hain out of your head for good. If you ever pull something like this again, you'll either vanish without a trace, or be begging me to send you to the afterlife. And if you're not sure, just tell me. I'll end you right here, today. Shaking, In-hun stammers. No, I swear I won't go near that street again. If you spare me, I'll completely forget about that girl. But first, have a taste of this. Aeson stomps down hard on his head. The guy's scream echoes through the entire neighborhood. After Aeson leaves, In-hun limps his way back home. Who was that guy? And what's with that little girl? Does she have some kind of guardian angel? He thinks, I almost died back there. Manager Kim. Just as he finishes his thought, he sees a woman standing at his door. She looks up. In-hun, you're back? You shouldn't have kept me waiting this long. Seeing the bruises on his face, she steps closer and asks, what happened to your face? What's going on? Who did this to you? We need to get you to a hospital. But he just shoves her hand away. Don't touch me, Miss Lee. This has nothing to do with you. Just go. Stop coming to my house like a stalker. Hearing this, his teacher is stunned. In-hun, how long are you going to live like this? You're skipping more and more school. Did you learn martial arts just for this? You were never like this before. He cuts her off, shouting, You talk too much. If you can't help, then just stop. You're annoying. You get paid to do a job, so just do what you're told. As for me, I was the one getting beat up, begging for help, and the school never did a thing. When I went to the police, they just listened to those bastards and left. Who solved it in the end? Me. Did you think I learned to fight for fun? You ask if I learned it for bad things? Well, those bad things are damn useful against people like them, so stay out of my business. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. After hearing him vent, the teacher's eyes filled with tears. In-hun, I don't have any power, so I couldn't help you much. You know that. But no matter how hard it is, we have to solve it together. If you keep doing the wrong things, he couldn't take it anymore. He raises a hand, ready to strike her. Shut up. Stop crying and get out of here. You're disgusting. Seeing his move, the terrified teacher raises her hands to cover her face. Don't, In-hun. The tension is at its peak. The teacher is completely terrified and then Sejun appears. You really shouldn't be using that, he says calmly. He grabs In-hun's wrist tightly. If you don't know how to control that hand, maybe I should just break it for you, you piece of trash. Back at In-hun's place, he glares at Sejun. You. How the hell do you know where I live? He then turns to his teacher, his voice filled with suspicion. Did you bring him here? What are you two planning? The teacher quickly shakes her head, explaining. No, that's not it. He said he was your friend, and was worried because he couldn't contact you lately. Hearing this, In-hun explodes with rage. What? Friend? Are you stupid? Why would you believe a ridiculous lie like that? While he's still screaming, Sejun suddenly throws a punch, landing it square on his forehead. The punch is so powerful it sends In-hun stumbling backward. The old cut on his head from the glass door bursts open, bleeding everywhere. He writhes on the ground, clutching his head and groaning. Sejun looks down at him, his voice ice cold. A piece of trash like you deserves to have his face smashed in. The teacher rushes to intervene. Student, what are you doing? Aren't you friends? Please stop. Chun just looks back at her, his expression cold. Sorry for lying to you, teacher. But he hasn't been to school for days. I was out of options. But Chun was done listening to her. She tried to hold him back, but he ignored her, knowing In-hoon had already planned to commit a crime. The teacher kept pleading. Violence is never a good solution. Violence only creates more violence. But Chun cut her off. You're right about the problem, but this is my choice. I can't let people like him keep hurting others. Chun remembers the terrified look on Hain's face, his voice filled with determination. What even is proper judgment? If we do nothing, innocent people will keep living in fear. I am not going to let that happen. From the ground, In-hoon speaks up, his voice weak. Hey, wait, just listen to me. I'm not in good shape right now. There's no honor in beating me like this. I just got back from the hospital. We should both just take a break. Sejun lets out a cold sigh. Without another word, he drives his knee straight into the guy's head. In-hoon screams, trying to block, still desperately fighting back. Even like this, he growls, beating me just makes you a coward. He unleashed a storm of punches at Sejun, but every single one was dodged with ease. Sejun then slipped behind his opponent in a flash, landing a solid punch to his side before aiming for the face, but the guy dodged it. In-hoon grits his teeth, his mind racing. Why is this bastard so different? When the hell did he learn how to fight like this? Still, he figures one good kick is all it'll take. But as he raises his leg, the wound on his backside tears open, and he cries out in agony as blood flows freely. Sejun, however, doesn't stop. He follows up with a clean punch right to In-hoon's face, sending him crashing to the pavement. He's too weak to even scream. This is the last time you'll get near Hachi, Sejun says coldly, advancing on him. But then, out of nowhere, the teacher rushes forward, putting herself between them and shielding In-hoon. Seeing this, Sejun stops his advance, unwilling to hurt her. The punk doesn't deserve this protection, but the teacher is already crying. She begs him, pleading that if he's done wrong, to let the law handle it and give him a second chance. She'll take full responsibility for him. Just stop. Sejun nods. Everyone knows she's right, but this situation can't be solved that way. I knew I shouldn't have let her tag along, he thinks. That's when In-hoon, lying on the ground, starts laughing. What's with the drama? You guys shooting a movie? Then he kicks the teacher hard, sending her flying into a nearby wall. Sejun scrambles over to her in a panic. The back of her head is bleeding a lot. He immediately pulls out his phone to call for an ambulance. But while he's distracted, In-hoon grabs a pipe and smashes it over his head. What are you making a fuss for? A little blood won't kill her. I've been beaten worse than that and I'm still alive. He sneers and starts kicking Sejun relentlessly. I hate spoiled brats like you, acting so high and mighty just 'cause you were born rich. That look in your eyes, like you're looking down on people. You have any idea how fake she is? I hoped she would help me, but it was nothing. Just pretending to be kind. Useless punks like you only know how to have fun. Sejun's own wounds aren't light. He lowers his head, a sudden feeling of weakness and self-doubt washing over him. His silence only makes In-hoon angrier. You actually want to die? But Sejun speaks, trying to break down his victim mentality, his habit of blaming the world. Shut your mouth. What the hell do you know? If you were in my shoes. Sejun cuts him off, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And everyone in your situation chooses to become like you? Not a chance. Plenty of people struggle through hardship without giving up on life. But you grew up miserable and became a criminal with a loser's mindset. Don't complain to me, I'm not interested. You acting like you get it? I can tell you've had it easy your whole life. He swings at Sejun but smashes his fist against a rock-hard elbow. He used too much force, and his fingers snap on impact. Sejun grabs his broken hand, his voice like ice. You're garbage, incapable of ever changing your life. I was gonna let you go, but now, I don't feel guilty at all. His panicked screams fill the air. Wait, my fingers, they hurt so much. Please, let go. It hurts. I said it hurts. Sejun just looks at him with pure contempt. I'm enjoying this. And the real fun is just getting started. He squeezes even tighter, making In-hoon shriek. Are you crazy? The words barely escape before a hard slap sends him to the ground. Sejun shouts, what's all the noise? It's late, so shut up. In-hoon, through the pain, manages to spit out, you messed with the wrong guy. He pulls out a hidden knife and swings it at Sejun, who never expected him to have a weapon. Looking at the new cut on his arm, Sejun says coldly, this is beyond my expectations. In-hoon looks thrilled. What's wrong? Why'd you back off all of a sudden? I bought this to deal with psychos just like you. So come on, tough guy, come at me. I'll stick this in your stomach. And after you, maybe I'll use it on your little girlfriend. I can't wait. At that moment, Sejun suddenly remembers a conversation he had with Ain. He had once excitedly asked his master about facing a knife man. It's like the movies, right? I've learned martial arts, so I can take them down. You have techniques for that, right? Ain thought for a second before answering. Well, yes. It's not just a jujitsu move, there's a trick anyone can use. Sejun was excited. What is it? Tell me. I'm not sure how others would handle it. Ain then taught him a very important lesson. First, you get your hands up to protect yourself, keep your eyes on him, and take a small step back. Then you turn and run as fast as you can. If your opponent has a knife, don't play the hero just because you know how to fight. Run away immediately if you want to live. However, if you're forced to fight, always keep a safe distance. Don't let the blade touch you. Back in the present, In-hun is screaming, chasing right behind him. Where'd you run off to? You think hiding is going to solve anything? Keep running, I'll hunt you down. But before he could move, a brick slammed into his head. In-hun screamed in pain, dropping the knife he was holding. Asen's words echoed in his mind. If you strike at the right moment, your opponent loses the ability to fight back. Seize that opportunity and take him down, no matter the cost. Sejun followed the lesson, tackling In-hun to the ground with all his might. In-hun had no strength left to scream, all he could do was gasp for air. He locked his legs around the guy's neck, forcing In-hun to yell, "Stop! Don't you want to know about me?" "I'll tell you," Sejun replied. "Yeah, I have questions, especially about Django. But first, I'm beating you to a pulp." In-hun roared in pain. After the beatdown, Sejun got up and declared, "Now the game begins. I ask the questions, you answer immediately. If you dodge one, I'll add 2 more. It's your call." In-hun just screamed, "You psycho, my leg is broken. Call an ambulance." Sejun just laughed coldly. "Perfect. Otherwise, you might forget everything you've done. Let me jog your memory. A guy named Ha-rin did this to the right side of your face, didn't he? Now I'm going to do the exact same thing to your left side. Then we'll talk." In-hun stammered in pure terror. "Wait. I'm not the boss. Don't do this." But Sejun didn't stop, continuing to punch him in the face without a shred of mercy. After what felt like forever, it finally stopped. His opponent's face was a wreck, but Sejun's own wounds didn't look much better. With the fight over, Sejun sat on top of him, asking coldly, "Are you ready to talk now?" Meanwhile, in Manager Kim's office, he was in the middle of an important discussion. Maybe because of the other guy's condition, the next one is better. But it's nothing major. We just need to get everyone's support. The team leader told us to stop filming here. He glanced at his computer screen and continued. "The next contestant will be staying with you. I don't want to speak ill of him." At a restaurant, a girl cleaning her ear suddenly exclaimed, "What's going on?" The man across from her asked, "Itchy ear? Let me get that for you." The girl shook her head. "I think someone's cursing me out or something. So annoying." Just then, her phone buzzed. The man glanced at the phone. "Does this guy call every single day just to ask to go eat?" The girl asked, "Who is it?" The man replied, "It's Manager Kim. I'll call him back after we're done. It's not urgent, let's just eat first." The girl continued, "Honey, I've told you before, that's your problem. Why postpone something you can do right now? Can't you answer the phone while you're eating? What if this is actually important?" Hearing that, the man's face went pale. "Okay, I'm sorry." The girl pressed on. "I'm only saying this for your own good. Why is it like this every day? I told you to just ask me. But you did it on your own again? Is it because you don't want to listen to me? If the other person says they're in a bad mood, can't you try to fix it? You need to work on that. Let's just answer the phone first." She then answered the call. Hearing a woman's voice, Manager Kim asked, "Isn't this student in Sang-Soo's phone?" The girl spoke up, "Manager, don't tell me you've already forgotten my voice? That's just sad." The competition rules suddenly changed. I waited so long for my turn, and I had a perfect plan. A few days later, while Sejun was walking, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He spun around, startled, and a girl smiled. "What's so surprising? I'm not that short, you know. What year are you? Got a girlfriend?" At the hospital, a doctor gave an update to the teacher. Luckily, the test results show there are no serious problems. If she rests for a few days, this mild concussion will stabilize. If you feel dizzy or have any unusual symptoms, come back immediately. The teacher bowed her thanks to the doctor, then turned to speak with Sejun. "The patient admitted with me was transferred to another hospital. We didn't have the specialists for immediate emergency surgery. If you need more info, you can ask the nurse." Fortunately, the student wasn't seriously injured, so please stay calm. After the doctor left, Sejun bowed his head to the teacher. I'm sorry you had to go through all of this because of me. Still, the teacher was worried about In Cheon-hun's condition. Sejun replied, the doctor said his life isn't in danger. Then the teacher bowed her head again. It's all my fault. Sejun asked, surprised. Why is it your fault? The teacher explained. I was Dong-hun's homeroom teacher back when he was a freshman. I didn't step in when he was facing abuse at home. I only taught him how to defend himself. He was so grateful and excited about his talents. But one day, on her way home from school, she saw him talking with an older man. Thinking he was from the sports center, she paid it no mind. After that, In-hyung started fighting bullies and became their leader. And just like that, every student was terrified of him. But one night, drunk, he came home to a savage beating from his father. Normally, he would just take it. But not this time. This time, he fought back. The reason for his defiance? A guy named Kim. He'd once told In-hyung the only thing that could truly protect him was his own strength. You have to use violence to defeat violence. Isn't the law completely useless right now? If you don't fight back, you'll live your whole life as a coward. Just try it once. As his father hit him, Kim's words echoed in In-hyung's head. For the first time ever, he struck back at his own father. And it was absolutely brutal. His dad collapsed, gasping on the floor. And looking down at him, In-hyung felt a sick sense of satisfaction. From that moment on, he was a completely different person. After hearing the teacher's story, Soon paused. That's a tragic situation, he said, but I don't think it excuses everything he's done. People who realize their mistakes still have a chance to fix things and make amends. But it's a totally different story for those who always think they're right and refuse to admit fault. Suddenly, the teacher asked him, do you believe in demons? Kids with wounded souls are easily swayed by the people around them. Their lives can change drastically depending on who they listen to and interact with. The teacher's words might be hard for In-hyung to hear, but the words of others? They're as sweet as honey. With your talent, you could see results immediately. Those with weak hearts are easily tempted by the whispers of a demon. That's why students have to be so careful not to end up like In-hyung. The things he's doing are destroying him from the inside out, and those demons will just keep whispering because they know exactly what he's missing. Back to the present, a girl approached Sejun. He gave her a confused look and asked, who are you? Do I know you? She tried to act cute, saying, you don't, you silly goose. Why don't you try asking me if I have a boyfriend? Sejun was completely bewildered. What is this? I don't even know you. Why are you being so forward with me? If I wasn't wearing my glasses, I'd probably tell you to get lost. The girl thought to herself, what the heck? I've never gotten a reaction like this before. Then she covered her mouth and said, okay then, let's just get to know each other naturally. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get closer. Seeing her hand about to touch him, Sejun recoiled in panic. Now she was confused. What was that? He dodged my hand like it was covered in crap. Sejun turned on her, scolding. You're being incredibly rude for a first meeting. You can't just put your hands on people. You startled me. She just frowned. It's not like my hand is covered in poop or something. Why do you hate it so much? Sejun pointed at her. See? There you go, being forward again. Is that a habit of yours? It's not a good one. Just as she was about to defend herself, Hain appeared right behind her. Hey lady, she said, that's enough. Hearing a voice behind her, the girl turned and asked coldly, what'd you just say? Hain repeated herself. I said that's enough, lady. This guy's already taken, so please go hit on someone else. Maybe find someone your own age. The girl shot back angrily. What are you talking about? I'm a high school student too. Can't you see my uniform? But the two of them just ignored her and walked off, leaving her fuming. Those two are completely insane. Just ignoring me like that? I'll make sure you two can never be happy together. She glared at their retreating backs. You two better watch out. I'm not going to let this go so easily. That evening, Aeon pulled his car over to the side of the road. A man got in. Aeon turned to him. Did you find anything? I've been monitoring everyone I know who uses the dark web. They're talking about gathering students and making them fight to the death. So did you find out who's running the site? Aeon asked. The man started sweating bullets. I couldn't figure out who it is. The dark web uses a custom program so nobody can trace them. Can't track transaction history either, since everything's in Bitcoin. But one guy I was watching gave me a clue. Before I tell you, if I give you this info, can I quit? I don't want to do this dangerous work anymore. The man tried to set his terms. Aeon didn't answer. He just started rummaging around in his car, looking for the hatchet he kept in there. The man panicked. Okay, I get it. I'll tell you. Then he thought to himself, this guy is insane. Aeon held up the hatchet. Were you just thinking, this guy's asking for it? The man was terrified. He thought, what? Can he actually read my mind? Aeon raised a hand. I can't read minds. Now, start talking. The man, terrified, quickly spilled everything. I'll tell you the truth. According to my source, he saw a flyer advertising the competition somewhere. He'd bought something from another dark website before. It was a promotional flyer that showed the prize. But when asked what the prize was, the guy said it was drugs. And the drug most famous for its severe physical and psychological addiction symptoms is none other than heroin. At Manager Kim's building, a man is on his knees, pleading. Please, he begs, tears streaming down his face. Just let me fight. The regular match schedule keeps changing, he sobs. What are people like me supposed to do? Manager Kim simply listens. You have to control your dosage, Kim replies coldly. Blindly chasing a fix is what addiction is. You seem to be confused. We supply this stuff cheap because it's convenient, he continues. You'll never afford a dose that big on prize money alone. Fight or lie, Kim says. Since you've made the matches interesting lately, I'll make a special exception and pack you a small amount, but not too much. It's a hassle if you overdose and die. The addict's face is pale. Thank you, he whispers. Really, thank you so much. Can you tell me what the next match will be? If you just tell me to keep waiting, Manager Kim cuts him off, stating his turn will be soon. A female jujutsu student joined last time. Remember her? The man answers quickly. Yes, I remember that small girl. Is the match against her? Is that okay? But they're not alone. Someone is secretly recording their conversation. Isn't her friend hunting down and getting revenge on every fighter? We've got people filming that very scene. Manager Kim frames a perfect shot in the air with his 4 fingers. He narrates the plot out loud, a young boy who learned martial arts to avenge his close friend, delivering justice far beyond the law. What a precious thing, this idea of justice. It's just human instinct, after all. He scoffs at forgiveness and sacrifice, seeing them as nothing more than the mind trying to control our animal nature. All of those noble words are just meaningless, because in the end, living for other people gets you nothing. You might suffer for it, but the real truth lies deep inside the urge to smash, to hit, to kill, to make them pay. So when people are in a place where their violent instincts and raw desires are guaranteed safety, they feel a wild rush, a primal release, and finally, satisfaction. Manager Kim lets a small smile play on his lips. The wealthy, he thinks, understand that value better than anyone, and that is precisely why this upcoming event is guaranteed to get a ton of funding. From their point of view, this boy on a path of revenge is an absolute blessing. The addict asks Manager Kim, so, I just have to lose? Do I still get the drugs? Kim pushes up his glasses. No, not at all. It has to look real to get the audience really fired up, doesn't it? If you win, I'll supply you with enough for a year. The manager's expression turns deadly serious. So forget everything else. Focus only on your prize. The man bows his head to the floor. Yes, I understand. I'll keep that in mind. Now, can I get that dose you mentioned? Manager Kim nods. All right, I'll bring it right down. Wait for me on the first floor for a moment. Right on cue, another man walks in. It's the director. He lets out a heavy sigh. The traffic after work is an absolute hell. Loosening his tie, he asks, isn't it? You've all been at this for decades. Just how talented are these people you find? I'm honestly impressed, he adds. Manager Kim replies, you're the one who said you had to keep your day job. The director just shrugs. Who knows? How could I know the urge would strike? Knowing when to return to the company is important too. Besides, the company gives me nothing. I doubt I even have any kind of insurance through them. The director almost stomps right on the addict's head. Hey, watch it. Whoa, you scared me. Why is this junkie even here? The man on the floor looks up. Hello, director. The director scoffs. Going into withdrawal? If you don't regulate your dosage, you're finished. He puts a hand in his pocket, but the foul smell coming from the addict makes him wrinkle his nose in disgust. Go take a shower and eat a decent meal. That's the only way you'll be able to fight in the long run. He pulls a few bills from his wallet and drops them on the ground. The drugs alone must be pricey. Take this and get out of here. Thank you. I'll wait for your call, director. It's been a long time since this addict has been in a real match. It's unclear if he'll even last until his turn comes up. And then there's the matter of Lim Ju-hun. If all the fighters fall ill, what's your plan for the next event? Do you have a backup? Manager Kim just smiles, his voice laced with cunning. Don't you worry. It's about time for a change anyway. We'll just use this event to get rid of them. His smile widens, revealing his vile intentions. Those kids already have cracks in their souls. They can be exploited anytime, anywhere. The director lights up a cigarette, breathing out a thin ribbon of smoke. Fine. Managing the fighters is your job, so you handle it. But we're still short of our fundraising goal, so start pulling people in ahead of schedule. Another man appears, holding out the drugs manager Kim promised. Hey, this is for you. It's the captain. It's not a lot, so use it sparingly. Try to make it last. The addict stammers. Is that something the captain can even do? Then, he holds out the money the director just gave him. Can I get more with this? Model. The captain looked at him for a moment. So what now? Hold on. I'll go get a different kind of medicine for you. He held up his hand and asked, Do you see my palm? The other guy looked lost. Your palm, sir? A moment later, a loud noise echoed through the dojo. Aeon and Johan were in the middle of a heated argument about something. Aeon demanded to know why Yohun refused to do it. Yohun replied, I don't like grappling with another guy and making them fight. Aeon's face went blank. Last time, you said you'd help with anything you could. A man's supposed to be true to his word, right? That's not it. I said I'd help with jujitsu practice. Aeon shot back. But we don't have any new members. Sejun's stamina only improved because he used lots of techniques. You can't use advanced moves if there's no one skilled enough to practice on. Then he added, But if you hate it that much, you're free to just leave the gym. It's been real. Go on, be busy, and don't come back. Yohun panicked. Okay, I get it. I'll do it. But for the record, I'm not some pushover. Sejun might not even land his techniques on me, and I'm not accepting defeat. Is that acceptable? Everyone in the dojo turned to stare at him. Fine, Aeon said. That actually makes it even better. Why are you so worried about it? And just like that, Yohun was trapped in a chokehold, nearly suffocating. We won't be taking it easy on you either. His senior stepped closer. Me next, Johan. Spar with me. Johan answered, already exhausted. Even with jujitsu, the weight difference was just too much. He could barely put up any resistance at all. The guys in the dojo just took turns absolutely wrecking him. Wow, you're strong, Yohun. Then another fighter demanded a match. I've been waiting a long time for this day. Fight me next. Yohun couldn't fight back, just taking the beating from everyone. He lay motionless on the floor, completely speechless. Aeon walked over and asked, What's wrong? Jiu-jitsu is more fun than you thought, huh? Do you want to continue? Johan's face was pale. He couldn't even speak. Please. I don't want to do jiu-jitsu anymore. But Aeon completely ignored his pleas and kept the training going. After what felt like forever, the session finally came to an end. Today's class is over. The coach worked hard, too. Everyone in the dojo was all smiles. Let's do this again tomorrow. Johan sighed. Yeah, I know. We're going to shower. Sejun looked at him with curiosity. What's wrong? Tired? We barely did anything and you're already wiped out? Dohan turned to him, his eyes filled with irritation. Hey, I'm still better than you. Today was actual hell. Sejun tried to suppress a smile, but the humor shining in his eyes gave him away. Hey, what's with that expression? Dohan asked. Sejun replied, My expression is perfectly normal. You're the one with the problem. Dohan raised his voice. This little punk. Are you seriously trying to say you won that jujitsu practice? It was my first time wearing a gi and doing jujitsu. I just need to get used to it. Sejun finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Haha, okay, I'm sure you can do it. If it's jujitsu, you'll definitely win. Dohan muttered to himself, wanting nothing more than to punch the kid hard. He then asked, So why doesn't our dojo have a jujitsu class? Sejun sighed and replied, We used to, but it got shut down. I learned a few sessions from Aeon back then. You want to train? Dohan shook his head. Not really. You probably need it more. Sejun was surprised. Me? Why? Dohan explained. Because in a real fight, you're not going to be wearing a uniform. Besides, other than Director Han and Manager Kim, there's no one left but Lai Jangan and Sang Shu. Sejun asked, Who's Sang Shu? What's his deal? Dohan continued. If you only look at competition results, Sang Shu is the most outstanding. He's an amazing fighter and could be your biggest wall to climb. He comes from a wrestling background and has mastered no-gi jujitsu. Dohan then began to explain what no-gi was. It's a style where you compete shirtless, wearing only shorts and a rash guard, so you can't use any techniques that grab onto your opponent's clothes. The stark white room was sinking into a strange, heavy silence. A muscular man suddenly appeared in the room, water streaming down his chest. In that moment, Sejun suddenly spoke up. Want to get some spicy rice cakes? The other man's response came back in a flash. Spicy rice cakes? Getting some carbs in after an intense workout sounds like a great idea. But can you ask them to make it a little less spicy? The sight of Do-hun left Sejun completely stunned, and a new thought entered his mind. What kind of body is that? Do-hun seemed to notice he was acting strange, and unconsciously asked what was wrong. Faced with the question, Sejun felt a moment of pure panic. This only made Do-hun more confused. After a moment of silence, Sejun finally spoke, surprising even himself with his words. Hey, if you want a body that looks like that, do you have to lift weights? Hearing this, Do-hun calmly replied, of course you have to lift weights. If you want to build muscle, you have to lift that iron. His words made the other guy even more confused, but only for a second. You've gotten a lot smaller since the first time I met you. Huh? Model? He frantically denied everything Do-hun was implying. Absolutely not. Soon instinctively tried to cover his entire body. He shot Do-hun an embarrassed glare and yelled, it's only like that because I took a cold shower. But his friend's next words left him completely frozen. What are you talking about, you idiot? I meant your physique. Saying that, Do-hun pulled on a white t-shirt, all while Soon could only stare back awkwardly. Technique is important, sure, but physical condition is just as crucial. Have you never heard of the Tuevan Ko principles? How are you supposed to keep fighting if you have such poor control over your own body? Suddenly, Soon's voice cut through the lecture, making the mood incredibly heavy. I'm begging you, could you put on underwear first? This is disgusting, but Do-hun explained that An Sang-shu is so formidable because of his strict self-management. An image of the powerfully built Sang-shu appeared, a man who just follows his set routine. He doesn't even bother with excuses for laziness like being too tired or having other plans. Not only that, but Do-hun also emphasized another point. The interesting thing is, it's not because he's a planner or naturally diligent. Unsurprisingly, Soon couldn't care less about any of this. He just kept repeating himself. So what? Can you put on some underwear before you keep talking? Meanwhile, Sang-shu was at his place, gripping a dumbbell and muttering to himself, how many was that? 7, 8, and Sang-shu is just a simpleton completely dedicated to physical power. Back with Do-hun, he finally put on his pants with a helpless sigh. He looks tough, but he's actually really gentle and naive. Across from him, Soon, now putting on his own shirt, shot back. That's disgusting to hear. Is your idea of gentle extorting money from weaker kids and participating in illegal fights? His voice began to choke with emotion. If Sang-shu's victims heard this, they'd probably cry tears of blood. Soon's reaction caught Do-hun completely off guard. Still, he continued to make excuses for the guy. Someone like me, just as you said, is an irredeemable bastard. But An Sang-shu is different. He pulled on his jacket while muttering. He never bullied or took money from anyone. He only fought because someone else arranged it. Faced with these claims, Soon suddenly fired back. So he's just a puppet then? Do-hun didn't seem surprised by the question at all. He answered calmly, that's right, and Sang-shu is being used like an idiot. Elsewhere, a flustered John suddenly spoke up. I told you not to do that anymore. Immediately, Sang-shu stammered out a reply. I'm sorry. His words seemed to stun the girl, who blurted out in disbelief. What? Even he was confused by her reaction and had to question her. What do you mean? John just sat there with a blank expression, staring right at Sang-shu. What are you sorry for? Didn't I tell you to fix your habit of apologizing without knowing what you did wrong? That girl was Kangan. These images left Soon feeling completely bewildered. He couldn't help but mumble, don't tell me it's the girl with the red hair, high ponytail, and big eyes. Hearing this, Do-hun quickly shot back, his voice filled with surprise. How do you know that? Did she approach you too? However, all he got was a nonchalant reply from his friend. Yeah. She started spewing nonsense on the street a few days ago. But is she really a high school student? Do-hun suddenly remarked. It really is hard to tell kids and adults apart these days. I can't tell either. Kangan is probably the same age as you. 18. Those words made Do-hun furious, and he couldn't help but yell, what kind of life has that girl lived? But Soon just waved his phone and answered innocently. In any case, that's not what's important right now. I don't know what to do, but you have to be careful with her. She uses everything and indirectly pushes people off a cliff. She grabs hold of a person's life and controls them however she wants. This flood of information sent Soon deep into thought. He muttered quietly, even so, I can't just find her and beat her up. My purpose is to monitor the participants. Suddenly, Do-hun cut him off. First, we're going to go meet and talk with An Sang-shu. From a nearby bathroom, a figure was slowly emerging. Meanwhile, Soon casually yelled out, hey, Lee Suni, you should come eat tteokbokki with us too. In that instant, both Soon and Do-hun's eyes flew wide open in utter shock. The two of them were completely fixated on John's body. He, on the other hand, calmly replied to Soon's invitation from before. To tteokbokki, sounds good. Order a large portion. But even then, Soon and Do-hoon were still reeling from the shock. They just stood there, staring. Soon unconsciously replied, Yes, we got it. I'll order the largest size." The gym quickly fell into an unusual silence. Sang-soo sat there looking dazed and unconsciously let out a name. "John, do we really have to go this far? Can't we just fight that guy head on?" John quickly gave him a satisfying answer to his question. "Think about it for a second. If we just have boring fights, what's the fun in that? We want the audience to spend their money." But Sang-soo rudely cuts in, telling her not to always think like that. This infuriates her. "Don't interrupt," John growls, locking eyes with him and driving the point home. To keep fighting, you need money for uniforms, food, and the gym. Is this tiny amount all you want? Aren't you thinking about the future? Or just what's good for you? There's barely any money left. Her words hit their mark, and Sang-soo looks completely flustered. "That's right. Why didn't you fight that girl? You should have been there," she presses. He immediately tries to defend himself. "No way, I couldn't do that to a girl so small." But John isn't satisfied with that answer and keeps questioning him. "What? Are you trying to act all high and mighty now? If that's the case, you can't let a girl trick you. Plenty of people want to fight you. Are you so sure you can beat every single one of them?" Her words send Sang-soo spiraling into a panic. His ears are practically ringing, his head spinning every time he hears John's voice. He manages to stammer out, "No, that's not what I said." But she cuts him off. "No, you always talk like I'm the bad guy," John says with a deadly serious look. "I'm doing this for you. And now I don't know how to feel." Sang-soo doesn't hesitate to ask, "You must be sad, right?" "Right on cue," she confirms it. "Yeah, you know me so well." And not only that, John flashes a brilliant smile. "So, all you have to do is what I say, okay? You can do that, right?" Her expression leaves Sang-soo completely bewildered. He unconsciously replies, "I get it. I'm sorry, John." Just then, a familiar voice cuts through the quiet night. "Jian?" The voice belongs to John. She leans against the wall, all business. "Did you find anything out?" Meanwhile, Waidu stands at a distance. She answers with a nervous voice, "I asked his classmates at school." Her face gets paler by the second. Beads of sweat start rolling down like rain. "I heard that Sejun got into an accident a few months ago and dropped out." "I don't know what kind of accident." This news clearly shocks John. She blurts out, "What? Dropped out?" But the person next to her quickly dismisses any doubt. "Hey, you came here without knowing that? You were supposed to find that out, you moron." A sudden voice makes the other person jump. "Hey," John insists, "she's talking to me." "You bastard." The insult clearly frightens the other girl. She starts talking, her voice flustered. "You're right, I'm sorry, John." John then steps toward Waidu. She asks arrogantly, "Is that all you have?" Faced with this terrifying pressure, Waidu quickly spills everything she knows. "I heard that after dropping out, he started going to a cram school for the qualification exam." This news just makes John more excited. She mutters to herself, "I see, a cram school." At the same time, a thought flashes through her mind. Then I just need to get to his friends. John then asks another question. "Do you know which center it is? Send it to me on Kakao Talk." "You did well." This does nothing to calm Waidu's terror. She stares at John with wide, panicked eyes and stammers. "John?" John loses her patience and snaps. "What? What do you want to say?" Waidu finally dares to ask what she really wants. "The video. Are you going to delete it now?" John's reply absolutely shatters her. Her face turns sheet white with fear. "Huh? What video? The one where you're dancing in that weird outfit. What's wrong? It's cute and sexy. Are you afraid I'll share it? Come on, we're friends." John dangles her phone in front of Waidu with a despicable smirk. "If you do as you're told, it will stay hidden on my phone forever. So don't worry." The whole area falls silent under the cover of night. Sang-soo walks down the street, lost in his thoughts. "I haven't seen John all day, so I had to eat pork rice by myself. I even had some blood sausage." A voice from behind suddenly makes him turn around. "Hey, big head, what's got you in such a good mood?" As soon as the person finishes speaking, Sang-soo replies innocently, "Me? I'm not Big Head, I'm Min Marini." Suddenly, Sang-soo's eyes fill with fear. He stammers, "Huh? That shirt." Do-hun stands before him with a smug grin. "You're that guy. Do-hun Main." Sang-soo's expression instantly lights up with joy. He grabs the other guy's hand. "Long time no see. You seem happy to see me. How've you been? Boxing still going well?" Do-hun replies quickly that he's doing okay. Sang-soo quickly tries to turn and leave. "That's not it. Let's go grab a meal box and talk. Since John isn't with me today, it's my treat. But Du-hun stops him in his tracks with a single sentence. Du-hun had come here to talk, straight to the point. But Sang-shu was already looking flustered, trying to dodge the conversation. Oh really? I've got a lot to say too, so how about we grab some food? But suddenly, Du-hun cleared his throat. I'm just going to say it. The words made his friend flinch. If you don't want to get seriously hurt and end up unable to move, you need to break up with Kang John. Sang-shu whipped around, his face filled with fear as he demanded an answer. Why are you suddenly saying this? Why are we talking about John again? And who did you say is going to hurt me? Without missing a beat, Du-hun explained everything clearly. You probably already know the man I'm talking about. It might be Sejun. Facing him down, Du-hun showed absolutely no fear. If not him, then it could be me. The small alley quickly fell into a dead, nighttime silence. Sang-shu's face was pale as he mumbled to himself. What are you saying? Did I really just hear that correctly? All the while, Du-hun just stood there with a completely blank expression on his face. Sang-shu asked again, I didn't quite hear you. Can you say that again? So Du-hun repeated it. If you don't break up with Kang John, I'm going to beat you up. Suddenly, the guy pointed at him and let out a huge, excited laugh. You idiot, Du-hun, you're so damn naive. I see exactly what you're trying to do. It's just like last time you're jealous that I'm dating the beautiful John, aren't you? Right? He kept stepping closer, mocking him with a grin. Du-hun, you bastard, you need to listen to me. You don't know the first thing about a woman's heart, which is exactly why you're single. But through all the taunts, Du-hun remained perfectly calm. It's not that I can't, it's that I choose not to. These words, however, did nothing to stop Sang-shu's childish behavior. He just kept laughing in his face. Listen to the nonsense you're spouting. And that's when Du-hun cut him off, his voice dropping several degrees. Hey, and Sang-shu, are you really so clueless you don't know Kang John is just using you? And you should know that she's the type to bleed people dry behind their backs. The words left Sang-shu completely stunned. His eyes blazed with fury as he shot back. That's enough. What the hell do you even know about John? If you keep spouting useless gossip like this, I'm not buying you food anymore. This threat seemed to genuinely surprise Du-hun. He didn't hesitate to press on. Fine, then just one more question. Why are you even dating her in the first place? The answer came back almost instantly. What do you mean, why? Obviously, it's because I like her. Du-hun's next words hit him like a ton of bricks. And you already know she doesn't like you back. And you're okay with that? All the fight seemed to drain out of Sang-shu as he spoke, his voice tired. Alright, I know John doesn't like me. But she stays by my side because she needs me for certain things. And then he just broke down, tears streaming down his face. If I break up with John, I'll probably never meet a girl as beautiful as her again. Sang-shu's reaction completely stunned him for a moment. All he could manage to say was, what? Later, at a local pub, Du-hun sat across from his friend. So, are you done crying now? Hearing the question, Sang-shu immediately denied it. Crying my ass, I just got some dust in my eye. His eyes were still red and teary, but he loudly called out into the restaurant. Excuse me, can we get a bottle of apple soju over here? The sudden action made Du-hun anxious, and he couldn't help but think to himself, yep, being single is definitely better. A little while later, after things had calmed down, Du-hun suddenly spoke up with a serious look on his face. Anyway, what I was trying to say is something I heard from Sejun. Kang John approached him and then dumped him, right? But she's not the type to give up so easily. It's obvious she's making up some kind of story, and of course, you know all about this, don't you? Meanwhile, Sang-shu just kept on eating, replying with a completely innocent look on his face. But first, I have a question. What exactly happened between you two that makes this any of your business? Did he try to set you up with a girl? The question made Du-hun pause, lost in thought for a moment. After a beat, he finally said, how should I put this? I have to repay a massive debt, and my own mistakes are piling up like a mountain. No matter how stupid you are, you have to know that the things we've done, no matter the circumstances, were all wrong. That's why I'm here telling you this. At this, Sang-shu lowered his head, a flash of sadness in his eyes. He didn't hesitate to speak from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, I keep doing things I shouldn't. I even tried to stop John. If she heard me say that, she'd just think I was being arrogant. Besides, I came to this competition for my own benefit, too. He suddenly looked up, his eyes now filled with an indescribable, pent-up frustration. So before John makes an even bigger mistake, I'm going to secure the name Han and end all of this. Hearing this, Du-hun could only offer some helpless advice. If you do the right thing, she'll have to give up. But while he said this, His mind was screaming something completely different. His eyes were wide open talking about Kang John. But Do-hun quickly changed the subject. Let's just eat first. Gang Shu was quick to agree, and over dinner, he rambled on without a care about someone named Zi Chun, not Hain. Later on a familiar street corner, Gang Shu's voice rang out, declaring how great the meal was as he stood there looking completely satisfied. But Do-hun suddenly cut in, glancing over at Gang Shu. So, I take it you're not planning on quitting then? No matter what Kang John does, we're not breaking up. Gang Shu's reply was instant, his tone completely defiant. Seriously, why keep this up? Why break up? If you just stick by her, one day she'll fall for you for real. And don't you worry about that Zi-chun kid. I'll handle it carefully, so just relax. His words just made Do-hun shake his head, completely fed up. He sighed, calling him a hopelessly blind lover. This set Gang Shu off immediately. What? Blind? You better get your own act together, you bastard. Suddenly, Do-hun spun around and snapped. In the blink of an eye, a fist was flying right at Gang Shu's face. But with his quick reflexes, Gang Shu easily dodged the attack. Do-hun's eyes wavered a flicker of surprise, even Gang Shu noticed. He pressed forward, knocking his opponent off balance and sending him stumbling backward. Whoa there, Gang Shu let out, but he didn't fall. Instead, he just made an innocent face and spoke up. That was dangerous. You almost took my chin off. Your reaction speed has gotten faster, huh? Hearing that, Do-hun quickly shot back. Thanks, you too. A thought flashed through Do-hun's mind. Even though he was surprised, his body had reacted instantly. This guy is seriously dangerous. Meanwhile, Gang Shu just looked thrilled, saying, Don't tell me you're going to keep this up. I want to avoid pointless fights whenever possible, he continued. And if we fight, my face will get all swollen and ugly, and then Kang John will hate me. At this, Do-hun could only sigh helplessly. Exactly, Do-hun got serious again. Are you going to be there to help Kang John unconditionally, so she can get better? He even placed a hand on his shoulder, catching him off guard. Or are you just pushing her deeper into an abyss? If you really like her, and you're doing this for her, sometimes you have to get a little rough. With that, Do-hun turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered Gang Shu behind. I'm leaving, think it over. The scene shifts. We're now with John, who's looking up with a puzzled expression, muttering, So she doesn't have any close friends? Her words left Waidu stunned for a moment. She's an outcast? She stammered in response. No, I don't think that's it. And just like that, the scene changes once more. We find Hain fast asleep in the classroom. People always say she sleeps a lot, never picky about the time from recess right into class. The teacher's voice cut through her daze. Student, wake up. Are you dead? But Hain just mumbled back. 5 more minutes. That response made the teacher explode with rage. With her natural reflexes, she shot upright and answered automatically. No sir, I wasn't sleeping at all. But when Hain fully came to, she realized there wasn't a single person around. What? She whispered, shocked. Am I still dreaming? But then the teacher's voice came from right beside her. She jumped, startled. His tone had softened considerably. Class ended a long time ago. You must have been exhausted from studying. His words left Hain completely baffled. Oh really? I'm so sorry. The teacher just reminded her to hurry home and get some rest before leaving. Hain, still completely bewildered, just bowed her head. Yes. Thank you for waking me up. She let out a tired stretch, muttering to herself, Man, I slept great today. After that, she packed her things and left the classroom cheerfully. Not a soul in the classroom. She's the last one out, thinking it makes her look like the hardest worker. Good for morale. And so she walks down the brightly lit street, completely unaware that she's just entered Waidu's line of sight. She exclaims in surprise, There's Hain, just getting home, and she's all alone today. Suddenly John, standing right beside her, made her demand. You understand what I asked for, right? Do this one thing, and I'll delete the video. The reply from her accomplice came instantly. I know, John. I will definitely get it done right. Her face remained perfectly emotionless. Then, out of nowhere, John appeared right behind Hain with a vile smirk, raising her hand high. Looks like there's no other way. We're going with Plan B. Suddenly, Hain's vision began to spin. She collapsed to the ground as John's sharp, bitter voice echoed from behind her. Hello. It's been a few years, hasn't it? You remember me, right? She faked a look of concern. You still haven't learned how to choose your friends. From now on, I'm going to teach you. But John was quickly confused, watching Hain's body tremble uncontrollably. What was this? Turns out, she was nothing special. This was just pathetic, right? She'd heard Hain had been training or something, so she expected a real fighter. A single thought raced through Hain's mind. She desperately tried to calm herself. It's okay, Hain, get it together. It's nothing, you just fell. But the tears just kept coming, streaming down her cheeks as her sobs grew louder. You're doing so well right now. Don't let someone like this turn all your hard work into nothing. She squeezed her eyes shut, repeating the words in her head. Think about your family. You'll just make them tired, and Sejun too. Meanwhile, John just sighed with an air of superiority. This girl. If this was all she had, it was no fun at all. You have to fight back for this to be a story. That's the only way to ruin your precious boyfriend. But Hayne just sat there, completely unresponsive. After a moment, she slowly spoke up. What did you just say? And that finally piqued John's interest. John let out a mocking laugh. Huh? What was that? Feeling better now, are we? Yeah, that's more like it. This makes for a much better story. Nobody wants to see you just crying. Hayne slowly got to her feet, her eyes fixed on John. No, don't change the subject. Just answer my question. Did you make him use his looks to get free cigarettes from the convenience store? The accusation sent John into a rage. She raised her hand to slap Hayne, screaming, What did you say? Is this girl actually insane? You want me to make your face just as red? But before the slap landed, Hayne caught her wrist in a flash. Her grip tightened as she pressed the question. You said you were going to ruin Sejun? John trembled with fury, her voice full of conviction. That's right. I'm going to ruin you both. Just you wait. And then, a thought sparked in her mind. Wait, what is this? This tiny girl had the strength of a grown man. In an instant, Hayne's expression hardened into something cold. She growled, You dare. The entire schoolyard seemed to fall into a dead, eerie silence. She once thought her world had completely collapsed when she was 10 years old. A little girl, a look of despair on her face, wandered through the vast school grounds. Suddenly, a boy's voice called out from behind her. Hey, Kim Hayne. She quickly turned around. Huh? What? The next second, he and his friends were laughing right at her. Who gave you those weird bangs, huh? Did your mom's boyfriend cut them with a pair of office scissors? At this, Hayne couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. She tried desperately to deny it. He's not her boyfriend. He married my mom, so he's my stepdad now. You idiots. Hearing this didn't earn her any sympathy. Instead, the freckled boy in front just mocked her even harder. Oh, is that so? Sorry about that. So, some guy who isn't even your real dad is now your father? But hey, that makes me wonder about something. His words grew crueler by the second. Did your mom have an affair with him? Is that why they got divorced? Hayne couldn't take it anymore and snapped back. That's not what happened. Don't you dare say things like that. But the other kid just kept taunting her with a nasty smirk. Well, it's pretty weird. She remarried only a year after the divorce, didn't she? The timing is just too perfect. Suddenly, a chubby kid from behind them cut in. Hearing that, the freckled boy whipped around, annoyed. Huh? What is it? Sejun suddenly came up with an excuse he left his phone on his desk. Didn't you just get that? That excuse sent the freckled boy into a full-blown panic. That's right. He and his friends took off running. Crap, if I lose that, my dad will kill me. Wasn't that the newest iPhone? How could you forget that, you idiot? Only then did Sejun turn his gaze towards Hayne. Her body started shaking with fear, her voice stammering. What do you want? What are you looking at? Tears began pouring from Hayne's eyes again. She choked out the words. You're going to make fun of me too, aren't you? You pig. Sejun was quiet for a moment before he slowly replied. Choppy bangs. The word made Hayne freeze. She stuttered. What? What about choppy bangs? Sejun quickly explained her confusion. That's the name of your hairstyle. Choppy bangs. Hayne just mumbled the words back. Choppy bangs. Sejun replied in a calm, almost nostalgic tone. He looked thoughtful. Because they're cut shorter than your eyebrows, they can look really cute. But if your face shape isn't right, you can end up looking like a pumpkin. It's a trendy hairstyle that's normally hard to pull off, but it actually looks great on you. Sejun's words made Hayne blush for a second. She couldn't help but ask, On me? She immediately got her answer. You have a pretty face, and lots of side hair so it doesn't look empty. It really suits you. What was this? Was he actually saying she was pretty? He then reached a hand out towards her as he spoke. The sudden gesture made her cheeks burn red. Don't doubt your world just because of stupid things said by people who don't know any better. Sejun gave her a warm smile. You don't have to get hurt by those words. Just pay attention to the people who love and believe in you. The more he talked, the more confused Hayne became. But a part of her hoped it was all true. Finally, she stammered out a question. How do you even know all that stuff? And with that, they left the school grounds, their voices and laughter echoing. My mom told me. She must be an amazing mother then. She is, Hayne replied, a hint of doubt in her voice. Is she picking you up today? Zichun quickly shot back with a cheerful tone. Lately I've been going alone, but today my dad's friend is getting me. A flicker of sadness crossed Haynes' face for just a moment. She explained quietly, "Oh, I see. My stepdad is picking me up." But Zichun's casual reply made her suspicious. He knew his words would raise questions. Huh? How did you know that? Suddenly, Zichun bowed politely to a man, leaving Hayne completely stunned. "Hello, sir." The man immediately turned to Hayne and waved, his voice full of undeniable affection. "Hayne, over here. I told you I'd be picking you up today, didn't I?" Hayne quickly bowed in return. "Yes, hello, sir. But, wait, do you know him?" Hayne's stepfather started explaining with a smile. "Zichun? He's my friend's son. His family's been busy, so they couldn't pick him up. Since he's at your school, I'm giving him a ride. If it's awkward for either of you, just let me know." But Hayne waved her hands shyly. "No, it's okay. We just aren't that close, but riding together is fine." Hayne's reaction made him chuckle and guess, "Just look at you two kids." But then, Hayne's stepfather regained his serious expression, calling out to Zichun. "Well then, let's get going." "Zichun, the car's parked over there." The boy quickly answered with an innocent look. "Okay, sir. I just need to throw away some trash first." "All right. Go ahead and come right back." Zichun calmly put a hand in his pocket. He slowly pulled out a new smartphone. It clearly belonged to that student with the freckles. After a moment's hesitation, Zichun tossed it straight into the trash can with a blank face. He walked back to Haynes' stepfather and spoke politely. "Thank you for waiting for me, sir." But the man replied, "What are you talking about? What did you just throw away?" Faced with the question, Zichun casually lied. "My sunglasses." And just like that, the two children continued to grow up side by side. Her world once felt like it had shattered, but thanks to new pillars of support, it grew stronger and purer every day. They had unconsciously held hands as children, and as time passed, a small, satisfied smile played on her stepfather's lips. She opened the door to that world, inviting someone in. The two families spent all their time together from then on, and that's how her world became seemingly perfect, living happily day after day with the people she loved. But unfortunately, right after taking a family photo, Zichun's mother suddenly collapsed. There's a saying, the reason we learn about tragedy is because it will find its way into our lives, one way or another. His father rushed to her side, filled with panic. "We have to learn about it, even just a little, before we're forced to face it, because if you don't, the shock is unbearable." But there was no miracle. Zichun's mother passed away not long after. Tragedy comes for everyone, good or bad, and some tragedies can't be changed, no matter how hard you fight. That day was the beginning of his dark new life. It was enough to crack the very pillar he thought would never, ever break. Chun's profound sadness did not escape Haynes' notice. And so she thought, for the boy who became a pillar in her world. She couldn't help but feel a knot in her stomach watching him suffer. She had to become that same pillar in his world, so that his wouldn't collapse. The image of Zichun, sitting alone on the stairs, was seared into her mind. From that day on, she would stay by his side to protect him, sometimes as a friend. For now, however, she only dared to sit quietly nearby, just watching over him, sometimes as a lover, or maybe even as family. Back in the present, a sharp voice cut through the quiet night. "How dare you ruin Zichun?" Haynes stood there, hair a mess, relentlessly grilling the woman before her. The moment she faced John, all the fear inside Haynes seemed to vanish. "A mother? Who do you think you are? How dare you touch Zichun?" And yet, her eyes still betrayed a hint of panic, her breathing growing heavier. "Whatever the reason, you need my permission first." At that, John finally spoke, grinding her teeth as she spat out each word. "Your hypocrisy makes me sick. I don't need permission from an arrogant woman like you." She lunged, swinging her arm wildly at Hayne. But shockingly, Hayne didn't just dodge the attack, she countered in the blink of an eye, her eyes glaring at John. For a split second, it was as if John forgot how to breathe, her face a mask of absolute, utter shock. In the next instant, Hayne tackled John, slamming her to the ground. She screamed in pain. Hayne now had the advantage, launching herself at her opponent with savage intensity. And just like that, the two girls were grappling on the rough, hard ground. John couldn't hold it in, yelling with manic excitement, "Finally showing your true colors, huh? You wicked witch." All the while, Hajin was gasping for breath, trying to respond. "What are you even talking about?" she demanded. "Tell me your plan. Who are you? Why did you suddenly get close to us?" Hajin's panicked expression was exactly what John wanted. A triumphant, wicked smile spread across her face as she spoke. "I already told you, you idiot," she sneered. "My only goal is to completely ruin your lives. Seeing you two so happy together just makes me want to burn it all down." Those words echoed in Hajin's mind, making her head spin as her world started to collapse. Besides, John taunted, your boyfriend is already doing a fine job of ruining himself. It took Hajin a moment to regain her composure before she shot back a question. What? What did you do to Sejun? Hajin demanded, her voice shaking, but her fear only made John burst into a mocking laugh. Me? What are you talking about? She chuckled. I haven't even gotten started yet. Ruining his life. That begins now. Hajin's face went completely pale. Cold sweat poured down her skin as John's words hit home. It's you. It's all because of you, you fool. Her hands unconsciously dropped from John's collar. John's voice was a sinister whisper. You really don't know, do you? Hajin slowly got to her feet, that same terrified look on her face, her breathing becoming more ragged. What? Because I'm the one ruining Sejun? The second she was free, John scrambled up. She pointed a finger right at Hajin and let out a huge, maniacal laugh. That's right, you psycho, she shrieked, her face twisting in triumph. Do you have any idea what he's doing with all that training? This all started because of you. But then, out of nowhere, Sejun. Without a single moment of hesitation, he delivered a brutal punch right to John's face, causing serious damage. The quiet night was shattered by her agonizing scream. Sejun just stood there, his entire body radiating pure, unadulterated fury. He cleared his throat, his voice low and dangerous. You monster. It's getting harder and harder to even see you as human. His expression was nothing but pure resentment as he stared down at John. The alley fell into a suffocating, dead silence. John let out a pained groan, covering her mouth with her hand. When she pulled it away, it was covered in blood. Her face was a mask of utter disbelief. One of her teeth had been knocked clean out. Absolute terror seized her, and her hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Sejun's face was ice. His gaze was like a bullet, fixed right on her. How dare you use that mouth of yours to play games with people's lives? Every word he spoke was as sharp as a knife. I don't give a damn what kind of life you've had to live, but this time, you picked the wrong person. I'll make you regret this. Before he could finish, John started to giggle like a complete lunatic. Sejun looked down at her pathetic, bloody state, completely baffled. What's so funny? He demanded. You psycho? John looked up, her expression a mask of pure mockery. Oh, nothing. But do you really think you look cool right now? Or maybe, you just look like a complete and utter fool? Her eyes widened before she burst out laughing again. You showing up like this. I should honestly be thanking you, you reckless idiot. Sejun's expression didn't change as he punched her again, mercilessly. What are you even talking about, you psycho? Stunned by the second hit, John clutched her face, glaring daggers at him. You bastard. You're nothing but a thug, she spat. Are you so sure you can handle the consequences of this? A gleeful smile spread across her face, thinking she had finally trapped him. I recorded everything, you idiot. You actually dared to hit a woman, and with that famous face of yours, no less. You idiot. Your life is officially over. She then turned and called out to an accomplice hiding nearby. Hey, Lee Yidu! You got all of that on camera, right? She yelled. We're done here, so get going. The other girl stammered a reply. Yeah, I'm going. John added one last command. Go edit that and upload it now. And with that, Lee Yidu took off running. She clutched the phone tightly, gritting her teeth, trying to reassure herself. She said, she promised she would clear my name this time. It's going to be fine, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Her one desperate thought was, as long as it's not me, it's okay. Now that the evidence was secure, John slowly licked the metallic taste of blood from her lips. She had him. So, she began, looking up to taunt him, what are you going to do now? She was trying to provoke him into chasing after that video. Not unless he wants to live forever with the label of a woman beater. She celebrated silently in her head. This was way too easy. The moment he takes off after her, that video will already be uploaded to the cloud. Chasing her would be completely useless. Her eyes bulged, wide with a crazed excitement. Sweat began to bead on her forehead as her plan unfolded. A trained martial artist beating up a defenseless woman? Oh, that's a major crime. He has no choice but to chase after that footage. Yes, just like that, everything was going according to her plan. She had already pictured the ending, one where she was the ultimate victor. And if that idiot chases after Lee Yidu, she thought, I can finally finish her. But Sejun didn't fall for her cheap provocations. He remained perfectly calm. But then he turned around, making her start to panic. Hey, if you don't go after her now, you're gonna lose her. Seeing him completely ignore her words, John dazedly staggered to her feet, totally bewildered by his lack of reaction. That woman screams at Sejun, calling him an idiot. Why isn't he chasing after her already? She desperately tries to convince him to go after Yi-do, warning him this decision will ruin his entire life. She's done this plenty of times before. She asks if he'd really throw his future away for one girl. But Sejun doesn't seem to hear her, walking straight toward Hajin instead. Hajin is kneeling on the ground, covered in a cold sweat. Her skin is ghost white, her eyes completely vacant. Sejun? Could this be about what happened that day? Her breathing grows ragged, the blood in her veins turning to ice. Hajin, what have you done? A single tear of pure pain and regret escapes from the corner of her eye. If only she hadn't gone there. Now, Sejun stands right in front of her and leans down, gently placing his hands over her ears. The warmth from his palms spreads through her, and Hajin just freezes. A forgotten memory suddenly flashes through her mind. Back when they were just kids, she had done the exact same thing for him, gently covering his ears. Sejun had been crying uncontrollably back then. She told him this way, he wouldn't hear all the negative voices anymore. She'd offered him a warm, comforting smile, telling him that it wasn't his fault, it just happened. At his absolute lowest point, she became his lifeline, saving his young, fragile soul. She promised she would always be on his side. And now, back in the present, Sejun uses that same gesture to prove the unshakable bond between them. No matter what, I'm not going to blame you. He smiles warmly at her. Because I'll always be on your side too. Meanwhile, John manages to get her hands on an iron pipe. She stalks up behind Sejun, her voice a vicious growl. You look awfully comfortable. Think you're shooting a movie? She sneers. Laughing like a maniac, she swings the pipe high, aiming it right for his head. Well, this movie's about to have a terrible ending. I can't stand the sight of you. She brings the pipe down with full force, her face twisted with cruelty and frustration. These two. Sejun whips his head around, his eyes wide with sudden, absolute shock. Hajin fights to control her breathing, sweat pouring down her face. In a flash, she shoves Sejun hard to the side, catching him completely off guard. She drops low, then unleashes a vicious uppercut straight to John's jaw. The blow sends another tooth flying, and her body goes limp as consciousness flees. A heavy thud echoes in the alley. Just like that, John is knocked out cold, sprawled on the pavement. Hajin stands over her, panting heavily. Sejun is just frozen solid, his jaw on the floor. He's so stunned he can't even get a single word out. How is she so unbelievably strong? He's in total shock. Hajin glances back at him, wiping the sweat from her face. She lifts her head, smirks and adds, "You have to aim for the chin." He used to think she was just a dumb brute with nothing but raw strength. Sejun slumps to the ground, still reeling. I'm sorry. She suddenly remembers something else. But what about the girl who was filming? Sejun immediately responds, Her? Don't worry, it's handled. As young Du tried to escape, she ran straight into Du-hun. Her eyes went wide, already filling with tears. What is it? Du-hun's expression was cold and absolutely terrifying. If you're in danger, if you need help, he says, staring her down, then I can lend a hand. A big bear is protecting you. Back at the office, news of the fight spreads like wildfire. Chief Kim hears the story and starts shaking, trying hard to hold back his laughter. This is just too funny. Jun-yu sees him from the counter and asks, What's going on? What's so funny? Chief Kim can barely speak through his laughter. It's Kang-jan. She tried acting tough again, and Sejun totally shut her down. Then she took an uppercut from Hajin and got knocked out. Jun-yu is completely amazed. Damn, that kid's a beast. Any witnesses must have been terrified. Chief Kim just keeps on laughing like it's the best story he's ever heard. He grins. Terrified is right. I really like this Sejun kid. And hey, this Kang-jan is actually pretty useful. Now, what should I do? If Mr. Sen Shu finds out about this, there's going to be hell to pay. Just then, his team leader runs up. Chief Kim calmly asks, What is it, team leader? He immediately replies, I've sent over the files from the investigation you requested. Chief Kim pulls up the documents on his tablet and starts scrolling through. He asks casually, Looks like he's Im Sejun's roommate at JM. So what's the deal with his background? The team leader hesitates for a moment. That's the weird part, sir. There's literally no information on him. Chief Kim looks at a photo of Asen as the report continues. Besides the name Asen, there are no records of his Korean-Chinese origins. There are no records of him graduating from elementary school or even middle school. No high school records from any rural town. And nothing after that either. Those schools were closed down years ago, making it impossible to find anything. The team leader thought it over for a long while before finally landing on a theory. He suspected their target came from special forces. It would explain why his records were locked down so tight. He'd even used a hacker from his old mercenary days to scour every military database on the planet, and still came up with absolutely nothing. He continued, saying even a complete deadbeat would leave a bigger trail than this. The whole situation was beyond suspicious, but for Section Chief Kim, this just made him strangely excited. This was perfect. He was 100% certain he knew what this was, a fabricated identity. This wasn't just about hiding information. Their target had been officially declared dead, given a new identity, and was now living a completely different life. Meanwhile, at the gym, Sejun had found Aeon to make his unusual request. Aeon was completely floored. What? You want me to teach you what? But Sejun just stared him down and repeated the question. He wanted real-world combat techniques to defeat a wrestler who was also a master of jujitsu. Aeon stripped off his shirt, baring his torso. Fine. At that very moment, Section Chief Kim was closing in on him. He wondered, what's the one thing people with fake identities all have in common? Aeon, for his part, was drenched in sweat. He ordered Sejun, take off your shirt. Your pants, too. All the while, Chief Kim's voice seemed to echo from somewhere far off. They either make someone disappear, or they kill them for real. The city was dark, but the lights of the district still burned bright. Back in the gym, Aeon, wearing nothing but black shorts, told Sejun to do the same, strip off his shirt and his pants. Sejun had no clue what Aeon was planning, but he obediently started taking his clothes off. As his pants came down, Aeon's eyes widened. Sejun then turned and asked, the underwear too? Hearing such a clueless question, Aeon was just momentarily dumbfounded. That's disgusting, no, just put on the shorts. Just then, a cheerful young guy with a 2-block haircut emerged from another room, so refreshed. He was thinking, nothing beats a good shower after a long jujitsu session to end the day. But then he stumbled upon a bizarre scene. Aeon was shirtless, while Sejun next to him was down to a single piece of fabric covering the important bits. The guy stammered out, what are you two doing? Why are you naked? Reading his mind, Aeon just sighed. Stop being weird and get home, kid. The guy quickly covered his face and bolted. Yeah, you worked hard, Jong-hoon said from behind, but a quick glance at Sejun made him wonder. He didn't look right, was he just exhausted? After the other two left, Sejun finally asked, so, is Noji Jujitsu really that different from training with a uniform? Aeon gave him a dead-eyed stare and replied, the basic concept is the same. He then laid out a scenario picture: a couple of drunk old men getting into a fight at night. They square up and immediately start ripping off their shirts. One of them yells, come on, let's go around. You have no idea who I was when I was young. Young? I'm a beast, Sejun asked. So they just take off their shirts and yell at each other? But that's all it ever is, just a lot of hot air and empty threats. You want to fight? Go on, hit me. What are you gonna do? Aeon continued the lesson. It's a completely different story if the ones fighting aren't drunkards, but people who are actually masters of jujitsu. While most people do it just for show, a true hidden master takes his shirt off for a completely different reason. Imagine two guys are walking down the street and bump shoulders. One of them immediately snaps, what's your problem? The man in the suit gets aggressive. Hey, when you bump into someone, you're supposed to apologize. The other man, who wore a hat and had a beard, just seemed surprised. Beardy turned to suit guy with a provocative tone. My apologies. It must be because my shoulders are as wide as the Pacific Ocean. And with that, suit guy knocked his hat clean off. Suit guy was furious, tearing off his jacket. You think this is a game because I was being polite? You call that an apology? Whatever. I was in a terrible mood anyway. This is perfect. At this, Beardy finally started to backpedal. Hey, why are you doing this? I already said I was sorry. Just stop. But a weak apology like that wasn't going to stop the enraged suit guy. He grabbed Beardy by the collar and snarled, stop? Who made you the boss, you corporate drone? But Beardy just got that defiant look in his eyes again. Be careful. This shirt is very expensive. That was it. The last straw. Suit guy's fist connected with Beardy's smug cheek. I didn't ask, you punk, he yelled. But the guy just bragged his shirt cost $379,000. But in that moment, Beardy's entire demeanor flipped. In a flash, he dodged the next punch, leaving suit guy completely stunned. What? How in the world did he just do that? That, Aeon explained, is why they take their shirts off so they can't be grabbed. A moment later, suit guy saw Beardy stripping down, striking a yoga pose. What the hell? Are you some kind of pervert? Why not take your pants off too? Beardy calmly replied. Taking off your jacket makes you third class. As he spoke, he stepped out of his pants. Taking off your t-shirt makes you second class. And the one who takes off his pants? He is a true, first-class fighter. The moment he finished talking, Strawberry puffed out his huge belly in a fighting stance, and his ridiculous trash talk sets Vest Guy off. What the hell is he even saying? The bald man explains that with nothing to grab, his movements are completely free. And just as he said, Strawberry's movements are slippery and hard to track, slowly wearing Vest Guy out. He's like a slippery eel. He realizes why Strawberry can dodge everything. Because he's not wearing any clothes, his body is just too slick to get a hold of. Even if he managed to grab his arms and legs, Strawberry would just slip right out. Finally, Vest Guy thinks he's got a grip on his head. Yes. Thinking he's won, he gloats, "I've got you now." But Strawberry simply slips away again. He's gone. Stuck in this impossible situation, Vest Guy is both exhausted and furious. But it's all for nothing. It's impossible to catch him like this. He's just too slippery. Then his eyes lock onto Strawberry's giant potbelly. A gut that fatty has to be slow, that's the target. But Strawberry just grins at him. What, giving up already? It doesn't matter who you are, you're just a side character. I'm just too special. Seizing the moment, Vest Guy throws a punch. You damn bald-headed freak. This will stick right to that fat stomach of yours. But announcing your strategy before attacking is just plain stupid. Strawberry remains bizarrely calm through it all. He simply lets the punch sink into his belly fat. The incredible rebound dislocates all of Vest Guy's knuckles. Staring at his swollen hand, the man screams in pain. My hand! My hand! He then throws a fit, rolling on the ground. Watching the man wail, Strawberry mutters, I handled that pretty quick, and I didn't even have to use my hands. After finishing his opponent, Strawberry puts his hat back on, reminding him with contempt. Look here, you hooligan. Never underestimate a naked man. Sure, I've got a gut, but there's plenty of muscle packed under all this fat. And so, the program's example of Aeon's reasoning for stripping down comes to an end. Now he just stares with dead, lazy eyes. The jujitsu being used in recent matches is now being called naked jujitsu. In a way, it's considered more practical than traditional jujitsu, because you have to be ready to fight naked opponents. And of course, Sejun is no match for him. Aeon has him pinned tightly to the floor. Why do you want to learn? Is your next opponent a naked jujitsu fighter? Sejun is released and takes a deep breath. He replies, Yeah, I heard from Sun Do-hun that he's ridiculously strong. Aeon remains expressionless. Is that so? Well, for now, just keep training. But you'll also need a gimmick if you want to win. At the same time, in another gym, a loud voice suddenly rings out. What are you talking about? A girl in a black mask says, her face stained with tears. You don't believe me? Why would I lie about something like this? A young man with a buzz cut named Song-shu just gives her an indifferent look. It's not that, he explains. Kids always film pranks like that. But this time, there's no evidence. Looking at John, he continues. And that girl did the same thing. No matter what, how could he possibly hit a girl? Earlier, when he went to see Lim Se-chun, the girl had immediately pulled down her mask, revealing a bruised face and a broken front tooth as she screamed. Are you a coward? That bastard Lim Se-chun hit me. I'm freaking out about my tooth. She was already worked up, but now she gets even more frantic. Is it so hard for you to get revenge for me? How can you be so calm when your girlfriend got beat up like this? My phone's gone, and my cloud was wiped. Those bastards erased everything. Sang-shu shows almost no reaction to his girlfriend's breakdown. He just says, No. Of course I'm angry, but after thinking about it, a man slapping a woman in the face like that? I'm sorry. I really can't believe your story. Hearing his cruel response, John loses all hope in the man standing before her. She says quietly, I see. Damn it. It sucks to be treated like the boy who cried wolf. It seems like we've lost our trust in each other. I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person. And with that, she leaves, as Song-shu calls out after her, John, what are you saying? That's not what I meant. She suddenly calms down, speaking each word with cold clarity. Sang-shu, I still trust you. But you obviously don't trust me. Trust has to be a two-way street. I don't even know what our relationship is anymore. So, let's break up. His words leave Sang-shu completely stunned. His world just shattered. Leaving Sang-shu frozen in place, John walks away without a second glance. Still seething, she mutters to herself. Why would he call me a liar? Does he think there's nobody else out there to help me? This is ridiculous. Then, a wicked idea forms in her mind. This is the perfect time to call that bastard. I can betray him now. Sang-shu is too stupid for this kind of thing anyway. Before even leaving the building, she's cheerfully calling someone, her voice sickeningly sweet. Oppa, it's been a while. How are you? But for Sang-shu, this breakup is absolutely crushing. 1 year, 6 months, and 8 days. That's how long Sang-shu's first official relationship lasted before the breakup. Just thinking about those 3 words was enough to make him want to cry for a solid month. Inside a precinct office, a man in uniform explodes. Officer Na, are you out of your mind? The chief doesn't hold back, absolutely unloading on him. You alone are enough to drive me crazy. So why the hell are you still so fixated on Trang Hoin Shich? That case was closed ages ago, so why are you still digging around? When a cop gets stuck on one case, who's supposed to handle the others? But Deng Hoin refused to back down, standing his ground to defend his actions. Nothing was resolved, and you just closed it? That wasn't just some simple assault case. The investigation so far points to an unknown criminal organization running illegal fighting tournaments for students. And beyond that, the organization could be tied to even more serious crimes. But none of what Deng Hoin said had any concrete proof. The chief, seeing his stubbornness, shot back. That's speculation. All of it is just your speculation. That kid isn't a cop, but you are. Everything you say as an officer needs to have evidence. Stop talking like you're in some kind of crime novel. Unfazed, Deng Hoin stared back. No. Chief, why are you always getting in my way? Adding fuel to the fire, the chief's temper exploded. What did you say? How am I getting in your way? You think you can talk to me like that? I'm just following orders from the top. Don't you get it? You brat. Still, Deng Hoin's defiant voice pressed on, questioning his superior. If all you ever do is follow orders from above, Chief, doesn't that just make you a puppet? It's a good thing the chief didn't have a heart condition. He screamed so hard his face contorted. It's not that easy. Stop talking like some wide-eyed dreamer. You madman. If you want to investigate this so badly, then bring me some actual evidence. Only then can we officially open the case. Do you understand? Seeing his boss was about to blow a gasket, Deng Hoin knew when to retreat. I get it. You don't have to shout. Let me buy you lunch, Chief. The chief just yelled, kicking Deng Hoin out. In the main hall, Officer Kim spotted him and called out, Officer Na, come sit down for a minute. What is it? He asked. Kim explained. Officer Jiang is here too. We're ordering lunch. You should join us. The disheveled He Ung-shich just scratched his head. I already ate. You pig. Go take a shower. I could smell you coming before I even saw you. And get me an extra order of white rice. Noticing his junior officer's gloomy mood, Deng Hoin asked. So you're here? Still no sign of Im Trong-hun? He replied, No, sir. After he vanished from the hospital, he hasn't been to school or gone home. Then, Hai Ung-shich narrowed his eyes, recalling, most runaway minors stick to their usual hangouts. I don't know who's giving him orders, or who's hiding him. Something's not right. Maybe it's just because I need a shower. His mind flashed back to one of his stakeouts. Like I said before, I saw that man with the glasses at the Golden Pistol. I followed him to the 19th floor. Something felt suspicious. He turned a corner and disappeared. He continued. I saw him go into room 1903. For the past 2 years, no one has left that room, and the owner is currently living abroad. He recalled the back of the young man he saw. Hai Ung-shich suspected that the man in the glasses was clearly connected to that good-for-nothing, but he never showed his face again. I think he's already left the building. Deng Hoin, now holding a file, asked, Did you get a composite sketch done of his face? Hai Ung-shich nodded. Yes, but without any hard evidence, I can't issue a warrant for his arrest. We have to catch Im Trong-hun fast. A little pressure and he'd spill everything, but the kid just had to run off. Inside the folder was a stack of A4 paper. Curious, Hai Ung-shich asked. What's that? Deng Hoin replied. No idea. Let's open it up. As he pulled the mysterious papers from the file, Hai Ung-shich's eyes went wide with shock. Deng Hoon stammered, What is it? This was proof evidence of blackmail using a video. On the paper was a picture of a girl. It was John. He scanned the information, completely stunned. Who the hell would be threatening Kang John? Beside him, Hai Ung-shich muttered, This is a seriously major crime. Deng Hoon, sensing a lead, pressed him. Huh? Isn't that the car Officer Jiang mentioned before? The photo showed a black car and a girl standing by the window, the two of them talking. Huh? That's right. That's the same car that hit Lim Dong-hyun in the hit and run. The license plate is identical. It's a fake plate. This girl must be involved somehow. At that moment, Officer Kim walked in. Deng Hoon immediately asked him, Officer Kim, do you know who sent this here? He just answers, Some man came and gave it to me. Why? Was there no sender's name? Back at his desk, Deng Hui mutters to himself. First step, find this student, Hyung Shik. They have to do it quietly, in case he's already made contact with someone. Suddenly, a thought crosses his mind. Who is this person? And why send the package here? At the same time, over at the training room, Aeon is lying with his eyes closed when a shadow suddenly covers his face, making him look up. Donghui's face is right there. You're awake? Aeon teases him back. Your head is huge. Then, Donghui calls someone over to Aeon. He explains that this person wants to thank him, and also has something to ask. Aeon, still half distracted, just asks, who? Standing before him is a girl with dark hair, and she introduces herself. Hello, my name is Lai Yongdu. Thank you for your help, she says, for deleting all the files and cloud storage from Kangjan's phone. Her face is filled with worry. But, I can't go to school anymore. She explains, I didn't have the video I filmed with me that day. If he sees me, I'll be killed instantly. How can I avoid running into Kangjan? I wanted to ask. Would it be okay if I transferred schools? I don't have anyone else I can ask. Seeing her exhausted expression and drained aura, Aeon quietly asks her, so what now? You have to fight back, don't you? He suddenly sits up, his voice still completely indifferent as he speaks. He says that no matter how many weapons or how much evidence you have, fear kicks in. The survival instinct makes people want to run from reality. But something about his words seems to break through Yongdu's despair. Her eyes widen as she stares at him. He continues, to get back what you've lost, you have no choice but to fight. He admits that the bad memories will rush back and it will be terrifying, but she can't avoid it. Facing it head-on is the only way to be safe. This is Aeon's advice to Yongdu, and as he looks up at her, his expression is completely unreadable. He lays out the plan, plain and simple. Report it to the police and fight him directly. I'll prepare the weapons. Not long after, dark clouds roll over the city, threatening a heavy downpour. Aeon leans against a wall, muttering, what's going on? Why isn't she here yet? Suddenly, an arm grabs John from behind. Her eyes shrink in shock as she blurts out, what the? The one who grabbed her was none other than In Trong Hun. Seeing him, John immediately snaps, damn it, you scared me. He starts looking around nervously, whispering, did the cops see you? John is confused. Why would the police be here? Did you get into some kind of trouble? Trong Hun rips off his cap, a smug, hateful look on his face. Turns out he's been to that girl Hajin's house countless times already. So frustrating. Those cops are useless anyway, he scoffs. Hearing this, John just laughs. What can they do if they can't even find any evidence? Besides, she adds, if we just pretend to be remorseful, we'll get a light sentence for a first-time offense. Hearing the scheme John has cooked up, his eyes pop. So what's your plan then? I just want one good, solid kick to that Imzi Chun's arm. Our enemy's enemy is our friend. John's eyes narrow as she spits out the words. First, don't touch Exi Chun, she warns. There's no guarantee you'd even win. We have to deal with Hajin first. That Zi Chun kid is always near the academy, right? A vicious, calculating gleam shines in her eyes. So here's my plan. I'll become a staff member at the academy Shah Hajin attends, then corner her in a place like the bathroom. What do you think? You sneak into the academy, and if anything big happens, I'll be there to film it. The moment the words are out, Trong Hun violently shoves her against the wall, his hand wrapped around her throat. John has no idea what's happening, barely choking out a word. What is it? Trong Hun hisses through his teeth. The plan you're talking about. It's way too loud. His face is that of a desperate man with no way out, staring directly into John's eyes. You think I'm like Sensu, that I'll just do whatever you say? If something happens, I'll be the only one taking the fall, you bitch. He squeezes his hand tighter as he speaks. You think you're the only smart one here? Hey, let me tell you something. You already know this. No matter what, and Sung Shu isn't just some idiot. He knew what was happening but let himself be fooled because he likes you. That's love. John can't take it anymore, trying to claw his hand away. What? So what? Damn it, he gives her a final warning. This time, you do as I say. Don't pull any stupid crap like filming. Got it? John wants to live, so she has no choice but to agree. I get it, just loosen your grip a little. Outside, the rain has started to fall steadily. Jae-chun looks up at the sky for a moment, holding a black umbrella. He thinks to himself, Hajin should be getting out of the academy right about now. It's late, the rain came at the perfect time. He smiles, still watching the downpour. I can't get wet, or Hajin will worry. How do I make it look like I just got here? He doesn't notice a hooded figure slowly approaching him. The person speaks in a low voice. You must be the student, Im Zae-chun. When a young man suddenly calls your name, who wouldn't jump? He flinches, almost dropping his umbrella. Startled? So suddenly? Yeah, the voice says. It's me. Hey mister, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Sang Shu asks, tilting his head up into the pouring rain. I'm not a mister. I'm only 19. And you? You really are Z-Chun. There's just something I absolutely have to ask you. And just as you'd expect, the guy's been a crying mess ever since he and John broke up. The heavy rain glitters as it pours down under the lonely streetlight. Chun is just walking down the street with his umbrella when he stumbles across someone. What the? Are you? Seeing the face stained with fresh tears, recognition slowly dawns on him. And Song-shu. The guy just stares back blankly. Yeah, I'm in Song-shu. I came here to confirm something. Noticing the guy's strange expression, Zichun cuts him off. But hey, what's with that look on your face? Song-shu totally misunderstands, getting defensive. Huh? We just met and you're already judging my appearance? Are you trying to say you look so much better? The question gets twisted back on him, and Zichun just glares. That's not it. I'm asking, why are you crying? The guy immediately denies everything. Me? No way. Even with tears streaming down his face, he forces a twisted, unconvincing smile. A real man like me never cries. You must be confusing my tears with the rain. Seeing him dodge the question, Zai-chun switches to a different topic. Fine, whatever you say. What do you want? If you're here for a fight, save it for next time. I have somewhere I need to be. At this, Sang-soo looks down, hesitating. You know John, right? Kang-John, the beautiful girl. Chun flatly denies it. She's not that beautiful. But the guy doesn't care and continues. She told me you beat her until you broke her tooth. She tends to lie a lot, so I couldn't believe it, Sang-soo says through his tears. That's why I came to ask you. I don't know if what John said was true or not. I came to ask you, because if anyone would know the truth, it would be you. He says it with total sincerity. I have a right to know the truth. Seeing that pained reaction, Zichun stays silent for a moment before speaking. His expression instantly shifts to a knowing smirk. She dumped you, didn't she? Sang-soo jolts like a cat whose tail was just stepped on. No, it's not like that. We just had a small fight. But deep down, a question burned in his mind. How the hell did this guy know? So perceptive. Zichun just teases him. If she dumped you, just say it. That pushes the other guy over the edge. He grabs Zichun's collar, warning him. Stop talking nonsense and answer me. Zichun asks him, dead serious. Seriously, why do you even like that girl? You know she's a liar. Zichun lets the rain pour down on his face, trying to force the other guy to see the truth. Besides, you know exactly how she backs people into a corner, right? You know all of it, but you just ignore it and stay silent. Am I wrong? His eyes hardened, bringing up old memories. Back then, when you all cornered Hin, when you did those horrible things to her, Zichun grits out every single word, as if to burn the memory deep into Song-shu's mind. Violence isn't just physical. Even if you don't lay a hand on someone, you can still leave scars that will never fully heal. The guy's face goes numb, his tears washed away by the rain, as he listens to every single one of Zai-chun's piercing words. Cowards just like you stand by and watch crimes happen, and you do nothing. Just like your ex-girlfriend, who uses people's weaknesses to control their entire lives. Zichun emphasizes the point. I don't care who uses that kind of thing or why. I just crush anyone connected to that competition, just like your precious ex-girlfriend did to others. Hit with that barrage of truth, Sang-shu lets go and pulls down his hood. You're right. To be honest, I agree with what you're saying. That's why even now I'm always thinking about stopping all this. But John, she's the only one who can persuade me. Sang-shu glares, letting the rain soak him to the bone. His words land with the heavy impact of a lightning strike. But that's just how things are. Flashing back. Inside a dojo with a Korean flag on the wall, a voice rings out. You can't win. Aeon says it with his eyes closed, completely at ease. With jujutsu, it's an absolute loss. Still, there is a chance to win with a punch, but he analyzes the situation. Those wrestlers take you down like crazy. One wrong punch, and you get thrown. Then it's game over. You don't even have time to defend with a kick. Zichun asks, so does that mean we have to use some kind of dirty trick this time too? An holds up 2 fingers. With jujutsu, the probability of victory is almost 0. He explains. There are exactly 2 types. One is a gun, which you can't beat. He then raises a single finger and continues. And the other one is that guy right there. Back in the present, Sang-shu's face is right up against the pointed tip of the open umbrella. Aeon's advice echoes in his mind, use it to block him, like a staff. He startles and pulls back, his eyes wide. What the hell, you psycho? He glares at the umbrella, pointed at him like a shield, gritting his teeth in fury. What is this? You coward. Are you messing with me right now? But Jae-chun doesn't back down an inch, firing right back. Who are you calling names? An's advice was clear. Sometimes you have to poke and strike. X-Chun sneered from under his umbrella. Me? Fight dirty? I just want to win. I'm already going crazy. How could he let a grappling monster like Sang-Shu get anywhere close? He held that thought, waiting for his opponent to turn and finish him. Losing his patience, Sang-Shu reached out to swat the umbrella away. The man questioned him. Why did you hit John? With Sang-Shu's words, the umbrella was sent flying. So easy, but the scene that followed left him speechless. Sejun ducked and swung his fist in a surprise attack. An uppercut, right to the chin. Sang-Shu's face twisted from the powerful impact. Sejun thought, this bastard's chin. In that brief moment, he didn't need to measure the distance or anything. Sejun's feet never stopped moving as he continued his assault, just rushing in like a madman. Next, he threw 2 more rapid punches, both aimed directly at the man's face. He had to crush his bones without mercy to satisfy his rage. Sang-Shu was dazed, coughing up a bit of blood. Sejun stuck to his plan, showing no mercy at all. If he didn't end it now, he'd have no chance of winning this fight. Suddenly, the tables turned. Sang-Shu wrapped an arm around his shoulder. He buried his head in Sejun's neck, a surprise reversal. Gotcha, Sang-Shu grinned. That was a close one. Just needed a little break, you monster. But Sejun had no patience left, shoving him away with a hard shoulder check. I don't think so, bastard. The man looked a bit surprised. This is a move Sun Hun uses a lot. Sang-Shu thought to himself while blocking. This guy was full of surprises, but compared to what he knew, Sang-Shu figured he could fight much better. And with that, he suddenly shot out a hand. Sejun froze, confused. A chain of thoughts. Why block? Damn it. His strength was back. He needed to relax his legs first. No sooner said than done. His legs relaxed and he leaned forward slightly. But the next scene caught him completely off guard. Sang-Shu dropped to one knee, hand raised like a marriage proposal. Well, now what? His attitude shifted, suddenly becoming dead serious. You're caught, and I'm not one to hold back once a fight has started. Sang-Shu's voice dropped, his eyes turning cold. From now on, I'm fighting for real. Before he could look cool for even 5 seconds, Sejun smacked him on the head, casually asking, Oh, really? The city rain fell harder. Sejun took off his jacket, revealing toned muscles underneath. I was just pretending too. On the sidewalk, Sejun looked down at Sang-Shu, who was lying face down. He scowled. Stop messing around and get up. The words reached his ears, but the man didn't move, staying silent for a moment before speaking. Honestly, I was just going to do what I did to John. Then he slowly pushed himself up. If it's come to this, I have no choice. Sang-Shu's eyes were locked on his goal. I have to give it my all. However, his attempt to look cool failed once again. He took a kick straight to the face, knocking him backward. Sang-Shu grumbled in frustration. You damn dog, who attacks when someone's talking? I've never met anyone who doesn't know the basics like you. They were both in their stances, but he wasn't done talking. And even if you take me down, you can't get into a grappling or ground position. Sang-Shu taunted deliberately. You must know you can't beat me on the ground, so you're trying to win by striking. Should I let you in on a little secret? Sejun was a man of action, replying with a fist to the face. Don't need it. Sang-Shu took the hit, glaring at him sideways. Fine, I'll tell you anyway. Sometimes, when jitsu fighters get too heated, the first thing they throw, he said, then immediately countered with a powerful punch to Sejun's face. Is a fist, you damn dog. The rain poured down, getting heavier under the steady streetlights. Sejun wiped his nose, sizing up the last blow. His power was impressive, but his punch was still weaker than Sun Hun's and Im Jung-hun's. His handsome face, wet with rain, was analyzing the situation on its own. As long as he didn't take a hit to the chin, he could win by attacking relentlessly. But Sang-Shu had just taken a direct hit and recovered instantly. Is this the importance of neck muscles? Sang-Shu provoked him intentionally. What's with the deep thoughts? What? You think I don't know how to use my fists? Sejun replied calmly. Not at all. Your punch was just so light, I figured all your muscles went to your neck. The man felt deeply insulted, yelling back. What did you say? Then Sang-Shu charged forward again, his eyes filled with fury. You can say my face is ugly, but you can't say my muscles are weak. This is the result of pure effort. Someone born with it like you would never understand. But the punch goes wide. He just leans back, easily dodging the attack. Sejun immediately spins around, landing a heavy blow to the man's right side that sends a shudder through him. Then came a clean shot right to the face, a punch that nearly knocked Sang-Shu's eyes loose. But in a flash, he spun with the momentum and was right back in his stance. Sejun couldn't believe it. Did he really just turn back into the punch? Next, Sang-Shu lunged, wrapping his arms around him. He used his massive weight advantage, hoisting Zichun up with all his strength. He was slammed to the ground, scrambling desperately. He had to get his guard up. Now, those huge arms squeezed even tighter. Then, Songshu threw his entire body weight on top of him. Zichun was pinned down, with only his right arm free. He was stunned. How did he let him get to his side so easily? That's when Sangshu's voice rumbled, "What's wrong? Not so easy, am I?" He raised a fist high in the air, glaring down as he announced his intentions. "From now on, you're going to eat my nice soft fists." The words were barely out before a monster punch rained down on Zichun's face. Sangshu unleashed a flurry of blows, clearly getting payback for before. Suddenly, he noticed Jae-chun's arm flailing wildly to block the hits, so he trapped one arm completely, using his other hand to pin Zichun's head down. A bad feeling washed over Zichun, and speak of the devil. The thought had barely formed before Songshu seized his arm, yanking it backward into a painful lock. Seeing Zichun's hands clasped together in resistance, he pulled even harder. "So, you do know how to block after all. No matter how much you take it, your strength will fade. How about you just give up and make it easy?" Zichun cursed under his breath. "Then you should leave your girlfriend, you idiot." The instant she was mentioned, Songshu's face twisted with anger. He suddenly roared, trying to justify himself. "What do you even know about love? Love is about giving." Abruptly, Zichun's hands went limp, and Sangshu stumbled backward from the force of his own pull. Zichun's teeth were clenched so tight, it was a mask of pure agony. Sangshu let go, a bit stunned, watching Zichun clutch his right arm as his whole body trembled. Sangshu panicked. "Why did you suddenly lose all your strength?" "I think I heard something snap in there. Are you okay?" He fumbled. "Maybe you should go to the hospital first." But before the words were even out, a fist slammed right into his face. Zichun had spun around, swinging with his one good arm. Sangshu wasn't mad. He leaned back on a chair leg, spat out a little blood, and said calmly, "Hey, you don't need to put on a show like that. What are you trying to do? Seriously, we've fought enough. Can't we just stop this now?" He stood up and got right in Zichun's face. "The winner is obvious anyway, and I got my revenge for John, so let's just call it quits. There's no need to go this far, right?" Zichun bowed his head, breathing out sharply. "Of course there is. You guys only need one win, correct?" The sudden question left Sangshu completely lost. One win? What did that mean? Right after saying that, Zichun lunged forward with his left arm. Sangshu sat down, trying to push him away. What was he trying to do now? "Are you just going to be reckless? With only that one arm?" he taunted. "Even if you grab my ankle, what then? A loss is still a loss. Just give up and go to the hospital." But the hand held on with stubborn persistence. "No. It probably won't even take a month. 1 week is probably all it will take for you to forget." In the pouring rain, Zichun's words cut through the air. "All the people you've hurt, all the disgusting things you've done. I'm sure after a week, you'll have forgotten every single thing you did, won't you?" Sangshu hesitated. "Well, about that." Suddenly, he felt his entire body being lifted into the air. What the? His arm is injured. He can't use it. Is he just enduring the pain? Sangshu yelled out a warning. "Whoa, wait a second, not like this." Zichun used both his arms to hoist Sangshu's leg, even as his injured right arm glowed red and trembled violently. As Sangshu was lifted dangerously into the air, he screamed, trying to reason with him. "This isn't a mat, you idiot, it's asphalt." That's when Zichun spoke again. "The people you harmed have to live with that suffering every single day. No matter how many years pass, that feeling of anxiety will never, ever change for them. And of course, the people around them have to suffer the same pain." He glared up at Sangshu. "So you all need to cooperate a little. You have to share that pain so their suffering can lessen." After he said that, Sangshu was thrown down with immense force. He screamed in a panic. "No, you crazy bastard." This time, Zichun used his entire body to slam him onto the pavement as the rain began to fall. Back in the training room, Sangsu's eyes were heavy with sleep. Suddenly, Du Hoin's face appeared before him. They stared at each other, and Sangshu closed his eyes, asking in confusion, "Is this hell? Life is so random," Du Hoin said in frustration, repeatedly smacking his bald head. "You're talking nonsense. Wake up, you bald idiot." Lying on the floor, Sangshu shot back, "Du Hoin, are you dead too? You moron, we're both still alive. We're not in hell yet." He sat up and started asking Du Hoin questions. "Really? So what happened?" "I think I was slammed onto the road." Du Hoin added, "You lost your mind and passed out." Sangsu just stared at the ceiling with a dazed look on his face. "What about the other guy?" "I heard his arm break." Du Hoin answered, "You mean Chun? He's at the hospital." Sang Shu asked doubtfully. Then why wasn't I taken to the hospital? Why am I here? Du Huan hesitated for a moment, thinking it over. Cutting to a thug-faced man, he agrees to Du Huan's proposal. All right, he says. I'll look into it. Thank you, sir. A door opens and someone walks in. The two men freeze, staring at the newcomer as one of them blurts out, Huh? What's going on? How did it come to this? Du Hyun stared. Weren't you supposed to get Hajin? What's going on back there? It was Sejun, carrying an unconscious Sang Shu. Sejun explained calmly. I went over there, found this guy crying, and decided to punch him once. But now he's out cold. You mind watching him? Du Hyun's mind was just a mess of question marks. What is happening? What's wrong with Sang Shu? Aeon spoke up. Just lay him down here for now. Du Hyun, still confused, asked Si-chun, what did you do to make him like this? Si-chun avoided his gaze, looking over at Aeon instead. I just slammed him on the ground and he ended up like this. So, what now? Should I call an ambulance? What, you slammed him on the ground? Is he dead? Do-hyun looked up, completely baffled, muttering, You absolute monkey. Aeon cut in, he's just sleeping. He then noticed Sang-zu's smiling face as he mumbled, Yon? The other two were frozen solid, too shocked to say a word. What a pathetic, broken mess. He then turned to Si-chun. Forget this guy for a second. You should go to the hospital. Bruises were already forming on his hand. My hand. I don't want it to be permanently disabled. Sang-shu seemed to nod in understanding. So, that's how it is. I hope he's okay. Do-hyun spoke up, asking, Hey, how are you feeling? If you don't feel right, you should get checked out. And no, I'm not gonna hit you. We're not kids who fight over nothing. The guy replied, It's just muscle pain. Good thing I always work out my shoulders. Otherwise I'd be in real trouble. Do-hyun asked skeptically, But where is Yeon right now? I heard she hasn't even been coming to school lately. Why is that? Sang-shu answered gloomily, How would I know? Do-hyun snapped back. If you don't know, who does? The guy just broke down, crying over Yeon. We broke up. Hearing this, Do-hyun's face split into a massive grin before he burst out laughing. This is great. The day has finally come. Seeing his reaction, Sang-zu got furious, shouting, Hey, you dog, can't you even pretend to comfort me? Time will heal all wounds. Do-hyun's face turned serious again. So you really don't know where she is? Any places she usually hangs out? A coffee shop or something? The guy's face twisted into an ugly grimace. You know, you look like a weak little puppy right now. Why do you keep asking me? What do you want? Don't tell me you have a thing for Yeon? Do-hyun was floored by the absurd accusation. Don't be ridiculous. If you truly loved Yeon, no matter how bad she is, she has her whole life ahead of her. She can still change. You have to start helping her now. The guy listened intently, then said, Fine. Tell me where the school M club is. The scene shifts to a cafe where two people, a man and a woman, are talking across from each other. No, I have to catch that girl. What do you think you can do? Lim Si-jun, can you even beat him? And why can't I touch Si-hain? The man was Jong-hoon. He rubbed his nose, explaining, Because if you get near that girl, the image of Jong-hoon face bloody, mouth covered, crying in fear comes to mind. The look in the other man's eyes was one of pure, seething hatred. Yeon just glanced at the ceiling, annoyed. So what? Talking to you is exhausting. You have the weirdest habits. Jong-hoon just kept repeating the word no. He suggested, First, you need to set a trap for Lim Si-jun. She shot back, exasperated. You don't have a plan at all, do you? What in the world are you so afraid of? If you're scared, just follow my plan and go to Hajin's academy. Jong-hoon's face contorted with anger, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. We need to steal Hajin's phone, one way or another. Yeon asked doubtfully. His phone? What are you planning to do with his phone? He laid out the plan. We have to take advantage of a moment when those two aren't together. We'll call Lim Sejun. Knowing his personality, I'm sure he'll come alone. Jong-hoon was mid-sentence when his eyes darted to the side, and he suddenly flinched. And after that, we just wait and deliver a finishing blow. Huh? He was stunned to see Dong-hyun walking in. Jong-hoon watched him, his mind racing. Why is a detective here? The woman looked over, confused by his reaction. What's wrong? Why are you making that face? He hissed, lowering his head. Don't look back, you idiot. Yeon snapped back, annoyed. Why? Jong-hoon asked. Hey, have you ever been here with Sang-shu? She closed her eyes and gave a sly smile. Why the sudden question? Of course. I've been everywhere with Sang-shu. He was always with me. Even after we broke up, he'd come running whenever I called. I'm trying to break that habit now. Then he said something that made Yeon, Dong-hyun, and another man freeze completely. Is that so? What a coincidence. Looks like In Song-shu has finally abandoned you now, huh? The detective immediately grabbed his phone to make a report. I think I found Yeon. She's here with the redhead. This encounter is going to be a little rough. Lim Jong-hoon is here as a bonus. Wait for my signal. Dong-hyun quickly approached their table. Well, students, you must be Yeon and Lim Jong-hoon, right? I'm a detective. You remember me, don't you, Lim Jong-hoon? Don't even think about running this time. In a flash, Jong-hoon violently grabbed Yeon's hair, causing her to scream, "What? What the hell?" He didn't care, and started dragging her by her hair. She struggled to break his grip, screaming, "You psycho! Let go of my head," he calmly asks. "Criminal police, huh?" Then shoves John hard. "Here, have one of these." "You bastards," Dong Hoin groans. "The guy's a total psycho." Then, she's shoved right toward the detective. Dong Hoin barely manages to catch John. The suspect runs outside, hopping onto the railing. Trong Hoon takes a leap, screaming wildly, "You'll never catch me, you sons of bitches." But things don't go as planned. Hi, Shik was already there waiting. "Who's a bastard?" The two lock eyes. The detective greets him. "Lim Trong Hun. I'm so glad we could finally meet." A smirk spreads across Shik's face, pure joy in his eyes, as he plants a vicious kick right into the kid's face. "I can finally go home." Shik glares down at Trong Hun on the ground and says, "A piece of trash like you is no different from a cockroach. Scum like you needs to be wiped out before you get any older." As two officers lead John out, they freeze at the scene. What happened? Seeing Trong Hun motionless, Dong Hoon asks nervously, "You worked hard, Sich, but is he dead? You kicked him in the face with everything you had." Hearing this, the detective walks over and gives the kid a few kicks to check. "I don't think so." And sure enough, Trong Hun starts trembling, clutching his leg and cursing through the pain. "Damn it, my leg." Hearing him still has the energy to curse, Dong Hoon scoffs at him with contempt. "Too bad you're not dead yet. Cockroaches really are hard to kill." Trong Hun quietly tells himself, "Get up, George. This bastard. I'm going to kill all of them." Later, Trong Hun and John are taken to the police station. Sich grabs a notebook and starts smacking him on the head with it. Hitting him repeatedly, he angrily asks, "Have you lost your mind? You stupid criminal. You think you can escape the law just because you're a minor." Sich threatens him. "Serious offenders like you get sent to juvenile detention if convicted. Do you even know the difference between juvenile detention and prison, you little punk?" He tries to reason with Trong Hun. "You'd better just tell me everything you know right now. Everything about the illegal game and the day of the attack on the student Hazen." But even now, the kid stubbornly denies everything, acting clueless. "No, what crime did I commit? Do you have any proof? Is it right to investigate by beating someone up like this? You're not supposed to hit suspects like this anymore." The kid's disrespectful attitude is getting on Zich's last nerve. He hits him a few more times. "Don't you dare use that tone with me. You're just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Lower your voice." The kid snaps back. "Then you should stop talking so rudely too." The detective continues. "You know what you're charged with? First, you're a dangerous stalker. While planning a crime near the home of high school student S. Hain, you assaulted student Z. Chun. You immediately fled the scene when Detective Na caught you." Shik recalls the scene and accuses him. "Your accomplice behind you hit a cop with his car, and you jumped in to escape." The kid quickly touches his injured nose, trying to play the victim. "What? What are you talking about? What accomplice? I was a victim, too. Some psycho tried to kill me with an axe back there. Look at me. Look at this wound on my nose. This is the proof." Just then, Hyung-shik shows him a photo, his eyes glaring. "Shut up and look at this." The kid pretends he doesn't understand. "What's this now?" Hyung-shik presents the evidence. "Do you see John Kang here? The car next to her is the same one that hit me and drove off." He shoves the photo in Trong Hun's distorted face. "You and John Kang met and planned this, didn't you? Don't you dare tell me this is a coincidence." This time, he again plays innocent in response to Hyung-shik's words. "What? This is ridiculous. That psycho manipulated her. You should be arresting that bastard." Hearing this, the detective isn't surprised at all. He just looks at Trong Hun and speaks calmly. A criminal playing the victim. "Either way, you're not getting out of here. So confess whenever you're ready. Do you know this guy?" "Hi," Shik asks, pointing to his own closed eyes. "The bastard Onchvi with the glasses, with eyes like a damn snake. Is he the one running an illegal game?" Hearing Shik mention Chief Kim, the kid's face goes pale as he stares in shock. He trembles, thinking, "Chief Kim. How does he know about Chief Kim?" He doesn't even need to answer. Hi, Zeech sees the panic on his face and calls him out. Your expression says it all. I've got you now. Still gonna play dumb? Realizing he's caught, the kid just screams, I don't know. Meanwhile, Detective Na is interrogating John. Student, John Kang. He holds a laptop in front of her. Is this you in this video? All the videos and photos here serve as evidence. Dong Hui's next words make the color drain from her face. Because the victims have all come forward, you're facing multiple serious charges, like blackmail and illegal filming. He warns her that if she keeps stalling like this, she's definitely going to jail. If she tells him what she knows about the illegal game and the assault on S. Hain, he'll reduce her sentence. Staring at the pile of videos and photos, Yan recognizes them instantly, and her blood runs cold. Wait, these aren't copies. They're the originals. This stuff was only on her iCloud. What did those monsters do to her phone? As Dong Hoon's words sink in, she panics. Is she really getting charged? A criminal record. Just one would ruin her. What the hell is happening? This was a huge crime, something she used to make money. But what if she rats out Manager Kim and Representative Han? Could she walk away clean? Dong Hoon watches her, his brow furrowed, trying to guess her next move. Okay, just a little more pressure and she'll spill everything. But as Yan is lost in thought, Dong Hoon suddenly stands up, suggesting they eat first since everyone's hungry. What does a student like her eat? How about some Sunday soup? Just then, someone walks into the police station, announcing their arrival with a polite, "Excuse me." Hearing the voice, Hong-sik stands up and turns around to greet the man. Yes, sir, how may I help you? The man then praises their work. You detectives have been working very hard, he says, acting familiar with the two young offenders and giving a cheerful introduction. Students In-hoon and Jong Kang are here as well. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the law firm. The scene shifts to a massive, upscale law firm. A subordinate reports to Manager Kim. I've sent lawyer Beck, sir. It turns out Manager Kim wants to get In-hoon and Yan out of the station, but his subordinate seems worried. But, sir, the man hesitates. Kim just cuts him off. What is it? The subordinate finally voices his concern. If they just pull the kids out like this, won't they get caught? Manager Kim just laughs in his face. Who? He asks. The subordinate, confused, just says, Sir? Kim clarifies. Who said anything about repeatedly using them? His plan isn't to save them. It's to tie up loose ends once and for all. I'm just planning on cutting out their tongues. And why reuse something that's only meant to be used once? Manager Kim pushes up his glasses, a dangerous glint in his eye. It's nothing, he tells his subordinate. The real issue we need to focus on is the other side. The students and cops are no threat to us. He's on high alert, sensing that someone is approaching them with hostile intentions. To find out more about him, I'll send him along with you. Anwol sees Sejun and immediately asks, What are you doing here? Sejun, his hand injured, explains that he couldn't just sit at home feeling restless, and he isn't planning on boxing. He just wants to join the skills class, but his clothes. Seeing his stubbornness, Anwol has to remind him. I thought you needed surgery on that entire arm, he says. You need to be careful. Anwol starts to leave, giving Sejun a laundry list of warnings. You need to avoid strenuous activity for a while. Your nerves are at their absolute limit. If you keep pushing it, something serious is going to happen. Just listen to me this once and go home. Sejun watches Anwol's retreating back and replies, I know. Where are you going? Is it important? But he thinks to himself that the look on Anwol's face wasn't good. Seeing Sejun just standing there, he calmly says, Just go home. A short while later, Anwol arrives at a cemetery, pouring a bottle of soju over a grave. It turns out, Anwol's sister has passed away, and he's here to visit her. He sits down and asks, Is it good? At food stalls in Korea, if you drink soju with a dish called odingbakyum, the combination is absolutely to die for. He leans against the tombstone next to hers, sharing his thoughts. It's a shame you can't taste it. I'll bring some next time. Sorry it took me so long to remember. Anwol takes a drink, lost in his memories of his friend. He looks at the grave and says, Don't look at me like that, Hari. Then, he starts asking questions that he knows will never be answered. How's your hair? Is it getting too long? You could probably tie it in a ponytail by now. The more he talks, the more he misses his friend. What's it like over there? It would be great if we were there together. Is it cold? Is the sky beautiful? It's a little chilly here. He closes his eyes, sinking into his own thoughts, but a sound from behind snaps his eyes open. He sees a group of thugs approaching from out of nowhere. Who's this guy? One of them asks Anwol. You mumbling in English? Are you a foreigner? Get up. Anwol slowly rises to his feet and tells them, No, I can't. Back at the law office, The subordinate is stammering about that friend. Manager Kim understands immediately and cuts in. Yes, it has been a while since we used the new drug. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Should we test its effects soon? How much? Back at the cemetery, one of the thugs suddenly screams, "It's so hot!" Behind the pack of thugs, a man shivers uncontrollably from withdrawal, his voice cracking with desperation. Long hair. Gotta kill someone. I need more drugs. But Aeon just sits there, leaning against the tombstone as he answers them. I said no. That response lights a fuse in the thugs. What the hell do you mean? No. Get on your feet before I really get mad. His head is low, but his voice is a pure threat. The more I drink, the less I can control myself. Aeon's face is flushed red from the alcohol, his eyes glazed over as he stares them down. Right now, I'm completely wasted. The scene shifts, flashing back years ago to a quiet house. The door is slightly ajar, and Aeon slowly pushes his way inside. Surprised to find the door unlocked, he nudges it fully open with his hand and steps over the threshold. A chilling feeling washes over him. Something is terribly wrong. Aeon rushes into the house to check. Before his eyes is an absolute nightmare, a woman and a child struggling with a gunman. And in the next instant, they're both lying in a pool of their own blood. Seeing the horrific scene unfold, he can only stand there, completely frozen in shock. Aeon walks over and touches the child's hand. It's already gone ice cold. He just sits there, silent, surrounded by the bloody aftermath. Just then, a foreigner holding a gun walks out from another room, aiming it right at Aeon. Without saying a single word, he fires a shot straight into his shoulder. But Aeon, he seems to feel absolutely nothing. He just raises his head, giving the man an ice-cold stare. That look in his eyes back then is the exact same one he has now. Back in the present, he grabs a thug by the head and slams it into a nearby rock, splattering it with blood. Blood pours from the gash, staining the stone red. As he grinds the thug's head, he growls, "Did I not make myself clear?" Aeon staggers to his feet, eyes still hazy from the alcohol, but his next words are a deadly promise. "Just looking at scumbags like you makes me want to tear you to pieces." For a moment, it seems like silence might finally return to the graveyard, but you'd be wrong. A full-blown fight is about to erupt, all because a drunken Aeon is provoking them. He holds one thug against the rock, muttering at the others. "Well, what do you know? Today is a great day for all of you to show up." He thinks for a moment, then says it loud and clear for them all to hear. "This must be a gift from her. Sent from heaven. I was worried I'd be too lonely coming here all by myself. That's the last straw." The thugs get furious, raising their fists to charge. One of them screams out in a rage, "What the hell are you muttering about, you bastard? Today's the day you die, you little punk." The thug doesn't hesitate, rushing straight at Aeon while still running his mouth. "Come on, let's get him. He's just one scrawny kid." But suddenly, Aeon blocks the punch with a liquor bottle, leaving a massive red welt on the man's hand. The thug feels a searing pain shoot up his arm and lets out a low, animalistic growl. This time, Aeon channels all his fury into the bottle. He grinds the broken glass into the thug's wound, making him scream as his face goes pale. "My hand!" An pulls the bottle free with a twisted smile. Not even close. Before the thug can react, he shoves the bottle right into his mouth. Seeing the thug choke and gag, he casually glances over at the man's friends and makes a calm statement. "I've still got one more bottle." The other thugs look on, absolutely terrified. "Huh? Hold on. This is completely different from what we heard." They start to reconsider, thinking maybe they don't need to fight him directly. One of them whispers, "Right, our job was just to test this addict anyway." He then points over to Yanjan. "Hey, you do it. Kill him." They figure they can just let Yanjan handle the dirty work instead. Aeon turns to the long-haired junkie, his voice dripping with provocation. "Go on, kill me." Far from being scared, Aeon looks thrilled. He makes them an offer. "All right then, let's head to the car." Meanwhile, the four men who had arrived with them were already dead. Then, in a flash, Aeon appears directly behind the thugs. They hear his voice and whip around, completely shocked. "What the? How did that happen?" It's as if Aeon read their minds, because he answers for them. But what can you do about it? He takes another step closer, his voice growing louder, terrifying the two remaining thugs. Their eyes widen in fear. "I never planned on just watching." Before they can even process his words, one of them is sent flying from a single punch. Aeon turns his burning gaze to the one left standing. "You're all dead." Aeon lifts the last thug clean off the ground. The man flails desperately, kicking and screaming, spewing curses at Aeon. "What the hell? Hey, let go of me, you son of a bitch." An finally drops him, his gaze returning to the grave. He sees the thug still scrambling on the ground. Aeon looks at the tombstone and speaks, while grabbing the man and lifting him up once again. Hey Young, rest in peace. No. On second thought. And with that, Aeon brutally slams the man down onto a solid rock. The thug can only lie there, gasping for air, his world spinning as his eyes bulge in shock. Nearby, the man with the bottle jammed in his mouth is on the ground choking, clutching his throat and trying to sputter out words. Ambulance! Need an ambulance, quick! Hearing his pathetic whimpering, Aeon delivers another kick to the face, smashing his head back into the stone. His eyes are locked on him. You want an ambulance? Model? What the hell are you even saying? That stuff isn't for a loser like you. After taking care of the goons, he turned to Yonggon with a chilling declaration. All right, little man, now it's your turn. But when he looked back, the guy was nowhere to be seen. Aeon wondered, did he actually run? But no, he suddenly appears from behind for a sneak attack. Aeon dodges it, annoyed. You've got to be kidding me. Furious that his cheap shot missed, Yonggon grabs a fistful of Aeon's hair. The pain is sharp, but Aeon just makes a threat. Let go, or I will kill you. That only seems to make him angrier, clenching his fist as he declares his intent. Die, long hair. Then he just starts wailing on Aeon's face, punch after punch, but Aeon's eyes stay locked on him, calculating something. The more he hits, the angrier Yonggon gets, screaming, die, but Aeon doesn't collapse like the other thugs. Instead, he simply asks him, hey, was it you? This completely throws Yonggon off. What? Why won't this guy go down, not even after a beating like this? Aeon asks him again, his tone now completely certain. Then, he snatches the bully's arm out of the air. The bastard who did that to Hajin's face. It was you, wasn't it? Yeah, it was definitely you. Yonggon is completely baffled. He was sure Aeon was finished. What is happening? This guy who was about to die is stopping his drug-fueled punch with just one arm. Yonggon is stunned, wondering where this impossible strength came from. Aeon then grabs his left arm with both of his hands. He secures the limb tightly and snaps it, the same way his opponent did to Hajin. Then, he just watches him. Seeing him still standing there without a hint of pain, Aeon asks, "You don't feel that?" Aeon takes off his vest jacket. If that's the case, there's no other way. He ties his hair back, his eyes shut as he mutters, "From your fingers to your toes." He rolls up his shirt sleeves and stares down his opponent with absolute resolve. Every single joint in your body, I'm going to take them all apart. The quiet graveyard, once still, is now the stage for a brutal fight that's about to unfold. Hearing that declaration, Yonggon's face turns red, and he actually starts to drool. He grits his teeth, raising a hand in defiance. He thinks to himself, no, it cannot end like this. If he wants to get more of that drug, he has to at least break something on this guy. An seems to read his thoughts, asking, are you panicking because things aren't going your way? He's reminded of the behavior of other addicts he's seen before. Back when I was living in America, there were kids who were so young when they got hooked, they'd either die from an overdose or kill someone to get a fix and rot in prison. Most of their lives ended that way. Aeon says all this while staring at the junkie in front of him. Every now and then, someone with incredible willpower manages to quit, but even so, they fall back into old habits, unable to escape the drug's temptation. Of course, the illegal drug dealers are the main problem. But in my experience, he says, pointing a finger right at Yonggon, junkies like you never really change. Then he closes his eyes. From the victim's point of view, people like you. In a flash, Aeon appears right beside Yonggon, whispering a warning, are just trash that needs to be crushed and tossed into an incinerator. Yonggon is stunned, red-faced by his speed. What? He barely had time to look before an uppercut connected with his chin. Aeon then grabs his right arm and lands a powerful strike right on the joint. The pain makes Yonggon's eyes roll back. Aeon casually remarks, first, the right arm. Enraged, he swings with his other hand, but at the last second, Aeon dodges with ease. He's still fighting even after that. This isn't as easy as I thought, Aeon realizes. While Aeon is thinking, he throws another punch, but it's another clean dodge. Aeon puts a hand down, hooks Yonggon's leg, and brings him crashing to the ground. He grabs Yonggon's ankle with both hands, causing the bully's face to go pale as he starts screaming. Damn it, wait, I'm still a minor. They made me do this. An's response is ice cold. And so, Aeon just tightens his grip on the leg. What do you want me to do? He keeps analyzing the situation. So if someone told you to do it, that makes you innocent? The pressure increases, and Yonggon can no longer provoke him like before. And someone else was supposed to handle you, but he got hurt. So it's only fair that you get hurt too. Yonggon starts begging Aeon to spare him. No, wait. I'll tell you everything I know, just wait. You bastard, don't touch my knee. But Aeon remains terrifyingly cold. No need, he says. I'll find out myself. Have a safe trip. No, it's all over. The place, once disturbed, finally returns to its original eerie silence. After dealing with that pack of wannabe gangsters, Aeon collapses onto the grass, completely exhausted. Just then, someone approaches him. It's one of Manager Kim's underlings. Seeing him, Aeon asks simply, "What?" He sits up abruptly, dazed, asking, "Security or something?" But the man just looks at him with a tone of warning. "You should stop here for today. If you cause any more trouble, things will get very difficult." Aeon casually walks over, asking, "You don't look like the leader. Could you be?" He asks himself, quickly piecing it together. The most likely answer? A dirty mercenary. The kind of dog who'd do anything for money? The type that cleans up the messes of criminals pretending to be soldiers? Yeah, looks about right. Aeon's words clearly hit a nerve, enraging the man. Just then, Manager Kim's voice comes through his earpiece. "Don't get overexcited, Captain." The scene shifts to a lawyer's office, where Manager Kim calmly advises his man, "Today, just focus on bringing the recruit, Lee Yonggan, here safely." The man puts on a sanctimonious smile, phone in hand but his eyes looking at someone else as he makes a promise. "I'll arrange it later. You can calm down then." Turns out, Junyu is standing right in front of him, looking amused. "What? Let them fight once. It'll probably be fun." But Manager Kim thinks things through, calmly replying, "Not yet. We still need information on that person. We have to consider the possibility of losing our captain." "Not right now." Hearing this, Junyu doesn't press the issue. He has other amusements at the moment. "So what? You handle that. I just need to blow off some steam." In front of him, Trong Hun and Yan are on their knees, their faces bruised and swollen. Trong Hun begs for his life. "Please, spare me. I swear I didn't say a single word." He then immediately throws Yan under the bus. "It was her. She's probably the one who spilled everything." Hearing this, Yan immediately snaps back. "What are you barking about, you crazy dog?" The two of them argue back and forth, giving Junyu a headache. He steps closer to teach them a lesson. "Even so, you ran off to save your own skin. So why are you disrespectfully stepping on my tail now?" he threatens, closing his eyes. "I'll say this one last time. If you act on your own again, you'll find out." His face twists into a distorted grin, what it feels like to be beaten to death. Just then, a sound erupts from Manager Kim's computer screen. Instantly, the feed showing the long-haired man and his subordinate goes black. He grabs his phone, asking his subordinate through the earpiece, "What just happened to the screen?" "Captain, is there a problem with the camera guy?" Over with Junyu, he also turns and asks, "What? Is there a problem with the camera?" Manager Kim suddenly sees something, his expression turning deadly serious. It looks like something, or someone, has appeared. Back at the scene, the subordinate stands arrogantly, telling Aeon, "You're good at provoking, but this isn't the place. We should end this here." Aeon looks back blankly. "I wasn't provoking you. I was just telling the truth, you stupid little puppy." He closes his eyes for a moment, then tells the man, "Fine, I can stop. But actually, someone else came with me today." Aeon's eyes dart to the side. "And that person, I can't control them, especially not after they see what's been happening here." The subordinate doesn't get it. "What? What are you talking about?" Seeing his confusion, Aeon feigns innocence, asking, "Is your little cameraman doing okay?" At that moment, the cameraman is asking his boss, "Captain, is something wrong with the camera?" Birds of a feather, it seems. The cameraman is a real piece of work, thinking to himself, "Today's live stream is awesome, though it's a bit boring without any women." He doesn't notice the person standing right behind him as he mutters, "Yeah, you really need a woman to make a film good." A few seconds later, he feels a stare burning into the back of his head. He turns around. His eyes go wide with shock. A woman. With that perverted look on his face, he obviously gets a swift kick right to the jaw. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the supposedly sacred, quiet area as the woman takes off her helmet. It's Shu Huyen. She coolly brushes her hair back and criticizes them. "You all decided you don't want to be human anymore, huh? You'd have to pull a stunt like this, in a place like this." She stalks toward them, her voice low and threatening. "So I'm going to end your life. What disgusting vermin." Later that evening at the gym, the day's training session had just wrapped up. The manager stands up and announces, "That's all for today." All three students reply in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, sir." Desung's face soured. With Aeon and Sejun gone, training just wasn't the same. Honestly, it was just plain frustrating. But Trong-hun quickly shot back. At least we have Do-hun. If it was just me training with you, it would be even worse. Seeing Do-hun walk out looking a bit down, Jong-hun calls out to him, asking how it went. He says jitsu is pretty fun once you try it, right? But Do-hun just shrugs, saying boxing is still the best. But as he's about to leave, the other two invite him out for spicy rice cakes, since they're all done hitting the sandbags. Do-hun politely refuses. The sun's already down. It's a weird time for rice cakes. He tells them he'll clean up and lock the gym. He insists they go on ahead. But hearing this, Jae-sung's face darkens, ready to pick a fight over his words. He scolds him, saying he just insulted a snack beloved by 80% of the entire nation. He demands a sincere apology. Now, Do-hun is completely taken aback, quickly saying, "I'm sorry, I misspoke." With that, Jae-sung waves goodbye to his friend and heads out. Jae-sung calls him a protein monster and tells him not to look down on carbs. Still fuming, Do-hun quickly apologizes one more time. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry." Just then, the manager, also about to leave, asks Do-hun what that was all about. What did he say? That weirdo. Do-hun tries to smooth things over, saying it was nothing. He explains that he just said something stupid. Then, he notices the manager is heading out again and asks if he's making another delivery. The manager sighs, saying that's what you have to do to pay the rent. He then mentions that one of his old boxing juniors opened his own gym. Do-hun's eyes widen as he asks for clarification. He's looking for kids for a youth boxing competition? The manager explains that he sees potential in Do-hun and thought he might be interested. After all, he can't just keep hitting sandbags here forever, especially since he doesn't teach boxing anymore. Seeing Do-hun hesitate, he hits him with the real kicker. He told his junior that Do-hun had talent, so the guy offered to train him for free. He asks him what he thinks. Hearing that, Do-hun doesn't hesitate for a second. "That's amazing, I'd love to." With that, the manager prepares to leave. Before he goes, he promises to confirm the details and get Do-hun the gym's address later. Do-hun just bows his head in gratitude. "Thank you, manager. I really appreciate it." Back in the gym, the other two guys, who still haven't left, start cheering. The boxing boy is finally getting back to serious training. Do-hun stammers out his thanks, admitting it all happened so suddenly. He immediately thinks of the people who made this possible. He owes it all to Sejun and Aeon. Too bad they weren't here today. He asks where Aeon was, since Sejun had already said he was taking the day off. What was Aeon up to today? Jong-hoon suddenly remembers something and speaks up. Around this time last year, Aeon also dressed up in formal wear and went somewhere. He wouldn't say where when asked. Beside him, Jae-sung starts speculating. Could he be dressing up to meet someone special? He remembers him mentioning a girl named Jian in last time. Jong-hoon adds that she was a former colleague or something. Jae-sung just pokes fun at him, saying that's exactly why he's still single. Hearing that name, a flicker of fear crosses Do-hun's face. A girl? With long hair? The other two press him for details, asking if he's met her. Was she pretty? Do-hun trembles as he answers them. Pretty? Yeah, she's pretty. But more than that. The guys are confused. What could possibly be more important than being pretty? He stutters, forcing the words out. She's terrifying. The image flashes in his mind, and the scene cuts back to that quiet, tense location. A group of thugs spot a woman appearing out of nowhere. Who the hell are you, you crazy witch? One of them sneers. Soo-hyung completely ignores them, her eyes fixed on Aeon. Hey, Aeon, just one question. Aeon peeks out from behind one of the thugs, looking completely baffled. What? She asks, showing zero fear. These insects aren't kids, so it's okay if I tear them apart my way, right? An just shrugs. You'd do it even if I said no, so why ask? The thug just scoffs at the sight of a woman walking into the middle of this. He thought someone impressive was showing up. He keeps staring at Soo-hyung, muttering, "What's one woman gonna do?" At first glance, he thought she might be some special forces type. But no, just a woman. The thugs are practically vibrating with aggression, ready to rush her. Their leader thinks, how can she possibly face this many grown men? He's convinced that even a world-class martial artist would lose if they all attacked at once. Behind him, Aeon gives him an answer he never expected. In a martial arts match, or a street brawl maybe. But Aeon trails off, watching as she twirls a dagger in her hand. He continues. When someone fights with the intent to kill, especially with a weapon, 1 or 2 moves is all it takes. The dagger is drawn. In a flash, Soo-hyung moves through them. Every single thug hits the ground, a blade having sliced right through them. Aeon casually strolls up and whispers in the leader's ear. So, how'd that turn out for you? The man's eyes are wide with utter shock. But Aeon, standing behind him, isn't surprised at all. He's seen this all before. They're still alive. Every single one of the thugs now had fresh knife wounds slashed across their bodies. Meanwhile, Shu-hoon walked calmly towards one of the goons. "Call 119 now," she said, "and you have a high chance of living." Her eyes were cold as ice. "But here's the thing. I'm actually really pissed off right now." The goon could only stammer back, completely stunned. What? Without another word, Shu-hoon lunged with her knife, declaring she didn't like wasting time making phone calls. The blade was a blur. He barely dodged what would have been an emergency call for sure, screaming, "You're insane!" But that just provoked a new threat from Shu-hoon. "That wasn't a threat," she said. "I'm really going to land a fatal blow." True to her word, she spun around and delivered a devastating kick right to his head. The subordinate couldn't believe it. How did someone so small have that much power? He staggered back a few steps, his mind racing, trying to calculate his next move. How could he possibly win with that kind of power difference? Before he could even act, Aeon grabbed him from behind in a lock. The goon was completely immobilized. He could only turn his head and ask Aeon, "What are you doing?" Aeon's reply was chilling. "What am I doing? Practice. One holds, the other hits." Just a good old-fashioned beatdown. A moment later, the goon's face was pale with terror. He collapsed onto the ground, hugging his legs and wailing. Annoyed by the noise, Shu-hoon landed another punch. "Shut up, you bastard." But on his other side, Aeon delivered a kick of his own. "Stay down, you piece of trash." They attacked from both sides, punching and kicking until the goon was left unconscious in a spreading pool of blood. That's when Shu-hoon noticed something fall out of the man's ear. She turned to Aeon. "Huh? What's this? Earwax?" She picked it up for a closer look and realized what it was. A wireless earpiece? It looked expensive, so small it could get lost in your ear. And so, Shu-hoon picked up the tiny earpiece and spoke directly into it, reporting in. "Hey, you perverted bastard hiding back there. You listening to this?" On the other end, Manager Kim heard her voice clearly but remained silent, listening to her taunts. "This pig's earbud is disgusting. I can't even wear it." Shu-hoon didn't need a response and just kept talking. "So you better listen up. I'm like you," she said. "I look for failures, but I'm actually smart." Still, Manager Kim said nothing. She continued. "So now, I'm going to tell you all about your life. Listen carefully, you bastard." She casually brought a cigarette to her lips, using people and then running to hide. "The moment you think your little plan worked, I'm going to appear right in front of you." Shu-hoon spoke with a lazy, threatening tone. "And when that happens, there's going to be a big hole in your head. You just wait, you son of a bitch." With that, she crushed the earpiece in her fist. All Manager Kim heard on the other end was a burst of static. A strange, knowing smile spread across his face. Run Yu, standing nearby, asked him, "So, what's it really look like? Are you sure you're investigating this correctly?" But Manager Kim just brushed it off. "It's nothing. I just learned about that girl today." Run Yu was still confused. "So what? She says she'll hunt us down, and we're just supposed to wait?" A manic smile twisted Kim's lips. "Not at all. When someone makes a provocation, you have to accept. You know why people avoid arguing with scum?" His eyes darted around, focusing intently on something off-screen. "Is it because if you argue, you'll lose?" "Not at all. It's because scum will provoke everyone around them." At that moment, Yonggon was shown on screen, weak and covered in blood. He was pleading with Aeon and Shu-hoon. "Save me. Call 119, quick." But Shu-hoon didn't call. Instead, she kicked him again and again. She cursed him with every kick. "You damn dog. You piece of trash. Are you short-circuiting? Shut your mouth. And hey, why'd you take your shirt off? Are you trying to copy someone? You addict. You worthless addict. Don't you dare give me that look. You think a few kicks are enough?" She followed up with a heavy punch right to his face. "Die, you dog." Luckily, Aeon was there to hold her back. "Are you actually trying to kill him?" Even as Aeon pulled her away, she screamed in pure rage. "You damn pervert." Aeon began to whisper a plan while looking at the pathetic man on the ground. "Sejun has to be the one to finish this. This isn't our job. We have other things to handle." Aeon may have restrained her limbs, but he couldn't stop her mouth. Shu-hoon was still shouting furiously. "For scum like this, the reason doesn't matter. We just need to eliminate him right now." Aeon could only try to be diplomatic. "You're right. But we." That's when Shu-hoon ordered him to find the ones creating this kind of trash, and the illegal speculators behind them. Aeon didn't even need her to finish the sentence. He knew exactly where this was going, and then we deal with all of them, right? Is that what you mean? Hearing him say it, she nodded, completely satisfied. "Yeah, that's exactly it, but I'm a little busy for now, so help me get the information." Hearing her say she was busy, Aeon was genuinely confused. Why are you busy? Model, she replies wearily. An overseas business trip. On, not buying it, asks, you can't be serious, while she wonders if he's jealous. The scene shifts to a street lined with towering, tightly packed apartment buildings. Dong-hoon was all smiles on his way to the gym, wondering what new technique he was going to learn today. He hoped Soon, who was finally recovering, would be there to put everyone through hell. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, "Hey, you there." He turns around and sees a beautiful girl. Huh? Me? What? His mind is a total blank as he's lost in thought. A beautiful girl is talking to him? Turns out, it's Yeon, who suddenly puts on an innocent act and speaks up. Could you spare me just a moment? Seeing her smile at him, he agreed without a second thought. Total no-brainer. Sure, what is it? She pointed toward a side alley and said, It'll only take a second. I just need a little help over there. He was more than willing to help such a pretty girl. But something made him pause for a second. Just a moment? Over there? Wait. This situation. Suddenly, the words Jae-sung had once warned him about came flooding back. No, absolutely not. Jae-sung had warned him with deadly seriousness. A girl just comes up to talk to you first? It's obvious she has bad intentions. If they're not trying to steal your organs, they're trying to pull you into a cult. So the moment that girl's hand touches you. At the time, Dong-hoon hadn't believed it and argued back. Come on, man, don't be so sure. What if I'm her type? Jae-sung shot that down instantly. Never. Just memorize this formula and you'll be fine. It might sound depressing, but that's just how the world works. If you want to live, just listen to him. Jae-sung had given Dong-hoon exact instructions for this very scenario. If that situation ever happens, you immediately stick your chin up, put on an arrogant face, look like you've got zero regrets, and say something cool. You got it? Back in the present, he immediately put the plan into action. He jutted out his chin, glared, and asked Yeon, You want my number, right? If not, then get lost. She was completely stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? It's not that. She thought to herself, what the hell is with this creep? Then Yeon put on a worried face and explained that a cat was stuck in a sewer over there. I just wanted to ask you for a little help. The atmosphere turned incredibly awkward. Dong-hoon could only force a laugh and say, A cat? A cat. Of course, we have to help. I was just kidding, just teasing you a bit. But in his head, all he could think was, Kim Jae-sung, I'm going to kill you. After running a short way, he stopped with a sigh. So embarrassing. So I just need to turn this thing, right? But how? Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh? Just as Dong-hoon reached the corner, someone grabbed his head and slammed a fist right into his gut. It was only then that he vaguely realized this was a trap. But by then, he was already being beaten senseless. In the alley, Yeon and Jong-hoon stood watching Dong-hoon collapse. He had no idea what was happening and asked the guy who hit him, What's going on? Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Yeon stood with her arms crossed while Jong-hoon replied with pure arrogance. You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is you're getting beat down for choosing the wrong friends. That's it. Yeon, standing nearby, chimed in through gritted teeth. Disgusting. What an idiot. I'm not crazy enough to ask for your number. Those cruel words from the beautiful girl brought tears to Dong-hoon's eyes. Turns out his senior, Jae-sung, was right after all. This was reality, and it was unbelievably cruel. Maybe this was about organ trafficking? Not quite, but Jong-hoon punched him again before he could ask. All he could do was scream, Stop, don't use violence, which was followed by a series of brutal kicks to his body. Jong-hoon kept punching and kicking while growling at Dong-hoon. I'll make your body understand, you moron, but he could only scream out. Stop it. Jong-hoon snapped back at him, annoyed. Fight back, you damn dog. Show me that jujitsu you've been learning. Use that so-called practical martial art. I want to learn some jujitsu from a loser like you. I can't stand watching weaklings. Stop acting like a little kid who's always clinging to Soon. All the anger from his last beating by Soon this time, Jong-hoon was taking it all out on Dong-hoon. He even tried to lecture Dong-hoon. Once a loser, always a loser. You get that? Don't act like you're in some comic, thinking that damn martial art will solve all your problems. Jong-hoon's words triggered a memory. As a kid, he never had any friends. He was always alone, just watching other kids play together from afar. He always had to hide himself in some small corner, no matter where he went. And looking back on it now, he started to think. From childhood until now, he'd always been alone, completely unable to fit in. That loneliness simply made him an easier target for bullies. Hey, hedgehog. Dong-hoon had been bullied ever since he was a kid. Does it hurt? Say it hurts. He recalled how he was always isolated for no reason. He could only stay quiet, unable to think of any way to escape that reality. Dong-hoon had thought if he just studied hard and got into college, things would finally be different. He truly believed getting into college would make everything okay, and he struggled through his horrible high school years with that hope. But that illusion was about to be completely shattered. But college was nothing like Dong-hoon had imagined. He's in class when suddenly, a girl walks up to his desk to talk. Dong-hoon? He looks up, a little surprised. Yeah? What's up? She gets right to the point. Everyone's going to Heejin's birthday party tonight, but you don't drink, so you probably can't go, right? So, we were hoping you could do us a favor. He's confused. A favor? What is it? Well, that group project's due tomorrow, and the presentation still isn't done. In that instant, memories from all his past school years flash before his eyes, shattering any hope that things would finally be different. Nothing had really changed at all. On a cold winter day, he wanders the streets, completely lost in thought. He was convinced that he was the problem, that it was all his fault. But then he stops dead in his tracks. A flyer for a jiu-jitsu club landed right in front of him, and then a voice cut through the silence. You should learn jiu-jitsu. He was completely stunned by the offer. The man's name was Asan. Seeing Dong-hoon's doubt, he added, You just pay the fee once a month. Asan saw it all, the hesitation, the complete lack of confidence. He knew exactly what was holding Dong-hoon back. Then, mustering all his courage, Dong-hoon finally asked, Can a weak person like me really do something like that? Asan looked at him for a moment and replied, Anyone can. Back in the present, Dong-hoon has a death grip on Trong-hoon's leg as the bully seethes with rage. You're not letting go? Are you trying to get weird on me or something? Dong-hoon calmly replies, I don't know what kind of life you've lived, but there's only one thing you need to understand. Hearing this, Trong-hoon is once again caught completely off guard by his words. Are you trying to lecture me? Here's a tip: if you can't do something yourself, don't force other people to be just like you. Even with a bruised face, Dong-hoon manages a small smile. He tells Trong-hoon that if you're always comparing yourself to others, thinking one loss makes you a loser forever, then people who think like that are the real failures. He closes his eyes for a moment, as if he's about to teach this rampaging thug a serious life lesson. So from now on, I'm going to show you why you need to stop thinking of yourself as a failure. Dong-hoon's eyes blazed with pure determination, and you'll see just how hard I've worked. All the while, he holds tight to Trong-hoon's leg, refusing to let him go. Trong-hoon snaps, screaming in his face. Are you playing the victim here? What kind of pathetic trick are you trying to pull, you mutt? He uses one hand to pry Dong-hoon's grip loose, winding up a punch with the other while spewing endless insults. A loser like you should just try harder, you failure. But just then, Dong-hoon hooks a leg around Trong-hoon's, pulling it toward him. That small move sends Trong-hoon stumbling off balance, nearly toppling over. Luckily, he manages to plant his foot and steady himself just in time. Furious, he growls, then violently slams Dong-hoon to the ground, pinning him with a leg and grabbing his collar, ready to end it. Finally realize you're a failure, huh? Did you really think you could beat me with a pathetic technique like that? But even pinned down, Dong-hoon is calm. You clearly don't understand how incredible jiu-jitsu is. Even when an opponent has me on the ground, he doesn't even finish the sentence before he explodes into a counterattack, sending Trong-hoon crashing off balance to the floor. Dong-hoon has one of Trong-hoon's arms trapped, forcing him to use the other just to keep from face-planting. His mind races, trying to find his center of gravity. He moves like lightning, eyes laser-focused. With no wasted motion, he locks up Trong-hoon's left arm and right leg, making it impossible for him to stand. Trapped in the awkward hold, Trong-hoon struggles to breathe. His face turns red with rage as he grinds out, Damn it, let me go. Dong-hoon remains completely composed. As long as you keep fighting, there's always a chance to turn things around, you know? Time passes as the sky darkens into night. They're still locked in their struggle, but Trong-hoon is now clearly at a disadvantage. Dong-hoon is the first to offer a way out. Shouldn't we stop now? If this keeps up, you're going to pass out. Trong-hoon struggles to force out the words, You, bastard. John, watching from the side, asks tiredly, What are you even doing? Need a hand? But his inner thoughts were much different. What is this clown doing? He's just pretending to be tough. He can't even beat this little guy. If Anshu were here, this would be over. Meanwhile, Trong-hoon, still being choked out, manages to snarl, Stay out of this. Don't interfere. I'm going to win. With those final words, Trong-hoon's eyes roll back in his head, and he finally passes out. Worried, Dong-hoon quickly releases the hold, thinking this was a bad idea. He's only unconscious for now. Who knows what'll happen when he wakes up? As Dong-hoon leans down to check on him, something flashes right toward his face. This needs to stop before someone gets seriously hurt. If he can't win clean, he'll fight dirty. That's just Trong-hun's style. I was faking it, you absolute moron. But Trong-hun quickly pins him down again, sitting on his chest and grabbing his hands. Don't you dare pretend to care about me. Let me up, you bastard, so we can fight a different way. Then, unexpectedly, Dong-hoon reaches up and strokes his face, enraging him further. Get your filthy hand off me now. Trong-hun's face is suddenly covered by Dong-hun's leg. But he powers through, reversing the hold and trapping Dong-hun's neck and arm. Dong-hoon just raises an eyebrow. Just stop. If this goes on, neither of us is going anywhere, get it? But even being choked, Trong-hoon still tries to talk back. You're not going anywhere, you idiot. There's no way you can beat me. Because you were born stupid. You have any idea how many dogs like you I've dealt with before? And with that, he raises his free fist. The problem with you fake do-gooders. What do you think happens when you hesitate while pretending to care about someone else? Sensing that something was wrong, the guy quickly yells out, "Wait a second!" But Jong-hoon moves like lightning, slamming a fist into his groin. He had no chance to block it, and his attacker just calmly states, "I just hit a weak spot, that's all." Excruciating pain shoots through him, sending the guy rolling on the ground in agony as Jong-hoon gets up to gloat. "I learned that from your trash friend, Sejun. Hurts, doesn't it?" John, standing nearby, loses her patience and urges him on. "Come on, just finish it already. Manager Kim told you to crack his skull. Just do the job you were given and stop trying to drag me into it." Her eyes then wander over to some empty bottles. "If you keep dragging this out, the cops might show up, and that won't be good for us." She walks over and picks up a bottle. "Stop showing off and just do it." But as John holds the bottle out to Jong-hun, someone suddenly appears behind her. "You planning on using this?" Sang-shu's voice cuts in. "John, I'm sorry, but I can't just stand by and watch this anymore." Startled, she stumbles back. "Did I scare you? I almost smashed this thing over your head." "What the? Sang-shu, what are you doing here? Are you following me?" he asks, snatching the bottle from John's hand. "Following you? I was worried something might happen to you." Then he suddenly bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. "I was so worried I couldn't even sleep. Even though we broke up, my love for you has never changed. You just disappeared. Manager Kim is looking for you." Then he turns to Jong-hun. "And you fish cake-looking loser, do me a favor and stay out of this. John only ended up in this mess because she's with garbage like you." She cuts him off coldly. "Just stop." He immediately falls silent. "Why show up now? What do you want?" Sang-soo tries to explain. "Because you said we should break up," but John cuts him off again. "I say we should break up, so you just vanish into thin air? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days?" As she's talking, he moves closer. With tears streaming down his face, Sang-shu pulls her into a hug. "I was late. I'm sorry, John. I understand now. Even if you call me a fool, I don't care. No matter what anyone else says, you're the most important person in the world to me." Suddenly, John starts laughing as if a weight has been lifted. "Who taught you to say such stupid lines, anyway?" Sang-shu looks confused. "Taught me?" And then he remembers his love guru, Do-hun. A huge smile spreads across his face. "Let's try our best to change and accept punishment for our mistakes before it's too late, okay?" Jong-hun, who had been silent this whole time, finally speaks up. "Hey, Sang-shu, who do you think you're putting on a show for? Cut the nonsense, let her go, and get lost." His words were filled with aggression. "You're hanging out with a total failure, so your life is already over. Now scram." Suddenly, Jong-hun's face changes, like he's just seen a ghost. That bastard. Why is he here? The footsteps of a mysterious guest draw closer. Sang-shu's eyes glint. "That's right, I called him." John is shocked. "What? Why would you call him?" Jong-hun, not knowing any better, actually tries to challenge Sejun. "What do you want, you bastard? Looking for a fight? I was injured last time. If we have a rematch, you're dead." But Sejun completely ignores him, looking down at the injured man. "Are you okay?" The guy shakily gets to his feet. "Yeah. Luckily I'm still in one piece. How's your hand doing?" Sejun smiles. After taking a little break, my body feels fantastic. You just rest. Tae-sung will be here soon." Being ignored sends Jong-hoon into a rage, and he thinks to himself, is he really just going to ignore the person right in front of him? Then I guess I'll just have to aim for your chest. Sejun's eyes sharpen, he glances at Jong-hoon, and in a flash, unleashes a strike so fast, Jong-hoon's face is a mask of shock as he blocks it. Jong-hoon reels back, a mix of pain and disbelief. He didn't even see him move into a stance. Sejun calmly adjusts his cap. "This little insect is still alive, huh? What to do? I've been catching so many bugs like you lately." I think I've leveled up by mistake. He takes off the cap, revealing a handsome face with a jawline that could cut glass. I thought I was done playing around, but I guess it's time to start exterminating the rest of you pests. Dark clouds begin to gather as the sky grows ominous. After blocking the single blow, Jong-hoon collapses, dry heaving. Wait a second, you hit to the side of my ribs. He's terrified, angry, and confused all at once. What is this? Am I that out of shape? How did he get so much faster and more precise? Sejun leans down, his voice dripping with mockery. Well. For a piece of human garbage, it looks like you've changed a little. Now you just look like an insect. Jong-hoon, though terrified out of his mind, still puts on a brave face. Damn you, stop acting like you're so righteous. You make me sick, thinking you're the main character of some story. Sejun slowly replies, Oh, there's still plenty more to say. Jong-hoon is already scheming to himself. First, I need to distract him, make him careless. He tries to provoke him. Do you know why bastards like you always lose in the end? It's because you have too many things to lose. From now on, I'm going to hurt every single person around you, one by one. A twisted smile spreads across his face. You'll destroy yourself trying to protect them all. Just like that bastard Hajin, Jong-hoon thought he'd landed a perfect sneak attack to the jaw. Big mistake. Sejun suddenly lunged forward, slamming a knee right into his face. The kick completely contorted Jong-hoon's face. As for Sejun, his expression remained utterly calm. How can I be losing? These guys are supposed to be soft, he thought, then unleashed a spinning kick aimed straight for his head. An endless storm of punches rained down, giving Jong-hoon zero chance to defend. The noise was so intense, birds scattered from the nearby trees. He leaned in close, whispering into the guy's ear, Even when I eat ramen, I only eat the spicy kind, you punk. Beaten so badly, his eyes were swollen shut. Jong-hoon was still talking tough. This psycho sure knows how to act cool, huh? He let out a loud laugh, but suddenly, a figure vaulted over the fence from behind. You really think you're in charge of this situation? You psycho. You're just a puppet in this whole play. Dia-sung landed, stomping hard on Jong-hoon's hand. Dong-hoon, are you okay? Jong-hoon screamed in agony. My hand. Trembling against the wall, Dong-hoon anxiously yelled back, Bro, I'm here. I'm fine. What do you mean fine? You look awful, kid. What's with that posture? Did they hit you? I've never even laid a finger on you. He spun around, absolutely furious. Which bastard did this? Why does his face look like that? With his hands in his pockets, Sejun calmly replied, It's all over. Dia-sung immediately shot back. Did you do this? I just figured he always looked like that, Sejun quipped. His brother pressed on, Let's get Jong-hoon to the hospital. As they were leaving, Sejun glanced back at Jong-hoon. Go find Chief Kim and give him a message. Jong-hoon just grunted. What? His eyes turned ice cold as he said, I don't care if this is a play or not. Tell that Lee Young to come test me himself. Sang-shu's eyes widened in mock horror. Whoa, scary stuff. Did you run into some trouble? Jong-hoon wiped blood from his face with his sleeve. Hey, you bastard, why the hell did you bring Sejun here? Sang-shu then grabbed John, pulling her away while looking back to taunt him. Not that I feel guilty, but I'm not the one who's going to tell you. Let's go, John. Come with me, I'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, Sejun, Dia-sung, and Dong-hoon all started heading off together. Dong-hoon then asked, But which hospital should we go to? The urology department, Sejun joked back. All right, let's just get ointment from a pharmacy. Hey, Dia-sung, Dong-hoon began. Don't you remember that day? Dia-sung looked blank. What day? Dong-hoon was completely taken aback. Are you serious? The day the three of us met Hajin for the very first time. What happened in that alley just now made me remember it. Oh, my first day at the moon gym, he finally recalled. Yes, Dong-hoon confirmed happily. I suddenly really want to see Hajin, Dong-hoon said. Why him? His brother asked. Yeah, what happened? You better tell me too. And so, Dong-hoon recalled his first day at the gym. Back then, the place was still bustling and full of members. While everyone else chatted, Dong-hoon fumbled with his belt, wondering if he was even tying it right. That's when Jun-hyung approached him. First time here? He asked with a smile. A flustered Dong-hoon could only stammer out, Yes, I'll show you how to tie it, just copy me. A nearby member praised him. Look at Jun-hyung, making friends instantly. He's a true master of socializing, another member added. Dong-hoon shyly asked, Like this? See? Only Jun-hyung ever cares about the new guys. And the memory continued. On his very first day, Jun-hyung had approached him, creating a comfortable and friendly vibe right away. He even stepped forward to help him tie his belt. No, it's the other way. Let me help you. The others around them couldn't stop praising him. He's basically an angel. Dong-hun, totally flustered, stammered. Sorry, no, thank you. Jun-hyung just chuckled and told the others, stop kidding around, you have to take care of the newbies. It was a new feeling for Dong-hun. He thanked the senior, filled with hope that he could finally make some real friends here. But just 1 month later, that hope was utterly crushed. Dong-hun was trapped in a chokehold, suffocating. The one holding him from behind spoke calmly, Hey, Dong-hun. It was Jun-hyung. He remembered beating him once, by chance, during a spar. Jun-hyung tightened his grip on Dong-hun's neck. Bastard. Are you looking down on me? Dong-hun realized that's when everything changed. Jun-hyung's face twisted with rage. I tap out one time, and you think you're hot stuff, huh? This is exactly why I can't stand white belts like you. Jun-hyung's voice was a low threat as Dong-hun started to black out. While I'm asking nicely, stop coming to the gym. I don't want to see your pathetic face again, got it? Afterwards, Dong-hun just sat there, stunned. Just as he'd feared, Jun-hyung had clearly spread some kind of story to the other gym members. Sadness filled his eyes. No one would even spar with him anymore. But then, while he was completely lost in his dark thoughts, someone approached. A voice suddenly broke through his isolated silence. Hey there, glasses. Dong-hun was so surprised he couldn't even speak. It was Hajin, panting but smiling right at him. What are you doing? Let's have a match. Dong-hun thought he heard Hain say. He could only stammer back. No, I'm not really feeling it today. But she cut him off. That's exactly when you need to get your body moving. Hain's eyes were blazing with determination as she pointed right at him. Just sitting around won't solve a single thing. Dong-hun could only stare, completely stunned. He had no clue what she was talking about, but for some reason, her words felt incredibly reassuring. And you have to remember, Hain was only 16 at the time. She flashed a huge grin. Come on, hurry up. I have a new move I need to practice, so be my sandbag. Jun-hyung was absolutely furious to see him still there, but being shunned by the other club members wasn't the end of it. One day after class, on the way home, that same guy cornered him in an alley. He got right in his face. Hey, are you insane? They started using force to intimidate him when he wouldn't just leave on his own. When they blocked his path, Dong-hun asked nervously, Why? Why are you doing this? Jun-hyung just scoffed. Because you don't listen, so I'll beat it into you. He pointed, his whole crew behind him. You think you can get away with this because those other kids are too scared to say anything? Nobody wants to be your partner or spar with you. Damn it, are you really so dense you can't see that? Jun-hyung leaned in close, his eyes wide and menacing. Why should so many people have to suffer just because of you? You selfish bastard. At that, Dong-hun lowered his head as tears began to fall. What did I do that was so wrong? The bully was shocked to see him crying. Huh? What's this? Are you crying? He turned to his cronies and laughed. Hey, check it out. This bastard's actually crying. Dong-hun bit his lip, trying to hold back the sobs. In that moment, the only thing he could do was cry. And that was the day he first crossed paths with Daesung. Suddenly, another voice cut through the tension. You guys need to stop. Cut it out right now. Seriously, what are you doing at your age? Everyone's head snapped around to stare at the person who just spoke. Even Dong-hun stopped crying to look. The newcomer walked up to the bully, holding out a cigarette. Who are you? Just mind your own business. He just sighed, shaking his head with a small smile. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I came to this alley for a smoke. Got a light? Jun-hyung sneered at him. Trying to play the hero, huh? Do you have any idea who we are? The guy just grimaced, making a weird gesture with his hands. National representatives. We're athletes, you know. Daesung puckered his lips. How can you say something like that with a straight face? Jun-hyung's brow furrowed in confusion. What? You bastard. Then, yet another person showed up this time. It was a girl. The thugs acted like they knew her, their expressions full of scorn. Ugh, what's she doing here too? This is so damn annoying. While Daesung was distracted, a fist flew out of nowhere from Hain, slamming right into his face. You guys are dead meat, you damn thugs. Daesung held his throbbing cheek, completely baffled. What was that for? Why would you hit a stranger? She demanded. Who are you? He answered. Me? My name's Daesung. Hain's face was a mask of suspicion. And who is that? Daesung shot back. My mother's son. She pressed. And who is your mother? He replied. The esteemed Mrs. Kim M. Suk. She actually complimented his mom's name. He just thanked her. I'll be sure to pass along the message. Finally, Dong-hun found his voice. Hain. He was just an innocent bystander. Jun-hyung sneered. Oh, this is hilarious. Absolutely priceless. He shot a look at Hain. What is this? A convention for wannabe heroes. You guys are such hypocrites. Think you're so righteous? Junhyung's face twisted with self-importance. I'm the one who does the dirty work for the group, the stuff nobody else wants to do. That's what real justice is, you pathetic idiots. Hane's eyes narrowed. She turned and asked Daesung a question. Did you ask him something? He replied sarcastically, making the bully's face darken. Nope. But doesn't his tone sound a little theatrical? It's pretty ridiculous. Anyway, why did you punch me and not even apologize? Realizing her huge mistake, she bowed her head in shame. I'm so incredibly sorry. It was all a misunderstanding. Daesung, surprisingly, decided to be magnanimous. All right, fine. Your ability to quickly admit fault is pretty cool, so I'll accept your apology. Completely ignored, Junhyung stormed off. What a bunch of psychos. Let's go, guys. But as they left, a voice stopped them. Hold it. You thugs, don't move. They turned to see the unlikely trio standing there looking utterly ridiculous. Hane demanded, Where do you think you're going? You need to apologize to Dong-hun. That was the final straw. Junhyung was seething. You little brat, you've got a lot of nerve. He stepped right up to her, murder in his eyes. Hey, don't get cocky just because you're a little good at judo. One of these days, you're gonna get seriously hurt. And what's with a little kid like you talking to an adult so informally? Are you looking to die? Hane was perfectly calm, her cheeks flushed from the cold air. That's because I don't use polite language with adults who freeload off others for years. Her expression shifted to one of pure contempt, especially not for a self-obsessed coward who pretends to be righteous just to rationalize his own disgusting behavior. Junhyung was enraged, his eyes bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. You little bitch, fine. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. But then, she broke into a sly, cunning smile. Ah, and did you really think I came all this way alone? Right then, a huge, intimidating man appears behind Hyung, his eyes filled with killing intent. In the dead of night, an ice-cold hand suddenly clamps down on Junhyung's shoulder. It's Aeon's face, shrouded in darkness with a chilling aura. The other guy stammers, his mouth dry, his eyes wide with absolute terror. Aeon, wait a second, how did it come to this? But Aeon's hand just tightens, veins bulging as his knuckles grip Junhyung's shoulder like stone. A sickening crack echoes out, causing the man's face to turn crimson with pain as he lets out a piercing scream. A panicked voice rings out from behind them. What are you doing? Is a coach allowed to do that? We were just talking. Aeon slowly turns his head, his gaze practically piercing through the person who just spoke. Talking? Sure, talking is fine, but for trash like you guys. He coldly gets to his feet. You need to talk with your bodies. Don't you see? Junhyung trembles, his face flushed red from the pain. It hurts so much. You'll break my bones, he roars with fury. What the hell are you all doing? Aren't you gonna help? Do something. The manager panics from behind, taking a step back and mumbling, Sir, please stop. What's he going to do to us? Aeon spins around, his voice dripping with provocation. What was that? Do something? Dong-hun's eyes go wide at the scene, unable to hide his complete shock. Whoa, who's that guy? His physique is incredible. Hajin, standing beside him, just smiles and nods. He's the gym's coach. My friend is about that big, too. Excuse me, do you know wrestling? He tilts his head slightly, offering a polite smile. Ah, yes. I just moved to this area and wanted to check this gym out. The girl immediately points a finger, her eyes lighting up with genuine enthusiasm. Oh, you absolutely have to sign up. Besides that, Jerk over there and a few others, everyone is great. All the while, Junhyung is writhing on the floor, groaning in pain. Aeon stands there, his shadow stretching long under the lights, his voice deep. Wrestling, the strong, the weak. Anyone can do it. Jong-hoon is left speechless by Aeon's words. What's more important than winning or losing is the process of growing stronger. His gaze lands on the cowering Junhyung. But there are some people who have no right to look down on or slander others. The kind of instigators who think they're so clever and skilled. The man on the floor just growls, unable to speak. They're just brainless trash. Aeon shakes his head. Teaching someone like you would be too difficult, so don't show your face at this gym anymore. Stop causing trouble and take your followers with you. He steps closer, his gaze direct and his voice like steel. Get out of my sight. If I see you again, I'll probably break something else. Junhyung grinds his teeth and says, Let's go. Just you wait. His lackey whispers. Are you okay? Damn it. He messed with the wrong guy. Aeon just raises an eyebrow. If you messed with the wrong guy, then get lost and don't come back. That incident seemed to be over, but a few days later, something else happened. A confused voice rang out. What? What was that? A strange rumor was going around that Aeon had beaten up a public official outside the gym just because he didn't like the guy. The manager frowns and steps forward to ask him directly. Aeon, what is this? You beat up an official? He's demanding you be fired or he wants a group refund. This puts the manager in a very difficult position. In the break room, Aeon is still curled up in a blanket, barely awake, letting out a lazy yawn. What? If he deserved it, he got what was coming to him. But that was it. Aeon offered no other justification for his actions. He coldly turns to face the wall, as if none of this had anything to do with him. The younger man is left with tears in his eyes, his head bowed. He felt it was pointless trying to talk to people who get swept up in unconfirmed stories and gossip. Hating to see everyone else simply avoid the issue, he decided to say that he was the one who started it all. Dong-hoon's voice cracks between sobs. I'll take the blame. If I wasn't here in the first place, this never would have happened. Aeon still doesn't turn around, but someone else wasn't going to just stand by and watch this. Hajin stormed into the room, absolutely furious. Hajin furiously yelled at both the manager and the official. That bastard turns into a smooth-talking liar the second he opens his mouth. His reaction was a bit extreme, but it successfully brought the truth of that day's events to light. The manager rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So that's how it was. The manager, now knowing the full situation, addressed everyone in the gym. His voice was calm, but firm. Coach Aeon using force was absolutely wrong, but it was an unavoidable situation. This gym will not tolerate bullying for any reason. The manager's sharp gaze swept across the members' faces. I will not accept instigators, or those who let themselves be goaded into discriminating against others. So, if anyone doesn't respect this manager's choice, please leave. I will gladly issue a refund. At that, everyone just froze. He might act strong, but you could see the exhaustion hidden behind that stoic expression. To make rent, he started running deliveries whenever he wasn't in class. Drowning in guilt, he finally approached his manager. He bowed low, his voice choked. Manager. The man turned, surprised. Huh? Dong-hun. What's wrong? Dong-hun trembled, tears streaming down his face as he finally broke down. I'm so sorry. If I weren't at this gym, you wouldn't be in this mess. I'm truly sorry, he sobbed. But the manager just comforted him. The manager tells Do-hun that this is just one of those things that happens in life. He'd warned him before. With a gentle smile, he reassures him. He did nothing wrong. It wasn't his fault, it was the manager's job, his responsibility. Do-hun saw him as the most mature person he'd ever met. Moved, he sobbed as fresh tears streamed down his face. But even after losing so much, Dia-sung appeared on the scene with a brilliant smile. He cheerfully greeted them, predicting good things to come. He walked over, hand outstretched. You're the manager, right? I'm Kim Jong. Jong-hoon scoffed. Isn't this just life? Pretty terrible, huh? But Jae-chun just patted his shoulder, smiling. Nah, it's cool. Hajin nodded in agreement. That's right. But then, Do-hun froze. Something was wrong with John. John's head was bowed, his voice choked with emotion, his shoulders trembling. You think I'm a good new connection? The whole group stared, stunned. They asked him what was wrong, if he was crying, totally bewildered by the sudden change. Why the sudden mood swing? But then, just as quickly, John burst out laughing. It's just life, you know? Dia-sung jumped up like a kid, suddenly full of energy. Whoa, that's right. Why am I the only one laughing here? This guy just couldn't be serious. As the sun set, dyeing the sky orange, a secretary entered and bowed respectfully. Section Chief, he's here. Section Chief Kim's voice was low. Let him in. Has that team leader recovered yet? The secretary replied instantly. Yes, sir. He says he feels much better. He should be fully recovered. The chief grunted. Good. Footsteps echoed on the cold tile floor. Section Chief Kim looked up. You're here? I called you to ask a few questions. His eyes narrowed, studying the newcomer. How is Jae-chun these days? His skills have improved. What did he do during his recovery? Do-hun answered promptly. He hadn't been sparring, but training his lower body with Insensu, likely building up his stamina. The section chief crossed his arms, a calculating gleam in his eyes. He knew Insensu and Soon had a connection. He nodded. Insensu probably thinks Jae-chun is out of the tournament for good, and Kang-jon probably thinks he's gotten away with everything. A wide grin spread across Section Chief Kim's face. They think they can't be caught because they're hiding so well. He waved a hand. We'll deal with that later. His voice dropped, suddenly cold. What do you think? How is Jae-chun's physical condition right now? Wouldn't he be a good match for Lee Yongan at this point? The scene flashes back a few months, to the dead of night, where a deep, threatening voice spoke. Player Sun Do-hun, we're preparing for the tournament. Section Chief Kim smiled, but an icy aura surrounded him. Let's have a little chat. Player Du-hun, if you could just help us with this one thing. Du-hun looked up, his gaze firm. I refuse to participate. Someone will find out. Hearing this, the chief feigned surprise, but his eyes were pure aggression. Oh? Is that all? What a shame, after all this time. Section Chief Kim's voice turned to ice, his face twisting as he glared. You're only acting tough because your debt is paid off, aren't you? What about all the things you did before? Du-hun froze as the threats poured out. He needed money for the tournament fees. So he robbed innocent high school students. If they claimed to have no money, he'd call in bullies to beat them up. All they had to do was pay him to stop. He pretended to negotiate, but for the kids he beat, it was like being thrown into hell. The chief leaned in closer, his stare intense. You were the one who created that hell. Now you're living well, so you think you've escaped it, don't you? Section Chief Kim adjusted his glasses with a sneer. You're being far too selfish, Player Du-hun. There's no such thing as an innocent person in this world. They'd rather suffer themselves than make others suffer. He stood up, his voice like steel. That's why people who do bad things, like you, Player Sundohun, don't just get to walk away, and besides, we're not a charity. If you've been making money from our tournament all this time, you should understand the terms. Du-hun lowered his head in silence, his lips pressed into a thin line. The rules were clear. Anyone involved in the tournament, registered or not, was sworn to absolute secrecy, and participants had to compete twice in a row before they became an adult. Violating either rule meant repaying all previous prize money. Section Chief Kim rubbed his chin, continuing casually, and if you don't comply, you or your family will suffer the consequences. The terms are clear and simple. Is it really that difficult for you to understand? His words were a trap, designed to corner and control his target. Player Sundohun, you'll be an adult in just a few months. Why quit now? Did you suddenly grow a conscience? Du-hun's voice was low. I know I made my choices like a piece of trash. How disgusted must my victims be when they see me? Instantly, Du-hun's expression hardened with resolve. But if I keep acting like it's normal, again and again, I'll never get the chance to ask for forgiveness. He knew if he kept this up, he would become a monster just like them, and he refused. Pushing himself up, he declared that every single day he would work to erase the sins of his past. Dong-hun clenched his fists, shifting into a fighting stance. He had faced his own guilt, and now he would fight relentlessly against every last one of the wicked bastards. Across from him, the man just watched, intrigued. Manager Kim, is everything all right? Kim casually scrolled through his phone, completely unbothered. Fighter Dong-hun, if this is how it's going to be, there's nothing I can do. You're not one for violence, are you? He held the phone out, his voice ice cold. So, let's just do this the old-fashioned way. Dong-hun's eyes flew wide in pure horror. The photo showed the man smiling brightly next to a middle-aged woman. It reminded him of a time he'd gone to a small diner because he was starving. Manager Kim smiled, a dark and wicked look in his eyes. Your mother works here, doesn't she? You've been having a tough time these days, huh? Congratulations, he said, raising an eyebrow. The food was delicious, and I gave her a very generous tip. And with that, his mother smiled and said. Manager Kim bowed his head, mimicking her, a twisted smirk on his face. Thanks to this money, I can finally buy my struggling son a new pair of shoes. So, he asked what kind of boy her son was. She told him the kid never once asked for new shoes or new clothes. He could see her smiling, happy face on the screen. He fell in with a bad crowd and went down the wrong path, but it's not his fault. Her eyes were full of love and understanding. He just wants to make money fast, and I'm not going to stand in his way. Kim covered his mouth, his whole body shaking with laughter. That precious son not only robs students, but he also assaults girls, deals drugs, and fights in an illegal ring. The threat hung heavy in the air. How do you think she'd feel if she found out about all that? Dong-hun froze. What? Manager Kim's malicious eyes gleamed. She'd probably collapse knowing you did all that for yourself and your family's debt. In a flash, Dong-hun grabbed him by the collar, furious. What the hell are you talking about? Drugs? Assaulting girls? I've never done any of that. Manager Kim faced him without flinching. Oh, really? But you were there, weren't you? In this day and age, the truth doesn't matter, he said with a calm smile. What matters is what sounds plausible. Let's be honest. Kim stared right into the boy's panicked eyes. You knew everything but pretended you didn't. Isn't that the real you, Fighter Dong-hun? He squeezed his hand tighter. You're here, fighting people illegally for money. We have all the evidence we need. A male student assaulting a female? It would be easy to make sure you get punished for that. A crooked smile spread across his face. So, drop the act. Forget your fake justice and morals. Focus on survival. Think about your mother. Dong-hoon was trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. I'm giving you one special chance. I heard you're at the same gym Sejun used to go to, right? Manager Kim leaned in, his smile suddenly friendly. Help Sejun grow stronger and report every single thing he does to me, especially when he goes to fight someone. You follow him like a personal camera. Oh, and that guy Aeson? Look into his past for me, will you? Silence. Later, he sat alone by the river, head bowed in thought. Suddenly, a water bottle flew at him, and Dong-hoon snatched it out of the air. Sejun walked up, annoyed. Damn, you caught it again. That's so irritating. Dong-hoon's voice was low. Unlike you, I can actually catch. So, who are we starting with? So it begins. First, train Si-chun. Second, become a spy, watching his every move. He sat down next to him, ready to play his part. Of those guys we talked about, let's start with the fat one. Man, I'm suddenly craving bibimbap. Sejun shot him a confused look. What? Why are you staring? If you want to eat, let's go. We're paying separately, Dong-hoon said flatly as they walked under the dim streetlights. Where are we going? All the way to Jeju? I'm starving, Sejun whined. We're here, Dong-hoon replied. A gentle voice called out. Oh, Dong-hoon? He looked up, confused. Why are you here so late? I was about to come get you. She gave him a warm smile. Mom. Well, if I finish early today, I just have to wake up earlier tomorrow. Is that your friend? He looked down, hesitating. He's not a friend, he's just. But Sejun stepped forward, bowing politely with a huge, bright smile. Hello, ma'am. I'm Sejun, a junior from Duhun's school. Her eyes lit up as she clapped her hands with joy. It's you. The one who helped at the hall. I've heard so much about you. Oh my, you're so handsome. Your mother must be a wonderful person. Her voice was so gentle and caring. Ah, have you eaten dinner yet? Behind them, Duhun frowned, clearly annoyed. Mom, I'm right here, he huffed, pointing ahead. We were going to get some bibimbap. She just gave a heartfelt reply. Dohun's mom waves off the suggestion, insisting she'll cook for them. She wants to thank Sejun properly at her restaurant, and he happily agrees to eat well. After all, a real meal is best at a restaurant. But then she says they're going home, without even asking him. The street suddenly feels empty. Sejun is just left there, totally confused. What just happened? Why are those two suddenly so chummy? He's feeling like a total third wheel. But then she turns back, her voice soft, asking to speak with him. Sejun eagerly agrees. He tells her to ask anything. Her voice turns dead serious. She asks if her son, Dohun, has been extorting money from him too. The question catches Sejun completely off guard. He denies it, confused why she'd even ask. Her expression becomes pained. She explains her family was in deep trouble because of debt. Things are okay now thanks to a certain person, but her voice trembles as she speaks. Back then, loan sharks kept harassing them, so Dohun started taking money from other students to pay them off. She admits that even though she knew what he was doing, she couldn't bring herself to condemn it. As a mother, she felt she'd failed him. Her hands clench into fists, tears streaming down her face as she chokes back sobs. She doesn't care if it was wrong. She just wants to know if Dohun, who regrets his actions, can ever live an upright life again. She wonders if the people he hurt will ever forgive him. Sejun offers some sincere advice, saying it's not guaranteed, but it is possible, because everyone makes mistakes, whether they mean to or not. Dohun's expression darkens for a moment. Sejun continues, saying the important thing is to realize your mistake and fix it. That's the only way to move forward. At least, that's what he's heard. His words seem to stun her. He says there's just one thing he wants to get across, a heartfelt message that hits them both right in the soul. He's certain Dohun will be able to move on. As night falls, Sejun bows politely with a bright smile, thanking her for the meal. He tells her the food was delicious. Her voice softens, saying it makes her happy to see them eat well. She promises to cook them something even better next time. His eyes curve into a smile as he agrees, saying his goodbyes for the night. Dohun speaks up quietly, telling his mom he's stepping out for a bit. She nods, telling her son to go ahead. He turns his head slightly and murmurs to Sejun, offering to walk him down and get some air. Sejun just shrugs, saying whatever. The two walk in silence down the quiet street. Dohun finally breaks the silence with a hesitant, Hey, thanks. Sejun immediately shoots him a sharp look. What was that? He tells him to speak up, not mumble like a little kid. The guy gets embarrassed and shouts it this time, Thank you for acting so decent in front of my mom. Sejun walks ahead, his voice firm. He makes it clear this isn't about liking him. Once the others are dealt with, Lim Jong-hoon is next, so he better give up his location. Dohun sighs, agreeing. But he adds a warning Lim Jong-hoon might go after Ha-jin. He asks if that's okay. Sejun's voice is resolute. Yeah, from now on he's never leaving Ha-jin's side again. He explains he's already installed a location tracking app on Ha-jin's phone, and his parents' phones too. Do-hun sincerely urges him to be careful anyway. They have no idea what Section Chief Kim might pull next. Sejun walks on, his voice cold. He tells Do-hun to be careful too, and not to make the same mistake twice. The scene flashes back to his fight with Lim Jong-hoon. After winning, Sejun kneeled over his defeated opponent. Another victory against Kang Jon is also remembered. Sejun's strength was proven time and time again, even taking down the formidable An Sensu. In his memory, the final punch sent the guy crashing to the ground. But Sejun injured his hand in that fight, forcing him to take a break. His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of someone sobbing. A few days later, An Sang-shu had burst into the gym, crying his eyes out. Sang-shu's eyes are wide with tears. He cries out that someone beat up John. It had to be those guys. Sejun's response is ice cold. Why is he coming here to cry about it? He snaps that it wasn't him this time. Those guys are relentless, and he wonders why he's the only one who has to suffer. Do-hun, sweating nervously, tries to calm him down. He tells him to take a breath and explains slowly. Who attacked Kang Jon? Did he see it himself? Sang-shu frowns, his voice filled with anger. He says he was worried about John, so he'd been checking on him occasionally. He watched from a distance as John was taken to the police station along with Lim Jong-hoon. Sejun raises an eyebrow, a mocking tone in his voice. With Lim Jong-hoon, you say? Are they dating? They'd make a cute couple. Sang-shu's eyes practically pop out as he roars back in fury. He shouts, that's not it. John would never like a piece of trash like that. Someone steps in, telling him to keep his voice down. What happened after they got to the police station? Sang-shu's voice is low, a vein popping on his forehead. They got out way faster than he expected. They were sometimes seen with Section Chief Kim and Director Han. He then asks if Sejun knows the man named Beck. Lawyer Beck? An image flashes in Sejun's mind, a fat, creepy old man with a mole right above his eyebrow. He remembers the lawyer showing up instantly, then shoving the two of them into a car and driving off somewhere. A mysterious meeting was underway. The very next day, he spotted John on the street, acting suspiciously while hiding his face behind a mask. John, his face looked exactly as he'd predicted. The man's own face went pale with rage. Manager Kim and Director Han. Those two bastards. Do-hun heard this and asked with concern, but why are you crying here instead of asking him yourself? Sang-shu was stunned, stammering, well, John told me to never show my face in front of him again. He lowered his head, his voice choked with resentment. You guys know. I'm all alone, so what am I supposed to do? Si-chun remained silent. So you want us to team up and fight him? Just for that girlfriend? Sang-shu frantically explained. It's not just because of that. We have different reasons, but our goal is the same, right? Don't we all want to crush Manager Kim and Director Han? His voice dropped, and John basically told me, Manager Kim is running some project that involves Sejun. If you ask me, they're doing something absolutely horrible. Sejun raised an eyebrow, confused as to why the guy was pointing at him. Me? Why? It has something to do with your fighting ability, that natural talent. The guy casually stated, I can tell you have incredible reflexes just by looking. Do-hun, you know him, right? I'm good at analyzing this stuff. What's his deal? Sang-shu's face turned serious. It's because you fight non-stop without any rest. That's your issue. You just need to rest properly and focus a little more on your lower body training. The power you've been building up will increase dramatically, especially if you follow the training schedule I lay out for you. Hearing those calculated words, Do-hun fell silent. The guy added, honestly, there's no telling how strong you could become. What he said wasn't wrong. Could there really be no ulterior motive? Maybe Sang-shu hated Manager Kim just as much. He suddenly made up his mind. All right, let's do it. Sejun was baffled. Huh, just like that? The man's voice turned grim. Okay, but I have a condition. His words were firm. Sang-shu continued. You will never touch John again. Sejun stepped forward, his eyes radiating pure intimidation. Fine, then you tell him to stop causing trouble, and I absolutely will not touch him. The guy immediately agreed. I got it. But hey, you're only 18, right? I'm already 19. So why are you talking so casually? When does training start? Next week. At a high-rise building, Do-hun appeared, his expression cold. If he fought Lee Young-gun right now, it would probably be an even match. He lowered his head, a bit bewildered. Yeah, it definitely wouldn't be an easy victory. But wait, Do-hun glanced back. That was the Lee Young-gun from before. I have no idea what the Lee Young-gun of today is like. He pressed his question. What in the world did you do? Manager Kim just smirked. Oh, if someone heard you, they might think I actually did something on purpose. He laughed heartily. Fighter Du-hun needed money, so I gave it to him. Fighter Yonggun needed drugs, so I just gave him those. Yonggun's face was completely vacant, his eyes milky white with deep, dark circles. He apparently volunteered for a new drug trial, just a few steroids. But the last test subject I had, he performed far better than I ever imagined. That last experiment didn't end well. Like lightning, a fist tore through the air, heading straight for Du-hun. So this time, Fighter Du-hun, you should join the experiment. He immediately leaned back, dodging the attack. He countered without a second thought. Du-hun threw a devastating punch that distorted the man's face, a brutal shot right to the chin. That should be it. He's slower than before. Du-hun's eyes grew cold. But then he froze as a horrifying, gleeful laugh echoed through the room. Haha, not a bad punch. Manager Kim sat watching casually, a wide grin on his face. Ah, by the way, a side effect of the experiment is the complete inability to feel pain. Even if you strike vital points, the brain just can't register it. The Yongun of today was a soulless corpse, but one with monstrous strength. So just hit him moderately, all right? Don't get carried away. A woman turned back, her eyes wide with shock. What? What is this insane stunt? Isn't he just going to die from that? He let out a bone-chilling laugh. Haha, what if he can't? And one more thing. Another friend gave me a gift. He's a little weak, sure, but thankfully, he's also very determined. His voice echoed ominously. If Fighter Du-hun isn't satisfied. The scene cuts to Sejun, dozing in class when suddenly the door is slammed open. His eyes shot open in panic. Whoa, that scared me. Sejun turned, annoyed. What's the big idea? So rude. I was having a good dream. A chilling smile spread across the intruder's face. Long time no see. Enjoying your happy little school life, are we? Ki-seok steps forward with a challenging smirk, his voice a pure taunt. But I'm so upset now. What should I do? It's time to put things back where they belong. Idiot. Just like that, every eye in the classroom snaps in one direction. Ki-seok just casually shoves his hands in his pockets, his voice dripping with arrogance. Follow me, you mutt. Sejun just raises an eyebrow, casually firing back. Lee Ki-seok, looks like someone already beat you to it, huh? His eyes go dark, his voice full of contempt. Why do you look so pathetic? His eyes went wide as he roared in fury. What did you say, you bastard? Ki-eok gritted his teeth, growling. Do you have any idea how hard I worked for this body? Seo-run just lowered his head in silence. All right then, you found your way back, huh? He shot to his feet, a chilling aura washing over them. You worked so hard on those muscles. Want to give them a real test? The man taunted with a frown. Huh, this bastard really knows how to run his mouth. Right, and Sonun's graduation is just around the corner. So, have you figured out who the new top dog is going to be? Sejun remained unfazed, speaking calmly. Go ahead. I couldn't care less about being some two-bit boss, just as long as you don't go around bullying the innocent or shaking kids down for their money. If you do that, I won't care what you thugs get up to. Ki-eok ground his teeth, puffing his chest out. This son of a... His taunting voice echoed. But now that I think about it, Sun already passed his title down to you, didn't he? His voice dropped, his gaze firm. After hearing the story and thinking it over, it looks like you still need to be beaten a bit more to learn your lesson. What do you think? The guy just burst out laughing, his voice dripping with arrogance. What's there to think about? It means you're dead. That's what, Ki-eok threatened, his eyes glaring. And if you still think I'm the same as before, you're making a huge mistake. That was just me being careless. You bastard. From behind, a worried voice called out, Seo-run? Should I get a teacher? Seo-run's voice was low. No, it's fine. Suddenly, a hand shot out, grabbing him by the throat as a deep voice roared with absolute fury. Trusting in that guy, Seo-run has made you pretty cocky, huh? The words had barely left his mouth when a fist flew straight at his face. With a cold, decisive strike, he sent the man's face twisting as he stumbled backward. Isn't this going a little too far? His vision blurred as the man stared back in pure shock. What was that? How is he so damn fast? Is this guy on something too? Seo-run delivered a cold warning. I told you clearly. Don't you dare touch anyone who's done nothing wrong. He loosened his tie, his voice low. If you don't like it, then try fighting back with all your strength. Furious, Ki-eok clenched his fist and charged forward. Try saying that one more time. But the punch just grazed past Seo-run's head. You think I'm scared of you? In that brief moment, he made his calculation. What was with that sloppy punch? It seems he can't use jujitsu, so he's trying a different approach to win this fight. But there are way too many openings. Co Run calmly analyzed the situation. At this rate, I can slip behind him from this position and easily take him down. The man threw another powerful punch with full force. Suddenly his eyes shot wide. What? What is this? The punch landed squarely on his opponent's arm. Ki Aok moved closer, their eyes locking. Oh, you dodged that one? The guy grabbed Co Run's head, yanking him in hard as a flurry of punches rained down with a delighted look. Try and dodge this one, and this one too. Keep dodging, you slippery bastard. He ducked his head low. Ki Aok sneered. A block. You really think you can stop me that easily? Co Run pulled him back, shifting his own weight. And then, bam, he regained his balance, raising a single leg with incredible flexibility. With his back to the ground, Co Run locked his legs around the man. Ki Aok tried to swing a fist, confused. Did he just pretend to block to obscure my vision? Even so, in a real fight, the one on top is always the winner. Manager Kim's expression darkened. This wasn't looking good. His voice was low, his gaze deep and mysterious. Which side do you mean? The other one? Do-hoon quietly walked over to this side. He turned his head, his gaze calm. From what I can see, it's both sides. Manager Kim stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then where's the problem? Because he's on drugs, there's no physical disadvantage. In the end, the most important thing is technique, Do-hoon calmly replied. People like you would never understand, even if you died and were reborn. You can't find any excuses or easy ways out. When you see a mountain, you don't think of turning back, you just shut up and climb. Patience and effort. The man's face went pale with shock. Damn it. He tightened his leg lock, lifting Ki Aok into the air before they slammed back down, neither giving an inch in the fast and decisive struggle. He sneered. Patience and effort? Isn't that just something people with no talent come up with to make themselves feel better? Standing opposite Yonggun, he knew someone with only talent could never beat someone who works himself to death. But a flicker of worry crossed Seo Run's face. But what if, you bastard, what if you haven't been practicing jujitsu? What happens when a twisted genius also puts in the work? Pinned by his leg, the man started screaming. That's impossible. Hey, you bastard, wait! At that, Seo Run's eyes turned razor sharp, his voice dropping low. Did you know? If you're close to Ha-In, you know he's a pure soul. That's why he let you off last time, right? But what about now? Ki Aok struggled to escape the feeling of being completely controlled. He snarled, I'm not like him. The man's eyes rolled back in his head as he realized no one could stop this. From inside the classroom, the sounds of fighting echoed outside. Sejun was busy breaking another guy's arm. A sickening crack rang out as Ki Seok cried in agony. To escape the pain, he immediately bit down on Zichun's thigh, not forgetting to curse him out at the same time. Under attack, Zichun grunted he wasn't made of steel. But he shot back with his own harsh words, this guy's insane. After a brief struggle, the two fighters separated. Zichun stood there rubbing his leg where he was bitten. Were you raised by a dog? He then grew quiet, observing and thinking. What is this? He was sure he had just broken the guy's arm. In front of him, Ki Seok looked utterly defeated. He can still fight? The guy struggled to his feet, fist aimed right at him. What kind of fighting style is this anyway? Come and get it, you bastard. Seeing his opponent's calm reaction wasn't what he'd hoped for, Ki Seok grimaced, thinking, this bastard is just like Manager Kim. If I took the drug, it shouldn't hurt, right? Then why does it still hurt like hell? Did he give me the cheap stuff? Zichun, however, got straight to the point. Hey, you're on something weird, aren't you? What is Manager Kim really up to? And where is his organization located now? His words fell on deaf ears. If you want to know that badly, the guy snarled, lunging forward with a punch, then try and make me answer. But before he could even land a punch, Zichun delivered a swift strike right to his face. Stunned by the painful blow, Ki Seok's mind went completely blank. What? Zichun just kept talking. Has anyone ever told you the pen is mightier than the sword? So what's stronger than a fist? Ki Seok, totally confused, could only stare back and answer. An elbow? Zichun lectured him while winding up his arm. It's the slap, you idiot. A series of crisp, loud slaps echoed out. Getting absolutely demolished, Ki Seok's legs started to tremble. What the hell is this guy? Getting beaten so badly, Ki Seok was just stunned by the unbelievable situation. And his movements are still this sharp. While the guy was frozen in shock, Zichun circled behind him, speaking casually. Here's some friendly advice for you. And then the inevitable happened. He was served another brutal slap to the face, followed by a curse. The sharp sound broke the hallway's heavy silence. Zichun squatted down next to a pathetic Kisiok crawling on the floor. So, are you ready to talk now? Or do you want me to break the rest? Zichun asked calmly. Your other arm, and both your legs. How does that sound? Hearing this death sentence, Kisiok trembled and broke into a cold sweat. You're actually insane. Compared to a punk like you, those guys are way scarier. He fumbled in his pocket, desperately searching for something. Those are the kind of people you're messing with. Your little punches are just child's play to them. You get it, you fool? Kisiok's trembling hand finally pulled out his trump card. 2 blue pills. He desperately tried to pop them in his mouth to turn the tables. You're nothing to them, you bastard. I'm the real main character. But Zechun wasn't about to let him power up. He swung his foot, kicking the 2 pills right out of the air before a stunned Kisiok. The guy screamed as he watched his stash fly away. Seeing him act like a desperate addict, Zichun casually kicked him again for good measure. The impact twisted Kisiok's face into a painful grimace. Curious, Zichun picked up one of the pills to take a closer look. Seeing nothing special, he asked, So this is it? Your Achilles heel? Kisiok stammered with great difficulty. Give it to me. Damn it, I have to take it. Seeing how desperately he trembled, Zichun decided to taunt him, waving the pill back and forth. What kind of drug is this anyway? If you tell me everything you know, I'll think about whether or not I should give it to you. Don't be crazy, you bastard. He then simply held up his fist. Looks like I'll have to hit you one more time. Hearing another beatdown was coming, the guy screamed. Wait! With no other choice, Kisiok was forced to spill everything. It's just an illegal drug that athletes use. Manager Kim said that abusing it for a long time is really harmful. I don't know the specifics. Zichun pressed his advantage. You got it from Manager Kim? Where did you meet him? The guy answered, trembling. I don't know where Manager Kim is. I think it's a villa. Every meeting is at a different location, and I'm always blindfolded when they take me there. The drugs are delivered to me periodically by someone at a randomly chosen location. Realizing the guy knew more, he continued the interrogation. Who is this someone? One of Manager Kim's men? Kisiok stammered. Beaten into submission, Kisiok's eyes widened as he finally blurted out a name. Jiang. The words came pouring out. Jiang something. I don't know his full name. He said he's in charge of making the drugs. And out of everyone I've met, he's the most dangerous-looking one. Kisiok was lost in a memory, hearing that man's voice. Say that again. Let me go, please. I've had enough. I want to quit the drugs now. You all said if I matured, you'd let me go, right? The man, however, answered without mercy. Who said that? He replied, terrified. Manager Kim did. The man just shot back. Do I look like Manager Kim to you? The black-haired man had never met someone so unreasonable, and had no idea how to fight back. The guy pressed his advantage. Where did all the tournament money go? You spent it all on the drugs, didn't you? Jiang leaned in close, his voice a low whisper. But what now? You've been buying it at an employee discount. If you quit, you'll have to pay the original price. Is that really okay with you? Trying to go straight, are you? The man pats him on the shoulder, telling him to think it over for another day. Why take the hard path when the easy one's right there? Just one more year, and this is a critical time. With that, he casually walks away. If your answer's the same tomorrow, I can't say what I'll do. The poor guy is left standing there, shaking. Night begins to fall, revealing a desolate, lonely sky. Keon is strolling outside for a smoke when he suddenly freezes. A noise just came from that black car not too far away. Yes, hello? Dunggun answers his phone, reporting in. I've found it, sir. Yes. I confirmed the deal's location with the supplier. He replies rapidly to the person on the other end. Yes. No. But sir, are you going to let me off this case now? If we get tangled up in this, we'll all have to shut down our businesses. I'm being serious, sir. These bastards are seriously dangerous. On the other end of the line is Aeon, who simply replies, I'm aware. Then stake the place out for a few days. See how many people come and go. Dunggun panics. No, boss, please don't make me do it. But then, something outside grabs his attention. Yeah? Aeon asks, sounding bored. Did you just curse at me? What was that noise? A young man walks right up to the car. Hey, you. Can I borrow a lighter for a second? It's Keon, his expression stone cold as he warns Dunggun. And if you want to live, you should probably change who you're talking to. Keon presses his face right up to the car window. Care to step outside? Unless you want me to smash the glass on this expensive car. Dunggun's heart just sinks. Damn it, he's done for. He quickly gets back on the phone to report. Boss, I think I've run into one of the guys who works here. The voice on the other end isn't fazed, just bored. What? What did you do to get his attention? Don't tell me you parked your car like a suspicious creep right in front of the building? Dong-gun confirms it. Ah, I'm in the car right now. All right, well, first things first, just ignore him and drive off. A henchman calmly steps out of the car like some kind of hero. Yes, boss. I'll get rid of him quickly and be right back. The goon gets right in Keon's face. Hey, you got a problem? Why are you loitering around and peeking into other people's cars? Inside the car, Dong-gun is so scared he could start praying. What in the world is his man thinking? That psycho Keon, unfazed by the question, answers clearly. Oh, I'm not loitering at all. I'm just standing here. It's nothing, really. I just want a little chat with the person in the back seat. So cooperate if you don't want to die. Before he can even finish, the goon lands a solid punch right to his mouth. Are you brain dead or something? The man inside is absolutely floored, frozen on the spot. He quickly barks an order. Hey, get out there and stop that guy now. Another henchman immediately gets out. Yes, I got it, boss. I'll go out there and help take care of him. The first guy freezes, completely dumbfounded. No, you idiots. You have to listen to the entire sentence. The goon who threw the first punch just speaks up again. Say that again? What was that, bastard? If you don't want to die? Are you filming a movie or something, you mutt? Keon doesn't get angry. On the contrary, he's incredibly calm. Yeah, I've been sitting at a desk too much. I think I've missed this feeling. This is great. The two henchmen watch this, a little creeped out. What the hell? Is this guy some kind of pervert? Why would anyone have a hobby like this? Creeped out or not, they still have a job to do. This time, both of them jump in. We'll help you feel even more satisfied, you mutt. Keon's eyes widen with anticipation. And just like that, he takes the full force of their attack. Another henchman follows up with a hard slap. Try barking again now, you dog. They use Keon like a punching bag, landing another heavy blow. Inside, Dong-gun starts to have some serious doubts. What is this? He thought the guy was supposed to be tough. Was it all just for show? He realizes he was getting scared over nothing. He wonders why meeting that bastard Aeon has made him so timid. His boss's voice crackles over the phone. You want to die? What's the situation? Seeing Keon looking like a crumpled mess, he boasts. Well, he looks like he's the captain or something, but my boys are taking care of him now, just as I figured. These drug users are all talk. After we teach him a quick lesson, we'll get out of here. Aeon casually asks back, wanting to know what the guy's expression is now. Dong-gun eagerly peeks outside to check. Yes, his expression? Why is he suddenly asking about that? From what I can see, his expression looks like he's about to explode. Dong-gun's pupils shrink in absolute horror. What is it? It's the sight of Keon, beaten to a pulp, yet still eagerly asking for more punishment. Harder! The guy now looks like a complete masochist fresh from an asylum. Please hit me harder, more, so I can feel it more clearly. At this point, the two henchmen are completely terrified. This guy is insane. Is he some kind of psycho pervert? One of the goons says. If you don't want to actually die, get lost. I really don't get this. Liking being hit this much. What a psycho. Keon, looking like he's on cloud 9, just replies. What? What's not to understand? His head tilted like a creepy doll as he whispered some truly skin-crawling words. For pleasure to exist, there must be pain. If suffering is gone, the look of bliss on his face vanished, replaced by an impossibly deep, cold glare. Then everything else disappears with it. The goon sighs, acting like he knows everything. He's seriously messed up. But while he's busy talking, Trong Keon has already appeared right beside him. So, let's experience this together. Only a moment later does the goon finally react to Trong Keon's terrifying speed. What the hell is this punk? A twisted smile crept across the goon's face, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. Trong Keon put his weight into it, trying to topple his massive opponent. With a sickening crack, he easily snapped the bigger man's leg bone. An ear-splitting scream echoed through the area just moments later. The game had just leveled up. Turns out, the hunter was now the prey. Trong Keon lost himself in his own brand of madness, even asking his victim, "How was it? Did you like it? Doesn't it make you feel alive?" Just then, the fat guy's partner circled around from behind, getting ready for a sneak attack. Die, you sick bastard. But it was never going to be that easy. Trong Keon spun around to greet him. Huh? You want a taste too? Just as the man was about to get wrecked, a voice called out, saving him. Wait! There's a phone. A trembling Dong-gun held out the iPhone, saying, he wants you to take the call, so just stop already. Long Thi could only think, damn these guys. Just let them fight each other. Trong Keon was clearly annoyed the fun was over. A bit of a shame, but I guess it's time for work. He grabbed the phone and spoke. Yes, the phone's been handed over. I'm not sure if my guess is right. A voice came through from the other end of the line. Are you Asen? I hear you've been digging around in our business everywhere. Tronkion continued. I don't know what you want, but if you don't want to die, stop now. Just let everyone fight like they always do. That's way more interesting. Limsy run, was it? He didn't forget the message. He said you'll get a chance to play with a new toy he made, so you better get ready. Have you even met the guy yet? He then mentioned a name. He's Leongon, and he's much more complete than before, so you have that to look forward to. Tronkion casually slicked his hair back and continued. Oh, and stop being so provincial and calling the police. Please, because we've already prepared everything. Nobody's like you complaining will only end up making yourselves miserable. He just kept rambling on, and on the other end, Asan was starting to get bored. And finally, if you're looking into our work, find Limsy Run or his crew. They'll do anything. It was like a switch had been flipped, and Tronkion just couldn't stop talking. We will guide you into a swamp you'll never be able to crawl out of. Finally, the person on the other end had enough and cut him off. You talk way too much. Hearing that, he got a little ticked off. Hey, I'm not joking right now. But before he could say more, Asan, completely annoyed, just hung up. He began to think. All right, what's the move now? Asan then looked at the man in front of him and spoke. You decide, Inspector. The scene shifts to the police headquarters late at night. Hi, Ungshich was passed out on a chair when Officer Kim suddenly appeared, calling his name. Officer Kang, wake up. He mumbled back, still half asleep. Huh? Spice level 0.5, please. Seeing him like this, his partner suggested he go home, shower, and get some rest. Seriously, you stink. Hi, Ungshich was finally waking up. Was I dreaming? What's going on? Officer Kim handed him a file. About that car from the last case. Remember I asked Dukai for help? Whenever I had time, I went over the CCTV and tracked its movements. Hi, Ungshich immediately asked for an update. So? How did it go? Did you find anything? Kim recalled the events and gave his full report. It led me all over the place and almost shook me, but I finally found it. Looks like it entered the parking garage of a building. It was parked there for a while, so I pulled the garage's CCTV and bingo. Officer Kim carefully explained. Someone got out of the car with Lim Trong Hun, but here's the thing, this person looked like they wanted to kill him. Aren't they supposed to be on the same team? Hi, Ungshich stared at the file in his hands. Do you have the video? He quickly got his answer. It's in the envelope. The person's wearing a hoodie and a cap, so it's tough to get an ID. But, he added, look at the last photo. Something feels off. The inspector didn't get it. What is it? He asked. And then, Hyung-shich's pupils contracted as he realized something. Just like in the file, it was a picture of a man wearing a baseball cap. A chill ran down his spine at the thought, what if he intentionally let his face be seen? The city lights flickered, shining brightly in the dark night. A soft click was heard from a nearby apartment. Asen calmly asked, Is our training session for today already over? The response was a hand grabbing his collar, but it wasn't nearly enough to faze him. Coming here at this hour, the stranger was Hyung-shich. He interrogated him furiously. What did you do? What kind of scheme did you pull? He was losing his composure, screaming, Why did you drag Lim Trong Hun into this? You think you can get away with ramming a police car? But Aeon just meets him with total indifference. Officer, you found out a little later than I thought you would. If you weren't going to do anything, I'd assume you were dropping it. But now that you know, you'll keep investigating, won't you? Seeing his attitude, Hyung-sik finally confronts him. What the hell is this, punk? This isn't a joke. You want to go to jail? Do you know we caught your face on CCTV? But again, nothing but indifference. If you came here to arrest me, you wouldn't have come alone. Hearing that, Hyung-sik freezes. What? Aeon continues. The people you're looking for, you're hoping I'll lead you right to them. Then he drops the final line. If you use police methods, you will absolutely never find them. Hyung-sik roars in pure frustration. Do you have any idea how illegal this is? If it were just that, I could maybe look the other way. But you keep dragging that kid Sejun into this. This has to end immediately. Aeon replies calmly. That car is my personal vehicle, so now you know. So, when are you planning on ending all this? I know you're all trying your best, but I can't just be expected to wait forever, can I? They're producing illegal drugs in some kind of warehouse. I hear they're making a new type specifically to sell to students. Hyung-sik is visibly horrified when he hears this. How could an officer not know? A desperate addict will do anything. Compared to my illegal activities, this is on another level. I think you should find and uproot their entire organization before more people get hurt. He pulls out his phone and offers it. Go on, officer, show me your authority. Oh, if you want. Would you like to hear his voice right now? Seems like perfect timing, someone just entered the warehouse. A panicked voice crackles through the speaker. Hey, please, you gotta say something. Hey, you damn bastard, all of our guys are dead. Hyung-sik instantly recognizes the voice, it's Trong Ki-on. Aeon, however, doesn't seem to get the connection. The voice on the other end continues its tirade. And I'm telling you, stop with this amateur hour crap of calling the cops, got it? That voice leaves Hyung-sik completely stunned. Oh, and if you start investigating us, I can't guarantee what will happen to Sejun and the other kids. I'll personally drag them into a pit they will never escape. As the threat hangs in the air, Aeon just looks annoyed. God, he talks way too much. The man on the phone screams in disbelief. What? I'm not kidding. After ending the call, Aeon asks, well? So what now? It's your decision, officer. Aeon reminds him, they aren't going to stop on their own. In fact, if you keep handling this case by the book, you won't be able to protect anyone. He looks up at Hyung-sik. And me? I'm just a guy with too much time on his hands and a bunch of gym passes to sell. If we let this go, we can't defeat the real bad guys. And with that, Aeon begins his real pitch. This is something you, as a police officer, can't do. But I can. So, leave the impossible to me. He delivers the final line, leaving Hyung-sik speechless, fighting them. That's my answer. After a long, heavy silence, Hyung-sik finally speaks. So what's the situation with that kid, Sejun? The students from the Hain incident are still all over him. He asks with doubt in his voice, shouldn't we be preventing this, instead of waiting for him to get seriously hurt? But Aeon has an answer. Some things a person has to handle themselves. Especially for someone like Sejun, who blames himself for everything. Hyung-sik offers a counter-argument. But what if Sejun gets pushed too far and becomes a criminal himself? If that happens, then it doesn't matter if it was for justice or anything else. In that moment, we all just become fools. At times like that, there's nothing left to do but trust him. The conversation ends, and the scene shifts to the faculty office. An enraged woman is shouting at the top of her lungs. No, you don't get it. It really happened, principal. I swear to you it happened. Seeing how frantic she is, the principal quickly tries to calm her down. Ma'am, please, just calm down. But she only gets louder. Calm down. This is the second time, she screeches. It's that boy again. It's him. This time it was because of him that my sweet, innocent son's arm got broken. The principal quickly leans in to whisper in her ear. Ma'am, for what it's worth, that student's father is quite close with Director Lee. But she just scoffs at the warning. What the hell? She shouts. Stay away from me. Do you think your connections let you get away with violence? Then she points right at Sejun, looking ready to tear him apart. Either way, I am not letting this go. My husband is calling the police, so you all better prepare yourselves. And get that Director Lee on the phone. I'll make absolutely sure that little punk ends up in a cell. Another teacher steps in, trying to calm the situation. Ma'am, boys will be boys, they joke around. Accidents are bound to happen. He adds that her own son was partly to blame for what happened. But this woman refuses to let it go, only making a bigger scene. When the principal tries to say something, she cuts him off. What could you possibly know? You think you know my son better than I do? I'm the one who knows him best. I know exactly what a sweet and gentle child he is. Sejun just stares at the unfolding chaos and thinks to himself he should have broken the kid's leg, too. Meanwhile, the mother is still screaming. What kind of monster will that thing grow up to be? A thug, a thief, a murderer. How do you know he won't kill someone someday? From outside the office, another teacher calls in. Mr. Principal, you should probably come see this for a moment. He asks, confused. Huh? What is it? The angry mother just keeps screeching. I don't care who it is. I want to see them. So, has the great Director Lee finally arrived? The principal tries to explain. No, it's not about that. It's in the hallway. But before he can finish, she storms out. What's in the hallway that's got you stuttering like that? With that, the old woman bursts out of the room shouting, what could possibly be in the hallway? But the sight that greets her stops her cold. She stammers, all of this. What? Curious. Sejun peeks his head out. What's going on? A voice is heard once more, saying there's no other way but to trust him. If Sejun really has cut ties with those bad guys for good. In the hallway, a young man speaks up. Well, this sure took a lot of effort. I told you we should have thought this through a little more. Thanks to Sejun, it seems everyone was finally freed from their own personal hell. It's Do-hoon, standing there with a huge crowd of students. They're exhausted from rushing over, but they all banded together to help. In a now quiet hallway, Kisuk's mother stammers, "Huh, who are they?" The principal is just as lost. "Why are you all gathered in front of the faculty room?" Do-hoon, sweating, explains, "Oh, it's nothing. These students are just witnesses to Sejun fighting Lee Jae-ik in self-defense." Another teacher asks, "You all weren't dragged here by Sun Hoon, were you?" Hearing this, the woman grits her teeth. "Where did these brats come from?" She snarls, then screams, "Who do you kids think you are, bringing a mob here? Are you trying to frame my son?" Do-hoon calmly replies, "Ma'am, please listen. Though it seems like you really don't want to, Lee Jae-ik never listened to anyone either. Turns out he's just like his mother." The woman's face twists with rage as she raises her hand. "What did you just say to me? You disrespectful little brat." Do-hoon watches as her hand swings right for his face, but just before she can slap him, he pivots and slams his own head hard against the door. The principal shouts in horror, "Madam." Kisok's mother looks completely terrified, thinking to herself, "What? I didn't even hit him that hard." But the principal keeps yelling, "There are so many people here. If you touch him, you'll be in serious trouble." She frantically tries to explain, "I swear, I barely even touched him." A friend rushes to Do-hoon's side. "Hey, are you okay? Stay with me." Do-hoon just groans, "There's blood on my head. I think it's bleeding." His friend yells out in panic, "What? Blood?" The mother instantly lunges, pointing a finger at them. "I see. So that's your game. Harming yourselves just to blame me. A bunch of ignorant kids who only know dirty tricks." Just then, 2 police officers arrive on the scene. "Good afternoon. We received a report about an assault. Ma'am, are you the one responsible for the attack? You were about to strike someone just now." Kisok's mother turns to face them. "What on earth are you talking about? My son was the one assaulted by these kids. He's being taken to the hospital right now." "Are you blind?" the police officer asks. "Then why are all these students gathered here?" The principal can only stammer, "Well, about that." Back in the teacher's office, an officer sits down. "We've pieced together today's events after speaking with the students. Every student present in the classroom testified that Lee Jae-ik was the one who attacked first. They said the school violence had been going on for a long time, and Sejun was the one who stopped it. All of their stories matched." Hearing this, the woman glares, absolutely furious. "What? Are you saying my son is a school bully? The police are letting a bunch of hooligans twist their words and turn my son into the villain? Are you people insane?" She points her finger directly in the police officer's face. "Do you have any idea how much I pay in taxes? I'm the one who pays your salaries, you know that?" Unfazed by her outburst, the officer calmly replies, "We appreciate your diligent tax payments, ma'am." He then looks up with a slight smile. "However, I cannot show favoritism to someone just because they pay more taxes. I am an officer of the people." Kisok's mother breaks out in a cold sweat. "What did you say?" Ignoring her, the officer stands up and gives a slight bow. "The students' statements are all consistent. I also reviewed the notebook given to me by one of the larger students, which details the extortion." The officer then calmly explained, saying that pressing charges wouldn't be good for her son. He told her to just agree to let the school issue an appropriate punishment. But unable to stand it, she growled at the policeman. She shrieked, "What? An agreement? Do you even know who my husband is?" The officer simply replied, "No, I don't." The principal raised his hands, trying to de-escalate. "Ah, yes, of course. The school will take appropriate disciplinary action." The officer turned back to her and said, "Ma'am, please calm down first. Let's just talk this through for a moment." But before he could finish, she screamed at the principal, "What do you mean? You think I'm making a big deal out of this?" The officer steps out the door, his eyes immediately glancing over as if he spotted something. He sees the 2 students and tells them calmly, "Just accept the school's punishment, and this will all be over. The assault is a fact." Walking closer, he explains, "I don't know the full story, but violence is wrong. It seems a lot of you kids think being a student is a free pass, huh? School violence," he warns, "isn't something that can be easily stopped." And then, the cop suddenly calls out his name. He's looking at the bigger kid, Do-hun, who just stares back blankly. "Yes, sir?" The officer locks eyes with him. "Do you realize that even if you confess or show me that notebook, you're still getting punished? A victim's forgiveness doesn't make the crime disappear." He turns and starts to walk away. "Be smart, don't get hurt. And please, try not to let me see you around here again." Do-hun is frozen in place, thinking to himself, "So cool, I'm going to be a cop." But Sejun shuts him down. "No way. Not with a history of school violence." The scene cuts. Inside an arcade, a voice suddenly rings out. "Hey, are you even trying to play fair?" Hajin snaps at her opponent, who clearly just pulled a cheap move. Play for real, she threatens, before I decide to punch you for real. Her opponent just nods along. Okay, okay. I'll play fair now. But she knows it's a lie, and a second later she's screaming. Die, die, you little jerk. I told you to stop with that cheap leg sweep. Her opponent just laughs. Hey, if I keep using it and you keep falling for it, that sounds like a skill issue. Hajin's face turns deadly serious. Hey, shut your mouth. Sejun immediately caves. Yep, sorry. Just then the game flashes. You win. He leaps up from his seat, cheering like a madman. Oh yeah, player Hajin overcomes the odds to finally show some improvement, he announces, giving her an incredibly smug grin. The skill gap is so big I could have won with one hand. Hajin just stares back, deadpan. I told you to play for real. Sejun just laughs it off. Right. That's the final straw for Hajin. She gets up and walks out. He looks totally bewildered. Huh? Where are you going? Are you really that mad over a simple arcade game? He yells. Just going to the bathroom, she mutters back, but Sejun is still all smiles. Okay. Loser buys karaoke, so go get some change, he shouts, already humming to himself. Now what song should I pick? He silently thinks. Hajin loves it when I sing ballads. That'll cheer her up. Just then, the door opens and he turns around. Oh, you're back already? Wow, that was fast. Sejun glances at the figure next to him. Hajin, I'm gonna sing this first, okay? It's the one you like. But as he looks up, he realizes it isn't her. Who are you? I think you've got the wrong room. Trong Kion just gives him a sinister smile. Oh, there's no mistake. The whole vibe shifts. Sejun is on edge, thinking, what is this? This feels dangerous. Before he can even react, bam, he gets smashed right in the head. The guy grins down at him. Honestly, I don't really know. This is because of your master, that guy Asen. He yanks Sejun up by the hair, questioning him. Someone's trying to have a polite chat, and one tiny thing just puts them in a foul mood. Trong Kion's smile is absolutely terrifying. You're going to go back and tell him something for me. What happens when you hang up the phone on someone? Then the scene cuts to a hospital room. A young Sejun calls out for his mom. Does it hurt a lot, Mom? You said you felt better yesterday. His mother smiles weakly, placing a hand on his cheek. Sejun, you were so scared, weren't you? It's only because my heart is a little bit weaker than other people's. Hearing that, the little boy just sobs as he looks at her. Then I'll give you my heart, he declares. Mine is beating really strong, Mom. She manages a small, teasing smile. Oh my. Sejun's heart is beating that strong. That's good. You're just like your dad. Still, you shouldn't eat so much junk food. You have to grow up tall and strong just like him, you hear me? Beside them, his father sits in a heavy, sad silence. Sejun looks at his mom with a pout. But I like eating junk food because you can't have it, so I'm eating it for you. She smiles so gently. Aigu, you're still such a baby, my little piglet. She then pulls out a large sweater. Ah, I almost forgot. I made this for you as a present. Ta-da, I made it myself. Hearing this, he looks up at her, totally bewildered. Huh? Mom, isn't this for a grown-up? It's huge. His dad turns and adds, that thing would probably be baggy on me. But his mother isn't having it. By the time Sejun fits into this, the style will be to wear super baggy clothes anyway. You don't know anything about fashion, so just stay quiet. The man just sighs wearily in response. Yes, dear. Sejun looks up at her and asks softly, but if I can't wear it now, why are you giving it to me? His mom's smile is blindingly bright. Take it, she says. I made it for you ahead of time, so you can wear it when you grow into it. I was afraid that when the time came to give it to you, I wouldn't be able to. Sejun asks, confused. Why? Are you going somewhere, Mom? She can't hold back her emotions anymore, her face crumbling. With tears in her eyes, she tells him, because I'll always be right here, in your heart and in Dad's. Seeing his mom acting so strange, the boy panics. Mom, why are you crying? Are you in pain again? The scene cuts to her funeral portrait. It was the first time since he was born that he truly cried. His entire world simply fell apart. Back in the present, Sejun turns to leave. I'm off to school. He thinks to himself, this harsh world doesn't even give his father time to grieve. His father waved distractedly. Off you go, son. Hajin's dad is picking you up today. Yes, Professor, of course. Anything you ask, no matter how small, I'll give it my all. He figured it was because reality was cruel, and his father had to bear so many burdens all on his own. He never felt sad that his dad didn't have much time for him. He was the kind of man who always put work first. His face was a lifeless mask of sorrow. Mom was gone too. That was reality, and for him, it was the greatest sadness. In the apartment complex, a door opened. And maybe, he thought, that's when it all started. A bewildered Sejun asked, "Huh? What are you?" Hajin shot back with a scowl. "What do you mean? What? Why are you so late, you pig? I've been waiting forever. You want to die?" Just like that, Hajin suddenly appeared and barged right into his life. He chuckled at her. "What's with your hair?" Hajin's face flushed with embarrassment as she yelled, "What? What's wrong with my hair? Is it weird?" From then on, through good times and bad, Hajin was always there. She then frowned at him. "Don't you dare be late from now on. You were just too early." Sometimes, he thought, they were like siblings. Time passed, and the two of them grew up. Hajin grinned at Sejun. "Hey, I started learning judo recently. It's awesome." Sejun replied, completely bored. "You learn it then. Why should I?" Sometimes it felt like they were just friends. Hajin, now older, just smiled at him. Hey, yesterday a cute guy from the boys' school next door asked for my number. Should I go meet him?" Sejun answered lazily. "Decide for yourself. Why are you asking me? Just give me an answer." And sometimes, it felt like they were lovers. Hajin was a young woman now. She turned to look at Sejun. "After class today, let's not go straight home. Let's get skewers, mango salad, and ice cream. You already agreed, okay? And stop eating only bread and instant noodles every day, you little pig." And sometimes, he thought, she was like a mother. The scene shifts to Hajin turning her head, and he wondered what was happening. But wait, what did she just say? Was this a dream? A look of pure shock spread across Sejun's face. "What?" A bruised and battered Hajin now turned to him. "Why didn't you answer your phone back then? Why did you leave me all alone?" His eyes shot open. He was stunned as she lunged forward to hug him, shielding him from the brute's kicks. Trong Kion smirked with satisfaction. "How's that? Feel better getting hit while your boyfriend holds you?" Instantly, Sejun threw his arms around her, flipping her over and protecting her tightly. Hajin's face was filled with terror. "Hey, are you okay?" "Snap out of it," he replied. "I'm sorry." Hajin didn't understand. "What? Why are you suddenly?" He spoke softly. "And thank you, for everything. Now it's my turn." The thug saw this and roared. "What are you two whispering about over there? Trying to die together?" But before he could even finish his taunt, a force slammed him backward. It was Sejun, tackling him head-on. The thug just raised a hand in praise. "Nice." The man's face was now a mask of insane excitement. "That's it. Good, that's the way it should be. You have to give as good as you get." His laughter was cut short as Sejun slammed him so hard his head crashed into the object behind him. He didn't stop, raising his fist to strike again. The force of the blow shattered the arcade machine behind them. The thug let out a pained groan, coughed, and then collapsed onto the floor. Sejun stared down at him, emotionless. "I don't know who you are, and I don't care. But you should have made your move the second you touched me." Trong Kion sneered back. "Your punch is stronger than I thought, huh? It's been a while since I've felt any pain." The man stuck out his tongue. Don't stop. Hit me again. If you stop now, you and that little girl are dead." Before the thug finished his threat, Sejun cut him off. "Yeah, I know." He slammed his fist into the man's head, then followed up with several more punches. Hajin screamed in fear. "Sejun, stop, please, stop. You're going to kill him." Only then did he stop, panting heavily. "That's right. That was the point. Now I'm sure of it." But the thug wouldn't shut up, still taunting him. "If I don't die, then everyone around you will." Sejun responded calmly. A monster like him will never stop until he gets exactly what he wants. The image freezes on Sejun grabbing the thug's head and smashing it into the arcade screen. This time, Trong Kion whispered, "Please, spare me." For a moment, it seemed like remorse. But then he grinned like a lunatic. "You really think I'd beg like that?" "The clock is ticking," Sejun. "If you don't kill me before the cops get here," Trong Kion continued to provoke him, "I will kill every single person you care about. And of course, I'll start with your precious girlfriend." Sejun's eyebrow twitched as he stared at the man. "Hey, are you trying to provoke me? You want me to give you what you deserve?" With that, he grabbed the man by the hair and dragged him. "You asked for this." Trong Kion was still smiling brightly. "You think this is a good idea?" Reaching a more secluded spot, Sejun threw him to the ground. "This kid's a real man." Trong Kion lifted his head to look at Sejun. "Why'd you drag me into this cramped little space? Afraid of being embarrassed?" Sejun calmly picked up a microphone. "What are you going to do with that?" He raised it high, looking down at the man below. "Go on, do it. I'm dying to hear a cheerful song." The sound of impact echoed through the room. The thug's face showed fear, but he still talked tough. "Back off, kid. This isn't a game, Hain yells, rushing in to stop him. Sejun, stop. Just stop. Are you out of your mind? Have you thought this through? She screams at him. If he dies, even if it's self-defense, you're throwing your own life away. Her hand trembles as she desperately grabs onto Sejun's. This is more than enough. Please just stop, she begs, trying to snap him out of his rage. Let's just let the adults handle this from here, okay? Sejun looks at Hain with cold eyes. If things were ever that easy, I wouldn't have had to go this far. Hain? In-Keon lets out a twisted grin. You're so naive. An adult dreaming like that. You're no different from me. Even if we're similar, we have our own roles to play. I'm not a kid anymore. He drives another fist straight into the punk's face. Shut your mouth, little boy. The adults are talking. Tears stream down her face. Stop. Just stop. Inside, she's screaming for anyone to help. But the psycho just sticks his tongue out. Lulu, time's up. You don't get a second chance. Are you really going to waste this opportunity? At those words, Sejun raises the microphone high once again. Don't worry, he says. I won't miss it. Hain screams, Sejun, no. The villain just grins. That's right, finish it. But suddenly, someone launches themselves forward, wrapping their arms around Sejun and stopping him cold. It's Sang-shu. If he dies, you're done for. Sejun, we made a lot of promises, remember? You can't go to prison, you hear me? With that, Sang-shu uses all his strength to hoist Sejun up. Sejun is in total shock, thinking, no, not this kid. Wait a minute. He gets slammed hard onto the ground, letting out a pained groan. And then, out of nowhere, a hand smacks the villain across the head. What did you just say? Is that how you stop someone? Were you trying to kill him too? Hain sobs, looking at the newcomer. You said you'd come right away. Why are you so late? And what's with this idiot? Hai Eung-sik just offers a sheepish grin. This kid was the closest one, so I called him first. My bad. You okay? He then turns, worriedly asking about Sejun. Is he still breathing? Hain stammers out a reply. Yeah, he's breathing. But there's a lot of blood. I think he needs to go to the emergency room. Hearing that, Hai Eung-sik nods, putting a hand on Sang-shu's head as they both apologize. Okay, get him to the ER. I'll handle things here. Sejun will go with this bald kid. Sang-shu immediately retorts, I'm not bald. As Sang-shu piggybacks Sejun, he turns back to ask Hain, Are you gonna miss me? She just waves him off. Just go already. Yes, ma'am. In-Keon turns to the detective. Hey, the fun is just getting started. Who the hell are you? He looks up at Hai Eung-sik and unleashes a torrent of insults. You're just another damn cop, tied up by the law, late to the scene, and completely useless. The detective seems almost defeated by the rant. All right, fine, I agree. So just stop talking. Now, I want to try something a little different. Cut to a police interrogation room. A voice commands, hands out. There he is, In-Keon, cuffed and locked up, but he's still smiling. What's this? Something special? You like playing detective? Hi, Eung-sik replies calmly. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I love it. It'd be great if you liked it too. But the punk just asks, still, aren't you detectives supposed to be busy these days? There's nobody here. Order me a bowl of soup, would you? It's been a while. In response, Hai Eung-sik simply raises his middle finger. Sorry, but I don't spend money on insects. Why don't you just starve and go to sleep instead? In-Keon just laughs, impressed. Such a cute detective. What's your name? I could break out of here in a heartbeat, you know, but I'm tired, so I'll stay for one night, okay? Leaving all alone? He continues. Since I'm in a great mood, my treat. Go on, order the soup. Hey, where'd you go? You're leaving me alone? Seeing the detective already far down the hall, In-Keon calls out, You're really leaving? This is a first for me. What happened to a criminal's human rights? They're gone. Just gone. What has this world come to? The room plunges into darkness. He chuckles to himself. What's this? Turning off the lights to wish me goodnight? I like your style, kid. Suddenly, a foot stomps down hard on his hand. Before he can even process it, it stomps again, with crushing force. What the? Where did that come from? In-Keon looks up, a grin spreading across his face as if he can't feel pain. Thought you left. Too embarrassed, so you turned off the lights. What? Can't a detective smell filth when it's right here? Who is it? A new voice cuts through the dark. Quiet. Why is this dog barking so much? Recognizing the voice, the creep's face lights up with glee. Oh, that voice. You're not a cop, are you? No, I don't have any info. He can't even finish the sentence before a hand grabs his hair, brutally yanking him from the cell. In-Keon looks at his captor, ecstatic. You gonna lock me up like this just to beat me? Right here in a police station? You like it rough, huh? The man in the hat just smirks. And Keon is still smiling. Why the grin? I'm over here. The man replies, no, it's not that. Let me tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a kid. Just like you. The more I hit him, the wider he'd grin, baring all his teeth. The man's eyes suddenly flash with pure, chilling cruelty. But by the time I left, he wasn't smiling anymore. You know why? He asks, leaning in close. Because that kid's mouth wasn't there anymore. Now that's something I'm looking forward to. The thug just laughs. So what? We're inside the Republic of Korea's police station. Before Trong Keon could finish his taunt, he was getting pummeled relentlessly. But he still managed to scream, this bastard is on a completely different level. Aeon yanked Trong Keon up by the collar. You're asking if I can handle the consequences. That won't be necessary. Not if I handle things the way you guys do. Trong Keon looked baffled. Huh? The way we do things? Aeon explained with a smug grin. There are no witnesses here. And thanks to the power outage, no security cameras either. Besides, who's going to believe a lowlife caught red-handed for assaulting a minor? No matter how this plays out, you're the criminal, not me. Trong Keon shot back sarcastically. Damn, you're right. You and that police officer, has the whole world gone completely insane? A law-abiding cop faking a crime scene with some nobody pretending to be a security guard. Aeon raised a hammer, his voice dripping with venom. There you go, now you're getting it. Scum like you need to face some physical punishment before the law ever gets a chance. Think of it as tenderizing meat. Trong Keon panicked. Hey, that's not a meat tenderizer. Aeon smashed it into his head. It is at my house, you bastard. No, Trong Keon screamed, pure terror finally sinking in. For the first time, he seriously wondered, am I actually going to die? What's wrong? Still feel like laughing? Aeon taunted. Trong Keon threatened weakly. Using a weapon is a crime, you bastard. This isn't over. He pointed a trembling finger. People will find out. Damn you, you arrogant punk. I'll be waiting for you. And your whole crew. Aeon just scoffed. You really need to learn how to read the room. You know what happens to thugs who get beaten until they're twisted like a centipede? Suddenly, Trong Keon grabbed his arm. You son of a bitch, wait. Aeon didn't waste any more words, just landed another punch. By now, Trong Keon was a mangled mess. Then, Aeon began to count. Teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still plenty left. Aeon was like the devil himself. Just bear with me. I'm an expert at not killing people, so don't worry. Aeon seemed impressed with his own work, then simply continued the brutal torture. And all of this was happening inside a police station. Meanwhile, across town at a hospital, Sejun spoke up. Hajin, I'm fine, really. The doctor said it's nothing serious, just a few days of rest. But Hajin just exploded. Nothing serious? Are you kidding me? You moron, your head was cracked open and bleeding everywhere. And that guy from before, she couldn't help asking. Who was he? Why did he help? Was it because of me? Hajin started to cry. You only got hurt because of what happened that day. No, that's not it. Hajin, Zichun said bluntly, you're giving yourself way too much credit. The world cares a lot less about you than you think. So naturally, Hajin punched him. He looked like he was about to die all over again. Hey, I'm the patient here. Don't you dare try and sweep this under the rug, you pig. I have to get back to the gym, so you'd better not cause any more trouble. Me, cause trouble? Not a chance, Zichun insisted. That cop knows how to handle things himself. Suddenly, Soon's voice cut in. Aeon, it's so late, you didn't have to come. The doctor said it was nothing serious. Aeon paused. Hajin, can you give me a minute alone with Zaechun? She was taken aback. Oh, of course. She couldn't help but wonder what was up. It had been a long time since his face looked that serious. Zichun asked with concern. Hey, are you okay? What happened? I'm sorry, Aeon admitted. I never expected that guy to come after you so suddenly. Zichun nodded grimly. So he really was one of them. It's a much larger criminal organization than I thought, Aeon replied. I tried to handle it alone, and you got caught in the crossfire. Zichun hesitated for a second before asking, so, how did it go with him? That guy runs an illegal drug factory, Aeon explained, and it seems he's supplying some of the students. A vicious face appeared on screen. Aeon continued. Take Leongon, for example. If you run into him, you have no idea what could happen. It's incredibly dangerous. Officer Kang and I are planning to handle this, so you need to stay out of it now. But Jae-chun immediately refused. No, I can't. He was dead serious. And Sang-shu told me I have a job to do. The brains of the operation, they call them Director Han and Manager Kim. Those are the guys filming my fights, broadcasting them illegally, and making a ton of money from the footage. If I stop fighting now, Sejun analyzed, they'll just cut their losses and disappear for good. We'll never find them. So to draw out Leon Gon, director Han, and manager Kim, I have to be the bait. His eyes were filled with a fierce determination. It's the only way to catch them all, including everyone who watches those streams. It's how we make every last one of them pay. What do you say? Jae-chun asked. Aeon simply replied, First, get better. Don't come back to me looking like this again. You have to leave already? Jae-chun asked. But wait, what happened to that drug dealer? Aeon pictured Trong Kion's face and said, Well, his cheekbones and jaw are completely shattered, and all of his teeth are broken or gone. Aeon stated coldly. He's basically crippled for life. Sejun was shocked. He did that to himself inside a holding cell? On the other end, Manager Kim gave the official report. The suspect was already severely injured at the time of arrest. According to police, he had irrationally harmed himself inside the detention room. That's psycho. Manager Kim tried to calm the situation, knowing they couldn't afford to make a big scene out of it. He had to have some kind of connection to the cops, Junyu reasoned with a troubled look. Why would that maniac seek out Lim Se-chun and stir up trouble? All he had to do was follow orders. This is exactly why I hate addicts. Manager Kim expressed his helplessness, adding he was still unconscious so there was no way to know his motives. Will this really be okay? Shutting down the factory temporarily? Junyu seemed unfazed, though he knew it sounded like a huge deal. Haven't you heard the saying, the best defense is a good offense? All of a sudden, he wanted some amberjack. He ignored Manager Kim's annoyed face, declaring that if you're afraid of being attacked, you'll just be dragged around. Then Junyu grabbed a towel. So to stop them from setting up their base there, I have to drop by at least once. I'll say hello to Aeon and Sechun too. Suddenly, Junyu got excited. By the way, is Hajin still resting at the gym? It must still be tough for her. She's a strong kid. Junyu cracked a smile. Well then, it's been a while. Time to go for some light sparring. That day at the boxing gym, two fighters were battling it out fiercely. Manager Kim was hyped. Yes, that's it, he shouted. Don't let him escape. Keep the pressure on him, son. Manager Kim cheered. His opponent was staggering. Don't miss this chance. End it now. The trainee's mind was reeling. This guy's insane. This kind of power and speed. It's just unbelievable. He tried to block, but every one of his guards was broken through. As Du-hun's fist flew in, he knew he couldn't dodge, he had to block it. The student barely managed to parry a blow from Du-hun. Before he could recover, Du-hun threw another light punch. The student luckily dodged again. Manager Kim's smile grew even wider. Good. Perfect shot. Finish it. The trainee was crying on the inside. Manager Kim, this was supposed to be a light boxing spar. While the trainee collapsed in a heap, Manager Kim was thrilled. That's never gonna happen. Let's stop here. Du-hun rushed over, asking, Are you okay? The student was trembling. I'm fine, you did great, but… Are you really a high school student? Du-hun just nodded. Yeah, do I look old? The trainee quickly corrected himself. No, it's not like that at all. Manager Kim couldn't hide his pride. Hey Du-hun, keep this up and you'll completely sweep the entire competition. There's no one left to train with you anymore. Manager Kim threw his arms out wide, exclaiming he'd have to bring in an active professional boxer just for him. Doc Hai really sent us a true masterpiece. Where has he been hiding you? And don't worry about the money. Hey kid, I'll take full responsibility, so just follow me to the very end, okay? Du-hun beamed with a bright smile. Thank you so much, manager. I'll work hard. But in his head, he was thinking, his voice is so loud. Manager Kim's spit flew with his passion. It's really not easy to find someone with both your talent and your work ethic. Have you ever really fought someone on your level until now? Other than a pro, I bet you haven't lost to anyone. Du-hun wondered, do you mean under boxing rules? Manager Kim agreed enthusiastically. Yes, boxing. So how about it? There were two people, actually. One was in a clearly different weight class, but his skills were incredible, and the other one was in a lower weight class than me. But I didn't have even a sliver of hope that I could win. Du-hun thought of Junyu, and the most surprising thing was that boxing wasn't even his main skill. Meanwhile, Manager Kim was stunned. Are you telling me you're planning on going to that gym? Junyu asked confusedly. Yeah, why? Is that a problem? Manager Kim retorted. Who do you think you are? Going around doing some kind of promotional tour? He voiced his concern. There are only a handful of denjitsu users in Korea. If rumors get out, they'll dig up your past in no time. Junyu just replied, What does it matter? I'm not a pro athlete anymore. Junyu hesitated. And besides, There are some things you just shouldn't hide. Manager Kim immediately suggested a different path. Anyway, that Sejun kid is injured right now, so he probably won't be at the gym. I have a much more interesting idea, so just head into work for now. The look on Junyu's face was pure disgust. Ugh, I really hate going to work. Maybe I should just take a sick day? In a flash, evening had fallen, and someone called out in the office. Mr. Junyu, the section chief called out. Manager Han. Junyu replied, "Ah, yes, chief." The section chief was all smiles. "These are the materials for tomorrow morning's meeting. Can you make a PowerPoint for me? You know I like a modern style, right?" Junyu looked slightly annoyed. "Sir, it's 5:59 right now." The chief just dismissed his concern. "A little overtime will do you good. Why are you acting so weird? You've been working here for so long. Why are you acting like an amateur?" Junyu tried to explain. "It's not that, chief. Besides, this is Manager Kim's work." But the chief just shot him down. "Manager Kim has an important appointment today, and I have a blind date. I need to get married too, you know." As soon as he finished speaking, the section chief pointed, his gesture an unmistakable order. "Manager Han, handsome as ever. Send it over to me first. I'm counting on you." Modern style. Junyu was utterly speechless. What a complete jerk. After he finished, Junyu let out a deep sigh. This overtime was a total killer. At least it wasn't rush hour, so the traffic was pretty light. He stood before the elevator, but the scene inside sent a cold shiver down his spine. Junyu quickly bowed. "Good evening, Vice President." Du barely spared him a glance. His assistant, Di-Huin, rushed to say, "Please wait for the next car." Junyu nodded. "Of course." Di-Huin looked embarrassed. "My apologies, Vice President. I didn't confirm the time. Everyone else has already left for the day." Du barked an order. "Secretary Kang, I'm going down first. You take another elevator, get the documents from my desk, and bring them to me." "I completely forgot." The secretary panicked. "The documents on your desk? I will bring them right away." Du urged her to hurry. "Hey, you, get in." Junyu tried to refuse. "No, it's fine. I can take the next one." But Du was firm. "Get in, now." Junyu had to agree. "Yes, sir." Even Secretary Kang could tell this was strange. What was going on? That prickly Cheebol, riding with a regular employee? This was the same jerk who acted disgusted just sharing an elevator with someone like him. Junyu pressed the floor button, and a heavy silence descended. Du broke it. "Going to class?" "No," Junyu replied. "The gym, then." Junyu was confused. "No. Why do you ask?" Du ignored the question. "Then why are you still at the company?" Du pressed on. "And you wear a backpack to work? What are you, some kind of kid?" Junyu answered evenly. "It's practical. Lots of people use them now." Duyu's face twisted into a thuggish sneer as he asked, "How's your mother?" Junyu's expression immediately darkened. "What did you just say?" Duyu feigned realization. "Ah, that's right," he said mockingly. "Your mother's been gone for a while, hasn't she? I totally forgot. I must have confused her with one of father's other mistresses. My apologies." The insults poured out. "That's right, isn't it? A bastard with a shady background. I have no idea what Dad was thinking letting you into this company." Du warned him. "Don't you get any strange ideas. Just do your job properly down there. Cleaning up the VIP lounges, handing out their spending money, that's the kind of blood running through your veins, just like your mother." Du continued. "And don't get any dumb ideas from watching movies or TV shows. But since we share half our blood, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you the highest place you could ever possibly climb." He leaned in with a final sneer. "The toilet bowl in my house. That's the highest you'll ever get." Junyu seethed with a rage he couldn't unleash. Du added one last comment. "Oh, and by the way, don't expect overtime pay." But behind him, Junyu suddenly smiled. That psycho. Still as boring and predictable as ever, he pulled out his phone. "A toilet is pretty important, isn't it? It would be so frustrating if you needed one and it suddenly broke." On the other end, Chief Kim answered, "Yeah, you're done? What about Lai Yongin?" Chief Kim was buzzing with excitement. "He's in perfect condition now, right? I'll start the preparations." Junyu gave his instructions. "Notify the VIPs, the broadcast is moved to next week. Tell them the match between Lee Yonggan and Im Chun is officially set." Suddenly, a menacing pair of eyes appeared behind Junyu. It was Yonggan, ambushing him with a brick in his hand. This fight is going to get a little hardcore. The next morning at the villa, Chief Kim was curious. "But why are we moving forward so suddenly? You said we would wait until Im Chun's condition improved." Junyu immediately began his explanation. "My father's eldest son doesn't seem to get it, so I'm going to show him." Chief Kim understood instantly. Ah, that trash, Vice President. Show him what? Junyu took a sip of his drink. The things that turn this world upside down, they always start from the darkest corners. First, Junyu analyzed the situation. People who have everything money can buy become obsessed with the things it can't. Junyu painted a picture of violence, stimulation, and everything illegal that they secretly craved. Say you broadcast a schoolgirl getting assaulted. If it ends there, it leaves a bad taste, Junyu explained. But Im-chun is her friend, hunting down the attackers for violent revenge. We protect and fund him by broadcasting it all, like we're sponsoring an agent of justice. It lets them rationalize their urges while getting a thrill. A bitter, contemptuous smile crossed Junyu's face. That bastard vice president. He really thinks my only job is to clean up VIP crap. But he has no idea that I'm the one who holds all those VIPs' lives in my hands. Chief Kim paused, then asked, So, where's the location this time? Junyu answered without a moment's hesitation. A school. It's the perfect setting for a student brawl. Contact the student, son. Tell him to keep Im-chun behind after class next week. Then make up an excuse about a family emergency and leave. Chief Kim questioned it. Isn't that a bit too obvious? Junyu just shrugged. So what if it is? Lee Yonggan's useless to us after this anyway. For all we know, the two of them might even stage it for us. Chief Kim had another question. If Im-chun knows Lee Yonggan is coming, will he spare the student son? Junyu's reply was cold. No, he's useless. Son's greatest purpose was to train Im-chun, anyway. Chief Kim was curious. So in this match, who are you rooting for? Flashing back to the present, just as Yonggan attacked from behind, Junyu's answer hung in the air. Well, I haven't decided yet. Anyway, letting Zichun win would definitely be more interesting, right? But then again, who knew? La Yonggan was never the predictable type. The scene cuts to that afternoon, where Yonggan's eyes were burning with raw aggression. Zichun spun around in terror, narrowly dodging a brick Yonggan had thrown. Even Yonggan was surprised. What the? Zichun countered with a hard punch to his leg. The sudden tumble left Yonggan completely baffled. What is this bastard doing? Zichun scrambled over him, making Yonggan lose his balance. Damn it! Before Yonggan could finish his thought, Zichun grabbed him by the neck, whispering, So we finally meet. Lee Yonggan. I'm so happy to finally meet you. Desperate, Yonggan choked out. You bastard. You knew I was coming? Zichun answered with disgust. Don't say anything. Your breath stinks. He tightened his grip. Let's fight first and talk later. Yonggan started to tremble. You're still choking me, you son of a bitch. Zichun said cryptically. That wasn't my intention. Yonggan was shocked. What? Zichun explained. I was aiming to completely shatter your jaw. But Yonggan just burst out laughing. Looks like you just don't get it. Late one night at the school grounds, Yonggan spoke up. Hajin, right? That's her name. That girl's a hell of a fighter, not to be underestimated. Even when she was beaten to a pulp like a lifeless corpse after brawling with a dozen guys, she wouldn't even let out a single groan. Yonggan spread his arms. This is thrilling. You're so cool. I just had to fight you myself. Zichun simply replied, Yeah, don't worry, because I'm going to pay you back 1,000 times over. He lunged forward with a thunderous punch, the impact echoing for miles. Zichun pressed his advantage with a flurry of attacks but quickly realized something was very wrong. He was landing clean hits while his opponent was wide open, but they had no effect. Yonggan was still smiling. You're really holding back. Go on, hit me with everything you've got. He provoked him. Harder, you bastard. Zichun's hesitation was immediately exploited. How could he be this fast? Zichun wondered. Now it was Yonggan's turn to counter, unleashing a relentless barrage of his own. Zichun struggled to block the fist. Yonggan mocked. Fighting back now, are we? That's right. Hurry up and do something. Zichun knew that even if he attacked, it wouldn't have any real effect. It looked like he had no choice but to use jujitsu. It was hard to tell if he took his shirt off to fight seriously or if he was just an attention seeker. Zichun told himself he'd just have to rely on what he learned from Sang-soo. Yonggan clicked his tongue. That expression, she had the same one. Zichun was confused. What? Yonggan's face lit up. Yes, that's the one. The same expression Hajin had, as if she could win with her jujitsu skills. That night, in her apartment, Hajin was training relentlessly. In that past fight, Hajin was helpless. Her attacks had absolutely no effect on him. She thought to herself that his reach was too long, blocking all her strikes. She needed to land a critical hit by waiting for him to attack first. Yonggan was confused. What are you thinking about? Why'd you stop? If you won't attack, I will. He charged forward without hesitation. This was the exact opening Hajin was waiting for. She quickly executed a spectacular uppercut. When dodging by leaning back, one's lower body moves forward. She turned her height disadvantage into an opening, forcing him into a defensive state to win. But there was one thing Hajin never expected. This bastard claimed he had never even practiced jujitsu before. Yongan sneered, "Jujitsu or whatever, one good hit and your brain shuts off." Hajin was in disbelief. "This is insane. This guy is built like a skeleton." She struggled but managed to flip him, grabbing Yongan by the neck. "I'll show you what having your brain shut off really feels like," she threatened. Yongan smirked. "Oh really? You mean like this?" With a slight twist, he instantly grabbed a handful of Hajin's hair. "This is how you fight back." Yongan slammed Hajin hard onto the ground. She had lost all her strength. He gloated. "This is what getting beaten really feels like, right?" Back in the present, Yongan was mid-story when he was suddenly punched. He was seriously annoyed. "I'm in the middle of a flashback. You have no manners," Yongan threatened. "Do you want to get beaten just like Hajin did?" Getting hit triggered a memory for Xe Chun. Aeon had taught him that you have to taunt your opponents, to get in their heads. It's psychological warfare. Aeon believed that if provoked, they would act on emotion and end up messing everything up. Just keep trash-talking like you're dealing with clowns. If you try to fight them all seriously, you'll just burn yourself out. Aeon had even suggested that if Yongan was too strong to beat, he should just attack that spot. Zichun still had his doubts. "So I should use fancy trash talk?" "Of course," Aeon replied. "It's the ultimate skill. But isn't Li Yongan supposed to be unable to feel pain right now?" Aeon just scoffs. "There's nothing impressive about that. Without that skill, it's almost impossible to maintain perfect balance. Abusing drugs like that just numbs the pain receptors. It doesn't fix a thing. So, he just needs to destroy that function. And it's all over." Back in the present, Yongan looks genuinely surprised. He glares mockingly. "You fight just like her. You think this is some jujitsu competition? You want to end up crazy like her, too?" Yongan pushes forward relentlessly. "Keep fighting like that, and I'll put you in the hospital right beside her." Suddenly, Zichun starts singing, "I'm looking for sweet candy baby. My heart is all aflutter." Just as expected, Yongan gets triggered. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Sejun just smiles. "Oh, just something I saw in my favorite movie." Yongan is completely lost. "You crazy bastard, what's gotten into you?" Then Sejun grabs his leg. "This right here." Sechun's move is decisive. "While you were wondering what I was doing, I was already breaking your toes." Yongan never saw it coming from this madman. Sechun just taunts him. "You sure do talk a lot. You drug addict, you think this is some martial arts tournament?" Sechun lifts his leg higher. "With limbs this long, I'll let you taste what it's like to have every single joint broken." Inside the school, the two of them are locked in a life-or-death struggle. Sechun clearly has the upper hand, grabbing Yongan's leg and snapping it. Finally, Yongan feels the pain. "Damn it, you monkey, that hurts. The drugs must be wearing off. He can't let it end like this, not yet. Just a little more." "Don't worry." Sechun reassures him coldly. "I'm not stopping after just breaking a few of your bones, so you can relax." While Yongan contemplates his entire existence, Sechun unleashes another punch, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. Yongan forces a grim smile. "Yeah, you're right. Ending it like this would feel empty. What have I even been doing?" He starts rambling, with no strength left to fight or even resist. It seems Yongan is trying to play mind games now. "Please let me live. Please just let me live," he mutters. It begged me to stop, but I kept hitting. Just a few minor details. Sechun just stares him down. "Then I'll let you experience that exact feeling for yourself." "No, it has to be worse than that." Sechun's voice fills with rage. Compared to the pain Hain had to endure, this is nothing. The scumbag Yongan is completely drained. The drugs have totally worn off. In the end, it was all over, leaving only Yongan's piercing screams behind. The security guard hears something. "A man's scream? Is someone still in the school?" The guard mumbles. "I've still got patrol time left, but man, this is annoying." Suddenly, a tall man approaches him. "How did you get in here?" "You've done a good job," the tall man says smoothly. "You still have about an hour of patrol left, so why don't you take a few more laps? I'll make it worth your while." Just then, Asan appears from behind. This guy's a greedy scumbag who thinks money can solve absolutely everything. The tall man whips around, startled. "Finally caught up to you," Asen says. "I passed out last time and forgot to ask you something." The tall man stammers in fear. You damn monkey, how did you know I was here?" Asen replies calmly. "You don't need to know that. How's your leg doing?" Asen sneers. "Come to think of it, A guy like you who works for money would know a lot of information. That's why I waited for you to come out. Asen's announcement is dead serious. From this moment on, I'm kidnapping you. The tall man couldn't hide the raw fear on his face. What, are you crazy? It might look like I'm alone today, but that's just a trick. Do I look that naive? What are you trying to pull? Asan doesn't waste words, using the methods of his district. Like this, Asan states it plainly. In the end, humans always need tools. Back in the classroom, Yonggan is rolling on the ground in despair. Damn it, isn't this going too far? Sejun feigns surprise. What happened to not feeling any pain? I didn't think your tolerance was this pathetic. Sejun closes in. My guess is the drugs wore off, right? Yonggan panics. Stop it, get out of here. You bastard, I just need a break. Yonggan's pleas are hopeless. Stop it. He can't help but scream. What is this? Sejun's face is completely blank. Now that's the scream I wanted to hear. So, from now on, Yonggan is now completely motionless. Sejun grabs Yonggan. How did you torture Hain that day? Sejun's eyes turn ice cold. Now, I want you to feel it, slowly. But Yonggan still hopes for mercy. Hey, no, wait, both my ankles are broken. Sejun doesn't care and dives in, raining down punches. Yonggan is done for. But suddenly, a hand stops Sejun's fist. Sejun turns his head. You promised you wouldn't interfere. Do-hun hesitates. I know, but you need to stop. Do-hun tries to reason with him. He absolutely deserves to die, but you're going to get hurt too. Get up and think about this. Looking at Yonggan's mangled body, Do-hun continues. It's already over. There's no turning back from this. Sejun is silent for a long moment. Do-hun reminds him of that day, insisting it was absolutely not his fault. Hain thinks so too. Inside the building, there isn't a single shred of light. Yonggan drags his broken body across the floor, trying to push himself up. His face is beaten to a pulp as he whispers weakly, Please, help me. I can't feel both of my legs. Across from him, a cameraman hears his call and gives a brutal reply. That's not my job. The man's words become even more inhuman. If the team leader suddenly loses contact, the other staff members will show up anyway. Just wait a bit. The cameraman brings the lens right up to Yonggan's face, capturing every bruise and every drop of blood in perfect clarity. The guy keeps prodding him. Come on, wake up. Look at the camera. Give us your thoughts on the match. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, the sky is slowly turning to dusk. Zhan Qian sits inside a huge room, watching Yonggan's bruised face with absolute delight. This one is definitely going to blow the previous matches out of the water. Is that really okay? As you can see, even with serious injuries, he doesn't feel a thing. His motor functions are already off the charts. Hearing that, the man speaks up. But if we win this match, we gain more trust. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Since the fighter Yonggan isn't any good at jiu-jitsu, this result was only natural. But what if a fighter could combine both boxing and grappling? What happens then? His eyes flick over to the blonde man standing behind Zhan Qian, a VIP player, for example. The old man hears this, covering his mouth as a plan starts to form. Even so, they have to test that kid out. But is there a risk if their own players use the drug? Zhan Qian's face twists into a cunning expression, a strange, eerie smile spreading across his face. What is it? Representative Han obviously knows everything, but as you know, there are always different levels to the game. Yes, in that case, they will also check on the progress of the other kids. I am very interested in this event. Let's be real, it's clear that matches with real emotion are always more interesting. Zhan Qian's expression suddenly changes. That's just me talking. Why don't you try checking on that friend of yours? At least then I might reconsider. That friend, you mean? Yes, that's the one. He walks a few steps, then stops, slowly turning his head back to answer. Im Se-chun is that friend. The scene cuts to another large room. After hearing the whole story, Manager Kim speaks up, looking surprised. I never even thought of that. It's more interesting, right? So how should we plan this? Let's get thinking. Captain Kang still hasn't been found? He replies that it's possible the same thing happened to Aeon. He thinks he needs to come up with a countermeasure. If Captain Kang has anything to report, a visit to Aeon might be in order. You already racked your brain trying to figure out how to talk to him last time. He knows that's true. Yes, this is the perfect time to walk right into enemy territory. So we're going now? He just crosses his arms and smiles faintly. No, we'll go later. Besides, it's almost the end of the year. Elsewhere, under a clear blue sky, the city is as bustling and noisy as ever. Sejun is standing in a corner, hugging himself against the chilly winter weather. Suddenly, Hain's small frame appears right beside him. She immediately jumps up and locks his neck in a chokehold, almost suffocating him. After their warm greeting, they both look at each other and just burst out laughing. Hain is smiling, obviously happy to see him again. You look way brighter than when you were fat as a pig, she teases. Welcome back, you pighead. Sejun immediately plays along with her teasing. I know, right? But since I lost weight, some girls have been asking for my number. Hain smiles brightly and replies, Oh really? Do you have a death wish? He looks her over and then asks, Hey, what's different about you today? You look prettier or something? Since it's almost Christmas, a giant pine tree has been set up on the street. Today is a special day, so I'm in a good mood. But did you accidentally wear your uncle's shirt? Shops crowd the streets on all sides as Hain continues to talk. Sejun, there's something I was wondering. Seeing her hesitate, Sejun prompts her, What's wrong? His uncle is worried about the scars that still bother him from what happened back at school. It's most likely because of that incident. He starts to answer her, but is suddenly hit with a hard smack from Hain. What are you talking about? Getting a few scratches here and there is normal when you're practicing jujitsu. Stop worrying about it and focus on the menu so we can order some food. Alright, that's good. Just be careful when you're practicing jujitsu, okay? That useless kid of yours is probably getting hurt constantly. A moment later, she says pessimistically, and I'm still exactly what that old red-haired woman and that blonde jerk said I was. Because I don't know a thing about the dangerous stuff happening. Seeing her like this, he just looks at Hain in silence. Sejun thinks to himself. There are two things he realized as he defeated them one by one to avenge Hajini. Flashing back to the past, a dark night completely envelops the school. Suddenly, Dohun's voice rang out. Hey, are you all right? Sejun's hand was so battered it was shaking, but he just shrugged it off, saying it was nothing a little rest couldn't fix. His face was also covered in blotchy streaks of blood. Stuff like this is no problem at all. Besides, since things weren't over yet, he told him to wait a bit longer. Seeing his friend's unnatural state, Dohun had to warn him, you need to stop this. Even if Sejun didn't go this far, it was only a matter of time before Aeon found Representative Han and Manager Kim anyway. Dohun tried to persuade him with a gentle voice. If he kept fighting and healing improperly like this, there was no telling what would happen to his body. So he just replied, as long as you know, that's enough. Sejun smiled and promised, I'll definitely take care of my body, so don't worry. Though still concerned, his friend finally relented. Okay, I get it, moving forward is important. But what's more important is to worry about yourself and the people around you first. Sometimes you need to let yourself rest to keep going. Back in the present, Hain seemed a bit embarrassed as she cautiously asked, Hey Sejun, I'm curious about something. What is it? Her face turned bright red, her voice trembling slightly. What is our relationship? Hearing this, he just played dumb. Wow, what an absolute infuriating jerk. Hain suddenly got upset and turned to leave. Hey, just kidding, don't be mad. Oh, come on, I'm sorry. Unexpectedly, a single white snowflake gently landed on her head. Hain froze when she realized, oh, it's snowing. Winter had come, a time you just want to see those you hold dear. At a bar, both Dong-hoon and Dae-sung were sitting side by side, slowly sipping their drinks. The two of them bantered, their words seeming distant but their bond undeniably close. Please, can we just agree not to see each other next year? You said the exact same thing last year. Today the boss might bring home some beef, or maybe you'll stroll through town with your parents. Hey son, should we eat out tonight? What do you want to eat, Mom? It can even be a time for grieving. Like Shu Huing, who wore a reindeer costume to the cemetery to honor someone who was once by his side. And just like Si Chun, who gently draped his jacket over Hain, occasionally stopping on the crowded street to look at the person next to him. He smiled softly at her and said, Don't ask that silly question anymore. As if Hain understood the hidden meaning in his answer, her eyes went wide. Because today, Sejun had bravely taken her hand. Standing under the falling snow, they felt the warmth between them. He looked into the distance and smiled, thinking to himself that it was a truly good day. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the street outside. Aeon glanced over calmly, as Dae-sung pointed with a trembling finger, shouting, What do you people think you're doing in this sacred gym? He just saw the two of them holding hands tightly. Immediately, another voice yelled out, You better let go of her hand, now. Hain stuck her tongue out teasingly. Don't want to. You single guys get all shaky when you see people happy, don't you? Hearing that, he screamed, What? Single? He's the single one. The person next to him muttered, Hey, I already told you. She retorted, Nope, these days if you're single for over a year, you're hopeless. Don't you know that? Sejun laughed. That's right. Someone had to tell you guys. Aeon looked at him coldly. That's right, congratulations. Don't be a coward and make a girl cry. Meanwhile, the other guy was sobbing behind him. I want a girlfriend too. He got right up in his face with a threat. If you make Hain cry, Sejun, I don't care who you are, I will personally send you to hell. If you're that curious, why don't you try me? Hearing that, Sejun's face went pale as he replied, Yes, sir, but I'm not curious. Suddenly she rushed forward to push him away. What's wrong with our Sejun? Aeon looked bored, thinking. So it had no effect at all, huh? She's not wrong. Hain smiled brightly at him. Oh, I want to say something too. What is it? Aeon asked. Are you getting married? She laughed and cursed quietly. What, are you crazy? Then she happily announced, I'm slowly starting to learn jujutsu again. I'm so rusty. Daesung was stunned. You're finally starting again? Dong-hoon also looked over, congratulating her. For real? Is your knee okay? You have to start over slowly. She nodded at everyone. Yeah, I'll start with the simple stuff. Isn't there an open mat on the weekends these days? Has anyone from another gym ever visited before? Aeon shot back a look. Just a bunch of single losers. Hain laughed cheerfully. Let's go to the open mat this weekend, and we can get tteokbokki after. Daesung asked in a panic. Why are you here? What are you doing here today? Don't tell me. The two turned their backs and laughed. Don't tell you we know each other? We're dating, so let's have fun learning jujutsu together. The only response they got was, whatever, just go wherever you want. At an abandoned house, two men were inside. One was gasping for breath, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Aeon gave him a cold look. You can take a hit. Guess you're not just some hired gun, huh? How much did they pay you for this? The man gave a sinister grin. It's for the money, sure. But it's not just that. You have no idea who you're dealing with, do you? A punk like you must have joined the special forces somewhere, right? The moment he finished speaking, he ate a hard fist to the face. Aeon calmly rained down punches on the guy's face. His expression was pure ice, completely emotionless. The man couldn't take it, coughing up blood. Beating me is useless, he spat. Think I'll talk? Someone's coming for you, and then you'll let me go. He stared the man down, completely unafraid. Is that so? Then before I let you go, even if I get nothing, he leaned in close. I'm going to chop you into pieces, and then I'll let you go. Only then will my effort be worthwhile. His eyes scanned the weapons on the floor. Let's see. Which one is best? He settled on a small saw, picking it up. Pity there are no scissors. Well, I guess this will have to do. Seeing the object in his hand, the captive's eyes widened in terror. What is that? Are you going to cut off my fingers? This is South Korea, you bastard. You can't. But he paid him no mind, simply answering. My original plan was to saw off your arms and legs until you begged me to stop and finally talked. But that's so messy, and it takes too long. 20 limbs in total. He then aimed the saw right at the man's crotch. So today I'll just cut one thing. The man's face was a mask of pure shock as he continued. First, I'll saw it off. And once it's gone, there's no time for reattachment. If you don't talk by then, Aeon's threatening gaze was like ice. Then so be it. You can live out your life as a eunuch. Fear finally took over the man. What? Wait, hold on. I'll tell you, Aeon just cut him off. You can tell me after I'm done. Don't worry, modern medicine is incredible. Hearing that, the captive screamed. Wait, no! You bastard, I'll talk. I swear I'll talk. You son of a... A scream echoed through the building. Aeon looked down at the man. Hey, why are you making this so difficult? Losing too much blood already? I haven't even started. Seeing no reaction, he sighed. Passed out? For a guy your size. Wake up and start talking. Now. The scene shifts to a bright new morning. It's a free sparring day. Daesung turns to Aeon. Hey, did Lunhain say he was coming today? Is he buying us tteokbokki after practice? Aeon replied, turning his head. Probably, but he said he has to go to the hospital, so he'll be a little late. Also, a new guy who just moved in nearby is coming to check things out. At this, Daesung let out a happy shout. For real? That's awesome. Aeon shot him a look. He's a white belt, so don't go too hard. You'll both end up getting hurt. This only made Daesung more excited. A newbie. I'm not that rough. I'll charm him into joining this gym for sure. Suddenly, a voice from behind spoke up. Excuse me. Daesung turned around. Oh, you must be him. Welcome, he said with a bright, friendly smile. Hello. Wow, you're tall. I'm totally jealous. The man simply nodded in return. Hello, Daesung continued. More people will be here soon. The locker room is right over there if you want to get changed. The man in the cap suddenly glanced forward, then gave a nod. Hello, the man said. Aeon bowed his head slightly. Ah, hello. After the greeting, the man's expression suddenly turned chilling. Aeon noticed and went silent, his own face clouding with suspicion. Over by the elevator, Chun appeared, smiling. Hey, I'm here first. Hajin's running a little late. Sung grinned back at him. Hey, Chun. Awesome. Seeing his friend's odd behavior, he tilted his head. Huh? What's up? You get a girlfriend or something? We have a new guy, a newbie. He just moved into the neighborhood. He's just here to check out the atmosphere, so don't go too hard. He's a white belt, so he won't be running away. Hearing this, Chun's face lit up. Really? Finally a new person, Sung pointed. Yeah, he's just getting changed now. He'll be right out. Dong-hoon will be super happy too. Let's ask him to get tteokbokki with us after this. Chun replied. We'll see. A figure emerged from the doorway. Sung's excitement grew. He's out. Hey Chun, wait. Chun bowed with a polite smile. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Chun, hello. The man smiled back in response. Yes, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man introduced himself. I'm Han Junu. I'm new to jiu-jitsu, so I'm hoping you can teach me a few things. Junu shook Chun's hand warmly. My name is Jungu Han. It's been a while since I've practiced jiu-jitsu, he said with an overly polite and cheerful attitude. So please, let me know if I make any mistakes. Chun didn't think anything of it. It's been a while for me too, he replied. Did you just move here? This gym has some great equipment. We should try rolling together today. Just have some fun. The man replied, Ah, of course. I really like the atmosphere here. I'm very impressed with everything. Then his tone changed, becoming cryptic and mysterious. It's been quite a while, he said to Chun. Just like someone I know. The scene cuts to the front of a hospital, where Hajin's stepfather is speaking. Are you really sure you'll be okay? No matter how good that place is, he said to Hajin, but she just reassured him. Yes, I'll be fine. Chun will be there, and everyone is friendly, so it's easy for me to talk to them. She then reminded her father, make sure you get your exercise in, and don't worry so much. He turned back to look at his daughter, asking, I know, but are you sure I can't give you a ride? Just take my car. Hajin replied simply, Dad, it's really okay. The traffic on weekends is a nightmare, and the subway is right here. He reluctantly gave in. I know. Honestly, I just had to ask one last time, as a father. And with that, he walked away, leaving Hajin feeling slightly annoyed. I'll take the car, I'll take a ride. But her stepfather didn't even look back. Be careful. Bye. Have your boyfriend pick you up when you get there, but he still called out one more thing. Oh, if you can, come by after dinner. Your mother and I are going out to eat together tonight. This just made Hajin feel even more annoyed. Well, I have my own dinner date. Her dad replied. Enjoy yourself. Her uncle offers a calm blessing as the scene shifts to Jungu and Chun sparring together, with Jungu locking him in a tight leg choke. Jungu grunts, impressed. You're good. I seriously can't escape this. You got my arm earlier too. Chun replies. Yeah, I was afraid of hurting you, so I held back. Jungu agrees. Yep, that's right. Best not to get injured. What is this? Why do I feel like he's completely different from any other white belt I've ever met? He isn't using his full strength. Is he going easy on me because of my mood? His thoughts are cut short when a voice calls out. It's Jong Hun. Hey, something feels off about him, right? Huh? You feel it too? They both look over at Junu. Yeah, he fought like a white belt, but it felt like he knew every single move that was about to be used against him. Afraid of sounding crazy, he added. But maybe it's just my mood. Then Chun cut in. Come on. Let's get back to training. Across the room, Jungu flashed a sinister smile. Later, after Sejun and Aeon's match, he bowed to Aeon with deep respect. Thank you. Aeon praised him back. Yeah, you really gave it your all. And that's when Jungu walked over. If they didn't mind, he wanted to challenge Aeon. Let me have a go with him. Seeing the doubt in Aeon's eyes, Jungu simply asked, Think you can handle me? Without any hesitation, Aeon agreed. Yeah, let's do it. They bumped fists, and Jungu acted surprisingly polite. I'm in your hands. The second he said it, he exploded forward, attacking Aeon. Aeon immediately grabbed his collar, pulling him down. He thought to himself, he's just a beginner, I must be overthinking things. Jungu tried to reverse the takedown, but Aeon locked him down tight. Being the more experienced fighter, Aeon quickly controlled the situation. After it was over, Jungu praised him. Oh wow, for real. He acted totally impressed. There are definitely levels to jiu-jitsu. Thank you for sparring with me. Are you an instructor here? Aeon nodded. Yeah, that's right. I mostly run the classes, the tuition's pretty cheap, so if you're interested, you should think about it and come sign up. It's a small place, but that just means only the dedicated ones stay. Jungu put on his most sickeningly sweet face. Ah, yes, I see how it is. I've already tried rolling with the others, so that just leaves one person. Then Jungu turned his eyes to Sejun. Sejun, right? How about a match? He didn't hesitate. Yeah, all right, let's do it. But as he looked back, Jungu's expression was incredibly dangerous. Hansu, I'm counting on you. This made Sejun confused, and he instinctively looked behind him. But there was nobody there. Jungu suggested, Can we move over to that empty spot over there? Sejun calmly replied, Oh, yeah, sure. After speaking, he put on the exact same fake face he used to challenge Aeon. I'm in your hands. Yep, Sejun answered. Right at the start, Sejun quickly got the upper hand. He felt a flash of pride. Okay, I got this. But Sejun was underestimating him. Jungu suddenly grappled him, taking him by surprise. What the? Then he deliberately turned his body, baiting Sejun. Sejun was still gloating in his head. He really is just a white belt. But while he was lost in that thought, he was thrown to the ground. Just a white belt. Sejun panicked, unable to react in time. Jungu slammed him down. Why so surprised? You're about to be a lot more surprised from now on, Sejun replied. What's going on? And then, his true face was revealed. How's Han doing? His hand tightened on Sejun's throat. Who's who? How disappointing. Across town, Hajin was still skipping along happily. Hajin hums a little tune. From now on, things will go back to the way they were. She looked so happy. How did Sejun handle them, I wonder? I want to teach them what a real education is. But on Sejun's side, he was still being threatened, with no idea what was happening. You don't know? It's me. It's me. The one you've been waiting for all this time. Jungu laughed as he whispered in his ear. The mysterious Jungu asked, You know Representative Han, don't you? With every word, his hold got tighter, giving Sejun no way to escape. You son of a bitch. Jungu's expression turned murderous. No, keep your voice down. Don't you know that in a jujitsu match, if you scream out, it counts as tapping out? He added with biting sarcasm. I hear Hajin has improved a lot recently, huh? She really is a strong kid, isn't she? I've been through something similar, so from the bottom of my heart, I respect you for that. Then Jungu continued, But what would happen if that tough kid met me now? Aren't you curious? Maybe you need to face that fear one more time to finally overcome it completely. Elsewhere, Hajin was still whistling as she waited for the elevator, completely unaware of what was going on. And Sejun was still being threatened by Jungu. But something like that. I don't think it was ever possible for you from the start. He deliberately brought her up. Isn't it about time for Hajin to arrive? It'd be perfect if she came while you were pinned like this. I wonder how long you could last. What is that? Aeon sat on the sidelines, deep in thought. It looks like he's holding on, but maybe it's just his pride. Why isn't he tapping out? Aeon wondered to himself. His endurance is amazing, truly incredible. Aeon watched the scene, confused. One tap is all it takes to end this whole thing. Just tap the mat. I have to stop this. Okay, that's enough. Seeing Aeon approaching, Jungu squeezed even harder. Sejun, look, he's coming. In that moment, he wanted to kill Sejun. Go to sleep. Sejun's arms and legs started to tremble. Seeing this, Aeon grabbed Jungu's collar and, in a single motion, threw him across the room. Why did you do that? Jungu played innocent. Did he pass out? He didn't tap, so I had no idea. I'm sorry. The other two watched the scene in shock. What? Did Sejun pass out? Aeon asked with concern. Sejun? He tried to pull him up. Hey Sejun, are you okay? Jungu just sat there with that fake mask back on his face. I'm sorry, it was just practice. But he's going to be okay, right? But Aeon cuts him right off. He's seen through the act, telling him he knows how much power he used in that last fight. So drop the charade. Who the hell are you? But Jungu just keeps playing dumb. A mad dog? He asks. All he did was faint. What's the big deal? He calls the training hall weird, claiming the guy only went down because he was holding back. Then he turns away, disgusted. I'm not signing up here. I'm leaving. I've got my reasons for this bad review. And that's enough to make Aeon's face darken with pure rage. He tells him to stop right there, while he's still being nice about it. And just like that, Jungu finally drops the act. Sorry, he smirks. Something wrong? He taunts him, saying it's past the time. That girl should be arriving any second. And right on cue, the elevator dings. Ah, there we go. Open sesame, he says as Hajin walks out, waving happily. Hajin's here. Jungu turns back with a sinister grin, and Aeon freezes solid. Hajin looks at him, confused. Who's this? Is he here to train? But Jungu speaks first. Long time no see, Hajin. Then he leans in, getting right in her face. Miss me? I'd be a little sad if you didn't, he whispers. The sight of him makes her collapse to the floor, trembling. And he looks absolutely thrilled. Such a quick reaction, Jungu mocks her. Guess I was right after all. Just as Aeon snaps back to his senses, he lunges forward with a punch. But Jungu dodges it easily, like something straight out of a movie. Then he turns back to face Aeon. Right, Aeon? In a single glance, he had him figured out. You're not fully recovered yet, are you? He mentions the people in the cemetery, asking if they were family. He says he couldn't find a single piece of information about them. Jungu points a finger right in his face. I know you care about your people, but it's your fault you couldn't protect them. So let me tell you what you need to do now, Jungu continues. Did you bring Team Leader Kang with you? You're looking for information the old-fashioned way. He lets out a laugh, dripping with contempt. If you don't release me in the next hour, I'll be greeting Hajin's parents in that same old-fashioned way. Aeon is shocked. What? You know Chief Kang? Elsewhere, Hajin's uncle is walking with Duhui's mother and another man. He says he's just waiting for them to bring the kids. Behind them, a mysterious man with glasses pushes them up his nose and smiles. That friend of mine, he says. Sometimes even I can't control him. Back with Jungu, the threat is clear. You have 1 hour. So move fast. But Aeon remains calm. I'll let you go. But is this really okay? Hiding and scurrying around like this? I figured you'd hide for a while, but you came straight to me. Hearing this, Jungu just scoffs. Oh please, don't. That's what I hate most. Jungu then kicks Hajin, forcing Aeon's hand. Even at a disadvantage, he has to play this mind game, so what's it gonna be? She can only cower on the floor as he kicks her again, harder, screaming. Hey, damn it, I wanted to show you. I win now. A sick kind of win. Terrified, Hajin begs him to stop. Please, stop. I was wrong. Just let me go. He then turns to Aeon. So, shall we continue? Aeon looks at Hajin, his voice tight. I get it. Stop. Hearing that, Jungu grins in victory. All right, Aeon, you've got a good head on your shoulders. It's good that you know when to quit. You have to know how to retreat. But he wasn't finished. There's one more thing. He orders him to stop working with the government to raid his drug factories, live with a conscience and stay out of other people's business. Got it? As for Sejun, act like a father, he says. I won't stop that. Then he leans close to Aeon's ear. But if you don't listen to me, Jungu threatens, you'll end up as a pile of bones in that grave. I'll throw you in a blender and feed you to the dogs. From a nearby building, a new voice cuts in. What did you just say? Kiok speaks, not even caring who's in front of him. I mean, if you interfere with our business to help Sejun, I'll turn your loved ones into dog food. Kiok grabs the other man's hand with a smile. Trust me, you don't want to know the whole process. At a cemetery, a woman with long hair suddenly appears. The man laughs, enjoying the irony. You have more people to protect than you think. Right, Aeon? I can see the contempt in your eyes. But to his surprise, Aeon just smiles. Your words don't mean a thing to me. I admit it. I have a responsibility to protect Hajin and her family. His eyes narrow. Whatever you're planning, I'm sending that damn Captain Kang after you. And as for that woman with the long hair, I'll do whatever I want with her. His face fills with disgust. But you're talking about a grave. The second you step foot in there, you're dead. Kiok glances over as Aeon continues. The slowest and most painful death imaginable. Hajin is the only reason you're walking out of here alive, so I suggest you leave now. Aeon warns. Now listen, instead of Sejun, I'll kill you myself. In another room, Sejun starts to wake up, groggy. What is this? He looked around, completely dazed. Daesung quickly asked, Sejun, what's going on? How did you just pass out like that? Zichun frantically scanned the area. Hain, is she here? Where did she go? Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Hajin! He screamed. In front of Hajin, a figure was kneeling, head in their hands, cowering at someone's feet. Kay glanced over at Aeon. Looks like that one's finally awake. Look, Aeon, this whole mess doesn't have to get complicated, as long as we protect what's important to us. You get me? Also, you've got exactly 55 minutes to release Captain Kang. I can't believe you kidnapped such a hopeless romantic. The man turned away with a smirk, not seeing the person charging from behind. You'll take good care of him, if you don't want Hain and her parents getting hurt. The person's face was a mask of pure fury. Aeon grabbed his shoulder, stopping him mid-lunge as the man cried out in pain. Kay chuckled. Go on, show me that power. If you want to finish things with me, you'd better start training right now. Understand? Zichun? K half turned, gesturing around. Everyone here, Sono, Hyan, Sangu, and the rest of you needs to improve your skills. Everything's about to be different from now on. The man gave a wicked smile. I'll give you all some time, especially for the main event. You wouldn't want to miss Hajin's revenge, would you? Then he gave a little wave. Take care and prepare yourselves. I'll be waiting. I'm off now. Aeon immediately pointed out. That's not the exit. The man just replied. I'm just changing my clothes. Outside, the sky began to bleed into sunset. Someone asked Han Hain, are you feeling any better? Hajin just sweated, struggling to speak. I'm sorry. What about my parents? Zichun quickly reassured her. Oh, Aeon Hung is taking care of them. They should be on their way. Nothing happened to them. Hajin buried her face in her hands, her voice trembling. Zechun, sometimes. I regret so much. He looked confused. Huh? Regret what? A look of pure horror crossed Hajin's face. The bullies from school. I should have never saved them. She wiped at the tears streaming down her cheeks. They started hurting everyone around me, not just me. I regret everything I did back then. It's all my fault. Zichun immediately shook his head. No, it's my fault. Hajin, so many people got their lives back because of you, including Sono, that bullied kid, and me. He gently reached out and patted Hajin on the head. Even though many people got hurt, they were able to get their lives back. Eventually, this whole chaotic mess will just be a thing of the past, he explained gently. No one else can stand up to injustice the way you do. You have moral strength and courage. You're at the very top, he stated it plainly. Who said that? Even if the entire world ends, as long as I have one person by my side, I can be happy. Zichun pulled her into a warm hug. Hajin, don't worry. You will get through this, and you'll be happy forever. Xa Chun fell silent, his thoughts hardening with resolve. That day, he made a crystal clear decision. He wouldn't just destroy that trash, he would make him suffer. His gaze lifted to the ceiling. He vowed to dig up every piece of dirt on that man and bury him under the weight of his own social ruin. Outside the building, a man on the phone snapped. What? Say that to me one more time. Trong Kion's voice was a low growl. Listen, you really think I'm going to sit here and do nothing? Just rot in this warehouse? You told me to endure it all, didn't you? Han Jungu, do you take me for an idiot? You've been looking down on me for a long time. Run Yu sounded completely bored on the other end. You really like getting beaten, don't you? You're an idiot if you act alone, you bastard. I'm not enough. The man's eyes widened with irritation. If you don't want to die, just do your job properly. You understand? If you have something to say, call Secretary Kim, don't call me directly. Later, you bastard. Trong Kion hung up, fuming. What absolute nonsense. Who do you think you are? What a shameless bastard. In another room, Trong Kion paced, deep in thought. I have to find out about that Aeon guy, but why can't I find anything on him? He then noticed someone tied to a chair, struggling against their bonds. The person stared wide-eyed, shaking their head frantically. Trong Kion couldn't understand what was happening. He demanded, What? What are you saying? Who the hell are you, and how did you get in here? Do you know where you are? It was only then that he realized there was a third person in the room. Who's there? The figure in the chair spoke with biting sarcasm. I'm just glad you got out of the hospital faster than me. Aeon's voice remained calm. I was worried you might die from messing up your plans. You know too much, so I guess I have to let you die. Trong Kion let out a wild laugh, reaching up to rip off his blindfold. You've actually got some serious guts, just like me. I'm going to have your liver transplanted, just so you can come see me. Do you have any idea how much this new tooth cost me? Let me tell you something, you bastard. This place is nothing like the outside world. He tore off the bandage, revealing his one terrifying eye. The law has no power here. That means if someone dies, no one will ever find them. Aeon simply replied, Good. The man grinned, clearly enjoying himself. You don't really think you can beat me like you did at the police station, do you? I may look like this, but I'm a former MMA fighter. As the words left his mouth, Aeon decisively swiped a knife across his neck. Instantly, Aeon's hand clamped down hard on the man's throat. He stared down at him with cold eyes. I came here to find out everything about him, but before that, remember? This place isn't protected by any laws. He then gave the man a terrifying, chilling smile. He finally has someone he can destroy without an ounce of guilt. And honestly, Aeon is thrilled about it. He grabs Trong Kion's neck, squeezing tight. Don't be scared, he taunts. Your voice is a little chopped up. Hard to speak, isn't it? Just listen. Trong Kion can only manage a pained, guttural groan. His expression is pure menace. He leans in close. Before I even get the info I want, I'm pretty sure I'm going to kill you. Trong Keon's dark eyes widen in defiance. Damn it. I don't like this one bit. Aeon just stares right back, matching his gaze. He acts like he's caught up in something major. He demands, look at me. Even Dungun is left speechless by the sheer intensity. Is that a death glare? Someone in the room screams out. I hate that look. Trong Keon swings a fist, but Aeon is faster, landing a brutal punch right to his face. So it was you? If you're industrial waste, then you're just garbage. Trong Keon clutches his neck, his face already covered in blood. Aeon casually puts a hand on his hip and says, Get out. Get out of here. Your voice is annoying. I don't want to hear it anymore. Aeon looks up at the ceiling with chilling indifference, leaving the man speechless. I'm going to tear apart everything except your arms. Trong Keon spots a bin full of bats and snatches one up. I have a weapon too. But Aeon moves like lightning, leaving several deep cuts on his body. What am I supposed to do now, he asks. Stupid. Trong Keon looks up, completely lost. What? Aeon replies coldly, nothing. Blood pours from his body as questions race through his mind. How did I not even see it? All of this in a room littered with beer bottles. Aeon casually inspects his bloody knife. What is this? A fresh Korean seafood place. The quality here is terrible. He kneels down to look at the dying man. It's not for cutting, he says. It's for stabbing, right? Trong Keon just scoffs. Come on, bring it. But you won't get out of this like me, you know that? Aeon immediately stabs him deep in the thigh, and Trong Keon lets out a blood-curdling scream. Really? I had no idea, Aeon says coolly. Everything is going to be just fine. Trong Keon just screams, You know what? I'm done with you. You bastard. They'll be here any second. You are never getting out of here. This is your grave. But Trong Keon's confidence wavers at Aeon's complete calm. This is a place even the cops can't get into. Do you understand? What if I call the police? In fact, I'm dialing 112 right now. The goon is completely baffled by this. Huh? Call the police? Have you been drinking or something? The scene shifts to earlier that night. Hyung-sik asks, So what did the inspector say? There's no warrant, just a report. That means we don't technically require you to have evidence, but you need to be absolutely certain. He continues explaining the situation to Aeon. That's right. The law usually favors the powerful, but we haven't received a complaint about this yet. Hyung-sik frowns slightly. We can use the law to create a different kind of rule, and use it to catch every last one of them. Aeon looks over, intrigued. How? Hyung-sik lays it out. Simple. Aeon grabs his phone and heads back inside. With a slight smirk, he dials 112 and reports a drunk man with a knife is threatening his life and that he needs help. After that, the call is traced to the area, creating what's called a source. It forces the police to investigate, no questions asked. Hyung-sik laughs as Aeon looks his way. And I'll be right there with you. We are going to check every single inch of that warehouse, and we'll find evidence of their drug operation. We call for backup, and we escape the trap set by these bastards. I can picture it, Aeon replies quietly. That's not the hard part. The people I find there will become a problem if I have to engage them. Hyung-sik drives his point home. If you find the evidence and bring it to light, nobody will care how you did it. Even if we get inside, those bastards will do everything in their power to stop us. And that's why Aeon suddenly smirks. Trong Keon bursts out laughing at the sheer audacity. You bastard. What kind of crazy thinking is that? You think you can get out of here? How many plans do you have for this little trap? My team will stop them with pure force. That's right. This is Korea, you son of a bitch. Aeon glances around nonchalantly as Trong Keon asks, What team? These are the men who work here, he warns, eyes wide. But Aeon remains perfectly calm. When he gets here, you are so dead. Oh really, you bastard? When did you say he was coming? Sun questions the empty threat. Why are you so quiet now? He'll be here soon, Trong Keon insists, but inside he's panicking. Why are these idiots so late? I told them to get here sooner. Aeon looks like he couldn't care less. In another location, Hyung-sik is getting annoyed. Why are you so late? Something must have happened on the way. To the men rushing in, he gives a clear order. Don't even think about it. Don't kill them. I will take full responsibility for this. Aeon replies as he continues, Yes, Inspector, but there are too many of them to handle alone. Besides, our top priority is catching Cho Trang first. Aeon glances at the floor. These thugs fight dirty. It would be better if they weren't involved at all. All he needs is one elite member strong enough to take them down. Trong Keon can't wrap his head around it. You bastard, you didn't come alone. You brought a whole crew. Aeon coolly replies, They're not my people. They are just support, and they are not on my level. The men standing across from them look totally confused. A rumor is spreading. They say that I'm crazy. A man named Dong-ho says with a dangerous grin, "So many demons are disguised as adults these days. Do I have to do this again?" He grabs a goon's head and slams it into the wall. "Help me out here. Dong-ho's killing intent is off the charts. I'm not going to kill you. They told me no killing." He squints his eyes, a look of pure amusement crossing his face. Unconscious or crippled? Which one will it be? Jong-ho repeats himself. Unconscious or crippled? He slams the guy against the wall again. The other thugs are completely stunned. Jong-ho asks, "What do you want?" Surrender isn't an option. Then he cracks a chilling, inhuman smile. "Unconscious or crippled? Just tell me. I'll take your opinion into consideration." The man waves his hands, sweat pouring down his forehead. "No, we're leaving right now." The spiky-haired goon behind him adds, "That's right. We don't know anything about any illegal business here." Jong-ho feigns surprise. "You don't know? Oh, I get it. In that case, never mind. But you know what?" In a flash, Jong-ho is right in the man's face. That wasn't one of the choices. He grabs a handful of the man's hair. "I'll give you 3 seconds to choose whether you want to be unconscious or crippled." The man screams in terror. "Wait! I surrender. I'll tell you anything you want." But Jong-ho's voice stays cold as he continues. 2. He brutally smashes the man's head into the floor, sending blood flying. Time's up. The last 2 thugs are shaking in their boots. The spiky-haired one thinks, "What is wrong with that psycho?" As the other thinks, "I have to get out of here." Jong-ho asks impatiently, "Are you done? If you don't hurry, you'll end up just like him." His eyes widen in surprise. "Wait, now I see it. You two look like a couple." The spiky-haired thug is terrified but tries to act tough. "What? What are you suddenly talking about? We're just colleagues." Jong-ho cracks his jaw. "I can smell a couple a mile away, so don't be shy. When you love someone, you shouldn't care what other people think." He roars, lunging forward and grabbing both of their heads. The first man's face is pulled out of shape by that massive hand. Spiky Hair gets the same treatment. With a final shout, their heads smash together. A romantic tragedy. Title: The Last Kiss. Both men collapse backward, spitting up blood from the impact. Jong-ho is absolutely thrilled. How adorable. The scene cuts to another room, where a man is tied up and everything is a mess. In-keon bursts out laughing. "What? Just you? Are you kidding me, you bastard?" The captive glares up at him defiantly. "Do you have any idea how many of us there are? You're dead for walking in here." The door opens, and Jong-ho walks in. "Sorry." In-keon is shocked. "What? Those other bastards? Where are they?" Jong-ho sounds almost disappointed. "Huh? There you are. Have you just been relaxing in here with no shame? It's a madhouse out there." Seeing it's Jong-ho, he immediately asks a question. "So, did you have any trouble? Soo-yeon said you didn't care how many of them there were anyway." Jong-ho replies, "No, I never said that. But those guys outside went down in one hit." He cranes his neck to look at the kneeling man. "Is this the boss? Did you get the information you needed? Or should I lend a hand?" he asks menacingly. "Look, you have no hope of escaping now." The boss's previous arrogance vanishes, replaced by pure terror as he holds a hand toward Jong-ho. "Listen, wait a second. You're getting paid for this job, aren't you?" Seeing the trembling hand, Jong-ho crouches down, intrigued. The man pleads, "I'll pay you double." "No, I'll pay you triple." Jong-ho repeats, "Triple? Really?" Seeing his chance, the boss explains his terms. "That's right. I'll give you money and drugs too. In exchange, you kill this guy? Deal?" Jong-ho seems to be thinking, "You must have a lot of product, huh? How much is triple? How much is Soo-yeon paying me?" In-keon immediately answers, 5,450 per hour. Hearing this, the boss's eyes widen in disbelief. "You're insane." Jong-ho tries to do the math. "So if you triple that, it's 50,000. No, 60,000. Seeing Jong-ho struggle, In-keon gives him the answer. 16,350. Jong-ho scoffs. "Hey, that's not even that much, you cheapskate." Seeing this reaction, the boss nervously holds up 3 trembling fingers. "No, you idiot. I'll give you 3,000. 3,000, just to kill him." A loud crack echoes as Jong-ho snaps all 3 fingers sideways. He roars, "I don't need your 3,000, you fool." A scream of pain is followed by someone asking, 30 million? Jong-ho ignores them, standing up calmly. In-keon, let's finish up so we can get home early. Okay. Jong-ho seems confused, thinking out loud to himself. "You're not paying me for overtime. Why go through all this trouble? Wouldn't it be faster to just kill them all? What's the point in sparing these guys?" And in Keon answers him, "Your proposal isn't half bad, but I tend to be more rational when I'm working. For now, we're keeping him here." With that, he moved closer to the captive. "There's only one thing you can really rely on in here," the man weakly asked. "What's that?" "Your own corpse." The prisoner roared in fury, spit flying everywhere. "You dog. What are you planning to do with my body? You're a sicko." The man deftly stepped back. "Your body is still perfectly healthy, and time will prove it." He calmly closed his eyes, describing the future. "And you'll regret it," thinking, "I should have just told him everything before I lost it all." The man still didn't understand. "All of it? What do you mean by that?" He got no reply, only a chilling promise. "You'll find out, piece by piece. Time for some questions." His face was a mask of pure killer intent, promising that if he didn't like the answers, all bets were off. He closed his eyes, centering himself, rehearsing the main question in his mind. Now, for the first question, he demanded to know everything about Han Jun-gu, past and present, from their very first meeting until this exact moment. Hearing that name sent a jolt through the man. His mind raced. This guy digging into Han Jun-gu meant big trouble. He quickly tried to regain his composure to handle the situation. "No, wait," the man stammered. "I'll tell you what I know, but I swear I don't know that much about him. We were just business partners. I'm the one who makes the product. He's the one who sells it." That was it. But that wasn't the answer he was looking for, so he stood up. It seemed everyone was afraid of Han Jun-gu's revenge, which was understandable. "But you know what? In life," he explained, "there are always priorities. Just like this situation right here, where you stand at a crossroads." While issuing the threat, he pulled out a knife and rested it on the man's shoulder. "Getting revenge is a terrifying thing, for sure. But if you don't give me the answer I want, you'll die right now. If you talk, I'll let you live today. Your life, your choice." The sharp knife in his hand plunged straight into the man's shoulder. A piercing scream ripped through the air. Before the first scream even faded, another stab went in deeper. Pain twisted the man's face as he shrieked, "Stop, please." The interrogator remained emotionless. "You're tougher than I thought. Dong-ho, go to another room. Find a large mirror and bring it here." Dong-ho was confused and asked again, "Huh? A mirror, all of a sudden? I doubt they have one here. Why would these ugly thugs need to look at themselves? But I'll look around." He didn't waste words. "Okay." Suddenly, he remembered a method he had used many times in the past. The captive wondered, what kind of method requires a mirror? A memory surfaced in a prison cell. He, much like Dong-ho now, had been just as puzzled. "A mirror?" The other man replied, "Yes. Bring the full-length mirror from the next room." He glanced at a skinny man hanging from the ceiling, adding, "And call the person in charge." He responded, "Right. What on earth were they planning?" The man had said he had a way to make him reveal all the necessary information. The prisoner was covered in blood, his weak body shaking violently. He coughed a few times before forcing out the words, "I don't know anything, you savages. I don't know what information you want. I've already told you everything I know. Please." The interrogator took a drag from his cigarette. "Do you know the best way to make someone truly aware of their reality?" The prisoner asked curiously. "What?" The man's reply was chilling, through sight. His sharp eyes narrowed as he explained, "You only realize your own predicament when you see it for yourself. In about 5 minutes, someone will bring a large mirror in here, and you will watch your own body parts fall off, one by one." His expression was stone cold as he uttered the words from hell. "And with every severed body part, you'll remember a piece of information you claim to have forgotten." Just then, back in the dark cell, a hurried voice cut through the tension. "Wait a minute. Call the person in charge here. You're just a soldier who kills people. Why are you suddenly trying to act like someone from the intelligence agency?" Sitting in front of him was Sang-shu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke clouding the dim prison. He glanced at the other man with a cold, sidelong look. "Maybe they got tired of you not talking, so they asked me to give them a little hand. Sometimes cases like this pop up. When they can't get the information they want, they consider the asset a lost cause. Oh, but that doesn't mean completely useless, so don't get your hopes up." As he spoke, he casually grabbed the handle of a nearby hatchet, preparing to use extreme measures on the man before him. "It's like doing business at an antique shop. I'm going to disassemble this useless item piece by piece and see if there's anything left that's still valuable." He spoke while holding the axe, his steely words intended to terrify the other man. Seeing this, the prisoner frantically tried to defend himself. What the hell are you talking about? I'm genuinely innocent. I've told you everything I know. I'm not as important as you all think. Is it okay to torture and imprison an innocent person like this?" Hearing this, Sang-shu took the cigarette from his mouth. his face darkening as he said coldly, "Innocent? Because of your terrorist attack, 3,000 people died, and over 25,000 were injured. 10 years, it's been almost 10 years, but countless people are still living in the pain you all caused." The man trembled, replying, "All of that was for the Almighty Allah." The words barely left his mouth before Sang-shu, disgusted, shoved the lit cigarette into his chest, making him scream. His eyes now burned with immense hatred as he growled, "A god? Your god? Let me tell you something very interesting. 10 years ago, I realized something. In this world, there are no gods. There is no being that listens to the prayers of human beings. There is only the strong eating the weak. The world we live in is like a jungle, a place where the weak are devoured by the strong." Sang-shu leaned in, his voice a chilling whisper right next to the man's ear. "I've done horrible things. I'm sure I'll be damned for it. But so what? Did anything happen? Did any god answer you? It doesn't matter how much you pray now, nothing is going to change. It's obvious you people just need an excuse for everything. You're nothing but a bunch of sick, twisted psychopaths. So from now on, you'd better open your eyes and watch." And with that, he was done. He raised the axe, getting right in the terrorist's face with a wicked smirk. To the captive, his eyes were that of a true demon. "The monster you all created? Look how much he's grown." Without another word, he swung the axe down. The blade cut straight into the man's arm. Standing outside, Quan Wai and another man were waiting, their expressions completely drained. The blonde-haired man finally spoke up. "I don't think we ever met back when Aeon handled these things." Quan Wai simply replied, "Saw you a few times. If medical treatment is needed during torture, I have to be there. But when Aeson interrogated those terrorists, I just felt like I had to snap myself back to reality. So, how does it feel? Your body is a little lighter now, for starters. Go on, take a good look. I helped you lose some weight, probably about 10 kilograms. The man's eyes shot wide, staring at something absolutely horrifying. Looking in the mirror, he saw his own reflection staring back with one arm completely gone from that single axe swing. Sang-shu pressed on. "Well, can you see it clearly now?" In stark contrast to the man's spiraling panic, Sang-shu was perfectly calm. A sinister smile crossed his face. "It's a clean cut. Quan Wai gave you first aid. I wonder if you got a tetanus shot. Probably not. Oh well, not really my problem." He then leaned in close, whispering into his ear again. "It's not like you needed it anymore, right?" But a second later, his gaze turned impossibly sharp. "The game was over," he asked with dead seriousness. "So, what is your next terrorist plot? Tell me when and where you last saw your psycho boss." But facing that intense glare, the man could only stay silent, tears streaming down his face. Sang-shu placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice deceptively gentle as he spoke his venomous words. "And I'll make you look a bit more presentable. If not, you can just keep saying I don't know, and we can continue to play." And then he smiled, completely amused. "Actually, to be honest, I really enjoy this little game of ours, tearing sick freaks like you apart piece by piece, and watching you slowly die." At that, the man finally spoke, his voice completely broken. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. "Humph. Someday, you'll pay for all this. We sacrifice ourselves for a greater purpose, but not you. Your only purpose is to enjoy this. You're a demon. My purpose is to enjoy this? I like the sound of that. I'll have to use that line on the next guy. You really are a mad dog, aren't you? But I bet you're starving and thirsty." The captive's whole body was trembling from the blood loss. The man managed to get a word out. "Please." Sang-shu continued with his offer. "Just close your eyes, tell me what you know, and you'll be taken care of." Then he dragged the man to the mirror, pointing to his leg. "If you say you don't know again, the next thing to go is your right leg. Well, I'll be polite enough to leave you one of each, you know." The man just kept groaning in agony. "Please, please." Then suddenly his eyes locked onto the axe that Sang-shu had left right in front of him. Sang-shu stood up, slid his hands into his pockets, and turned away. "Think carefully. I don't want you making things up. No one understands what you're going through. Besides, I don't want to be a demon here, so help me out, you bastard." Even as he spoke, he was already coiled, ready to fight him head on. Perhaps that was exactly why he'd left the axe there on purpose. The second the axe was raised, Sang-shu spun around, completely ecstatic. "Yes, that's it. That's the will to live. Now you get to taste my fist." But unexpectedly, the man didn't fight back. Instead, he chose to end his own life. His mouth muttered the last words he would ever speak. "For the great Saint Allah." As he fell, Sang-shu stood there, completely stunned. This was not how it was supposed to go. He turned and yelled for the medic. "This idiot put an axe in his own face. Get in here, now." Kwan rushed in, saw the body, and immediately started stammering. No, it's almost impossible to operate now. We don't have enough equipment here. But before he could finish, Sang-shu grabbed him by the throat and issued an order. Even if you save him, we can't consider him truly alive. His tone suddenly shifted to a gentle whisper. Just do it. Don't question me, because I fully intend to rip his limbs off while he's alive, just so he can live and feel every second of that pain. The medic, for his part, was shaking uncontrollably, and things were getting worse by the second. This behavior in the field will cause massive damage to the team. Hyung-sik suddenly walked in, his voice as cold as ice. If no one stops him, is this guy just going to do this again? Huh? What the when did you get here? Kwan, however, just let out a quiet sigh of relief. Well, that situation's handled, for now. The next room? A guy with an axe lodged in his own face. Soo-yeon walks past him coldly, just saying, "Let go." Then she turns back with a smile, acting like nothing even happened. All right, my apologies. I got a little too excited. The medic, surprisingly enough, just says, "It's fine." Looking at the body, Soo-yeon coldly remarks, "What an eyesore." But here's the twist, the guy isn't dead yet. The axe is literally in his forehead, but he's still groaning, begging, "Please, help." Soo-yeon just pulls her gun and aims. She doesn't hesitate, pulls the trigger and he's gone. I mean, did anyone really think Soo-yeon would just let him live? Soo-yeon's response is short and to the point. Stop joking, prepare for training. Aeon asks back, training? What's the reason? She answers, the guy in the next room started talking. Soo-yeon continues, we figured out the final location. Let's see if that bastard is involved this time. All this, still happening in the dungeon where the man was just gently executed. The army doctor immediately starts protesting. Soo-yeon, I don't care how many terrorists you kill. You can't do that to a civilian. Hearing this moral lecture, Sang-shu and Soo-yeon just stare blankly. Are you seriously debating right and wrong right now? Soo-yeon immediately gets in the medic's face, saying, hey, I think you've forgotten what your job is. If you think your job is to spew empty morals or useless nonsense, then get the hell out of the army. Go home and be some pot-bellied cop. Her gaze turns absolutely terrifying, staring straight through him. You damn fool, our commander is out there dying. You think we're out here protecting some village? The doctor starts trembling. No, I just mean. But he doesn't even get to finish his sentence. Soo-yeon cuts him off. Then stop whining, you idiot, and report to the higher-ups that he blew himself up with a suitcase bomb. Hearing that, the doctor has no choice but to bow his head. Yes, I understand. Then she turns to Aeon. Follow me. Gray wants to see you. Aeon, cigarette still in his mouth, asks, now? In another room, a man is kicked back, relaxing in his chair. Just as he's dozing off, someone calls, Gray, they're here. He cracks open one eye and just says, sister. Standing before him is Soo-yeon. The two of them just stare at each other for a moment, not saying a single word. Just then Aeon appears. What did you want to tell me? Is there something you need to say in private? Gray replies, before you train the team that's taking on this next mission, your commander is giving you a holiday. So no going to bars, beating up civilians, or causing any trouble. Just go home and relax. Soo-yeon's going with you. Aeon is confused. It's not even a holiday. And besides, I need some time to myself. At that, Gray stands up. Look at this. Are you arguing with me? Huh? You're such a moron. And what? Time for yourself? To do what? Watch porn? While you sit around doing nothing? Without another word, he grabs the back of Aeon's neck and slams his forehead right into his. Aeon immediately starts cursing. Your forehead's as hard as a rock. Are you insane? Gray finally speaks. No getting physical during important meetings. Hallie said she wants to see you, so just go home, you blockhead. Aeon sighs. All right, Gray. I'm out of options. I'll go for the kid. Just remember to bring a gift and make it an expensive one. The scene shifts to a city, filled with rows of incredibly luxurious high-rise buildings all lined up. Aeon opens the door and walks in, announcing, I'm home. Right behind him is Soo-yeon, who adds, me too. Aeon calls out for his niece. Holly, your uncle's home. Come on, give your uncle a hug. Hearing his voice, the little girl comes running. Her mother immediately chides her. Holly, I told you not to run in the house. But Aeon quickly steps in to defend her. Hey, just let her be. It's been a long time since she's gotten to see her favorite uncle. Aeon kneels down to catch the approaching Holly, saying happily, Holly, look how big you've gotten. Come on, give me a hug. But just as he's about to hug her, Holly suddenly ducks out of the way, leaving Aeon completely confused. Then, she starts punching him right in the stomach, again and again, like she's venting her frustration. The surprise attack makes Aeon's face go pale. Holly then screams, "What took you so long to finally show your face around here? You stupid uncle. You said you'd come home whenever you got a break." Aeon is silent for a moment, and then he just starts laughing. He starts teasing her. "What happened to your tooth? You look silly. Did you bump your head?" This just makes poor Holly burst into tears. Standing nearby, Suyeon immediately slaps Aeon right across the face. "Stop being so childish, you idiot." Holly immediately runs to Suyeon for a hug, whining, "Auntie Suyeon, I missed you." Suyeon asks, "How have you been, Holly? I'm so sorry I couldn't visit." Holly politely replies, "Yes, it's been a very long time. I missed you so much, Auntie. But Mom said you and Uncle are staying nearby, right?" Hearing this, Aeon is just speechless. Why does that sound so wrong? "Gray, what did you say to her?" The woman simply responds, "Sit down. This is why I called you all here." Without another word, she turns to her child. "Hly, go to your room and get changed for dinner." Hly just whines, clinging tightly to Shu Huan. "Why me?" she pouts. But her aunt just laughs, saying, "You can play with me while your mom and Uncle Aeon talk." The adults then move into the living room to discuss something serious. "What is this? What are you planning?" Aeon questions her, his eyes hardening. "Did I hear you right? Me? You want me to abandon my final mission? Is this some kind of joke?" Her husband tries to calm the situation. "Ian, don't take it personally, just hear her out." But he's immediately shut down by his wife. "You too. Be quiet." The husband can only obey. "Yes, dear," his sister continues, explaining, "You can't control your emotions, and you're projecting negative energy onto everyone around you, and that's an extremely dangerous trait for a soldier, you know? Especially for a counter-terrorism and target acquisition team." She then lets out a long sigh. "Honestly, I wanted them to pull you from this operation completely, but it looks like the real target might finally show, so I'm letting you in, catch the big one, and end this cleanly." As she speaks, her exhaustion becomes more and more obvious. She reveals that after this mission, she's retiring, no matter what happens. She's even planning to settle down in South Korea next year, and just assumed that Suyeon would be coming with her. Hearing this, Aeon just scoffs. "Is that it? How funny. Just because you have a family now, you think you can do whatever you want?" This immediately sets his sister off. "What? What did you just say, you little brat? How much longer will you waste your life chasing rats? How much longer are you going to make Suyeon wait for you? You're risking your own life. Do you even realize that?" Aeon shoots back that he made this decision 10 years ago. He reminds her of when their parents were trapped in that building, and how they were both completely helpless to do anything. He vowed to become strong enough to destroy that scum. That's why he does this. He hasn't changed, but she has. He looks directly at his sister, saying frankly, "Maybe it's because of Hilly, but this is your life now. Do what you want, but I'm not you. Even after I take out the final target, I have no intention of leaving." He apologizes, then suddenly breaks into a cold laugh. "Risking my own life? What in the world are you talking about? This is my life. I know it better than anyone, and I truly love this job. It's the best thing I've ever done. Being able to legally kill those bastards, that's the absolute best part of this profession." Gray stares at him, completely shocked. "What did you just say? Are you being serious right now? Are you proudly admitting that you actually enjoy killing people?" An apologizes, but then gives a brutally honest nod. "Gray, I'm very sorry," he says with a chilling smile. "But terrorists aren't really people, are they? They're just harmful insects. Whether they agree or not doesn't matter." Aeon's eyes turn deadly serious. "To me, they're nothing but poisonous bugs that I have to spend my entire life exterminating. That is my sole reason for existing." He moves closer to Gray, his face taut. "So stay out of my life, you understand? You go protect your precious family in that god-forsaken Korea. I have absolutely no interest in living a life like yours." Her eyes darken instantly. "What? My family, you bastard? Ah, I see now." Gray grits her teeth, rolling up her sleeves, ready to throw down. "Ion, it's been a while since I've had to beat you, hasn't it? I've clearly been too gentle with my little brother. Looks like I'll have to beat some sense into you before we can talk." Aeon suddenly gets nervous, his voice softening. "Hey, why did your tone of voice suddenly change?" Brian watches from the side, genuinely worried for his brother-in-law. "Aeon, run. I can't stop your sister now." But he's still cocky, completely oblivious until she lunges and tackles his legs. "No, do you really think I'm a kid?" Aeon crashes to the floor with Gray on top of him, screaming his head off about this crazy woman. His insult is followed by a horrifying crash that shakes the entire house. He's left flat on the ground, muttering, "Damn it. I've had more than enough of that move." Aeon struggles to get up but can't. "Just stop. Being your little brother is agony." Gray calmly replies, then talk to me properly. I remember teaching you this already. Did you forget? She warns. Do you need me to remind you how it works? He desperately tries to resist. Shut up. You think I'm still the same little kid you used to beat up? Aeon explodes with anger. Your soft-style martial arts are only useful in a gym. In a real fight, they're worthless. One punch from me and you're out cold. So let me go while I'm still being nice. My kindness towards my big sister has its limits, you know? Model. Gray glanced up, her eyes dripping with contempt. Is that so? Then bring your A game, you little punk. She explained that people who don't know grappling arts think they're helpless in a fight. Then, she suddenly shot up, grabbed Aeon by his shirt, and demanded, You know why? He tried to resist, but it was useless. He just bluffed. I don't want to know. Get lost before I flip you over. And just like that, Gray swept his leg and twisted him down. With one hand on the floor, she locked him in place, leaving him completely defenseless. What a crazy beast. Then she climbed on top of him in a super dominant pose, while he thrashed around like a helpless secretary. He screamed, Not this position. Anything but this. I'm gonna die. She sat firmly on her little brother's chest, raising a fist with an expression of pure disdain. You talk like you have a choice, little brother. Jiu-jitsu users can still fight for real. If you can get past both of your opponent's legs into a good position, you can land some seriously painful hits, Gray added with a wicked smile. What's wrong, Keika? Busy reminiscing about the building. All right, let's just calm down and talk this through clearly. But Gray's demonic smile only grew wider, her eyes flashing with fire. Heh, as if I'd do that, you ungrateful punk. She then unleashed a furious combo, giving him no chance to defend himself. While punching him, she started rattling off a few less than flattering nicknames for her brother. You miserable brat. You need a few good jabs to finally wake up. In Korea, guys like you are called youngsters, which is just another way of saying damn bastards. You total idiot. After the beating, Gray's anger finally subsided, and she started her lecture, her voice dropping low. So open your eyes and listen to me. Give up on your final objective. Then Gray sat down on top of Aeon, who still had his hands up covering his face. I don't want you living your life as a killer who only knows revenge. Live a life where you can actually be happy, next to someone you love. That's the kind of life I want for you. Aeon lay there in silence, his face hidden as his sister spoke. In this world, there are times you have to let go of certain things, just like your sister or your parents did. So please, she continued, her voice heavy with sorrow, just stop, and let's live in peace, little brother. Aeon just lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes dazed and his nose bleeding. He finally spoke, his voice barely a whisper. Even if we manage to kill their leader, nothing is going to change. Aeon glanced over at Gray, adding, They'll just pick another leader, and there will always be another tragic terrorist attack. Then we'll just have to kill the new leader. He closed his eyes, resigned to the cycle, and everything will just happen all over again. In the end, the only winner is the one who doesn't get tired or give up first. And I can't stand to see those lunatics win. I can't get a single day of peaceful sleep because this anger is always boiling inside me. You can catch them, but more dangerous things will just keep happening, Gray argued. You could get better if you got professional counseling. We've never tried that before, have we? Let's go to Korea, get treatment there, open a jiu-jitsu center, and train together. At night, we could just eat snacks and drink soju. What do you think? She closed her eyes, trembling with fear and desperation. It's just like what Mom used to say. Remember? Korea is an amazing country because there's so much to do at night, okay? So please, just stop this. But suddenly, Hai came storming in from out of nowhere, yelling at the top of her lungs. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Uncle? Only I'm allowed to hit him. Gray immediately tried to salvage the situation. Oh, Hai, it's not like that. This is just how grown-ups talk. But Hai wasn't buying it, fuming like a little T-Rex. What kind of grown-up conversation is this? You're being the childish one. The woman rushed over, bowing and apologizing. Sorry, so sorry. You're faster than I thought, Hai. The little girl huffed indignantly. I'm the fastest person in this house. She then marched right up to Aeon and yelled, Get up, Uncle Aeon. We have a lot of work to do today. Your nose is bleeding. Are you even a real warrior? Why are you so weak? Aeon's eyes widened, a memory flashing through his mind. He realized that's right. I wasn't moved by Gray's words back then. So why did I decide to give up that mission? Was it right after hearing what my sister had to say? The truth dawned on Aeon. He looked at his chaotic family, thinking that if he could just break through his own stubbornness. A genuine, happy smile spread across his bruised and swollen face. Maybe my sister's dream could actually become a reality. Maybe we really could go back to our happy childhood. But fate had already set something else in motion. Aeon remembered the catastrophe, the conflict that led to so much death. I should never have broken my resolve. That hope, that passion, had once bloomed in my heart. The fear of helping the wrong person only to be betrayed, he never knew how devastating the blowback would be when they finally struck back. Violence only ever leads to more pain and loss, rivers of blood. And in the end, violence only ever breeds more violence, and hatred only gives birth to more hatred, leading to separation from the ones you love. There is only one way to break the cycle. Forgiveness? That's just a sign of weakness. It leads to more death, and an endless cycle of revenge. The only way is to kill every single person inside that circle, with absolutely no exceptions. In another location, Kion was being beaten to a bloody pulp. His attacker spoke. It's called slaughtering them all. The man trembled, pleading, "Wait, I really don't know anything." And the one beating him? It was none other than Aeon. He gave a wicked smile. "Since your answer wasn't good enough, you must be very curious now, right?" Aeon burst into a fit of insane laughter. Just how far would this madness go? Inside a cluttered storage room, Aeon grabs a fistful of Kion's hair as the man trembles in fear. No, wait. What is he planning to do? One of Kion's eyes is already blind. Covered in blood, he shakes uncontrollably as he speaks. He pleads that he wants the police to investigate, so just call them. He'll tell them everything he knows. Just tell them he is a witness. A common gangster, trying to save his own pathetic life by running to the cops. He's half laughing, half crying. Witness protection. You can do that, can't you? I deserve to live too, right? I'll bring them all to justice. Aeon just smirks, his face stained with blood. What are you talking about? I think you're confused, you little junkie. He then stands up, holding a crude wooden object in his hand. You're not the one who gets to ask questions or make demands in here. Suddenly, it's clear a steel axe. Aeon shoves it right in his face. Only I do, and you only have two options. He leans in close to Kion, yanking his hair back until his eyes bulge in terror. His voice is cold as ice. Answer me right now or get chopped this instant. Just then, the door opens, and Dongho casually walks in carrying a mirror. I brought the mirror for you, Aeon. It's a bit small, but that shouldn't be a problem, right? He smiles back. It's fine. His eyes curve into a sickeningly twisted smile. From now on, he says, we begin your mirror therapy. Have some patience. He walks over, placing the mirror right in front of Kion. How's this? The glass reflects Aeon's cruel, sadistic grin. He asks the man, how does it look? Can you see yourself clearly? Kion stammers back in utter fear. What's this for? This isn't a therapy mirror, is it? Aeon rests his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. It's a little different, but the principle is the same, isn't it? So tell me, how will your sins come back to haunt you? Kion, foolishly, starts spouting curses. Then the axe slams down, chopping off 4 of his fingers in an instant. What did you say, you bastard? Are you a child? Kion hasn't even processed it yet, his face a mask of shock and total disbelief. The moment the axe is pulled away, Kion lets out an agonized scream. My hand! My hand! No! All the while, Aeon's face is filled with pure, sadistic pleasure. You see it and feel it with your own 2 eyes. Now this is what I call real mirror therapy, you piece of trash. Blood from the torture now stains everything. Dongho just watches the whole thing like it's some kind of thrilling movie. He even comments, you're not giving him any escape route, what a great idea. I guess he won't be using that right hand for other activities anymore. Kion screams in despair, cursing wildly. And then Aeon suddenly grabs his mangled arm. Startled, he yells, let go of my hand, you son of a bitch. Aeon just holds the gushing hand up to his face, making a completely cold-blooded remark. Now you can see yourself with your fingers cut off. Look closely, you'll never see your right hand ever again. That's not someone else's hand, it's yours. Isn't it? Can't you see? This act even makes Dongho cover his nose, his face filled with fear. That's disgusting. If you can't grasp anything, you'd feel incredibly lost. It's only now that true panic sets in, and he begins to ramble. No, wait a minute. You bastard. I'm going to bleed to death. Are you going to waste all this time and get no information? Please, just please. Aeon closes his eyes, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. A waste? Not at all. I don't want you to speak again until this is over. Terrified. Kion tries to defend himself. What? What do you get out of this? I never did a damn thing to you to deserve this. Aeon's expression suddenly turns dead serious. Entertainment. Don't you remember? The man's face is pure panic. What? Entertainment? Aeon says calmly. The same kind of entertainment you had when you messed with Sejun. Trongkian, however, is anything but calm. Aeon remembers the sight of Hajin being beaten without mercy. It was Hajin, he growls. You messed with him. Trongkian scrambles for an excuse. No, it was because of that bastard. He came and stepped all over them. Aeon leans in closer, murder burning in his eyes. He issues a chilling warning about everyone involved in Hajin's case, and every single hand that touched Zichun. Each of Aeon's words is like a death sentence. You're all going to learn to fear me. Only me. He thinks to himself, he'll destroy every single gym, every last bastard who's good at jitsu. Just then, a disheveled wanderer appears. The man arrives in front of a gym. Aeon is determined to prove that jitsu is utterly useless in a real fight. He won't stop until he can prove that his sister was wrong. He shuffles into the gym and asks, is the owner here, or someone else good at jitsu? A girl eating instant noodles looks up. Huh? And just like that, the man's eyes suddenly lit up with interest. Hayne looked up and asked, what did you just say? The man had no idea what to make of her. Then, to his complete surprise, she stood up. I don't know what's going on, but you're being incredibly rude. Hayne then snapped. Your feet! The man was completely stunned, his eyes wide. Huh? What? He finally got a clear look at Hayne as she ordered, your shoes, take them off before you come in. He nodded slowly. All right. He was exhausted, thinking about how he felt so sleepy but just couldn't get any real rest. He bent down, untying his shoes with a tired voice. Gotta take my shoes off. Hayne pointed right at him, yelling, what's wrong with you? Hey, mister, are you okay? And just like that, he collapsed. He went down so fast she couldn't even catch him. What the heck? Wake up. Hayne pinched her nose in disgust. What is that smell? Did you wash your hair with dirt? Oh man, should she even call an ambulance? I can't just let you sleep here, even if this mattress is super comfy. The man trembled as he got up, quickly apologizing. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. I'm sorry. Seeing just how weak and frail he looked, her attitude softened a bit. Hey mister, are you sick? Do you want something to eat? How about a bowl of ramen? He was still trying to stand, but just couldn't manage. No, thank you. Haynes sat down in front of him, completely exasperated. What? What do you mean? But he just kept repeating, thank you. Haynes just had to ask, why do you keep apologizing? Her mood was suddenly tanking, but the man just kept on going. I'm sorry. He bowed his head low. I was wrong. Then Haynes' hand reached out, gently patting his head to comfort him. The poor guy was shaking like a leaf. Beneath his haggard expression, tears streamed down his face as he kept apologizing. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. I was wrong. At this point, Aeon's mind was completely gone. He could barely open his eyes, looking dazed and out of it. On the outside, it looked like he was listening intently to the other two. In reality, not a single word was getting through to him. His brain was probably still lost somewhere deep in dreamland. A moment later, Aeon stopped caring and just passed out again, muttering something in perfect, confusing English. So I'm finally dead? Hearing this, Hayne was absolutely floored. She couldn't believe he spoke English, like someone from an American movie. Whoa, what was that? Did he just speak English? His pronunciation is crazy good. But wait, he's supposed to be Korean. Did you catch what he just said? The manager was also completely stumped. He had to pause for a second before he could even translate the guy's cryptic sentence. Yeah, I'm finally dead. Suddenly, Aeon snapped awake like he'd been possessed, startling them with a question of his own. Hearing a familiar curse word, the manager shot Hayne a look, like he'd just discovered a strange new creature. Yeah, I know that one, right? He just swore. Hayne wasn't really paying attention though, too worried about Aeon. Seeing him sleeping like the dead, she felt a bit sorry for him. He's probably just surprised. You'd be startled too waking up from a long sleep. You were snoring like crazy. You got a stuffy nose or something? Hearing he'd been asleep a long time, Aeon jolted up as if struck by lightning. I was asleep? Then he started panicking like a madman. How long was I out? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Hayne didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The guy was out cold for a full 3 hours. You think only 10 minutes? It's been 3 hours. You didn't move a muscle, just slept soundly. Now it's dark outside. You should go home. And then she suddenly flared up, sounding like an angry mom. I was about to call the cops, but you look so peaceful I just left you there. You get it? Go home. You have one, right? And take a shower, because you stink. On, however, was still dazed and utterly confused. His first instinct was to praise the mattress. Is this mattress always this comfortable? No, wait. Where's the instructor? The manager felt a shiver down his spine as the dazed man called for him. That's me, but why are you looking for me? Suddenly, Aeon's tone shifted, getting dead serious. Oh, it's nothing difficult. I just have one little request. And then, like a scene from a B-movie, he got right in the manager's face with a line that would make anyone call 911. Let's have a real fight. No rules, no regulations. We go until one of us is unconscious or just can't move anymore. Meanwhile, Hayne was listening to this and her blood pressure was skyrocketing. Huh? What? Did this guy get shot in the head or something? I put him in a comfortable spot and even wiped his face with a wet towel. The manager, seeing things getting tense, immediately jumped in to mediate. All right, let me handle this. But Hayne couldn't contain her rage, pointing right at Aeon and laying into him without missing a single beat. Such an ungrateful jerk. The manager finally spoke up, sounding like he was explaining some kind of urban legend. So it's true. The rumors from trainers at other gyms. He continued. I heard about a guy going around to gyms, making these weird challenges. And as he said this, his tone shifted. His eyes sharpened, as if he'd just discovered a hidden treasure. That guy is always looking for skilled jiu-jitsu fighters. And you want to fight me. You'd think a fight was about to break out, but no, the manager was just curious. I'll accept this challenge. But tell me why. Why do you want to fight jitsu practitioners even when they don't want to fight? Do you have some kind of grudge against jitsu? Aeon freezes, like a student called on in class. Well, about that. The manager doesn't let up, questioning him like a cop. Why do you hate jitsu? And that's when Aeon begins to look inward. Jitsu? Do I really hate it? He starts to remember something from the past, his mind playing back a sad, black and white memory. Why was he like this? His sister insisted jiu-jitsu was useful in the real world, and he wanted to prove her wrong. And so, Aeon blamed every single tragedy in his life on his sister, never on himself. If he couldn't prove her wrong, then he believed he had no reason left to live. He sank into despair, imagining someone patting his shoulder, telling him it wasn't anyone's fault. He had done nothing wrong that should be enough. Just calm down and stop the self-blame. At that moment, he had a sudden awakening. One punch. Then he spiraled back into his thoughts like a philosopher after meditation. A new beginning, that's what he truly wanted. He could start this very second, but then his mind drifted off again. What was this? Why would jiu-jitsu start with a punch? The manager next to him had no idea whether to fight him or just laugh. You're a madman, the manager said. You're the one who wanted a no-rules match, right? I can't grapple at this distance, so I had to start with a punch. Aeon replied calmly, as if this were a theory class. Ah, I see. But usually, jiu-jitsu starts with a charge. The manager couldn't handle the logic, laughing bitterly. I don't really follow the rules. Does that bother you? Then his tone changed, as if he wanted to have a heart-to-heart. Should I continue, or should we stop and just talk a bit? Aeon seemed to understand. After so long, he'd finally met someone he didn't want to fight, a genuinely kind person. He looked at the manager with trust in his eyes and asked, Can I live here? The manager froze as if his internet connection had dropped. Aeon glanced at the other two and muttered, They both live here. Time passed, and he told himself this place had finally become his home. But that peace didn't last. The manager came home to news that hit him like a lightning bolt. What? What happened to Hajin? His blood pressure nearly shot through the roof. Attacked. What's Hajin's condition? Lun reported back with a grim tone. She's in the ICU. Luckily, the surgery was successful, but she hasn't woken up yet. The manager almost collapsed, ready to go take care of them. Why did this suddenly happen to Hajin? Soon, do you know anything? Who did this to her? Those bastards. Aeon, looking completely dazed and not even properly dressed, was immediately bombarded with questions as he stepped out. Hey, where are you going without a shirt? But he was cold as ice, on the phone like he was about to purge the mafia. You found them? What's the building's name? And so that night, he went looking for the truth. When he arrived, he confirmed all the details, the Huang building, the apartment number. Meanwhile, a vicious brawl was already underway inside. Ki-sok fought like a movie stuntman while spewing insults. You call that a leg? This slab of fat? You really trusted your fat body, didn't you? So reckless. Then he turned on the victim's girlfriend. You bastard. Why would you do this in front of your girlfriend? Someone who knows nothing about how terrible the world is. The big guy refused to give up, still trying to fight back, hoping to turn the tables. No, I'm going to kill you. Aeon arrived just in time to hear the villain's entire monologue, while Ki-sok's friends just laughed like they were watching a show. Wow, Ki-suk is so cool. That fat guy is nothing compared to him. Ha ha ha. Aeon quietly appeared from behind them like the final boss. The others jumped in shock, screaming, "Oh my god, you scared me." Two of them just stared at Aeon, completely confused. "What's up, bro? Where are your clothes? What do you want?" Aeon just stood there silently, but he'd already calculated everything. Even if he got his revenge, only his sorrow would fade, and nothing else would remain. And then he spoke, as if closing an old chapter. Pausing for a moment, he remembered everything that had happened. Only after crushing Ki-sok did he finally leave with a clear conscience. Before the warehouse raid, Jong-ho watched from afar like it was a movie, seeing a man's hand get chopped off but still looking cheerful. Should you be that happy? The guy was beaming like he'd just gotten a birthday present. Jong-ho, totally unfazed, turned to Aeon to report his progress. "Hey Aeon, I bandaged him up, but there's no guarantee it won't start bleeding again. What should we do if he goes into shock?" Aeon was still holding the axe, his eyes looking anything but human. "What do you mean?" "We chop off his toes before he passes out. Hold his right leg down." Jong-ho heard the order and got as excited as if it were New Year's. "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Keon saw the situation and completely freaked out. "Wait, you bastards, I lose. I'll tell you everything. I know all about Hanzun Yu, but first, give me proper first aid." An wasn't a doctor, but he was far more passionate about chopping things up than saving people. "Yeah, there you go. Start talking, or you lose a toe. If I'm not satisfied with the info, I'll keep cutting. If I am, we stop." "Okay." Dong-ho pulled out an envelope, ready to take notes. "Boss, you want me to take his shoes off too? That way, we can aim for the toes more accurately." Aeon might have had the soul of an artist, but he had the hands of a butcher. "Just aim for the center of his leg and break it. Hold him down." The captive panicked. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, just stop, you cold-blooded freaks." But Aeon didn't have a stop button, only a keep-going one. "You know what? I feel like cutting something. Think hard, before I take your left toes next." Drenched in sweat, the man trembled and shrieked like a cornered animal, finally squeezing out words more precious than gold. "Han Jun-yu, from the national team," he gasped. That guy. He was the national representative for Jujutsu. Hearing that name, Aeon finally paused, his expression like someone who just found out their ex is Miss World. The national team, huh? It was the first real piece of information he'd gotten, but it was nowhere near enough to satisfy Aeon. "Keep talking." "Why would a national team rep get his hands this dirty?" Trong Kion shot back. "Don't ask me. I'm not him. How the hell should I know? I'm telling you everything I know. The first time I met Han Jun-yu was at the Open Mixed Martial Arts Tournament. You remember that? It wasn't some huge match, just a small team competing." The man began to tell his story as if he were narrating a comic book. That guy had been banned from competing for life, so he switched to MMA. "I'm not sure what went down with the Jujutsu team, but I know one thing for sure, that bastard absolutely hates anyone who uses drugs. I think I might have been using a little something back then, but only inside the arena. It was pretty much the Juicers League anyway, so that makes it fair, right?" Listening to this pathetic excuse was starting to give Aeon a headache. "I don't give a damn about your excuses. Keep talking and stop wasting my time, you mutt. Just talk about Han Jun-yu." Trong Kion was furious but didn't dare show it. "You told me to tell you everything," he muttered, forced to continue. "That bastard didn't last long in MMA either, because Han Jun-yu crushed every single opponent, becoming a god of the sport. But that son of a bitch retired right after. He wasn't afraid to fight dirty, either. He's the one who did this to my left eye. And just like that, because of this eye, my entire career was over. All I knew was fighting and doping, so I started buying up enhancers and selling them at insane prices. It didn't matter who bought them." He recalled using every dirty trick in the book. The kids were naive. They saw results and took the shot. Saw muscles and injected. They didn't care how dangerous the drugs were. All that mattered to them was standing out from their peers. That feeling was everything. Ha ha ha. But he never expected life to spin on a dime. One minute everything was fine, and then, boom, someone came looking for me. Turns out, even drug users have rankings now. And I just kept on climbing. He went deeper, moving from steroids to completely untested drugs. From untested substances to straight-up illegal contraband, all sold through the dark web, a twisted kind of modern business no one should ever copy. The turning point came when Trong Kion got an offer so huge he could barely process it, a chance to run a drug manufacturing plant. He said I was exactly the person he was looking for. I swear, I thought I was his destiny or something. He even said he had cops on his payroll, so we'd never get caught. The police couldn't get anywhere near our factory. He talked like a gangster spitting in the face of karma. The pay was huge, and a cut from the factory was even better. So why would I be stupid enough to say no? I guess I was that stupid, because I said yes. And that's when he realized a terrifying truth. That haircut. I recognized it instantly. The real reason I was brought in was Han Junyu. It was him. Trong Keon's eyes bulged. Filled with suspicion, he walked right up to him. I asked him what the hell he was really planning. He never expected that Han Junyu wanted something from him. If you want to do dirty work, he said, you need dogs to dig through the trash for you, right? But why is it I only thought of you? Let's just say one of your eyes is the price. He was beaten to a pulp, blinded in one eye. But honestly, my arms and legs were still intact. So I decided to just take the profit that was right in front of me. Han Junyu began to act like a madman. He gathered countless high school thugs and just let them tear each other to pieces. Trong Keon was revealing the entire, insane dark side of their whole operation. Han Junyu even joined in himself, a real professional athlete, in the middle of that chaos. We picked the lowest of the low to test the new drugs on. We got them hooked first, then locked them in a dungeon with no exit so they couldn't escape. We used them like slaves. Why would he and his crew do something so vile? Especially when their victims couldn't possibly fight back? They would beg us for another hit. They'd become our most loyal dogs, completely losing their own free will. If this were a novel, its genre would be a social tragedy mixed with a healthy dose of pure, willful ignorance. At that moment, the man suddenly smiled like he'd just won the lottery, and Trong Keon finally understood how he'd lost everything, including his pride. Jong Keon was practically ecstatic, turning to Aeon with a crazed look. You get what I mean, right? Fighting like that makes you an animal, not a man. Aeon listened, feeling like he was being forced to watch an ad mid-movie. He just saw this guy as a pathetic animal himself, and it was getting on his nerves. Oh, you getting excited now? Before Jong Keon could utter a single word, Aeon showed zero mercy, slamming a brutal kick into him without a moment's rest. Relentless kicks echoed with sickening thuds. Soon, the man was a bloody, unconscious mess, barely breathing. Only then did Aeon stop to offer one last chance. Pathetic. If you can manage to speak in the next 5 seconds, I might just show you some pity. Got it? Seeing the man so brutally injured, Dongha couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Why did Mr. Aeon just kick him like that? Is he dead? His hand is bleeding everywhere. Why'd you kick him so hard? He can't even respond to me now. Unfazed by the panic, Aeon calmly stated, It's fine. I already got the information I needed. Anything else that comes out of his mouth is just garbage. Call the police and clean this up. Meanwhile, outside, Hyung-sik waited impatiently. The total silence from inside the building was deeply unsettling. Still no word, he muttered. Did they all get wiped out? I told them we needed more backup for this. What can one guy like Aeon do alone? Maybe I should just call for help now. Suddenly, a voice right behind him asked, Notification about what? Hyung-sik froze, completely caught off guard. It was Junwoo, who had been tailing him the entire time. What's the deal? He asked. Find something interesting in this building, kid? Back inside, Dongha was frantically on the phone with the police. Yes, that's right. Please hurry. He has a knife and he's trying to kill me. Please, you have to get here fast. Please. Yes, it's that warehouse, he explained to the operator. Wait, I don't know the exact address. Just track my phone or something. My life is on the line here. Then, remembering, he quickly added, And my friend is seriously injured. Please send an ambulance too. Please hurry up. I'm barely hanging on. But at the police station, a banner hung in an almost ironic spot. The People's Police will dedicate everything for the people. The officer on the phone replied with a polite, practiced smile. Yes, sir, I understand. We've got your location. We'll be there immediately. Another officer heard the call and asked his chief what it was about, as his partner offered a few suggestions. A drunk? A homeless person? Should we prepare to roll out? The police chief just laughed it off. Nah, just another call from that warehouse. Hearing this, the other two officers immediately understood. Ah, so they're trying to escape again, huh? The chief's voice was filled with complete indifference. It's probably a routine patrol report, or maybe just a prank call. The chief joked with the other two officers. Hey, after getting my eyebrows tattooed, don't I look sharper? For men, the T-zone is the most important thing. One officer eagerly played along. Absolutely, chief. You look a good 10 years younger. I think I need to get mine done too. The chief let out a hearty laugh. What? 10 years? You little punk. As the station filled with careless laughter, nobody gave the emergency call a second thought. But at the warehouse, a young man asked Hyung-sik, You really thought that would work, didn't you? Detective Jang Hyung-sik, the last righteous cop of our time. Stunned, Hyung-sik whipped around, stammering, What? Who are you? How do you know my name? But the young man simply ignored him, continuing his monologue with a slow, sarcastic thumbs up. Honestly, I think it's kinda cool. You're pretty good. Using the law to catch bad guys makes you feel like some kind of dark knight. He let out a derisive laugh. But your methods are just so simple. Don't you think so? It's way too obvious. And did you really think we wouldn't have the exact same plan? An emergency call, begging for an investigation. Dream on, detective. Once he finished laughing, his expression turned deadly serious. Do you know what happens when a crow tries to imitate a stork? Confused and angry, Hyung-sik shot back. You talk too damn much. The man just slowly enunciated his next words. The answer came from behind Hyung-sik. At some point, Sang-chu had snuck up on him. In his hands was a plastic bag, which he swiftly and decisively pulled over Hyung-sik's head, giving him no time to react. Meanwhile, the young man let out the last few words. Your life is over. Just then, the man behind Hyung-sik kicked his legs out, sending him crashing to his knees, the plastic bag tight around his head, making every breath a desperate struggle. He thrashed around in pure despair, letting out the muffled sounds of utter helplessness. Panic surged through him. Were these lunatics insane? Did they really dare to do this to a police officer? But that thought vanished, his mind going blank, leaving only one primal instinct he had to poke a hole near his mouth to breathe, and fast. Hyung-sik tried to open his mouth as wide as he possibly could. His other hand trembled as he desperately tried to raise it toward his face to finish the job. But the young man wasn't about to let that happen, spotting the move instantly and shutting it down with ease. He grabbed the detective's wrist, stopping the hand from reaching his mouth, and sneered, "Nuh-uh, you can't do that. You're too late for that, detective." His face still wore a chilling grin, not one of joy, but the cunning smirk of a sly fox. He began to lecture Hyung-sik about the strange nature of the world. Let me tell you why all the righteous, moral people are slowly vanishing from this earth. Because the plastic still hadn't been removed, the detective was still struggling with all his might. Hyung-sik couldn't even form a single word, cursing the man in his mind. This absolute monster. The young man couldn't read minds, of course, so he had no idea he'd just been insulted. He just kept on talking. There are two kinds of people. The first kind? They understand their place and submit to those they can't possibly defeat. As he spoke, he made a sudden, fluid motion, maximizing his momentum. In an instant, his arm shot out like an arrow released from a bow. The blow landed directly in the center of Hyung-sik's groin, making him stagger, unable to react in time. Even as he attacked, he didn't stop talking. Most people are like that. It's the obvious choice, because everyone wants to live. And the second kind, he continued, they simply disappear, detective. A dark red fluid began to seep from the damaged tissue. Pressure built, forcing blood and plasma out, pushing through the layers of freshly torn skin. But it never touched the open air, trapped behind that suffocating layer of plastic. Hyung-sik was in agony, but he was completely unable to fight back or even resist. The young man just continued. Now, let's go inside and have a man-to-man chat. Because maybe even your point of view can be changed. Elsewhere, Dong-ho was complaining. Uncle Asen, I'm starving to death. Why aren't they here yet? This is taking forever, he urged. Call that detective or do something. Asen scanned their surroundings with a serious expression before making his call. Something's not right. First, let's search the area, see if we can find anything useful. And with that, they began to move, gathering information. Stopping at a waste processing room, Dong-ho asked, Uncle, what's the plan? Do we just take them all out? Asan observed for a moment before answering. No. These kids are just waiting to be thrown away when they're no longer useful. Every last drop of their blood will be squeezed out of them. They're just trash being processed. The people in the room, though all different individuals, shared one thing in common. They were gaunt, exhausted, and utterly lifeless. They were like programmed machines, about to be replaced entirely. Dong-ho couldn't stand seeing it. Then what should we do? Should we dispose of them a little early? I thought their lives were already over. Asen made a decision. They're not conscious. We'll restrain them, then knock them out. Then we'll lock them up somewhere on the surface so they can't escape. Dong-ho replied, Yes, sir. With his orders given, he immediately went to carry out the mission. Asen stood his ground, pulling out his phone to call Detective Jiang. When the phone just kept ringing with no answer, Asen grew impatient. Come on, Detective Jiang, pick up the phone. His wish was granted. Someone finally answered, but it wasn't the detective Asen was looking for. A smirking voice replied, Who is this? Is this Mr. Asen? Another crazy fool who didn't listen to my warning. The voice continued. So, have you found anything yet? You better find something of equal value, you know. Asen clearly understood every word. but the sentences made absolutely no sense. Annoyed, he shot back. What the hell are you talking about? Answer me in our native tongue. The voice on the other end just laughed. Brother, I'm only doing this because you're a man of your word, aren't you? He spoke in riddles. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I warned you not to look for a reason. So now, things are about to get very bad. In a hidden corner, Trong-hun was shaking with rage. It's just a setback the first time. The first time is always the hardest. Just the first time. But from out of nowhere, his coach ran over to intervene. It's dangerous, so put it down while I'm still being nice. Inside a towering skyscraper, on the top floor, Department Head Kim looks out and admits, yes, you were right. Athlete Lim Zi-chun, the situation has changed fast. Lim Zi-chun and his crew have completely exceeded their expectations. Their skill level is clearly off the charts. He feigns a troubled look. So, what should we do? We'll have to keep an eye on them, right? Trong-hun, who'd been bowing respectfully, looks up, stammering in surprise. What do you mean? Kim reminds him, the girl with the glasses at the gym. I told you to hit her in the head, but you failed. Remember? He continues. Kang-jon is hiding somewhere with Sensu. It's only a matter of time until we find her. We have more urgent problems, so I want you to handle this. Succeed, and your past failures will be forgotten with a fitting reward, of course. Like we said before, there's no problem as long as you don't get caught. Think of it as getting over the first-time jitters. You've already got the experience, after all. From your father's incident, right? He says it so simply, just go to the gym and kill anyone there. He turns around and slips something into the boy's jacket pocket. Hearing all this, Trong-hun is thrown into a state of complete and utter confusion. Seeing the panic in his eyes, Kim smiles. Worried? Is it because you're fellow martial artists? People don't die that easily, don't worry. Trong-hun finally replies, I need some time to think. He asks, when should I give you my answer? But then a thought hits him. Wait, a suicide mission is a whole different story. This guy is insane. But Department Head Kim can't read minds, completely unaware of what he's thinking. He answers smoothly, oh, right now. This very moment. This is an urgent task. If you do as I say, your future will be much easier. He pushes up his glasses, laying out the alternative. But if you refuse this job, you'll rot in prison the second you become an adult. We can cover up or manipulate anything with ease. And we've already collected plenty of evidence. Oh, or we could offer you a buy one get one free funeral service. People will believe any story you feed them, as long as you connect one or two plausible pieces of evidence. So, what do you say, Trong-hun? You'll choose the simple way, won't you? Every word is spoken lightly, but they hit Trong-hun like a death sentence. His face has already turned a deathly shade of gray. Meanwhile, back on his phone call, Aeon asks the person on the other end, so what happened to that guy? Did you kill him? The voice replies, no, Officer Lai, Soon Lai. Why is a cop talking so calmly about murder? I didn't kill him, don't worry. Detective Hyung-shik was tortured and left on the ground. We were just having a little chat, but I'm wondering, why did you lie? I sent someone to the fitness center to kill a guy. Shouldn't you be rushing over there? I wonder what you can possibly do now that the police's plan is a total mess. Aeon practically shouts into the phone. You sent 10 guys with knives? The volume is so loud Aeon has to pull the phone away from his ear. Are you surprised? Aeon fires back. You were only supposed to send 1 or 2. It's not great to say, but I'm here now. The voice on the phone mocks him. Listen to yourself. You don't even sound American. Aeon clarifies. I mean, I'm not at the fitness center today. That means the coach is the one in there. Back at the gym, the manager tries to stop Trong-hun. That's dangerous. Put it down and let's talk this out. The kid freezes for a second, then whips around and demands, who the hell are you? His voice has a slight, almost unnoticeable tremble. The manager is clearly annoyed by his attitude. He repeats the question, who are you? Then he presses, how dare you be so rude to an adult? You got a screw loose? Trong-hun raises the knife in his hand threateningly. Shut your damn mouth. Don't you see this? Damn it. You don't want to die by this knife, do you? This thing is real. As soon as he finishes, the manager takes off his helmet and to Trong-hun's complete shock, shoves it onto the knife's tip. Before he can react, the manager's body twists like a finely tuned machine, power transferring from his shoulder to his elbow and into a fist flying forward. The air tears apart. The ground itself seems to shake as the punch slams into its target, the impact sending a shockwave through Trong-hun's body. The helmet flies into the air, thrown by an unseen hand, tracing a perfect arc as it falls back down. The sudden attack left Jong-ho completely unable to react in time. It took the thug half a day to spit out a single word. You? the manager asked him sternly. Were you never taught any manners? The thug held his face and cursed, You damn old geezer. The manager shot back, What was that? What did you say, you punk? The thug just stared, 100 questions running through his mind. Who on earth was this old man? And where did he learn to box? He analyzed the man, judging by his ears that jitsu was likely his specialty. Unable to hold back, Jong-ho finally asked the manager, Hey, old man, do you go to that jitsu center? The manager looked down at his own fist and replied, Yeah, I do. It's been a while, so my fists have gotten a bit slow. Jong-ho didn't press further, instead glaring at the knife stuck in the helmet on the ground, making a silent assessment. That punch was dangerous. But if that was all he had, getting the knife back would be tough. But he could just stab the old man and go home. He's old, and as a kickboxer, the kid figured he had the advantage. He'd fake him out with a kick, make him back off, then snatch the knife. His decision was made. So this is how it all ends. The moment he thought that, he looked up to see the manager had vanished. He panicked. Where did he go? Before he could even spot him, a brutal assault rained down on him from behind. Blow after blow landed, each one heavier than the last. The attacker showed zero mercy, leaving his opponent utterly confused and completely terrified. All the thug could do was cry out instinctively in pain. The manager spoke to Jong-ho. I can't use my fists and remain neutral, but there is one exception when I have to act. He pressed the thug's head down with one hand. It's when I meet someone who's playing around with another person's life. If that happens, my own people could be in danger, right? In that case, I'll send trash like that straight to hell with my own 2 fists. Back at the factory, someone's voice piped up. Do you think this world is wonderful? Another person replied. That's hardly a light punishment. It might be a bit extreme and violent, but I believe the world would be a better place if guys like you were dead. The man stepped on Hyung-sek's head and said, You're so cruel, Seol-hyung. What are the kids going to learn from that? He sighed. But honestly, I'm quite curious. I want to see just how skilled and violent he can be. For a soldier who's killed so many people in the past, he must know what a real battle looks like. The 2 sides stood facing each other, Aeon and Jong-ho on one side, and Sejun's crew on the other. Someone's voice cut through the tension. Ready? Let's clean this place up once and for all. Jong-ho immediately gave an okay sign, cheerfully replying, Sure, let's do this. Aeon, standing beside him, spoke up calmly. It'd be best if you didn't kill them, but our priority is protecting the detective, got it? Jong-ho whipped his head around, staring in shock. What? Me too? You do it yourself. I'm not good at saving people. I'm only good at breaking things. You go play the hero by yourself. Aeon just raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, Should I give Shin Soo-young a call? Jong-ho did a complete 180, his expression flipping instantly. But you know, sometimes I really want to help people. It must be my good nature, huh? With that, he stepped towards the gang, sighing as he spoke. You little punks, I need to deal with your leader, so get out of my way. The leader, a bat slung over his shoulder, tilted his head and growled. Can't you see we're on the same side as the guys inside? Jong-ho got the message, practically daring them to attack. He just called out casually, Then shut your mouths and come at me. Just stop blabbering. This enraged the leader, who turned to his lackeys and shouted, Let's see if you're still talking tough after we beat you to a pulp, big guy. Brothers, surround him and take him down. Jong-ho just pouted. You talked for so long I almost fell asleep. The leader and 2 others charged forward, shouting an angry warning. I've seen plenty of big talkers die screaming, you know? Try and dodge this, you oaf. Just as he finished, the 3 of them swung wooden bats straight at Jong-ho's head, but he remained perfectly calm, muttering just 3 words. Dodge, what? Exactly. In an instant, the wooden bats all snapped in 2, having absolutely no effect on Jong-ho. He said smugly, This is such a pain. Why would I do that? Your weapons just tickle, anyway. The thug was instantly shaken, thinking to himself, What the hell is this? Jong-ho's face darkened as he growled that hitting him was like hitting a concrete pillar. Since you hit me first, now it's my turn. The moment he finished speaking, Jong-ho slammed his fist into the guy's face. The thug lost his balance and crumpled, falling face first to the floor. The remaining 2 were completely freaked out by this, screaming in terror. What the hell was that? Get a knife. The other guy stammered back. You get it. Jong-ho glanced at the man on the ground, let out a breath, and continued. All right, 1 down. Let's see how many are left. As he said this, he got right up in the faces of the last 2. He flashed a terrifying grin and said, Whatever, you can hit me too. He raised a hand to cover his face, faking them out, but then he changed his mind. He didn't let them hit his face, instead dropping low for a nasty kick, laughing as he yelled, "Sucker punch." Now it's time for the grand finale. Caught completely off guard, a flash of agony shot through him. The guy doubled over, clutching himself and groaning, "You absolute son of a bitch." Another thug just clicked his tongue at the scene. Isn't that a bit much? But Aeon, having seen enough, finally stepped in to stop them. "All right, let's get straight to the point. We can't let these pests keep multiplying." Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted someone swinging a bat for a sneak attack. Without a word, he spun around and planted a solid kick right in the guy's stomach, sending him flying. Another one scoffed, judging the scene. "Man, who's the bad guy here now?" Dong-ho cut him off immediately. "That would be me." Before he could finish, a bat smashed into the side of his head, dropping him to the ground. A moment later, he managed to whisper, "What was that?" The guy with the bat, thinking he'd won, laughed triumphantly. "This time you can't just shake it off, can you? No matter how strong you are, you're still just human." Dong-ho ignored the blood, pushing himself back to his feet and calmly adding, "Way stronger than the second generation. This is going to be hard to pay back. Why'd you do it?" The attacker watched him stand up like it was nothing, and started to panic, stammering, What is wrong with this monster? What are you trying to do? Take this." But before he could swing, Dong-ho was faster, his fist shattering the bat in the thug's hand. A splinter from the wooden bat flew right back and hit the attacker square in the head. His nose immediately started gushing blood. He was completely stunned, thinking, how is this possible? Is he even human? Dong-ho then raised a fist right in front of his face. He growled out every word. "I don't know how much I'll have to repay you, but I'll definitely be punching you as much as I damn well please." Dong-ho brushed off his hands, turned to Aeon, and said casually, "Whenever I let loose, I can't seem to control my strength. Mr. Aeon, a little help here." Aeon just raised an eyebrow. "No. Get the detective out of here. He's lost a lot of blood. Take him straight to a hospital." Suddenly, another goon rushed forward, grabbing Aeon in a tight bear hug. He smirked, "Worry about yourself. You're all tied up now, you idiot." Before the guy could say another word, Aeon flipped him over, easily breaking the hold. He casually chuckled, "You're the one who should be worried." He grabbed the thug's hand, twisted the joint with a sickening crack, and brought the man to tears. The guy screamed in agony, "My arm!" Aeon grabbed the guy by the hair and turned to face the last one, who was also holding a wooden bat and ready to charge. The remaining thug shouted foolishly, "You stupid bastard, let him go right now." The moment the words left his mouth, he heard a whistling sound. A pipe flew through the air and smashed right into his face, sending him stumbling to the ground. Dong-ho, carrying a body, was stunned. A perfect hit. "Mr. Aeon, I'll take the detective to the hospital first. You handle these guys, okay?" Aeon nodded. "Yeah. I'm only sure of one thing." The last man standing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And what's that? You two aren't planning on attacking at the same time? You want a one-on-one? I like it." Aeon looked him dead in the eye, his voice chillingly calm. "Today, one of us dies, or one of us leaves here crippled. Do you agree?" Junyu just smiled and nodded. "Of course. To be honest, I didn't see this coming either." He tilted his head, adding quietly, "Just as you predicted. You prepared for everything, and your people are capable. So these cheap traps were never going to work on you." Junyu let out a sigh, then chuckled. "That's why I changed my mind, Aeon. You could say you're a reliable pillar for everyone around you." He leaned in close, a taunting smile spreading across his face. "So, what if I just knock that pillar down completely?" Aeon sighed, finally speaking up. "I get it. Sure, you can think that. But what am I supposed to do about it? From what I'm seeing, you don't look strong enough to pull that off. You're weak. You seem like the type who likes to sleep with his mommy." Junyu gave a weak laugh. "Come on, just because you're Korean American, you like Western jokes now?" Aeon's eyes widened as he raised his voice slightly. "Did I say something to offend you? Was it because I called you weak? Or because I mentioned your mother?" The second Aeon finished speaking, he ate a high kick from Junyu. The blow sent the hat he'd been wearing flying. Aeon looked a bit startled, his hand touching his face as he watched his hat fall, lost in thought. That was a high kick, yet he did it with almost zero wind-up. Junyu raised an eyebrow, sneering. "What's wrong? What's with that look? It can't be." He laughed out loud, casually saying, "You thought I was just some street punk? How disappointing. I've known about you since your fighting days back at the academy." Aeon didn't seem to remember, giving a flat reply. "Oh, is that so? You just look so much like a punk, I never questioned it." "My bad," he thought to himself. "He's better than I thought." Junyu seemed impressed. I thought you were the quiet, reserved type, but you're pretty good at showing off. So let me show you how a real fight on a battlefield goes." With that, he threw a punch at Aeon, shouting with excitement. Aeon was nimble, easily dodging the punch. Junyu kept attacking as he spoke. "You know something? The difference between a battle and a simple fight is me, a soldier who has actually killed people." He spoke while throwing a powerful kick at Aeon, growling, "Think you can defeat a true martial artist?" Aeon simply eyed his attacks. He assessed him internally. The man was a graduate from the National Jujutsu Academy. Aeon thought his style would be mostly grappling, but Junwoo kept throwing punches, taunting him. "What's wrong? Can't fight without a weapon?" Aeon was still processing it. The man was focusing entirely on hand-to-hand strikes. He was just that confident in his punching power. Seeing the silence, Junyu's brow furrowed as he spoke up. "What? Are you trying to analyze my fighting style? You think you have time for that in a real fight? But guess what? I was famous for having no signature style in the first place." Just as he finished speaking, he instantly closed the distance to Aeon, who was completely stunned. "What the?" Aeon thought to himself. That kind of movement was nothing he had ever seen or even heard of before. Junyu let out a sharp breath. "All right, warm-up's over. Time for the main event." But the second he finished, Aeon spat right in his face. Caught completely off guard, Junyu took the full hit. "What the hell was that?" he shrieked, totally losing it. Aeon just clicked his tongue. "Quit talking nonsense. You're just a criminal, you damn punk. Don't lecture me about fighting styles." His face darkened as he spoke with a cold edge. "And what was that you were barking about? You think fighting and brawling are different? Maybe I should teach you what a real war is." At a nearby stall, In-hun let out a dismissive laugh. "Hey old man, sorry, but being brutally honest isn't exactly the trend these days." The old man paid him no mind, just chuckling in response. "What's that? You sound just like some idiot with a bad case of teenage angst. I've already called the cops, so just calm down. Scum like you aren't even worthy of being dog food." In-hun lifted his head, speaking with pure arrogance. "This era is all about selfishness and deception. Only selfish people can live well. As long as my life is going smoothly, why should I care about anyone else's?" The old man replied with a serious tone. "I don't meddle either, but as an adult who's seen a thing or two, I'll tell you straight. Only lowlifes like you use that kind of twisted logic to justify your own evil actions. You're just a pathetic criminal, no need for excuses." In-hun burst out laughing, a slight tremble in his voice. "You know who the real bad guy is, old man? You're a fool who doesn't even know who he's dealing with. That guy with the long hair, Aeon." The old man's brow furrowed in confusion. "What? What kind of crap are you spouting?" In-hun covered his mouth, snickering. "He didn't make it to the gym today, did he? Do you have any idea what kind of monster he's fighting right now?" The old man just clicked his tongue in response. "I don't know, and I don't care." In-hun replied, annoyed. "What kind of reaction is that? You think I'm joking? Aeon could actually die, you hear me?" The old man just let out a loud, amused laugh. "Hey, I don't know who you're confusing him with, but I'm sure of one thing." Meanwhile, back at the old warehouse, Junyu angrily wiped his face, his voice a low growl. "Unbelievable. I can't believe you'd spit in my eye. You'd really do anything to win, wouldn't you?" Aeon glanced at him, pouting slightly. "What? You're the one who wanted me to show you how to fight on a battlefield. Sometimes, you end up in situations where you have to fight without a weapon. And that's when things get messy." "Why?" Aeon's face grew serious. "It's simple. Because I don't want to die. Humans lose their will to fight when they're facing a weapon like a gun, but in a bare-knuckle brawl, they won't just let themselves get beaten to death." He slowly took off his outer jacket, still talking. "And for those of us who have truly been through a dirty war firsthand, do you know the biggest difference between us and those who haven't?" Junyu rubbed his face, clearly confused and impatient. "Just spit it out already. Stop asking questions." And with that, Aeon threw his jacket right at him. Junyu caught it, still bewildered. "What's this? Trying to block my vision with your clothes?" A surprise punch from behind it? Junyu's eyes widened as he stared at Aeon. "That's so predictable, so old-fashioned. Is that all you've got?" Aeon held his pose, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Always carry a weapon on you." The old man rubbed his chin in thought, finally speaking after a long pause. "Of all the people I know, Aeon is the single dirtiest fighter there is." Back in the fight, Junyu hadn't noticed a hidden knife flying towards him until it was lodged deep in his thigh. "What the hell?" he screamed. In a secluded mansion bedroom, a young Junyu stared at his brother in confusion. "Hyung, why are you holding that?" "Do you?" Knife in hand, growled. "Didn't I tell you?" The older brother's eyes widened menacingly as he shot the boy a warning glare and a twisted smirk. "Don't you dare call me brother, you filthy beggar." You should have never been born. You get it? And that woman you call a mother, too. The little boy's eyes welled up with tears as he bit his lip. You're so scary. I'm sorry, I won't call you that ever again. The older brother raised an eyebrow, his tone chillingly calm. Do you know why I'm doing you the favor of letting you live in this house? Listen up. With that, he moved in close to the boy, a horrifying grin spreading across his face. You and your mother are nothing but toilet paper in this house. Do you understand what I'm saying? The only reason you two exist is for me and my father to wipe away our filth. He completely ignored the boy's pale, terrified face and tear-filled eyes, continuing to give his cruel orders. Now, take off your pants. From now on, whenever I'm in a bad mood, I'll use your body. Junyu raised the knife, a savage smile playing on his lips, until I feel better. You better remember that trash like you is just an object that nobody gives a damn about. A moment later, Junyu ran to his mother, his small body covered in blood. He wailed, Mom, it hurts so much. He stabbed me in the thigh. The woman merely glanced at him before saying, Endure it. Junyu's lips trembled, but he told me to take off my pants and used a knife. Before the boy could even finish, the woman slapped him hard across the face, her voice turning aggressive. I told you to stop your whining, you crybaby. Can you feed this family? Because I can't. She pointed a finger right in his face, her warning blunt. If you don't want to live on the streets, you'll bite your tongue and endure it, until you're big enough to fight back. Her lips thinned as she continued, her voice full of rage. This world is a place where the powerless, people like us, have to suffer. For the weak, everything is just a hollow mental victory. Even if we treasure it, we're weak, so we have to suffer living in this house. Do you understand, Junyu? The boy nodded, whispering, Yes, I'm sorry, I'll do better. The woman turned her back to him, instructing without looking, Go treat your wound. The ointment is in the first aid kit. She quickly left and slammed the door, leaving him alone in the empty room. But she just stood outside, her strength gone, leaning her back against the door. Her body shook violently as tears streamed down her face, a pain she could never put into words. And inside, the boy cried from the misery of it all. Back to the present, in that old warehouse. Blood flowed freely from Junyu's thigh. He took a step back, glanced at the wound, and calmly remarked, Well now, I can't believe this. Is this why they say there's no such thing as romance on the battlefield? The way you threw that knife was exactly the same. And you're the one who's going to teach me hand-to-hand combat? Aeon raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue. When did I say that? You need to learn proper Korean. He was thinking, what is this? The guy has a knife sticking out of his thigh. But what's with that casual reaction? Normally, even a tough-as-nails gangster would be screaming in pain. Junyu let out a loud laugh. You're right. Everything you just said is completely true. I guess it's because I've been playing around with children too much lately, so my standards have warped to match theirs. Aeon saw Junyu's hand move towards the knife's handle and scowled. You thinking of pulling it out? It'd be better if you didn't. Junyu replied coolly. If pulling it out is a bad idea, then I guess I'm stuck. At least I could figure that much out. Aeon frowned. No, that's not what I meant. As he spoke, he delivered a sharp kick to the knife, driving it deeper. He stated flatly, It should have gone in deeper. That way it would hurt even more. What were you thinking, trying to pull it out? Caught completely off guard, the sudden pain left Junyu speechless, able only to let out a loud groan. Junyu collapsed to the ground, yelling up at Aeon. This hurts so much. Aeon simply raised an eyebrow. What's this? Are you laughing? He hung his head and erupted into a fit of laughter, clearly delighted. Don't you find this hilarious? I'm enjoying this so much. Just as I thought, people who actually have to fight to survive are on a completely different level. Junyu stuck his tongue out at Aeon with a mocking grin. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? He sighed, continuing calmly. I don't want to go to prison to pay for my crimes. Can't you just kill me? I'll go straight to heaven. And if you want, I can even say hi to your family for you. Man, my leg hurts so bad. He didn't even get to finish his complaint before Aeon kicked him square in the face. Junyu stumbled backward, losing his balance. Aeon stared down at him, his voice ice cold. That's not how it works. People like you don't get to die peacefully, especially an addict like you. I don't give a damn what you went through in your life, but don't you dare use it as an excuse for the sins you've committed. He knelt down to face Junyu, his voice dropping to a low command. Just consider today as payback for what you did to Zichu. Meanwhile, Jong-ho was carrying Ha-young-sich on his back, rushing to the hospital. Ha-young-sich suddenly regained consciousness, letting out a soft groan that completely startled Jong-ho. Jong-ho jumped, yelling, Damn, you scared the hell out of me. I almost hit you. Ha-young-sich asked groggily, Where is this? What about Aeon? Jong-ho quickly answered, I handled the minions. There's only one guy left back there. Mr. Detective, we're on our way to get you treated, so just relax. Hi, Yong-shich immediately cut him off. No, we have to go back. Jong-ho frowned, turning to him in surprise. What? I'm pretty sure Aeon can handle them just fine. We've been had, Hai Yong-shich says, his voice tight with anxiety. We need to move fast and get Aeon out of there now. A chilling thought hits him, even Aeon can't handle this by himself. Those bastards just made the whole thing up. It was a damn tiger trap, plain and simple. Now, Hai Yong-shich is the one tied up, his face bruised and swollen. He snarls at his captor. You filthy scumbag. Let me tell you something. He continues, his voice cracking with rage. If you don't kill me right now, you're the one who's going to pay, you bastard. I'll make damn sure you face justice. And trust me, it won't be a clean death. But the scumbag, Jun Yu, just grins, clearly enjoying the show. Well, investigator, he says. So you really are the investigator, Hai Yong-shich? I've got to say, I really respect you. In a life-or-death situation, I can't believe you're still clinging to your principles of justice. Jun Yu doesn't care if a single word is getting through. He just keeps on talking. But usually, when people die, they're just gone. An investigator from South Korea goes missing? So what? What can the police even do? They'll run a small investigation, and eventually, it'll just become a cold case about some missing public servant. He stares down at Hai Yong-shich with a gentle smile and says, But this time, I get to use you. Because luck is on my side. If we wanted Aeon all alone, we had to split him from that orange-haired guy he was with, right? One of Aeon's biggest mistakes was taking you to the hospital before and after all this. Hai Yong-shich has heard enough, cutting him off angrily. What kind of absolute garbage are you spewing? You think I'm going to do what you want? Can't you see I'm still alive and fighting back? He snarls. If I get out of here, I will hunt you down. That bastard with the glasses and CEO Han. They're on your side too, aren't they? Junyu casually admits it. Yep, that's right. But dear investigator, you're about to be transferred over to the local traffic police. This little transfer will be completely off the books, with no official procedure whatsoever. He suddenly leans in close to Hai Yong-shich's ear, whispering, Also, you went to the crime scene multiple times, killed people, and even worked with a former US soldier. That could land you in prison. You know that, right? For powerless people like you, nothing changes, no matter how hard you try. So just protect yourself and live like a beggar. Or go ahead. Try to prove your innocence. And with that, he smashes his fist into Hai Yong-shich's face again. Right at that moment, police cars screech to a halt at the old warehouse. They point their guns directly at Aeon, shouting, Freeze! Release him now and put your hands in the air. Aeon glances back at them, completely unfazed. You want me to release him or freeze? Be clear. And by the way, you're late. I reported this a long time ago, and you're only just getting here. Jun Yu, his face covered in blood, just laughs. They're right on time, aren't they? So what are you going to do now, big brother? You're trespassing on private land, committing assault with a weapon, and attempting murder, caught red-handed. The cops showed up after a murder tip, and now they've got their tasers aimed right at you. The culprit is a former US soldier with multiple murder charges, a classic case of post-traumatic stress disorder. He stares at Aeon's scowling face, gloating. What do you think? It's going to make a great news story, right? If I toss them 10 million won, dozens of journalists will sell their souls for this. So just be quiet, and let's get started. The tiger trap is sprung. Aeon sees a cop aiming a taser his way, so he grabs Junyu by the collar and throws him forward to take the hit. Junyu screams in pure panic. Wait, no. But it's already far too late. He hits the floor, twitching and screaming from the electricity. The cop who fired just stares, utterly confused. How did that happen? The other cop yells, You idiot, turn it off. The first one stammers back, How do I turn this off? The other officer growls, Let go of the trigger, you moron. Aeon finally speaks. If I don't pull them out by the roots, they'll just keep spreading and affecting other people. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, so I just left them alone. He calmly picks an axe up from the floor, his voice soft. But they just kept getting more rotten. With people like you have to rip out every last weed. The two cops are horrified, shouting with trembling voices, What are you doing? Put that down. We're the Korean police. Aeon just lifts the axe, his expression indifferent. Huh? I really don't care if you're the police or not. I'm going to clean up all of this rot. I'm a Texas axe murderer. As you can see, I even joined the army on the battlefield. I have no idea how many people I've killed with this axe. It's probably a lot. Aeon raises the axe, pointing it at Junyu with a bright smile. If you die and go to heaven, tell them I said hello. The two cops look at each other, completely panicked. Wait a second. Reload, you idiot. Hurry up. The other one quickly follows the order, not forgetting to ask, what about you? You moron. The first cop is already sprinting for the exit, screaming as he runs. I don't know. If you want to live, just run. The other one scrambles after him, yelling, wait for me. Two men sprint by, shouting that they're also afraid to die. Aion simply watches them, speaking quietly. They're running. He turns to Junyu with a smirk. Is this the best plan you could come up with? If I wasn't caught red-handed, this would be over. Junyu gasps from the floor. This stun gun hurts too much. I can't do a thing. Pathetic. Aion exhales, closing his eyes in satisfaction. It's fine. You've just earned another charge resisting arrest with a weapon. He slowly opens his eyes, his voice laced with amusement. My goal was to keep you out of a prison van. And if you don't leave now, you're going to court. Aion walks toward him, admitting it freely. Yeah, I planned this for you. I've thought this through. After all, I'm not an idiot, Junyu suddenly asks. So what are you going to do now? Aion grabs his leg and starts dragging him outside. To get this done, you think I only had one plan? Investigator Kang is more naive than I thought. He probably still believes the police aren't on your side. But I don't. Aion continued. I wanted this to happen, so I could do things my way. Junyu frowned, questioning him. Your way? Why are you dragging me out here? Aeon's voice was firm. I've had a deep-seated grudge against drugs and drug dealers for a long time. Do you know what they're most afraid of? Aion turns and points straight at Junyu's face, raising an eyebrow. It isn't being shot, stabbed, or even arrested. Junyu, confused, interrupts him. Are we there? Why are we outside? Because the breeze feels better than that room. An puts his phone to his ear, answering the question casually. No, you fool. I saw a lot of things in the building's basement, so I left a few gifts down there. Junyu's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Who are you calling? It's useless to call the police now. Aion smirks, enjoying this. Oh, I'm not calling anyone. Think of this more like a remote control. Ah, and I haven't given you the answer yet, have I? The thing they fear most is none other than this. As he speaks, a timer on a bomb inside the warehouse begins its final countdown to 0, then detonates. Debris from the old building flies everywhere as hot smoke billows out. Aion turns his back to the explosion, calmly stating, their drugs just went up in smoke, you bastard. Junyu sits on the ground, bruised and battered. He stares up at Aion, his whole body trembling with rage. Do you have any idea what you've just done? Aion looks down on the pathetic man before him. Of course I do. I planted a bomb in the drug trafficker's den and blew it up right in front of their boss. Did I miss anything? Junyu's eyes were bloodshot. Yes. You don't understand a damn thing. He was turning red with fury. You messed with something you shouldn't have. There will be consequences for this. You should have thought this through. Aion looked completely unbothered. Yeah, you're right. I agree. We should all think about the consequences of our actions, and that's why. He leaned in close to Junyu's enraged face. The consequence for your actions is right behind you, you bastard. The man scowled in pure anger. You think you're winning this, don't you? You think you're one step ahead of everyone? My friend, I will do whatever it takes to give you and everyone around you a terrible end. Aion just scoffs. When were we ever friends, you scum? Junyu loses it and starts screaming. I will make you regret everything you've done today. He watches Aeon's retreating back. Where are you going? I'm talking to you. Aion glances back for a moment. What? Obviously, I'm getting out of here before the cops arrive. Why would I stick around to hear you bark? Try to recover. I hope you get PTSD. Goodbye. Aeon's voice carried on the wind. If you want to find me by going after the people around me, go ahead. I've already prepared for everything. I don't think you'll be able to touch me. He turns back with a look of pure contempt. So go on. Believe you've won. And live well until someone who wants to kill you more than I do finds you. The next day, sunlight bathed the city's skyscrapers. A news report played on TV, detailing how a former U.S. soldier burned down a warehouse last night and fled. Du watched from his office, clicking his tongue. Seriously. He then bursts into a fit of gleeful laughter. You totally deserve that. Just then, Ji-hyun rushed in. Yes, sir. You called for me? Du shot her a nasty look, cursing at her. I didn't call you. Why the hell did you just walk in here? Ji-hyun broke into a cold sweat. Forgive me, sir. I heard you shout and thought you were calling for me. He pointed a finger at the terrified girl. Am I not allowed to yell in my own damn office? Wait until I call for you to enter. Ji-hyun could only bow her head in submission. Forgive me, sir. She bit her lip in frustration. This bastard last time, he'd punched her for not coming in when he yelled. Du Yu then ordered, "Get parked to my office." Di Hui asks again, "Yes, sir. Should I make the call right now?" He knows that Du Yu has a terrifyingly short fuse. So I have to wait until Park has time for me? Use your brain and go now. Ji-hyun immediately replies, "Yes, sir." A twisted grin spreads across his face as he leans back in pure bliss. He's finally found a way to tear Han Jun-gu down. This was going to be fun. That fool didn't even know his place, trying to climb a wall that was far too high. Du Yu leans against his desk, enjoying the moment. If you make just one mistake, you'll fall to your death. But, he mused, you've already climbed pretty high. At that moment, in a government building, an angry voice echoed from the chief's office. "Hyung-sok, answer me clearly. This isn't going to end by you just dodging my questions." He swings his arm, his face contorted with rage. "What was an inspector like you doing with those civilians? I want to know why a man who upholds the law would do something like that." Hyung-sok stands there silently, a fresh bruise under his left eye. With bandages on his face, he listens to the chief's tirade. "You think silence will solve this? Where is that person now? A former American soldier set that fire, and you can't even speak English. How could you possibly understand him?" Hyung-suk simply looks away. "I don't understand what you're talking about, sir. I was just passing by and I happened to see some thugs fighting." This only infuriates the chief more. "What? You little punk. The owner of that warehouse told me everything that happened. The reporters are already publishing articles. If we just stall like this, we're going to get crucified." Veins bulge on his neck as he lunges forward, eyes wide with fury. "Those soldiers have been on the wanted list for a long time. You need to tell me everything." But Hyung-suk remains defiant. "Do you have any proof?" The chief's anger boils over. "What did you say, you little brat?" He calmly tilts his head. "Proof that I conspired with those soldiers. Proof that someone actually set fire to that warehouse. Do you really think you're going to find anything on my phone? Maybe someone else could have arranged it, but it certainly wasn't me. I don't even know who that person is." Hyung-suk's expression darkens. "But sir, let's just assume I did those things. As you asked me before, why would a law-abiding man do something like that?" He presses on, his voice growing stronger. "Are you asking because you really don't know the answer? While I'm out here following every single law as a police officer, the real criminals are just ignoring them. Some of them even find ways to use the law against us." Before the chief can scream again, he turns to leave. "You can send me to some backwater province, make me a traffic cop, or even fire me for all I care. Do whatever you like, it won't change my mind. And since I'm suspended, I'm leaving. Goodbye." "Sir." Hyung-sek walks out with a smirk. It's been a week since he's had chicken feet and soju time to get some rest. The chief is left absolutely fuming. "You crazy bastard." Later that night, on a deserted street, Hajin looks around anxiously. She scans the area, desperately searching. "Where are you?" Suddenly, a tall figure appears right behind her. A man named Joseph asks, "What is it, Hajin?" She spins around, looking up at him with a hint of fear. "Yes? You know my name?" she asks, wondering who this giant of a man could be. Joseph simply hands her a phone. "It's Ah-in. He can't show his face right now, so he sent me. Don't worry, just answer it." Hajin takes the phone. "Okay, thank you." "Hello? Ah-in?" From the other end, Ah-in answers, his face hidden by a cap. "Yeah, Hajin, it's me." "You must be surprised by the big guy, huh?" "Don't worry, he's someone you can trust." A stream of worried questions pours from Hajin. "Oppa, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? What's going on?" "A few days ago, some police officers came by and asked me a lot of questions. I told them I didn't know anything, but all the government agencies are on high alert." Leaning on a crate, Ah-in reassures her, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry. The reason I called is because I need to lay low for a while. That's why I'm doing this. While I'm gone, that big guy will stay by your side and protect you 24/7. He's not a reckless person, so don't worry." He lowers his head, a hint of concern crossing his face. "You, Soon, and the kid from the PE room. I won't let you guys get into danger again. I'll come back with a way to handle this." The port is silent and desolate at night. Ah-in musters a small smile. "That's why, for the time being, you have to live well and stay healthy." The next morning, their manager sits on the floor ranting at Jung and Yong-hun. What is going on? Why would Ah-in do something like that? He looks at Jisung. He's not the type of person to act so recklessly. But Jisung cuts him right off. "You don't know?" The manager is stunned. "Huh? Know what?" Jung bows his head. "About Ah-in. About what they're saying on the news." Then he shot up, his face beaming with excitement. The man was a former US soldier, something like Special Forces. The more they learned about him, the stronger he seemed. Was he undercover in Korea for a mission? So cool. The bewildered manager replied, I don't know. Jesung, annoyed, shot back. Why? How could you not know? Didn't you ask Aeon about his old job? Hearing this, the manager reminded him, you shouldn't pry into someone's past unless they offer it up. He narrowed his eyes at Jesung. And besides, why does any of that even matter right now? We should be worried about his current situation. Jesung pouted. Of course. But I'm just so curious about him. Jong-hun, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I heard from Hain that he called and said he was okay. He said he'd hide somewhere and come back later. The manager's face turned serious. What did that inspector ask you last time? He just asked for Aeon's personal info. But I'm totally in the dark about that. And while he couldn't give details, he said this case is linked to Hajin's assault. My guess is Aeon handled them himself. For now, all they could do was trust the police. At the station, Dong Hyun stood before Hung Shich. How are you feeling? He replied with a slight smile. Thanks. I'm fine. Nothing serious. I'm sorry, Inspector Na, for acting alone. Dong Hyun pulled a cigarette from his lips. Well, I know you had your reasons, but don't do it again. Let's work together. He put the cigarette back in his mouth. Better to get beaten up with a group than to get beaten up alone. Hung Shich grew a bit tense, stammering. But since I'm on my own, it doesn't matter if I get fired. But you, Inspector Na, you have a family to take care of. Dong Hyun calmly looked down. As long as I have my health, you think I can't provide for my family? Better to be an honest ex-cop than a coward trying to keep his job. That way, I won't have to feel ashamed in front of my wife and daughter. He flicked his lighter, lighting the cigarette. Besides, it'll be easier to convince the commissioner. If you work with me, you'll have support. One day, you'll get your clear-cut evidence. Hung Shich didn't know how to explain himself. That's true. But, Dong Hyun took a drag, his brow furrowing as he blew out a puff of smoke. Still, that was pretty reckless of you. Trying to handle it all yourself to look cool? And you just ended up getting wrecked. Hung Shich tilted his head, avoiding the smoke. He glanced away awkwardly, admitting, You got me. It's a cop thing. Trying to show off to those thugs. Meanwhile, at a hospital, a sigh echoed through a patient's room. These bad guys sure are diligent. In front of one room, 2 bodyguards stood watch. Inside, Jun-Yu sat on the bed in a hospital gown. Manager Kim sat beside him, explaining, First, let's handle the urgent matters. We've bought some time, and I'll set up another factory for now. Suddenly, he turned his head, snapping, What are you people doing? I already told you, not even a doctor is allowed in here. All of a sudden, before Manager Kim could finish, a hand appeared right in front of him. Bam! A man with brown hair and sunglasses sent him flying sideways with a single blow. The poor glasses flew off in a perfect arc, the force bending the frame and shattering the lenses on impact. Jun-Yu stared, completely bewildered by what just happened. What the hell? Who are you? Du-Yu peeked out, placing a hand on the shoulder of his new enforcer. Take a guess. Look tougher, don't you think? I just recruited a new guy. He stepped forward, a smug look plastered across his face. You little punk. You really caused a huge mess this time, didn't you? You let this happen because of your own damn arrogance, right? The more he spoke, the wider his grin became. And this loser? Maybe you were just born useless, you get it? You can't even protect one little thing. If your mother saw you like this, she'd be furious. Jun-Yu looked at him, completely fed up. Why are you here? What's your point? Just spit it out. Seeing you isn't exactly making my day better. Du-Yu raised an eyebrow, thrilled. Of course, I'm the only one who gets to smile here. You always have that attitude, but I find it fun. Dad, however, doesn't. So I came to talk to you directly. He turned to Manager Kim, who was still struggling on the floor. You too. Perk up your ears and listen. You were so confident you could handle everything. The factory was bombed. What was that? A bombing? In the middle of Korea? Manager Kim could only answer meekly. I apologize, sir. Du-Yu's verbal assault just got worse. You absolute idiot. Now, about what Dad wanted me to tell you. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, standing by the hospital bed. The factory needs time before it can get back up and running. So if you want to please the bosses, you have no choice but to prove the effectiveness of that new drug you stashed somewhere else. Du-Yu laid it out with cruel precision. I don't care if you test the drug on Lim Zi-chun or on yourself. The second that leg of yours heals, you're back in the fight. You have to show them just how effective this new drug is. Even an idiot like you can understand that, right? He turns his back, but not before spitting out a few last, piercing insults. Stop preaching that useless crap to me, he sneers. Live a little, don't just stand there gawking. Run Yu is absolutely seething, veins popping, face bright red. Where is Lim Zi-chun? Where is that bastard? Inside the training room, the heavy thud of fists against a punching bag echoes ominously. Sejun stops the swinging bag with one hand as Du-hun watches, arms crossed. Good, you've gotten better. But it's not enough to beat CEO Han, no matter how you slice it. Du-hun thinks, there's no way you can win this with a normal fight. Sejun listens quietly beside the bag as Du-hun continues his rant. And to make matters worse, Aeon is gone now. I know you'll hate me for saying this, he adds, but if you get hurt in this reckless fight, Ha-jin will be the one who's truly heartbroken. Think long term, just trust the police. But Ji-chun cuts him off. You're right. I used to think the exact same way. He's panting, drenched in sweat. But did you hear about those bastards showing up at our gym? They came specifically to see Ha-jin. Zai-chun's eyes narrow with exhaustion. So I've decided. I'm going to make them pay so they never dare come near us again. He whips his head around, eyes blazing with fury. That monster, Han Run-yu, I'm going to break his legs and cripple him for life. Du-hun tries to calm him down. I get how you feel, but you can't do that. Not with your skills right now. But in the middle of his sentence, he stops dead, a look of pure shock on his face. I must be seeing things. I'm just too tired. Zi-chun stares at him, confused. What is it? Did you see a ghost? Suddenly, a woman's voice rings out. Hello there, handsome boys. It's been a while. How have you been? She purrs. Look at that pretty face. The kid next to you must be Zi-chun, right? Du-hun stumbles back, swaying on his feet. Is this real? Why is she? Forgetting his rage, Zi-chun asks, what's wrong? Who is she? Why do you look so scared? The newcomer is Shu-hoin, beautiful and charismatic, with long flowing hair, pointing right at Zi-chun. Who am I? She says with a smirk. We'll get to know each other soon, handsome. The scene flashes back. That night, at a warehouse, Aeon leans against a container. Shu-hoon approaches, a baseball cap on, and a cigarette smoking between her lips. Why is a big-shot terrorist like you posing out here? Aeon glances at her. When did you get back to Korea? I thought you were still overseas. I didn't think I'd see you before I left. Shu-hoin calmly exhales a cloud of smoke. Talk like that and people might think we're close. You only call when you need something, you snake. She gestures wildly, forcing Aeon to dodge out of the way. God, I really want to punch you right now. So what do you need this time? And how long are you going to stay hiding in the shadows? His eyes shift. That all depends on how things go. What I need, he says, is someone to protect Ha-jin 24/7. Someone's definitely going to target her. Aeon strokes his chin, deep in thought. A monster who could beat Dahu. Or at least someone a normal person wouldn't even dare to fight. Someone like that orange-haired guy you sent last time. Shu-hoin holds the cigarette between her fingers, exhaling coolly. Ah, Jong-ho. He's not bad, but he's way too stupid to protect Ha-jin. I have a guy, he's tall and quiet. I'll send him. Anything else? Aeon looks down, hesitating before he speaks. One more thing. Shu-hoin smirks playfully. Of course there is. How would you ever survive without me? Aeon bows his head slightly. I need you to do it. Train Zi-chun. The moment she hears his name, cartoon hearts practically pop into Shu-hoin's eyes. It's obvious she has a weakness for pretty boys. He's my type. Lim Zi-chun, huh? What do you want me to teach him? English? He's a grown man, isn't he? Aeon ignores her teasing and gets straight to the point. Teach him how to fight. More than martial arts. Teach him how to fight for his life. Back in the present, Shu-hoin has arrived as promised. Her long hair flows as she points at him. Hey, handsome, what are you doing? Kicking that bag? Is that big, muscular guy teaching you how to box? Du-hun bites his lip, breaking out in a nervous sweat. Standing behind him, Zi-chun asks cautiously, Me? You know who I am? Zhu-huin's lips curl into a wide smile. Of course I know you. I'm a huge fan, she says. You want to kill someone, right? To do that you have to learn. And not just martial arts. The gym manager just stares, completely lost. He turns to Du-hun. What's she doing here? She's beautiful. I mean, do you know her? Du-hun stammers when he hears his name. We've seen each other around. I don't know who she is exactly, other than the fact that she's terrifying. Shu-hoin turns her charming smile on the manager. You must be the manager of this gym, right? Her beauty makes him so flustered he can't speak properly. Yes, I love you. I mean, what can I do for you? Shu-hoon's smile is radiant. I was wondering if I could use the gym after closing hours. I'll pay you enough to buy all new equipment if anything gets damaged, she offers. The manager is completely stunned by her proposal. Huh? Damaged equipment? This is a boxing gym. I don't know about using it for other things. What are you planning to do? She answers breezily. You don't need to know the exact details. With a sly grin, she hands him a very thick envelope of cash. This should be enough to cover your monthly rent. And I heard your muscular friend over there needs a sparring partner, correct? The manager's eyes go wide. What? But they're pretty skilled, so… Shu Hun's smile only grows brighter. As it happens, I know someone who's an incredible boxer. If it's okay, I'd like for him to be their new partner. How does that sound? She cheerfully made the offer. This deal is pretty sweet. So is that enough to use the gym? Sejun had been completely lost this entire time. Sorry, can you explain what is happening? Shu Huan simply shot him an amused glance. Aeon asked for a favor. He wasn't really involved, but helping the kid meant helping Aeon, and he needed help, right? Hearing about the missing person, Sejun nodded eagerly, desperate for information. Aeon, where is he? Is he okay? Is he hurt? The beautiful girl demanded, her head snapping around. He's fine, so don't worry. Just worry about yourself, big sister. Sejun stammered back. Worry about me? Shu Huan's eyes turned ice cold. I'm not as nice as Aeon. And I don't care if you're just a teenager. She put a hand on her hip, looking around. I heard you'll do anything to kill the bastard who hurt Hain. Is that true? Sejun didn't hesitate for long. I don't really get what you're talking about, and I don't know you. You just showed up. But if Aeon asked for it, he'd accept Shu Hun's offer. With conviction, he said, whatever it is, I'll do it. She was getting more and more interested. Oh yeah? You're my type, diving in headfirst without a second thought. So cool. I used to be just like that when I was young. Sejun got right back to business. I get it. So what will you teach me? It won't take long, because I have to crush Han Junu as soon as possible. Shu Huin gave him a thumbs up. Straight to the point. A real man's man. Right, that Han Junu guy's leg is busted, so he'll need some time to recover. Sejun covered his mouth with his fist, stunned. Oh, that's great. Was it Aeon who did that to him? So why don't we use this chance and just smash his head in? Shu Huin nodded. Oh, good. Actually, not a bad idea. He was probably thinking about the big picture. I've got my own issues, so whatever. I was asked to make you a real fighter. Sejun shouted excitedly while Dong Ho's face turned pale. Okay, awesome. So what are we starting with? Do I just have to fight you to learn, big sister? When do we start? Tonight, Shu Huin replied, leaning in with a look of annoyance. Stop asking questions. Tone it down. I'm your coach, but your opponent is someone else entirely. You'll get used to it by fighting someone on Han Junu's level, or stronger. Sejun asked suspiciously. Who? He stared blankly at the newcomer, while Shu Huin complained. Oh, there you are. Why so late? Got a death wish? The other guy replied casually. No, I'm sorry. He flashed a playful grin. So what do you need me to do, sis? Since you're late, let's just get started now, shall we? Did you talk to him? Shu Huin asked, hands on her hips. I'm done. He said he's in. Hearing that, Sejun panicked. Start what? We're getting in the ring now? She snapped back at him. No, but it's close enough. Just try to survive. Let's see how good you really are. Before Sejun could even finish his sentence, the other guy jabbed 2 fingers right at him. Huh? Sejun quickly dodged aside. What was that? He yelled in a panic. What kind of training is this? The newcomer with reddish-brown hair just grinned. Reflexes aren't bad. Next up, Dong Ho excitedly clocked Sejun clean in the face, testing his endurance. Sejun felt his soul leave his body like he'd been hit with a sledgehammer. The manager yelled out, Wait, what are you all doing? What kind of sparring is this? This is just an assault. But Shu Huin calmly stopped him. Relax, Mr. Manager. He's just toying with your athlete, so don't worry about it. She casually glanced back at the fight. Besides, Sejun will want this. Tell him yourself, Sejun. Dong Ho unleashed a storm of punches, forcing him to just cover his face. Endurance is good, very good. Now for your will, the will that controls the body. He groaned through gritted teeth, his face a bloody mess. After the endurance test, Sejun swung back at Dong Ho. Time for the attack test. The guy just taunted him, sticking his tongue out while easily blocking the punch with one hand. His other fist smashed into Sejun's face, nearly caving it in. Weak attack. Dong Ho moved in for more. Your pride and those corny lines are fine, but you're seriously lacking in skill. So guess what happens now? He followed up with another massive punch to Sejun's face. Beaten senseless, Sejun crashed to the floor. Dong Ho celebrated. Yep, he's down. Shu Huin squatted down beside him, resting her chin on her hand. So, this is training. From now on, it only gets harder. Do you want to stop? Just say the word. I don't want to waste my time. Sejun whispered back. I'm not stopping. She leaned in closer. What was that? Speak up, I can't hear you. Meanwhile, at the hospital, a doctor approached Junu's bed. He explained nervously. I understand, but this is a bit more difficult than I thought. Luckily, it missed the artery. If something had gone wrong, the blade would have pierced the thigh and the muscle was severely damaged. But Junu didn't seem to care at all, and instead just complained. Director, did I ask you about that? The question made the man stammer, completely unable to read this guy's erratic moods. No, you didn't ask about it. But what the doctors mean is, Junu cut him off. Don't tell me it's impossible or difficult, just solve it. If I can't use this leg in 3 weeks, you will lose all the wealth, fame, status, and the family you worked so hard to build. That video of you watching the schoolgirl fight was recorded beautifully, and trust me, it's being kept somewhere very, very safe. His eyes narrowed into a threatening glare. I hope you understand what I'm saying. You're a smart man, correct? At this, the doctor broke out in a cold sweat, promising anything. Yes, I'll try. No, I'll definitely solve it. Junyu's smile returned. That's more like it, and make sure you report your progress this week. If that's all, you can go. You still need to eat. The doctor took the hint and bolted. Yes, please rest well, sir. Junyu then turned to his subordinate. What's the deal with Sehajin and Im Sejun? Manager Kim looked up and simply replied, we sent men after Im Sejun, and today was for Sehajin. But it looks like Aeon has someone protecting him. Junyu wearily rubbed his forehead. You saw that coming, didn't you? But he can't guard him 24/7. Doesn't Aeon have his own work to do? Manager Kim suddenly stammered. There is one thing. Junyu's voice turned sharp, cutting through the hesitation. One what? He replied. The guy does nothing but protect him 24/7, like he has nothing else to do. Turns out, Junyu's men recently ran into someone very big. One of the thugs snapped at Joseph. What? You got a problem or something? But Joseph just looked bored as he walked over to school them. You can't do this. You can't be this disrespectful, and you certainly can't send your goons here for nothing. Being lectured by some kid made the two thugs furious. What the hell are you talking about? He saw right through their pathetic scheme, trying his best to talk some sense into them before things got ugly. We're just passing by. You're waiting for some girl after her class, so stop talking nonsense. They glanced back, playing dumb. What girl? Don't be crazy. We were just. Suddenly, the girl herself appeared, pointing right at the two shady characters. That's them. They followed me when I turned down the street and then pretended they weren't. The spiky-haired one snarled, You got any proof? Why are you lying about people like that? That was the only invitation Joseph needed. He stepped in and planted his fist on the loudmouth's head. The other guy saw this and tried to de-escalate. Hey, you can't just do that without confirmation. But Joseph wasn't about to let them off. He slammed another punch right into the second guy's jaw. The girl cheered him on, absolutely thrilled. Nice one. Great punch, mister. She then moved closer to him. So, should we call the police? If we call them, we'll get help, right? What do you think? Joseph, clearly not interested, sidestepped and replied flatly, Probably not. Nothing will happen because we don't have proof. They just needed to be taught a lesson. And just so you know, I'm not a mister. Why do you keep calling me that? I'm only 22, just 3 years older than you. Funny. So, what's your name? Joseph. He answered after a short pause. At that very moment, back at a boxing gym, Sejun was knocked out cold on the mat. Jong-ho was clearly enjoying beating him. Nothing feels better than taking down a pretty boy. He's not getting up. Let's end it here for today. But Sejun refused to give up, already trying to push himself off the floor. No, I can keep fighting. Stop holding back and fight me for real. I know you've been taking it easy. Hearing this, Jong-ho was getting real tired of this guy. I admire your spirit, but I really don't think you can move anymore. So just stay down on the ground. You think that's my answer? A perfect kick. 20-0. A total victory. And this time, he couldn't get back up. Du-hun stood nervously on the sidelines, asking Shu Huan, Excuse me, miss, if he gets hurt, what are we supposed to do? But she didn't seem worried at all. In fact, she just laughed at Se-chun. What do we do indeed? Du-hun knew this was not good. What if he keeps getting beaten unconscious like this? He's the one who asked for this. Why are you trying to stop it? You idiot. Shu Huan's sharp glance made him freeze. Huh? No, I'm just worried. You should worry about yourself before you worry about others. Her icy words hit him hard, shaking his confidence to its core. Right. But, Shu Huan cut him off. Worrying is fine, but sometimes it's best to say nothing. Sejun just laughed like a lunatic, mumbling, So strong. Looking at his battered form, Shu Huan figured that some things are more important than just avoiding pain. When you don't let them do what they want, they get loud and annoying. So, like I said, mind your own business. And don't forget the people you've hurt. Du Hun could only obey. Yes, I understand. She then changed the subject. You have an important tournament coming up, don't you? It's your turn to get up there. Just then, Dong Ho ran over complaining. Sis, I'm hungry, let's go eat something. These guys might be weak, but they're full of energy, and it's making me tired. Shu Hun ignored him completely, turning back to Du Hun. You'll finish up after your match with this next guy. You have to fight using a variety of styles. Dong Ho, feeling completely ignored, finally pipes up. Who else is there? Wait a second. Could it be? Just then, a figure emerges from the doorway. He's dragging a man who'd been spying on them, and his face is an absolute wreck. The newcomer speaks. Had a rat sniffing around. I'm late because I had to take care of it. Shu Hein walks over, complaining about everything. Oh, look what you did. You got him all dirty. I told you to hold back against normal people. Why use that much strength on a nobody? Seeing the towering, muscular man before them, everyone's eyes locked onto him. Who is this guy? Dong Ho recognizes him and shouts, Bro, you're here. I didn't think you'd actually show. You are so done for. The blood-streaked man speaks up. I think this kid needs a little extra tutoring, but if a gangster gets involved, it's going to be a problem. These gangsters will do absolutely anything for money. So our job is simply to rip them to shreds. Outside the boxing gym, every last one of the spies was completely thrashed. They were scattered all over the place, but one guy was still conscious, muttering, What kind of monster is this? Rhino looked up with a bored expression, thinking that gangsters getting involved would be a real pain. Those scumbags would do anything for money, which meant they had to kill them all. Hearing this, Shu just roared with laughter. That's right. If they're too much trouble, we can just kill them. But you gotta help me out, and I'll treat you to some delicious meat. He paused for a moment before agreeing. Fine, whatever. I need to take out this trash first anyway. A few more were lurking in the hallway. Realizing she had plenty of muscle to spare, Shu turned her attention to Dong Ho. Dong Ho, you're hungry, aren't you? If you want to eat, drag them somewhere out of sight. He immediately started whining back at her. But sis, I've been working all day. Joseph only has to be a bodyguard, so why do I have to deal with these filthy guys? Shu decided to threaten him. You talk way too much. I'm about to punch you. He finally had to give in to his older sister. This is so unfair. How many are left outside, bro? Suddenly, another thug burst in through the door. Dong Ho screamed out in a panic. Behind you, watch out! The man lunged with a knife, trying to stab Rhino in the back. Shu saw it too and shouted, Knife behind you! Rhino just snapped back in annoyance. Be quiet. He was already sizing up the situation himself. I guess I'm getting old to be this careless. This coward dares to stab me in the back? Rhino blocked the attack with his arm, and blood went flying. Seeing his senior get seriously wounded, Dong Ho couldn't stop complaining. Not again. I told you to be careful. Seeing how tense things were, Du Hun backed away in fear. He actually got stabbed. Seeing his reaction, Shu walked over and started nagging him. Now, put your gloves on and go wake up, Sejun. He's been sleeping all day. Doesn't he have a bed at home? Meanwhile, the attacker was groaning and cursing at Rhino. Die, you dog. Rhino calmly grabbed the man's knife hand to interrogate him. Hey kid, let me ask you something. Who are you working for? Who's your boss? The man trembled. Why are you asking? Rhino had to start guessing. Is it Kim Man-suk? Or Onong Pan? Bae Yong Pan? Seeing him ramble, the thug snapped back. Why are you asking? You tired of having all your teeth? Hearing this defiance, Rhino's grip tightened. Then do you know Pu Zheng? Yu Changgun, Yongdeok Chun, Hua Bideok, Duansik Junchof. You said you'd only ask one question, you talkative old man. The guy kept trying to pull his hand free. Let go of my hand. My hand! Suddenly, Rhino's anger flared and he crushed the man's wrist. You ignorant punk. You're the kind who'd sell his own soul for money. The man's eyes bulged in agony as he screamed. My hand. Let go of my hand first. Then we can talk, you psycho. Rhino simply raised his fist. There's no other way. I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. He then landed a devastating blow right to the man's lungs, leaving him stunned and flailing before he collapsed unconscious. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, a clear sign his internal organs were wrecked. Dong Ho felt incredibly bad for his senior. Worried, he rushed over, shouting, Damn it, why didn't you dodge when you had the chance? But Rhino didn't seem to care in the slightest. Why dodge something that just feels like an itch? Dong Ho kept on nagging. An itch? A small knife is still a knife. Give me your hand. I'll bandage it for you. Over with Du Hun. He saw that the situation was under control and let out a nervous laugh. I really thought he couldn't fight back after being stabbed. For a second there, I thought I'd have to fight. Shu gave him a deadpan look and glanced away. Hurry up, we're getting ready to move. 5 minutes, Rhino said, needing a moment to get patched up first. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Du-hun, making the kid feel that something was deeply wrong. What is this feeling? Why do I suddenly feel like my life is about to end? A little while later in the gym, Sejun groggily woke up. Shu was already sitting next to him. Hey, you awake yet? Why so sluggish? How long was I asleep? She studied his face. I don't know. You were drooling everywhere. What, you can't sleep at home or something? Sejun abruptly changed the topic. Am I going to be training with him? The boxer guy. She was full of praise for Rhino. He's great at everything. He can even help you with grappling. Hearing this, Sejun felt a sense of relief. That's good, thank you. But what's your deal with them? I heard you were in the army with Aeon. Are they military too? Shu replied. Not exactly. We just share the same goal. And now, Aeon has asked me to train you. Oh, okay. But why is Aeon risking so much to help Hajin? Do you think there's a special reason for it? He asked hesitantly, so Shu decided to answer. Hajin looks a lot like someone he knew. I'm sure he'll tell you about it eventually. Why do you want to know? Is it because your girlfriend got hurt, or because they got away? Thinking about the past clearly made Sejun miserable. At first, that was why. Hajin was so scared. I was furious that they were living just fine, but the closer I get, another desire grows to tear Jungon apart with my own hands. I can't sleep at night because I feel so weak, so useless that I can't protect anyone around me. They say it's not my fault, but I know that if I had just controlled myself, nothing would have happened to Hajin. He figures he has to be the one to solve the problem he created. Even if it pushes him to his absolute limit, he has to make those scumbags pay. Only then can he sleep. He turns to ask her, am I being too reckless and selfish? Shu Hoin doesn't hesitate for a second. Yeah, you're a failure. Seeing his baffled look, she continues, but then again, what human isn't like that? It's how we grow. We're selfish, so we take risks to get what we want. But some people ask, what if you just charge ahead recklessly and die? She just wants to tell them one thing. Why are you asking me about your life? Go live it yourself. Hearing this, Zichun finally starts to understand the truth. Do what you want, as long as you can handle the consequences. Instead of sitting here thinking, you should be training, she advises with a smile. The scene shifts to a holding cell at the police station. In the interrogation room, a helpless Dung Hoin sighs. So, you're still not going to talk? He looks at Trong Hun seriously and asks again, his voice dropping. You think you can take the fall for this entire thing, don't you? You're only 20. All you have to do is take responsibility for your actions and you can start your life over. Dung Hoin patiently tries to convince him just admit his mistakes and fix them. He still has a chance. But the kid isn't listening at all. Trong Hun starts cursing, getting in his face, trying to be intimidating. Dung Hoon stays calm, quietly asking, aren't you afraid of retaliation? It's just the three of us in here right now, and we're not recording this. Until we catch the boss, no one will know you were the one who talked. Trong Hun just bursts out laughing, looking at him with a mocking grin. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I don't get what you want from me, detective, but so what if you catch the boss? Someone else will just take over, and I'll still get what's coming to me. You don't get that? Are you playing dumb, or are you really that stupid? Du-hun has had enough, slamming the kid's head onto the table. You little brat, is something wrong with you? Caught by surprise, Trong Hun lets out a sharp cry of pain. He grinds his teeth, almost roaring right into the kid's ear. How dare you talk back and curse at the person trying to save a worthless piece of trash like you? Trong Hun tilts his head, giving Du-hun a look of pure contempt before letting out a dry, sarcastic laugh. What was that? Save me? You think you're saving me? When I was screaming and begging for help, you damn cops just said that's the law. Though his body is trembling with pain and anger, Trong Hun manages a defiant smirk. But now that I actually have important information, suddenly you people want to save me. Forget it. I'm living just fine, just like you cops living high on taxpayer money. Du-hun raises his hand, ready to strike him. His voice is laced with anger and disgust. You pathetic failure, stop whining about your circumstances. You're in jail because you committed a crime. Stop making excuses. Dung Hoin isn't the least bit bothered by Trong Hun's rebellious act, remaining completely calm. He stands up straight, speaking gently. I'm Dung Hoin. Think seriously about what I've told you. This is the last time I'll see you in here. Seeing the young man's gaunt face, Dung Hoin's questioning stops. All that's left is sincerity, as he says softly, Your life has been filled with injustice because of your family. You probably think the world is to blame for how you ended up. He understands that feeling perfectly, the helplessness, the rage against fate, but then his voice turns firm and steady. You had plenty of opportunities to make a choice, and that's also why you met your boss. The very same criminal you chose to trust and follow. I'm sure there were people around you who wanted to help, just like me. But you always justified your own bad behavior because you felt like everything was unfair to you. Dong-hoon looks him dead in the eye, his voice lowering. And while you were fighting against your own unhappy life, you were destroying the lives of others. If you couldn't be happy, no one else could be either. Before leaving, he tries to reason with him one last time. Your life isn't over. You can still return to the right path after paying for your crimes. But if he refuses to admit his fault and keeps walking down the wrong path, he's doomed to a miserable life, forever blaming his circumstances, and stuck at the bottom of society with no way out. Yong Hee-hoon just closes his eyes and sighs, shaking his head with pure disdain. Guys like you think being a thug is cool, he scoffs. Perfect. You'll get to meet plenty of real scumbags in here. Still, he offers Do-hun one last chance, his voice low and sincere. I'm not coming back here. If you finally get it, call me. With a roar, Yong Hee-hun slams his fist on the table, glaring directly at Do-hun. Stop acting tough and spitting cheap curses. Think straight, because this is your last chance. Later at the gym, Do-hun asks nervously, Is this okay? You got stabbed in the hand, and now you're going to box? A man called Rhino calmly replies, It's fine, just a scratch. If you're worried, I won't hit you with my right hand. Just come at me with everything you've got so I can see your level. Do-hun stammers, completely floored. Yes sir. But his gut tells him a different story. Right hand or not, he can't win. All he can do is survive this fight. Suddenly, a woman named Suhui shouts, Sir, that punk used to extort money from kids at his school. He's seriously bad news. Do-hun flinches, his face twisting in anger. What? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? Hearing this, Rhino's eyes go dark, his voice echoing from the depths. What was that? Extortion? Rhino turns his head slowly, his eyes totally lifeless, and asks one cold question. Is that true? Sweat pours down Do-hun's face as he stammers. No, wait, it's not like that. I was reckless back then. I made some mistakes. In an instant, a fist like a cannonball flies at Do-hun's face. Pure reflex kicks in, he ducks, narrowly avoiding the blow. Rhino glares down at him, his voice full of contempt. Scumbags who train just to bully others deserve to get beaten down. And just like that, Rhino throws another lightning-fast punch right at Do-hun. Do-hun thinks, it's embarrassing, but he can dodge the left. Since Rhino can't use his right, he can just circle to that side and attack. But while he's busy strategizing, a bare fist comes flying like a rocket, tearing through the air straight for his face. Do-hun's face goes pale. The right hand? He's actually attacking with his injured arm. Rhino sounds disappointed. How boring. You weren't going to fight back, were you? You should only use your head during practice. Once a real fight starts, you stop thinking and you start listening to your instincts. Do-hun is confused. What do you mean? You said you wouldn't use your right hand. Then, bam, a left hook flies in. The punch lands clean, snapping Do-hun's head to the side. Rhino's voice is as cold as steel. I said I wouldn't punch you with my right hand. Not that I wouldn't you see it. Suhui watches from the side, arms crossed, completely entertained. Suhui laughs out loud, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You really think you can win the competition in that state? The guy next to her, Sejun, looks at her with a hint of fear. Meanwhile, Rhino effortlessly dodges every single one of Do-hun's wild swings. Suhui sounds let down. Hey, didn't you say this kid had really good technique? What am I even watching? Are you just beating up another wannabe gangster? Do-hun, getting absolutely destroyed, still shouts back defiantly. It's not like that. I don't want to hit an injured person. That was a complete lie. See? Rhino is a long-range fighter. He'll keep his distance and dodge. In his defensive stance, he repeats, I already told you. Quick as a flash, Rhino grabs Do-hun's arm, leaning in close to whisper, Stop using your head. But Do-hun isn't getting hit a second time. He counters with a perfect uppercut, and Rhino's face darkens. Sejun shouts out, That's insane. Sonun's not useless after all. Suhui is visibly shocked and excited. Whoa, that was amazing. It's been a long time since I saw my brother get hit like that. Do-hun knows he landed it right on the chin. He thinks, one final punch will end this and he'll be knocked out. Sorry to fight like this in our first match, but I think you'll understand. Rhino is backed into a corner. Gaining momentum, Do-hun unleashes a flurry of punches to his face. The only sound filling the room is the thunderous crack of Du-hun's fists landing again and again. Then, suddenly, Du-hun freezes. His eyes fill with absolute terror as he stammers, "How? How are you doing that?" Rhino's eyes are like black holes. "Miss Suhui," he asks coldly, "I just need to follow boxing rules, right? So why should I hold back?" Rhino tightens the arm, blocking his face, his gaze intense enough to swallow Du-hun whole as he speaks. "I'm not even your coach. If you happen to die in this ring, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you agree?" Cut to the boxing club room. Sejun blurts out in total shock. "What? He let himself get hit on purpose?" Xu Huain explains with a light chuckle. "Oh, that? I was just talking about his boxing style. He's so stubborn he often lets himself get hit, just so he can counter with a critical blow." She adds with a grin that on rare occasions, he gets caught by surprise, just like that. Hearing this, the man asks with a hint of worry, "So that's how it is? Then what happens? Are we going to be able to save Sono Hun?" Xu Huain glances over, her smile a mix of humor and mockery. "What happens? Oh, he transforms from a tough gentleman into an absolute mad dog." Xa Chun smirks, muttering to himself, "Makes sense. Humans are creatures that can flip a switch that easily. I'll keep that in mind if I ever have to fight him." She gives him a sly look and asks, "But you know what?" Zi Chun's curiosity is piqued. "Huh? No, I don't." Zhu Huin's voice drops to a whisper. "One of the scariest things in the world, or is someone incredibly powerful who is also super, super petty." The scene cuts back to the boxing ring, where Du-hun is stammering in absolute terror. Calm down." He scrambles backward, sweat pouring down his forehead as he desperately explains, "You definitely told me to use 100% of my strength, but Rhino," his memory now clouded by pure rage, just lets out a low growl. "Did I say that?" He plays dumb. "I probably meant 100% of my idea of strength, which is different from 100% of yours." Du-hun stammers, completely baffled. "Wait, what do you mean?" Rhino's face darkens as he clenches his fists and slowly moves forward. "I honestly thought you were just a kid, but damn, your technique is surprisingly good." He leans in close, his bearded face and predatory eyes locking on. "From now on, I'm going to fight you for real." Du-hun's face just screams, "Hello? What did I even do?" So he's mad that I actually hit him? Du-hun quickly throws the first punch, adding a quick, "I'm sorry." Even though the blow lands squarely, Rhino just looks confused. "Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize to me." Suddenly, he drops his stance, his fist leveled at Du-hun's stomach. "That apology," he growls with utter contempt, "should be for all the little kids you've bullied in your life." Rhino drives his fist into Du-hun's gut, the impact so powerful it lifts his entire body clean off the mat. His eyes roll back into his head as he gasps for air, a spray of saliva flying from his mouth. A choked scream, filled with bone-deep agony, rips from his throat. As Du-hun collapses, Rhino turns away, treating the devastating blow like a simple warm-up. Rhino just says, "From now on." But Xu Huain screams from outside the ring, "Hey buddy, I told you to go easy on him. He has a match in a few months. I promised him that he wouldn't get injured." Facing her scolding, Rhino looks exactly like a gorilla getting unfairly chewed out. He whines defensively. If the kid wants to improve, he has to fight for real. But Xu Huan knows him too well and shouts back, "What are you talking about? I know for a fact you only hit that hard because you were mad about that surprise punch." "No." She points towards Zi Chun while giving instructions to both of them. "You just need to be Sono Hun's sparring partner. As for Zi Chun, you better teach him properly, and teach him those grappling moves you love to use, too." Rhino approaches, looking him over, and asks, "So why do you want to learn boxing anyway? You don't exactly look like you can take a punch." Zi Chun is completely flustered and starts to stammer. Hello, sir. It's nothing, really." He looks at the big man and cryptically explains, "Whether by strength or some other means, there are people I need to personally kill or cripple." Hearing that, Rhino's face just falls, as if life itself just hit him with a few haymakers. His eyes are completely glazed over. With that scruffy beard, he looks like an uncle who hasn't slept in 3 days from a work deadline. Xu Huan stares at Zi Chun in pure astonishment. This kid is brutally honest. Luckily, we're in the same boat, so I can sympathize. Rhino says, "Your honesty makes me want to punch you. But since I also have someone I want to tear to shreds, I get it." Rhino's curiosity is piqued. "Let me ask you something. Does the guy deserve it?" Without a moment of hesitation, Zi Chun answers bluntly, "Yes. I don't care what other people think or what kind of tragic backstory that bastard might have." Zi Chun looks up, his eyes hardening, his voice a low growl of suppressed rage. "To me, I need to kill that man and tear him to pieces." Rhino just nods slowly, his voice calm. "Fine. That's for you to decide. My job is just to teach you how to do the tearing. From behind, Du-hun drags his pain-racked body to his feet. I can still go, he forces out. Please, continue to be my opponent. Rhino glances over, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You're awake? Your ability to take a punch is even worse than I thought. You think good dodging skills mean you'll never get hit? Or have you only ever taken soft punches? Suddenly, Rhino unleashes another powerful strike. He roars, "What you need to practice now is getting used to heavy blows, understand?" Rhino uses his right hand to trap Du-hun's arm, then follows up with a massive punch from his left. You're supposed to be hit, not block. He easily breaks through Du-hun's defense with just one hand, and in the next second, slams a brutal punch into his face. The blow makes Du-hun vomit. A single thought flashes through his mind. Are his gloves filled with plaster or something? Why does it hurt so bad? After Du-hun collapses again, Rhino turns to leave, saying, "That was the second one. Since it's your first day, we'll stop after 10. Moving to another room, Sejun stammers, so, what do you think?" Shuhoin seems confused. Huh? About what? He presses on. What did Jason say about Han Jun-gu? Since Han Jun-gu's leg is hurt, I have a chance to win, right? She makes a disappointed face, pouting as she speaks. This kid. I thought you understood, but you get nothing. I figured you'd act like you didn't care, but you had to ask something so strange. Shuhoin then looks Sejun dead in the eye, ready with a harsh lesson. You only find out who won after taking a punch. Just focus on your training. Stop asking stupid questions because you're scared of losing. No one is forcing you to do anything. At the end of the day, it's your life. She stares at him, her expression unreadable and her voice firm. But if you've made your decision, then stop whining like a child. Just do it, and don't waste anyone else's time, got it? Chun looks down, ashamed, and speaks softly. Yes, I'm sorry. It's just... Even when I try not to think about it, the anxiety keeps creeping in. Suddenly, Shuhoin slings an arm around his neck, pulling him in close with a voice that's half joking, half serious. Why is this little brat so scared already? I'm no psychic, but I can promise you this. The height difference and the sudden headlock make Zichun yelp in surprise. She gets serious again, her voice dropping to a cold whisper by his ear. Even if I can't guarantee you'll be safe if you listen to me, I can guarantee that little punk Han Jun-gu won't be leaving in one piece either. Chun quickly answers, I get it. Now please let me go. Footsteps echo from outside the room as Shu Huan gives him a stern look. So just focus on your training. Then a flicker of recognition crosses her face. Shu Huan pulls him even closer, saying, Hey, from this angle, you look kind of familiar. He grunts in annoyance. Huh? What are you talking about? Just let me go. But then Hajin's voice cuts in. Hey, what do you think you're doing, Imze-chun? Hearing her, Zi-chun stammers. Yes? What is it? Hajin just tilts her head, a burly man standing right behind her. His eyes are completely empty, and his voice is like ice. I asked a question you haven't answered. I said, what are you doing? In a dusty old room, a bodyguard kneels on the floor looking down. Dungun's expression is one of absolute fury. He snarls through gritted teeth. You. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea who my boss is? He glares up at the man standing over him, still kneeling with his hands on the ground. You think you can do this and I'll just let you walk away? Manager Kim calmly replies, Dungun, I know exactly who you are. In fact, I might know you better than you know yourself. I'll give you one chance, and I think you should take it. A nasty smirk plays across his lips, because once a thug, always a thug. Isn't that right, Dungun? Of course, he refuses to be intimidated. Flipping a defiant middle finger at Manager Kim, a storm of curses erupts in his mind. Damn it, I knew it was that bastard Aeon. You have no idea what it's like to take this kind of fall. The scumbag. In another place, Aeon looks up as if lost in thought. Brian, sitting next to him, grows curious. What are you thinking about? Aeon answers quietly. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly remembered someone from Korea. Brian immediately understood. Are you worried about that girl? I thought you said you left her with Soohyun. Besides, it's hard to buy weapons in Korea, so don't worry too much. An remains silent, his hair blowing in the wind. That's true, but we need to figure out a way to get back before something serious happens. There are still people waiting for us. The man's confused voice rings out. What? Why did you come out from over there? His opponent doesn't answer, instead asking a question of her own. I asked you first, and you still haven't answered me. Hajin tilts her head, her eyes wide as she questions the person behind her. Chun starts sweating, stiffly trying to remove Shu Huan's arm from his shoulder as he stammers an answer. She was teaching me a few moves, right? But Shu Huan seems to be enjoying his panic and decides to add more fuel to the fire. Which move? The one where I lock your neck? I don't like teaching those kinds of tricks. I was just getting friendly with my handsome junior. Zichun's face darkens as he shoots her a confused look. Is this woman crazy? Though furious, Hajin keeps her cool and asks again. Excuse me, what did you just say? What do you mean by handsome junior? Shu Huing just smiles, teasing her. Just getting friendly is all. You wouldn't get it. That pig. You mean Imze Chun? She stares coldly at Shu Huing. He's mine, so I'd appreciate it if you stopped touching him. What are you doing? Let go of him. Sejun tries to jump in. Okay, you can let go now. But she ignores him, raising a hand to greet Hajin instead. Zichun is yours? That's a little cheesy, but also incredibly cute. It's a pleasure to meet you, little sister. I'm Shin Suhun. You're Hajin, right? Seo Hajin? The girl's face is a mask of shock. Yes. It's nice to meet you too. You know me? Her mind is racing. What is going on? Why is this woman so beautiful and cool all of a sudden? This is insane. Shu Huin just smiles cheerfully. Of course I know you. Shei Chun, and especially Aeon, told me all about you. Hain is even more shocked to hear this. Wait, Aeon? You know him too? Where is he? Is he okay? What are you talking about? How did he become a suspect for arson? She urgently asks about Aeon's situation. Where is he hiding now? Is he hurt anywhere? What was he trying to finish? Could it really be Aeon? Suddenly, her head drops, full of sorrow. Did all of this happen just because of me? The woman walks over and pulls Hain into a firm hug. No, Hain is stunned by the gesture. Why are you? Shu Huin continues to console her. Don't you ever say this is your fault again. They embrace in a strangely quiet moment. Everyone did this because they care about you so much. Just think of it that way. Only the person who did wrong should feel guilty. Then, Shu Huin's expression turns ice cold. So if someone refuses to repent for what they've done, one day someone will make them pay a heavy price. So you don't need to think about it. Don't waste your time caring about them. Joseph watched from the sidelines, stunned that she actually had the guts to say those words. Taejiak noticed him standing there and called out, Hey Joe, you made it? Long time no see. How's the bodyguard life treating you, huh? Fun? He asked, holding up his injured arm. The three men leaned in, staring intently at the wound. What in the world happened to your arm? Taejiak answered casually. Oh, this thing? It's just a scratch. Yunho's just being dramatic. But Joseph saw right through it. You blocked a hit with your arm again, didn't you? Se-chun, who had been completely silent, suddenly spoke up. Hello. Startled, Joseph instinctively raised his fists, but the kid just bowed without a trace of fear. I've heard a lot about you from Hain. Thank you so much. The older man just scowled. Uncle? Is that what she told you to call me? I'm only 22 years old. Call me brother or something. Sejun just stared back. What do you mean? Across the way, Shu Huin and Hain noticed the two of them. She proposed, There are a lot of new faces here. Now that training is over, let's all go out for a meal. We can talk while we eat. On the mat, a single figure lay completely knocked out. Shu Huin, feeling generous, told Sejun, Hey, go wake that guy up. The man was mumbling deliriously. Miss, 1 order of pork rib soup, please. At the restaurant, the delicious smell of grilled meat filled the air. Taejiak slammed a glass of liquor down on the table. All right, the golden ratio. This one's for you. The kid looked at the drink, flustered. Me? I've never had alcohol before. But Taejiak was insistent. Aren't you 20 years old already? You've got to practice. Trust me, it's super useful for boxing. Joseph couldn't believe this nonsense, but the kid was buying it. Really, how does it help? Taejiak explained with a straight face. Being drunk is just like being dazed in the ring after taking a powerful hit. It's practice for your body to learn how to recover from those blows. Sejun asked, half doubting. Is that actually true? From across the table, Shu Huing commented as if she knew everything. Only an absolute lunatic would recommend drinking as a form of training. Sejun turned back to his own table, confused. But you're not drinking, are you? She answered with a smile. Nah, I don't really feel like it today. She then turned her head to Hain. You should eat lots of meat, Hain. The girl replied politely, Yes, of course. Thank you. Back at Taejiak's table, the two were getting ready to down their drinks. First cup has to be bottoms up, he yelled. Got it. After finishing the glass, his face flushed red as he gasped. So bitter. Does it always taste like this? How can people even drink this stuff? Just then, Taejiak slammed face first onto the table, out cold. You scared me to death. What's wrong with him? Joseph didn't even look surprised. Don't worry about it. His limit is exactly 1 glass. The kid was still confused. His limit? Joseph explained patiently. His alcohol tolerance. A loud bang echoed from outside the restaurant. Everyone's head snapped towards the entrance. That really startled me. Who opens a door like that? Dungun sneered, sticking his tongue out. Wow, that big oaf is still the same. 1 drink and he's completely knocked out. Don't you guys know? When he passes out, he doesn't wake up till morning. What a lightweight. He smirked, walking in with 2 of his lackeys. Your big boss is here. It's been a while, hasn't it? Thanks to you, I went through absolute hell and I'm still struggling, you bastard. Dungun raised an eyebrow, his taunts continuing nonstop. But as they say, every cloud has a silver lining. An opportunity has just fallen right into my lap. I heard Aeon got into some trouble, and this bull is out for the count. Perfect. Before he could finish his sentence, an object flew through the air and hit him square in the head. Shu Huan's voice was sharp. Watch your filthy mouth. There are children here. I think you need a refresher on our last lesson. She glared, her arm still out from the throw. Apparently, just resetting your joints wasn't enough. I'm going to make sure you spend the rest of your pathetic life paralyzed from the neck down. In an office somewhere, Manager Kim looked up at the ceiling and asked, Isn't it money? The one thing Dutrang Jian is always looking for. A man leaned back in his chair, talking casually. I certainly hope you're not involved in this mess like I think you are. That damn bastard has always gotten on my nerves. Manager Kim looked down, tempting Dungun, who was kneeling on the floor before him. If you tell me everything you know, I will be a great help to your business ventures. The long-haired girl he's always with, and everyone else connected to him. In Yonggun's mind, this was clearly a golden opportunity. Fighting Aeon and his goons sounded great, but Dungun hesitated. What if that bastard came back for revenge again? On top of that, all of his underlings had already abandoned him. Another failure like that would completely destroy him. But Manager Kim replied with a grin. Haven't you heard? Aeon is a wanted fugitive now, on the run like a dog. Anyone who messes with us is in for big trouble. Hearing this, Dungun's mood instantly brightened. So we don't have to worry about that bastard Aeon anymore? Kim confirmed it. That's right. So, Mr. Duchangan, you should think about this very carefully. Surely now he knew exactly which side he was supposed to be on. Before Manager Kim could finish, Dungun cut in. Rhino. Back in Busan there was this guy called Rhino, and he was the one who brought that monster in. That son of a bitch. Kim was impressed. Your brain is faster than I thought. So, was the guy tall with short orange hair? Dungun shook his head. No. This guy was one of Rhino's newer recruits, tough-looking, with scars all over his body and face. He pointed to his own face. He even had a scar right here, just like mine. Anyway, he just showed up with some girl Aeon knew, completely trashed the place, and then took off. Dungun stared off into the distance, recalling, I think his name was Zin Sun or something. He ambushed me from behind, but if we fought again, I could definitely crush that bastard. The real problem, however, was Rhino. No matter how you looked at it, that guy just wasn't human. The image of Rhino's intimidating silhouette flashed through his mind. He'd heard Rhino played all kinds of sports, but the truly shocking thing was his monstrous tenacity and pure, savage ferocity. During a huge territory war with a rival gang, Rhino had said something like, I don't want the kids getting hurt over something so pointless. At the time, Dungun had just figured he was spouting nonsense to act cool. But right after that, Rhino single-handedly took down every single member of the other organization. Manager Kim crossed his arms, curious. So what's a former gang boss doing with Shu Huin and some other woman? But Dungun seemed completely uninterested. He's been faking it for a long time. Once a gangster, always a gangster. It's ridiculous. Dungun looked up. No idea what he's up to now. He just vanished. There was a rumor that someone close to him had died, and that it had changed his entire outlook on life. So does he have any weaknesses? Dungun continued to reveal everything he knew about Rhino, which really wasn't much at all. They said knives and other weapons were useless against him. You'd need a gun at the very least. Ah, but he has one weakness. Alcohol. After just 1 glass, he'd pass out on the table, totally oblivious to anything happening around him. Back at Rhino's restaurant, Dungun puffed out his chest, his goons backing him up as he raised his voice. Hey, you son of a bitch. Because of you, my business is a total mess. Things have been really tough lately, you bastard. Seo-chun's group looked over in surprise. Who was this thug? Shu Huin quietly instructed Seo-chun. Get back and protect Heron. What, you know that guy? Seo-chun asked. Shu Huin just reached over and picked up a chopstick from the table. Yeah, he's just trash. You two stay back. Then, she flicked the chopstick forward with incredible speed. It was time to make them understand. She had to deliver a punishment so severe that no other criminals would dare show their faces again. Shu Huan glanced in another direction. She threw a second chopstick, and this time, it struck Dong Gun directly in the eye. He stumbled backward and collapsed. Dong Gun was so stunned he couldn't even process what had just happened, as blood began to pour from his left eye. Ugh! He scrambled to his feet, pointing furiously at his lackeys. What are you two just standing there for? Damn it, just kill that bitch, Shu Huan calmly retorted. Are you barking so loud just because you brought these mutts with you? You guys are nothing but a bunch of losers. Enraged, one of the two thugs flexed his muscles. Did that bitch just call us losers? Damn it. Do you have any idea who I am? The other one cracked his knuckles. It's been a while since I had the chance to punch a girl. I try to be civilized, but this world won't let me. Shu Huan pointed at Dong Gun. I have business to settle with the one on the floor. You two can play with him. Joseph immediately stepped forward. Yes, ma'am. He then turned to the thugs. Hey, you dogs, don't cause trouble in here. Take it outside. The goon, completely fearless, sized Joseph up with a smirk. Well, look at the big, tall shop owner. What should we do now? Back in my day, I was a judo champion. Scared yet, kid? Joseph was absolutely speechless at the man's sheer arrogance. You pig. Are you squealing at me? You should leave while you still can. I feel like I'll catch a disease if I even touch you. Furious, the man raised his fist to attack. You think I'll go easy on you just because I'm older? Joseph's patience finally ran out. Why are you guys doing this? He clenched his own hand, easily blocking the incoming punch. Joseph gritted his teeth. And just so you know, I'm 20 years old. The man looked at his own red hand in shock, as a powerful kick sent him flying out the door. You know, this is a high-quality butcher shop. The other goon, who saw the whole thing, still tried to act tough. Hey, bald head, I'm not going to be that easy. Dong Ho quietly reached out from behind him. Then, he suddenly clamped his hand around the goon's throat. Gak, what the hell? He turned to Su Huan while still holding the man. Sis, who are these things? Did someone send them again? She replied. Probably. We need to figure out what's going on. The man she was choking had veins popping on his neck, gasping for air like a dog. After throwing all of them out the door, she asked them coldly, Well, now there's nowhere left to run, is there? If you don't want to live like a dog, then answer me. What was this great opportunity you were talking about? Who put you up to this? Did someone named Manager Kim approach you? Dong Gun clutched his injured eye, silently cursing the man's name. Manager Kim cursed him under his breath. Bring the strongest men, he'd said. Damn it. Still, he didn't forget to threaten them. Hey, wait a second, damn it. Blood just poured from his eye. He swore he'd get medical help first, then tell them everything. If I'm blind, I will hunt every single one of you down and kill you. I'm not joking. But Su Huan? Completely unbothered. She grabbed another chopstick and jammed it straight into Dong Gun's ear. Seriously, I guess listening works too. He screamed in pain. My ear? Dong Gun couldn't believe this was happening. He leaned against the door, clutching his head, shouting, My ear, my ear. Something's wrong with it. What did you do, you crazy bitch? Su Huan feigned sympathy, mocking him. So slow on the uptake. Even after all this, you still haven't figured it out. At this point, you'd have to be completely brain dead. She turns back to the shop and barks an order. Dong Ho, get a knife from the kitchen. I'm going to take his nose. This trash needs to be thrown out. Dong Ho is all for it. Yeah, just toss him out, do it like you always do. He's clearly non-recyclable garbage, and keeping him in prison is a waste of tax money. If only he just ate bananas, things would be so much better. He grins at Joseph, telling him to borrow a knife from the boss, sharpen it, and bring it back. Joseph agrees instantly. Okay. Oh, and Rhino already had a drink and went to bed. Dong Ho watches, clearly entertained by the scene. Joseph peeks into the kitchen, calling out, Boss? Hey, where's the boss? If you don't mind, may I ask you something? He finds the kitchen assistant cowering in the corner, terrified. Please, she begs. Please, save me. I won't call the police. I'll act like I saw nothing, so please save me. He kneels down, trying to reassure her. Ah, you were pretty scared, weren't you? Sorry about that, and thanks for not reporting us. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Then Joseph leans in close, his face turning hard. What a pathetic woman. But you're going to help me with one thing. Which knife in this kitchen cuts the best? The request terrifies her. Please, save me. I have 2 children waiting at home. Joseph holds out the knife. Hey lady. She said she wouldn't call the cops, remember? Seeing Su Huan admiring the knife, he can't help but chime in. We should clean up and get out of here. Dealing with the police is a pain. She agrees. Right. Get the kids ready to leave first. They don't need to see this. Dunggun, still clutching his ear, demands to know why he can't see what's going on. Soo-hoon just sighs in frustration. I told you I was going to cut your nose off, she snaps. Why don't you get it? That finally sinks in. He starts to panic. Director Kim. It was that snake-faced bastard. I didn't have a choice but to do this, he pleads. Because that monster told me to do it. Shaking, Dunggun confesses everything. That son of a bitch told me to take those two lying there and just get rid of them. She repeats his words. Just get rid of them, huh? Soo-hoon is skeptical. Sending two cowards like this seems way too careless. He knew his men already ran into trouble at the cemetery. Yet he still made this exact move. This means there's definitely another motive here. Could this whole situation be an intentional setup? Meanwhile, in a luxurious building, a bodyguard gives a serious report. Director, that woman is nothing like Du Chang-won described. She might even be better than Aeon. Her practical combat skills are on a whole other level. He remembers Soo-hoon rushing him like a flash of lightning, relentlessly attacking his leg. He nervously glances down. The idiot sent with Du Trang-jin couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. Manager Kim, by the window, doesn't seem surprised. Of course, I knew that would happen. What could those fools do against someone even a team leader couldn't handle? The bodyguard asks, utterly confused. Then why did you give that order? Manager Kim explains. Du Trang-jin was the bait. You need bait to catch a fish, right? He smirks and adjusts his glasses. This woman, Shin Soo-hoon, when she sees garbage, she just dives in headfirst to attack, no matter the consequences. Once she takes the bait, we'll catch her red-handed. Nothing is more conclusive than catching someone in the act. But the bodyguard still doesn't get the plan. If we're using the police, didn't that tactic already fail with Aeon back at the factory incident? He figures they're the type to ignore the police. With a smile, he asks, you were alone at the time, right? And now, he's the one being hunted. How can he run away alone when he has so many people to protect? Instantly, a sinister look twists his face. There was absolutely no way they could escape this. The others would either be interrogated or forced to take the blame. He had to seize this chance to show them who's really in control. Soo-hoon's voice is flat, devoid of emotion. What do you think you're doing? Just wait for the fight. Why bother with all these petty little attacks? As if sensing danger, she turns to Young-hoo. You, the kids, and the rhino go on ahead. I feel like something's about to happen. He's completely calm, asking, huh? You're not coming? Got something to do? Let's grab some soju after I drop off the kids. But she refuses. Next time. Today, I need to squeeze this dried squid a little more. I think I can get about 3 more questions out of him. Suddenly, 2 men appear. Soo-hoon notices them approaching, just as expected. But they got here faster than she thought, and they weren't being subtle. One of them flashes his badge. We received a report. We're from the narcotics team. Stop right there, let's just talk. Of course, she doesn't buy it for a second. Soo-hoon tilts her head. What kind of report? You better have a good story prepared. You scumbags. How much of a bribe did you take? Their faces immediately darken. I don't know what you're talking about. I spoke politely, and you answer with insults? She just frowns. For parasites like you, this is me being polite. Now shut up, you idiots. I've got questions for you, so get on your knees. In a flash, the man pulls out a gun and points it directly at Soo-hoon's head, a smug smirk on his face. In a situation where a civilian's life is at risk due to a weapon, firearm use is authorized. Come along quietly while I'm still asking nicely. If I shoot you here and you die, I just have to write a report. So be a good girl and cooperate. But Soo-hoon isn't scared at all. Instead, she reaches out and grabs the gun, turning it into a tense standoff. Damn it, let go. This crazy woman really wants to die. You want a hole in your head? Huh? Soo-hoon gives him a look of pure contempt. You can't shoot. Maybe an arm or a leg, but you definitely won't shoot me in the head. How do I know? He stammers as if she hit a nerve. I can. I can shoot. You know who I deal with? Addicts, that's who. Her eyes flash. Your pupils. It's the pupils. Soo-hoon pulls the gun even closer to her own head. Stop pretending and answer my questions. Now. He threatens her through gritted teeth. Stay still. I'll really shoot. Without a hint of fear, she presses them. Nothing needs to be eliminated more than corrupt power. So, among you crooked cops, who's the top dog? Soo-hoon licks her lips, a thrill in her eyes. If you don't answer properly, you'll both end up as trash on the ground. Oh, and I don't care about the police or anything else. Anything rotten gets torn apart by me. Remember that. Furious, the man grinds his teeth. Damn you, stop putting on an act. He shoves the gun forward again. When I say I'll shoot, I'll shoot. Don't you dare underestimate me, you bitch. End of chapter 102. In a high-end luxury store, a woman stood before a handbag display, staring for a long moment. Hey! A store clerk from behind politely answers. Yes, ma'am, how can I help you? The woman suddenly snaps at her. This is so annoying. Are you trying to mess with me? Then she pouts, pointing at a bag. I'm looking at this purse, right? You should know to come over and help me. Be a little quicker on your feet. I'm not trying to brag, but I will not accept this kind of service. The employee had no choice but to bow her head and apologize. I'm sorry, madam. I'll show you to a seat and bring out our collection. But inside her head, she was chanting a mantra. Don't punch the customer, don't punch the customer. The woman, being oddly perceptive, asks directly, Hey, were you just cursing me out in your head? The clerk denies it immediately. What? Not at all. Ma'am, I wouldn't dare. The rich lady gets furious, raising her hand to strike the employee. Your face looks like you're swearing. How would I know? Do you have any idea how many bags I've bought here? It's more money than you'll ever make with your tiny salary. You worthless clerk. On pure instinct, the employee snaps into a defensive stance, knocking the woman's hand away. Sorry. The rich lady is stunned. What? Her jaw drops. Hey, what did you just do? Did you just hit me? Did you hit me? The clerk waves her hands frantically, denying everything. No, I just moved my hand, and it accidentally bumped into yours. Hearing that only made the woman angrier. Go, call your manager. You picked a fight with the wrong person today. The clerk feigns surprise. Excuse me, miss. When you ask for the boss, do you mean our owner, or are you looking for the store manager? The woman suddenly gets flustered. What? Not the owner. Call the store manager. She turns her back, tossing one last comment to the employee. I have to use the restroom now. Make sure you have the manager out here before I get back. The employee just bows her head. Yes, ma'am. I understand. In the women's restroom, she leans against the counter, staring into the mirror and cursing the employee from before. Damn brat, she seethes. With that attitude, I'd have fired her ages ago. Just then, the door opens, someone enters, and the lock clicks shut. The figure approaches her. The newcomer speaks as she walks. What kind of game are you trying to play here? Drop the attitude. The woman scoffs. What? You got a problem? She sneers. And what are you going to do about it? Before she can finish, the other woman grabs her hair and slams her face into the sink. With a sickening crack, her nose smashed into the sink, bending sideways as she let out a piercing scream. Under Soo-yoon's cold glare, she shrieked, Oh my god, my new $75,000 nose. Who the hell are you? How dare you touch my precious nose? Unfazed, Soo-yoon cut straight to the point, demanding the information she came for the delivery driver's personal details. But the woman was lost in a fit of rage, sobbing and screaming curses. What? What kind of nonsense are you talking about? You crazy psycho, what did you do to my face? What are you doing, you bitch? This is like a death sentence for me, you know that? Soo-yoon shut her up by kicking her face, her voice dropping to a low growl. She repeated her question with the same cold attitude. The delivery driver's personal information. The woman was terrified now, stammering out a reply. You just barge in here and start kicking people. I have no idea what you're talking about. A moment later, her blood-curdling screams echoed through the bathroom once more. Soo-yoon's patience was clearly wearing thin. One last time, she demanded the courier's information. Meanwhile, in a rundown building, the delivery driver held a package, ready for his next drop-off. All right, let's see. This is the last one for today. But when he looked up, he saw someone waiting, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Huh? How long have you been standing there? It was Soo-yoon, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. Are you waiting for a delivery? What's your name? She asked him. My name? The man scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, this package can only be delivered after your information is verified. Annoyed, Soo-yoon pulled her hood down. This is my name, you bastard. Tell me everything you know about the people you work for, or I will tear this entire place apart. The man looked nervous, taking a step back. What? What are you talking about? I'm just a delivery driver. I think you've got the wrong person. Soo-yoon calmly closed her eyes. I'm not a cop, and I'm not some undercover officer hiding out here or anything like that. And I came alone, so you can stop freaking out. CEO Run Yu-han, Director Kim, Team Leader Kang. Which one of these people do you work for? I'll find out by tracking the manufacturing plant you're using. The man slowly reached up and took off his glasses. Could it be? That bitch is finally dead? He tilted his head, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. This is why you have to change things up regularly. I've done this so many times, I'm not even scared anymore. Isn't that right, pretty girl? He smirked, his eyes wide. You're not a cop, So why are you playing this game? But are you really here all alone? My heart is practically pounding out of my chest. It's been a while since I've met such a beautiful girl. Soo-yoon rejected him flatly. I don't want to talk to you. He let out a sigh. Why not? Don't I look good? I'm single, she continued with a deadpan stare. You look terrible. Please stay single for the rest of your life. Veins popped on the man's forehead. Is that so? What a shame. I was thinking that if you were a good girl and pleased me, I'd let you go without any pain. With his eyes bulging, he moved in closer to her. I don't know what you heard from that freak, but me? I do more than just simple deliveries. He slammed his hands on either side of her, pinning her against the wall. If you dare get smart with me here, I'll ship you off to Cambodia. You'll disappear without a trace, and no one will ever know. But if you listen to me, I might reconsider. He raised an eyebrow with a disgusting smile. So think it over. You're going to die anyway, so why not enjoy it with me? I'll kill you without any pain, okay? We'll even do it while you're high, in a good mood. Soo-yoon narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth. What is this? Is it time for introductions now? He kept up his taunting attitude. Huh? Suddenly, she cracked a smile. Can you give me some time to introduce myself? After all, if I'm going to die, I can at least have that much time. The man was ecstatic, thinking he was finally getting somewhere with her. Of course, I can give you that much time. Just treat me right, and I might let you stay high a little longer. Now hurry up and introduce yourself. I want to know all about you. Soo-yoon's eyes darted smugly toward something behind him. Well, if we're talking about me, then you should see the massive, hulking figure of Rhino standing right there. Just open your mouth, and I'll give you a taste of a real hallucination. A foul stench already filled the air. The man whips his head around in shock. What the? Before he can react, Rhino grabs him by the hair, dragging him up as he screams insults. Ugh, what is this? You piece of trash. Rhino looks down, his irritation obvious. You punk, this is our first time meeting, but I already hate the way you talk. Rhino spins, dragging the guy by his head. The man clutches his head, screaming, Let go of me, let go, you psycho. But Rhino doesn't stop. Scum like this need a lesson. Rhino slams his head hard into the nearest wall. Don't worry, the dental hospital will fix every one of your mistakes. Rhino grabs his head again, pulling him back to mock his stunned, gaping face. A degenerate like you isn't the type for pretty girls. It'd be better if bugs like you just died. Your life is worthless. I have to kill you myself. So irritating. You're finished, kid. On the wall, a massive, bloody dent. Soo-yoon cautiously steps in. He deserves to die, but I still need some information first. He talked to you like that at first sight? Rhino asks casually. He can still talk if I break all his teeth, right? The guy is still cursing, unafraid. Rhino looks down. He's still conscious. I think you should be the one to ask. He leans his head back, eyes wide with mockery. Nice hit. Is that beautiful girl as good a fighter as you are? I prefer fighting with women. Rhino sighs softly. You're really testing my patience, aren't you? He raises his fist. Let's talk after another beating. The guy just gives him a strange, twisted smirk. Let me tell you something. Never look down on people. He suddenly dives, grabbing Rhino's leg. Rhino is baffled. What are you doing? Are you trying to wrestle? He pulls hard, trying to throw Rhino to the ground. Rhino plants his back foot, still confused. Blood vessels pop in the guy's eyes. You bastard. All you phonies who act so strong. Do you know what I've done? I sent them all away, get it? Rhino immediately grabs his hair and yanks him back. With incredible force, Rhino slams the man down, shattering his little fantasy with contempt. Get over yourself, kid. Were you expecting a sudden comeback win? Rhino crouches down to mock him. Let me tell you something. Right now, I'm helping you. Because if it were her, your balls would have been cut off already. So I just need you to quietly answer the questions. Soo-yoon adds a warning. Are you ready to talk now? I'm done wasting time with you. Why did you disguise yourself as a delivery courier? Who's behind all this? He clicks his tongue, finally surrendering. Fine, all right, I'll tell you. I needed to leave a record, to make it look like a normal delivery from a courier company. And if there was a problem, he'd give me extra cash and the old files. The packages themselves contained illegal goods. The police could barely catch us red-handed because we used so many diversionary tactics. We constantly changed storage locations and factories so the cops couldn't find us. By the time they'd locate one, it would already be completely empty. Soo-yoon leans in. So who do you contact? Han-run, Director Kim. Where can I find them? The guy laughs again. Let's talk about Director Kim first. But I can't answer where you can actually meet him. She threatens, if you don't talk, you'll just get another beating. He laughs out loud. No, it's not that I won't tell you. I'm saying I can't. You fool. You can only meet that person when you have been chosen. I calculated everything, so I knew you guys would come find me. Shu Huin smirks, turning the threat right back on him. You predicted everything, yet it turned into this mess? Or did you think you could escape? Say that one more time, and I'll cut off your leg. He scrambles up. No, I just heard about it. That some seriously strong people were on their way. They said I'd never win. I heard Captain Kang was attacked, too. Shu Huin scoffs as something clicks into place. Even though you knew, you did nothing. So this bastard was just a sacrificial pawn. He seems amused. Beautiful and smart, too. I love it. She ignores him. All right, thanks. So who were you targeting after luring me here? Outside, night begins to fall. Joseph gets a strange feeling and whips his head around. Hayne sees it and asks, "What's wrong with you? You said someone was chasing you?" He scans the area around them. No. Suddenly it feels like no one is watching us anymore. She's confused. Really? Are you just on edge from the chaos at the restaurant? He replies, I wish it were that simple. Shu Huin realizes who he's talking about and grins. Sorry, but sending more people after Hajin is completely pointless. There's always someone with him, 24/7. So what if I send about 100 people? So why keep sending people? They know getting close is almost impossible. She frowns, clearly annoyed. What nonsense is this, you punk? He suddenly screams. You're all just a bunch of masterless bitches. Is that all you can think of? The city streets glowed at dusk. Sejun was walking along when a hand suddenly appeared, holding a syringe. The attacker gleefully plunges it straight into his neck. It's not just girls who are targets anymore. Now anyone is fair game. Hearing this, Soo-yoon is stunned. What? She asks, squatting beside the braggart. If it's him? You mean Lim Seojun? The man admits it. Jesua, you bet. We're not interested in that other brat anymore. He's the real prize now. Completely oblivious to Soo-yoon's darkening expression, the man just keeps on boasting. Do you really think that gathering a bunch of monsters and using violence can solve everything? Power is always scarier than violence, you know. The man is ranting now, completely unhinged. That's right, power is the real top of the food chain. Bastards. Soo-yoon turns to Rhino. Hey, where is Dong-ho right now? He replies, Dong-ho had something to finish, so he's probably not with Lim Seo-jun. She then asks if Seon-woo is with him. With his hands in his pockets, he answers, probably not. Sando-hyun is likely training for his own match. Should I call them? Soo-yoon gets up to leave. I'll go meet them myself. You stay here and clean up this piece of trash for me. Rhino scoffs with contempt. This kind of garbage? It won't even take a minute. She gives him a polite nod. The guy panics when he hears them. What? Clean up what? Did you say clean up? Rhino calls out. Weren't you just saying something? That power is much scarier than violence? The man trembles as he looks at Rhino. Huh? What? Why is that? Rhino smirks. Let's see if you still think that way after I pull out every single one of your teeth. Back on the street, Seojun stumbles sideways from the impact, the needle buried deep in his neck. The blonde attacker bursts out laughing. Get ready for heaven, you're going to heaven. But Seojun just rubs his neck. Ow, that hurts. Seojun pouts, turning to look at the guy. What the hell is wrong with this moron? I think I've seen an idiot just like you somewhere before. The attacker's face goes pale. Yeah, that's it. That's definitely it. The scumbag thinks, is he messing with me? But then Sojun stumbles, and the guy's face lights up instantly. What the hell? Damn it. Why are you still okay? Why isn't anything happening? Then Seojun suddenly swings, smashing a fist into his jaw. I was faking it, you idiot. The guy collapses, blood spraying from his mouth and nose. Fist still clenched, Seojun realizes something. I remember now. You're that same blonde moron. I thought Manager Kim had already caught you and killed you, but it looks like he is still continuing with all of his dirty tricks. The blonde is out cold on the ground, foaming at the mouth. He passed out again, the bastard. That's when Seojun spots the empty syringe. Huh? A syringe? Is this what he stuck in my neck a second ago? Picking it up, he wonders what they put inside. If it was some kind of sedative, it should have worked instantly. But it didn't. As Seojun sits there, totally unaware of someone behind him, he decides he should ask Soo-yoon about this later. The man behind him gets closer and asks, Why do you want to take that? You won't find out anything if you do. Startled, Seojun immediately throws his fists up into a defensive stance. Damn, you scared me, sneaking up without making a sound. The figure behind him is none other than Manager Kim's bodyguard. He begins to explain what was inside the syringe. I will explain it all to you properly. Your body will soon start to react. Seojun is still in the mood to joke. What reaction? Is it a laxative? The man calmly closes his eyes. It is not a laxative. Do you remember Lee Yonggan, the man you fought before? Sejun immediately pictures the wild-looking Yonggan swiping back his hair. He continues, it's the same type of drug he used, and it's good for your body. It will likely prove useful against Director Han. Then he adds a warning. But there's something you need to be careful about. You have to use the drug regularly. If you don't, you'll experience severe side effects. Sejun starts to sweat, glancing down. Going to a hospital won't help, and I will deliver the drug periodically. So, just focus on your match with Director Han. Tell this to the people around you who are snooping into matters that don't concern them. If they keep investigating things unrelated to the fight with Director Han, I won't just stop your supply. I'll find a replacement and start over, like Sionwoo or Seo Hajin. Hearing that, Sejun immediately cuts him off, a nerve clearly having been struck. He looks up and fires back. Leave Hajin alone for once, you bastard. You people are seriously so annoying and disgusting. You give me the creeps, you know that? Besides, why did that blonde bastard show up if you were going to inject me? You should have done it yourself. Why show up like this? Sejun grits his teeth. Don't tell me, you're trying to cut ties if a problem arises? Are you planning to use him and then throw him away, just like Lim Dong-hoon? You piece of garbage. The man sighed, admitting, you're not entirely wrong. We sent that kid to make cutting ties easier. I'm just here to deliver a message and confirm the drug's effectiveness. Then he glared, anger flashing in his eyes. But your smart mouth is getting on my nerves. If not for Director Han, you'd already be gone without a trace. You get that? Without answering, Sejun slammed his forehead right into the man's face. How the hell would I know? The man's eyes went wide with shock. This stupid mutt. Then he launched a counterattack of his own. Get this straight. He dodged, then threw an uppercut from below. When the man dodged it with just a tilt of his head, Sejun was stunned. His opponent sneered. A fool who doesn't know his own limits. One heavy punch sent Sejun flying backwards. I think you need a serious beating. For the first time, Sejun was completely bewildered. A loud crash echoed from the corner. The man tilted his head. They told me not to hit you too hard, but kids these days just love picking fights. I guess I'll have to keep beating you until you come to your senses, just like I did back in school. Seeing him get back up, the man looked almost impressed. Huh? You can still stand after taking that hit? What are you? Don't tell me. A small smile crept across Sejun's bloody face. What is this feeling? This sensation, he looked up, raising an eyebrow. Surprising, isn't it? My body suddenly feels light. Back in Junyu's house, his leg trembled uncontrollably. So what? They're working with those detectives, and we can't do a thing about it? Manager Kim, standing opposite him, replied quickly. That's right, they're acting independently, and there's no evidence. The police have their hands tied. Detectives Aeon and Shin Soo-hoon are tailing us without leaving any proof behind. Junyu rubbed his chin and continued. How should I put this? Is it safe to say they're using a strategy similar to our own? Maybe they've realized that to win, they have to do the same thing, regardless of the law. Suddenly, Junyu's voice dropped. What the hell are you doing? Manager Kim looked completely lost. What? What do you mean? Junyu looked up, his gaze cold and hard. You need to act to solve this problem. Stop playing dumb. That look on your face is pissing me off so much it's driving me crazy. His expression darkened. I'll see if there's a better way. But what about my previous proposal? Junyu snapped back. What proposal? Just say it, don't beat around the bush. Manager Kim answered. We test the experimental drug on Lim Se-chun. Just as the VIP suggested before. It might yield more concrete results than we got with Lee Yang-gun's case. He explained. Since we've diverted their attention to Se Hajin, we just need to wait for the right moment when Lim Se-chun is alone. What do you think? Manager Kim put his hands in his pockets, explaining. First, we get him addicted to the drug, then let him suffer withdrawal symptoms when he doesn't get his regular dose. If we want to keep it under wraps, we can just tell him to focus on his upcoming fights. They won't bother investigating any further. He asked for Junyu's opinion. And if Lim Se-chun's performance improves from continuous use, it proves the drug works. So what do you think now? Junyu answered calmly. Not yet. I'll talk about it later if I think that method becomes necessary. Just try to find another way. As for identifying that person, is there any news from his gangster days? Manager Kim seemed to agree with that. It's an old story, and all I could find out is that he quit being a gangster. Aeon and Shin Soo-hoon have military backgrounds, so it will take more time to get to them, he said confidently. So, my previous proposal seems to be the most direct and surefire approach. Hearing this, Junyu could only sigh in frustration. This damn bastard, seriously. Manager Kim and the man behind him waited in silence for his next words. Junyu stood up, walked right in front of manager Kim, and declared, "Looks like you're finally starting to learn your place and behave." He glared, reminding manager Kim, "You only get treated well when you handle things correctly. But if you keep screwing up, that's a different story. So I'm only going to say this one last time. Burn this into that single remaining brain cell of yours." Junyu spoke slowly and clearly. "If I tell you to wait once, you wait until I mention it again. Understand?" Manager Kim quickly agreed. "All right. I understand. I'll look into other methods." Back at home, an employee called out to manager Kim, who was admiring the view. "What is it?" The man voiced his concern. "Director Han's judgment seems a little off lately. Is it just his mood? Or could it be the medicine he's taking for his leg injury? People tend to get more honest when they're backed into a corner. Their true feelings leak out in their expressions and actions." The nervous employee asks, "So what's our move now? I've already notified the delivery person, but will that be enough?" Manager Kim calculates his options. "Yes, that will give them the access they need to get close. So, we'll just wait and see. We'll find the right moment when Limsey Chun is completely alone." The subordinate nervously confirms. "Yes, Limsey Chun. That's all the confirmation he needed. It's a go." A sly grin spreads across his face. "I'll take full responsibility for injecting Limsey Chun with the experimental drug." Back in the present, Zi Chun tells the employee, "Seriously, this is just..." A wave of excitement washes over his entire body. He lets out a thrilled gasp. This feeling is so strange. The employee observes him, thinking, he's reacting even faster than Lai Yang Yun. The drug must be more effective on him. Xi Chun flashes a bright smile, asking, "But really, why did you give this to me?" Then, his smile vanishes. His eyes lock onto the man. "Does Han Jungu gain something if I get stronger from this? Or did something else happen here?" The employee coldly reminds him, "Remember what I told you, and don't worry about anything else. Just focus on your match with Director Han." The words barely leave his mouth before Zi Chun's fist connects with his face, sending him flying backward. Blood explodes from the employee's nose. He's in total shock. "What? That speed? It's unbelievable." Xi Chun leans in close, his voice a low whisper. "Then I guess I can use you for a little warm-up, right?" He doesn't wait for an answer. He grabs the man's head and relentlessly slams it into the ground like a rock. Suddenly, he stops. Zi Chun's voice is ice. "This is getting pretty intense, wouldn't you say? You guys are using this kind of drug against a girl?" The battered employee trembles in pain, trying to stammer out an explanation. "Wait, it's not like that. Just hold on. If you get too worked up, you could suffer a dangerous adrenaline overdose." Zi Chun scoffs. "That's ridiculous. If it were that dangerous, you wouldn't have injected me so openly, would you? You're just saying that because you don't want to get beaten up right now, isn't that it?" The employee desperately yells back. "It's not about that, you idiot, and no matter how much of that drug you've used, you're still just a kid." Before he can finish, Zi Chun treats him like a punching bag, landing blow after blow to his face. His fists now covered in the man's blood. He's nearly lost control, laughing like a maniac. "You piece of trash, look at this. Even a kid can beat you down like this. Go to hell, you fool." Zi Chun sneers at the battered employee. "What are you even saying? You can't even speak properly to a kid like me." He then asks the man, "Is this for real? Did Manager Kim really send you to find me? It seems like that bastard sent you here to test out the drug. But what do you think?" The employee just coughs, unable to answer Zi Chun's question. He then threatens the man. "You'll answer after a few more hits, won't you? Scumbags like you are all the same." He readies his fist again. "Get ready to take it like a dog. I'm going to flatten one side of your face." But before the punch can land, an arm wraps around his neck, stopping him cold. A startled Zi Chun shouts out, "What? Who is this? Let go of me." A voice rings out in his ear. "Oh man, it's so hot. I feel like I'm about to die." "Lim Zi Chun, you look absolutely desperate." It's Soo Hyun. With her arm still around his neck, she explains, "You're way too excited right now. Calm down a bit. I'll put you to sleep for a while, okay?" Earlier at the boxing club, Hain exclaimed in disbelief. "What? A location tracking app?" Di-hyun explained the reasoning. "It's for emergencies. You never know what kind of unexpected things might happen." Hain nodded in understanding. "Ah, yes, I get it now." Joseph jumped in to reassure her. "I won't get distracted. You don't have to worry about me, sis." Di-hyun immediately shot back. "You have a tiny bladder. What are you going to do if something happens in the bathroom?" Hain had to agree. She's right. He does go to the bathroom pretty often. Joseph tried to defend himself. "But I only go in places that are absolutely safe." "A location tracker. Does this thing even work? Give me one too." "What about me?" Di-hyun frowned and shouted, "You're built like a mountain. What good is it if they just attack from behind? This world is a scary place. She nodded sagely. That's the truth. Back on the streets, Soo-hyun guns her motorcycle, speeding through the city searching for Ji-chun. As her wheels tear up the pavement, she hopes the location is right. I hope nothing bad has happened, Soo-hyun thinks to herself. I believe those people are aiming to promote the match between Ji-chun and Han Jun-gu, but what do they possibly gain from messing with Ji-chun? The whole situation was so illogical it was clouding her judgment. No way. A drug for Ji-chun? Is the whole point of this match to advertise a new drug? She finally pieces it together. In that case, Han Jun-gu would have to lose. I just don't understand what they're trying to achieve. But then she saw him, Sejun, hammering a guy on the sidewalk. Luckily, he wasn't knocked out or anything. Soo-hyun immediately jumped off her bike, thinking, he's too ferocious. I have to stop him before he kills someone. She took off her helmet with a single thought in her mind. Sorry, Sejun, but this isn't my responsibility. Now go to sleep. A deep sleep to clear that head of his. Sejun felt the arms around him, his eyes flying open in shock. Nuna, why is it you? She soothed him gently. I get it. I understand exactly what you're trying to say. So you'll understand after a little nap. Don't even think about resisting. His eyes bulged as his whole body trembled, trying to fight back. What's so wrong with killing someone who deserves it? Sejun roared. Why? Why are you stopping me? His strength was unbelievable. What is this? Don't tell me he can actually break out of a perfect rear naked choke. He thrashed harder, screaming, Let me go. A moment later, Sejun woke up on the pavement, looking completely lost. He stared at the person before him and asked with total confusion, What just happened? Soo-hyun simply answered, Before a chokehold, everyone is equal. That's how it ends. Don't touch things you shouldn't. Sejun slowly sat up and said, I'm sorry. Sejun explained his reasoning. I wasn't thinking clearly back there. She offered a gentle smile, saying, That's exactly why this is so unsettling. Soo-hyun filled him in. While you were sleeping, I looked around and noticed a syringe on the ground. Those guys were on drugs, weren't they? It seems you couldn't control your own high because of its effects. Sejun's memory flashed. Ah, yeah, you're right. They suddenly stabbed me from behind with it. What even is this drug? My body felt so light, and I felt like I was floating on a cloud. He stared at his hands. In that state, I felt like I could defeat Han Wu or anyone else. But she cut that dangerous thought short. However, if you fall into that sweet trap, it can become a prison you'll find it hard to escape. Soo-hyun laid out their plan. First, let's talk to those detectives. An already mentioned he caught a few guys at that factory. We need to find out what kind of drug that was first. Looking at the two unconscious men, he opened his mouth to ask, What about these two? Should we just leave them here? She just told him, You don't need to worry about cleaning them up. Inside an interrogation room with cameras everywhere, Soo-hyun began to speak. Hung-sik stood behind her and confirmed, Yes, he's one of the perpetrators in the Shin assault case. He continued, It seems he was used as a clinical test subject for the new drug. Afterward, he was put to work packaging and producing it in the factory. They took orphans or kids with trouble at home and made them fight. For those with real athletic talent, they gave them the drug. They were apparently promoting the new drug to clients using videos of those fights. And I'm sure you have no idea who the buyers are, Soo-hyun guessed. Hung-sik replied, Correct, and since this information is from people high on drugs, it can't be used legally, either. Suddenly, the door to their room swung open, cutting their conversation short. He knew him instantly. He's here. That bastard Lee Yong-gon. The prisoner's eyes were nearly popping out, his face hollow, his body skeletal. Hung-sik asked in disbelief, Detective Na, are you sure that's Lee Yong-gon? He looks like a completely different person than the one we saw before. Detective Na ordered him, Sit here. He stared at Soo-hyun and rasped, The girl who's good with a knife. She was taken aback. Huh? You know me? The cemetery. The day I went to get the long-haired man. Soo-hyun asked coldly, The muscular guy? How did you end up like this? He answered with a dead look in his eyes. I don't know. If I stop taking the drug, I start to die. Detective Na chimed in to explain. According to the doctor, it's withdrawal, but this is a brand new drug, so they're saying they can't guarantee his condition will improve, because there's just no data. Hung-sik was aghast. This is too severe. His condition was bad to begin with, but hasn't he been completely ruined? Shouldn't he be getting better if he stopped? Detective Na admitted. Quitting doesn't mean he'll recover instantly, but this case is way too serious. He can't properly digest his food, and his speech impediment is just getting worse and worse. They're trying to find a cure, but they say they have no idea how long it might take. Soo-hyun beckoned with a finger. Hey, look here, Lee Yong-gon. You remember me, right? I'm going to ask you some questions, so just tell me what you know, okay? She got straight to the point. Representative Han Jun-woo and that damn department head Kim, where did you usually meet them? And where did you get the drugs? Not the factory that burned down. Another hideout. Just like the place Ha-jin was summoned to. Lee Yong-gon looked up as a memory sparked. Ah, High Peak Building. She pressed for more about a penthouse apartment. Do you know the address or the name of the building? He hesitated and replied, I don't know. Our eyes were covered. Hearing that, Soo-yoon began to put the pieces together. They were moved there from a different location, completely blindfolded, just as Sun Do-hein had said, which meant he wasn't lying. She continued the interrogation. All right, now for my next question. Tell me everything you know about Department Head Kim. At the mention of his name, Yongin began to tremble, his words catching in his throat. No, nothing. That person is terrifying, he stammered. He's always watching from everywhere. He helps Representative Han. I don't know anything else, Soo-yoon snapped, jumping to her feet and yelling. You bastard, did you think I was some kind of nice person just because I spoke softly? Hi, Uch quickly tried to intervene. Hey, you can't do that in here. Calm down, just calm down. Yonggon looked terrified, and finally started to talk. I know a few things about Representative Han. Hearing this, Soo-yoon's eyes widened in surprise. What is it? Just say it. Yonggon struggled, forcing out each word. The former national representative. Jujitsu. She cut him right off. We already know that. His name wasn't on any past roster for Korea's national jiu-jitsu team. It was just a rumor then, right? Yongin shot back desperately. He's different now, he stammered. Representative Han had a brother, a half-brother. I've seen him before, he continued. He changed his last name. Used to have a different one. Another name? Soo-hyun pressed, demanding more. Another name. He had a half-brother. Yongin strained his memory, trying to recall the name. What was it? Jungu. That's it, Jungu. Elsewhere in a gym, an angry voice echoed that very name. Jiang Jungu. The man was screaming at Jungu. You psycho bastard. But Jungu's face was a mask of ice, completely unfazed. Are you insane? What the hell is this? On the floor, a man lay pinned. A bloody hand clamped over his ear. He kept shouting, You crazy son of a bitch, spit it out now. Jungu just looked annoyed. What's all this noise? You junkies are so damn annoying. Having just severed the man's ear, he spoke coldly. His cauliflower ear looked so delicious. I took a bite. After all, shouldn't teammates be willing to share a little snack? In a short hallway nearby, 2 cameras were actively recording. Back in the room, Soo-hyun stood up, slamming her hands on the table. Jiang Jungu, that's his real name? Yonggun stammered from across the table. Yes, I heard his last name, Jiang, came from his mother. But as for his half-brother, it seems Representative Han's mother passed away. She stood straight, hands sinking into her pockets. Tell me more. He could only reply, That's everything I've heard. Yonggan looked up at Soo-hyun. And that brother, how do I put this? There's definitely something about him. It feels like some huge corporation is pulling the strings. The scene cuts to a man with slicked back gray hair, adjusting his suit. Hey, get me the VIP list, he commanded, sitting on a sofa as Manager Kim hurried over. Are you looking for anyone in particular, sir? The gray-haired man crossed his legs. Every single bastard prosecutor on that list. Yes, I understand, Manager Kim replied. The man leaned back. Oh, and how's that bastard Jungu's leg? Did he go to the hospital? The manager quickly answered. His leg has healed significantly, sir. He's able to walk. However, any strenuous activity will be difficult for him right now. He's already been discharged from the hospital. And today, because it's the anniversary of Representative Han's mother's death, he went there. The boss sneered. Damn, what useless sentimentality. Once you're dead, you're dead. What's the point? Tell him his father wants him back home this week. Meanwhile, inside a memorial hall, Han Jun-yu stood before his mother's urn. He gazed at her photo and said softly, Everything's gone wrong. Mom, your Jun-yu doesn't exist anymore. I know. I even understand what you wanted. But nothing went according to plan, and I've completely ruined it all. He tilted his head, continuing, Now there's only one thing I want, one thing I can do. I'd rather die than lose, and if I can't win, I'm prepared to drag everyone down with me. Jun-yu straightened up, his gaze dropping to the floor. A small smile touched his lips. That's my plan. Pretty terrible, isn't it? I know that too, but I don't have another choice. He closed his eyes, an expression of pure, calm serenity on his face. It's only natural that a person who lives a terrible life becomes a terrible person. And so I lived, trampling over everyone I met. Good people, bad people, it didn't matter. And among them, I stepped all over that girl, didn't I? He rubbed his forehead, the words spilling out. My only brother didn't care about my injury. Yet that girl. She was ready to sacrifice herself for a friend. Someone not even related by blood. The image of Haynes' bloodied and bruised face flashed in his memory. Because she was a girl, I was going to take it easy and let her go. But even with her face beaten like that, you know what happened, Mom? She got back up, ready to fight again. He just watched her, completely frozen, determined that no one would touch her friend again. Seeing her like that, he found himself becoming curious. The man's face was terrifyingly cold. He wondered if the friend she was protecting could ever act the same, so completely reckless with her own body. Jungu's eyes were wide, testing her. Would she charge in for revenge or back down in fear? Junyu gave a slight bow, and with no response, he thought things had gone exactly as he'd expected. Because at the end of the day, your own safety matters most, right? He'd already completely forgotten that girl even existed. He said it all with a laugh, thinking it was over just a minor hiccup. But one day, that girl's friend, Seo Chun, suddenly appeared with someone named Im Se, and who could have known he would be the one to complete his life's purpose. Junyu remembered the sight of an enraged Seo Chun charging straight for him. He was the type of person who would get knocked down repeatedly, but still run right at his goal. Junyu's voice remained steady. Progress had slowed due to unforeseen circumstances, but the light at the end of the tunnel was near. He was about to leave but turned back to say, "That's why, Mother. Starting next year, please try to understand." Over at a sports gym, Hyung-sik pushed the door open. "Excuse me," he announced. "I'm from the Central Bureau. Is the director or coach here?" Jin-hyung, who was squatting down to prepare some equipment, replied. "It isn't practice time, so he's not here now, but he'll stop by soon." "Where did you say you're from?" "I'm a police officer from the Central Bureau's detective unit," Hyung-sik answered. Before he could finish, Soo-yoon interrupted. "Hey you, do you work here or are you a jiu-jitsu athlete?" The guy was sweating as he looked up. "Sorry, I used to be an athlete. Now it's just a hobby and I manage this place." He then wondered, why am I even telling her this? And why are you being so rude? But Soo-hyun just kept going. "Do you know someone named Jang Jun-woo? He was a national representative. I heard he quit and left not sure if something happened, or if he got kicked out. Do you know the story?" Jin-hyung looked flustered. "Sorry." Soo-hyun just stood there, hands shoved in her pockets. "Jang Jun-woo, Han Jun-gu, whatever he goes by. I heard he was on the national jiu-jitsu team and did mixed martial arts. You know him? Spit it out, stop stuttering." Hyung-sik finally chimed in. "I have an idea." He thought to himself, "She's still acting like this even after we said we're cops. This girl is crazy. I bet she's great at her job." But Jin-hyung just stammered, "I don't know what you're talking about. I think you should ask the director when he arrives. You can find a comfortable seat and wait for him. I have work to do, so I'll be going now," Soo-yoon said, annoyed. "Really? Fine, for now." Hyung-sik said to Soo-yoon, "You're a cop. You shouldn't do that. Besides, I'm suspended." She just pointed at the guy. "Look at him." Hyung-sik was confused. "Sorry? Why, he has a limp and a stutter." He shot a glance at Soo-yoon. "Most jiu-jitsu guys have bad knees," she replied. "Exactly. We can check a few things later." The afternoon sun cast a golden glow as someone pushed the door open. A man with a face flushed from drinking spoke up. "Jin-hyung, are you done? Did you organize all the stuff to give the kids tomorrow?" He was slurring his words, but then he saw Hyung-sik sitting with his arms crossed. "Who's that?" The officer quickly replied. "Police? They said you'd be here soon, but I nearly fell asleep waiting for you." The man jumped, flustered. "Police? I've been drinking, but I haven't driven." Hyung-sik calmly said, "What are you talking about? Are you Director Park Yong-yun?" "I'm from the Detective Division of the Central Bureau. We need some information for our investigation, so I'm going to ask you a few questions. I heard you coached the national team about 10 years ago." The man nervously avoided his gaze. "Sorry, that's true. But what are you investigating? We're not doing anything illegal." The officer then asked, "By any chance, did you know someone named Jang Jun-woo among the national athletes back then? Or Han Jun-gu? I know he left the national team for some reason." The director flinched, sweating, and asked through clenched teeth. "Who?" "Jang Jun-woo," Hyung-sik repeated as he stepped closer. "Yes, a man who was also known as Jun-gu at the time." The man suddenly exploded into a rage, screaming, I don't know any bastard like that." Meanwhile, in the locker room, Jin-hyung was being beaten relentlessly by Soo-hyun with a baseball bat. I know him! I know Jun-gu!" he cried. Stop. Please stop hitting me. She finally lowered the bat. That's right. You should have talked when I was being nice. Your stuttering made it obvious you were hiding something. Who are you trying to fool? The scene changes. Jin Hyung held his hands up defensively. If I tell you, the director will kill me. That's why I can't say a thing. Soo Hyun crouched before him. Your director won't protect you, so just worry about yourself. What do you know? Jin Hyung stammered out an answer. Back then, Jun-gu was the absolute best, even among the national reps, no matter the weight class. He began to recall. At first, he was really shy and gloomy. He only ever seemed happy when he was doing jujitsu. He especially loved playing guard. He was obsessed with blocking attacks while defending from the bottom. But after that one incident, he became a completely different person. An image of Jun-gu on the mat, sweating, hair a mess, casting a death glare to his side. From that point on, teammates who trained with Jun-gu started getting injured, one by one. Soo Hyun leaned forward. What was that incident? Jin Hyung explained that during a major championship, Jun-gu had placed second. At the end of the fight, the ref raised Bae Chang-gu's hand, declaring him the winner. But the problem was, the guy who took first place had never been able to defeat Jun-gu before. However, there was a very specific reason things had played out that way. Jun-gu shot daggers at Bae Chang-gu because the champion had been using illegal performance-enhancing drugs. That afternoon, in the arena's locker room, Jin Hyung was on the phone, sounding panicked. No, it's true. They were asking questions about Jun-gu. So it seemed they already knew something before showing up. If a detective paid a visit, did that mean the drug information had leaked? He was sweating bullets, in total shock. I can't go to prison, he thought. My family will starve to death without me. Director, he's not here yet, but he'll be here soon. Right behind him stood Soo Hyun, looking absolutely murderous, but Jin Hyung was completely oblivious. Do you want me to contact the director about this first? Okay. I'll call you back then, all right? Suddenly, he sensed something and slowly turned his head. Since when? Soo Hyun stood there with a baseball bat and a sinister smile. Gotcha, you bastard. All that followed were Jin Hyung's desperate screams. On the other end of the line, Bae Chang-gu took a drag from his cigarette, confused by the sudden noise. What? Did he get caught in the middle of a phone call? That damn fool. He then hung up the phone, muttering, that idiot. No matter how old you get, you never stop being a massive pain in the ass. I seriously want to beat that guy until his kneecaps shatter. Back in the locker room, Soo Hyun jabbed the baseball bat into Jin Hyung's back. He pleaded, Can I please sit down? My leg is really bothering me. Soo Hyun coldly refused. Not a chance, you illegal drug-dealing parasite. Are you an accomplice? I know your type, always playing the victim. She sneered, looking down on him with contempt. Pathetic losers like you always justify their actions by blaming circumstances they couldn't avoid. I don't care about your situation, just start talking and tell me what you know. Not unless you want your other leg to suffer the same fate. Jin Hyung broke into a cold sweat. Yes, I understand. Where should I start? From the part about the drugs? Soo Hyun smiled. From the very first time you met Jun-gu to the last time you saw him, and don't skip anything. Because if you do, you'll be spitting out teeth. Jin Hyung began to recall his time in the training room. The first time I met him, I was a blue belt. We met at a small gym when I was a student, but we weren't really close back then. He remembered watching him. Jun-gu's skills were on another level, even in those days. People said that ever since he was a white belt, Jun-gu trained with an insane passion. He was talented enough to beat fighters wearing higher-level belts. And like I was saying, he loved to fight from the guard position. Jin Hyung remembered asking him, Jun-gu, is there a reason you always play guard? You can't be as aggressive attacking from the top. Jun-gu, dripping with sweat, slowly answered, Oh, that's actually the reason I started. Jun-gu flashed a brilliant smile at Jin Hyung. I need skills to protect myself on the mat. I have to train for any situation. Jin Hyung stared back, confused. Protect yourself on the mat? You mean self-defense? Jun-gu just laughed. I'm talking about self-defense for the worst-case scenario, because I might have to face a monster. Jin Hyung then asked, I get it, but are you planning to become a professional athlete? You train so ridiculously hard, I just assumed you had your whole career planned out. Jun-gu threw his head back and laughed. Me? I've already decided. I'm definitely going to make it. I'm going to represent the national team. I have something I need to prove. Jin Hyung was stunned. The national team? That's incredible. Jun-gu encouraged him. So you should do it too. You love jiu-jitsu and you're good at it. Since we're different weight classes, we can compete together. Another memory showed Jun-gu celebrating after defeating an opponent. Jun-gu never talked much about his personal history, but it always seemed like there was a story hiding underneath. After all that time, Jung-gu finally made it onto the national team. The losers collapsed, gasping for breath. But in the national team selections, for every winner, there has to be a loser. And in the lightweight division, one man who lost to Jung-gu in those trials would soon become his greatest rival. Jin-hyung continued his story, saying the guy was 5 years older than him, and Bi Chang-gu he had skills, but was different. This senior, Trang-gu, was a bully who preyed on the weak, even looking down on athletes physically stronger than him. He had talent for sports but preferred to rely on luck rather than effort. And he got furious watching Jung-gu actually enjoy training. He would form his own cliques and play dirty political games. So with his political mindset, it must have really bothered him to see Jung-gu training like a demon, completely ignoring him. Jung-gu, his face drenched in sweat, paused his training to look over at him. Though younger, Jung-gu's talent was on another level, and his rival must have hated watching him enjoy jujitsu like a kid. Above all, there was no fear in his eyes. Jung-gu just smiled brightly and asked Trang-gu, "Hyung, want to go for another round?" Annoyance was written all over his face, but he still said, "Fine, let's see who wins." In that match, Jung-gu caught him in a triangle choke. Trang-gu's face turned beet red. He struggled to escape, but it was completely useless. Even when the senior tried to seriously injure him, Jung-gu's pure athletic talent was just too much. Afterwards, Jung-gu was back to laughing with his teammates in the gym. Strength was all that mattered. No matter how many political games Bi Chang-gu played, everyone loved Jung-gu and saw him as their true leader. Then suddenly, the coach called a meeting. At the time, the director was also our head coach. He made a proposal to the athletes, framing it as an order from the coach. Jung-gu was floored by his words. "If you want outstanding results in the upcoming Asian Games, your skills need to get much better. I want you all to use banned drugs." Jung-gu couldn't take it and stormed up to scream right in the man's face. Jung-gu raged at the coach, telling him the entire idea was absolute nonsense. The coach ignored him, instead focusing on the other athletes. And suddenly, a slow laugh began to echo in the room. Jin-hyung recalled how awful the atmosphere was, so hearing someone laugh at that exact moment was just chilling. He slowly looked behind him, as if everyone had found an escape. They were laughing like madmen. Jin-hyung saw the man's face was flushed red from laughing. He was certain the man was ecstatic. It was Bi Chang-gu. Jin-hyung slowly continued the story. And then, as he mentioned before, he lost to Bi Chang-gu in the national team selection for the Asian Games because the drug's effects were even stronger than anticipated. After hearing this, Soo-hyun snapped. "Why did the story suddenly jump like that? I bet there's a reason your leg is shaking. Are those baby teeth or something?" She glared at him with a terrifying look. "Who was that rat you were talking to on the phone? Are you trying to get a prison sentence? You want your family to starve?" Jin-hyung immediately broke down. "Seriously, I only know that much." "What? About the banned drugs?" "The director. You can ask the director. I was just doing things mechanically, following orders." Suddenly, Hyung-sik rushed over to her, shouting, "Soo-hyun, come outside. I was just talking with the director." She thought she'd discovered something. Was this just about Han Jun-gu's past? Or about illegal drugs? Soo-hyun was shocked. "What? Was it related to the drugs?" Hyung-sik replied. "He said that too?" She pressed him. "What else?" "Including that Han Jun-gu lost to someone using drugs." "If he said that, then I guess I didn't hear it." Soo-hyun asked again. "What?" He immediately said. "No, someone approached the director to use those illegal drugs." Hyung-sik then continued. "They said they can only get the drugs when that person contacts them. When I asked for that person's description, I found the answer." Hyung-sik laid it out. "He has small eyes and always has a relaxed expression. The part he touches the most is his neck. He said the guy has a scar on his neck so big you can see it from a distance. That person is always adjusting his shirt to hide his neck. Even if you bump into him, he always covers his neck no matter what." Trang-gu growled in frustration. "So, long story short, now that you're with that bastard Jang Jun-gu, are you planning to send him to hell, or am I going down with him?" He ranted nonstop. "Why? Is it because I'm living off your drugs? If you want to keep making money, you'll do exactly what I tell you. Okay." He pointed a finger at the man in front of him, shouting, "And if I knew you were working with that dog Jang Jun-gu, I never would have done business with you in the first place, you idiot." The man wondered. "But the strange thing is, why do you want to send Jang Jun-gu to hell so badly? Is it because you're trying to take over that business for yourself? Are you really that greedy?" Manager Kim leaned his head back, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. "Model, did he really need a special reason for being here?" He then narrowed his eyes with a smirk, saying he was simply tired of the old toys in his family's mansion. Jungu stood still before his own front door. He clenched his fist tight, drew in a sharp breath, then let it all out, steeling himself for what was to come. Calmly, he stepped inside. A staff member, standing in the corner, bowed her head slightly and said, "Welcome." She informed Jungu that the vice chairman had arrived first and was waiting. The chairman would be here soon. Understood. Jungu walked into the living room, where a man sat with his legs crossed on the sofa. Du opened his mouth. "So you finally made it? Even if you show up early, you're just fooling yourself. I've been here for ages." Jungu asked plainly, "Do you know why father called for me?" His brother just laughed it off, saying, "I have no idea. Go ask him. Seriously, why did he even call for you? And what's with the suit? Got a business trip or something?" Jungu simply replied, "That's right." With that, he turned to leave. Du snapped, "Where the hell are you going? Why can't you answer properly?" Just then, the staff member announced, "The chairman has arrived." The door swung open, and a man with silver hair strode into the house. The employee bowed deeply. "Chairman, they are both here. The meal will be ready in about 30 minutes, just as you requested." He answered calmly, "Yes, thank you for your hard work today." The employee smiled, saying, "Thank you, Chairman." He then asked with concern, "Has all the staff eaten yet? Even when you're busy, don't skip your meals to work." Later, in the chairman's office, he stood with his back to his two sons and finally began the interrogation. "How is your work going? Do you like the atmosphere there?" Du, with his hands in his pockets, replied, "I could have handled it on my own." He continued with excitement, "If these are the documents you prepared, Father, won't the work just go smoothly on its own? Those pathetic cowards, those public servants living off our taxes, how dare they act so arrogant, thinking they're doing something important?" The chairman softly called his name, Hanzug. His son beamed and replied, "Yes, Father." He kept talking, "If this doesn't work, there's always the next document." But before he could finish, his face went completely blank. Without warning, the chairman lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of kicks and punches on his own son. Du screamed in pure agony. A moment later, the chairman calmly adjusted his glasses and said, "I warned you not to establish a superior or subordinate relationship with the plaintiff." The chairman then removed his glasses, his voice cold. "We need to maintain a symbiotic relationship. We collect their weaknesses not to protect our own fragile pride." He just kept on lecturing. "When the plaintiff faces a tough spot and tries to break that relationship to survive, we use their fatal weaknesses to protect our business." The chairman continued his lesson. "We can't just destroy them with their weaknesses until the absolute last moment. A businessman should never bring his personal feelings into his work. Do you understand?" He glanced down at Du, who was now trembling in pain on the floor. "What good is a prosecutor's weakness if your feelings get hurt because he ignored you? No matter how old I get, no matter how much I learn, I can't help but think my own wisdom will never be enough." Jungu watched him silently, thinking that, just as he'd expected, his father hadn't changed at all. He was still a machine. The chairman put his glasses back on and turned to Jungu. "Report on the current situation." Jungu bowed his head slightly and began his presentation. "Yes, the factory is now operating at a temporary site, and all backlogged orders, including urgent ones, can be cleared within a week. As for proving the new drug's effectiveness, I'm planning a different approach instead of giving it to my friend, Lim Shun." The chairman's eyes shot toward Jungu. "What kind of approach? The VIPs won't be very patient." He hesitated, then declared, I will test the new drug on myself." His father was stunned. "Directly on your own body? I never thought you'd consider that." The chairman then wondered aloud, "Has that conviction of yours disappeared now? In a competitive society, it's a foolish belief to think you won't make the same mistakes as everyone else." Jungu looked down as he answered his father, "Yes, I think the time for being foolish is over. Or perhaps, it's just time to end it all." The chairman was surprised. "Really? Do you have any other ideas?" Jungu said cautiously. "No other ideas, but this is simply my job." The chairman seemed almost relieved. "It would have been better if you had realized that a little sooner. If you prove it during the competition, your mother in heaven would feel more at ease. Then," he added, "I guess I'm getting old, too. I'm spouting the same kind of nonsense." But suddenly, Du got to his feet, speaking up. "Father, he's a pathological liar, don't you know that?" He flashed a cunning smile, trying to stir up trouble. "Do you honestly still believe he has any hope left?" Jungu's father is the type who doesn't even know what his own subordinates are doing. "Did you know that, Father?" The chairman was about to leave, but those words stopped him cold. He turned back, asking, "What? What are you saying? Make it make sense." Jungu cursed under his breath. What the hell is that bastard up to now? Du stared at his younger brother with pure contempt, saying, Manager Kim already ordered someone to use the new drug on Lim Zichun. What are you going to do when you can't even share intel with the people you work with? Hearing this, Jungu hesitated, asking, What's that supposed to mean? Manager Kim, what did he do? Suddenly, his brother pointed an accusing finger at Jungu. Because you pissed me off and got in my way, Manager Kim tested the new drug on Lim Zichun. The chairman asked gently, Is this something you were completely unaware of? Jungu quickly replied, I'm sorry, father. I'll find out and report back. He bowed his head. As for dinner, I'll eat next time. I have to go now. Watching Jungu rush off, his brother let out a few smug laughs. It's because you're just too naive. Jungu's face went dark. He never saw this coming. He bit down hard, trying to swallow his rage. Manager Kim. That parasitic bastard has gone crazy trying to drag him down. As the sun set, Jungu threw the door wide open. Manager Kim sat on the sofa, completely clueless, when Jungu suddenly flew at him, landing a solid punch to his face. Jungu kicked Manager Kim in the head so hard that blood sprayed everywhere. He collapsed. Jungu moved in on him again. I want you to remember this. Jungu's eyes blazed with fury. Was I not clear? You don't get it? Let me explain it better. You're not a person. You're my dog. He grabbed Manager Kim by the hair, a savage smile spreading across his face. When I tell you to wait, you wait before I beat you to death and boil you. That evening, the relentless sound of fists and feet echoed through the building. Manager Kim was sprawled out on the floor, with Jungu standing right over him. He gripped Manager Kim by the hair. When I tell you to wait, you mutt. Before I beat you dead and cook you. Manager Kim, still conscious, managed to ask a question. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Jungu cut him off. Shut up. Don't you dare pretend you don't know what happened tonight, you dog. Jungu glared down at him. Why did you experiment on Lim Zichun with that new drug? Tell me what you were thinking, you bastard. Manager Kim struggled to speak. That? He cracked his eyes open to explain. It was to monitor the athletes. No matter how fast Lim Zichun's skills improve, even if you win, it's no fun if he's not on your level. Then he flashed a grin. As you know, it's my job to manage and supervise the athletes for this event. Jungu was not impressed. Stop screwing around. Tell me the real reason. I specifically told you to find the weaknesses of the Shinshu Hun gang, so why did you defy me and give him that drug? Even with his head in a death grip, Manager Kim kept talking. Exactly. What reason would I have to go against you and draw the attention of the vice chairman? He wasn't scared at all, smiling brightly to provoke Jungu. Anyway, you've got some of that house's blood in you, don't you? Hearing that, Jungu snapped. You son of a bitch, what did you just say? You want to test me? There's no Captain Kang here to save you now. Without a hint of fear, he shot back. I'm just telling the truth. Are you angry? Just so you know, I've already arranged an insurance policy, since I can't get in touch with Captain Kang right now. Suddenly, Trangu appeared right behind Jungu. Manager Kim smirked. Say hello. You two have met before, haven't you? Jungu froze. What? Trangu spoke up. It's been a long time, Jungu. Jungu turned to face him. Why are you here? Trangu's voice was sharp. You're still so disrespectful to your brothers. Have you been living so comfortably that no one taught you any manners? He then crouched down, fixing his hair. And you're still whining? Like you're the main character in some movie? He opened his mouth with a sarcastic sneer. I guess I'm in some kind of film because of you, you filthy man-eating bastard. At those words, Jungu glared daggers at him. What the hell are you talking about? Even if I swallow it all, I won't be happy. You damn drug addict. The scene flashes back to the past, inside that very same mansion. A teenage Jungu stood at the door, his voice full of sorrow. Mom, just wait a little longer. I'm going to get stronger. Stronger than father and my brother. So I'll make sure you can stay in this house with your head held high. Tears streamed down Jungu's face. The woman, his mother, stood behind the door, crying emotionally as she heard his words. It'll happen, so please don't cry, Mom. Later, Jungu sat alone in a corner, staring intently at his phone. Jungu searched for how to win against a strong opponent. He was glued to the screen, whispering the word jujutsu. The next year, the sounds of a fight rang out. Du was furious, screaming, You dog, what are you gonna do now? Jungu shot forward, grabbing his leg and slamming his older brother to the ground. Jungu yelled out, My back. His brother just kept screaming, How dare you do that to me? Jungu's response was a flat no. He stared Du down. Don't even think about touching me. If you do, I might actually kill you. I'm not kidding, he warned. I will literally end you. Du could only struggle, yelling, Let me go. I'm busy, you damn bastard. At that exact moment, the chairman peeked through the door, watching the two brothers fight. Later, in his study, he asks, Jungu, so, you're exercising? He continued. Yes, I heard from your mother. The chairman sat down, pressing on. Tell me about this exercise you've been doing so diligently lately. Standing opposite him, Jungu answered, Ah, it's a sport. It's called judo. His father looked up at him. I hear you're quite talented. They say you have the makings of a real athlete. Jungu quickly shot that down. No, it's just a hobby. But his father read him like a book. Is that humility or a lack of confidence? Neither is a key to success. The chairman began his lecture, his tone measured and instructive. Humility is just a useless act of self-pity. You don't need to put on a show or criticize others if you want to get ahead and truly succeed. Jungu listened intently to his father's every word. A lack of confidence, he explained, was just as useless. Even if you're in a match that everyone thinks you're losing, you must approach it with the mindset that you are going to win. Even if your skills are limited, you charge in with the mentality that you will completely dominate your opponent. Then, he laid down the ultimate challenge for Jungu. First, make the national team. Then, enter the Asian Games and bring home a gold medal. Anything less than first place, he said, means absolutely nothing. The chairman made his promise. Do that, and just as your mother wishes, I will accept you into the Han family. I'll ensure she's officially recognized as my wife. Jungu stood there, completely stunned by the offer. Prove your worth, his father declared, and only then will I acknowledge you. The next year at the Asian Games, the challenge came to a head. But it was Jungu's arm that the referee raised in victory. Jungu stared blankly at his overjoyed rival, thinking to himself, that bastard must have been using a lot of drugs. Jungu noticed his stare and began to taunt him. What's wrong? Why the long face? Oh dear, Jungu, what should I do now? I'm so sorry for even competing, he sneered. But Jungu knew that in judo, you can win constantly and still suddenly lose. Just consider yourself unlucky. Jungu said nothing, simply turning his head away in silence. In the distance, he saw the chairman and his mother leaving. Mom, Dad, he whispered. He told himself it couldn't be. His mother gently turned her head, looking back at Jungu. He watched her intently as her mouth opened, as if she was trying to say something. She mouthed the words slowly, carefully. It had to be a message full of love. Watching her from afar, Jungu couldn't be certain of the exact words his mother spoke, but one thing was crystal clear. Tears streamed down his mother's face. Whatever she said, they were warm words, and he'd hold on to them until the day she was no longer in this world. Now, all that's left is Jungu's emotionless face, staring at his mother's coffin. The last time I saw my mother. The scene flashes back years ago, at the Han family mansion. The chairman stares out the window, speaking to the woman behind him. You told me you didn't need my help back then, he said. So why the sudden visit now? He turned to face her, his tone laced with accusation. Is raising a child alone that difficult? Why are you being so stubborn now, when you could have simply been flexible? Her reply was calm and chilling. I'm going to die. They say it's terminal cancer. The news hit him like a truck. What? How could this happen so suddenly? She spoke softly. I don't know how much time I have left. Jungu's mother looked at him with a strange fondness. Because when I'm gone, you'll be his only relative. I came here for our child, so you could raise him. She continued her plea. And if I have to live under your watch, please, at least give Jungu the same bright future you gave your first son. She knew a man like him couldn't refuse illegitimate child or not. After all, the company always needed more capable people to handle its daily affairs. She laid out her one condition. If you agree, and let Jungu adjust a little, please let me live with you in this house until I die. Back then, Jungu was just a little boy, standing by the pool and gazing around in wonder. Jungu is my everything, she had said. He's the very reason I exist. He couldn't help but gasp in awe. There's a swimming pool inside the house. He thought he'd be so happy living in a place like this with his mom. Fast forward, and he's standing before her memorial altar, staring in utter disbelief and whispering one word, Mom. The funeral hall was empty. Not a single person was there. Jungu stood alone before his mother's memorial. But then, Jin Hyung quietly arrived to pay his respects. He spoke hesitantly. Jungu, I'm here. Without even turning to look, Jungu asked a simple, chilling question. Did you know? Jin Hyung was confused. What are you talking about? Jungu ignored him and pressed on. Beijangu's drugs. His face was completely lifeless as he stared at Jin Hyung. Did you know he was using a banned substance? Could that have happened if he'd only used it for a day or two? He suddenly replied, No, The coach actually told me to keep it a secret from you, Jin Hyung added. And I really had no idea it would get this bad. Because there's a huge skill gap between you and Trang-gu, I believed you would win. Jun-gu placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he said, I guess I didn't realize that was why it happened. They wouldn't do that if everyone knew. Then he turned his head, smirking. But thank you for coming, Jin Hyung. I was a bit embarrassed. Nobody came to see my mother. Jin Hyung felt something was off and called out to Jun-gu, but he paid him no mind. He just said, I'm leaving Mom's funeral to meet you at training. Get home safe. Days later, Jun-gu stepped into the sports training center. Jin Hyung immediately walked over. Hey Jun-gu, you made it. Let's take a longer break. Did you get through the funeral okay? I told you I'd help. The man just smiled back. Yeah, why worry? There are people willing to help if you just pay them. My mom saved up a lot of life insurance money. Guess cash is all that matters. Jun-gu then wondered aloud, what about the coach? Hasn't he arrived yet? Jin Hyung had to deliver the news. Oh, the coach? He went out for a bit to handle some business. Jun-gu was curious. What business? He probably went out drinking again. With a smile still plastered on his face, Jun-gu made an offer. Jin Hyung, you also won a gold medal in your weight class. So you're probably ready for the Asian Games, right? I'll help you out. Let's train together for a bit. Jin Hyung hesitated before replying. Thank you. But inside, his mind was racing. What? Is this for real? Is this okay? In the locker room, Jun-gu's voice called out. Jin Hyung, I've changed and I'm here. Let's have a match. On the mat, Jin Hyung opened his mouth to say, yes, I look forward to your guidance. Jun-gu simply replied, yeah. The moment the match began, Jun-gu lunged forward, grabbed his gi, and swept his leg. A second later, Jin Hyung was slammed to the floor. Jin Hyung was completely baffled. What was that? This isn't Jun-gu's style at all. I thought he'd play defense. Jun-gu's face was now a mask of pure murderous intent. He grabbed Jin Hyung's leg, locking it in a hold with no chance of escape. He twisted Jin Hyung's leg back behind him. Jin Hyung bit down, trying to see behind himself, trying to control his own toes. Has he completely lost his mind? Jun-gu just smirked, a vicious glint in his eye as he asked, what? You thought it was okay? The effects of that drug must be amazing. You won a gold medal with your own ability, and your joints seem incredibly flexible. Jin Hyung was in absolute shock. Jun-gu. Yeah. What? What do you mean? Didn't I say we were practicing? Without hesitation, he snapped Jin Hyung's leg and asked, why not try just a little bit harder? As expected, your passion is incredible. A sharp scream of pure agony ripped through the gym. Two other athletes witnessed it, confused. What was that? Is he hurt? Jin Hyung, what's wrong? Did you break it doing a lower body stretch? Then, Trang-gu finally spoke up with contempt. Jun-gu, you bastard. So you're finally letting your true colors show? After all, I'm a pretty damn good judge of character. Jun-gu let go of Jin Hyung, who was trembling as he asked, why? Why? Jun-gu shot to his feet. Why? What did you just say? He let out a chilling laugh in response. Why? Because I didn't know it would break that easily. Jun-gu walked away, laughing as he glanced back at the shaking Jin Hyung. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done it if I'd known. But you won't be allowed to participate in the Asian Games. Hey, if you guys have time, take Jin Hyung to the hospital. I've got some other things to take care of. He walked over to Trang-gu, who immediately started in. What? Is this the moment the demon finally reveals its true nature? Are you whining to your pal Jin Hyung about not being able to participate in the Asian Games now? You damn dog. If you lose, you should just admit defeat. Are you saying you were guaranteed to win or something? Jun-gu spit towards Trang-gu, replying casually. You think you could have won a single match against me if you didn't use those drugs? They say a person's conscience is equal to their intelligence. And it seems that's true. The spit landed right on Trang-gu's face. He just questioned, you're still pretending to be clean, aren't you? If you want to win so badly, shouldn't you be using those drugs too? Are you that proud of how good you are? Jun-gu flashed a bright smile as he answered him. Even if I don't use anything like that, I'll still come out on top. That was the last bit of respect I had for a colleague, but that feeling is long gone now. Back in the training hall, Jun-gu and Trang-gu were still grappling on the floor. He spoke up. What? Feeling overconfident? Trang-gu said nonchalantly. Are you tired already? I haven't even broken a sweat. Because I'm a junkie. You lost to a junkie again? Jun-gu's face was dripping with sweat as he slowly replied. I only said I would win. I never said I would win with judo. Jun-gu then smirked. What? You can't win with jitsu, so you're gonna fight me now? You're just a pathetic loser. Without warning, Jun-gu lunged and bit his ear. Trangu was completely stunned by the move. What? What the hell are you doing? A moment later, he tore the ear clean off, sending blood flying everywhere. His brother screamed in absolute agony. Jungu stood up calmly. You're being too loud. I guess the drugs don't help with the pain, huh? You need more training. Another athlete witnessed the whole thing and screamed. Jungu, you psycho bastard. Are you insane? What are you doing? Back in the present, Jungu looked smug after biting off the ear. What's wrong? You're missing an ear now? You were already ugly, but now you look even worse. That's what Manager Kim thought, scratching his head as he watched Trangu. This was a total disaster. Trangu shot to his feet, ready to defend his honor. You bastard, I'm going to eat you alive. But Jungu simply dodged aside. Oh really? Jungu shot back. Take it from an expert, that's a bad idea. Besides, my flesh is way tastier than your garbage. He lunged forward, landing a powerful slap across his face. But Jungu just scoffed, unimpressed. And how do you plan on eating me alive? Trangu, get real, he mocked. Then he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, and Trangu couldn't block a single one. I'm not done yet, Jungu roared, continuing the assault. Do I still look like just some jujitsu grappler to you now? All Trangu could do was cry out in agony. This bastard, has he always been this good at striking? He wondered as Jungu stood over him arrogantly. This was the kid who skipped the Asian Games and quit jujitsu. All because he lost a single ear. A cunning smile spread across Jungu's face. If I had the chance, he said, I'd fight, even if it tore me apart. Weaklings who have it easy fold the second things get tough. Noticing someone was missing, he looked around. Hey, where did Manager Kim go? He asked out loud. Seeing Manager Kim silently walking toward the door, Jungu sneered. Well, look at the little rat trying to scurry away. He came up right behind Manager Kim. It's not over yet, he said. Look at you, running away like a frightened rat. Manager Kim slowly turned to face him. Huh? He asked calmly. Are you trying to say that I'm scared? What are you even talking about? The moment he finished speaking, Jungu exploded, grabbing his throat and slamming him against the wall. Pretending to be tough? He raised a fist. You know the right way to deal with guys who run their mouths? I'm going to beat you until you can't get up, Jungu snarled. And while you're on the ground, you can think about what you did, you bastard. But just then, the door swung open. Jungu froze, completely thrown off, and looked over. Huh? What the? Who else could it be? Manager Kim walked in with a smirk. Aha, he said. In this day and age, you still think fists solve everything? Jungu was stunned. How did they get in here? It turned out to be the chairman. He looked at Jungu, his voice filled with disappointment. The chairman sighed heavily. I really thought you had matured. And yet, you still can't seem to control your own emotions, he continued calmly. And you're still clinging to these useless beliefs and that sense of compassion? After hearing everything, I've concluded Manager Kim's judgment is the fastest and most effective path. Jungu was baffled. Sir? But I'm better than Lim Se-chun. I know I'll win. The chairman simply shook his head. No, he is an amateur. You, on the other hand, are a professional athlete, are you not? The chairman raised a single finger. In that case, he said quietly to Jungu, we must take advantage of the new drug and have it defeat you. A professional getting beaten. The VIPs will be very interested, don't you think? He then made his announcement. From now on, Manager Kim will be in charge of this new drug project. We need to exploit as many of the VIPs' weaknesses as we possibly can. The chairman then turned to Jungu. You need to focus on preparing for your match with Lim Se-chun. If it's a sloppy fight, the VIPs will lose interest. Jungu stared blankly. Father, that doesn't matter. I'm the one who was put in charge of Manager Kim. Who told you that? His father shot back. Jungu was lost. What? The chairman clarified. I put Manager Kim in your charge and gave you a mission. But whoever said Manager Kim was working for you? Jungu just stared at his father, absolutely stunned. Petty beliefs, unchecked violence. Those qualities are completely useless in business. That is precisely why I assigned a man like Manager Kim to you. If you find your own judgment is failing, use common sense to correct it. With that, the chairman turned to leave, but not without one final instruction. Manager Kim will report to me until the match ends. As for you, just focus on preparing for the fight, like I said before. At those words, Jungu's face darkened, and he bowed his head. Manager Kim, on the other hand, offered some smug encouragement that was dripping with sarcasm. Well, CEO Jungu, good luck with your training, he mocked. Jungu was seething, but he held it in and gave Kim a sharp warning. You son of a bitch, Jungu muttered. I'll tear you apart when this is over. Meanwhile, at a boxing club, Do-hyun was drenched in sweat, unable to block the incoming blows. He threw a punch of his own, but his opponent dodged with ease. Do-hyun was completely bewildered. Could this be real? All this power? From a single pill? A look of pure terror crossed Do-hyun's face. He was supposed to be preparing for his own competition soon. The guy had skills, sure, but this was something else. Just then, Jungu walked up with a wide grin. "Hey Do-hyun," he asked. "Are you being serious right now?" He moves behind him in a flash, his voice pure menace. "Don't try such pathetic tricks. Who do you think you are to beat me?" The two fighters are locked in a brutal exchange, but Do-hyun is clearly on the losing end. He's constantly pushed back, his heart pounding with disbelief. This is impossible. Is my skill level just not high enough to win? Distracted for just a second, Do-hyun gets slammed with a vicious blow to the hip. He immediately loses his balance, collapsing onto the hard ground. Seeing this, Sejun's face darkens as he questions him. "What do you think? At this rate, do you really believe you can beat Han Jun-yu?" He lets out a laugh filled with pure contempt. Standing off to the side, John witnesses the whole thing without saying a word. After a long pause, she finally speaks up, sounding exhausted. "Sejun, are you actually drunk right now?" Then John raises her voice, making a firm demand. "Hey, Do-hyun, get down here. If you fight someone on drugs, you're going to get hurt." Do-hyun's face is pale as he agrees. That's right. He thinks to himself that the guy is pushing him back with pure boxing skill, not even using mixed martial arts. Am I losing to a cheater because I'm not good enough? John immediately steps in, reassuring him in a low voice. Don't blame yourself for this, because users get a strength that's completely beyond your understanding. With no other choice, Do-hyun has to accept the bitter reality. Yeah, okay. Sejun watches this, totally confused. Nuna, in that case, why don't I just take some banned substances and fight Han Jun-yu myself? John gives him an icy stare. You think those drugs will give you some kind of hope, don't you? But in the end, drugs will just end up destroying your mind and your body. And I'll show you exactly what that destruction feels like right now. Without missing a beat, John calls for Dong-ho, who flinches and immediately starts complaining. Why is it me again? You expect me to fight fair while trying to manage my own power? John simply replies in a soft, steady voice. This time, don't fight fair. Her words make Dong-ho a little nervous, but John just smirks, doubling down on her order. Beat him so badly that he finally understands the real danger of those substances. But Dong-ho is still stubborn, waving his hand in protest. But what about you? John's expression turns to stone as she cuts him off. Fine, whatever, just use 80%. That settles it. Dong-ho rips off his shirt looking nervous. 80%. Man, you better stop me if something goes wrong. Hey Sejun, use all your strength and hit me. When I was younger, they used to call me the juicer hunter. As he speaks, he steps forward with a huge, excited grin. Sejun's face is grim as he asks, should I really go all out? He thinks to himself that he hasn't even been touched by Sun Hun, so Dong-ho must be a real monster. And in the next instant it happens. Dong-ho is practically buzzing with energy. Of course you should. If you don't go all out, you're gonna bleed, you bastard. The words barely leave his mouth before he throws a thunderous punch straight into Sejun's face. Sejun doesn't even have time to react. He's sent flying, completely shocked. What? Without any kind of wind-up? Dong-ho just stands there, enjoying the show and taunting him. You surprised? That's a punch I invented myself, it's called. But before he can finish, he strikes again. You really think you can stop me like that? That was just a normal punch, you idiot. After only 2 hits, Sejun is already getting absolutely demolished. It slowly dawns on him. That wasn't even a special move. But while he's still dazed, Dong-ho shouts out, clearly having the time of his life. Another drug user bites the dust. Do you think you can stop me with a stance like that? Even a normal punch is an art form, isn't it? Nobody can handle it when they face it head on. He lets out a scornful laugh. Sun Hun, this is just plain embarrassing. The guy who was supposed to be a professional bodyguard got defeated by a drug hunter like me. John watches from the side and offers a weary reminder. They say the drug's effects weaken when adrenaline levels spike. It can't end like this. The moment she finishes speaking, Sejun staggers back to his feet behind her, stunning Dong-ho into silence. He's completely shocked, whipping his head around in horror. No way. You think a rookie like you can actually beat me? But in the very next second, Sejun lands a devastating, critical blow right across Dong-ho's face. And just like that, the fight completely flips. A brutal flurry of attacks rains down one after another. At this point, Sejun has gone completely berserk, his eyes white with pure killing intent. In a flash, he delivers a final knockout blow. Sometime later, the scene changes to a tall skyscraper. A man walks up to another and calls out, "Section Chief Han, where are you going?" Without a moment's hesitation, Junyu's expression went cold. "I'm about to head home. My shift is over," he stated flatly. At the same time, he was fuming on the inside. "This pig," he thought, "and I'm the one who has to hand my work over to him." He was still stuck in a terrible situation, furious that he was even forced to show up to work. Right, back to reality. A man named Tae-shich began questioning him with fake concern. "Yeah, why aren't you leaving after 6? The rest of us still have work to do." Junyu gave a short, simple reply. "Oh, my apologies, but I have a hospital appointment for treatment on my leg." That left Tae-shich speechless for a moment. "Oh, is that so? Okay then." Seeing his reaction, Junyu silently raged to himself. "Should I just kill this son of a pig? Model?" He figured the company was running just fine without him. But then, a voice cut through the air, shattering his thoughts. "Hello there, I'm from P Marketing." The visitor, all smiles, kept asking if manager Gon Hun was around. Tae-shich's face lit up. "Oh, perfect timing. A sudden after-hours meeting, you say?" He grumbled that manager Shin was on a business trip and wasn't back yet, probably off making a fortune overseas. The man could only bow in agreement. "You're absolutely right, sir. That's why I'm here today, in manager Shin's place." He then flashed a grin, adding, "My apologies, I was so busy I completely forgot my introduction. I'm the PR for the marketing team. No, wait, the most famous one, the runner-up. My name is Kim Young, and I've just been promoted to department head." Hearing this, Tae-shich instantly beamed. For an office worker, this guy's style was definitely one of a kind. Just like manager Shin said, a fantastic product. Absolutely fantastic. "Hey, do you drink soju? How about we go for a drink after the meeting?" At this, Junyu, standing silently, shot a sharp glare. But Kim Young, oblivious, just kept rambling on. "Fantastic, manager. Soju is life. This is a real honor. But you should also greet the man standing behind me." With that, he gestured with a bright smile. "Say hello. I'm the assistant manager for the marketing team, Kim Young." But the next second, the man's face went completely pale with fear. A dark, unforgettable memory from his past came rushing back to him. Jae-sung hesitantly uttered the familiar name, Han Junyu. Junyu, watching him, spoke with a cold edge. "You used to work here, didn't you? Small world." Instantly, he was in Jae-sung's face, a threatening whisper. "A pleasure to meet you. I guess we should grab a drink after the meeting, right?" The scene cuts to a familiar office tower, where the vice director was approaching an employee. "Jae-sung, are you busy?" Without missing a beat, Jae-sung immediately answered, "Sir, vice director." He gave a quick, sincere bow. "Not at all, sir. What can I help you with, vice director?" The vice director looked a little apologetic. "Well, there's something manager Shin was supposed to handle, but he's on a business trip. I need you to head to the management support team for a meeting, right now. I know it's almost closing time, my apologies." Jae-sung just forced a cheerful smile. "Of course, vice director. I can definitely go. It's just a little overtime. For an office worker, that's nothing." But inside, he was screaming, "Damn it! There goes my jujitsu practice. I hate overtime so much." Pleased, the vice director turned to leave, completely satisfied. "Excellent, Jae-sung. I'll get you the documents, so please." But Jae-sung cut him off before he could even finish. "Yes, I understand, sir." And just like that, Jae-sung resentfully accepted the mountain of work, screaming internally, "Damn it! I hate this job so much. If I win the lottery this week, I'm quitting on the spot, I swear." A short while later, Jae-sung arrived at the meeting room and announced his presence. "Hello, I'm Kim Jae-sung, assistant manager of the marketing team." Coming face to face with his past, Jae-sung's blood ran cold. Noticing his reaction, Junyu was the first to speak. "So, you work here now. It's a small world, isn't it?" he said, getting right in Jae-sung's face, his eyes filled with pure malice. "I'm so happy to see you again. Maybe we should grab a drink after the meeting?" Watching this, Tae-shich was completely baffled. "Huh? You two know each other?" Junyu just laughed, a completely disarming smile on his face. "Yeah, you could say we've crossed paths before." But before he could finish, Tae-shich excitedly cut in. "Fantastic. Absolutely perfect. Let's wrap this meeting up and go drinking with Mr. Han." Panicked, Jae-sung stammered, looking for an escape. Manager. Could I possibly go home for a moment before we start? I forgot some important documents." Tae-shich sighed, but agreed. "Oh really? All right, hurry back. I'll just have some tea." With that settled, Jae-sung quickly bowed. "Yes, my apologies. I'll be right back." But opposite Jae-sung's panicked expression, Junyu remained silent. his face an unreadable mask. And then, a cold, knowing smirk crept across his face. A moment later, the scene shifts to the men's bathroom, where Jessung is hiding in a stall. He sat there, heart pounding, his mind racing with panicked thoughts. First, I have to warn them. But who do I tell? Seo-chun. Yes, I'll tell Seo-chun. Then everyone will know. Jessung gripped his phone, his face contorted in pure stress. He might not answer a call, so I'll send a text. Han Run-yu, why is he at our company? What can a lone office worker possibly accomplish here? Then, in a flash, it hits him. Han Run-yu, his surname is Han. Is it possible he shares a name with the chairman? Could he be the chairman's illegitimate son? Of course, he couldn't know for sure. He decides he has to report that Han Run-yu is here. At that exact moment, Run-yu suddenly appears, dropping down from above. In a panic, Jung spots the shadow and whips his head around, stunned. What are you doing up there? Without a moment's hesitation, Run-yu just lets out an excited laugh. What do you mean? I'm trying to eliminate unexpected variables. Just like that, the attacker leaped onto the toilet. Luckily, Jung managed to dodge in time, barely escaping with his life. Unconsciously, he began to panic, desperately trying to de-escalate the situation. Wait, hold on a second. We're still in the office, let's talk this through first. But before Jung could even finish his sentence, Run-yu lunged forward without any warning. This threw Jung into a complete panic as he dodged again, yelling, I didn't mean it like that, you bastard. Seeing this, Run-yu looked a bit surprised and asked, You're still an athlete, aren't you? That's right, which means this'll be fun. The moment Run-yu finished speaking, a flurry of attacks came rushing in. In an instant, Jung was kicked clean out of the room. He lay sprawled on the floor, terrified. I give up, he pleaded with everything he had. Okay, I get it. Han Run-yu, I know what you want, so please just stop. But a helpless thought crossed his mind. Even if he said that, the man wouldn't stop, would he? You damn bastard. Back in the moment, Run-yu asked with a cold face, What do you think I want? Without wasting words, Jung got straight to the point. I swear I won't tell anyone what I saw here today, he stated seriously. I don't think there's anything to gain by causing trouble in this company, right? You think so? Despite the promise, the man was relentless, so Jung kept pushing. Is there any reason I should trust you with such a huge risk? Can you really keep your word? At this point, completely beaten down, Jung had no other choice but to beg. It's true. I'll invest everything in this company. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, okay? I'm not even close with Seo-chun, but even as he said it, he knew it was a total lie. He thought to himself, Idiot, I'm calling him the second you leave, you absolute psycho. Hearing this, Run-yu couldn't help but laugh. Then he asked, Do you know why cats don't kill insects right away? The question left Jung completely baffled, stammering, which question should I answer first? Run-yu immediately answered with a cold tone. They play with it, slowly giving their prey hope that it can survive, like a game. Stunned, Jung immediately asked, Weren't you asking me that question? Why did you answer it yourself? Run-yu's face twisted with annoyance as he snapped, It looks like your teeth are itching for a punch. The threat instantly terrified Jung. No, I was just being sincere. Please, just let me go. At the same time, a frustrated thought hit him. Wasting more time with this madman was useless. If that's the case, the thought barely finished before he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing both of the man's legs. The surprise attack made Run-yu burst out laughing. You really are a bastard. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly and skillfully stepped back. And just like that, Run-yu unleashed his full strength, lifting Jung straight into the air, much to his horror. What? In a split second, he was slammed face first into the floor. In a state of total panic, Jung could only scream out in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Run-yu grabbed his head firmly and yelled, This bastard talks way too much. The threat made Jung sob for a moment. No, not the hair. Every single strand is important. Run-yu didn't answer, instead dragging Jung away by his hair. To be honest, I never planned on going easy on you. I have an excellent idea, a great ending for you. Soon, Jung was dragged in front of the toilet, staring at it in utter disbelief. No, this can't be real. Run-yu just laughed excitedly. So how's that transplant going? Since this accident happened during overtime, it'll be classified as a workplace injury, won't it? Have a nice day. With that, he immediately shoved Jung's head down towards the toilet bowl. Jung couldn't fight back. He could only endure the pain as his face was plunged into the water again and again. Run-yu sneered that by the time he woke up, everything would probably be over, a savage smile spreading across his face. In a restricted area, Dugu was screaming furiously, That crazy son of a bitch! Pulling this kind of crazy stunt in the company, you've done shady stuff like this in the bathroom before, haven't you? Am I wrong, you lunatic? But Jungu didn't seem to care one bit. Damn it, I stopped him before he could cause even more trouble. Do you even realize it was just a matter of time before you and your father were finished if I didn't step in, he says, angrily grabbing Jungu's collar. What exactly are you talking about? If you had just done what you were told, none of this would have happened in the first place. So why did you go to that gym and expose yourself? You're still the boss here, so just do as you're told and live. Jungu doesn't flinch. Instead, he provokes him even more. A coward who sits in his office and eats whatever scraps people feed him. What's so wrong with being the boss? Your greatest achievement in life was being born your father's first son, and that's it, you bastard. And that line? It sets him off. Dugu screams in rage. What? Say that again, you son of a bitch. Jungu just shoves his hand away. Let go, you coward. He then straightens his clothes. Sneak it out of the company or make it look like an accident. That's your job. And don't forget to edit the hallway CCTV footage if you don't want us all to go down for this. The man glares at him and spits. As for you, I've hated you since the first moment I laid eyes on you. He sneers at the men following him. Take your sunglasses off indoors and stop acting like lowlifes. And those clothes? Are you headed to a fashion show? Are you just trying to get attention? Stop it, you bastard. Doing whatever you want without thinking about the consequences. Are you deliberately exposing your private life because you don't think you can actually take over the company? Is that it? He crosses his arms. Nonsense. Is this some kind of paranoia? I have no interest in the company, so you can have it. I was forced to even come to work because of my father. He waves goodbye. If you can't handle things alone, just ask your precious manager Kim for help. My father told me to focus on preparing for the game now. Good luck with that. Dugu watches him leave, cursing under his breath. That bastard is digging his own grave. Meanwhile, at the boxing gym, Jong-ho is getting way too hyped. Jong-ho yells, Sejun, pay attention, before landing a punch right on his mouth, followed by a hook. Taking the full force of the blow, Sejun just gasps for air, completely thrilled. Whoa, awesome. That's a whole different level. But, am I getting hit too much? His eyes slowly start to glaze over. Why do I feel so weak and tired all of a sudden? Soo-hyun, still on her phone, gives Sejun a casual warning. There are side effects to that drug. From now on, the real pain begins, Sejun. She then calls someone on her phone. Oh, Joseph, tell me right now, where is the boxing gym? Sejun is here. Why? Suddenly her face changes. The pharmacy. Okay, got it. Wait for me. After hanging up, she turns to the others. Jong-ho, that's enough. Stop. Sejun, get changed and come outside. I think you need to get to a hospital immediately. Sejun, still acting like an addict, sways and asks, why do we suddenly have to go to the hospital? I'm fine. Soo-hyun just scoffs. Get out here and take a shower. Now. And the scene cuts to the hospital. A doctor steps out to announce the surgery was successful. We did everything we could, but I'm not sure when he'll wake up. I can't give a definite answer because I was so shocked when I saw his face. Right then, Sejun and his crew rush in. Jong-ho, looking devastated, sees them and calls out, Sejun, he's here. Sejun rushes forward, sweating. Jong, what's Daesung's condition? How bad was it that he needed surgery? He's okay after the operation, right? He is, isn't he, Jong? Can I see Daesung's face? Jong-ho tells him the doctor said he needs to rest for now, so they can only look at him from outside. It's not life-threatening, but it might take some time for him to regain consciousness. Sejun stares at the hospital bed, his voice trembling. Did this happen inside Jung's company? The other man replies, Huh? No, I heard a passerby said he was just lying somewhere outside the company. Do you know something? Sejun gasps for air. No, I don't know anything. We flash back to earlier. Sejun's phone rings as he's getting out of the shower. A message? Who is it? He looks at the screen, and his mind descends into pure chaos. Jung-hyung, what happened to Jung? Jung, what is this? Back in the present, Ha-jin is so scared she collapses to her knees. Jong-ho sees it and yells, Ha-jin, are you okay? Everyone instinctively looks toward Ha-jin as tears stream down her face. Why? Why was this happening again? Could it be that they were the ones behind this? Dion leaned down to console him. That's not the right way to think about it. Ha-jin, I heard his surgery was a success. So just hang in there a little longer, okay? Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. He then looked up at Sejun. Ha-jin needs to lie down for a bit and rest. Sejun, are you okay? Seeing the intense look on his face, he hesitated, sounding a little afraid. Suin observed everything as it got worse. This was definitely no coincidence. It was 99.9% the work of those damned bastards. But why? Why right now? What was the point of attacking someone with no direct connection to this mess? She furrowed her brow. John, I heard you were supposed to protect Hajin and teach Sejun how to fight. What in the world are you even doing in America? Suddenly, her phone rang. Huh? At the chemical plant complex, Jia-san was on the phone with Soo-hyun. Are you cursing me out? Go on, you can criticize me even more. I called in a hurry because I found out about Sejun's medicine. With blood streaking his face, he asked again, if he stops using it immediately, what happens? Well, he'll lose muscle mass fast, so he won't be able to control his own body. The man with the face tattoo, pinned under a table, pleaded, it's extremely dangerous if he stops cold turkey because he'll suffer from speech impairment. He has to taper off the dose. You have to gradually reduce the dosage and then stop. It seemed the side effects from this were way worse than other drugs. He relayed every word to Soo-hyun. He says if you stop the drug completely, you could experience muscle loss and speech degradation, leaving you unable to control your body. Please keep an eye on him from a distance until I return to Korea. I'm going to find out on my own if there are any other possible treatments. The fact local dealers know about this new drug means there's a reason it's flowing into the United States. Please, I'll be sure to repay you one day, and it won't be long. Is there anything else? Suddenly, Soo-hyun mentioned Jae-sung. Huh? What? Who's in the hospital? For real? And what about Hajin? Okay, fine. I'll contact you later. He sighed, exhausted, after hanging up the call. Now, round 2 begins. He wanted to kill someone right then, but he couldn't kill him because the guy was in Korea. That's why I'm just gonna kill some of the trash right here. Jia-sun casually picked up an axe, his face radiating pure killing intent. It might just chop you to pieces if you don't answer my questions. So, first question. Can a cure for this new drug be found or created? The guy screamed out in fear. Wait a second, Jia-sun, you maniac. Let's just talk like human beings. If you do this, you won't get a single answer. You're acting all calm like a human? An insect is pretending to be a person. So what now? That way doesn't work these days. But the way I handled your right hand, that seemed to go over well. This time, I'm thinking of using your left hand for our little chat. All right then. The moment the axe swung, the man dizzy with fear started talking. Wait, hold on you damn son of a bitch. Jia-sun flashed a demonic smile. Are you trying to remember this axe? This axe cut off your right arm. Does that bring back any memories for you? Have a nice trip. He then cackled while swinging the axe hard at the man. The tattooed guy screamed, sweating bullets. Okay, stop. Make him stop. The guy started talking fast. I remember the first question now. I know someone who can create a cure. Jia-sun played dumb. Oh, really? I was going to chop it off before I heard your answer. But that's a shame. So I guess you'll take me to see him. On to the second question. Do you know how this new drug got into the US? The man answered, trembling. I can find out. But these days everyone from cops to civilians are dealing, so it takes a while to find the exact route. Jia-sun didn't want to mess around and gave him a deadline. How long? 30 minutes? Hearing that insane time limit, the guy could only curse inwardly. He couldn't even take a crap in 30 minutes. You madman, he finally blurted out. Give me 1 week. Jia-san feigned ignorance. 3 days. And what if I don't have the intel in 3 days? I will definitely find you. No matter where you hide, I will cut everything off your body. You get it, right? If you know what's good for you, then get a move on. The tattooed man cried internally. This bastard. I have to live in this room because of him. I hope you suffer. You son of a bitch. With business done, Jia-sun left. Watching the morning light hit the door, Jia-sun felt how bright it was. Anyone else? Excuse me, are you Jia-sun? A man in sunglasses blocked his way. A VIP is looking for you. Please come with me right now, he ordered bluntly. At a fast food joint, a black car pulled up. Out stepped Jia-sun and the man in the sunglasses. There you are. I guess you do listen to me sometimes. When asked, Jia-sun just replied, What's up? The man began giving instructions. Before you go inside, listen to me. And listen carefully. I don't know why the VIP wants you, but remember this, we have the authority to kill you on the spot if you make a single threatening move. So watch your hands. The slightest twitch could be your last, got it? Jason's son says, his voice tight with tension. You talk too much. I get it, but you already searched me, right? So stop pretending someone important isn't waiting in there. The moment he enters the restaurant, a man in glasses stands up and speaks. I'm the one. The president sees him and gives a nod. Jason, it's been a long time. Jason respectfully replies, It has, sir. Have you been well? I have to wonder if you'll agree to this meeting. I requested it because I have quite a few favors to ask. The scene shifts to the port's shipping yard. Jong-ho unlocks a storage container, then yells inside. Anyone in here? Chef Kim? Team Leader Kang? Is anyone still alive? Dong-ho sighs. I'll let you go. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Is Team Leader Kang in here? Anyone? So you're not here either, huh? A frail man's voice calls out from the dark. I'm here. I am Team Leader Kang. He squints, looking at the figure inside. Huh? I finally found you. Come on, let's get you some rice porridge. Are you ready to talk now? Hearing the word food, the man immediately crawls out, drool dripping from his mouth. Rice porridge. I'll tell you absolutely everything. Meanwhile, at the safe house, Sejun is trembling from the shock, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Soo-hyun sighs. Just wait a bit longer. Dong-ho is getting the medicine. There's no cure for this right now, so we're just going to have to adjust the dosage of the new drug and slowly wean him off it. The symptoms should get a little better. John will figure something out. Sejun trembles, asking, Hajin, how is she? Is she okay? Soo-hyun reassures him. Our friend with the glasses is taking great care of her, and Joseph is right there with them. For now, you just focus on yourself. You have to be healthy before you can even think about protecting someone else. And then she starts rambling again. The last time I saw Lai Yangon, I brought up Han Jun's younger brother. They're saying he's connected to a Chibal, and the investigators are trying to find a link. I told them to just sit tight and wait. If the pain gets too bad, call me and get to a hospital. She opens the door, leaving Sejun alone to rest. Okay. Thanks. He shivers, thinking back. Han Jun's part-time brother. A Chibal. Jung Hyung sent that text about their company. It must have been right before he got attacked. Jung works for a massive corporation. Putting the pieces together, there's only one reason to target Jung right now. Jung, Han Jun, and his brother, they all worked for that same company. A terrifying look crosses Sejun's face as he gets lost in his thoughts. So what does that make Han Jun? The company owner's illegitimate son or something? He must be caught up in a nasty family dispute, and since they're not the main heirs, the family would need to crush them, harder and faster. What good would it do to tell Soo-hyun or the investigators? Finding solid proof would take forever, wouldn't it? And those Chibal families already have the police in their pockets anyway. Even if they found evidence, the target would just disappear. Just like that garbage Licky Seo, who's still walking free after what he did to Hajin. But there's one key difference between then and now. This time, I'm not the same person I used to be. The scene cuts to a boxing gym, where Do-hun is training like his life depends on it. His fists are a blur of motion, so fast and powerful the heavy bag looks like it's about to give up. Soo-hyun appears behind him. Going pretty hard, aren't you? You think you could go pro if you keep this up? Do-hun just laughs it off. You think I can't tell you're messing with me? No way. But as he wipes the sweat from his face, he realizes she's dead serious. You're not joking? He asks, his tone shifting. How's Sejun? Is he going to be okay with that medicine? Soo-hyun's face falls. Not really. The drugs are completely draining him. It's just a temporary fix to keep him from collapsing completely. Then she changes the subject. Hey, remember when Jason paid off all your family's debt? Do-hun nods. Of course. How could I ever forget that? I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life. A small smile touches her lips. That's just Jason. He's been like that forever. He always says the same thing, I will definitely protect you. No matter what happens, he takes care of the people around him. He's the one who helped me get back on my feet. Soo-hyun gives him a bright, reassuring smile. So don't worry. Just like you, Sejun and Hajin are going to have their happy ending. Hearing her say that, some of the tension leaves his body. Yeah, you can't let the people around you collapse. Okay, that sounds nice. Just then, footsteps echo from outside the door. It's Dong-ho. He bursts in, shouting, Sis, give this to Sejun. They gave me the medicine for him. From Team Leader Kang, or whatever his name is, the guy we rescued. He made sure the medicine's formula was identical to the one he had taken before. Soo-hyun praises his work, then tells him that Sejun is resting. Instead, he's to practice boxing with Sonjun. Hearing this, the guy gets chills. He pleads with her, claiming he's been working so hard he hasn't even stopped to eat. He wonders why she's pushing him so hard, when suddenly, an exhausted Sejun appears right behind him. Sejun pipes up, saying he can train now. Dong-ho jumps, his face twisting into a scream. You psycho! My heel almost smashed your face in, Dong-ho yells. Sejun, drenched in sweat, just thanks him. Seeing how tired he is, Dong-ho softens his tone. Seriously? Are you okay, man? You look like a walking corpse. Sejun groans out the words, yeah, I can handle it. He then turns to Soo-hyun and declares, I've still got the strength to fight. I'm ready. Looking at his strained face, she finally relents. All right then. Let's get started right now. Dongho, let's begin. I'm only giving you a small dose, so try not to throw it up. A few days later, Sejun and Hajin are at a street food stall. He asks if she's all right, but she just snaps photos of the food, asking if he's hungry. Just one last picture, she says, before gesturing to the food. Okay, all done. Now, let's eat. He's totally confused. Why are you suddenly taking pictures of food? You usually hate doing that. Hajin smiles at her screen. I'm sending them to Jungho. Sejun questions why she's emailing someone who's still in a coma. If I keep sending him pictures, he'll get really annoyed. You think maybe he'll wake up if he gets angry enough? Hajin asks for his opinion. Sejun replies quietly, yeah, maybe that'll happen soon. He'll wake up, laugh, and say stupid things like before. Then her voice gets heavy. So please, stop. She tells Sejun that she's scared every single day, worried that he might suddenly disappear, just like Jungho did. Hajin continues, begging him to never again talk about ending his own life, and to leave before that world hurts him more. That's what's truly terrifying to me. My hands and feet tremble just thinking about you getting involved with those people. Sejun's voice is firm. He explains that he heard from Suyun's sister that Jasan is coming back soon to end all of this. Until then, he says, we just have to endure it, each in our own way. The scene shifts to a massive corporate building, where Sejun approaches the front desk. Hello, I'm here to pick up some items. A friendly receptionist greets him back, asking how she can help. He explains he's a family member of Kim Da-dung, an assistant manager. He was injured in an accident, he continues, and I'm here to pick up some of his things from the company. He forces a smile and adds, I already contacted the company beforehand, so please check for me. The receptionist understands immediately. You mean assistant manager Kim Da-dung from the marketing team, correct? Please wait one moment. After a moment, she speaks up. Yes, it's confirmed. Please take the elevator to the 20th floor and ask for assistant manager Kim Da-dung's desk. Sejun gives her a polite bow. Yes, thank you. Have a wonderful day. As Sejun turns, his polite facade drops, revealing pure, psychopathic killing intent. Meanwhile, in an office upstairs, a manager is yelling, Chief Han, isn't that done yet? I said I needed that data before I left today. Why are you being so slow? Jungho Han retorts irritably. This takes at least a day. You just sent it to me an hour ago, didn't you? The manager, feeling disrespected, growls back. Hey Jungho Han, why are you talking back to me? You hate working? Is that it? You'll be stuck with this pathetic salary forever if you keep acting like this. Jungho Han immediately caves. No, I'm sorry. It's almost done. I'll send it to you in 10 minutes. The manager savors the feeling of crushing his subordinate. He thinks to himself that treating Jungho Han like a dog keeps him quiet. Isn't this great? He muses. It's a waste to enjoy this show all by myself. Just then, he notices someone at the door and calls out, Yes, what brings you here? Jungho Han looks over too, annoyed by the interruption, but his expression twists into pure horror. Why? Are you here? Sejun just smiles, removing his cap as he leans in with a bloodthirsty look. I finally found you. His voice is ice. I finally found the dog I've been looking for. Jungho Han is completely frozen. Why you? He stammers. Sejun unleashes a barrage of questions. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you expect this? Aren't you the one who made me come here? Jungho Han's eyes are blank with shock. What? What? But isn't Kim Da-dung still unconscious? He thinks desperately. His shock instantly warps into absolute terror. I even checked Kim Da-dung's phone back then. Then it hits him. He remembers the exact moment he was discovered, right before the attack. In that split second, just as he sent the message leaving a clue, Kim Da-dung must have seen his face. The message log with Lim Se-chun still not deleted. Jungho spins around, scrambling to erase it. Was this a snap decision? To wipe the chat room clean? Deleting the evidence. Like Hansel and Gretel leaving breadcrumbs. What an idiot. After thinking it over, a smirk plays on his lips. So, a situation like this was actually perfect. A middle-aged employee passing by stops and asks with curiosity, What's going on here? Why is the student smiling so strangely? Who even is he? Jungho, still smiling faintly, says, But it's weird. You knew I was here. He slowly stands up, his shoulders still shaking with amusement. Why would Sejun come all by himself? Weren't there plenty of police and adults around who were ready to help him? Jungho closes his eyes with a relaxed voice. I think I know why. Want me to take a guess, Sejun? His eyes snap open, full of challenge and scorn. Because you're scared of losing your chance for personal revenge, right? Sejun wastes no time and slams his forehead into his face. Jungu's face contorts in pain as blood gushes from his nose. Suddenly, he lets out a scream that shakes the entire room. Everyone panics. "Hey, over there!" They're stunned, completely in disbelief. "What? What was that? Who is that guy? Did he just hit Mr. Han?" Sejun glares, his voice like ice. "Because you found out I was here, I'm going to get physical, even if it's inside this company." Jungu collapses to the floor, clutching his face as he speaks. "If you're ready, then fine. I guess you're brimming with confidence now that you're feeling better, huh?" His eyes were filled with furious red veins as he ground his teeth. So just because this is his family's business, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. What kind of crazy movie does his family think they're from? But the aggressive look quickly fades into helplessness. "But what can I do? Students these days are so disrespectful because they don't get punished." An old man timidly steps in. "Wait a minute, student, what did you just say? Your family's company? Did I hear that right?" Sejun calmly replies, "The chairman of this company has the last name Han, correct? I heard something and checked it out. Sounds about right." The old man couldn't stop himself from trembling. "What? What are you saying? There's more than one or two people with the last name Han in Korea." He glances over at Jungu. "Assistant manager Han. No, this is just ridiculous, right? What is this student even doing? He's saying strange things. Just get him out of here." Jungu bows respectfully, politely replying, "I'm sorry. My younger brother is mentally ill. I know him. You don't need to worry about him." He then turns to Sejun. "There are a lot of people watching here, so listen to me while I'm being polite." Sejun turns his head and lets out a mocking laugh. "Look at this guy. He's terrified but still trying to act calm to get himself out of this mess. I don't know what's going on, but you're tied down by your job here right now." Every word Sejun spoke was like a cold needle piercing straight through Jungu's heart. "I believe your weakness is related to this company, which is why I came here myself." He crazily lifts his head and yells, "Thank you, office workers, for all your hard work. Are you interested in what's happening right now? I'll explain everything." Then he points directly at Jungu and declares in English, "His older brother is the boss of this company." The old boss standing nearby freezes on the spot. Jungu frowns. "Are you insane?" A female employee gasps. "Really? For real? Manager Han is amazing." A few people in the back start whispering, "No way. How did Assistant Manager Han even get hired for this job? What was his motive?" Connections. "Now I'm not so sure. I don't remember meeting anyone before." Jungu, a bit flustered, waves his hands trying to explain. "My younger brother, who I've known very well since childhood, suffers from a delusional disorder. He's currently undergoing treatment. I'll take him to the hospital right now. Please forgive the noise. Take care." But Sejun wasn't about to stay quiet. He yells out again, "This man is a violent criminal who assaults minors and films them illegally, drug trafficking, and this bastard's father is the chairman of this company." Jungu instantly loses his composure and grabs him by the collar with a warning. "Stop it, you brat. Do you really think anyone will believe such a ridiculous and unverified story?" He only gets more insane, the bloodshot veins in his eyes becoming more prominent. "Fact-checking? Do you think this is a courtroom? All I'm doing is planting a question in the minds of these people." Every word was like thousands of eyes staring right at Jungu. "How long until everyone in this building recognizes you as a vile criminal?" The more he spoke, the more excited Sejun became. "I'm going to tell them exactly what kind of trash this guy is. I don't know what you're planning or trying to achieve with this. The ending will never go the way you want." His face gets closer as he speaks. "Because I have no reason to take care of myself anymore. Since you've already bathed in dirty water," Jungu's veins pop with fury. "This bastard must have hit his head somewhere. You've lost it after taking your meds." A cold, blaming voice echoes through the luxurious room. "Han Jungu, have you lost your mind?" His voice was low and cold. "I told you to go there to learn to work and to control your emotions. In the company restroom, you beat a coworker into a coma." Jungu lowered his head, trying to defend his actions. He argued that, given the circumstances, it was the fastest and most efficient way to handle things if that employee told Lim Se-chun's group he was working there. He continued, saying from Vice Chairman Hondu down to his father, it was only a matter of time before they found out. But his father simply said, "What can they do if they know?" Jungu couldn't understand. His father calmly pointed out that rumors like that are just something people chew on for a while before they go silent when the sweetness fades. He turned back, frowning as he spoke. "And when the media and police tell them they used fake data to justify the facts, people will just accept it. People try to discover the truth. But do you have any idea why they never succeed?" His eyes were cold and tired, and his furrowed brows gave him an unapproachable, dangerous aura. The process of discovering the truth requires both time and money, and that's personal money, private money. He stood up straight, patiently teaching Jungu. We graduates only earn a few million won a year, and everyone only gets one life. Do you seriously intend to use your own personal money to investigate the truth about somebody else's life? His father's words were sharp and professional. If the media and the cops say so, we simply assume it's the truth. So, you don't need to worry about acting immediately. And a final reminder, the more sensitive you are, the more easily you'll be influenced. There will always be questions about whether or not it's the truth. Remember what I am telling you. Jungu let out an exhausted sigh. Don't get excited. He suddenly released Sejun's collar and let out a single sentence. So what should I do here? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Get out of here before security catches you. Seeing this, Sejun just screamed even louder. Manager Kim Dui-dung. From this company's advertising and marketing department, he was attacked by Vice Chairman Han Jun-woo. And right now he's in critical condition. The Vice Chairman and his father, the company's chairman, are trying to cover this up. As he spoke, a fist flew without warning. Garbage like this is dirtying the city. They need to be wiped out. The powerful blow sent him stumbling backward. Still not satisfied, Jungu grabbed his head and kept hitting him. I tried to hold myself back, but it was no use. Is this what you wanted? He grabbed Sejun by the hair, smashing his head into the floor. Both irritated and excited, Jungu asked, "How is it? You bastard, do you like it?" Sejun's face was pressed against the shattered floor, his body trembling violently with each impact. He slowly turned his head to the side, one half of his face becoming more and more unhinged, smiling grotesquely at Jungu. He felt no pain, only pure madness. Yes, this is it. This is what I wanted. A calm voice echoed from the study. Okay, now remember what I am telling you. His father stood up straight and said, "The factory explosion last time. That was the first incident. And this is the second time an employee has fallen into a coma, right?" Jungu's father admitted it. "Two mistakes, only one more chance to ignore them. It's lucky that I was able to assess the problem right away and prevent it from getting any worse." But he was clear. On the other hand, what's causing the problem is your lack of attention to detail. You should have discovered if that kid's best friend worked for our company, shouldn't you? Jungu had nothing to say, only able to utter one word. "I'm sorry." His father paid him no mind, only offering advice. "For now, stay quiet and focus on your training. This is your final chance." His tone was gentle, but the warning was clear. "My tolerance ends here. Do it again. You have to be ready for your mistakes." A large building sat in the middle of the bustling city. The people in the office were absolutely stunned. Vice Director Han, shouldn't we stop them? But Sejun just kept on smiling. There it is. Jungu was powerless against him. "You're laughing? You're completely addicted to this." His arm was trembling as if he was trying to apply more force. "Are you so drunk you can't even control yourself? Today I'm going to put you right next to your friend who's a vegetable. You bastard." Hearing this, Sejun became even more insane, screaming, "Really? Do it fast, Vice Director Han. Our Vice Director won't be able to work again after this. Am I right?" He didn't have even a shred of an intimidating image anymore. This kid was seriously digging his own grave. "I thought it was cute when I was toying with you, but this has gone way too far." His eyes were dark as he spoke. "The security team is coming for the riot, but I'll handle this myself before they arrive." Suddenly, Sejun launched a surprise attack on a vital spot. Jungu was sweating from the pain, his curse breaking off. "What, you dog? Wait." He laughed, thrilled. "What was that, you bastard?" A blow to a weak point. Sejun ruthlessly struck him there again. "Goodbye, heir of Han Jun-woo." Jungu was gasping for air, frozen in tension. "He was just lucky he caught your attack. That's how he saved himself." "You bastard, that's not what happened." Unable to attack, Zichun resorts to taunts. "So this is the level of a pro athlete?" Looking at that reaction speed, both of their arms are shaking from the sheer force. He just keeps repeating it. "You blocked it. What a pity." His face darkens, filled with a murderous aura. "Do you get it now? I don't see garbage like you as human." Zichun quickly shoves his hand away and charges, ignoring everyone else. Xi-chun's eyes are completely lifeless as he stares him down. "Don't even hope for it, you psycho. From this moment on, I'm going to put you deep in the ground." But Jungu doesn't back down an inch, shooting back. "You think you can? I heard you were pretty good with drugs, but I wasn't entirely convinced." He grabbed Zichun's head and took him down with a flying armbar combined with an uppercut, a move that left everyone stunned. Xi-chun gritted his teeth and tried to push up, but Jungu sneered. "Humph, you missed one thing. I'm different now. The effect of this drug is incredible," he thought with shock. "The power it gives is something I just can't explain." What is this stuff? What did that guy Kim Bet do to make the drug's effects kick in so well? Sejun successfully lifted Jungu high into the air and asked, "Hey, you sure your dad's company floor is strong enough for this?" When it breaks, he violently slams Jungu to the ground, who can only groan in agony. Just then, Zechun adds, "Don't ask me for money later, tell your dad to fix it for you, since I've already used up my allowance." An older staff member rushes over. "Hey, student, you need to stop right now. This is a company, not a place to fight." He looks up and says calmly, "I apologize, but there's a reason I must do this here, so please understand." Suddenly, Jungu asks, "The former manager?" His head lolls back, his eyes vacant as he warns, "Just stay quiet. If you interfere without knowing the situation, you'll be beaten and killed." The manager panics, sweat pouring down his face. "What are you saying? Vice Director Han Jun-yu, I'm your boss. This is a company." He closes his eyes in annoyance. "What is your problem, really? Does this guy want to just explode and die? It's pathetic when you can't read the room." Jungu kicks Zechun hard, shoving him away. "Get off me!" But the manager keeps asking, "Han Jun-yu, what the hell did you just say?" He stands up, his face darkening as he speaks to the old man. "Read the room," I said. "If you can't do that, then I can't hold myself back." The threat makes the manager tremble uncontrollably. "I asked before if this lump of fat wanted to burst and die, so what's the issue?" The expression on his face twists with contempt. "Look, manager, it's not like we have a good relationship. Don't come at me for no reason. Just stay out of this. That's my final warning." Suddenly, Zechun steps forward, smacking him hard on the head and calling him a loser. He lectures him in a sharp tone. "That's no way to speak to an adult. Shouldn't a person who can't do their job right have some basic manners?" The manager looks at him worriedly, pleading, "Student, stop now and leave. I will try to stop Vice Director Han before anything major happens." Jungu's face darkens even more, his voice laced with pure rage. "Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I thought I already told you." He grabs a computer and appears from behind the man. "Still, just stay there and be quiet." The manager turns back in absolute terror. "Vice Director Han, what are you doing?" Jungu has lost control, his voice chillingly cold. "What are you to me? I'm submitting my resignation, you bastard." As the computer comes crashing down, the manager screams out, "Help me! Someone!" Blood flies through the office like raindrops. The manager clutches his head in fear. "My head." Jungu looks at him and says, "You still think this will help you, don't you? Zechun, why do you believe the employees here will testify for you? What power do you even have? True, I can't follow you forever. But just behind Jungu, the police have already arrived. At the very least, I can take out a piece of trash named Han Jun-yu, caught red-handed for aggravated assault." After giving Zechun an injection, she says flatly, "All done." Nuna reminds him with a look of disinterest. But after the shot, he's shaking and sweating, looking completely drained of energy. "Now take a deep breath. It will get better. If Hajin sees your face, she'll freak out, so rest up if you don't want to get beaten." "Yes, thank you." And as she spoke, she pinched her own cheeks and continued the conversation. "I'm just telling you this just in case. Do you know Detective Gang Hyung-sik? He follows every rule and has a way of working that isn't exactly pleasant. If you know something that we don't, you can't hide it, you have to share it with us. Even the most difficult missions can be accomplished to some degree if we all work on them together. This is what happens when you repeatedly try to solve things alone without help and end up collapsing." As she speaks, Zi-chun's face is still covered in sweat, as if he's deep in thought. People become miserable when they start looking for someone else to blame for their own failures. So no matter what happens, you have to connect with those around you and fight together. There's nothing wrong with that. She then turns to leave, tossing a final piece of advice to Se-chun. Just relax a little, and his face will go back to normal. Back home, everyone's worried sick about him. Meanwhile, in some high-rise office, a group is plotting to finally drag that scumbag Han Run-yu into the light, the one who's been hiding behind his father's power. It's time to expose him as the criminal he is, caught completely red-handed. Run-yu is completely lost hearing this, just as another young man suddenly speaks up, his voice booming. "What? What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. We're the police, and we got a report about an assault inside this company." Run-yu starts to panic, hearing this, whipping around to see Se-chun and Do-hun yelling at the top of their lungs. "You damn scammers. This is a trap investigation. Hey student, you alright? Is your head completely smashed in?" Do-hun throws his arms out wide and shouts, "All the employees saw it, didn't you? We've already collected the security camera footage. There's nothing left for you to say." In a room filled with monitors, a man named Jung-hoon speaks with a tech guy, Seo-hoon standing beside him. "This is obstruction of justice. Just cut the crap and give me the correct file from the scene. I can't guarantee what will happen if I find out you gave me the wrong one. Because my friend here, she has a tendency to use a little more force than necessary when it comes to discipline. Criminals, accomplices, and others, there's a long list of people she's left permanently disabled. So what's it gonna be? Seo-hun just grins, resting her chin on the man's shoulder, making him sweat bullets. Go on, try something funny. I've been looking for an excuse to stop being so nice. No, I'll give it to you right now. Suddenly, Hyung-sik appears, shoving handcuffs right in front of Run-Yu's face, shocking him. Han Run-Yu, I'm arresting you for special assault. You have the right to remain silent and the right to an attorney. Hands up, and take the cuffs. That little click is going to suit you perfectly. Don't you know entrapment is illegal? Oh, so you know the law. Good. Then listen closely. A complaint was filed stating that Kim Jae-dong, an employee here, was assaulted on the premises. And then Hyung-sik's voice fills with rage. As Run-Yu puts on the cuffs, he continues. There's also a report that Kim Jae-dong vanished right after being seen with you that day. Therefore, we can legally create a criminal environment for a guy like you who already has more than enough criminal intent. A sting operation that simply provides an opportunity is perfectly legal. I don't know about that. But weren't you suspended from the force? That would be a problem, wouldn't it? That's right, but I'm back. You didn't know? You're a real idiot. So what I'm saying is, you're not getting away this time. Suddenly, Sejun grabs his head in pain and stumbles. Run-Yu just asks, what's wrong? Hyung-sik rushes to support Sejun, yelling for someone to call an ambulance. Hey student, wake up. An ambulance is on its way. Did you guys call 911? When is it getting here? Then, Sejun stands up perfectly straight and talks to Hyung-sik. Detective, that was good enough, right? At this point, we've done some serious damage to that con artist, haven't we? That was just the first half of the opening act. Detective Na even went to retrieve the security footage herself, so it was a success. But are you really okay? You didn't have to do that. It's nothing. I just felt a little dizzy. I'll feel a lot better after I get some ramen. Besides, it's best to end this once and for all. No more victims, no more repeats. There's nothing wrong with this. I'll apologize after everything is settled. After the two of them finish talking, Run-Yu turns around. A smirk spreads across his face, which makes Hyung-sik's blood boil. But then, Run-Yu's own expression darkens. His real face is finally revealed. Detective, about the Kim Jae-dong case, it seems they're treating me as a suspect in his assault, but it looks like they don't have any solid evidence. You could always ask Kim Jae-dong directly what happened back then, but I'm guessing you can't do that. He probably can't speak. The man is actually smiling as he's being arrested. Keep laughing, because from now on, you'll have fewer and fewer things to laugh about. Yes, I certainly hope Deputy Manager Kim Jae-dong wakes up soon. That way, I can finally be cleared of this horrible injustice. Over at a Korean hospital, two police officers are standing guard outside a room, just trying to kill time. As they're talking, one of them really has to use the restroom. Who was it that ordered us to guard this place 24/7, anyway? I don't know, but I heard the patient inside is an assault victim. If he wakes up, the accused is going to face some serious charges. They ordered us to stand guard right here because they suspect something might happen to the patient. This isn't a movie, I'm just tired. If I pull an all-nighter, I'm exhausted for 2 days. We're short-staffed, but they never hire more people. So I can't even go to the bathroom? Come on, we're human too. We have to use the restroom sometimes. I will protect him. I'll be back soon. I've been holding myself back for quite a while now. It's no problem, just stay calm. After he finishes speaking, he turns around, only to freeze in fear at the sight of a tall young man's back. The security guard startles, stammering out a question. What are you doing? A towering figure speaks in a low voice. Is this the patient room for Kim Jae-dong? The scene shifts to the closed door of the hospital room. At that moment, the door swings open, letting light flood the dark room. A moment later, it returns to its original quiet, dark state. Next to Kim Jae-dong's hospital bed, a man has suddenly appeared. He muttered to himself, "Well, look at this one." While speaking, he tapped his phone to confirm the man's face. His bloodshot eyes stared wide as he raised a hand and mumbled, "Patient's name is Kim Jae-dong. Facial scan complete." Without another word, he lunged forward to choke Kim Jae-dong. Just as he was thinking, "Now you die," a powerful fist suddenly slammed straight into his face. Jae-sun gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into a devastating punch to the side of the man's head. Jae-sun spoke with an ice-cold voice. "How did a bug get in here? He's sick, and from now on he will be quarantined." He squatted down in front of the guy, letting out a threat. "To do that, what should I do with you first?" The hooded attacker was still stunned from Jae-sun's heaven-sent punch. He could only groan and start begging for his life. Wait a minute. I think there's a misunderstanding. Just listen to me. But Jae-sun showed no signs of pity. In fact, he looked even more disgusted as he shot back. A misunderstanding? Just prepare for what's about to happen. Faced with that arrogant response, the hooded man was left completely speechless. Jae-sun just continued. What you just said, I don't accept it. The attacker was like a fish on a chopping block, only able to nod obediently. Seeing no way out, he took off his cap. It turned out to be a girl. She trembled as she spoke to Jae-sun, as if begging for a shred of forgiveness. I'm just a student. Someone told me to do this. I just made a mistake. She kept rambling on, while Jae-sun just stood there, watching her in a terrifying silence. And I'm a girl, okay? Please don't hit me. But evil deeds always get their comeuppance. Jae-sun looked at her without a single emotion and replied, On the battlefield, women and children aren't killed as long as they surrender. But my last mission taught me a very important lesson. Do you know what it is? As he spoke, his eyes widened and his face twisted into a demonic grin. Monsters don't have an age, and they don't have a gender. My lessons on the battlefield taught me that monsters like you should be burned to death. That's all I know. Realizing she had no way out, she started screaming curses at him, even as her body shook like a death rattle. Hey, you're absolutely disgusting, you damn monster. Wasn't it the dirty old men who forced us to live in this hellish world? The more she spoke, the more her face contorted into a horrifying shape. You so-called adults made us this way. And there's one thing you don't even know. When did another hooded figure appear behind Jae-sun? She didn't know, but he might just be her salvation. Her voice suddenly filled with confidence as she replied, Did you really think I was the only one who came here today? Seeing her lifeline, she let out a loud laugh, screaming at the man, Hey, you're here for the drugs too, right? I'm not sure if this guy is a cop, but he's protecting Kim Chae-dung, so I can't kill him. Kill him now. Seeing the criminal's joy at his arrival, he stepped back, asking in confusion, What are you talking about? It was none other than Brain. He looked at her with a puzzled expression, then turned to Jae-sun. What is this addict talking about? Jae-sun, why are you smiling at me? It makes me feel sick. The girl still couldn't accept that he was with Jae-sun. Her body trembling, she stammered. Or maybe. This is a foreign assassin. This is bigger than I thought. Hey, you, kill him, you understand? Jae-sun had already lost his patience and turned to blame Brain. Those are just empty words. Addicts always say things like, You think it's any different in Korea? Is it taken care of outside? How many of them showed up? It didn't take him long to remember. With just a glance, he answered, There were only a few people outside. Just a bunch of addicts, right? And just as he said, his opponents were already on the ground, having lost any ability to fight back. The Korean police had also found the group. One of them was still trembling, crying out, Help me! I finished my work and left the rest to the Korean police. The girl finally understood her situation, thinking to herself, What? What the hell? Are these two on the same side? She put on a shameless face and said to Jae-sun, Mister, I was out of my mind because I was high. I'm always saying stupid things. Before she could finish her sentence, Jae-sun slapped her across the face while she was still rambling about her addiction. After the first hit, he was already winding up, preparing to deliver a few more slaps to wake her up. He said bluntly, Someone who harms others and then makes petty excuses after ruining someone's life deserves no chance for reflection. With that, a second, thunderous slap landed squarely on her face. The crisp sound could be heard from miles away. She had absolutely no ability to resist. She could only whimper like a starving dog being beaten to a pulp in a dark alley of an Indian slum in the 1980s. Model. Without letting her face cool from the first blow, the next slap lands hard on her head. Jae-sun, full of energy, speaks as he hits her. These cancerous dogs right in front of me. The sharp, cracking sound of slaps echoes relentlessly throughout the patient's room, along with Jae-sun's cold words. You need to be beaten to death. I feel so refreshed. Seeing she had already lost consciousness, he finally stops, spitting out words that could tear her apart. Death is too merciful for criminals like you. Your time of pain is too short. With his razor-sharp eyes, he began to outline the end of her story. Therefore, you will now live in a world filled with similar garbage. I will make you rot there for longer than you can possibly imagine. Leaving John's story for a moment, we cut to an interrogation room in a Korean police station. Night has fallen, the light fading fast. Inside the room sits Officer Hyung-shich and the suspect, Jung-gu. Officer Hyung-shich is the first to speak. Hey, Mr. Jung-gu. The response comes back, dripping with boredom. Yes? That sarcastic tone immediately gets under Hyung-shich's skin. He's not pleased with this attitude at all. He snaps back at him. Sit up straight. You were caught red-handed. You really think a good lawyer will just make all your crimes disappear? You'd expect Yoongu to be nervous, but instead he just stares back, completely unfazed by the threat. What did you say? That student broke into the company and tried to ruin someone's life. He wanted to get me fired, but the police aren't buying it for a second, and they start laying out the evidence they've painstakingly collected. You smashed a computer monitor over a person's head, and now his skull is fractured. You think you can get away with that by claiming self-defense? Honestly, after everything Junggu has pulled, it was only a matter of time before the truth finally caught up with him. Hyung-shich adds, even if you try to lie your way out of this, you still have to handle the situation properly. You moron. You kidnapped a South Korean police officer and then assaulted me inside your own home. He keeps going. You've done so many messed up things you've probably lost count, right? That pushes Junggu over the edge. He lunges forward, saying, Hey, detective. With a defiant smirk, he gets right in Hyung-shich's face, his tone full of arrogance. Today is the first time we've ever met. What are you talking about? Why are you discussing things that have absolutely nothing to do with me? Hyung-shich is surprised, but he's also a little impressed. So, Yoongu isn't naive enough to be manipulated by this investigation, is he? After sizing up the situation for a moment, he continues, Do you honestly think we're just playing around here? Let's just see how long you can keep hiding. He then drops a bombshell on Junggu, revealing his former identity. Jang Junggu, of the National Jiu-Jitsu team. He sees the flicker of shock on the suspect's face and immediately presses his advantage, moving in for the kill. You changed your last name, didn't you? That kind of permission is rarely granted without a solid reason, and the paperwork is a nightmare, especially for someone who has a tendency toward violent behavior like you. From the moment his old name is mentioned, Yoongu goes completely silent, just sitting and listening to everything Hyung-shich says. Seeing his target quiet down, the officer thinks he finally has the upper hand, asking Junggu, Why? What is it? You still want to play games with me? But once again, defying all expectations, Junggu just meets his gaze with that same arrogant attitude. Detective, are you interested? I have no idea why you're pursuing me, but that's really all I have to say. After he's done, he looks at Hyung-shich and cracks a confident smile, declaring, From now on, I'll be remaining silent. When my lawyer arrives, you can just talk to him first, can't you? Hearing this, the officer's face falls. He can only manage a dismissive reply. Yeah, I was wondering when you'd finally get around to saying that. Well, tell him to get here fast, because being alone with you is disgusting. As they're speaking, a sharp knock echoes from the other side of the door. Junggu sees the person who just walked in and immediately asks, So you're here? Hyung-shich is bewildered and asks the man, Lieutenant, what are you doing here? But the man ignores his question and asks one of his own. Detective Kang, this man here is Junggu, correct? Hyung-shich confirms the criminal's identity. He's been charged with aggravated assault and is currently a felon. Not wanting to drag this out, the commissioner turned and signaled for his subordinate to step outside. The detective's face soured with confusion and annoyance. Commissioner, we saw him smash a kid's head with a monitor. It was unclear if the old man even heard him as he slowly turned back around. His face was a mask of fury as he yelled at Hyung-shich, I get it, now get out, you moron. Despite his anger, Hyung-shich kept his mouth shut. He had to obey. It was a direct order from his superior, after all. Seeing the detective get humiliated by his own boss, Junggu let out a mocking laugh. Well now, detective, what should I do? I called for my lawyer, but the commissioner shows up instead. You're doing great. Hyung-shich had been targeting this criminal for a long time. This was nothing. He shot back with confidence. Feeling a little nervous now? You're not getting away that easy. The thought alone is hilarious. Start thinking about what kind of prison food you want. With that, he immediately walked out with his boss, leaving Junggu all alone in the isolated room. The criminal still didn't grasp the situation. He leaned back arrogantly and scoffed. Nervous about what? He closed his eyes, looking totally relaxed. I don't eat prison food, detective. I'm thinking something with corn syrup. But Aeon had already appeared behind him, completely silent. As soon as he recognized the face, cold sweat poured down Junggu's forehead. His voice trembled with shock. Why are you here? Seeing him trapped and afraid, Aeon couldn't hold back a malicious grin. He told him the how and why didn't matter. Something else was far more important now. Junggu was prey on a cutting board, and Aeon was the knife. He stared him down and spoke. The truth is, I am here, which means the only thing left for you to do is fall. That's what's important. Chapter 122. After hearing this rant, Prosecutor Choi came to a conclusion. Are you on the run from the police? I was, Aeon replied. But not today. Aeon leaned in closer and said, "Let me explain it simply, since you seem to be having trouble grasping the situation. You've been getting away with everything because you have someone powerful backing you up, right?" He issued a chilling threat, dismissing the prosecutor's power. "Whoever it is, they can never beat the person who's backing me." The words barely left his mouth before Aeon grabbed his head and slammed it into the table. He yanked it back up, whispering, "Not on this earth, at least. Understand? You bastard." Prosecutor Choi groaned, glaring murderously. "Are you insane? This is a police station, you crazy son of a bitch," he thought, completely stunned. "Wait, didn't the commissioner come here for me?" As if reading his mind, Aeon just let out a cold laugh. "You think he came to get you out?" Aeon's hand remained clamped on his head. The prosecutor struggled, asking, "How can you hear my heartbeat?" Aeon replied coldly, "Looking at your panicked face and this situation, I can basically hear it. You fool." Furious at being played by a mere kid, the prosecutor exploded. "Huh? What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? You're finished. What century do you think this is, beating people up in an interrogation room? Everything is being recorded in here, you punk." But before he could finish, Aeon sent his head smashing into the wall. Aeon gave him a challenging look. "I heard you came from a tough background. I figured you'd be smarter than this. Why can't you get it? From the moment I stepped in here, no matter what I do, absolutely nothing is being saved. Nothing can stop me. Not even this police station." Even after the beating, Prosecutor Choi was defiant. "You phony bastard. Who are you lying to? I bet you just found some weakness in the station's security. Damn you. I'll just call my people upstairs and this is over." In response, Aeon just beat him down again. "If that doesn't work, I'll do it again and again. You should be afraid of how many weapons I have." He glared down at him, his expression dripping with menace. "So you find people's weaknesses and use them to control them. Do you have any idea how a story like that usually ends? When that same leverage is used against you, you'll lose. You'll realize it when you're at your absolute weakest. And there will be no one around to help you," the prosecutor said, clutching his face with a crazed smile. "Damn, that really hurts you, dog." Aeon just tilted his head. "I hit you pretty hard. Looks like your nose is broken. Let's wrap this up." The prosecutor scoffed. "Aeon, I thought I knew what an idiot was, but I never expected you to be one. What do you think will happen to you after a stunt like this? They can only hold me for 48 hours. The arrest warrant will be thrown out," he said, nonchalantly setting his own broken nose. Aeon just frowned, wondering why he was admiring his reflection. There was no reason for an arrest. Besides, my hair looks great today. Aeon just rolls his eyes, completely fed up with the nonsense. No, he wasn't curious about that. "Why do you really think I'm keeping you in here?" he asks. Hearing this, the prosecutor is left completely baffled. "What? If that's not the reason, then why am I here? Didn't you say you had powerful people backing you up? It looks like there's been a massive misunderstanding here. Here? I heard you got caught, so I came to beat you senseless." He brings up Dae-dung. "You're the one responsible for what happened to him, aren't you? I wanted to smash your face and even more than Dae-dung did. Back then, I was just holding myself back." The prosecutor just tilts his head. "So you're just gonna let me go? Do you have any idea what I'll do when I get out?" Aeon is completely calm about the threat. Nothing phases this guy. "You'll go out and do what you always do. Isn't there someone out there who wants you dead even more than I do? I can't let you two meet in prison. I just came to say hello while I finish cleaning up every single dirty detail of your family's business." He punctuates the sentence with a sharp slap across the prosecutor's face, followed by one last warning. "I'm leaving. But you'll need to eat sometime in the next 48 hours, so have some chicken porridge." Then he's gone, slamming the door as a final threat. The prosecutor trembles with rage. That damn Aeon hung, but he has no idea what's coming. Most accidents start with that little kid. The scene shifts to a cemetery, where Soo-hyun stands before a tombstone, dressed entirely in black. Just then, Aeon walks up. She glances over and says, "You're late." He asks if she waited long, but she ignores him, noticing something else instead. "Did you get a haircut?" And, "Long time no see, Brian." She greets him, but Brian just stands there silently. He walks toward her, forcing her to speak again. "Why are you so late? Do you know how long they've waited?" To her anxious question, Brian gives a one-word answer. "Yeah." And Soo-hyun is clearly annoyed. "Not good enough. Say hello first." Brian's body suddenly tenses, and he pulls his hat down low, ashamed. He rubs his buzz cut, stammering an apology. "Do I look stupid? I'll come back looking more presentable next time." His lip begins to tremble, and he breaks down completely, bowing his head to the grave. I'm so sorry for being so late. We cut to building 209 HWIT. The camera takes us inside. Brian approaches his family's apartment carrying a bag, but he stops dead in his tracks. Why is the door wide open? He smiles, assuming Aeon must have arrived, and that Hai would be jumping for joy. But then he hears it a sound like a gunshot from inside his apartment. He freezes. The bag drops from his hand. He presses himself flat against the wall, his hand gripping the gun hidden at his hip. A gunshot. Did that really just come from my house? His face is a mask of pure rage as he rushes the apartment, gun raised high, their names a prayer on his lips, Gray. High. He nervously aims the gun inside. Please, let nothing have happened. Brian's eyes dart around the room, full of tension and fear. He glances to his right, his brow furrowed, then he closes his eyes in relief. But a voice calls out, Dad? What are you doing? Where's my chocolate? Why are your hands empty? Brian looks totally flustered, scratching his head as his daughter stares him down. I'm sorry, Hai. I think I dropped it in the hallway. I'll go get it right now. Gray appears, asking, What chocolate? And why did it take you so long to get back? Then she smells the cigarette smoke on him, and her questions get sharper. You've been smoking again, haven't you? When are you going to quit? Brian just stammers, trying to explain himself. No, I only touched it once. He quickly tries to change the subject. Hey, is Aeon here? Gray tells him Aeon arrived a while ago and that he should go say hello. Brian forces a smile as he turns. Really? Aeon, he's here. Where is he? I thought he'd be playing with Hai. Brian smiles, looking around the room. Aeon, why haven't you taken that suit off yet? Brian asks, a little surprised. Then he sees it. Your hand. Aeon is standing with his back to Brian. There's blood on his shoulder and hands, and he's holding a blood-soaked axe. Brian's voice trembles. Why are you holding that? And what is that blood? Aeon's hand tightens on the axe handle, shaking. Brian's fear turns to anger as he rushes forward. Hey Aeon, can you hear me? Hai is home. What are you doing? Is your PTSD getting worse? Brian grabs Aeon's shoulder, spinning him around. His face and scarf are also covered in blood. What the hell did you do? But Aeon stays silent, just trembling as he whispers Brian's name. Brian, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? Brian is stunned by Aeon's reaction. He asks, What? What are you saying? Are you okay, Aeon? Calm down and snap out of it. But then Aeon grabs him by the collar, yelling, Get a grip, you bastard! Aeon's face is flushed with pure fury, tears streaming down his face. Open your eyes. Go inside and take a good look at what happened while you were out. Brian is completely confused, lost. What are you talking about? Gray and Hai are right there beside you. Then why look inside? Aeon snarls, grabbing Brian by the collar and hauling him forward. Get over here. Brian tries to resist, but he's no match for Aeon's fury. Hey, let me go. Aeon, what the hell are you doing? But Aeon just slams him to the floor, making Brian scream out in pain. Look with your own damn eyes at what Gray and Hai are doing. Then, I'll kill you myself. But Brian still can't grasp what's happening. He asks again, What do you want me to see? Gray, I think Aeon's finally snapped. But then Brian sees it. His face darkens, eyes flying open in utter disbelief at the sight before him. He stumbles up, drawn towards a pool of blood. He whispers her name. Gray, what are you doing lying there? Brian walks closer. She's covered in blood, cradling their daughter Hai, but his mind can't process it. Huh? Why? You were just talking to me. Why are you lying here like this? Why? Before the words even leave his mouth, it clicks. Brian finally sees Hai, lifeless in Gray's arms. Little Hai is sheltered by her mother's body, but she's completely still. Brian's mind refuses to accept it. He calls out to Hai again. Brian collapses before the two people he loved most in the world. He reaches out a trembling hand. Daddy brought you some chocolate, he whispers to Hai. I was too late, wasn't I? So get up, okay? Stop joking around like this. Why would you do this to me? Gray, can you hear me? Stop it, please. Just say something. Tell me this is a dream. Brian is shaking, his face flushed as he stammers. Yeah, that's it. Look how different everything is. This has to be a nightmare. He still can't accept the reality staring him in the face. It's just a dream. He pulls out his gun, clicks off the safety, and presses it to his temple. He mutters to himself, I just need to wake up from this dream. Then we can see each other again. Brian has completely lost it, ready to pull the trigger just to wake up from this hell. Just as he's about to shoot, Aeon appears, kicking the gun from his hand. The anger is still there, but his tears are gone. What did I tell you? I said I would kill you myself, right? But first, there's a job you need to do with me. I need your skills for what comes after. Aeon looks down at the utterly broken Brian, his voice still laced with a cold fury. When that time comes, if you still want to die, then you can die for their sake. Brian finally shatters, trembling as tears stream down his face. Sometime later, Brian's long hair is gone, and a thick beard now covers his face. He sits before Gray and High's graves. "Daddy's sorry for being late," he cries. "I'll be back soon. I hope you're okay, High. Daddy will come again." He rubs his head, a long scar now visible on his forehead. "We ended up in a different world a bit sooner than we thought," he says to High's headstone. "But I understand how hard it is." Brian puts on his cap and keeps talking. "So in this life, I'm going to do what I do best. I'll help the people being crushed by evil men. And when my time is up, I'll come back to you." The evening light hits his shoulders, reflecting on the sad smile playing on Brian's lips. "So until then, stay happy with Mom and eat all the chocolate you want. I'm leaving now. Don't be too sad if it takes a long time." Brian turns to Aeon, who's been waiting nearby. "Aeon, I'm ready. What do you need me to do?" Aeon is standing with a girl, and he replies coolly, "You can stay here a while longer." But Brian refuses. "No, I want to return after the job is done." Brian asks Aeon about their next move. "So who am I looking into?" Aeon gives him the rundown. "I will handle Hanzoon Yu. This guy named Boss Kim. I need you to find out everything he's doing." Brian asks, "How deep do you want me to go?" Aeon's expression remains ice cold as he answers, "From the person who cut his umbilical cord to every single person he has ever met." A smug smile touches Aeon's lips. All of his information, even the things he doesn't know about himself. A former American agent can find that much, can't he? Elsewhere, in Prosperous City, the president is worried. "Is it really okay for just those two to go alone?" Ji-sun replies firmly, "Yes, it's enough. I don't want anyone else getting hurt or killed for no reason. Jun from the Korean police, Bren, and I are all we need. Soon is also in Korea right now." At this, the president gets a little curious. "Oh, Suin, how is she? Have you two gotten married yet?" Ji-sun looks helpless. "It's not like that. We're just friends." "Friends?" The president chuckles. "Who are you trying to fool? Make your move before it's too late, son. You don't want to miss that chance. Anyway, I have another appointment, so I have to cut this short. It's a shame, but I promise our next talk won't end so quickly." He changes the topic. "A new drug has been flooding the streets. That's why I need your help again." Ji-sun replies with deep respect. "Thank you for helping me, Mr. President. I believe I am only alive today because of you." The president's only wish is simple. "I just hope you survive this time as well." "Then I'll be going," Ji-sun says. "I'll report back when I have progress." As he leaves, the guards at the door exchange a look. After he's gone, a bald guard asks with doubt, "Mr. President, the scale of these drug organizations is expected to be massive. What can you do with just two men, even if he is from Special Forces?" The president just smiles and cuts him off. "Don't worry, he couldn't say everything, but if those two and Soo-yun worked together, he was confident they could take down an entire Special Forces team of elites. They were just that good." The scene shifts to the boxing gym. Jong-ho is teaching Sejun some grappling. In this situation, he can't let his opponent hold him. Just then, someone walked in from outside. Hajin looked over. "Coach, someone's here." When she saw the person at the door, she screamed, "Jae-sun." He gave a friendly wave. "Hey, long time no see. How've you been?" "I tried to come early, but it took longer than I thought." Suddenly, Hajin launched herself right into his chest, complaining loudly. "Why didn't you contact me? I was so worried when you just disappeared." Seeing this, Sejun and Jong-ho stopped their training to greet him. "Jae-sun-hyung, you cut your hair. Are you back here for good now? What happened after? And the clothes too. When did you get so cool? Did you go to America? What happened with that police warrant?" He wore a stunned expression. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened." Inside, he was begging them to ask one question at a time. He then turned to the coach to ask how he was doing. "It must have been tough teaching all the classes alone." The manager replied, "I had a hard time because our coach suddenly became a terrorist and ran off. And then Jung got into an accident. So everything's been resolved?" "What about being on the run?" Jason asked, all while patting Hajin's back. "Yeah, it's all been sorted out." The manager was in awe. "It must have been hard clearing a false charge. How did you do it?" "I just used a stronger power to pressure them. A police car will always be on standby during training, so don't worry about Dai Dung." He said it so bluntly, the manager's anxiety melted away. In the end, even if someone showed up with a weapon, they'd get caught for sure. Jason gently pushed Hajin away and said, "Yes, everyone can relax now. Everything's fine." He glanced to the side. And it looks like there's someone I need to introduce. Brain, come and say hello. As the man stepped forward, Jae-sun introduced him. This is Brain. I think you'll be seeing him from time to time, so I wanted you guys to meet him. Brain awkwardly spoke in Korean. Annyeonghaseyo. I am Brain. It's nice to meet you. Jae-sun introduced everyone to him. The one on the left is the coach. The tall one in the middle is Sejun. Remember what I said before? Sejun couldn't understand a word Jae-sun was saying because he was speaking fluent English. Sejun just had to admit, my English is terrible. Seeing this, the manager jumped in. Yeah, you can just call me Ducky, bro. Jae-sun ignored him and continued introducing the people on the right, Jong-hoon and Hajin. Brain's eyes fell upon the girl. Noticing the man in front of her recognized her, she lit up with excitement. What? You know my name, right? I heard it. It's so nice to meet you. My name is Sha Hajin. Welcome to Korea. Do you know about Gukbop? Suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears as his voice began to tremble. Brain pulled his hat down and turned away. I'm sorry. I left something in the car and I'll go get it. Sejun saw Hajin get ignored and started laughing like crazy. He ran away as soon as he heard your English. She felt her heart sink a little. Was my pronunciation really that bad? She wondered. Jae-sun hesitated for a moment and then said, Anyway, you'll be seeing him often from now on. Just as the sun was beginning to set, Brain opened the door and stepped out, where Joseph and Soo-yoon were waiting. Seeing him come out so soon, she looked up and asked, Brain, why are you out already? Let's go inside after I'm done talking with Joseph. Brain pulled his hat down tight. No, I just wanted to get some fresh air. Soo-yoon took a puff from her cigarette, confused. What air? You said you quit smoking, and why are you wearing a wool hat? He had to quickly change the subject. Smelling your smoke still counts as smoking. Soo-hyun's voice softened. You saw Hajin, right? They look so much alike, don't they? She mentioned Hai and Hajin are the same age. Brain replied, Yeah, a little, she continued. That's why Jae-sun seems more anxious about this. He still believes that he's the one to blame. It was just an accident caused by a group of bad people. Suddenly, Brain fell silent. We couldn't stop it back then. His words made her wonder. Because he felt they couldn't avoid that accident, it became a guilt that was carved deep into their hearts. Because that guilt is so heavy, it's incredibly difficult to live with. He wants to prevent a similar accident from happening again, so he can finally erase that guilt. But Jae-sun also has to watch over Han Jun-gu to protect his friends. Sejun, he can't be with Hajin all the time, so that big friend of his stays with her 24 hours a day. She agreed. Yes, that's right. Jae-sun is always worried about that girl, and always has someone watching her 24/7. Brain looked up at the sky. Then let me do it too. I'll find out about Chip Kim and stay by her side. Soo-hyun was confused. Huh? He's already protecting her. And Brain, you don't even know Korean. Hajin isn't good at English either. 2 people are better than 1, he replied. I think I also feel the same way as Jae-sun. Remembering an old memory, Brain recalled how they took revenge on everyone involved, but there was nothing left. It's all just a precaution, meant to minimize accidents and keep the kids safe. He let out a small smile, saying the most important thing is creating a safe and suitable environment. He believes it's his duty to provide that for them. Over at the Turkish jiu-jitsu gym, Hajin could only stare in disbelief. For real. She looked over at Soo-hyun's group. So you two are really going to protect me? Joseph always does. Her voice sounded a bit forced. A detective is helping me too, and there's a police car near my usual spots, Brian explained. Yeah, the cops are helping me out. Don't worry. Brian took the lead, explaining, I respect the police, but I don't want any incidents. Soo-hyun then added, and that's why I'm getting involved. She clearly didn't trust the police. Her face remained a mask, but her eyes were filled with genuine concern. You should keep it up until we catch their leader. Then we can all relax a little. Hearing this, Hajin's face lit up as she teased him. All right, I get it. Thanks, Joseph. Does this mean you can finally go to the bathroom whenever you want now? Suddenly, Sejun walked in, calling out enthusiastically, Hajin, I'm ready. Let's go home. Soo-hyun turned his head and replied politely, No, I won't be taking her home. You can't be too careful, so please understand. Hajin could only cry on the inside. She just wanted to go on a date with Sejun, but instead, he watched her get dragged away, waving goodbye. It was getting late, so Hajin should head home. Asen has something to discuss with you, so stay here. Sejun was baffled. This felt more like a breakup. He was a bit curious. Where did Asen go anyway? He had no idea what the man wanted to talk about. Still pondering Asen's words, Sejun casually replied, Yeah. He didn't seem to notice the killer aura as Asen placed a hand on his shoulder. He spun around, stunned. Where are your clothes? Asan ignored the question. Take off your clothes. I need to test your skills. He spoke with dead seriousness. And we're going to check the drug's effectiveness. At the police headquarters, Jungu Han stormed out, fuming. Those bastards kept me in there way too long. He immediately turned on his companion. Hey, Lawyer Park, are you losing your touch? Why didn't you get me out of there sooner? Sir, there was a reason. I tried contacting the police commissioner and the chief, but neither of them answered their phones, almost as if they planned it. How strange. His frown deepened. The commissioner. How dare that bastard ignore his call? Just who was backing Asan? Have you figured it out yet? The lawyer answered cautiously. I can't be sure. More importantly, the chairman has summoned you. A cold voice echoed through the vast mansion. Enter. Shards of glittering glass flew across the study as blood trickled down his head, but Jungu kept his head bowed. I'm sorry. The man pointed at him furiously. I always keep my promises. I made it perfectly clear this was your last chance, didn't I? A shattered family photo lay on the ground, its sharp edges like the man's words. Look at the result you've created. I think I've done enough for you. Jungu's eyes were dull and lifeless. He said nothing, his gaze locked on the picture of 3 people on the cold floor. The man's veins bulged with rage as he spat the words without a hint of mercy. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Han family. You're fired from the company. You can live on your own and do whatever you want. He then turned away coldly. The competition and everything else is out of your hands now. So don't you dare interfere with Director Kim's work. You fool. Your mother must be weeping in heaven right now. Jungu hesitated, then spoke. Please. The man just roared back. Get out. Jungu raised his head, pleading. Let me finish it. Please, just let me do it. Then Jungu stood up straight, his voice suddenly serious. This is what the VIPs have been waiting for. Just as you said, Father, an amateur can surpass a professional athlete with the drug's effects. It's the perfect picture for the business. I'll do anything Director Kim says, he begged. Let me fix the mistakes I made, and then I'll leave. Please, Father. After hearing him out, the man's resolve seemed to waver. How can I possibly trust you? Jungu replied. You'll know when you watch the video of me fighting Lim Sejun at the office. He casually closed his eyes. I wasn't even at 100% because of my leg injury. Lim Sejun has developed such incredible physical abilities, it's almost hard to believe the drug is this effective, and even Director Kim acknowledges it. I already spoke with him to get the date and location of the competition. I will figure out how to get the most impressive results and move forward immediately. Late at night, the lights in the training room were still on. Sejun collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. Asan glanced at him. The drug's effect on you is far too weak. He tapped his own chest. Your skills have improved a lot, but it's still not enough to deal with Han Jungu. You need to fight like you did against Han Jungu that last time. Sweat dripped from his face. It doesn't just happen on its own. Maybe because I only took a small dose, it doesn't feel as strong. Asan, should I take a little more? Asan's conclusion was blunt. You're getting addicted. I'm bringing a top pharmacist from the United States to make an antidote, so be patient. Manager Kim appears, casually slipping into their conversation about a skilled pharmacist. He starts talking about drug manufacturers in the United States, leaving the other two completely stunned. What? Jaechun's voice turns to ice. Why are you here? He just flashes a defiant smirk. Am I somewhere I shouldn't be? Long time no see, Jaechun. He smiles pleasantly, as if they're old friends. And Aeon, this is the first time we're meeting in person, isn't it? But how should I put this? It feels like a bond. Before he can finish, he gets a face full of Aeon's fist. He'd done his research on him. He collapses to the floor with a grunt of pain. Aeon looks down on him with utter disdain. You idiot. Did your company's stock drop today? I'm guessing you have a death wish. Manager Kim, still on the floor, sounds remarkably composed. You didn't ask why I came, what I'm planning, or why I showed up alone. You just immediately started swinging. He stumbles back to his feet, that plastic corporate smile still glued to his face. I was trying to have a face-to-face conversation. Mr. Aeon, I have plenty of people working for me. So why would I come here all by myself today? When that smile fades, his eyes are pure madness. He reveals he released a lot of people today, mostly drug addicts that no one would notice were gone. Do you get what I'm saying? Now it's Zi Chun's turn, landing a solid kick. A snake only plays games with its tongue. You think we're fools? Aeon's voice drops to a low growl. Hey, squinty eyes. You don't get two things right now. One, you're losing the numbers game. The two of them sit down to face him directly. And two, we're about to blow off some steam, so get ready for a beating today. The lights in the training room were still on. Manager Kim, his face already bloody, asks coldly. Losing the numbers game? He lifts his head, still trying to appear elegant. How many bodyguards did you plant? But what about this? He calmly faces Aeon and Zichun. This time feels a little different, doesn't it? The people he sent this time are experienced professionals. As he speaks, darkness has already blanketed the city's skyscrapers. The scene shifts to Hajin walking and talking with two companions. She asks Gran if he knows any Korean. He answers haltingly, I understand a little, but I don't speak it well. Sorry about that. But she just offers an encouraging smile. It's okay. I'm not that great at Korean either. Right, Soon? He smiles back, promising that he'll just have to study more. Suddenly, Gran's expression shifts. Joseph, I need the restroom. Please take care of things. Hajin can only look on in disbelief. Again? You just went. It's like he's the official bathroom attendant. But Joseph happily agrees. Okay, go on. Gran looks back. I'll follow you. Go on ahead. Joseph pauses for a moment, then says, Let's go. He'll be back soon. Hajin quickly runs to catch up. Joseph, Opa, you're just pretending to understand English. He replies without missing a beat. English is a feeling, my friend. Brian walks off with his head down, but suddenly stops. Come on out, you two. He stands waiting in a narrow, cramped alleyway, and just like that, two strange figures creep out from their hiding spot. They step out with vacant white eyes, looking shocked. What? How did you know? You have good instincts. The man sneers. But so what? What happens when your instincts are only half right? His excitement grows as he speaks. Get ready to disappear from this world without leaving a single trace. Because it's not just the two of us. It's three. A middle-aged man with glowing red eyes materializes right behind Brian. Who are the people they sent this time? Speak. Talk nicely when you're asked. The three attackers surround Brian, beginning to draw their weapons. It doesn't matter if the target is an adult or a child. They use brutally efficient weapons. The white-eyed man insanely licks his blade. How does it feel? Your heart is pounding because you're about to die. He says it as a threat and a comfort. But don't you worry. Brian remains completely calm, his voice level. I'll make it quick. I can't say I've lived a good life without some shame. Seeing this, the thug immediately switches to English. What are you blabbering about? Brian responds coldly. I may have been a villain to some, but I've always tried to maintain a minimum of human decency. The man behind him places a hand on his shoulder. We can't communicate, so I'll end this fast. Listen, you die today, understand? Anger is now clearly written on his face. With scum like you know, it seems the world can get by just fine without you. Back with Aeon, he lets out a quick scoff. But Manager Kim tells him with grave seriousness, I'm not kidding, Aeon. He says with chilling casualness. If I don't make contact separately, I can't guarantee what will happen next. You could disappear from this earth without a trace, even Hajin. But Manager Kim severely underestimated Aeon's brother-in-law. Agent Mu was all action, no talk. He let the guns do the talking, and a few bullets taught them all about democracy. The man behind Brian collapses to the ground, clutching a bleeding leg in total panic. What? What is this? He doesn't carry himself like someone who's only killed once or twice. Brian doesn't even turn his head as his voice rings out. Hey you, the big guy. I heard you talking earlier. You didn't exactly sound like someone who's completely clueless about English. Suddenly, the scene cuts. A man named Brian stares coldly at his target. I'll make this simple, so answer correctly, understand? If you do well, I'll let you live. Terrified, the man raises his hands, pleading, I know a little English, don't shoot, please. He then frantically starts digging through his pockets. I'll tell you everything. The person who ordered this. Their phone number. I have all their numbers from the dark web, you know? It's the administrator's number. Then, he pulls out a piece of paper, offering it to Brian with a trembling hand. Here, contact this person. Send a text to this number. But Brian asks where the meeting point is. The man hesitates. What? Brian repeats. The location. Where's the meetup? The man is shaking so violently he can't even speak properly. You mean the place? I don't know. He'd never met them. They always paid in crypto after the target was eliminated. Brian just stared at the paper. So this is the only number you have? The man frantically agreed. Yes, I only know his phone number. Texts. It was only ever through text. As the man began to beg for his life, he asked, So, can I call 119? A single bullet was his answer. Brian turned away without emotion. Anytime you want, he said, if you can. Back at the martial arts building, Manager Kim lay on the floor taking a deep breath. Simply unbelievable. He calmly questioned Aeon. But in Korea, after doing something like this to people, what exactly is your plan? Aeon answered him directly. I think I'll do the same thing you guys do. The white-eyed man stood frozen in the middle of the room. Why do you think you're the only ones who can do things like this? Kim gritted his teeth in anger. You're wrong. I've been incredibly busy these days. Last time, I was rushing to assemble a team. That's why they failed such an easy mission. Aeon's voice was cold. The hospital? That's because you sent too many men without thinking. He added that the police had already increased their support there significantly. Even now that he realized the danger, Kim just feigned indifference. So what? Even if they see the risk, they'll show off for a few days, then let it go for other things. Manager Kim sat up, a smirk spreading across his face. So is Choi Dong-hoon from the gym the next one on your list? The guy with the spiky hair and glasses? What about him? And just then, Choi Dong-hoon himself walked out. Manager Kim was completely bewildered. Then it must be Sun Do-hun. Aeon crossed his arms, pretending to ponder. Sun Do-hun, if I were you, his voice was absolute. I would never, ever send anyone after him. In another scene, a cold voice urged, Get up, seeing how long you can last is part of the training. He looked at Do-hyun, who was already sprawled on the floor. Do-hyun, you passed out again? Manager Kim squinted as he spoke. You've placed a lot of people everywhere, haven't you? What is Shin Soo-won really doing? Aeon closed his eyes, indifferent. You'll find out soon enough. But no, you'll probably be dead before that happens. He grabbed the back of Kim's head, his expression completely blank. It might even be today. Tell me if there's any reason I shouldn't hand you to the cops, or just kill you right now. Aeon's warning was ice cold. Don't try to create an opportunity by messing with the people around you like an idiot. Manager Kim just kept his cool and let out a laugh. Yes, now we can finally discuss why I came here. He suddenly spoke up. It's time for Soon and Han Jung-gu to have their match, right? He announced cheerfully. My side is ready, and so is Han Jung-gu. Manager Kim's tone was dripping with provocation. How should I set the date and location? If you'd like, I can choose a great venue for a high-quality match. Aeon snapped, beating him relentlessly. A high-quality match, you absolute psycho. He pulled Kim's face close, spitting with contempt. You're just a drug dealer who organizes illegal underground fights and broadcasts. Anyone hearing you might think it's a world-renowned fighting organization. Then he let Kim drop to the floor. And you're not fooling anyone. Did you think I would just jump into a ring you set up and run like a racehorse? His voice was chillingly firm. This time, it won't go your way. You're going to walk right into my trap. A smirk played on Kim's lips, the look of a loser. And by the time you realize it, it'll be too late. That's when I'll burn all you criminals down to the very root. Despite the brutal beating, Manager Kim answered calmly. We could have a win-win situation if the negotiations are handled well. Honestly, I want Han Jung-gu to lose badly to Sejun. He stood up, casually fixing his hair. But if you think that way, I have no other choice. I'll have to prepare, too. Following Aeon's method, winning by sheer numbers. You know how it is. Sejun was taken aback by Manager Kim's attitude. What's wrong with this guy? Normally, after taking that much damage, a person couldn't even stand. But he calmly walked out of the training circle, leaving with a final word. Well, that's enough for today. I'm leaving. My body is too weak. I'm too injured. I have to go get treated. Please throw away the broken glasses. Sejun turned to Aeon, baffled. Are you just going to let him leave? Aeon just nodded slightly. Yes, let him go. We can't arrest him now. He then explained. He's been here a while, but since the cops waiting outside haven't moved up, it means he's being held as a hostage. Aeon concluded. And this is the signal to let him go. Manager Kim sank into the back seat, groaning. It hurts. Captain, please call Dr. Dung to the penthouse. Sejun asked again. Huh? A signal? What kind of signal? Aeon answered. I anticipated this situation and was prepared. He knew someone had sent a message revealing where he and I were. I just never expected that the snake himself would come up. A motorcyclist waiting outside started his bike and prepared to take off. He sped down the empty road. But if our base has been hit, it's time we hit theirs. Aeon's tone was determined. We're going to send our best to do it. Sejun moved in closer, curious. Are we finally going to find out the exact location of their base? Aeon replied coldly. Not entirely sure. He admitted it was possible, especially if that snake was heading to the location Sonun had mentioned. Hearing this, the other man suddenly remembered. The place where Hajin was taken? He asked. Aeon nodded. That's right. And there's something else we need to get back there. Sejun was confused by all this. Get what back? Aeon answered cryptically. Something. Though I'm not even sure if it's still there. And so, Their mission began, but first they had to find the location. Soo-hyun pulled the car over. Found it. She spoke with a grim tone. He lives in a beautiful place, for a man who's about to die. Meanwhile, inside a high-rise, a guard was asking for orders. Manager, Dr. Dung is here, he said. Should I open the door for him? The manager nodded, completely satisfied. Yes, let him in. Is everything else ready? The guard confirmed their preparations. Yes, sir, everything is set. We'll proceed. The door swung open. Dr. Dung arrived, timidly announcing his presence. I'm here, Captain Kang. Where is the manager? What's going on? Captain Kang noticed his strange expression. Something felt wrong. Doctor, are you all right? Is something wrong? Kang pressed. He could see the man's face had gone pale. He already knew, asking a question that made Dr. Dung break out in a cold sweat. Is it because of the person behind you? Realizing she'd been spotted, a woman spoke calmly from behind the doctor. So you knew? Kang acted like he knew all about Soo-hyun. After seeing you in action, I knew you were good. But it seems like stealth isn't your strong suit, is it? He signaled his men, who quickly surrounded her. If you're going to be this obvious about tailing us, we can't just ignore it. We're going to give you a very special welcome this time, he added, complete with weapons. Back in the car, Zichun was starting to panic. What if she gets caught? What if she walked right into a trap? But Aeon remained calm. His worry grew as Soo-hyun's expression completely changed. I see, she said. How touching to receive such a warm welcome. She smiled, absolutely ready for a fight. And since you gentlemen prepared a party for me, I'll be sure to play along properly. Soo-hyun was ready. She knew killing Manager Kim was a bad idea. She'd never find who was pulling the strings. Then, she pulled something out from her pocket. Just like that, she ducked, dodging a swift attack that whistled past her head. Please, take good care of me. Her opponents were still completely baffled. What the hell? Kang was caught off guard and immediately barked an order. What is that? She might have a gun, so take her down now. His men charged forward like a pack of wolves. You bitch. You're really asking for a beating, aren't you? Say goodbye to that pretty face of yours. But Soo-hyun easily dodged, rolled backward, and started to run. The goons just stared at each other in pure anger. She's too fast, one of them yelled. Hey, don't stop. You think you can actually escape? That's when she started to taunt them. Run? She mocked. You should try it. Go ahead. Check your own feet, slow and clumsy. While they were distracted, Soo-hyun had already used her footblade. Foot what? A moment later, two of the men finally realized, clutching their bleeding legs in agony. Damn it, that hurts so bad. She twirled the knife, offering a deadly piece of advice. I cut your femoral arteries. If you don't get help immediately, you'll bleed to death. Or maybe that trash doctor over there can help. The injured man immediately started begging. Please, help me. The bleeding won't stop. Dr. Dung just waved his hands, panicking. Oh no, I can't handle this by myself. You need to call 911 and get to a hospital. What are you all doing? You idiots. Kang screamed from the back, absolutely furious. You have weapons, don't you? Attack her. Just focus on making her drop that knife. But Soo-hyun just nonchalantly challenged them. Makes sense, she said. Face someone with a knife, make them drop it first. But she was already one step ahead. That only works if you can keep up, right? Doesn't Captain Kang have any ability to learn? Or whatever, she continued. His face turned purple with rage. Aeon isn't here this time. You're all alone. You know that? That time I grabbed your neck. It was only because you surprised me, he spat, fuming. You might be fast, but you can't beat me in a contest of pure strength. You only survived the cemetery because Aeon helped you, he sneered. But not today. She wasn't scared at all. Why are you whining like a dog that missed its walk? With that, Soo-hyun flipped high into the air to attack. If you're just going to stick your arm out like that, she smiled, thrilled. Then I'll gladly take it. He crashed down, trembling in pain. It hurts. As she walked away, she left him with a promise. I'll snap your neck next time, so make sure you come back for more. And with that, she was gone. Now then, shall we get to the main course? The chief had been waiting. This is truly beyond my wildest imagination. It was obvious now. Even in a one-on-one fight, an average man stood no chance against Soo-hyun. But the chief just kept talking. Today, I'm genuinely curious about who you are, Soo-hyun. That's why I arranged all of this. He then turned his back and faltered. This isn't right, he muttered. Soo-hyun's voice dripped with sarcasm. You must watch too many movies, striking a pose and turning your back. Her expression turned sinister. In the real world, that just means you're asking to be hit. Right? You get it? The chief's face twisted in shock. Wait! If you kill me now, you won't learn anything about our plans, will you? He issued a bold challenge, playing his final card. And what about Sejun, who's suffering from that nasty drug withdrawal? Soo-hyun wondered aloud if the drug maker Aeon knew could possibly create an antidote, keeping her tone unnervingly calm as she questioned him. I never said I would kill you immediately, did I? You're still able to talk just fine, aren't you? She explained she only hit him because she couldn't stand the sight of him, adding with emphasis, if I truly wanted to kill you, you'd be dead without another word. You bastard, Soo-hyun snarled, her face twisting into a cruel mask. You are alive right now because I am choosing to let you live. She then gave him a final, chilling piece of advice. So live every day in fear, wondering when you're finally going to die. Dream your hopeless dreams of victory. Soo-hyun raised her hand and said, for now, just keep on dreaming. Soo-hyun turned away, overwhelmed with disgust. Ugh, I have to wash my hands 3 times now. Doctor, the doctor trembled, stammering. Yes, ma'am, you called me? Her instructions were simple. Save him first. Just make sure he doesn't die. Don't call 911 yet. He quickly agreed. Yes, I understand. Soo-hyun went inside to have a look around, her eyes scanning over every single detail. The kitchen was next to the living room, a potted plant beside the refrigerator. Soo-hyun reached her hand under the picture frame that faced the fridge. She felt something stuck beneath the potted plant. There it is. Soo-hyun was genuinely impressed. Do-hyun, how in the world did this guy manage to plant this without getting caught? What a talent. She shook the device playfully. Aeon even managed this. This file has to be well protected. Soo-hyun decided to search the area a bit more. All right then. Time to start exploring every corner of this house. There had to be something else. But a wave of exhaustion washed over her. This house is so big, this'll take all day. Meanwhile, at a gym, Aeon was on the phone getting an update. Are you finished? Are you hurt? Soo-hyun replied. I'm fine over here. Why the sudden question? Luckily, the camera Do-hyun mentioned was still attached, so I was able to retrieve it. I've ransacked the entire house, but I can't find anything. It's just too clean. It looks like they clean everything unless they're filming. It doesn't seem like it's used as an office at all. Soo-hyun reported her findings. It's useless to call the police. There's nothing significant here, right? For now, I'm taking all the phones and tablets I could find. Aeon praised her. Good job. I just had a difficult training session with Z-chun. He filled her in on the difficult situation over there. Suddenly, he had another massive reaction. I just gave him a small dose and put him to sleep. Aeon said his goodbyes. Yeah, I get it. See you tomorrow. I have a few places to go today. Jong-hoon sat nearby, his face etched with worry. Aun-hyung, is Zae-chun really going to be okay? Shouldn't he be taken to a hospital for treatment? He stood up and gave Jong-hoon instructions. Take care of Zae-chun, he'll be fine after he sleeps. The younger man asked him a question. Yes, Hyung, but where are you going? Aeon didn't give a clear answer, just a careful warning. I'll be back. It should be safe today, but call me if anything happens. Jong-hoon stayed by his side, trying to encourage him as he saw Z-chun's face turn pale. Hang in there, everything is going to be okay. In another part of town, Aeon banged on a door until someone finally opened it. Oh, seriously, please. The man let out a long sigh. You scared the hell out of me, Aeon. Be a little gentle. I'm working very hard here in Korea. He got straight to the point. Did you bring the antidote? What did the manufacturer say? The man was clearly thinking one thing while obediently saying another. Here is the sample. It's been completed, but Aeon could already see right through him. Stop dragging this out. Just say it, if you don't want to get beaten again. The man immediately caved. They said it needs to go through clinical trials to see if there are any side effects. So we have to monitor someone for at least 1 month after use. Find someone to test it on and immediately report any side effects or results. That's it. He repeated the key words. Clinical trials. The man confirmed and then explained. Yeah, we don't want to use an untested drug just for the kid to get worse. And then have you blame me for it, the man said with certainty. Just keep producing it. I'll do the monitoring and I'll check to see if it works. At the police station the next day, an officer explained. This is an order from a superior. Feel free to say what's on your mind. Hi, Eung-shik was still confused, but he answered, yes, thank you. The police officer stressed, but that person is in very bad shape. Let them in. The other person appeared in a pitiful, disgusting state. The officer gave a careful warning. If his condition worsens, he might have to be moved to a hospital. Just speak plainly. We will wait outside. He saw Aeon and his face filled with worry. Aeon, Lee Yoon's condition is getting worse. Eung-shik was terrified. This conversation was going nowhere, it was just plain scary. He had to ask. But what are you asking, Aeon? He suddenly pulled out a syringe. I'm not asking anything. I just need to run a few tests. Aeon had a plan. He needed a test subject who was completely disposable. The quiet neighborhood was shattered by the sound of a woman banging on a door. I know what's going on in there. I can hear everything. What are you hiding for? The woman's voice rose as she kept hammering on the door. There's no security deposit left to take from. Pay the rent right now, or clear out this week. Oh, honestly, I feel sorry for you. I gave you this room for cheap, and this is the thanks I get. When she got no response, she finally turned to leave, but not without one last threat. If you don't call me by the end of the week, you better believe I'm calling the cops. I'm not a charity. You know, if I were, this would be enough, you hear me? Walking away, she saw a skinny little boy, and her voice softened. Hey, young man, you're back? She spoke with genuine concern. Is school already over? Oh, I didn't even realize you were home. Yong bowed politely. Hello, ma'am. She looked him over, worried. Yeah. So when was the last time you ate? She couldn't help but think to herself about this poor child. He's getting thinner and thinner, she thought with a pang of sadness. He forced a small smile to reassure her. I'm not sure, but I'm hanging in there. She bent down to his level, asking gently. Do you want to come inside and eat with me? Yong replied gratefully. No, thank you. I'll eat at home. Your offer is more than enough. I really appreciate it. She didn't push it and turned to leave, but made sure to add, all right, if anything happens, you know you can come to my place, right? Yong bowed obediently. Yes, thank you for your concern. She watched him go inside, her heart aching. Such a good kid, stuck with parents like that. It's hard to say anything with the child right there. Getting involved might seem like overstepping. Yong stepped inside his home. I'm back, he said. The blonde woman in the room saw him and immediately demanded, Hey, where's the landlady? He looked confused. What? You mean her? The woman scowled. So annoying. The cramped room was thick with white smoke from her cigarette. Whatever, screw her, she muttered, stubbing out her cigarette in a can already overflowing with old butts. What? She rented the room cheap because she felt sorry for us? Acting like she's some kind of saint, she turned back to Yong and asked, Did she offer you food again? She didn't make you do anything weird over at her house, did she? She glanced at the man beside her with a sneer. Thinks we're beggars just because she owns the building, right, honey? He replied with a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. She owns a whole building? The woman frowned, then kicked the man's leg. I seriously misspoke. I'm being serious. If I'd just picked a better husband, I wouldn't be living like this. Why did it turn out this way? Hey, go make some noodles, and don't eat it all. Got it? Yong took in the scene, thinking quietly. He hated his mother, but there was no way to escape. He was still a child. The only way was to endure until he became an adult, save up his money, and run far away from her. Years later, he was grown and had a steady job. He walked out of the restroom, only to have a basin of water dumped over his head. Then came the mocking jeers. Hey beggar, you enjoying that? Looks like you can't even bathe at home, so I prepared this water just for you. How is it? They didn't stop, just pointed and laughed. Even your school uniform is a hand-me-down, isn't it? You beggar, look how small it is. The boy laughed maliciously. This kid probably can't get any money from his parents, so let's just take it from him instead. But Yong knew, by the time he grew up and saved money, it might be too late to pay rent and living expenses on his own. Instead of saving and improving his life, he would just repeat the cycle and die a beggar. Live honestly and upright like his dad taught him? Being born into a well-off family was a true privilege. People who say even the poor can live with integrity truly don't understand what real poverty is. Another bully saw his silence and jutted his chin out arrogantly. Why are you looking at me like that? You lost your mind? You look like a dried-up fish. You want to fight? The bully sneered with utter contempt. You look like anchovy sauce. You know I learned to wrestle, right? Taking down two of you would be no problem at all. Before he could finish, Yong's hand lashed out, striking the bully's neck hard, making his eyes roll back. The only way to survive poverty is to take what belongs to others. The boy collapsed backward, unconscious, shocking the other bully who yelled out in anger. What the hell? Has this poor bastard lost his mind? Then Yonggan's hand shot out, grabbing his throat. Yonggan spoke calmly. Yeah, I'm the poor bastard. And yes, my uniform is a hand-me-down. So please, help me out. He pushed back his wet hair, revealing pupils constricted with a manic fury. He needed money, and a uniform that fit him perfectly. But pickpocketing his classmates never yielded much, only just enough to scrape by. Yonggan's landlord shoved his head through the window, his voice booming with irritation. Hey, room 301, rent's due today. Where do you think you're going without paying? If he didn't pay up today, the man swore he'd call the police first thing in the morning. The landlord sneered with open disgust. Always bringing men back to your room. What kind of business are you running? My patience is wearing thin. But he was cut short when Yongin slapped two high-value bills right onto the windowsill. Leaning into the shadowy window, he spoke with a low threat. Don't worry about the rent, and let's just avoid any unnecessary trouble. He'd already made up his mind. And he still hated his mother for it. He wondered, could he ever truly escape this life? He opened the door and stepped inside. He was home but froze when he saw a strange man standing there. Who was this? In that moment, he felt like a savior had appeared before him. But at the time, he had no idea this encounter, what he thought was rock bottom, would actually be the thing that dragged him into an even deeper abyss. Back in the present, Yonggan lies face down, mumbling incoherently. The cop next to him shouts out, "What is that? What are you doing?" Aeon replies with unnerving calm, "Relax, officer. This is a type of antidote, a remedy. If we leave him like this, he'll die anyway." The cop stammered, looking down at the groaning Yonggan. Still, doing this without a doctor? Aeon's expression was unreadable. Just for a moment, let's put that aside. The officer stared at Yonggan, his voice laced with concern as he heard the pained moans. "What'd you say? Lee Yonggan, can you hear me? Do you remember anything?" Face down, tears streamed from Yonggan's eyes as he babbled. "What? This situation isn't fair. It's not fair. I only wanted to live." Aeon's face darkened at those words. "Not fair? You just wanted to live?" He leaned down low, whispering right into Yonggan's ear. "Hey, Lee Yonggan, you seem to be misunderstanding something. So I'll tell you just one thing about being used as a test subject," he continued, his voice cold, while Yonggan cried empty, silent tears. "No matter how sad your story is, or what disease you're dying from, not a single person on this earth will mourn you for more than one day." Aeon straightened up, delivering his final words with chilling finality. "Because whatever your reasons or regrets, you can't erase the actions you chose to commit. You're a criminal." After it was over, the other officer stammered, "Right. I think so too. I'm counting on your help. Thanks." The cop turned to him and asked, "Aeon, what's the next plan? They're saying there's no evidence of criminal activity at the penthouse where Chief Kim was staying." He answered, "They expected us to watch that apartment from the start. It looks like it was only used as a residence." Aeon continued, his voice flat. "But if they're uploading illegal videos to the deep web, a film studio has to exist somewhere." He didn't even turn to face the officer. The same applies to the new drug factory. The cop's expression grew more somber. "How can we possibly track it when there's no other evidence? None of the men we've captured have opened their mouths." Aeon seemed completely unfazed. "If a tale is long enough, it eventually gets stepped on. We have someone who specializes in finding the body from that tale, so it won't take much time." At a convenience store, Brian spoke into his phone speaker. "I've been tracking the phone number I got from those Korean Chinese men. When I power cycle the phone, the location changes every single time. After analyzing the pattern, I realized when the phone is on during work hours, it constantly moves across the city instead of staying in one place. It's in a moving vehicle. I think this is how they hide their main base and escape if one of them gets caught." On the other end of the line, Aeon asked with an air of indifference, "So how much longer until we can catch it? I think we need to move fast and time this perfectly." Just then, a black car pulled up to the gas pumps. "Found them. People or cars? They all need to refuel." He asked his next question. "Now, how do you want me to handle them? I need a reply within 10 seconds." Aeon raised an eyebrow at the demand but gave his orders. "Then don't kill them. Just neutralize them and call me back." Brian heard him and immediately replied, "Okay." A voice from inside the car grumbled, "I've got a lot to do today. We need to get moving so I can get to work." The man outside answered meekly, "Oh, almost done, sir. We'll be leaving right away." Then, the man in front noticed Brian, asking with annoyance, "Huh? What are you doing?" But before the thug could finish, Brian kicked the car door with incredible force, slamming it right into the man's face. Clutching his bleeding nose, the goon roared, "Damn it, you bastard. Are you crazy?" But then the car door slammed shut, leaving the man completely stunned. "Wait, what?" As the vehicle peels out, he scrambles up, screaming, "No, you bastard." He clenches his jaw, a mix of anger and panic bubbling up. That scum. Who was he? Who the hell was that guy? He realizes it, then he's totally screwed. As the car speeds down the road, Brian yells back into the cabin, "Let me tell you something, you better stay exactly where you are." He glances in the rearview mirror while driving, his voice cold. "That means if you don't want to die, don't try any funny business, or I'll toss you out myself. Got it?" But when he gets a clear look at the person in the back, he curses under his breath. Damn it. The girl in the car trembles, pleading, please, please save me. I'll do anything you say. He asks her gently, you speak English? She nods obediently. Yes. I lived in America for a while as a kid. I can manage basic conversation. After driving back to a convenience store, Brian turns around to face the girl in the back seat. You knew what you were signing up for, so let's not waste each other's time, or ammo. He starts the questions. How old are you? The girl shakily replies, 20 years old. Brian presses on. Do you understand what you were doing? Why did you do it? The girl continues her anxious explanation. I didn't think it would be like this. At first, it was just a job posting for running simple errands, but then they started asking me to do more serious things. She lowers her head, defeated. I didn't have a choice. I had to pay off a huge debt my parents owed to that person. They asked if I wanted to work it off myself or recruit people through a website. And that's how it started. Brian cuts to the chase. When you say that person, who are you talking about? The girl stammers out a name. He's called Chief Kim. Brian's eyes narrow. What exactly is this Chief Kim selling on the dark web? The girl nervously explains. Well, the main job is getting drug addicts to work in exchange for free drugs. She continues, her voice shaking. Yeah, that's the only thing I know for sure. I think there are a lot of kids doing this because they're easy targets, and this car, it's probably being tracked. Chief Kim, if you get me away from him, I'll do anything to help, so please. She clasps her hands together, practically bowing to Brian. I even know where his office is. I'll tell you everything. Just please, help me. And whatever you do, don't call the police or the prosecutors. You're not a cop or a prosecutor, right? They're all watching him. They can't ever be trusted. Elsewhere, another officer sits with Aeon. They need a warrant, a search and arrest warrant to investigate the company where Han Jung-gu worked. If we tell them it's about that specific company, is any prosecutor actually going to grant us a search warrant? Detective Na went to meet someone. Let's just wait. Meanwhile, Dong Hyun walks into an office. Excuse me, is Prosecutor Cho here? I called yesterday. An employee stands up upon seeing him. You're from the Central Department, right? The prosecutor is inside. I'll show you the way. The staff member says with a smile. He told me to bring you to his room immediately, so I'll take you there now. He replies gratefully. Yes, thank you. The employee gives a slight warning, but it might be a little loud. He's talking to a child molester about an investigation today. The staff member calls into the office. Prosecutor, the visitor from the other day, has arrived. Inside the room, a man is on the floor, legs clamped shut, desperately covering himself while stuttering. Yes, yes, I was wrong. The prosecutor standing over him roars. You scum, move your hands. You bastard. Before stomping down hard on the man's groin. This piece of garbage harassed a 4th grade elementary school student. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. I mean, some people say that even scum like you should have human rights. A vein bulges on his forehead. Damn it. You think they'd be talking about human rights if it was their own family that got hurt? But a right is a right, regardless of character. He continues, his face dark, as the staffer and Dong Hyun just stare, frozen. Human rights isn't some simple concept. Blah, blah, blah. I believe violent criminals like you should be beaten to death. The prosecutor lets out a scornful smile. Why? Because this way, other criminals will think twice before committing a crime, fearing the same punishment. Am I wrong? We should also tell that to the people who think it's worth rehabilitating bastards like this. Only then does he finally look up towards Dong Hyun. That's why people cry when they think about paying taxes for morons like you. Detective, what do you think? As a Korean police officer, in another office, 3 people stare at a computer screen. Sun Hun. He's insane for installing cameras. The woman in the chair asks, Detective Jang, what do you think? Can this cause real damage? Hi, Sik replies. I don't know if photos taken this way will be admissible as evidence, but if it is, it will definitely cause major problems for Chief Kim, he adds. However, if you look at the conversation in the video or investigate it, you won't be able to hide Do Hun's involvement in this crime. After explaining the situation, Hai Sik asks quietly, he could go to prison for this. What are you going to do? Should we keep this between us for now? The dark-haired girl asks softly. Sun Hun is training hard to prepare for a major boxing match. Aeon also agrees. All right, there will be plenty of other evidence and witnesses, so let's just leave this for now. She asks, Detective Kang, the prosecutor you mentioned before, does he have a bad relationship with Chanu's company? On the other side of the call, Prosecutor Cho curiously asks Dong Hyun, So, what is the detective so curious about? My relationship with the Dawson Company, right? He doesn't even bother to hide it, simply saying, "That's correct. From what I've heard, you'd give me a warrant if it involves the company." But Prosecutor Cho just sighs, cutting him off. "Hey detective, you've got it wrong. It's true I have a bad history with those guys, but you have to make me think about it." He leans back on the couch and continues, "No matter how many times you smash an egg against a rock, is the rock going to break? I don't want something that just turns to dust, you get it? If they cover it up, there won't be a single trace left." Prosecutor Cho breaks into a wide grin. "If you bring something other than an egg, I'll have a reason to cooperate, right? Now let's get to the point." He looks directly at Dong-hyun, his voice chillingly low. "I don't want something that's like an egg. Something like a jackhammer that can split the rock and shatter it to pieces." He continues, "Let's first check if you brought something like that." Dong-hyun quickly replies, "Yes." He couldn't help but think to himself that this guy's personality was a little strange. He then began to get to the main topic of their conversation. "We were investigating a violent criminal organization involved in mass assaults, illegal matches, and drug trafficking. This group is led by a man named Han Jung-gu." Dong-hyun continues, seeing the prosecutor's surprise. "He's the illegitimate son of the Dawson Company's chairman, Hansen Chan." He kept the conversation going while carefully observing every change in Prosecutor Cho's expression. "The internal investigation is still ongoing, and it seems our police department has a close relationship with that company." Finally, Dong-hyun gets to the point, "So we can't proceed with a public investigation." The prosecutor nods thoughtfully. "Okay," he stands up. "First off, it seems you have a good weapon. I always thought Chairman Hansen's son, Han Jung-gu, was an idiot and a total waste of time. But this is valuable information." Prosecutor Cho then starts to walk out of the room. "Now there's something I must verify myself." He doesn't forget to turn back and ask Dong-hyun, "Do you want to follow me for a bit?" Stepping into the next room, Prosecutor Cho doesn't beat around the bush and asks, "You're a detective?" Dong-hyun looks bewildered. "Yes, but why are we in here?" Prosecutor Cho cuts him off. "Let me tell you a story. A 12-year-old girl sees fish cakes being sold on the street and gets curious about the taste. She's never had one before, but she has no money. Her family was poor, so the little girl never received any allowance money. So she just stands there for a moment, sniffing the air, and decides to head home. She was happy just from the smell of the fish cakes. When her mom was about to come home, she finally left. A man then appears in front of her with a friendly smile and hands her a fish cake." Prosecutor Cho continues his story. "So what happened next?" The girl enjoyed the delicious fish cake and was grateful to the man. He furrows his brow, his expression filling with complete and utter disgust. If things had stopped there, this world would actually be a beautiful, worthwhile place. But he had a clear agenda. Prosecutor Cho's face turns grim as he continues the story. He gave the little girl a smartphone. He bought her all sorts of things and even gave her an allowance, but he wanted her to have sex with him on a regular basis. He didn't forget to ask Dong-hyun to make sure he understood the story, with a 12-year-old girl in the 4th grade. "You remember that person, right? The one who was in my room before. That bastard is him." Prosecutor Cho's face turned beet red, veins popping as he seethed with anger. "Oh, my apologies," Brian says calmly. "I have intermittent explosive disorder and bipolar disorder. You should probably remember that." Seeing this, the man thinks to himself, "This guy's an idiot," and quickly replies, "Yes, I'll remember." After finishing his business, Prosecutor Cho's face darkens as he enters the adjoining room. "Hey detective, please watch how I work and then decide whether or not we can work together. You won't get so stressed out if you just think about things this way." He turns back to offer a warning. "Just in case you get shocked, I'll tell you this up front. I am not a good person at all." Hearing the door open, the person inside turns with an annoyed expression. "Is that my food? Like I said before, I'm getting a double portion." But his plea was met with a swift kick from Prosecutor Cho, knocking him clean off his chair. "Hungry, are we?" The man's face slammed into the floor, blood gushing from his nose. He clutched his face, scrambling to look up at the prosecutor. Wait a minute. I told you everything. I'm accepting the charges," he yelled, as if he were the one being wronged. "Yes, I did it," the man pleads. "Because of this I got divorced. My daughter left me. What century is this? You can't just beat people up. I'll tell them everything in court." Prosecutor Cho's face hardens, and he sneers through gritted teeth. "Really? Fine," he says. "But what am I supposed to do? The public is fed up with sex offenders like you, and they're furious with the justice system." He continues speaking, his voice practically a growl. "Sentences are too light. Criminals get treated like VIPs. But the law is slow to change. So eventually, The system decided it needed to make an example of someone, and fast, just to keep the people satisfied. He points a thumb at his own chest with a smirk. That's why they brought back a prosecutor they'd already kicked out. My job is to make you look like absolute trash before the trial, so everyone sees what you really are. Grabbing the man by the collar and hoisting him up, Prosecutor Cho continues. And they agreed to look the other way, blaming my actions on pure emotion. And as you can guess, that prosecutor with the bad temper, that's me, you bastard. He raises a fist, ready to strike again. Now, let's begin. The man shouts, frantically grabbing the wrist of the hand holding his collar. No. Wait a second. This is insane. Why would a prosecutor be doing this? He keeps trying to reason with him. I'm a citizen. I pay my taxes, but his words are cut short by a vicious slap from Cho. As the man's pained scream rings out, Prosecutor Cho grins wide with excitement. Yeah, that feels great. The pure satisfaction of beating down scum like this. Worthless, shameless garbage. A cancer that no one would miss. He kicks the man so hard he slams into the wall. You'll be criticized, blamed, and left to rot alone for the rest of your life. I'll make every single day so miserable. You'll wish you were dead. Through the one-way glass, Junhui mutters in disbelief. What is this? The beating stops, leaving the man in a bloody heap on the floor. Help me. Save me. Why are you doing this to me? Prosecutor Cho simply loosens the top button on his shirt, looking completely unbothered. Don't say things you don't mean, you scumbag. You're only saying that so I'll stop. I know guys like you never change. Then he turns, staring directly at the one-way mirror. He can't see through it, but he knows Junhui is still there, watching. Hey, detective, get a good look? This is how I operate. If you think my methods are too extreme and will get in the way of my work, Prosecutor Cho continues, his face a cold mask. Then you should find someone else, because I won't work with anyone like that. Let's not waste each other's time. 3 flags now wave proudly in front of a massive government building. A man standing under an awning speaks. So, you don't approve of my methods? A question Junhui silently considers. He was worried about solving problems with violence, but the prosecutor was so calm. My team supports this kind of approach. Junhui looks down, deeply troubled. The number of victims just keeps climbing, all thanks to corrupt police and prosecutors. This, he realizes, might be the only way to tear out the corruption by its roots. Nearby, Prosecutor Cho takes a drag from his cigarette. Large-scale cases, like illegal drug trafficking, always get covered up by people in power. To be honest, the higher-ups are all connected to it, so of course they're going to bury any and all evidence. Junhui looks up as Cho bares his teeth in a twisted grin. It's the kind of problem that will never be solved in Korea. But there's no such thing as unsolvable, detective. You know that. The US government is feeling the pressure from Korean drug lords. So, we're going to hunt them down. And that will be all the proof we need. Prosecutor Cho lets out a quiet chuckle. Junhui just stares at him, baffled, as the man calmly blows out a cloud of smoke. What? Why? Junhui asks, completely stunned. First, let's meet my colleagues who work with me and talk about it. He argues back. If we just spring this on them out of nowhere, everyone's going to think we're crazy. Huh? Detective? At a brightly lit skyscraper, a door is ajar. Prosecutor, this way. Prosecutor Cho follows Junhui inside. Oh, so this is the hideout? Cho remarks. You turned a Jim's locker room into some kind of strategy room. He looks up, stunned by what he sees. Yeah, what the hell is this? Prosecutor Cho freezes, his eyes glued to a man named Aeon pulling on his pants. Is this some kind of joke? Aeon gives him an indifferent look. Prosecutor, take your clothes off first. Cho growls. What the hell? You think I'm kidding? Aeon calmly starts unbuttoning Prosecutor Cho's vest for him. Nice to meet you. Please cooperate. Absolutely livid, Cho raises his fist. What? I'm not letting this slide. But as he throws the punch, his wrist is caught in a powerful grip. Are you people insane? I'm a prosecutor for the Republic of Korea. His hand trembles from the crushing force. He whips his head around to see. Wait a second. What kind of strength is this? Aeon holds tight. We'll talk after you take off your clothes. Aeon's face darkens, his voice low and threatening. First, take it off. Frozen in place. Prosecutor Cho can only think. Who is this guy? Water streamed down relentlessly from the truck. Aeon knew they could be bugged, so their conversation had to stay right here, under the noise. Prosecutor Cho was sweating buckets. He complained they should have at least warned him before dragging him out like this. It was horrifying. Aeon stood between 2 massive men, his face an emotionless mask. He said, Good. I heard you like it this way, making the prosecutor flinch. he continued. An announcement, an informal one. Then Aeon asked if Cho had a problem with him speaking so casually. Prosecutor Cho was on edge. Yes, you can be informal. Say whatever you want, he said. Thinking to himself that Aeon was dangerously powerful, the prosecutor asked cautiously, You're Aeon, right? What exactly do you want with the Dawson Company? Why did you seek me out? Aeon's voice was cold. You've heard about Hanzu, haven't you? I will kill or imprison everyone connected to him and dismantle any power he has. Aeon closed his eyes. Hanzu had to face Sejun alone, and the stage had to be set. He explained, I called you because I need a small favor from you as a prosecutor to catch these criminals. It doesn't matter if they work for Dawson or not, he said, as Prosecutor Cho listened intently, hearing the name Sejun. Who was that? And how would he handle Hanzu? Their first step was to prove Hanzu's crimes and arrest Chairman Han Sungan and Vice Chairman Han Yugan. Aeon stated calmly that after they dealt with those scumbags, Sejun would handle the rest. We'll take this step by step, starting with whether you can even be trusted. So, tell me your story. What's your bad blood with the Dawson Company? Prosecutor Cho hesitated. I could make something up, but how would you know it's real? Aeon simply replied, I'll handle that. So just talk, but be sure of one thing. Aeon slowly closed his eyes and gave a slight nod. If you're caught playing games later, you will also disappear without a word, just like those bastards will. Prosecutor Cho gritted his teeth, a dreadful thought crossing his mind. What the hell? Why did it feel like this man wasn't bluffing at all? Aeon's voice cut in. Hey prosecutor, the water bill's running high. Hurry up. Cho lowered his head, lost in thought. My grudge with Dawson goes way back. My fiancé was the secretary for the company's vice chairman, Han Yugan. Prosecutor Cho remembered seeing his fiancé then, when he was just a rookie prosecutor. One day, she'd mentioned something unusual. Han Yugan had ordered her to send him some data from the computer. While searching, she found an external hard drive she'd never seen before and opened it. Her face went pale, her hands flying to her mouth as she stared at the screen. It was filled with horrifying, disgusting criminal videos that were simply beyond words. The files were clearly organized right there in Korea. She saw documents that seemed to record the weaknesses of powerful people all over the country. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a man stormed in. It was Hanzu, barging into the office. The man barked furiously. What the hell is this? Why aren't you answering your phone? She quickly closed the video and folder, handing him the phone while saying she didn't realize. She stood up. Sorry, Vice Chairman. I was looking for the data you mentioned. Hanzu snarled. Get out. Fear shot through her. She thought her heart was going to leap out of her chest. But then he called out, Hey, Secretary. Forcing herself to be calm, she replied, Yes, Vice Chairman. Is there something you need? His face darkened. Did you see anything in here? Be honest with me. Han Yugan's expression was menacing. Because if you're not honest right now, I'll have to assume the worst. I'm giving you one chance because of all the hard work you've done. Think carefully. She answered calmly. I haven't seen anything but what you told me to find. After seeing those videos, she knew instantly that they wouldn't let her live if she told the truth. They seemed like people who were capable of anything. He tilted his head, his expression grim. All right then, get out. After that day, his fiancée was haunted by the victims she'd seen. She'd cover her face, trembling, unable to sleep through the night. Eventually, she told him everything. Prosecutor Cho just stared as she shook uncontrollably. She asked if there was enough reason to get a search and seizure warrant for Dawson. He just dismissed it as random porn from the internet and told her not to worry. He remembered his anger boiling over, his voice getting louder. Do you think a prosecutor's investigation means we can do whatever we want? He'd shouted. Even if it's real, don't risk your neck for a victim who isn't family. Prosecutor Cho then turned his back on her, scolding her for her naivety. He asked if she wanted to play some kind of righteous martyr who couldn't stand injustice, a faint, bitter smile on his face. He was just a new prosecutor then. He didn't listen because he thought she was crazy. Looking back now, he asked Aeon if he believed his story. Aeon's expression remained cold. Yes, that sounds exactly like you. Can I meet your fiancée? She could be an important witness later on. Prosecutor Cho looked flustered. No, absolutely not. Aeon looked curious. Why? Are you trying to protect her? If that's the case, we can help you with that. Prosecutor Cho's expression was grim. Protection is unnecessary. She's in a safe place now, where no one can ever harm her. Then, a chilling smile spread across his face. That's right, she's dead. The camera pans to a tall office building. Prosecutor Cho stood frozen, his mind racing with worry. Jun, please, answer the phone. Why are you doing this to me? But in reality, What could one new, unconnected prosecutor actually do? It was just a job. He wasn't some martyr for justice. Think about us, Daihun. Suddenly, the door flew open. Prosecutor Sun strode in, calling out, "Hey, Prosecutor Cho. Still buried in work, I see." Sun rubbed his forehead wearily. "Let's go grab a drink. I'm exhausted." Just then, Investigator Park also entered the room, offering a quick bow. "Oh, you're here, Prosecutor Sun?" Sun nodded slightly with a faint smile. "I am. Hello, Investigator Park. Still working hard? You look as beautiful as ever." Sun glanced back at Cho, surprised. "What are you doing? Calling your girlfriend again? I told you to just leave a message and wait for her. Why are you rushing things just to make yourself feel better?" Prosecutor Cho nodded, a tired look on his face. "Yeah, Senior. Let's step out for a smoke. I have something to tell you." Outside under the eaves, Prosecutor Sun spoke up. "What I mean is," he gave a thumbs-down gesture. "You need to give your girlfriend some space. I heard you said something pretty disrespectful. After that, you have no choice but to wait. You can't just force her to accept your apology." Sun glanced at him. "Are you two having some kind of pre-wedding fight? If you end up having kids, that's not something to argue about." Cho's voice was low. "No. My girlfriend is a secretary for the vice chairman of Dawson Corporation." Prosecutor Cho exhaled a cloud of smoke as he continued. "She discovered a collection of unusual criminal videos and other files on the vice chairman's personal computer. She asked me, 'Can't you get a warrant to search the company?' He took another drag. So I told her, 'What are you even talking about? Just focus on your own work.'" At this, Prosecutor Sun broke out in a cold sweat. What did you just say?" Prosecutor Cho looked surprised. "Yeah, you know, a search and seizure," Sun stammered. "No, not that. Which company? Who is she a secretary for?" Hearing the answer, all the color drained from Sun's face. Hanzugan, the vice chairman of Dawson Enterprises. She's been his secretary for a long time, my girlfriend." Cho spoke with complete sincerity. "If you know anything." But Sun flinched, backing away and stuttering. "No, I don't know a thing." Sun was visibly shaking as he turned to leave. "Oh man, I just remembered something important. I'll head back inside. And, good work." Prosecutor Cho watched Sun's retreating back, his face a mask of confusion. Thanks." But he couldn't help but wonder. What? Why was he acting so weird? Prosecutor Cho took a drag from his cigarette, lost in thought. "I wonder how long I should wait. I don't know. I'll call her tomorrow. I should get her a gift." As heavy rain began to pour, the front door to his house swung open. Prosecutor Cho stepped inside, hiding a bouquet of flowers behind his back. "Jun, I'm home." Then, his eyes widened in pure horror. His girlfriend was gone, no longer breathing. It said that if you have someone close, you should treat them with kindness while they're still around, not later. Because there is no guarantee they'll be there in the future. By the time he realized it, that chance would never come again. The next day at the office, Prosecutor Sun was talking with Investigator Park while waiting for the elevator. "Investigator Park, did the funeral yesterday go okay? I couldn't go because of an urgent matter." Prosecutor Cho, "He can't be doing well, can he?" She stood motionless, her voice choked up. "No, I can't imagine how he must feel. I told him to take a break, but I'm not sure if that would even help." Just then, Sun saw Cho approaching and turned his head slightly. "Well, I guess I thought he'd choose a different path." Prosecutor Cho walked right up to them, grinning widely. "Good morning. Have you two eaten yet?" Prosecutor Sun was baffled. "I've eaten, but why are you here so early? I thought you were on leave." Cho just waved his hand. "Hello there, investigator. What would I do at home anyway?" He smiled brightly. "Do you believe we're all fated to die together? The living must go on living." Sun was stunned into silence. Right." He turned to the investigator. "I'm sorry, but I left my bag in the car. Could you please get it for me?" She turned and left immediately. "Yes, of course. I'll go now." He watched her go, a relaxed smile on his face. "Yes, my apologies. And thank you." The elevator begins to move as Prosecutor Sun stands there nervously. He attempts to ask about the funeral, but gets cut off cold. "Senior, tell me everything you know about Dawson Enterprises." The color instantly drains from Sun's face. He stammers, "Why? Why all of a sudden?" But Cho just glares, his rage barely contained. "Please," veins bulge on his neck as he roars, "just tell me everything while I'm still asking you nicely." Sun is absolutely terrified. What is this, Cho? What are you doing? No matter what's happening, I am still your senior in this office." And then bam, a fist connects squarely with Sun's face, sending him slamming against the elevator wall. Are you insane? He gasps. If you had warned me, I wouldn't have been late. You knew Dawson Enterprises was dangerous. I would have gone straight to my girlfriend. If you had just said something, I could have saved her. He lunges forward, grabbing Sun by the collar, his eyes wild with pain. If I'd been just a little bit earlier, I could have stopped it. You know that. I saw the look on your face when I brought up Dawson before. Sun flinches as Cho trembles with rage. Ji-hyun did not kill herself. You know damn well those bastards were behind it. Sun quietly responds, Prosecutor, I swear, I had no idea this would happen. Sun just hangs his head in shame. Then why? Cho screams, tears finally breaking free. Why is our prosecution so damn corrupt? I'm sorry. Sun completely breaks down, collapsing to his knees and sobbing. All you had to do was tell me. He clutches Sun's shirt, his voice cracking. I could have stopped it. I could have saved her. Meanwhile, in a pristine office, a secretary nervously reports, Vice Chairman, my apologies, but this is extremely urgent. There's someone causing a major scene in the lobby, saying he needs to see you. The vice chairman sits up, annoyed, and rips off his eye mask. What? Who in the world does he think he is? Does he believe he can see me whenever he wants? This is my personal break. The secretary keeps her head low. Sir, he's the fiancé of the late secretary An Ji-hyun, and he's a prosecutor from the Seoul Central District Office. Han Du-guk nods slowly, a smirk creeping onto his face. A prosecutor. So, An Ji-hyun's fiancé was a prosecutor. Oh, he must be someone important then. It's funny I haven't heard of him. And he's in the lobby right now? He lets out a low chuckle, tossing the eye mask aside. Bring him to my office immediately. We can't keep one of Korea's finest prosecutors waiting, can we? The door swings open and the secretary ushers him in. Yes, right this way. Vice Chairman, the prosecutor is here. The two men finally stand face to face, staring each other down from across the room. Han Du-guk puts on a sickeningly sweet smile. Ah, prosecutor. If I'd known you were coming, I would have cleared my entire schedule for you. I am so deeply sorry about what happened to Miss An Ji-hyun. She was an excellent and incredibly valuable member of my team. Her passing truly hurts me. He extends a hand for a handshake. How was the funeral? I trust everything went smoothly? Prosecutor Cho reaches out his own hand not to shake, but to grab him. Shut your mouth, you bastard. Then a solid punch connects, snapping Du-guk's head to the side. A bodyguard immediately rushes to his side, his voice filled with panic. Vice Chairman, Du-guk's expression darkens, but his voice remains eerily calm. You have quite the temper. It's rare to see a prosecutor with your unique style, isn't it? I understand the job is stressful, but you really should take better care of yourself. Don't you agree? His voice turns to ice. I was showing you professional courtesy, but it seems this ungrateful dog doesn't appreciate it. Perhaps you'd like to end up where your fiancé is? In response, Prosecutor Cho just smirks and flips him the bird. This guy really thinks he's untouchable. Listen up, you silver spoon brat. I'm not here to play games. I'll say what I need to and get out. He continues his verbal assault. You think you're something special? You're not. You're just garbage. And no matter how hard filth like you tries to wash it away, that stain follows you everywhere you go. His eyes lock onto his opponent, burning with pure hatred. I don't know how long it will take, but I promise you this. One day, you or your family will slip up. One tiny mistake. Prosecutor Cho stares him down without an ounce of fear, and I will use that one mistake to unravel every dirty secret you're hiding and expose it all to the world. So go on. Try to get rid of me like you got rid of Ji-hyun. I dare you. He raises his middle finger, completely defiant. Call it a suicide or an accident. I don't care. If I die, everything is already in place to prove you did it. I have files ready to drop on every news outlet, social media site, and online forum. So if you think you can handle the fallout, go ahead, try and silence me. Du-guk's eyes narrow into slits, a cold, chilling smile spreading across his face. You think a trivial story like that will even last? A few days? A week? People will forget about it instantly, like some cheap gossip. And you talk about An Ji-hyun as if I did something to her. Maybe the poor girl was just depressed. But before he can even finish, Cho turns his back, yanks open the door, and slams it behind him. Du-guk is left completely stunned. He just left? That bastard acts like he can just ignore me. The man's head was tilted, veins bulging from his neck in pure rage. I tried to play nice with that prosecutor because of what my father said, but I can't do it. I'll show you who's really the boss, you little prosecutor rat. Back in the sauna, he continued his story. That's when Vice Chairman Han Du-guk started to really put the squeeze on me. I was mocked at the prosecutor's office, then got transferred to the countryside. but it was all exactly as I predicted. You see, the goal was to look like he was crushed by power, forced to accept the inevitable. Prosecutor Cho smirked faintly at the memory. People like that think they've won, and they let their guard down if you act just how they expect. Dugut curled his lip into a sneer. Yeah, that little brat struts around like he's number one. But an office worker is still just an office worker. Prosecutor Choi had kept his head down, appearing quiet and loyal in the face of authority. Everyone wrote him off as boring and paid him no mind, which gave him the perfect opening to get back to the prosecutor's office. Just then, he noticed Aeon dozing off. All right, is that enough? Prosecutor Choi called out to him. Hey, it's over. Aeon let out a huge yawn. What? It's over? Guess I zoned out with all that talking. He then made an enthusiastic offer. I still don't really get what you're planning or how you'll do it, but I think we'd both benefit by helping each other take out the trash at Dawson Corporation. He smiled, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. From what I've heard, Aeon, it sounds like you've got someone big backing you. Aeon, still half asleep, replied, I can help a little, but you're too low level right now. Anyway, let me tell you our plan. As steam filled the room, Aeon blurted out, What now? Choi revealed they were injecting illegal drugs into a kid named Sejun. Those psychos, Aeon said immediately. So they're putting on a show just to prove the drug's effects. It was some kind of sick reality show, just one of the ways those monsters committed their crimes. He frowned. No, that means we shouldn't let them fight it out, right? That's just setting the stage for them to get exactly what they want, isn't it? Aeon pondered. Maybe in about a month. I'm going to confirm one thing, and then I'll set the board for you, he said, turning on the hot water. I'll let you know what you need to do. Let's get out of here first. I have someone to meet, and we're splitting this month's water bill. The water roared to life. Prosecutor Choi snapped. Why me? Aeon replied coolly. I turned it on for you. Later, at a metal gallery, Prosecutor Choi eyed the awards on the shelves. So, who are you waiting for? He asked. We recently kidnapped a dark web operator and we're bringing them in, Aeon answered, much to his shock. What? How'd you even catch them? Wow, are you good at that kind of stuff too? Just then, a man with a thick beard walked in, making Choi wonder who this guy was. The man called out, Aeon, I brought her. He tilted his head towards the entrance. Hey, get in here. A young girl walked in, bowing her head. Hello, my name is Jinan. Prosecutor Choi was floored. What? Not some foreigner, but this kid? The bearded man began to explain. Long story short, Director Kim used this kid's weakness to force her to do his dirty work. With the witness and prosecutors gathered, he continued. We suspect they exploit skilled IT people by leveraging their weaknesses. They say a guy named Director Kim is behind it all, the bearded man stated. On the condition that she tells us the location of Director Kim's office, she's demanding complete protection from him. He looked at everyone in the room. Hey Jinan, is anything I said wrong? Anything to add? Jinan spoke timidly. Yes. I need a new identity so that person can never find me again. My parents too. As everyone listened in silence, her voice filled with fear. And you can never, ever tell the prosecutors or police about this. Never. Aeon's voice cut in like steel. First, you tell me where that office is. He shot her a threatening glare. After I check the place out, I'll decide if I'm helping you or getting rid of you. The evening sun cast a golden glow over the luxury apartment as Junyu stood at his table, taking a call. So now, all I have to do is wait for the fish to take the bait, right? Manager Kim replied. The fish will bite. They think they're on top of the world and can handle anything that comes their way. He suddenly asked. The process should take about a month. Will you be okay? The side effects seem worse than I thought. Junyu was confused. What are you talking about? What side effects? Manager Kim sounded baffled. What do you mean? The side effects from the new drug? Junyu turned, his eyes glowing red as he laughed. This is the greatest moment of my entire life. I'm in the best condition I've ever been. Manager Kim was hesitant. Really? Well, that's a relief. Anyway, you've started the injections. It would be dangerous to stop now. You know we don't exactly have a cure for it. His eyes glowing intensely, Junyu gave a cold smile. You better get ready. The way I see it. If this fails, you're getting kicked out too. You little. Manager Kim turned his head. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Junyu, looking pale, turned away. Get to work. I'm busy enjoying my unemployment. Manager Kim's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he thought. Is he plotting something? We have to be careful. He knows way too much, Du-hun said, sitting in the corner of a training room. So? Is the camera still there? He asked, looking over. It was hidden so well you'd have to stoop down to even spot it. Shu Hui replied that it was gone. She leaned against the wall, explaining, I tore apart the spot you mentioned and everywhere else, but found nothing. With so much on the line, they were all being extra careful, but Shu Hui just calmly gazed upwards. Sun Hun, stop worrying about this and just focus on the tournament. He bowed his head, anxious. I have to try my best. I was given such a great chance. Du Hun quietly closed his eyes. But sister, my mom always told me that success isn't the main goal in life. It's about admitting your mistakes and living to pay for them. Shu Hui turned her head to look at him. Huh? Why the sudden philosophy lesson? Du Hun just smiled, getting to his feet. I happen to think it's a great quote. He tilted his head. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, you have to let me know. Please remember that. Du Hun then walked off with a smile. Well, I'm heading off to train now. She watched him go. Yeah, you work hard. Leaning against the wall, Shu Hui was lost in thought. This kid, he's a better person than I am. The scene changes to a movie theater gate. Hajin turned. Hey, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, Sejun replied. Yeah, go ahead, I'll wait right here. But he was tense. Do we really have to stick this close? We're attracting way too much attention. This is so embarrassing. Zichun stood there frozen. Who in their right mind goes on a movie date in a situation like this? Joseph glared, his face all scrunched up. That's only because you're not being careful. Brian, however, was watching closely. And Hajin, that t-shirt of hers is way too short. He got annoyed, sweat beading on his face. What? Hey, you old geezers, how come you only find fault with me and not say anything to Hajin? Huh? Chun, don't be so timid. Joseph and Brian grabbed him, pulling him in close as they spoke at the same time. Besides, wasn't it a unanimous decision to let Hajin come see the movie? He was baffled. It was? When did we agree? When? Hajin walked up with a bright smile. What's this? The three of you are already getting along? Well, it's good to be friends, and hanging out like this sometimes is nice too. Right? Joseph answered calmly. Yeah, it's not too bad. Brian chimed in. Hajin, you're back? Let's go get some popcorn. She lit up. Oh, Brian, you're the best. How about sweet onion and cinnamon flavor? Do you agree? Or is that weird? He just smiled. I agree. I'd love that. Hajin then glanced down at herself. But is my t-shirt really too short today? This is my first time wearing this style. Brian spoke up immediately. No, it looks really good. It suits you, Hajin. She beamed. Wow, such an American-style compliment. Xi Chun just stared at them, completely lost. Inside the theater, he felt helpless, thinking this is so annoying. I just wanted a peaceful date alone. Brian and Hajin shared popcorn, with her holding a piece out for him. Have some. He opened his mouth, and she looked up at him cheerfully. But why couldn't Ethan Appa come today? Do you think he's on a date with Suyeon? Brian just shot a look over at the others. Ah, Aeon couldn't make it. He had something to do with the prosecutor. Mr. Du went along too. At those words, she suddenly stumbled. A prosecutor? What for? I'm suddenly feeling dizzy. Brian played it cool. I don't know the word for that in Korean. Joseph leaned over. A prosecutor is a public prosecutor. Hajin was impressed. Whoa, Joseph Appa, you're so smart. She thought to herself while eating popcorn. Ethan Appa must be really busy. And it involves a prosecutor too. I hope it's nothing dangerous. The scene shifts to an old warehouse packed with boxes. Aeon pointed at a door. In there, Soon stood nearby, tense. Right. But like I said before, there are thugs in there. They're always hanging around. So this must be their spot. It's dangerous for a musclehead to just barge in. Prosecutor Cho scanned the area. What? How many are there? Besides, what kind of thug would dare mess with a South Korean prosecutor? He was completely unworried. Even without a search warrant, he was sure none of them would dare to act up. Aeon gave an order. Hey, that's a prosecutor. Cuff her. Do you have handcuffs? Soon was terrified. What? Why? I don't want to get arrested again. If something bad happens in there, I'll get arrested along with them, right? Aeon was cold. Don't let your mind wander. Just do as you're told. Nothing bad will happen. She was cuffed to a post, her heart pounding with anxiety. But tying me up like this, can I really trust this prosecutor? That was it. Prosecutor Cho glared at her. Don't you try any tricks. Being used by them doesn't mean you're innocent, you know. Then what about you, Aeon? What are you going to do once you're inside? What's the plan? He turned to look at him. Tell me, you're going to pretend to be a prosecutor too, aren't you? After all, even a big group of thugs would have a hard time messing with two prosecutors. Aeon just asked a question. Hey, do you know how to fight? Prosecutor Cho answered casually. I know a little. Why? The prosecutor paused, a bad feeling washing over him. Aeon's voice was ice cold as he opened the door. I'm the type who can't rest easy until I've beaten thugs to death. Prosecutor Cho's jaw dropped. Huh? What the hell was that? What did he just say? Did I hear that right? A man inside spoke up. What was that? A huge guy scowled. Damn it. What did that bastard just say? Did I hear him correctly? Hiding behind a wall, Prosecutor Cho started to panic. Aeon. What the hell is he? I thought he had some kind of incredible plan. He's a complete lunatic. The prosecutor's face went pale. Tong definitely said there was no backup. What are two of us supposed to do? Aeon's voice boomed. A prosecutor from the Republic of Korea came along with me. His eyes were practically challenging them. If you're scared, go home. If not, get ready for the hammer of justice to smash your heads in. The room went completely still. Everyone inside turned to stare at Aeon, completely silent and stunned. A man with his arms covered in tattoos then slowly rose to his feet and spoke. Never in his life had he heard someone dare say those words to his face. Hey, say that again. The thug was sure he must have misheard. Aeon glanced down at him with pure disdain, mocking the fat, tattooed idiot. Did the lard in his ears keep him from hearing right? The man, enraged, stormed right up to Aeon's face. You crazy son of a bitch? You want to end your life right here, today? Huh? I could kill a scrawny punk like you with my bare hands. A real man needs muscle, like me. Got it? The thug arrogantly slapped Aeon across the face. Watch too many superhero movies, huh? Is that why you're being so disrespectful? Why's your neck so stiff? This bastard. You want me to snap it for you? Aeon just tilted his head up slightly. You have to keep your head held high. And then he slammed his forehead directly into the thug's face. The impact was so hard it sent blood flying from the man's mouth. The thug crumpled, his face hitting the floor as he collapsed at Aeon's feet. Aeon calmly rubbed the spot on his own head, not forgetting a final taunt. This way, it's easier to smash your pig brain in one shot. Seeing this, the rest of the crew jumped to their feet. One of them yelled, You damn dog! What are you idiots staring at? Get him! But Aeon ignored them all, turning to the door. Prosecutor, come on in. This place is crawling with gangsters. You got to arrest them all. A grim-looking thug thought to himself. A prosecutor? What's a prosecutor doing here? Damn it. Did they really bring that much backup? Prosecutor Cho, though bewildered, stepped inside to introduce himself. I'm from the Soon District Prosecutor's office. Please cooperate with the investigation. The man named Trang Gu took a drag from his cigarette. A prosecutor? No way. He stubbed out his smoke, laying out his theory. There are only two possibilities here. Either some punk with a death wish is impersonating a prosecutor. Trang Gu sneered. Working alone? Doesn't he know that's a good way to get killed? He asked arrogantly. Who's the guy with you? An investigator? No, that's not it. Then, as if discovering something hilarious, Trang Gu jeered. Hey, look at this guy. Doesn't he have cauliflower ear? He covered his own ear, continuing the mockery. Are you a wrestler? I'm so jealous. I had cauliflower ear for a while, too. Suddenly, Trang Gu let out a maniacal laugh. But now, I don't have either of them. Aeon, tired of listening, sent a punch flying that twisted the man's face sideways. I don't care, you idiot. Trang Gu hit the floor as his underlings panicked. Boss. Big bro. He spat out blood, crying out like a wronged maiden. You bastard. I was talking to him. What the hell are you scumbags doing? At this point, Trang Gu dropped the act, furiously giving an order. I'll give 10 million to whoever catches him. It doesn't matter if he's a prosecutor or not. We can cover it up. Kill him. Prosecutor Cho looked terrified, but Aeon remained calm. This has gotten bad. The henchman moved forward, trying to look tough. You're the one in trouble today, you dog. An just casually let out a sigh. Oh, my. One thug lunged forward, only to get 2 fingers jabbed directly into his eye. You lose, you bastard. Aeon stood there, nonchalantly stating the obvious. An undefended eye. The injured thug screamed in agony. My eye. Another goon saw this and threw a punch. You son of a bitch. Aeon quickly blocked the blow, annoyed. You dare try to sneak attack me? He then brought a hammering fist straight down onto the man's elbow. The thug couldn't help but scream from the pain. My shoulder. The heavily tattooed fat guy was finally starting to feel scared, but still tried to threaten him. Do you have any idea what kind of work I do? We're not afraid to kill people. From his pocket, he pulled out a small knife, but Prosecutor Cho moved like lightning, leaping up and kicking the thug right in the face, who only had time for a single scream. Another goon was already in Aeon's grip, able to do nothing but curse at him. Prosecutor Cho, enraged, stomped on the fat thug again. You punk, daring to pull a knife on a prosecutor? Aeon's expression was calm, his tone drawn out and casual. A prosecutor's no pushover, huh? But be careful with the knife, you still have work to do, right? In that moment, Prosecutor Cho began to show his true colors. At first, I was hesitant because you seemed so brutish, but after seeing you fight, he turned his head, a sinister, thuggish grin spreading across his face. So you're not just a brute, you've got the skills to back it up. I like you. You're just my type. He was so busy posturing that he never saw the bat swinging at his head. The man who hit him just sneered. You're looking away in the middle of a fight? Aeon, holding a thug by the collar, cursed inwardly at the scene. That idiot. You're supposed to say that after you see the enemy coming. Trang-gu, holding a knife, smiled smugly. So, you're all alone now? Killing a prosecutor would be a bit much. He licked the blade, sure of his victory. But you? I don't think anyone would mind if you died. So, what do you say? Mind if I use a little weapon? Aeon, however, seemed completely fearless, still provoking them. Is that so? From now on, don't you dare complain if you lose something. He pulled out an axe, his voice cold. You're the ones who suggested it first. Trang-gu flinched at the sight. An axe? This guy was using an axe? His lackey was already looking nervous. Boss, this guy seems dangerous. Seeing the situation, he orders his 3 men. All 3 of you rush him at the same time. His plan was simple. While his men tied the guy up, he'd land a finishing blow with a surprise attack. But before Trang-gu could continue, Aeon suddenly appeared right in front of him, joining the conversation. Got any good intel for me? Why are you all whispering? Without giving them a chance to react, he swung his axe straight into the arm of a nearby goon. The man only had time to curse, "You bastard." Aeon then struck the second man's shoulder. A scream echoed, but he just calmly started counting. The third henchman saw this and just started screaming, "You son of a," before getting an axe straight to the chest. Aeon threw the axe, then looked at Trang-gu and finished his count. 1 left. Trang-gu was too terrified to speak. His only thought was, what is this lunatic? How was he so fast? Aeon's expression was terrifying, a slight smile playing on his lips. Well, all that's left is your little human shield. Night falls over the container yard. A knock comes from outside the container. It's Dong-ho, feigning concern. Did you get enough rest? It's been over an hour. Sorry I'm late. I just had some gukbap. Are you hungry? But I'm not sharing any with you. He smiled like a child offering a deal. All right, this time I'll cut off about 20% less. If you suddenly remember something you forgot, just let me know anytime. I'll continue now. Trang-gu was in too much pain to have much strength left. Honestly, I remembered something, but I really don't know anything about the filming location or the drug factory. Hearing this, Dong-ho looked disappointed. Huh? Is that it? How disappointing. Trang-gu quickly told him everything he knew. I know where Manager Kim moved the documents and footage related to the VIPs. Dong-ho thought it over. If that was true, it was critical information. He then made his demand. Give me the location. I'll check it out myself. But if you're lying, you know what happens next. Right? Trang-gu urged him on. You have to hurry. That old snake Manager Kim is extremely cunning. But Dong-ho wasn't in a rush, his expression turning cold as he gave an order. Okay, I'll call someone to check it right now. But first, give me your finger. I still have to cut off the rest. Seeing he wasn't off the hook, Trang-gu started to resist. Why? I told you everything, you bastard. I told you everything. You son of a bitch. Seeing his terrified face, Dong-ho burst out laughing and mocked him. Just kidding, you scared? I told you, you bastard. Trang-gu was stunned, cursing under his breath. This psycho. Meanwhile, Dong-ho was laughing his head off. Anyway, here's the phone. Give me the address. The scene shifts to an office. A security guard listening to music sees someone approach and asks, Are you here for a delivery? The man replied, I'm here to pick something up. The guard finally got a clear look at his face and was confused. Huh? Never seen you before. He politely refused him. Sorry, only the person who sent the item is allowed to pick it up, so you should probably head back. Unexpectedly, his hair was suddenly grabbed. Aeon yanked him outside by his hair. The guard yelled in pain, What the hell? He was furious. The guard warned him, You bastard, you picked the wrong place to start trouble. Do you know where you are? You son of a bitch, how dare you? But Aeon treated his words like air, sneering. Where am I? I was curious about that myself, which is why I came to find out. Aeon didn't let go, speaking with that same arrogant look on his face. Why don't we explore it a little more thoroughly together? What exactly are you hiding in there? The guard continued to deny everything, still trying to threaten him. What nonsense are you talking about? Everything here is locked up. You idiot. I've already activated the emergency alarm. Before you can even get inside, my people will show up and tear you to pieces. Aeon scoffed. Your people? You mean the guards around this building? I already greeted them on my way in. He recalled the scene of the guards beaten and scattered on the ground. Aeon said it like a joke. You must be overworking them, because every single one said they needed to take a nap. The guard, still in Aeon's grip, couldn't believe it. What? Impossible. Before he could finish, Aeon cut him off. Prosecutor Cho, what are you standing there for? Open the door. The guard heard this and thought, what? A prosecutor? This bastard. Prosecutor Cho walked in and looked around. All right, let's see now. This should do the trick. He grabbed a fire extinguisher and smashed it against the lock. Prosecutor Cho slammed it a few more times with all his might, then discovered another gate. There's a steel gate here. Hearing this, Aeon casually replied, then break it. Prosecutor Cho picked up the fire extinguisher and went at it again. Well, that's one way to do it. After breaking through, he walked inside, feigning politeness. Pardon me, mind if I come in for a second? The freed guard saw this and yelled, when did you even get in here, you crazy bastard? The guard suddenly remembered something and asked, wait a minute, you're not a real prosecutor, are you? No prosecutor would ever act like this. Do you even have a search warrant? The man heard this and simply replied, a search warrant? Of course, the legal system is very important. But you know what I've realized recently? Prosecutor Cho moved closer to the guard, his voice low and threatening. I've learned more in the past few days doing things this way than I ever did by following the rules, he sneered. Especially with guys like you, who exploit the law to dodge punishment. Sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. Don't you agree? Just then, Asen spoke up. Prosecutor Cho, I'll take care of this one. You start checking the documents, see what we can use as a legal weapon. Prosecutor Cho gave a wicked grin. Got it. You're finished, you bastard. Trust me. You'll be safer if you confess everything right now. The guard, who was scared at first, was now getting furious. This is absurd. I'm reporting this to the police. Illegal entry, assault, property damage, impersonating a prosecutor. All of you are going to jail. Got it? Asen just applauded. I thought you were an idiot, but it looks like you've actually got a point. The guard was absolutely seething. Of course, we're the ones who understand the law and live by it. Asen moved in closer, giving an order. All right, from now on, answer my questions properly, and remember to pass on my message exactly as I say it. The scene cuts to another room, completely torn apart. A man stood observing, listening as the guard recounted everything that had happened. That man asked again, so you're saying Asan and Prosecutor Cho took everything? Turns out, this was Manager Kim. He pressed on. Just like the boss predicted, the security here is terrible, right? You kept bragging you were a veteran in this field, so what happened? The guard from before stammered, well, that bastard Asen. He took down all our men, and he told me to give you a message. He turned around, his face a complete blank. The guard kept talking, change your glasses, those ones look boring. He didn't get angry, but let out a small laugh, adjusting his glasses. I see. Was there anything else? The guard was surprised, but answered honestly, no, that's all he said. Manager Kim then left, but not without a parting word. All right, take care now. The guard was stunned. Huh? You're just leaving? What about all the documents they took? Without even looking back, he answered. The documents? Don't worry, we have plenty of copies. But someone has to take responsibility for this, right? The guard heard this, looked up, and saw a mountain of muscle in front of him. Pure terror. What? What's this? The muscular man raised his fist, veins popping on his face, and answered the question himself. What else? Destroying the evidence. A scream echoed from inside the room. Manager Kim just smiled and walked on, as if he heard nothing. He pushed his glasses up, deep in thought. A prosecutor, eh? It seems it's time to move on to the next step. Manager Kim muttered to himself. Time to release the real monsters. Suddenly, the muscle-bound enforcer appeared beside him. You have to keep your promise, manager. He was startled by the voice. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Captain, is it already done? The man didn't answer, only repeating his reminder. I have to be the one to finish Shin Hun. Manager Kim smiled obsequiously. Yes, yes. I'd be grateful if you could handle that for me. So, Captain, did the drug work? The scarred captain considered it for a moment. then gritted his teeth. It's perfect. I should have used it much sooner. If I had, those bastards would have never been able to humiliate me. With his face covered in scars, he seemed to be reliving some old grudge. But it's fine. This is enough. I will tear that woman to shreds with my own 2 hands. Back in the office, he turned to manager Kim, asking if they should storm their target's gym right now and tear the whole place apart. If we launch a surprise attack, we could easily take them all down. But manager Kim replied kindly, smiling as he spoke. Oh, no, let's not do that. Everything is still proceeding according to plan. Just handle Shin Hoon when I give the order. The captain sounded disappointed. Fine, I understand. Manager Kim turned away with a sneer on his face. Look at this guy. All muscle trying to use his brain for once. The scene shifts, and Investigator Park is knocking on a door. Seeing her enter, Prosecutor Cho greets her cheerfully. Oh, Investigator, you've arrived. Investigator Park looked completely bewildered. Good heavens, Prosecutor, what is all this? She glanced around Prosecutor Cho's desk. Where did all these documents come from, and why are you here instead of your office? Prosecutor Cho happily explained it to her. That building is full of rats. I couldn't possibly go there. This case is too sensitive. I'll handle it from here. Investigator Park breathed a sigh of relief. All right then. If you say so, Prosecutor, I'll do my best to help out. Where should we start looking first? Prosecutor Cho continued. You know we've been pursuing this case for a long time, right? Anything that can expose the filthy and disgusting truth about the Dawson Corporation. A few hours later, Investigator Park suddenly noticed something was off and called out to Prosecutor Cho. Prosecutor, what's this? Curious, he asked. Did you find something? She answered. There's a record here for the purchase of an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts, right after the explosion at the drug factory. Investigator Park added. When I investigated further, there was no clear evidence of what it was ever used for. He insisted on investigating for any connections himself, telling them to give him the address and he'd have answers tomorrow. A baffled Investigator Park immediately asked, How in the world do you plan on figuring it out that fast? Isn't that incredibly dangerous? But Prosecutor Cho just shrugged. Don't worry. He's more dangerous than anything waiting for him. Trust me, I've seen it firsthand. He then told Aeon to call for extra security while they investigated, just in case. Soon frantically cut in. Wait a minute, this wasn't part of the agreement. At this rate, when will this ever be over? And if that place really is a factory or a film set, she added, it's going to be extremely dangerous. What she really cared about was their promise. She continued softly, If something happens to you, who's going to keep their promise to me? Before you go, you have to create new identities for me and my parents. Soon begged him desperately, I'm asking you, please. But Aeon's only response was a cold one. Give me your phone. Stunned, Soon handed her phone over to Aeon. Huh? Here's my phone. But why would you? Suddenly, Aeon grabbed a hammer and brought it down hard on her phone. Soon leaped to her feet in a panic, screaming, What are you doing? Aeon replied coldly. Prosecutor Cho, while I'm gone, make sure she can't use a phone, computer, or anything with internet access. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add a few more instructions. The detectives will be here soon. I'll be in touch. Prosecutor Cho replied, Let me know immediately if anything happens. All right, drive safe and don't fall asleep. Soon called out. Wait, what is all this? Prosecutor Cho sighed and sat down. Soon just looked confused. Huh? Prosecutor Cho's tone turned serious. You seem to be mistaken. Right now, you're a suspect. Based on your actions alone, I could easily have you prosecuted. He continued with a condescending smile. So when I'm speaking to you nicely, you'd better do as I say. If what you're saying is true, we'll talk again later. Understand? Terrified, Soon obediently replied. Yes. Over at the tutoring center, a teacher's voice rang out. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. The students were packing up their things to go home. Joseph stood there, sighing and complaining. Why does that girl never leave before all the teachers do? And why is she studying so hard when she doesn't even seem that good at it? Brian, standing next to him, replied, Well, it's good that she's trying so hard. Oh, speak of the devil. Hajin walked out, her hair a mess, yawning as she greeted them. Finally done, she mumbled. I'm just going to use the restroom real quick. Realization dawned on Joseph. Ah, I get it now, he said to Brian. She's not staying late to study. She just falls asleep and doesn't realize class is over. Brian chuckled. Yeah, that makes sense. Studying isn't the only thing that matters in life, after all, Joseph replied, sounding tired and thoughtful. Yeah, I guess you've got a point. Meanwhile, Hajin was inside the women's restroom, taking care of her business. Just then, a woman emerged, pulling a large suitcase. Her face was completely covered as she slowly walked away. "She's taking a while," Joseph complained. "Did that person even go into the restroom?" Brian, suspicious of the woman, watched her closely. "No," he told Joseph, "she didn't. First, check if Hajin is still in there." "I'm going to follow that woman." "All right," Joseph replied wearily. As he followed, Brian's mind raced with suspicion. What could a stranger be hiding in a large suitcase inside a school? Suddenly, Joseph screamed, "Brian, stop that psycho!" Without a second thought, Brian charged toward the white-haired woman, muttering, "Damn it." He wondered, how long had she been waiting inside that bathroom? Realizing she'd been spotted, the woman glanced back over her shoulder with a contemptuous smirk. Brian grabbed the suitcase to stop her. "Hey, hold it right there." His first thought was to focus on Hajin's safety. The woman, her suitcase yanked back, feigned surprise. "What's this?" Brian grabbed her by the collar, demanding, "The password for the suitcase." As he tightened his grip, she shrieked, "Help! Who are you?" No hesitation. Brian pulled out his gun and pointed it straight at her head. "The password," he growled. "Now." She started crying, begging him, "Please, don't hurt me. I'll tell you. It's 486. The code is 486. As soon as Brian got the password, he let her go. "Don't even think about running," he warned. "Stay put if you want to live." He turned his full attention to the suitcase, letting his guard down as he called out gently, "Hajin, can you hear me? I'm getting you out of there." Suddenly, the woman let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Really? I have to say, I'm genuinely surprised. You actually carry a gun around like it's nothing?" Brian whipped around, aiming his gun at her again. "What?" She just smiled. "Hey, old man, this is gonna sting a little." It was the sound of a taser. He never expected she'd be carrying one, and a single shock sent his entire body into spasms. He collapsed to the ground instantly, unable to move. "Oh my," she said nonchalantly. "That current was stronger than I thought." "You okay?" Bending down to pick up Brian's gun, she questioned him in a soft voice. "Now why would you let your guard down like that? Hajin must be very important to you, isn't she, old man?" She laughed with excitement, just as I expected. Emotions always lead to mistakes. Feelings made you an idiot. With a smirk and a flick of her tongue, she aimed the gun right at Brian. Then, a cold voice cuts in. "When you're that stupid, you die from your own mistakes, don't you? Am I wrong?" That evening at the Millilit company, a voice from inside snapped, "Stop talking nonsense. Get to the point, do you," told manager Kim. "What's the situation?" He sighed, adding, "Don't let those brats ruin things like last time. I am so tired of cleaning up all your messes. I'm honestly sick of you people. You bastards." Manager Kim tried to reassure him. "Don't worry. This time, we're handling it ourselves. No outsourcing. Everything with the gangsters and the Chinese groups has been part of my plan all along. You didn't buy it for a second." "What? You got robbed right here, and now you're acting like a genius, you fool? Are we seriously bugging that gym? Why does it always feel like they're leading us around?" But Manager Kim seemed completely unbothered. He explained seriously, "Let them think they're leading us. That way, they'll believe they're in control and let their guard down." Manager Kim then changed the subject. "So what about Prosecutor Cho Hee-seung? What about him? Just forget him." You replied. "He can't even get a search warrant." He laughed, pleased with himself. "Making people submit is way more fun than just getting rid of them. What can he do? Some low-level civil servant who actually thinks he can pull all the strings. His bosses will be calling him any second now." He leaned back in his chair, his voice tired. "So, who's bringing the high school girl this time?" Manager Kim answered, "The same friend we've had from the start. You've met her." Hearing that, You sat bolt upright, startled. "Her? You mean that?" He seemed to finally remember who she was. That crazy woman? The scene flashes to a white-haired woman pointing a gun at Brian without a hint of fear, taunting him. "If you keep making mistakes like that, you'll end up dead before you know it, right? Am I wrong?" That evening at Hajin's cram school, Joseph emerged from the women's restroom carrying Hajin on his back. "Brian," he called out. "Did you catch her?" Worried, Joseph rushed towards Brian, saying frantically, "Hajin passed out inside. We need to get her to a hospital." But when he got outside, he saw an unbelievable sight. Brian had been taken down by the woman. "What the?" As he stared, she greeted him casually. "Oh, hello there." The bald man immediately turned and pointed his gun at Joseph. "I have to take him with me. You can go first." The bald guy. "All right, see you later." But no one expected her to immediately open fire. In an instant, A bullet shot straight towards Joseph. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time with Hajin on his back. What the hell? His first priority was getting Hajin to safety. A security guard was standing there, shaking in fear. The woman noticed him. What? A security guard? She thought, then said aloud. A witness. The security guard immediately began begging for his life. Please, I didn't see a thing. Just let me go. But she had no intention of letting him live. I don't believe you, she said coldly. You have to die. Thankfully, Joseph had already carried Hajin back into the women's restroom, keeping them safe. He angrily kicked the door, thinking to himself, that psycho has to come through here. He smashed the door off its hinges, making it impossible to close. Stepping out slowly, Joseph used the door itself as a shield. The woman watched, confused. What is that? Her surprise quickly turned into genuine praise for him. You're strong, Baldy, but can you really block a bullet with a wooden door? She taunted. I'm about to turn you into Swiss cheese. Joseph then hurled the door directly at her, knocking her clean off her feet. Damn it, he threw it. Joseph shouted to the security guard, Quick, over here! The guard immediately scrambled inside to hide as Joseph yelled, Get in here and hide! Seeing this only made the woman more excited, and she praised him with a twisted sense of admiration. You really are a good person. It's hard to find anyone like you these days, but too bad for you. Being a good person only puts you at a disadvantage. You idiot! Reloading her gun, she slowly advanced toward the women's restroom. Hand over Hajin now, she demanded. I have other things to do. Hearing this, Joseph's mind raced. This is too dangerous, he thought. I have to disable that gun before she gets in here. He turned to the terrified security guard. Hey, get her into the toilet stall right now. The guard quickly responded. Yes, I understand. But Joseph had been far too trusting. The security guard didn't follow his orders. Instead, he jabbed a syringe straight into Joseph's neck. Joseph was sweating bullets, trying to figure out his next move. But how in the world did they even capture Brian? And that woman, he recognized her. Joseph's eyes shot wide as he growled. What the hell, you bastard? The man just smiled. Problem? You walked right into our trap. Sweet dreams, he said. Don't worry, the sedative is strong. But with what little strength he had left, Joseph swung a fist right at him. The man just taunted him. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. But this guy's reflexes were insane, dodging the punch at the last second. His hat fell off, revealing a bald head. And the bald man couldn't stop praising him. Not bad. You know how to use that big frame of yours, he said. That punch was heavy. Too bad you're fading fast. The drugs were kicking in. Joseph slowly collapsed to the ground. The bald man then called out, Sophia, it's done. Come on in. She stepped in with a triumphant look, finally cornering him. You bald fool, she taunted. Did you really think I would open fire in here? That would just make cleaning up a hassle. She raised her hand with a bored sigh, saying, This is why I told you before, don't be so selfless. She spoke her final words as Joseph finally passed out. After all, the foreigner was now as limp as a dead fish. Just come pick him up when he wakes up, she said. This gun is dangerous, so I'll be keeping it. Du Yu was driving late at night when he suddenly received an urgent call. He answered, Brian, what is it? What's wrong? I'm on my way back to the province now. But the voice on the other end delivered the news Aeon Hajin had been kidnapped. Du Yu was stunned, asking, What? Why Hajin? The call was from Brian. It seems he'd recovered from his paralysis next to Joseph and was now reporting on the woman who took her. Her style is so different, I can't be sure, he said with a sigh. But she looks just like Jine Soon. Even the mole is in the same place. We have to interrogate her immediately if we want to know where they're taking Hajin. Du Yu instantly grasped the situation. Got it. I'll call Prosecutor Cho right now. You get some rest. Meet me in the GM room. These bastards just don't know when to stop. He seethed. I'll rip their hearts out and stomp on them. Du Yu's car swerved onto another road. Fury consumed Du Yu as he gritted his teeth. These damn scumbags just don't know when to quit. I'm going to tear out their hearts and crush them. He raged, his anger boiling over. Veins pulsed on his face. Looks like I'll have to crush them so badly they can never get up again. Meanwhile, at the detention center, Soon finished speaking. Prosecutor Cho immediately leaned in. Huh? What did you say? You remember something? Soon looked up and replied, Yes, I think it's time. Just then, from behind Prosecutor Cho, a woman opened the door and entered. Seeing her, Soon announced, They're here. A confused Prosecutor Cho asked, What? Who? The woman spoke up, Pardon me. He turned, startled, demanding, Who are you? Why are you here? And at that exact moment, Prosecutor Cho's phone began to ring. Soon smirked. Prosecutor, that's for you. She chuckled, adding, What to do? Maybe you should just ignore it and drive alone in the countryside? Sounds dangerous and exhausting. Prosecutor Cho spun around and swore right in Soon's face. You bitch. Seeing the prosecutor's handsome profile, the other woman lit up. So charming. Prosecutor, you're exactly my type. A man in a black suit followed behind her. She kept smiling brightly. But unfortunately, I have to take my sister today. I'll get your number next time. But when she turned, she saw Seo-chun, his powerful hand clenching into a tight fist. She broke into a cold sweat. Huh? Weren't you told to wait downstairs? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a devastating punch right into her gut. Every muscle in Seo-chun's body tensed as he snarled with pure hatred. You scumbags are worse than garbage. Do you really think I'd fall into your trap again? Seo-chun glared, his eyes promising murder. You're not taking Hajin anywhere unless you kill me first. Outside a large apartment building, Hajin's soft voice could be heard. Thanks for walking me home. I'll text you later. Suddenly, Seo-chun reached out with something in his hand, calling her name. Hey, Hajin. Her eyes lit up with a smile, a slight blush on her cheeks. Huh? What is it? Wait, is that a couple's ring? I'm not really into this kind of thing, she said. But before she could finish, he cut her off with a deadpan expression. It's a tracking ring. Soo-hyun gave me one the other day, too. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she mumbled, Oh, I see. But I already have a tracking app on my phone. Not only that, Hajin questioned him more loudly. Plus, I always have 2 people following me. Is this really necessary? Hearing this, Seo-chun calmly replied, That's true, but things don't always go according to plan. If something happens, they could just toss your phone to throw us off. So please, wear this whenever you go out. As soon as he finished, Hajin quickly broke into a small smile. Okay, I get it. I'll wear it every day, just like a real couple's ring. Not that I'm into that kind of thing or anything. In front of a large building, Seo-chun was walking down the street, humming a tune. He thought to himself, she'd be happy if I showed up by surprise, right? She must be tired of going home with those old guys all the time. Her location is still at the academy. She probably dozed off somewhere again. Suddenly, a voice from a distance caught his attention. All right, on to the next point. Hurry, hurry. His face froze as he saw the scene clearly. In the distance, a man was throwing a girl over his shoulder and putting her into a black car. Behind them, a woman stood watching calmly. A horrified realization hit Seo-chun. Hajin, what the hell? He immediately started yelling, Hajin, Hajin, you bastards, put her down right now. The woman finally noticed him. Turning to look, she stuck her tongue out provocatively and mocked him. Well, look who it is. The male lead himself. Look at those proportions. I think I'm becoming a fan. She quickly pulled out a phone, winking at Seo-chun. But not today, sweetie. See you around. Then she held up Hajin's phone. Look closely. This is the one with the tracker on it. The woman then tossed the phone to the ground, hopped in the car and said, All right, let's go. On to the next stop. Seeing this, Chun sprinted towards them, screaming at the top of his lungs. Stop! Inside the car, the driver muttered, Is he really charging the car? Should I back up? She just laughed with contempt. Don't bother, just hit the gas. He'll get out of the way. People only ram into cars in the movies. In a split second, Chun launched himself into the air, flipping over and then rocketing towards the front of the car. Her eyes blew wide in shock. Huh? What the hell? Chun slammed headfirst into the windshield, shattering it into a million pieces. The impact sent him flying backwards through the air. Chaos erupted in the car. What was that? The driver, completely stunned, could only curse. That absolute psycho. From the back seat, the woman stared in horror, whispering, What in the world was that? He's completely insane. The bald man, Du Cheon, snapped everyone back to reality. Just drive. Messing with him is just asking for trouble. We still have to pick up soon before Asan arrives. But through it all, Hajin still wore the tracking ring on her finger. The kidnappers had no clue as they chattered on. You're sure he isn't following us? He'd never guess we're heading to the gym. In his state, he can barely even stand. Watching the car speed away, Chun forced himself back to his feet, a pained cry escaping his lips. No, that's when true fury took over. A worried look crossed his face as he thought, the tracking ring. I have to follow them. Now, if he lost their trail now, who knows what would happen to Hajin. Just then, parked outside a coffee shop, he spotted a police car. The radio inside crackled. Urgent report. A public disturbance involving an intoxicated individual on Urban River Road 2, ID 2374. Requesting nearest unit respond. The officer sighed in frustration. Another drunk? What a pain. Still, he keyed the mic and sped off. Unit 2, on our way. A moment later, the same black car pulled into that exact spot. The woman got out, her voice cocky. Easy. I'll be quick, you wait here. Remember to tie Hajin up tight. The guy in the car shot back. Yeah, I got it. Just hurry up, don't drag your feet. She paid him no mind, humming a little tune. Big sister is here to see you. Just then, a panting Chun reached the vehicle, yanking the car door wide open. Du Qian barely looked up, thinking it was her. Huh? That was fast. But when he looked at the door, he froze, his voice cracking in panic. What the hell? How are you here looking like that? But Chun's eyes were pure fire. Let go. His face was slick with sweat, his voice a low, dangerous threat. Take your hands off Hajin. Unless you want me to beat you to death with my bare hands. Suddenly, the driver got in his face, shouting, Hey, you disrespectful punk, don't you know fear? A wet behind the ears brat like you. The goon kept yelling, completely failing to notice Chun had closed the distance between them. Before he could finish, a powerful punch flew at his face, but then an arm snaked around Chun's neck from behind. It was Dushon, squeezing tight. A dangerous voice hissed in his ear, Never turn your back during a fight. His terrifying face contorted as he continued. When you're facing multiple enemies, you always put your back against a wall. This isn't a movie, kid. Nobody waits their turn to get hit. In that moment, Chun reached back and grabbed the sparse patch of hair on Du Qian's head. Instantly, Du Qian's tough guy act vanished. He stammered, panicking. Wait, not the hair. Let go, you little devil. Chun yanked hard. Not a chance, he growled. The man could only shriek in agony. Wait, stop it, you bastard. Dushan tried to sound threatening. Let go. I said let go. Every single strand is precious. You psychos are all the same. Chun seized the moment, grabbed Du Qian's arm, and slammed a fist straight into his dazed face. He used the momentum to flip clean over, slamming the man down onto the hard pavement. Du Qian's mouth hung wide open in a silent, agonizing scream. Chun glared down at him, his voice dangerously calm. You ruin people's lives without a second thought, but you lose your mind the second someone touches your hair. His eyes bulged, face flushed with fury, reaching out to attack the old man again. Absolutely disgusting. So this is what you value most? I'll rip it all out. Sejun furiously grabbed Du Qian's hair. The pain was immediate, forcing a scream from the man. My hair, you bastard. Hearing this, Sejun calmly replied, Don't worry, I'll take good care of it for you. I'll make sure you never need to wash it again. With a single, decisive motion, he ripped the chunk of hair clean out. Strands floated through the air as the man shrieked in terror. Dushan was left sprawling on the ground, muttering to himself, My head. Instantly, Sejun whipped his head toward the car, shouting out, Hajin. He shook her by the shoulders, his voice thick with concern. Hajin, please wake up. It's me. Hajin. At that moment, Hajin finally stirred, murmuring, Sejun. Where am I? Suddenly, he pulled her into a tight hug, leaving Hajin completely bewildered. Huh? What's wrong? He ignored her words, just holding her closer and whispering, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Hajin. This was all because of my own greed. I let things get way out of hand. But I'm ending it all now. I won't let you be in danger ever again. Sejun brought Hajin to a large dojo, gently helping her sit in a corner. His voice was soft. Just rest here for a bit. The director is nearby, and he's on his way. The police are too. Seeing this, Hajin immediately asked, Where are you going? He answered without a moment's hesitation, There's one more person in here. With that, he flashed a smile, turned to leave, and added, I'll be right back. Not long after, Sejun stepped into another room. All eyes turned to him as one man finally spoke up. Huh? You're Lim Se-chun, aren't you? Hearing this, Se-chun calmly replied, And you must be Prosecutor Choi. Aeon told me about you. But before we get properly introduced, he glanced over at the woman lying defeated on the floor, and continued, We should probably clean up this trash first. At that, the woman, not yet unconscious, taunted him. Isn't it a bit much to hit a lady so hard? You get a 10 for looks, but a 0 for manners. A real man wouldn't act like that, you know. The moment she finished speaking, Sejun kicked out at her, muttering, A lady? Are you insane? Seeing his attack, she couldn't help but scream, That's so cruel. His expression had already darkened completely, his words dripping with rage. You're just a criminal. Don't act like you're some noblewoman. It's nauseating. Just then, the prosecutor interjected, Jin Soyan. Well, looks like we have a problem now. You were in such a rush, weren't you? Didn't expect this little surprise, did you? You've just exposed yourself. So, what's next? Got any other tricks? Or should I just toss you in jail now? From the other side of the room, Jin Soyeon calmly spoke. It's not that I didn't anticipate this. It was just a low probability. And even if I go to jail, I won't be in there for long. As for what's next, right this second, Aeon is driving all alone through a desolate area in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Prosecutor Choi's face filled with genuine shock. What? This entire time? You deliberately got caught just to lure Aeon to that abandoned warehouse mentioned in the files. Suddenly, she whipped out a pen, pressing it to the neck of Investigator Park nearby. Her tone was pure menace. Yeah, something like that. But then some foreigner who's way too good with a gun just had to jump in and interfere. My plan was almost ruined. Seeing Soyeon's move, the prosecutor yelled in a panic. Wait, drop the weapon and calm down. She has nothing to do with any of this. Abruptly, she shot everyone a terrifying glare, her voice laced with frustration. Because all of you were so on guard, I had to drop multiple baits to split you up and make my plan work. Why would you let him go alone? Who knows what could happen on a dark, empty road like that? Prosecutor Choi stared at her, horrified, and spat out a curse. You monster, what did you do? At his words, Jin Soyeon just replied, Aeon is the main pillar of your little group, isn't he? So I just need to get rid of him. She was perfectly calm, letting each word land. Last time, we framed him for arson, but he still came back. There has to be someone powerful pulling the strings behind him. This time, I'm not holding back. Instead of making him a criminal or a suspect, I'm going to make him a corpse. Prosecutor Choi shot back, enraged. You really think Aeon is that easy to take down? But she was unfazed, smiling as she said loudly, We'll see about that. Now, where is Hajin? Suddenly, the woman still on the floor spoke up. Uncle Don had her in the car downstairs, but since this guy showed up, he must have brought her up here already. Hearing this, Soyeon let out a sigh. What a pain, but we're sticking to the plan. The police are about to arrive. Let's pull back before this gets any more complicated. But as she finished, Sejun's dangerous voice cut through the air. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you crazy? You're not getting past me. Her face darkened, her hand still holding the pen to the investigator's throat as she replied coolly. Oh, is that so? What happens if I plunge this pen into her carotid artery and then pull it out? The woman in her grasp cried out in sheer terror. Prosecutor. Prosecutor Choi panics, shouting, Investigator, hang on, we'll free you. Jin Soyeon, drop the weapon now. But before he finishes, Sejun's voice cuts in from behind. Just do it, you damn coward. Hearing that, the man whips around in fury. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? That's a death sentence. But Sejun remains completely calm, his voice steady. She doesn't have the guts. Prosecutor, it's the only way out of this. Prosecutor Cho explodes in anger, shouting, What? Are you seriously gambling with a person's life right now? Suddenly, Jin Soyeon drives the pen into the woman's neck. She whispers, If I stab her, someone has to catch her before she falls. Seeing Investigator Park get stabbed, Prosecutor Cho can only scream in horror. No, he immediately starts shouting, Get a medic. Call an ambulance now. But Jin Soyeon was completely calm, her voice soft. Prosecutor, your phone's over there. You can't call for help, and you still have to protect Hajin, right? Prosecutor Cho exploded in rage, shouting, Are you deaf, you psycho? Call an ambulance first. We can catch them later. We just need to call for help now. Hearing this, Soon realized fighting two women while Hajin was injured was a terrible idea. Then, he suddenly pulled out his phone. All right, I'm calling now. Zichun immediately started talking with the hospital. Yes, someone's been stabbed in the aorta with a pencil. Please send someone immediately. Suddenly, the woman on the floor stood up, speaking softly. My stomach hurts. I think I need the restroom. Zichun rushed his last words into the phone. Yes, we're applying pressure, and haven't removed it. Understood. The woman walked away with Jin Soyeon, waving. Goodbye, little boy. Next time, I won't be so gentle. Goodbye, Hajin. See you soon. Zechun shot back, Hey, you two are going to regret ever touching Hajin. It won't just be me who's pissed off if Hajin is hurt. Instantly, Jin Soyeon's expression turned sour. Her voice was laced with danger. Oh, thanks for the heads up. I'm guessing Aeon is one of them. Worry about him, not us. Even if Aeon was a man who survived on the battlefield. Meanwhile, on a fairly empty road, a black car was on the move. Inside, a voice was heard. Hello. As a man spoke to someone on the phone. Shin Hyun, where are you? Get to the gym now, I'm too far. Prosecutor Cho might be in trouble, and Hajin could be there too. Before he could finish, a bright light flashed from nowhere. He sounded annoyed, wondering what was going on. Who's flashing their high beams? Suddenly, a truck was barreling straight towards his car. Aeon froze, completely stunned. What? He stared, transfixed by the blinding lights. Aeon was still human. There was no way even he could survive a truck crash, right? The truck blocked his path. What a terrible swerve, he noted. The truck driver was furious. Huh? Damn it, I can't believe he dodged that. Something like this has never happened. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, now I have to chase him from the start. This method always works. But his eyes widened in horror as he saw the car rev its engine. Huh? The car rammed straight into the truck. The driver, enraged, stormed out of his cab, cursing. Is this lunatic seriously ramming a car into a truck? He marched forward, holding an iron pipe. Is this some new way to die? Well, your life isn't going to last much longer. But the car was empty. He muttered to himself, I was worried about losing him, but this is convenient. Wait, where did he go? Where did he disappear to? But before he could finish, a shadow lunged at him. Aeon slammed his head to the ground, twisting his arm behind his back and pinning him to the asphalt. Finally, the man couldn't take it anymore and begged for his life. I'll tell you everything. Aeon's voice was cold. No need. I already know. If you want to live, make a call and say this. Say it was a success, just like always. Scene change. Soon answers the phone in her black car. Yes, how did it go? She says, good. You need to upload a photo for confirmation to get paid. Right. This will be handled like a hit-and-run accident, no clues, just like all the other times. All done. She tossed the phone onto the road. The woman next to her smiled. Is he really dead? Looks like the same old tricks are still effective, huh? Soon replied, I don't know yet. We need photo confirmation. She then turned and asked, but are you okay? You got hit pretty hard back there. The woman shot back. Yeah, I'll probably have to get my nose fixed. It hurts like hell. But I've been getting hit since I was a kid. It's nothing, right? Soon suddenly asked. But doesn't it seem strange to you? Lim Zhe-chun surrendered way too easily. Her friend said casually, what else could he do? Blood was pouring out, and protecting Hajin is always his first priority. She poked her nose as she continued. Back in school, he even ran straight into a moving car for her. He's a complete psycho when it comes to that girl. But Soon was still suspicious. So how did Lim Zhe-chun know to get to the gym so fast? Didn't I get rid of Hajin's phone? The other woman replied, yeah, I dumped the girl in front of the school. Maybe he just followed his instincts? Soon thought to herself, or is there another tracking device? The scene shifts to the hospital. Zichun stood before the hospital bed and said sadly, I'm sorry. I didn't think she would actually do it. Prosecutor Cho replied, I know how you feel. I want to kill them too, but you can't gamble with other people's lives. He continued, losing someone important only takes a split second. He then said, go. I'll stay here. You don't look so good yourself. Zichun replied, yes, I'm sorry. As Zichun walked out, he saw Suhoin and asked in surprise, oh, you're here? She hesitated. I'm sorry for what happened. Brian and Joseph were careless. She promised it wouldn't happen again. Soon answered, yeah, about the tracking bracelet you gave me. I secretly attached it under those women's car when I rescued Hajin, just in case. Shu Huin praised him. Really? Good job. I'll check on it. You should get some rest. Model. Aeon smears blood on his head, faking being knocked out while the driver snaps a picture. Are you done yet? He asks. The man, terrified, stammers, yes, just uploading it to the system now. Shaking, he asks. It's uploaded. You'll keep your promise and let me go, won't you? Of course, Aeon says calmly. I made a promise, didn't I? I even lent you my blood. Then his eyes go wide. But I never said I'd let you leave in one piece. Elsewhere, a woman eagerly asks, is this where they're going to fight? The tension is thick, she notes. Manager Kim nonchalantly asks, has Aeon's picture been posted? Soon holds up his phone to show him. Kim smirks, thinking how all that bravado has now been turned to ash. Manager Kim turns with a smile and says, all right, turn on the lights, stop the machine, and inform the guests. Can we send out the invitations? Soon tells him the target is losing emotional control, which means they can lure him in. In his state, he'll believe Sehajin is in constant danger, especially while she's with Un and the others. Even though Aeon vanished, Manager Kim cuts in. Don't worry, I will handle it. He gives a wicked smile, knowing Aeon is trapped and about to be captured. The scene shifts to a large corporation, where a secretary is taking a phone call. Yes, Prosecutor Han, she says. Today, Vice Chairman Han Du left the office without his usual briefcase. She continues, that's right, he has an important meeting tonight. He must have locked it in the safe. I don't know the password, she admits. I just feel guilty about what happened to Jehu and wanted to help. The prosecutor replies, Yes, I understand. Thank you. As night falls on the building, a shadowy figure is seen tinkering in the dark. It's Aeon. He's trying to crack a safe, thinking, there it is. The password is 802. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and flips on the lights. A blond man wearing sunglasses steps into the room. He sneers. Well, look here, a little rat snuck in. Who sent you, coward? He adds, You think you know what's inside? But an axe comes flying through the air, forcing him to duck his head to avoid it. He's furious. You bastard, if that hit my head I'd be dead, you know that? Aeon calmly replies. But it didn't. The man retorts. Good point. So you're that guy, Aeon says, recognizing him, the one from the fashion show. Then he lets out a mocking laugh. I heard there was a loyal little dog sniffing around everywhere, he taunts. Guarding the house for his master this late. He then grabs an ashtray and hurls it at the man. The man is busy shouting, That's enough, come on out, but he's cut short when Aeon's ashtray smacks him right in the face. Looks like that one hit for real, my bad, Aeon jokes. But just an ashtray? Seems like a bit of a waste. With pure contempt, he adds, An axe would have hurt less, don't you think? Come on, puppy, want to go for a walk? The man absolutely seethes with rage. That's right. Death by a weapon is too gentle for you, he snarls, his eyes bulging. I'll make you feel every last bit of pain. I'm going to beat you to a pulp myself, you little rat. Is that so? Aeon says coldly. Go on and try. And with that, the man lunges forward. Aeon grabs a desk phone, lifts it high, and hurls it toward him. The man raises an arm to block it, cursing, You son of a bitch. But he uses the momentum to vault over the desk and land a solid kick right to the man's groin. That's called a feint, you idiot, he says. The man staggers. You dirty trickster, you hit me below the belt. Aeon raises his hand again. I'm in a hurry, so let's end this. Stop barking already. Aeon suddenly freezes. The man throws a punch, but he easily dodges the attack. The man scoffs. Damn, what a waste of a punch. Actually, that was just another feint, he reveals. And you dodged it. I guess a one-hit knockout wouldn't be any fun. Aeon silently observes him, thinking to himself, This guy, is that a southpaw stance? Why is he leading with his right hand and right foot? He muses. In modern martial arts, don't left-handed fighters typically use the southpaw stance? He unleashes a barrage of punches while taunting Aeon. Why do you look so tense? Pivoting his feet, he provokes him again. Huh? What's the matter? Have you only ever fought against gullible fools your entire life? His fist once again comes flying right at Aeon's face. Aeon leans back, dodging the blow. What a shame, the man says as he throws another punch, which Aeon manages to block. He then swings toward Aeon's gut, landing a precise blow. A trick like that is useless against me, he gloats. Want to know why? He laughs. Because in my world, little tricks like that are just child's play, the cheap moves of an amateur. Aeon coolly replies, Is that right? I don't know much about your world, but I am sure of one thing. Your right hand is completely busted. The man falls silent, looking down at his hand, which is now red, swollen, and trembling. He thinks, The instant after I hit his stomach, he smashed my fist with his elbow. At least it's not broken. He tries his best to appear calm. My hand? He scoffs. You think a small scratch is enough to turn the tide? Professional fighters learn to accept a few minor scrapes. He continues. Besides, you think my hand is that easy to break? But in a split second, Aeon shoots forward, closing the distance. He thinks, a charge attack. The coward attacked the moment I blinked. He tries to resist, yelling, This cheap trick is useless. The charge looked desperate, but Aeon grabs the man's injured hand and squeezes hard. The man's eyes widen as panic sets in. His mind races. He was targeting my hand from the very beginning. That bastard. Aeon then wrenches the arm backward, forcing an agonized scream out of him. The man spews curses at Aeon, who just scoffs at his tough guy act. Aeon taunts him, saying his scream sounds more like a little girl's. He struggles, kicking Aeon away while shouting threats. His hand is trembling, but his words are pure bravado. You think I'm helpless with just one hand? I'm left-handed, he boasts. One hand is all I need. But Aeon is completely unfazed. Is that so? You know how to box, don't you? Then you should know this. Aeon rushes in again. Lose one hand, and the other becomes useless too. He unleashes a flurry of relentless punches. Dodging the blows, the man thinks to himself that blocking with his shoulder won't last. He thinks Aeon assumes he can only use his left hand. He calculates his next move. Just one solid hit. Even if his right hand shatters, he just needs one opening to land a devastating blow with his left. With that thought, He throws everything into one powerful punch, roaring at the top of his lungs. Die, you bastard. He anticipates Aeon's move. If he ducks or dodges, that's the opening he needs to finish this. But Aeon meets the punch with an elbow, and the man's eyes go wide. What? Aeon drives a brutal elbow strike right into the center of his fist. The man's knuckles shatter instantly. He screams in pure agony. Aeon calmly pulls down his mask. Your moves are way too predictable. I saw that coming, you idiot. Now, both your hands are useless, Aeon says. You couldn't even swat a fly. Aeon kneels down. All right. You've seen my face now, haven't you? Guess I'll have to get rid of you. He then asks one important question. The man seethes in anger. What did you do to my hands? Aeon's voice turns to ice as he gives the order. Focus. Give me one good reason not to end you right now. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. It's better to frame you as the guy who robbed the safe. The man trembles from the pain, his mind racing. Is this bastard serious? He decides to play along and wait for a chance. He quickly answers Aeon. The safe's code. I'll tell you. I won't remember your face. My memory is terrible. Too bad, Aeon says. I already know it. Someone told me. I checked it while you were coming in. The man stammers, trying to bargain. Oh, is that right? So, wait a minute, huh? Aeon cuts him off. Out of cards to play? I'll call someone to pick you up then. The man continues to beg. Wait, I have something else. I'm sure of it. I know almost everything. Just tell me what you want, he adds desperately. I don't even know who you are. I'm guessing the guest list is on a file in that safe, but it's only half of it. Aeon's interest is piqued. Half? That's right, the man explains. The file's split in two as a precaution. You need both to open it. Let me go, and I'll tell you who has the other half. Aeon's voice is cold. Fine, I'll let you go. Talk. The man can't believe it. Huh? Really? Just like that? Yeah, it's that fat lawyer, Park. He's got a big mole in the middle of his forehead. Obese. That bastard handles all the dirty work, using the law to cover up crimes. A real piece of scum, he adds, then asks meekly. Is that enough info? You'll let me go now, right? I'll disappear. Look, I'm just the vice president's security. That's it. I'm innocent. Aeon replies calmly. Yeah, I'll keep my promise. I'll let you go. And then, without warning, Aeon plants his foot and unleashes a devastating kick straight to the man's face. He takes the blow head on. And you call yourself innocent, Aeon says with pure contempt. You bastards just piss me off. I'm going to wipe every single one of you out, so you'll never dare to touch those kids again. Aeon continues. Every single person involved in this, I will kill them all. Meanwhile, inside an office, a door swings open. A man at his desk turns to look at the visitor. Huh? Consultation hours are over. If you want an appointment, call back tomorrow morning. Shu Hui gets straight to the point. Where is lawyer Park Jich's office? Seeing you two waiting, I guess he's not back yet? The man gets annoyed. Huh? You kidding me? If you want a consultation, make an appointment. Now get out before I call the cops. All right. Her eyes flash with anger. I asked you where his office is. Stop messing around. I'm getting sick of it. The man steps right up to her. What? What did you just say? Hey, I was being nice because you're a lady. You want a beating? Shu Hui's response is a fist to his face. Just as he was saying, You think I won't hit a woman? The punch sends him stumbling backward. He plants his feet, struggling to stay upright. She watches him coolly as the punch lands on his chin. She thinks to herself that the weight difference is too big to knock him out with one hit. The guy rubs his jaw, impressed. Damn, who are you? This isn't your first fight, is it? The person behind him can't help but laugh. Dude, you almost got knocked out by a woman. Need some help? The man just shouts back in anger. Shut up, you idiot. She was so fast I didn't even see her hand move. He starts to slowly advance on her. Hey, I don't know who you are, but I know one thing for sure. Guess what? He sneers. That pretty little face of yours, it's about to be completely rearranged. I've been in real fights before, you know. And you're the one who threw the first punch, sweetheart. The man's eyes dart down. Huh? A knife? Why a knife? She shoves the blade straight into his leg while listing his crimes. Kim Gun-woo, 3 prior convictions for assault. All female victims. I was drunk, I don't remember. You used that excuse to get a lighter sentence, didn't you? The man screams in pain. A dagger. Shu Hee rips the weapon out. All of your victims were beaten so badly their own parents couldn't recognize them. Her voice is filled with rage and disgust. How does scum like you get such a light sentence? How are you still walking free? The man just yells back. What the hell is wrong with you, you crazy bitch? This is terrorism. You know that, right? You're dead. So, is that lawyer, Park Ji-shich, any good? Shu Huin casually asks him. He gets right in her face. What? Are you his little pet now? Following him around? The man raises a threatening fist. Shut your mouth. I did my time. I paid my debt to society. The court said so. And who are you to judge me? A sharp kick to the leg from Su Huin sends him to the ground. I don't care. He writhes in pain. My leg, you reopened the wound. Reopened it, did I? She says, looking satisfied. But there is one thing I am sure of. She stomps down hard on his injured leg. Care to guess what? He lets out a horrific scream of pain. Don't touch my leg. She just stares down at him, her eyes filled with cold judgment. Scum like you, she says, should be crippled, so you can never repeat that disgusting, vile act ever again. Suddenly, his buddy makes a move from behind, grabbing for her empty hand to disarm her. But Shu Huin switches her weapon to the other hand in a flash, instantly countering his attack. And your friend here is going to end up just like you. The attacker's face drains of all color. What? He's now on the floor, completely defeated. I thought I grabbed her empty hand, he mutters before screaming. Help! Someone call 112. The first guy sees this and curses him out. You idiot. Attacking her while she's armed is a death sentence. She just looks at them with contempt. You're all just walking, talking garbage. Now, are you going to tell me where Park Ji-shich's office is, or do you want to die? At that exact moment, a door nearby swings open. Shu Huin's eyes dart over to Park Ji-shich himself. You're coming with me for a minute. But then, another man, Tae-shich, appears, laughing. All that screaming over one little girl? He levels a gun at her. Who are you? Did Assemblyman Kim or Director Song send you? She doesn't even flinch and walks closer. Do I really need to answer that? Tae-shich threatens her. Do as I say if you don't want to get hurt. He smirks with total confidence. You look ridiculous, you know that? See this? It's a real gun. I have plenty of enemies, so I always keep it handy. In a blur of motion, Shu Huin throws her weapon. It flies straight into Tae-shich's gun hand. Huh? What are you doing? Pure panic flashes across his face. The knife. It's stuck in my hand. As he reels back, she snatches a vase off a table. Tae-shich bends down to grab his fallen gun. I'll shoot you. Killing you now is just legal self-defense. You messed with the wrong person, kid. Shu Huin smashes the vase over his head, and the light instantly fades from Tae-shich's eyes. He collapses to the floor, still muttering about self-defense. She looks down at him in disgust. You really think abusing the law is your special privilege? Let's see how you survive in a place the law can't reach. In an abandoned warehouse, two men are tied to chairs. What is this? Tae-shich is screaming for his life. Help! Somebody save me! A crazy woman kidnapped me. But the man next to him tells him the hard truth. Shut up. No one is coming to save you. Tae-shich glares at him. You're Director Han's bodyguard. You traitor. You sold me out. Just then, Aeon steps out in front of them. Hey, focus up. Let's get straight to the point. You better listen closely. His eyes lock onto Tae-shich. From this moment, you will confess every single illegal activity of Dawson Enterprises in full detail. Got it? From Hanugan, Chief Kim, Jin Soyeon, and Sophia, all the way up to Chairman Han Seung-gun. Aeon's voice is dangerously low. From the drugs to the illegal fight club in the black market, and the relationships of every guest in those documents. Both of you will write down everything you know, and I'll compare the statements. He holds an axe inches from the lawyer's face. You're both going to write it all down. And if there's even one tiny detail that doesn't match, no matter who lied, you both lose a body part. Aeon gives Tae-shich a dead-eyed stare, asking if he wants to know what he'll lose first. Go on, try to lie. I could really use the stress relief. Tae-shich immediately starts trying to bargain. Wait, hold on. At the very least, we should talk about this first. He's terrified. I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm just a lawyer. In his mind, he's scrambling. This guy's insane. Don't panic. Just keep talking. Try to persuade him. He desperately tries to explain. My job isn't to pick and choose cases based on morality. If I only defended people that society deemed good, then I wouldn't be doing my job correctly. Tae-shich pleads, his voice trembling. I was just doing my job. That's all it was, I swear. If you're so unhappy, go sue the lawmakers and the judges. I'll cooperate. Just please, let me go. But Aeon isn't even listening. They say you're a lawyer with a really high win rate. You're good, all right. Aeon slams the axe down on his foot, good at spewing absolute garbage. Tae-shich's eyes bulge in sheer terror as he screams in agony. Aeon coldly looks on. You lived your life as if the law made you untouchable. But when you're face to face with death, all of that means nothing anymore, does it? The lawyer can only beg for his life. Please, please spare me. But Aeon remains completely unfazed. Do you get it now? Those pathetic excuses are worthless here. Aeon gives his final order. Now, start writing down everything, every single detail. If you lie once, this happens again. Understood? The lawyer meekly complies. Yes, I understand. But his attitude still annoys Aeon, who lowers his voice. You bastard, you're hurting my ears. The scene shifts to a massive corporation in the city center. Do-ho stares out a window. You still haven't found the person who took it? Manager Kim nervously replies. Not yet, sir. I apologize. It doesn't seem to have been with the bodyguard. But if a VIP took it and destroyed the evidence, then there has to be a copy somewhere. Suddenly, an ashtray flies through the air and smacks him in the face. And if Prosecutor Choi Hoo-sung is the one who has it, then our hands are tied. Do-ho explodes with rage. What did you just say? What do you mean our hands are tied? It's not that our hands are tied, he snarls. It means that you are useless. You absolute moron. Do-ho screams in frustration. Even with our people on the inside, if that prosecutor keeps digging up evidence, we're finished, you idiot. He just keeps ranting. That damn Hanoon Gu. Did he really think everything would be fine without him? That taking care of Aeon would solve it all? He points right in the man's face. Stop daydreaming and get that evidence back. You moron. Before those two psychos drag us all down with them. Do you understand me? Manager Kim clutches the wound on his forehead. Yes, I understand. A black car is waiting outside. The woman inside smiles brightly. You're here? Did you get hit? Manager Kim just gets in. Let's go. Her cheerful mood vanishes as she asks. So what do we do now? If the match airs before we find the evidence, it's even riskier, right? She suggests they should focus all their efforts on the search first, but he remains calm. Air it, just as we planned. Manager Kim smirks confidently. We'll just collect as much cash as possible before the broadcast and then make a run for it. And hey, if those families and VIPs get investigated, we can milk them for even more. Meanwhile, back at an old warehouse, Aeon studies a document. So they're organizing illegal fights. And they're using kids to do it? And selling exclusive viewing rights to VIPs bundled with illegal drugs. He's in disbelief. Seriously? Powerful people actually enjoy watching kids beat each other up? Kneeling on the ground, Tae-sich explains, his body trembling with fear. The first reason, he stammers, is that some contestants are used to test new drugs. Every time a new batch is ready, they use the kids as lab rats. He adds that the VIPs have their own fighters, too, pitting them against others in different illegal rings. In short, it's a sick game for the elite. Tae-sich seems to know everything. The second reason? They gather up school bullies and pit them against each other. The VIPs get a thrill watching these punks fight for prize money. He reveals every secret. And at the very end, director Han Junu appears to teach them a lesson. It's like they're playing God, passing judgment on the wicked. Tae-sich holds nothing back, explaining their whole twisted setup. But then the VIPs started demanding more. More extreme games. This led to no rules, bare-knuckle brawls. Then they started dragging in innocent kids, regular students, forcing them to fight to survive. He looks at Aeon terrified. That's when it all started spinning out of control. As for the incident with the girl, So-hain, that's all I know. Aeon's eyes narrow threateningly. Are you smiling right now? Tae-sich frantically tries to explain himself. No, my mouth just curves up like this. It's just my face. On presses on. So you're the one who cleans up the filth for this whole illegal operation? The man immediately caves. Yes, that's right. I'm their cleaner. Please, just spare my life. I'll testify about everything in court. I have so much evidence. Aeon picks up a nearby axe. Is that so? That could be very useful. All right, I'll let you live. But just to be safe, I'm taking a leg if you try to run. And trust me, I'm still feeling pretty pissed off. Tae-sich scrambles backward. No, I won't run. I like being locked up. I'm just a filthy pig. So please, just throw me in a pigsty. Just please. Don't come any closer with that thing. Aeon scoffs. You think I'd trust a weasel like you? Better to be safe than sorry. One leg will be enough. The man's scream echoes through the warehouse. But the axe strikes the ground right beside his leg. Aeon coldly looks on. Huh? Did he pass out? I was just messing with him. He notices the wet patch. And he pissed himself. Disgusting. Aeon gets up, ready for the next one. All right, next up. The fashion star. Aeon turns to him. Besides what that pig just told me, give me one good reason why I should let you live. The man looks up at him. Han Jungon, the vice chairman. He has a lot of enemies. Aeon smacks him on the head. Stop mumbling and speak clearly. He speaks plainly now. Han Jungon has tons of enemies. The only reason he's untouchable is because he has dirt on so many powerful people, especially within the prosecutor's office. I can tell you exactly who wants to take him down. It's not just Prosecutor Cho. There are plenty of others, too. Aeon remains calm, considering it. I'm not convinced. But fine. I'll postpone your execution. I'll decide after I confirm if this prosecutor can actually overthrow him. Meanwhile, at the apartment where Sejun is staying, he turns towards the door. Food's here. Go get it. Du-hun, being lazy, refuses. Why me? You get it. I'm your elder. Sejun flips him a friendly middle finger. Elder my ass. But I just had a great home-cooked meal, so I guess I can get it this time. He opens the door just a crack, telling the delivery person to just leave the food outside. But then, the person slowly takes off their hat. What's with the late-night snack? You'll get fat. What if you get slow? Zichun's eyes widened in total shock. If you slow down, how are you supposed to fight me? Down below, 2 police cars were parked outside a business tower. A voice crackled from the white car. Those sick bastards. If it were me, I'd have put a bullet in each of their heads. Prosecutor Cho reviewed the intel. But to take down the VIPs on this list, including Han Zugan and Chairman Han Seong-cheon, they had to catch them in the act. Otherwise, there was no chance of victory. He began to formulate a plan. Even with this data, the higher-ups would just bury the investigation. No, they had to catch them while the broadcast was live. This was the only way to back them into a corner, with absolutely no room to escape. Aeon then revealed that Han Zugan's bodyguard mentioned something interesting. Another person in the prosecutor's office despises Han Zugan. This was all news to Prosecutor Cho. What? Cho was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't know about that. Aeon finally revealed the name, Chief Prosecutor Kang Huyu. Rumor had it that he and Han Zugan openly despised each other, but they kept up appearances since they were both caught in some dirty business. Cho looked worried. Kang Huyu. That bastard was rotten to the core, always bowing to whoever could offer him the most power. Aeon explained that he'd heard the two had fought over power before. Sometimes, having a common enemy creates the perfect ally. He figured they could let Kang Huyu do the dirty work, and when his usefulness ran out, they'd drag him down with everyone else. Investigate it. You're in charge, Aeon pushed. Prosecutor Cho sighed in frustration. Fine, I'll give it a look. But wait, how did Aeon know Han Zugan had that data and the safe combination? He stared directly at Aeon. Han Zugan's secretary claimed to know nothing. Aeon just gave him a vague answer. That? Someone tipped me off, he said, thinking of the true source. Someone who wants to end this war just as badly as him and Zichun. Back at Zichun's apartment, he was absolutely furious with Jungu. You absolute bastard. Zichun lunged forward to attack. Did you come here just to die? Jungu dodged the attack easily. Calm down. I just came here today to talk. An elbow from Zichun smashed right into his mouth. Take that as a special invitation. Zichun seethed, barely able to control his rage. You want to talk? The only kind of talking I do with you is with my fists. Zichun landed a brutal uppercut. You bastard! Jungu cried out, stumbling backward. Damn it, my jaw is killing me. Hearing the noise, Du-hun ran outside to check on the situation. What's going on? What the hell? He froze, shocked. Jungu, what are you doing here? And what's with him? He looks completely insane. Jungu just smiled and greeted him. Long time no see, Sonan. I heard you quit being a thug to become a boxer? What a coincidence, he said, his voice dripping with sarcastic envy. Someone gave you a helping hand, huh? Hey, I'm rooting for you. Sejun grabbed Jungu by the collar. Shut up, you psycho. Jungu struggled to get the words out, but at least hear me out first. Sejun sneered. What could you possibly have to say? My only mission is to kill you. His eyes were burning with pure, unadulterated rage. Right here, right now. I'll end you, and I don't care if I go to jail for it. You're nothing but garbage. A shiver went down Jungu's spine. Really? Your only goal is to kill me? No way. It can't possibly be that simple. Zichun stared straight into his eyes. Stop your damn rambling. What the hell do you know, anyway? But Jungu's expression was a silent confession. Oh, I know plenty, he said, dropping a bombshell. I'm the one who started this whole mess. The confession left Zichun utterly speechless. Hajin is safe. Isn't that what you want most? Jungu flashed a chilling smile. But even with someone protecting her, you think she can live peacefully? The second there's a small opening, they'll come for her again. She might spend her whole life trying to escape them. Sejun grabbed his collar, shaking him. You son of a bitch, what right do you have to say that? You really think I won't kill you right here? But Du-hun stepped in. Lim Sejun, calm down. If you lose control now, you'll ruin everything. It's too risky. We have to think clearly. Let's just hear him out. Okay? He's right, Hajin is still in danger. A smug look spread across Jungu's face. See? Sonan gets it. You're smarter than you look. I have no more intention of harming Hajin. For real. But what about you, Sejun? He threatened. Is killing me more important than knowing how to protect Hajin? And just so you know, Department Head Kim has no plans of stopping. Sejun had no choice but to let him go. You're a real piece of scum, he growled. Now talk. How do I keep Hajin safe? Jungu rubbed his neck with a sigh of relief. Phew, where to begin? You have no idea what Aeon is really doing, do you? He began. If Aeon wanted to end this, he would have done it a long time ago. So why is he letting you get revenge? Jungu's voice was sly. Because you, Lim Sejun, are the most perfect bait. He's using you to lure out every single person involved. Sejun was lost. So what? What are you trying to say? Jungu shrugged. I'm not saying it's a bad plan. I actually kind of like it. But Aeon. He hesitated for a moment before telling him everything. He's afraid you'll get hurt, so he's waiting for you to be safe before he makes his move. But that hesitation is why Hajin keeps getting put in danger. Jungu laughed, explaining that everything was at a standstill, waiting for the perfect moment. Do you see it now? If I wanted to hurt you, I would have done it already. Sejun, still simmering with rage, cut him off. Just get to the point. I've got a headache from your voice. So how do I protect Hajin? Jungu smiled cheerfully. What else? You have to willingly become the bait. He started to lay out the reason. Hajin is in danger because they use her to lure you. You knew that already, didn't you? So if you don't want to see her get hurt, then you have to go right to them yourself. Sejun thought back, remembering how Hajin had once risked everything just to protect him. Wasn't it time he did the same for her? It was his turn to step up. Jungu laid out the crucial point. Once Aeon knows Sejun is the bait, he'll move instantly, wiping out every last one of them in a single, decisive strike. But Sejun shot back, his questions rapid fire. What about you? Why are you telling us any of this? Did a piece of trash like you suddenly grow a conscience? Jungu just looked defeated. Not a chance. He explained that the moment Sejun stormed the company like a madman, his father cut all ties with him. Jungu leaned in close, his voice a low whisper. Now, I plan to drag every single one of those bastards down with me. How about it? A win-win, right? Then he put on his hat, ready to leave. But we don't have much time. Manager Kim is probably already making his move to capture Hajin. Sejun hesitated, then asked, Where is this fight supposed to happen? Jungu just shrugged. A fight? I don't even know the location. That bastard Manager Kim doesn't trust me anymore. Sejun probed further. He's working with those two twin sisters, isn't he? Jungu answered honestly. That's right, those two crazy women. They're planning everything, even forcing Hajin into this fight. What are they doing? It sends a chill down my spine, Jungu muttered. Sejun replied grimly. Just figuring out who's on which side. Wherever those two are, that's the final battlefield. Seeing him about to leave, Sejun called out, Where are you going? Jungu teased back. Me? What if I said I'm going home? Want me to stay the night? Thoughts raced through Sejun's mind. High risk, but a massive reward. He couldn't be sure if Han Jungu was telling the truth, but if Soo-hyun could pinpoint his location with the tracker, this was a golden opportunity to counterattack. He took a deep breath. This means we can't let them get the drop on us. We can't be like those cowards who only attack from the shadows. Sejun made his choice, putting his faith in Aeon and Soo-hyun. He looked straight at Jungu. Take me to Manager Kim. Right now? Jungu froze, completely stunned. What? You mean right now? I hadn't even thought that far ahead. Du-hun heard this and immediately intervened. Wait, hold on a second. Let us talk for a minute. Jungu agreed. Sure, take your time. Du-hun, filled with worry, tried to reason with Sejun. Hey Lim Sejun, what are you thinking all of a sudden? Are you just going to walk right in there? We have no idea what kind of trap they've set. Sejun answered calmly. To them, I'm an extremely valuable product. Besides forcing me to fight Han Jungu, there's not much else they can do. Du-hun disagreed. Even so, you should talk to Aeon before deciding. Sejun simply replied, Didn't you hear me earlier? I'm already thinking the exact same thing he is. He glanced upwards. Aeon was trying to keep everyone safe, but that was just giving the enemy more time to prepare. Before Hajin gets pushed into a more dangerous situation, I have to set the board myself. With that, Sejun decided to leave. After I'm gone, tell Soohyun she absolutely has to find the ring. Do-hun watched him go, confused. What? What are you talking about? Sejun closed his eyes. It's a long story. I have to go now. Jungu asked again. You done? Sejun's reply was ice cold. Yeah, let's go. Then, Jungu showed some unexpected concern. Go put on a warm jacket, it's cold tonight, and leave your phone at home. It's all over if they track you too early. While you do that, I'll wait with Do-hun. I've got some things to say to him. Sejun accepted. Fine. Do what you want. Do-hun was in shock. What the hell did this guy want to talk about? In the dead of night, a single car moved down the road. Sejun glanced over. It's not that I trust you, but I have to ask. Even if you're the chairman's illegitimate son, you're still family. So why are you trying to destroy your own family? Jungu let out a bitter laugh. Family? Sharing blood doesn't make you family. Honestly, you and Hajin feel more like my relatives than they do. His tone turned serious as he confessed. I spent my entire life doing their dirty work, just for a chance to tear that family down. But then I realized, all it takes is one little slip-up, and I'd disappear without a trace. It would all be over. Jungu's smirk returned. And then you showed up, like the key to ending my miserable story. You even brought a wild card named Aeon with you. Sejun kept his expression neutral. So while you and I fight, Aeon will handle everything from the shadows. Is that the plan? Should we stage it then? You can beat me until I look like a corpse. Jungu cursed, annoyed. Hey, you idiot. You trained your ass off just to catch me. Wouldn't it be better to just beat me fair and square? Xi-chun was just as frustrated. No, I don't care about that. I just need to break a few bones and leave you crippled. We're not exactly noble fighters here, are we? Jungu grinned, genuinely amused. Is that so? And here I thought we were getting closer after that heart-to-heart. Anyway, we still have to buy time for Aeon and Prosecutor Cho to execute their plan. He made a demand. So we need to at least make it look like a real fight. Make the audience watching the stream feel like they're right there in the action. Meanwhile, 2 police cars were parked outside. Aeon was inside one, on the phone. What? Do-hun, calm down and say that again. Who did Sejun go with? He bowed his head in frustration. Is that what he told you to tell Soohyun? I get it. Let me call her. I'm hanging up now. The moment he did, Aeon cursed. That idiot, Lim Sejun. Prosecutor Cho turned to him, concerned. What is it? What happened to Sejun? Aeon's face was grim. He went off with Han Jungu on his own. The news left him stunned. What? Why would he do that? But Aeon already understood the reason. Hajin had faced one danger after another. He probably wanted to end things on his own terms. Find the chief prosecutor now. I'm going to the detention center to see Lion. Then I'll head to the main company building. Soo-hoon called Seo-chun. He's just like you were as a kid. An basically just kicked off the whole plan for us. He gave us the green light. What a badass move. She stood in the empty room. Yeah, I'm at the penthouse, but nobody's here. They probably knew she'd been there before, so they must have moved the meeting somewhere else. Soo-hoon reported in. I think I know their route. I still need to confirm, but this could be our golden opportunity. On the other end of the line, a man sat in a cell. All right, it's come to this. We have to act now. Aeon gave the order. Confirm that location again. I'll check on Lion, then I'll be there. And don't get spotted. A prison guard stepped out. Hello, sir. You're back again? Aeon replied smoothly. Yes, hello. Thank you for your help. I know it's late, but this is urgent. The guard smiled warmly. Oh, of course I'll help. I was about to call you anyway. Come in. Last time, his condition was so bad I thought we'd have to rush him to the hospital. But strangely, as the guard led the inmate out, he looked much better. I was worried he'd die young from his addiction. The 2 men sat opposite one another, and the prisoner spoke first. Thank you. I can't even remember the last time my head was this clear. Aeon's expression remained ice cold. Don't thank me. I didn't do this for you. I don't care if you've seen the light or not. He got straight to the point. What I want is intel. When you worked at that drug factory, did you hear anything at all? Even the smallest detail could help. The man answered nervously. I just used what they gave me and followed their orders. So I honestly don't know anything. My head was a mess back then. I don't remember much. But then, a memory surfaced. I did overhear Director Jiang and Manager Kim arguing about a shipment being delayed. It was some company. I remember them saying they were storing the inventory in the basement there. He looked up. I really don't know which company they meant. If you ask Director Jiang, he would have the exact details. Aeon's mind raced. A company basement. Could he be talking about the basement of the Dawson CP building? So that bastard Jung was still holding back information. Anything else? Aeon pressed. The inmate shook his head. I can't think of anything. Oh wait, there was a pair of twin girls nearby. Aeon shot to his feet. I know about them. If you remember anything else, tell that guard to call me. He patted the man's shoulder. And when you go to trial, you better testify. Aeon leaned in close, his voice a low threat. That is, if you still want to have a peaceful life. On the way, Jungu gave him a reminder. Don't forget what I told you. Be strong. You have to be. You understand? Besides, they can't do anything to you anyway. Seo-chun walked on with Jungu. Yeah, I get it. Let's go. Arriving at the detective agency, they found Manager Kim already waiting for them. You're here? Welcome, Seo-chun. He stood up with an eager smile. I'm so grateful that you decided to come voluntarily. I don't know how to thank you. Just as Mr. Han promised, we will no longer interfere with Hajin. Manager Kim was still talking when his collar was suddenly grabbed. Our only goal is to watch you fight. Huh? He was thrown to the ground in shock. What the hell are you doing? Manager Kim hit the floor so hard he almost coughed up blood. Seo-chun looked down in satisfaction. Who the hell do you think you are, you piece of trash? He then stomped on Manager Kim's face. That was a greeting. A traditional welcome with my fists, you idiot. And that's where the chapter ends. Go ahead and smash that like button for more awesome series. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next time. Model.